Lin Tianming believed that Yi Qingxue definitely knew something. In order to prevent him from heading towards the same premature end as the original owner, he had to get in touch with Yi Qingxue more often, and incidentally dissolve her hatred towards him. Yi Qingxue's heart beat, but she also said that she had become a god in her previous life. Such an existence that had once ascended to godhood was bound to be accompanied by great opportunities. If he could obtain Yi Qingxue's great chance, perhaps he would be able to avoid heading towards the same fate as the original owner. His system is also bound to the goddess Qi system, and it is thought that it is also intended for him to so borrow the Qi of Yi Qingxue, the ice god of his previous life, and turn misfortune into good fortune. Moreover, once Yi Qingxue obtained a great opportunity, because of her hatred for the original owner, she was afraid that he would be the first one to be cut. It was highly likely that he would die faster than the original owner because Yi Qingxue had gained the chance of his previous life ahead of time. So this time when Yi Qingxue went to look for the chance, he had to go with her. Make sure she doesn't come back with a reverse chance and come back with his body in pieces and stuff it in the fridge. After perfectly rating her, he could rest assured not to care if she went to find some past life chance and suddenly became strong and came back to kill him. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming became even more determined to repair the relationship between him and Yi Qingxue that was broken because the original owner was too much of a scumbag. Today, I, Lin Tianming, would like to make an announcement in front of everyone here. If anyone else had just finished awakening and stayed on the awakening stage, the tutor on the stage would definitely be furious. However, Lin Tianming had just awakened his SSS-Grade talent and was bound to shine in the future, so the tutors on stage could only turn a blind eye. Is finally coming? Obviously I've already been through this once. Why? Do I still get a tearing pain when he wants to publicly humiliate me for breaking up? Does that mean I'm still in love with him? No, it can't be. He clearly could have said break up with me in private to minimize the impact of this matter, but he had to humiliate me in public. Later on, he even murdered my parents. I, Yi Qingxue, only have endless hatred with him. Lin Tianming, no love. Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Tianming on the stage and said that he was going to announce something. This scene was exactly the same as in her previous life, causing her to have a complex and contradictory mentality. Everyone else at the scene also felt that what Lin Tianming was going to announce was more than likely that he was going to break up with Yi Qingxue. Lin Tianming must have felt that Yi Qingxue's F-rank alien talent was not worthy of his SSS rank talent, and was going to break up with Yi Qingxue. Lin Tianming is breaking up with Yi Qingxue? Then wouldn't I have a chance to rise to the top? If I can hug the tree of Lin Tianming, a future higher awakened, I can definitely soar. There's a good show. This world is just so cruel. An awakened genius like Lin Tianming should have kicked the crap out of an F-rank talent. Lin Tianming didn't bother with those clowns who would only sneer at him. As he listened to Yi Qingxue's conflicted heart, he knew that there was still a possibility of repairing his relationship with her. As long as he doesn't be as scummy as the original owner, he slowly soothes the heartache of Yi Qingxue, who has been reborn once. While the two of them reconciled, he would also be able to receive her chi and chance, avoiding his future fate of dying young. After thinking about it, Lin Tianming took a deep breath and slowly said what he wanted to announce. First of all, I'm very happy to be able to awaken this SSS rank psychic ability that even I didn't expect in the presence of all of you. Still as hypocritical as you were in your previous life. You like to talk about things first. Are you going to say you're sorry you're breaking up with me next? Humiliate me as much as you want. Can you give a damn? Even though it still hurts to hear it again, it will make me even more determined to kill you. Off stage, Yi Qingxue inwardly laughed coldly and lambasted Lin Tianming. On stage, Lin Tianming was not affected by Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words. I also hope that everyone present will witness one more thing for me. That is that although Yi Qingxue, she is an F-ranked ice attribute exotic talent, I, Lin Tianming, will not abandon her like this just because I am an SSS ranked talent. I hope everyone present will remember this. In the future, if anyone dares to speak ill of Yi Qingxue in front of me again, I, Lin Tianming, will definitely teach our family Qingxue a lesson for those who speak ill of her. Sure enough, you still chose to be ungrateful in this life, and haven't changed a bit from your previous life. Wait, Lin Tianming, he didn't seem to say he wanted to break up with me, and he even said in public that he wouldn't abandon me just because I was less talented. This plot is going in the wrong direction. Isn't Lin Tianming a scumbag? He should be saying extremely unpleasant things in public and breaking up with me to humiliate me, because Lin Tianming didn't follow the rules. Yi Qingxue man was dumbfounded. How could it be that after she returned from rebirth, Lin Tianming became different from what he was before she was reborn? She had suffered all the way through trials and tribulations in her previous life to achieve godhood. Was it all an illusory dream? Now this Lin Tianming who doesn't mind the poor and is unfailingly devoted to her is the real one? Chapter 3, So I'm Such a Scum? Here comes another one with a vengeance. If that lingering shadow of the heart demon is really a dream, and there is no rebirth, then wouldn't I be wrong about brother Tianming? No. Impossible. The fact that I've returned from this rebirth with some of the power of the ice god from my previous life means that I have indeed been reborn, and not without any base like in my previous life. Could it be because my rebirth has created a butterfly effect? Lin Tianming's character has also become different from his previous life? At this moment, Yi Qingshue's heart had many questions, and during the time Yi Qingxue was frozen in place, Lin Tianming had already come down from the awakening stage. In front of the incredulous gazes of everyone at the scene, Lin Tianming gave Yi Qingxue a big hug. Qingxue, don't worry. No matter how talented you and I are with our psychic abilities, we are still childhood friends. Brother Tianming, you really won't leave me? If you want to, Qingxue won't delay your great future. Saying this on her lips, as if she didn't mind at all. But Yi Qingxue, after a fierce mental struggle, having been hurt before rebirth, she still felt that Lin Tianming could not be trusted. Maybe because of her rebirth, some things will change because of the butterfly effect. But Lin Tianming's ungrateful, white-eyed wolf character would never change. She had to protect herself in this life, but she couldn't let Lin Tianming, a liar who was good at coaxing ignorant girls, fool her a second time. Lin Tianming, I don't care what you have in mind. I will definitely kill you before you victimize my parents to stop the future. Don't be a hypocrite and plot some dirty tricks. Just be direct. Let's break up in public. Listening to Yi Qingshue's heart, Lin Tianming was also deeply impressed that it was really hard to rip off Yi Qingxue, a woman who had suffered a love injury. However, he believed that with this ability to eavesdrop on his heart, she would soon be perfectly captured by him and die for him. Slowly rating this existence that would surely become a god in the future was also quite an accomplishment. He said righteously, Qingxue, you're my girlfriend, and your parents are even the benefactors who took me in. So would I, Lin Tianming, just abandon you like that? Brother Tianming, thank you. Here, give me a kiss. But no more nonsense. As he spoke, Lin Tianming kissed Yi Qingxue in public as his boyfriend, looking envious at some of the nearby girls who wanted to hug Lin Tianming's thighs. Why could Yi Qingxue, a waste of space, be favored by Lin Tianming, an SSS-class alien genius? That's not fair. Yi Qingxue was so upset by Lin Tianming, but she ostensibly had to suffer in silence in order to maintain the image she should have had if she hadn't been reborn. Surnamed Lin, do you really take me, the goddess of ice, as the ignorant young girl I once was? Let go of me. Now I feel sick just thinking about being hugged by a human scum like you. Disgusting? Then just hold on a little tighter. Lin Tianming was relying on the fact that Yi Qingxue didn't dare to push him away for fear of exposing the secret of being reborn once. He also continued to embrace Yi Qingxue tightly. Who is Lin Tianming? I'm Jian Han, a teacher from the Imperial Capital's Great Imperial Academy. This time I was specially sent to be stationed at your academy. I heard that there was a student with SSS psychic talent named Lin Tianming among you, and I've come here to confirm the situation. If this is true, Lin Tianming will be directly guaranteed a place in my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy for further study. Just then, a female teacher, Jian Han, who claimed to be from the Imperial City's Great Imperial Academy, arrived on the scene. Hearing that this female teacher had approached him and said that she would guarantee him entry into the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, Lin Tianming was overjoyed. Through the original owner's memories, he knew that this Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy was the topmost place to cultivate awakened ones in the entire 9 states. Almost every year, the Imperial Great Empress Academy was sending a large number of high-quality awakened graduates to the 9 states. As long as one entered the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, even the worst mixed awakened could have a good time. Is she? It's really pitiful. Obviously a benefactor who knew Lin Tianming well. The top awakened person who had the most hope of advancing to the divine position in the 9 states back then. But she was assassinated by the rebellious disciple Lin Tianming, who was trained by her own hands. He died at the hands of the demons in the land of calamity. She has to be reminded when she has the chance. She can't be fooled by a hypocritical person like Lin Tianming again. Seeing Jiang Han come to Lin Tianming, Yi Qingshue's heart more or less sympathized with this woman who, like her, had once been pitted by Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when he heard Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words about how he had also pitted this female teacher Jiang Han who wanted to bail him out of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy in the life before she was reborn. What's with another woman he's screwed over? It shouldn't be possible for this woman to have been reborn to seek revenge on him as well, right? No, it's a woman who's been punked by the original owner. He, Lin Tianming, was a traveler from the Blue Planet and had replaced the original owner. He's good people. The tutor in charge of awakening on the stage before saw Jiang Han arrive and also rushed to greet him. Teacher Jiang Han, you finally come. That kid Lin Tianming is over here. The tutor in charge of awakening brought Zhang Han to Lin Tianming's side, and was also attentive to introduce Lin Tianming to Zhang Han. Teacher Zhang Han, this handsome young man, this is Lin Tianming that I sent someone to pass a message to you about. Awakened the SSS-Grade special psychic ability Hand of God. His Hand of God is still only a primary skill. It can copy any attribute elemental psychic ability. I don't need you to say I know. He is the rebellious disciple that I poured out my resources and personally cultivated before I was reborn. This is the heart of Mr. Kong Han. She actually returned from rebirth as well? Lin Tianming heard Zhang Han's heart, and at this moment, he had the urge to pull out the original owner's soul and beat it violently. How many women have you screwed before? Do your best to leave him a mess. Child. First time meeting. You can call me Teacher Zhang Han. Our Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy has never been reluctant to accept talented awakened students. You show me your alien power god's hand on the spot, and if I confirm that it is indeed SSS ranked, I'll guarantee you entry into my Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy. It's been a long time, my good student. I still remember you in your previous life, but you had just awakened the Hand of God, and you were able to perfectly replicate my super bit level lightning forbidden spell, which in retrospect still makes your teacher me incredibly amazed. I had high hopes for you and cultivated you with all my heart, expecting you to surpass me as soon as possible. But I didn't want you to harbor a grudge against me because I didn't want to give you my heart of raging thunder. And you ended up assassinating me at the crucial moment of my promotion to the God of Thunder. You know, I didn't want to give you my heart of thunder because I was worried that you hadn't grown up yet and couldn't manipulate the heart of thunder. If you didn't grab it, I would have given it to you sooner or later. Your betrayal really gives me the chills. Zhang Han's anger-filled questioning heart was continuously heard by Lin Tianming, who was listening to his scalp. It was hard for him to think of a countermeasure on his side to temporarily pacify Yi Qingxue. I didn't expect that before I could fully rip off Yi Qingxue, there was another Zhang Han who had also been victimized by the original owner. The resentment and killing intent in that heartfelt voice was not at all weaker than Yi Qingxue's killing intent towards him. Having to appease two women who had murderous intentions towards him at once, Lin Tianming was under a lot of pressure. Original Lord, you're too much of a scum, aren't you? I hope this Zhang Han is the last woman who has been punked by the original owner. Chapter 4. The gamble is right. The system has automatically bound the range of the Thunder Goddess Zhang Han for the host, and the host can perfectly eavesdrop on the heart of the Thunder Goddess Zhang Han. Zhang Han is the youngest top awakened in Kyushu, possesses SSS-Grade Thunder attribute psychic talent, the closed-door disciple of the Thunder Hall Master, the hand-picked next Thunder Hall Master, and also works part-time as a tutor for the Imperial Capital's Great Emperor Academy. The last life before rebirth took the host this body original host as a student, because did not see the original host is an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. In the trial to promote to God was the most loved student Lin Tianming betrayal sneak attack, although he didn't die on the spot after being sneak attacked, and even advanced to Thor. In the end, he lasted less than a few days in the land of calamity full of demonic creatures, and his life came to a tragic end. Is this what Zhang Han experienced before he was reborn? Before the binding goddess Qi luck system rang out, Lin Xingyun still had a hint of fluke, and now that the system had said so, and he was still able to eavesdrop on Zhang Han's heart, that last hint of fluke had dissipated. I'm so not a person. Ah shucks, it's the original Lin Tianming who has the same name as me who is not a human being. I'm an honest man who crossed over from the blue planet, and I even helped you replace the soul of that original scumbag. So that's a bit of early revenge for you. What are you gawking at, child? Are you too nervous to see me? Don't be nervous, just feel free to show off your SSS-Grade talent. If it's true, I will guarantee you direct entry into my Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy for further study. This brat, did you find out that I was reborn and returned? Why has he been staring blankly? This is a little different from the situation when I met him before I was reborn. Hearing this Imperial teacher Zhang Han's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also realized that he couldn't continue thinking about countermeasures. In order not to make Zhang Han suspicious, he took a deep breath and pretended to look restrained. I'm sorry, teacher Zhang Han, once I heard that you're actually a teacher of the Great Imperial Academy, I got a little too excited for a moment. It's okay, kid, come on, show me your God's hand skill. You can just copy the beginner skill I showed you. As he spoke, teacher Zhang Han demonstrated the 3 lowest ranked Thunder attribute exotic skills for Lin Tianming. Despite demonstrating so, Zhang Han didn't feel that Lin Tianming would copy these 3 low-grade lightning attribute skills that she demonstrated. As a reborn person, she knew everything about Lin Tianming during this period. Even if the average SSS class alien talent is strong, it has to be learned little by little from the initial low-level skills and slowly promoted. But this brat's SSS class alien ability is a little bit not quite the same. Unsurprisingly, this kid is going to make a direct copy without me casting any superlative level lightning forbidden spells as a way to shock my eyes and attract my attention, causing me to not only bail him out of the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy, but also to move against him to take him as a student. What a good calculation. Adversary. I have to say that the talent you awakened is really amazing. Definitely the strongest SSS psychic talent ever. It's just a pity that this time, you teacher, I won't be fooled by you white-eyed wolf again. It wasn't the first time that he had learned from Jiang Han's heart that he would be replicating the super bit level lightning band skill as soon as he came up. Lin Tianming fell into a brief moment of contemplation. I didn't realize that his god's hand had a hidden attribute, that it could replicate super bit level forbidden spell skills. In other words, he who had succeeded in copying the super level forbidden spell was able to fight against a top awakened person without the opponent's defense. He was confused before. Yi Qingxue, who had returned from rebirth, said that he had died early and violently before he could grow up. But Jiang Han, who had also returned from rebirth, was now a top awakened. Weak as he was, even if he had the intention of betrayal, it was absolutely impossible for him to sneak up on Jiang Han and cause him to fall down with serious injuries. Now that it was confirmed from Jiang Han that he could replicate a super bit level forbidden spell, everything made sense. At the critical moment of Jiang Han's promotion to Thunder God, the original owner of this body of his should have copied Jiang Han's superpositional lightning forbidden spell and made a sneak attack while Jiang Han was unprepared before Jiang Han's promotion to Thunder God resulted in serious injuries and finally fell in the land of calamity. Having solved one of the doubts in his heart, Lin Tianming had a new one in his mind. Was he going to copy Kong Han's super bit level lightning band spell in front of her? If he duplicates it, won't he just go through the same plot as the original owner? Following the original owner's trajectory in this way, he was afraid that in the future he would probably die young like the original owner. However, not copying the super bit forbidden spell, a short time can be temporarily confused, but a long time cannot have been. Not using this ability, he will inevitably be found by Jiang Han. At that time, Jiang Han, who had already lost trust in him, was afraid that he would behead him on the spot as a rebel and clean up his family. After deep thought, Lin Tianming still decided to try to replicate Jiang Han's Thunderbolt forbidden spell. But, copying is copying. There has to be some changes. With a bold idea in his mind, Lin Tianming instantly began to utilize his god's hand. As Lin Tianming's mind activated the hand of God, he realized that he could see all of Jiang Han's skills. God's hand is activated. This brat should be checking out my skills as a teacher right now, right? If there are no accidents, he should be copying my purple thunderquake skill. Extremely familiar with the various hidden abilities of Lin Tianming's god's hand, Jiang Han, who had been reborn once, could tell at the first moment that Lin Tianming was checking out all of her skills. If you have been a teacher, my good student, how good. District a heart of angry thunder. So make you heart to poison to me, the benefactor who taught me everything? I am usually so good to you. Hearing Jiang Han's sudden and somewhat painful heartfelt voice, Lin Tianming was also able to feel her disappointment in him, no less than Yi Qingxue. It seemed like it would be a difficult task to rip off this woman and get her to completely drop her murderous intentions towards him. Thinking so for a moment, Lin Tianming roughly swept through all of Jiang Han's skills, finding the purple thunder shocking sky skill that Jiang Han's heart spoke of, and instantly making a copy. Reproduction. Purple thunder shook the sky. As Lin Tianming successfully unleashed the purple thunder shocking sky, as she had experienced before she was reborn, Jiang Han's beautiful eyes stared at the suddenly cloudy sky. This brat, the first time to copy the purple thunder quake sky beyond my expectations, directly splitting to me. At that time I also heart is big. Think he should be the first time to copy unskilled. And now think back carefully. This kid has long been deceived by the master. This time, with the experience of being reborn once, I will not be injured if I have some precautions. However, to Jiang Han's surprise, the center of the rolling thundercloud that suddenly covered the entire Mingxi city was not her, but Lin Tianming himself who was casting the spell. Seeing this scene, the Jiang Han people froze. Shouldn't she be the one struck by this purple thunderquake skill? How can you be reborn once and become chopping Lin Tianming? Thunder rolled as a purple thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck down towards Lin Tianming immediately. Could it be a butterfly effect after being reborn once? That this retrograde disciple will just die here this time? In my previous life, I treated you so well, yet you betrayed me as your mentor and killed me. You deserve to die this time. But why am I getting more and more flustered when I see that purple thunder getting closer and closer to him? Could it be that I still have a trace of affection for this rebellious disciple who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors? In a short period of time, Jiang Han's mind was currently engaged in a heavenly battle. Seeing that the violet thunder was about to fall precisely on Lin Tianming's body, causing him to fly into ashes, Jiang Han, who had just spoken harshly in her heart to tell Lin Tianming to go to hell, instantly exerted her top-level awakened ability, forcibly stopping the violet thunder that was enough to annihilate Lin Tianming. How did I step in to save this treacherous rebel? Successfully saving Lin Tianming, Zhang Han was dumbfounded. Lin Tianming, however, let out a long breath. Looks like he made the right bet. This teacher of his hated him, but her conflicted heart still felt so much for him. Hopefully, this would temporarily dissuade this teacher Zhang Han so that he would have enough time to solve Yi Qingshua's problem alone first before going to the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy to raid this teacher Zhang Han who also wanted to kill him. Chapter 5, You're just being arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll be dead to me again. What's with this negative man Lin Tianming? He should have accidentally struck this future teacher of his the first time he cast the hand of God. Not good. The purple thunder fell. Damn it. Why am I worried that this negative man who once humiliated me in public and killed my parents will die? No. No way. I just want to kill him with my own hands to dissolve my demons. It's too cheap to let him die like this. Yes, that's right. It's impossible for me to still have the slightest bit of affection for him. In her heart, she was so self-guided that she only had hatred and no feelings for Lin Tianming. But Yi Qingshua's heartbeat was constantly accelerating as she saw the purple thunder that descended from the sky getting closer and closer to Lin Tianming. Is this negative man going to die here because of the butterfly effect created by my rebirth? Don. Die. Please. Negative. You can't die here. Although she was a reborn person, Yi Qingxue hadn't grown up yet. She didn't want Lin Tianming to die, and she could only watch the purple thunder that descended from the sky towards Lin Tianming. Seeing that the violet thunder was about to smash down on Lin Tianming's body, Yi Qingxue somewhat couldn't bear to see Lin Tianming go up in smoke and covered her eyes with her jade hand. Rolling hot tears gushed out. Feeling that Lin Tianming was dead, she cried. Lin Tianming, as her greatest heart demon, had died here just like this. Yi Qingxue, who had complicated feelings for Lin Tianming, had to admit at this moment that she did still have that slightest bit of affection for Lin Tianming. However, in the next second, Lin Tianming's voice thanking Zhang Han for her help pulled her back from her sentimentality. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Han, for saving me. If it wasn't for you, Mr. Zhang Han, the first time I copied a skill that wasn't yet skilled, I would probably have been chopped to death. There is no need to thank you. It's because I didn't calculate that your SSS-ranked God's Hand ability is so heaven-defying that you were able to indiscriminately replicate my superlative-level forbidden spell Purple Thunderquake Sky just after awakening, and that it is 100% replica of the power of Purple Thunderquake Sky's superlative forbidden spell without the slightest diminution. Listening to the conversation between Lin Tianming and Zhang Han, Yi Qingxue moved her hands away and looked incredulously at Lin Tianming, who was right in front of her unharmed. How could he not be killed? Was it that Zhang Han who came to Lin Tianming's rescue? Lin Tianming's life-betting move was originally used against Zhang Han. He didn't expect this move to be surprisingly effective. Not only did it make Zhang Han, who hated him with a passion, come to his rescue and create a conflicted mentality, but it also made Yi Qingshue's mind suffer as well. It really kills two birds with one stone. Ignoring Yi Qingsue for the moment, Lin Tianming insisted on thanking Zhang Han for saving his life. Teacher Zhang Han, thanks are a must. I, Lin Tianming, will never forget your saving grace. When I grow up in the future, I will also protect you when Teacher Zhang Han is in need, to repay you for saving my life. How dare this brat say he'll protect me in the future? Humph. You'll be thankful if you don't kill me in the future, because he personally made a move to save Lin Tianming. The heart of Zhang Han, who had originally come to kill Lin Tianming today, was in turmoil. With her mind completely disturbed, she didn't want to stay here for a moment now. Lin Tianming, after my test, your awakened God's Hand ability is indeed SSS-Grade. Congratulations! You have been internalized as a guaranteed student of my Imperial Great Empress Academy this year. Wait until your summer vacation is over, and come directly to the Imperial Great Empress Academy at the beginning of the school year to report to the school. This is my contact information. You remember to add my friend. On the premise of guaranteeing that he would be guaranteed admission into the Imperial Great Imperial School, and also being able to temporarily stop Zhang Han's heart that had wanted to kill him, Lin Tianming was naturally exceptionally happy. Okay, Ms. Ginger Han. After answering in the tone of a good student, Lin Tianming took out his cell phone and added Zhang Han's friend. After adding friends with Lin Tianming to ensure that Lin Tianming wouldn't run away, Zhang Han also continued. Child, I still have to rush back to the Imperial Great Empress Academy as soon as possible to report on your situation to the school leaders. If you need anything during the summer vacation, you can also contact me directly. If there's nothing else that you want to ask me about right now, I'll just go back to the Imperial Great Empress Academy first. Not for now, Mr. Zhang Han. If there is anything I want to ask, I will take the initiative to contact you. Lin Tianming also couldn't wait for Jiang Han to leave earlier. Seeing that Lin Tianming didn't want to ask, Jiang Han, who no longer wanted to stay here, nodded slightly. Then I'll leave first. Remember to come on the day you report for the start of the school year, or else even if you have a guaranteed place, you'll be cancelled from entering the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy for not coming in late. Lin Tianming also nodded. Well, I'll be here on the day I report for school. Ms. Jiang Han, what should be instructed were instructed, and Jiang Han, who was afraid of staying here for a long time and really didn't want to kill Lin Tianming, also hurriedly left the place. With Jiang Han being driven away by his ploy to disrupt his mind by betting on his life, the boulder hanging in Lin Tianming's heart was considered to have fallen for the time being. Turning to look at Yi Qingxue, who still had tear marks on her face, and thinking that she had just cried over the fact that he had almost been chopped to death, Lin Tianming had a change of heart and walked back to her side to hold her in his arms. Qingxue, why are you crying? Yi Qingxue had managed to stabilize her heart, which had been sent rippling by Lin Tianming during his conversation with Jiang Han, and suddenly, when she was hugged by Lin Tianming like this, her heart was a little messed up again. Damn negative man, trying to make me feel good about you again with this tactic that specializes in deceiving ignorant girls. In her heart, while scolding Lin Tianming for being a heartless man, Yi Qingxue denied on the surface. I didn't cry. Specializing in tricking young, naive girls? I see you've been eating this one up, too. Lin Tianming was holding back a laugh in his heart, while on the surface, he continued to hold Yi Qingxue tightly as his boyfriend, still saying no. Qingxue, your eyes are all swollen from crying and your face has turned into a big blossom cat. Just now you cried because I made a mistake in copying teacher Jiang Han's skill and was almost chopped to death by a skill of the level of the super bit forbidden spell. So you're worried about me, aren't you? Who is worried about you? Brother Tianming, don't be like this, there are many people here. Yi Qingxue's face turned red and her heart became even more confused by Lin Tianming's words. Just now, when she felt that Lin Tianming was dead, she had also admitted that although she hated Lin Tianming, she also still had a trace of feelings left for him. Now that Lin Tianming is alive, she denies it and refuses to face the truest version of her. She, who loved and hated Lin Tianming, hated him in her heart at the moment, but she didn't dare to have a fit for fear that Lin Tianming would find out the secret of her rebirth. I am an existence that was once promoted to ice god. You don't want to use this trick to confuse my mind. When I go ahead and find the chance that belongs to me, and start the path of high-speed growth ahead of schedule, I will kill you. What's wrong with that? Qingxue, we're a couple. What's wrong with hugging like this in times of trouble? Who's in trouble with you? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. What's wrong with this heartless man today? Why does he always go out of his way? Could it be that I've been reborn once, and still can't get rid of this demon? Yi Qingxue's heart was hysterical by Lin Tianming's mind *******ing behavior, but on the surface she had to continue to maintain the appearance that she should have when she was still a clueless teenager. Listening to Yi Qingxue's somewhat broken heart, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly, and that's just the appetizer. Yi Qingxue. Lin Tianming believed that with this ability to eavesdrop on his heart to assist him in raiding Yi Qingxue, he would make this haughty schoolgirl girlfriend die to him again. Chapter 6 Such a good lad must not be abducted by an outside woman. I really envy Yi Qingxue. Obviously what she awakened was the lowest level of F-ranked psychic ability, and Lin Tianming, who awakened SSS-ranked psychic ability, is still unfailingly devoted to her. If only I had a boyfriend who was such an absolutely wonderful man, how wonderful it would be. I was expecting Lin Tianming to break up with Yi Qingxue so that I could take advantage of the opportunity to get to the top, but it seems like there's no chance. Alas! I'm also envious of Yi Qingxue, with Lin Tianming as the future heavenly tree to hold the rest of my life to come. Even if my talent is poor, I can be hardened. I'm not one of you parasites who are only upwardly compatible. Before I was reborn I could become a god on my own. Why do I need to rely on others? This time, when I return from rebirth, I will find my chance in advance, repair the soul that was damaged to save this negative man, and I will rise even faster than I did before my rebirth. I'm the one who's going to testify to the divine throne. Unlike you, listening to those passers-by in the neighborhood referred to her as a woman who could only rely on Lin Tianming to keep from being ridiculed. Yi Qingxue, who was the noble ice god before she was reborn, was naturally very unhappy. Lin Tianming heard Yi Qingxue mention the chance many times, and he also had a great deal of heart. That was a chance that could help Yi Qingxue repair her divine soul and ascend all the way to the divine ranks, and if he could get a piece of the pie as well, he might be able to change his fate. However, he wouldn't be a scum like the original owner, who mercilessly discarded Yi Qingxue after using her. Getting benefits from Yi Qingxue, he would naturally give back to this woman. And he took her chance because he didn't want her to come back and kill him when she got it. It was forced on him. If this wasn't stopped, with Yi Qingshue's hatred for the original owner, repairing his divine soul and then obtaining some kind of heaven-defying treasure, he would definitely kill him when he returned. In order to clean up the original owner's mess, he, the traveler, was truly tired. I must find a chance to detach this negative man, who is a bit different from before I was reborn, and go to seek my chance alone. In order to avoid the tragedy of my parents' tragic deaths from happening again, I have to grow up as soon as possible. If I struggle for years to repair my soul like I did before I was reborn, even if I can kill this heartless man, my parents will still die at his hands before I can grow up. Listening to Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words of a heartless man, Lin Tianming knew that he still had quite a way to go if he wanted to reverse the unpleasant image he had in her mind. Yi Qingshue contemplated for a moment. On the surface, she was still the same little girlfriend who was obedient to Lin Tianming. She proposed, "Brother Tianming, I'm a bit tired and want to go home. Since this awakening ceremony is over, then can't we go home? When we get home, we'll leave at night to seek the opportunity, and this negative man will never think of it." Lin Tianming listened to the calculations in Yi Qingshue's mind, and he was also planning to take the trick. He tightened his big hand that was wrapped around Yi Qingshue's waist and said, "Well, let's go home together. We've been living in the academy's dormitory before, and now that we've graduated, it's time for us to go back and see our dad and mom." "Hands. Your hands, Brother Tianming, not in front of so many people. Before I was reborn, I had to go through trials and tribulations to become the goddess of ice. You really think I'm going to be fooled by your words of wisdom when you're hugging me? That's ridiculous. Who else is your mom and dad?" "That's my mom and dad. Don't call us mom and dad." Yi Qingshue was furious in her heart, but not wanting to expose the secret of rebirth, she didn't dare to really push Lin Tianming away. Looking at the way Yi Qingshue hated him in her heart but had to obey him on the surface, Lin Tianming decided to tease this lovely woman. "Qingshue, weren't we always this close before? Why do you look a bit different today?" He suddenly scrutinized Yi Qingshue in an extremely serious and earnest manner. Looking at Yi Qingshue's heart couldn't help but thump. Has he sensed something? I think it's caused by the shock of awakening the F-ranked psychic ability just now, isn't it? "Qingshue, don't worry. I'll protect you." Hearing the reason Lin Tianming had thought of for her, her taut heartstrings couldn't help but loosen. "What am I worrying about? This negative man isn't a born again. How could he possibly think of this layer?" In order to not let Lin Tianming continue to dwell on this issue, Yi Qingshue also said, "Brother Tianming, Qingshue really hasn't misjudged you. Let's go home together." Calling Lin Tianming so affectionately was also causing Yi Qingshue to recall some of her past events before she was reborn. Before she was publicly broken up and humiliated by Lin Tianming, the negative man, she was also as obedient to Lin Tianming as she is now, an extremely considerate and clingy little girlfriend. The only difference is that she was sincere at that time when she was still green. The current her was just pretending to keep Lin Tianming from discovering the secret of her rebirth, reborn back into her teenage body. But her soul has long since lost its ignorance and naivety. Holding feelings for this negative man is harming yourself. Qingshue, you have to be ruthless. Find the opportunity to repair your soul, and rely on the powerful treasures you got in that secret place to kill this heartless man. Having admonished herself like this, Yi Qingshue quickly adjusted her mind that had been disturbed by Lin Tianming. Worthy of being a man who once became a god, this mind recovery speed is really fast. Lin Tianming had to admire that Yi Qingshue's speed in adjusting her mindset was really fast. He didn't move and patted Yi Qingshue's back, continuing to go home with his arm around Yi Qingshue as his boyfriend. On the way back, Yi Qingshue was almost turned over several times by Lin Tianming's furtive behavior, but was fooled by Lin Tianming on the grounds that they were boyfriend and girlfriend and had always been so in love. If she didn't have the memories of being reborn, she would indeed be very willing to be so close to Lin Tianming. Whoever told her that she didn't want Lin Tianming to discover the secret of her rebirth, she could only hold back. "Surname Lin, you're really pissed off. The first thing I'll do when I come back from repairing my soul and getting the chance to get the secret realm is to chop off your unclean and dirty hands first." To cut off his hand? Well, he's going to have to take more advantage of that. Lin Tianming wasn't a master who would be honest after being scared for a while. He also increased the frequency of his interactions with Yi Qingshuo, sincerely teasing this woman to be angry and having fun with it. "See what you can do? You've become a god and returned to life. Even your boyfriend won't let you touch him. Just let me teach your boyfriend what it means to respect others in order to be respected by them." On this next journey, Yi Qingshuo was on the verge of a mental breakdown by Lin Tianming. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't found the great opportunity that belonged to her yet, she really wanted to slap Lin Tianming, who had made a move on her, to death. Under Lin Tianming's mental and physical torture, Yi Qingxue finally made it to the doorstep. Finally, I can get rid of this negative man for a while. He shouldn't mess around with me at my home in front of my parents, right? With this in mind, Yi Qingxue rang the doorbell. Soon, Yi Qingxue's father opened the door. As soon as he saw that it was Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue who had returned, he hurriedly greeted Yi Qingxue's mother at home. Wife, it's Qingxue and Tianming back. Didn't you chant about these two good boys every day before? Come out and take a look. Only a moment later, Yi Qingxue's mother also came to the door. Seeing that it was really Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue who hadn't been seen for a long time, Yi Qingxue's mother was also overjoyed. Qingxue, Tianming, you two have finally returned. We've missed you guys to death. Come on, come inside and sit down. After entering the house, Lin Tianming also said, Dad, Mom, Qingxue and I attended the Academy's awakening ceremony together today, and have successfully graduated, so we'll have a lot of time to spend with you at home next. As soon as she heard Lin Tianming call out to her parents even in front of them, Yi Qingxue's face changed, so much so that she had forgotten and failed to maintain the image of the birdie girlfriend. Lin Tianming, what are you babbling about? These are my parents, not your parents. You have to call uncle and auntie. Who would have thought that Yi Qingxue had just lost control of her emotions when her father stood up to defend Lin Tianming? Qingxue, how do you talk to your boyfriend? Tianming, this child has been adopted by us since he was young. Calling us mom and dad isn't that good. You were too trusting of Lin Tianming, the white-eyed wolf, and were brutally murdered by him in your last life. Seeing her own father speak for Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue was aggrieved in her heart. However, it was her mother's next words that depressed her even more. Tianming, this kid used to call us uncle and aunt all the time. This is the first time he called us both mom and dad like this. Mom, I love to hear this. Qingxue, as Tianming's girlfriend, you have to be a little more ladylike. You can't be so mean to your own boyfriend like you were just now. Be careful of such a good boy being abducted by an outside woman. I'm really pissed off. What did this guy Lin Tianming put in my parents' head? Why do they love this heartless man so much? Chapter 7, The Secret Lost Land. Qingxue, I've been worried sick about you. Abducted on abduction. What's so good about this heartless man? It seems that the plan to kill Lin Tianming, this negative man, has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Tonight, I will go to that secret realm to seek out the opportunity. And when I come back, I will kill him. I'll kill him when I get back. This woman's heart is really poisonous. Is that how you want to murder your own husband? But you want to sneak off to the secret realm to look for a chance? That's impossible. Lin Tianming didn't try to poke at Yi Qingxue's small mind that was resentful because she had been lectured by her parents. He chatted with Yi Qingxue's parents there about some of the things that he and Yi Qingxue had done to participate in the awakening ceremony today, and tried to get along with these two old men as much as possible. The happier Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue's parents chatted, the more depressed Yi Qingxue, who had just been lectured by her own parents, became. That's just the way it is. Dad and Mom. So you can't blame Qingxue for looking a bit grumpy today. Yi Qingxue's father patted Lin Tianming's shoulder and said, It turns out that Qingxue the child was unhappy because of the awakening of the lowest level of F-rank psychic ability. Fortunately, there was a good boy like you, Tianming, who was on the scene at the time to calm him down. You did a good job. A responsible man. Yi Qingxue's mother was also, the more she looked at Lin Tianming, the more satisfied she was with Lin Tianming, who had been adopted by them as a child. Qingxue will rely on you in the future. Tianming, we two old men are too old. Our supernormal ability was abolished due to an accident before giving birth to Qingxue the child. We can only be an ordinary person. Or else we can still rely on our previous relationship to introduce you to a better academy to continue your education. Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Because I'm an SSS rank alien talent, I've already been guaranteed admission into the Imperial Capital Grade Imperial Academy. Qingxue, even though she's an F rank talent, I'm sure that if she works hard, she'll definitely be able to get into a good awakened academy afterward for the National Unified Awakened exam as well. Upon hearing that Lin Tianming had actually been guaranteed admission to the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, Yi Qingxue's parents were stunned. Is the Empyrean Great Emperor Academy? That Empyrean Great Emperor Academy that ranks first amongst the Awakened One academies in the 9 states? That's right. When I return from the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, whoever dares to look down on our family Qingxue and bully her, I will teach those people a lesson for Qingxue. After getting Lin Tianming's affirmation, Yi father revealed a pleased smile. Tianming, you have a heart for this child. The Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy is the #1 awakening academy in the 9 states. To be able to enter the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy, your future graduation will surely be a person who will stand at the top of the pyramid in the 9 states. and this way you can still be unfailingly devoted to our family. Qing Xue, I really didn't misjudge you. Yi mother, on the other hand, looked towards Yi Qingxue who was sulking at the side and reminded her daughter. Qingxue, Tianming is so good to you. You can't play the little woman's temper when you follow him in the future, okay? Girls, you still have to be gentle and considerate in order to keep a man. Got it. Mom, what the hell do I know? This Lin Tianming is a heartless, wide-eyed wolf who's good at disguises. On her lips, she said that she knew, but in her heart, Yi Qingxue was so unconvinced. She had thought that when she returned home, she would be able to get comfortable sitting in the home stretch. Who wanted to return to her own home? Her parents were still on Lin Tianming's side, which instead made her feel even more tormented. I should have known to stay at the academy first. At least when she was in the girls' dormitory, she wouldn't be bored out of her mind by Lin Tianming, a boy. After suffering like this until the middle of the night, Yi Qingxue finally waited for the chance to be alone that she wanted the most. It's time to go. It was 2 years before she was reborn before she found the chance that she could repair her divine soul and promoted her F-rank ice attribute ability to SSS rank. Now that she had the memories of being reborn, she could naturally seek the opportunity to rise 2 years in advance. After a day of Lin Tianming's torture, Yi Qingxue hated to break into pieces the Lin Tianming who had been furtive with her and caused her to be reprimanded by her parents. Tiptoeing out of her room to make sure she wasn't discovered, Yi Qingxue quietly opened the door again and left the house. The lost land. I, Yi Qingxue, am here. However, Yi Qingxue didn't know that she had been followed by Lin Tianming. Only when she arrived at the secret forgotten land she had spoken of and sought out the heaven-defying opportunity, Lin Tianming would show himself. Something that helped Yi Qingxue repair her divine soul. Lin Tianming would definitely not rob it. But as for other chances, that's hard to say. The things in the secret realm were all ownerless, and those who could get them would get them. And he believed that his little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, would understand him. Yi Qingxue quickly traversed through the quiet night streets of Mingxi City, and after spending about half an hour, she arrived at the entrance to the secret lost land. No one would have thought that this tiny Mingxi City would have a secret realm that hides a chance to become a god. If I hadn't found this place unintentionally in my previous life when I was desperate, I'm afraid that it would have been impossible for me to repair my divine soul and restore my SSS-Grade ice attribute psychic talent. Looking at the hidden entrance of the secret lost land, the excited Yi Qingxue directly stepped into it. Lin Tianming followed closely behind, continuing to follow Yi Qingxue at a certain distance. When I first came to the secret realm in my last life because I was unfamiliar with it, I got lost in it in various ways and encountered many crises before I found the opportunity to repair my divine soul. This time, with the memory of rebirth, I will avoid all dangers and go straight to the location of the chance I want. So this secret lost land is actually dangerous? He and Yi Qingxue hadn't encountered any dangers so far, and their journey was unhindered because of Yi Qingxue's memories of rebirth? Lin Tianming had been wondering how he and Lin Qingxue hadn't encountered any danger ever since they entered the secret lost land. With Yi Qingxue's heartfelt explanation, Lin Tianming also came to a realization. Well, thank you very much, Kyosu. When I get my chance to become a god, I will definitely protect you. If Yi Qingxue also had the ability to eavesdrop on the heart, she would definitely be so angry that she would spit out blood if she heard Lin Tianming's heart at this moment. It was a pity that she didn't. Still immersed in the fantasy of being able to repair her divine soul 2 years ahead of schedule, opening up the possibility of going all the way to the throne of the ice god. Finally, this is it. Under Yi Qingxue's leadership, Lin Tianming bypassed all the dangers on the road and arrived safely at the deepest hall of the secret lost land. Rusty giant clock with various mechanical gears, the broken skeleton of a mysterious creature like a dragon's bone, and a sarcoma so deformed it's bizarre and frightening, boiling pools full of filthy black water, and ghastly winds that whistled like the cries of the dead. The sight of everything in decay here gave Lin Tianming, who had come here for the first time, more or less the creeps. Not only was he creeped out, even Yi Qingxue, who had been here before, was more or less unnerved. However, thinking that the various chances for her to repair her divine soul, as well as to become a god were right here in this large hall filled with all sorts of bizarre sights, Yi Qingxue still quickly calmed down and began to search for her chances. After slightly recalling her memories from before she was reborn, Yi Qingxue quickly confirmed what directions the treasures she was looking for were in. The gene magic potion that helped me repair my soul is in the east position of this hall. The ice attributed dawn feather is in a pile of rocks in the southwest corner of the great hall. The thunder attribute thunderlight devil dragon gun is pressed beneath the broken stone pillar in the center of the great hall. The water attributed soul of the deep is next to a broken skeleton that looks like a dragon's bone. And finally the star key that seems to have the power of an infinite number of brilliant stars, hidden in the gears of a rusty giant clock. After repairing the divine soul, and relying on these divine treasures and weapons. The position of the ice god again is just around the corner. Thinking about it, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. However, just at this time, the familiar voice that suddenly rang out in the main hall caused the smile on Yi Qingxue's face to instantly freeze. Kyo-su, are you in here? I wanted to go to your room tonight to look for you, but saw you sneak out. Some worry that you can't think of it, so I followed you all the way here, but running I lost you. If you're in here, say something back. I'm worried about you. You mustn't do anything stupid because of the awakening of the F-class psychic ability. I remember making sure I wasn't followed. Why is this negative man following me? No, absolutely can't let him find out that I'm in here, or else my chances will all change to his. Just as Yi Qingxue looked anxious and searched for a place to hide in the Great Hall, Lin Tianming ran in even faster than she expected and saw her at a glance. As soon as he saw her, Lin Tianming ran towards her with a face full of joy and hugged her. Qingxue, I've finally found you. Just now, when I walked into this secret realm and got lost for half a day, I couldn't see you, so I was worried sick about you. Being discovered by Lin Tianming before he could hide, Yi Qingxue's emotions once again crumbled as they did during the day. It's over. Chapter 8. It's all mine. These chances should have all been mine. Lin Tianming was seizing this node where Yi Qingxue confirmed the location of all the secret treasures, and deliberately showed up to make Yi Qingxue fall into the midst of the chaos. Getting into the act. Once Lin Tianming came out, he looked like he was elated after finding Yi Qingxue and approached Yi Qingxue with quick steps. Even though Yi Qingxue was a bit resistant, Lin Tianming relied on his status as a boyfriend and hugged Yi Qingxue into his arms. Come, Yi Qingxue, now lure this negative man out, or you can keep these chances that should belong to you. After soothing herself so much, Yi Qingxue revealed a guilty look. I'm sorry, brother Tianming, it's because Qingxue was too willful, immersing herself in the loss of her F-rank alien talent and running around blindly at night. Thank you for coming to find me. Let's go home. Trying to lure him out of here at this hour? Late. Lin Tianming was happy in his heart. On the surface, he looked around the place thoughtfully. Qingxue, did we run blindly and mistakenly enter a secret realm? If this is a secret realm, perhaps we can get some treasures here that can help awaken people improve their strength. Secret realm. Brother Tianming, could you be overthinking it? Where would there be any secret realm in a small place like our Mingxi city? Let's just hurry home. This negative man wouldn't be interested in this place and want to take a stroll, would he? Everything in this great hall is mine. I got them in my last life. You can't take them away. As Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qingxue's anxious heart, he too was determined to make his little girlfriend a little more anxious. Slowly letting go of Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming walked towards the chaotic pile of rocks in the southwest corner. Qingxue, don't move here. I'll go take a look. I'll fight against any danger. But he remembered that Yi Qingxue's heartbeat had said that the ice attribute Dawnbreaker feather was in the pile of rocks. As soon as she saw Lin Tianming heading towards the chaotic pile of rocks in the southwest corner of the main hall, Yi Qingxue also quickly followed him. There's a friggin' danger here. Goddamn negative. That's my favorite Dawnbreaker wing to use before I was reborn. You can't take it away. Brother Tianming, I'd better follow you. The gloomy wind here is so scary. Continuing to disguise herself in the posture of a young girlfriend who was still in love with Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue followed Lin Tianming while calculating how to obtain the chance that should have belonged to her. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming suddenly wrapped his big hand around her waist and held her in his arms, which immediately made her heart a little confused. Brother Tianming, why are you suddenly hugging me? Abominable negative man. If you touch me again, I'll cut off your dirty hands when I rise. Lin Tianming held back a laugh in his heart. While on the surface, he said in a righteous manner, didn't you say you were scared? Qingxue, if I put my arm around you like this, you should feel safe, right? How can I feel safe when a negative man like you only makes me sick? In her heart, she hated her teeth, but Yi Qingxue also had to maintain her original image of being a little girlfriend. Thank you brother Tianming for caring about me so much. Coming to the pile of messy rocks, Yi Qingxue began to pray in her heart. Don't ever move the jumble of rocks. Don't ever move it. The more Yi Qingxue worried about something, the more something would happen. Under her gaze, Lin Tianming still moved away from the pile of messy rocks, revealing the divine armament ice attribute Dawnbreaker feather inside. The Dawnbreaker feather was ice blue in color, emitting a slight chill, as well as an unspeakably powerful power of extreme ice. As soon as he saw this Dawnbreaker feather, Lin Tianming knew that it was the same as what Yi Qingxue had said. It was by no means a mortal object. What a powerful ice attribute energy. This place really is a secret realm. Qingxue, I didn't expect you to break into this place by mistake and bring me to such a treasure. With it, I can protect you better. I'll use my psychic ability to establish a connection with this weapon. which was originally called the Dawn Feather. At this moment, Lin Tianming also understood why Yi Qingxue was so confident that she could hack him to death after repairing her divine soul. Because not only was there a treasure here that could allow Yi Qingxue to repair her divine soul to restore her SSS-ranked psychic abilities, and there's this artifact that can kill the enemy over the level. It was fortunate that he had followed him, or else he was afraid that he would have died miserably in his sleep when Yi Qingxue returned after taking all the divine artifacts. Qingxue, before you put down your killing heart to me, let my husband keep these dangerous artifacts for you. Lin Tianming was rejoicing at saving his life, but Yi Qingxue was furious. Who needs you to protect? With the Dawn Feather Wings, which are extremely compatible with my ice attribute ability, I can protect myself on my own. Yi Qingxue angrily denounced Lin Tianming in her heart for being shameless and robbing her of her chance, but she still said on the surface, Brother Tianming, this treasure is ice attribute. I am also ice attribute supernormal ability. Do you think you can give it to me? Lin Tianming pressed Yi Qingxue's shoulders in a serious manner. Qingxue, considering that you're an F-class psychic, you're too weak now. I'll give it to you to use later when you've grown strong enough. Right now it'll be given to me to keep for the time being, and with it in place I'll be able to protect you properly. Won't I? Brother Tianming has a point. Since this thing was discovered by Brother Tianming, then it's better to give it to Brother Tianming, an awakened person with an SSS-class alien talent, for safekeeping. On her lips, she agreed. But Yi Qingxue's heart was dripping blood. My Dawn Feather. I used it the most before I was reborn and relied on it to get through one crisis after another. I didn't expect to be reborn this time and give this negative man a wedding dress. Yi Qingxue's emotions broke down a bit as she thought about it. Yet that wasn't what broke her the most. Next, Lin Tianming began to search this great hall for other treasures that all originally belonged to her. I didn't expect that there would be a lightning attribute lance underneath the broken stone pillar in the center of this great hall. Establish a connection and sense it. It's called the Thunder Light Demon Dragon Gun. What a domineering name. A water-attributed deep-sea soul? How should I use this thing? It's all mine. It was all supposed to be mine. The only thing left in this great hall is the Gene Magic Potion that can help me repair my divine soul, and the star key that contains the power of the stars that hasn't been discovered by this negative man. It must be hidden. Qingxue, let's go to that location directly east again. The great hall is in the due east position? There are Gene Magic Pills there. Damn it. Is even the Gene Magic Pill going to be taken away by him? Without the Gene Magic Pill, how can I repair the Divine Soul Rising? Yi Qingxue was somewhat disoriented by Lin Tianming. She had only become an awakened today, and it was still the weakest F-rank ice attribute ability. She could only cast the Snowflake skill right now, and it was still a snowflake that looked pretty and didn't have any killing power, and only one at a time. And a few more releases and you'll feel the power run out. How was she going to snatch the Gene Magic Pill from Lin Tianming like this? At the thought of this, Yi Qingxue's heart was filled with despair. Lost in thought, she watched as Lin Tianming managed to obtain the Gene Magic Pill that could repair her divine soul, and her eyes suddenly became dull. If other treasures are lost, you can still go to other secret realms to look for heaven-defying chances in the future, but only the unique genetic magic potion for treating the divine soul here is lost. I will always be a waste of F-class alien ability. Why was I reborn once, trying to get the chance that should have belonged to me 2 years ahead of time, but instead became like this? Just as the disoriented Yi Qingxue felt that the road ahead was becoming more and more gray, Lin Tianming's next words were the ones that made her rekindle her hope. There seems to be writing next to this little pill bottle. This ancient writing is something we've learned before in the academy when we were studying theory. Divine Soul Gene Magic Pill. A gene magic pill specializing in enhancing the strength of the divine soul, as well as repairing the divine soul. By the way, Qingxue, didn't you damage your divine soul before to save me? This thing seems to be able to heal your divine soul. Do you want to try it? Chapter 9 The Mysterious Palace Under the Stars of Eternal Night. Enough whispers to drive a man mad. Yi Qingxue seriously wondered if she had heard wrong. Lin Tianming, who she regarded as a negative man, had said that he would give her the divine soul gene magic pill to use. She stared into Lin Tianming's eyes and asked, Brother Tianming, are you sure you want to give it to me to use? You also said just now that it not only repairs the divine soul, but also enhances the strength of the divine soul. Don't you want to use it to enhance the strength of your divine soul? Lin Tianming didn't even think about it and said without hesitation, Qingxue, compared to you, this divine soul gene magic pill is nothing. If you can repair your divine soul, maybe your F-class alien talent can even be enhanced, so it's better for you to use it. Looking towards the divine soul gene magic pill that Lin Tianming had already handed over to her, Yi Qingxue's expression moved a little. Brother Tianming, finally stop calling him a heartbreaker in your heartbeat? Lin Tianming heard Yi Qingxue's heart cry out to him as Brother Tianming. He knew that his decision this time had still touched this young girl who had been wounded by love. Yi Qingxue was silent for a long time before she pursed her lips. "Thank you, Brother Tianming. Then I'll try." After saying her words, Yi Qingxue took the Divine Soul Gene magic pill from Lin Tianming's hands, skillfully opened the cap of the bottle and drank it all in one go. As soon as the Divine Soul Gene magic pill was consumed, it took effect and began to repair Yi Qingxue's damaged Divine Soul. However, due to the overpowering effect of the medicine, Yi Qingxue instantly fell to the ground and rolled over in pain. When Lin Tianming saw this scene, he immediately revealed a worried expression. It wasn't until he heard Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words that this was normal that Lin Tianming wasn't so worried that Yi Qingxue would take the wrong medicine and die here. "Sure enough, it's the same as before I was reborn. The effect of this medicine is really fierce, but as long as it can repair the Divine Soul, it's not a big deal to suffer a little bit." Even though he knew that Yi Qingxue wouldn't be in danger, Lin Tianming couldn't help but frown at the sight of her agonized appearance as she fell to the ground and rolled over. After a moment of slight contemplation, Lin Tianming sat down in place and carried Yi Qingxue, who had fallen to the ground and rolled around in pain, into his arms. Under his gentle soothing hand, Yi Qingxue's pain eased quite a bit. This is really the way that the negative man who will fail me should be like, being taken care of by Lin Tianming in such a meticulous manner. It was impossible for Yi Qingxue, who already held complicated feelings for Lin Tianming, not to be moved. Next, with Lin Tianming accompanying her to help ease her pain, Yi Qingxue felt that the time spent suffering from the effects of the medicine passed much faster than in her last life, when she had successfully absorbed all the medicinal effects of the Divine Soul genetic magic pill. While Yi Qingxue ended her painful ordeal, her damaged Divine Soul was also completely repaired. The Divine Soul has finally been repaired. My F-ranked powers have finally been restored to SSS rank as well. The joy brought about by the Divine Soul restoration was all written on her face. And Yi Qingxue couldn't wait to test her ice attribute ability skill after restoring her SSS rank talent, Thorn of Ice. Although Yi Qingxue had only awakened her powers today, her beginner's SSS-Grade ice attribute skill still possessed a power that far exceeded that of an awakened person of the same grade. However, she had just laid down in Lin Tianming's arms and summoned a bunch of thorns of Xian ice towards the distance, and she regretted it when she remembered that Lin Tianming was also there. Bad. I forgot that Lin Tianming, this negative man, was also there this time. And after repairing his Divine Soul and restoring his SSS rank ice attribute supernatural talent, he got a little carried away. Lin Tianming also said at the right time, "That's fine, Qingxue, you comprehended such a powerful ice attribute skill as soon as you repaired your Divine Soul. You shouldn't be an F-rank talent now, right?" Being asked by Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue, who had ventured out on her own, could only nod her head and say, "Thank you for the Divine Soul Gene magic pill that Brother Tianming sent me. Qingxue is indeed not an F-ranked talent now, so what's the gift now?" Lin Tianming asked this because he wanted to test if Yi Qingxue's attitude towards him would change after this raid. "It's an A-ranked talent, Brother Tianming. It's still not comparable to your SSS rank talent. Although this guy giving me the gene magic potion that came to me does make me a bit touched. But it's better not to tell him that I'm also SSS rank talented in repairing Divine Souls." Listening to Yi Qingxue's surface reply, as well as her inner heart, Lin Tianming was more or less sorry that Yi Qingxue was still wary of him. However, when he thought that in just one day's raid, he was able to progress to this extent, Lin Tianming still felt that the results were very good. He also didn't move and said, "Class A ice attribute abnormal talent. That's pretty impressive too. Qingxue, work hard next, and try to get a good grade in the All Kyushu Awakened 1 exam a few days from now, and get into a better Advanced Awakened 1 academy. Well, I'll work hard and strive for theoretical knowledge plus practical points to be able to take the God's Capital Great Imperial Academy, and then I'll be able to continue to be together with the guaranteed student, Brother Tianming. What am I thinking? Why do I suddenly have a crush on this negative man again? Yi Qingxue, have you forgotten? This guy is the best at flowery words. He screwed you over in his last life with his sweet words. But, Brother Tianming's this life seems to be really different from his last life before he was reborn. If he is still selfish and self-reliant, just now he would have taken the Divine Soul Gene magic pill all by himself for sure." Yi Qingxue was conflicted to the core at the moment, but Lin Tianming got up and walked towards the final star key. "That direction is the star key. Now that my Divine Soul has been repaired and everyone is SSS level talented, the final treasure in this hall cannot fall into Lin Tianming's hands again, or it will be too unfavorable for me. How about?" Just as Yi Qingxue hesitated to take a shot at Lin Tianming was greeting her. "There seems to be something glowing on the gears of this giant clock. Qingxue, come along and take a look." "Oh, here it comes, Brother Tianming." Being called to her by Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue was more or less a little weak and hurriedly followed Lin Tianming. A key? This key is so exquisite. It's like a star key. Let me sense it carefully. Lin Tianming pretended that he didn't understand that this was the star key through Yi Qingxue's heartfelt voice as he quickly picked up the star key and studied it. I sensed it. This thing is called the star key, and it contains the power of the stars. Another great treasure. Qingxue, you're truly my lucky star. Finding so many treasures today after blundering into this place with you. It was fine if Lin Tianming didn't speak, but when he did, it made Yi Qingxue's heart angry. They should have belonged to her in the first place. If she hadn't relied on the memories of the reborn to bring Lin Tianming here, Lin Tianming wouldn't have gotten anything. When she thought that apart from the gene magic pills, all the other treasures in the hall had fallen into Lin Tianming's hands, Yi Qingxue's heart was depressed. Yi Qingxue had thought about grabbing it, but after thinking about it she gave up. I'm going to fall into the hands of this negative man today. Ha! This light. Lin Tianming actually triggered a star key vision that I hadn't even triggered before. With a heart filled with resentment, Yi Qingxue, who had resigned herself to the fate of the world, was shocked to find that the star key erupted into a dazzling light in Lin Tianming's hands. This was a vision she had never had before when she obtained the star key before she was reborn. The dazzling light coalesced into starlight, while the star key in Lin Tianming's hand flew into midair, outlining a mirror of the starry sky that was like a radiant river of stars. The mirror of the starry sky gradually rippled like a lake, on which a fantastic star palace located in the starry sky of eternal night was gradually revealed. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful! This same starlight palace in the starry sky is too beautiful. Beautiful indeed." Lin Tianming nodded non-committally. He was also attracted by the image reflected in the mirror of the starry sky outlined by the star key. The perspective of that beautiful palace located in the eternal night starry sky began to draw infinitely closer and deeper, and Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue were able to see more scenes from the palace. Soon, the image of the mirror of stars came to the deepest part of the palace. In the deepest part of this palace sleeps a beautiful angel surrounded by the light of the stars. As soon as she saw this beautiful angel, Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. How could there be someone so beautiful and holy in this world? She looks like an angel that only exists in myths and legends. Lin Tianming also carefully surveyed this angelic-looking mysterious existence. She wore a white military cap, had a flawless angelic face, and white angelic feathers wrapped around her body as she sat on her throne, sleeping peacefully. The huge starlight key hovered behind this beautiful angel, emitting endless star power. Yi Qingxue quickly discovered something. That key behind her seems to be very similar to the star key you got, brother Tianming. The only difference is that her key is bigger than her person, while the one you got is only the size of a normal key. After Yi Qingxue's reminder, Lin Tianming also noticed this. Just as he was pondering what relationship the star key he had obtained had with the angel in the image of the mirror of the stars, the angel slumbering on the throne suddenly opened its long, narrow, beautiful eyes and cast a gaze towards him and Yi Qingxue. Red lips parted, and the beautiful angel spoke. I see you. Lin Tianming, who heard clearly what the beautiful angel was saying, was fine. However, Yi Qingxue was the one whose eyes shed tears of blood along with the words spoken by the beautiful angel far away in another mysterious space. What is she saying? Why can't I understand it at all? Damn it. This whisper seems to contain some kind of bizarre power that can break my spirit. So painful. Although that beautiful angel just said an extremely short sentence, in Yi Qingxue's opinion, those words were like a magic voice that constantly echoed in her mind. Soon, Yi Qingxue's heart grew inexplicably fearful under the constantly echoing whispers, and her mind gradually collapsed. If this continued, Yi Qingxue would inevitably lose her mind and die of deep insanity. Through Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was also able to understand the crisis she was currently facing. But Lin Tianming had his share of confusion. Why could he hear the mysterious angel's whispers while Yi Qingxue couldn't? Yi Qingxue had ascended to the throne of the ice god before she was reborn. How could she be driven crazy by a sentence that didn't sound like anything to him? With many questions in his heart that he could not find answers to for the time being, in order to prevent Yi Qingxue from being truly tortured to death by the mysterious angel's whispers, Lin Tianming's eyes sank, and he instantly swung his fist to shatter the starry mirror that the star key had manifested. The mysterious angel that had awakened from its slumber was also staring intently at Lin Tianming, and before disappearing with the shattered mirror of stars, it left Lin Tianming with one last message. Sooner or later I will come for you, banish you back to your world. As the mysterious angel's words fell, the mirror of the starry sky completely shattered and dissipated. The bizarre whispers that lingered in Yi Qingxue's mind, enough to make her lose her mind, also dissipated, but she also fainted on the spot from the weakness of resisting the whispers' erosion of her mind just now. Chapter 10 Rating Yi Qingxue. Trust brother Tianming one more time. A punch shattered the mirror of the starry sky manifested by the star key, disintegrating the whispers of the beautiful angel that resided in the palace of the eternal night and stars. And Lin Tianming was patiently waiting by Yi Qingshue's side, waiting for her to awaken. During the period of waiting for Yi Qingxue to awaken, Lin Tianming's mind also flashed through the image of the beautiful angel with the palace she lived in that he had just spied from the starry sky mirror. What the hell is that angel-like guy? Why was he able to understand what the other person was saying when it was clearly not a human language? Could it be the language of the gods? If it was the language of the gods, why couldn't Yi Qingxue, who had once been honored as the ice god, understand it? Through the ability to eavesdrop on his heart, Lin Tianming understood that the angel's words had caused great damage to Yi Qingshue's spirit. If he hadn't broken the mirror of the stars in time, Yi Qingxue would probably have lost her mind in her madness, and even seriously endangered her life. For Yi Qingxue, that angel's whisper possessed the ability to drive her deep into madness and tear apart her sanity. Although he didn't know why nothing had happened to him, Lin Tianming made a note of this encounter with that mysterious angel, writing down its special abilities. The guy had said that she was coming for him in the future, so he couldn't afford to be without a little defense. Well, Yi Qingshue's murmur of impending awakening rang in his ears. Lin Tianming temporarily put away his pondering mind and lowered his head to look at Yi Qingshue's pretty face with tightly locked eyebrows. Soon, Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Lin Tianming also spoke up in time. Qingxue, you've finally woken up. Just now you were tortured by the angel's whispers in agony, but it scared me to death. Under Lin Tianming's reminder, Yi Qingxue also quickly sorted out her memories from before her coma. Did you save me? This was a rare opportunity to earn Yi Qingshue's favor, so naturally Lin Tianming wouldn't deny it. Well, I shattered the vision of the mirror of the stars that the star key had manifested, and the angel in that mirror disappeared. Thank you, brother Tianming. Although Yi Qingxue had just been tortured by the angel's whispers, her blurred consciousness and vision did notice that someone had broken the mirror. Once the mirror shattered, the whispers disappeared and her tortured spirit was relieved. The only person at the scene besides her was Lin Tianming, so Yi Qingxue also believed that Lin Tianming hadn't lied to her. Only the thought that it was Lin Tianming who had saved her made her feelings a little complicated. Brother Tianming first gave me the gene magic potion to help me repair my divine soul and restore my SSS class alien talent, and then saved me when I was about to be tortured by the whispers and lose my mind, which was completely different from him in his previous life. Could it really be the same as my previous guess? That the butterfly effect brought about by my rebirth has changed Tianming's brother's character? The one who killed my parents was my brother Tianming before I was reborn, and now that I'm reborn, my parents aren't dead in this life, and I wasn't publicly humiliated by my brother Tianming breaking up. If he is really different from him in the last life and has benign qualities, why should I kill him who has been unfailingly devoted to me in this life and saved me from the fire because of the experience of the last life? Yi Qingxue was thinking about how to face Lin Tianming's heart, and all of it was heard by Lin Tianming as well. Being able to dissolve Yi Qingshue's hatred and killing intent towards him was naturally what Lin Tianming wanted to see the most on this day's Raiders. If he could really rip off Yi Qingsue today and get her to let go of her obsession with killing him, this first credit must go to the angel that lived in the eternal night starry sky just now. Thanks to the life and death crisis created by that angel, he and Yi Qingsue were in trouble, which allowed him to speed up and raid Yi Qingsue so quickly. Trust brother Tianming one more time. He's worthy of my trust in this life as he's not abandoning me in such a critical moment. Yi Qingsue, whose mind was at war with heaven and earth, finally made the decision that Lin Tianming wanted to see the most. The corners of Lin Tianming's mouth also couldn't help but rise up in a joyful arc. Finally, I don't have to worry about falling asleep in the middle of the night and being murdered by my own schoolgirl girlfriend. Next, it was left to that teacher Jiang Han, who was from the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. As long as he waited for the new semester to start, he would be able to rest on his laurels after he raided that imperial teacher Jiang Han as well. Just as his heart was relieved, Lin Tianming was startled again by the heartfelt voice of his schoolgirl girlfriend in his arms. But if brother Tianming has the slightest hint of the same bad behavior as in his previous life in the future, I definitely won't hesitate to kill him either. Brother Tianming, I hope you're really different from what you were in your previous life. Don't let me down again. Thinking about Lin Tianming's thoughts for the time being up to here, Yi Qingsue thought about the angel that almost made her go deep into madness just now, and she couldn't help but look at the star key in Lin Tianming's hand. Brother Tianming, can I see the star key? Lin Tianming sniffed and also handed the star key to Yi Qingshue's hand. Of course, this star key contains infinite star power, and before I was reborn, it also helped me through many crises, but it never triggered the vision just now. Why did it fall into the hands of Tianming's brother, but was able to trigger that bizarre vision? Is that angel who also has a giganticized star key behind his back, the true owner of the star key, which requires the right person and the right timing to trigger it? Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words were exactly what Lin Tianming was confused about at the moment. He was also listening to her heart attentively, trying to learn more messages related to angels through Yi Qingxue. It was a pity that Yi Qingxue had thought about it for half a day, but did not come up with an accurate result. Brother Tianming, you put it away properly, but remember, next time if it triggers the starry sky mirror vision again, you must break the starry sky mirror at the first time, and never talk to that mysterious angel at the other end of the starry sky mirror. I seriously doubt that Angel is the real owner of this star key. We took her star key. She more than likely wants to take it back. Lin Tianming heard this and mused. Why Don? We not want this star key? We've gotten other nice treasures in this secret realm this time anyway. It must be. The power of this star key is very strong. It's very useful as a base card for you to defend yourself. Brother Tianming, you and I have already been discovered by that angel, and it won't help if you throw it away now. She'll more than likely still be able to find us, and all we can do right now is to raise our strength as soon as possible before she finds us. The power of this star key is the strongest amongst the divine level treasures that I got today. If it wasn't different from my ice attribute psychic attribute, I would have definitely used it a lot before I was reborn. Instead of using it as a final life preserving card, it would be a waste to throw it away. As long as I can become an ice god again before that angel comes looking for me, I'm still not afraid of the other side. Listening to Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words of confidence in her future reappearance as the ice god, Lin Tianming also decided to adopt Yi Qingshue's suggestion. As the saying goes, wealth and riches, great opportunities are often accompanied by great evil. If you don't want anything because you are worried that you will be liquidated in the future, then what kind of awakened one are you? This star key, he, Lin Tianming, wanted it. Chapter 11, The Three Great Ascended Divine Kingdoms That Disappeared in History. Brother Tianming, let's leave this secret realm and go back now? The treasures that should belong to me in this secret realm have all been obtained by Brother Tianming, so there is no need to stay here. Although Yi Qingshue's heart had said that there shouldn't be any other valuable treasures here, Lin Tianming, who hadn't finished strolling around yet, still planned to take another look. Qingxue, I haven't finished strolling through this great hall yet. I'll see what's good. Brother Tianming is also really. I am a reborn person. What is here? Come once I still do not know? I've said I'm leaving, so there must be no treasures left. Shattering a sentence in her heart, Yi Qingxue, who was still a bit weak at the moment, could only follow him with Lin Tianming's support. What is the purpose of this pool of gushing boiling black water? After strolling around the great hall, Lin Tianming came to the boiling black pool. Noticing that Lin Tianming was going to explore the pool of boiling black water, Yi Qingshue's face changed. Brother Tianming, don't touch that pool. Why? This? I don't know why. I just have a bad feeling. Don't touch it. This pool is very weird. I was born again before I once touched. This is the damaged soul almost because of staining this pool full of filthy water ashes. If not, I was in time to serve the soul gene magic medicine. I'm dead. The secret of rebirth must never be revealed. I hope Brother Tianming believes me and never touches it. The soul gene pill has already been taken by me. Touching this pool now will surely lead to death. Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words and still decided not to rashly touch this black pool of water that could make a person's soul go up in smoke. He circled around the pool of black water again, and soon he noticed what appeared to be a stone tablet in the boiling black pool. If you didn't look closely, it would be easy to ignore because the boiling black water obscured it. Lin Tianming was curious about what was written on that stone tablet, and he also protected Yi Qingshuo away from it first, and then unleashed his god's hand to replicate Yi Qingshue's ice attribute ability skill, Thorn of Ice. A Xian ice spike condensed with Lin Tianming's execution and smashed towards the pool of boiling black water. Yi Qingshuo was shocked when she saw this scene. Brother Tianming, are you crazy? Being splashed by that black water. You and I will both die. Polar ice shield. Lin Tianming didn't reply. He was again checking Yi Qingshue's SSS ice attribute ability through his god's hand and cast the extreme ice shield that she hadn't cast before. With the extreme ice shield protecting their bodies, both he and Yi Qingshuo were safe and sound. Brother Tianming's god's hand is able to copy two skills at such a low level? Yi Qingshue's beautiful eyes slowly enlarged as she saw Lin Tianming replicate the extreme ice shield that she hadn't performed before. Her eyes filled with incredulity. Because I broke up with him early before I was reborn, I still know too little about exactly what abilities Brother Tianming's hand of God has. What is Brother Tianming trying to do by suddenly copying my skills to attack that black pool of water that can corrode divine souls? Under Yi Qingshue's confused gaze, the stone monument hidden in the black pool of water was smashed out by the thorn of Xian ice. As soon as the stone tablet came out, Lin Tianming stopped executing Yi Qingshue's Xian ice thrust. However, he did not put away the extreme ice shield as he brought Yi Qingshuo under the protection of the extreme ice shield and slowly approached the stone monument that had been smashed out by the ice spikes. The stone monument exuded an extremely ancient aura, full of cracks and inscribed with equally ancient characters. These ancient scripts were all recognized by Lin Tianming and Yi Qingshui, who had studied a wealth of theoretical knowledge. However, because the tablet was too old, a number of chunks were broken in the center, and it was extremely incoherent to read it in its entirety. Yi Qingshui also read word for word, "Today, I am missing a piece here with the star key angel of the Jin God country and the read here of the mechanical God country. Brother Tianming, don't worry about the lack of it, just keep going down the list to get the general idea." Hearing Lin Tianming's words, Yi Qingshui also skipped over the mutilated parts and continued to read on. "He is too strong. We joined hands and still lost miserably in his hands and were irreparably injured and broken." Reading on and on to the part of the missing stone tablet text, Yi Qingshui was more or less unhappy, but she continued to read on. "I have also heavily wounded him and forcibly left behind his divine warrior star key. Time is running out. Can't return. The spiritual ascension pool of this spiritual energy divine kingdom has a destiny." After reading the mutilated inscription, Yi Qingshui frowned and said, "Brother Tianming, the more this stone tablet's inscription is missing at the back. It reads intermittently and doesn't string together at all." Lin Tianming mused. "But even so, we know at least one thing. The star key in our hands should be that of the star key angel recorded in this tablet. And we also learned about the Jin God Kingdom, the mechanical God Kingdom, and the spiritual energy God Kingdom, which we had never heard of before. Where are the genetic God's Kingdom, the mechanical God's Kingdom, and the spiritual energy God's Kingdom? I became a god before I was reborn, and I've never heard of these three places. If not this time Tianming brother unintentionally found this black pool of hidden stone tablets, I this time also unable to understand these hidden secrets. Although this inscription is mutilated, it also proves one thing, and that is that this lost land mystery realm was most likely formed because of the battle between the three people of the divine kingdom. From the description of the stone tablet that star key angel of the genetic divine kingdom is the strongest of the three. 1 against 2. No wonder the power of the star key is the strongest among the treasures here." Yi Qingshui pondered for a while. She said, "Brother Tianming, the secret realm here should have been formed by the great battle between the people of these divine kingdoms. We've obtained all the treasures now. Let's go straight back." Lin Tianming thought back carefully to the fated person mentioned on the tablet, and his gaze locked onto the black pool of water. The tablet just now has mentioned that this pool is the spiritual energy ascension pool of the spiritual energy divine kingdom. This thing may not be as dangerous as you think, but a chance, perhaps. As soon as she heard Lin Tianming's words, Yi Qingshui was instantly anxious. "Maybe what? You don't want to say that this black pool of water is a chance for you when you want to go down and take a dip, right? Brother Tianming, don't mess around. I really have a bad feeling about this. Why don't you believe me? I tried it before I was reborn, and without the divine soul genetic magic pill as an antidote, I was almost ground out of my divine soul on the spot. Ascension? I'm afraid I'll go straight to Elysium." In this life it was not easy to meet Lin Tianming who would not fail her because of the butterfly effect. Yi Qingshui naturally did not want Lin Tianming to lose his little life here. In the face of Yi Qingshui's kind words, Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed and he still decided to take a gamble. "Qingshui, you stay here. I'll go down and take a look." As the words fell, Lin Tianming didn't wait for Yi Qingshui to stop him and leapt down towards the boiling pool of black water. Puff! Once Lin Tianming entered the water, his body didn't show any signs of being scorched by the boiling black water. Doesn't seem like a big deal. Just at the moment Lin Tianming had just let up, it was as if his soul was being eroded and burned by some bizarre power, giving him the feeling that his soul was going to fly away on the spot. At this moment, he was also understanding why Yi Qingshui said that this boiling black water had the ability to make one's soul go up in smoke. Chapter 12, Blessed by a Fortune. Devouring spiritual energy to soar the remnants of the gods. "Brother Tianming, come back, don't jump down." The first moment Yi Qingshui saw Lin Tianming jumping down, she opened her mouth to stop Lin Tianming. However, she was still a step too slow, and Lin Tianming went straight into the water. "Come up here, Brother Tianming, quickly. This black water will break your soul." Yi Qingshui was now genuinely worried that something had happened to Lin Tianming. So much so that she had forgotten that she couldn't tell Lin Tianming that this black water was something that would corrode the soul and cause one's divine soul to go up in smoke. If she exposed it and Lin Tianming insisted on pursuing it, she wouldn't be able to explain the secret of being reborn once to Lin Tianming at all. But she couldn't care less now. However, as soon as she finished her words calling for Lin Tianming to come up, Lin Tianming's body went up in smoke in an instant under the corrosion of the boiling black water. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingshui's entire body collapsed in place. Dead. Dead. At the same time, the soul of Lin Tianming, whose body was annihilated, entered a strange space. Here, Almost every corner was filled with a soul aura that was extremely compatible with his soul. Being in the middle of it, Lin Tianming had a pleasurable feeling of being nourished by the soul power that filled the place. His soul was extremely sublimated in the continuous nourishment, and Lin Tianming felt as if his soul was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis towards a higher level of advancement. As his mind flashed through the fated person mentioned in that inscription, Lin Tianming also revealed a joyful expression. Looks like I gambled right. This spiritual energy ascension pool should be a chance left behind by that person from the spiritual energy divine kingdom who has fallen. His soul instantly sat in place and began to absorb the soul energy that was abundant here. After not much longer, Lin Tianming's soul managed to complete its metamorphosis, becoming even tougher than before. Moreover, he had also comprehended a spiritual ascension skill that only people of the spiritual energy god kingdom who had received the baptism of the spiritual ascension pool would know. Spiritual sparks. Lin Tianming slowly opened his eyes and couldn't wait to cast the spiritual body spark skill. In the next moment, his soul ignited a spiritual spark that took soul power to form. This spiritual body spark can make direct attacks on other spirits and souls, even though it's only just awakened as a spark, and the fragile souls of ordinary awakened people will be burned by it. After testing the power of this spirit body spark and obtaining a new skill with an active attack, Lin Tianming was still very happy. His god's hand was pretty unbelievable though, having just awakened at the highest level to be able to replicate the skills of an awakened person at the level of the superbit forbidden spell. However, he still lacked skills that could be cast without having to copy, and now with this spiritual spark, he was equal to having an additional divine skill that struck right into his opponent's soul and caught them off guard. Soul advancement to a whole new level, and learning new skills that only people of the spiritual energy god kingdom would know. The joy gradually subsided. Lin Tianming began to have a bit of a headache about how he was going to get out of here. Just then, this space suddenly resounded with a voice that shook his soul. 10,000 years. This remnant of my spirit body has meticulously lived here for 10,000 years by relying on my weak spiritual energy, and I've finally waited for a person of destiny. Kid, this soul of yours smells truly tantalizing. Obviously, you have only just been promoted to the spirit form of our lowest ranked spirit ascender through the spirit ascension pool I left behind. Yet the spirit energy contained within this spirit of yours is so dense. TSK. The more I look at you, the more I crave for it. Hearing this sudden sound, Lin Tianming immediately looked around vigilantly. The language the voice spoke was exactly the same as the one he had just heard from the mouth of the Star Key Angel, and not their current human language, but he, Lin Tianming, could still understand. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not discover the person who spoke. However, Lin Tianming still guessed the identity of the person who had spoken. You're that person from the spirit energy divine kingdom who once fell in a great battle here? Not bad. Your brain is turning quite fast. Young man, I like to savor the souls of smart people like you. TSK. As he spoke, the mysterious existence that echoed through this space began to smack his lips again, as if he had seen prey that made his eyes water. Lin Tianming had more or less guessed what the other party wanted to do through the tone of their speech. He asked with a dramatic increase in pressure. What do you mean? What do I mean? Of course it's to enjoy your spirit body filled with delicious spiritual energy. After waiting for 10,000 years, it's hard to wait for a fated person. I'll rely on you to get out of the trap. The echoing voice suddenly laughed recklessly, its words revealing disdain for Lin Tianming. A tiny ant. Come, be a part of my spiritual revival. Mortal, help me revive, and you will live forever as I do. Finally revealing its fangs. That mysterious existence also condensed its magnificent spirit body, true body, and then it swept towards Lin Tianming at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Lin Tianming also understood that this so-called chance was actually a trap left behind by this fallen person of the spiritual energy divine kingdom in order to be resurrected. Facing the extremely fast speed of the other party, Lin Tianming's soul trapped here was unable to dodge in time and was directly invaded by the mysterious being's soul. The spiritual energy within your spirit body is far denser than it appears from the outside. Ha, what a superb spirit body. It's not in vain that I spent the spiritual energy ascension pool left behind by my residual soul to attract you in. You have become a spirit body, and without a physical body you are my perfect prey. Go with confidence. After devouring such rich spiritual energy within you, I will successfully revive. At that time, I will kill my way up to the genetic divine kingdom and tear that weedy bird, the Star Key Angel, apart. Not taking Lin Tianming's resistance to heart at all, as a powerful god who had already reached the end of the path of spiritual ascension, he felt that it was as easy as pie for him to devour Lin Tianming's soul. Even if the other party was a god, Lin Tianming would not just sit back and wait for death. It's not that easy to devour me. Lin Tianming refused to give up on this fight. Only a moment to his surprise happened. His soul, which was devoid of substance, unexpectedly began to gradually solidify, showing signs of regathering a physical body. Lin Tianming remembered that mysterious being saying that it was him without a physical body that would fall prey to the other side. And what if he regains his physical body? Thinking of this, Lin Tianming's eyes stared as he regathered his physical body with his intent. Although this sounded mysterious, right now Lin Tianming could only beat a dead horse. However, it was this metaphysical and mysterious matter that actually began to accelerate the coalescence of entities along with Lin Tianming's strong desire to restore his physical body. And as Lin Tianming's disembodied soul gradually condensed into a solid entity, the mysterious existence that had invaded his soul began to gradually be assimilated into his soul a little bit at a time. If this continued, the mysterious existence that originally wanted to devour Lin Tianming's soul would in turn be devoured by Lin Tianming's only remaining remnant of his soul. How is this possible? Your body has been destroyed by the spiritual energy ascension pool that I've tampered with. How can you possibly regroup? Nothing is impossible. Lin Tianming's incomparably firm intention could not be shaken at all. The mysterious existence that had been arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago gradually panicked as he felt his remnant soul being devoured by Lin Tianming little by little. Even I, who have already become a god, can't do it with just a strong intention to obtain what I want. Is this the highest state of mind in the path of spiritual ascension? The heart prevails over things, and spiritual ascension takes place? How can you, a spiritual ascender who has only just awakened, reach the supreme soul state of mind over matter? No. The remnant soul that I've meticulously worked for 10,000 years to revive. Can't be just like this. Can't be. I haven't yet sought revenge on that damn star key angel, proving that the path of my spiritual energy ascension is the three great ascension paths, the only way to the supreme. I am not willing. Chapter 13, Mingxi City Awakened Scholar. Yi Qingxue was admitted into the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. Yi Qingxue was paralyzed by the spiritual energy ascension pool in a state of disorientation, deeply blaming herself for Lin Tianming jumping into the pool and flying to dust. If I had been able to pull Brother Tianming back then, he wouldn't have died here like this. Ooh, Brother Tianming, you died so tragically. It's all my fault that in order to keep the secret of rebirth, I didn't tell you that this spiritual energy ascension pool is capable of devouring souls. It's all my fault. Yi Qingxue was very sad at the moment. It was hard to meet Lin Tianming, who was unfailingly devoted to her this rebirth, but she lost him so quickly. Brother Tianming, if you can come back alive, I swear that I will never try to kill you again because of what I experienced in my last life. I just want you in this life to come alive to accompany me home. Yi Qingxue cried more and more fiercely. Her sobbing appearance looked pitiful. Oh, I still know a lot of secret opportunities. If you can live, I let you all. Tianming brother, please, don't scare me. Although she said so on her lips that she hoped Lin Tianming would come back to life, Yi Qingxue knew very well in her heart that her Tianming brother was already dead. In her last life, if she hadn't relied on the Divine Soul genetic magic pill, she who touched the black water would definitely have also died with her soul and body disintegrating. In this life, she used the Divine Soul gene magic pill to repair the Divine Soul, and Lin Tianming touched it without an antidote to be sure to die. However, she didn't realize that Lin Tianming wasn't actually dead. Moreover, Lin Tianming had just finished devouring the remnants of the mysterious existence that had left behind the spiritual energy ascension pool and had already returned to reality. As soon as he came out in his spirit form, he saw Yi Qingxue crying for him there. Lin Tianming's eyes were a bit odd. He had just died 9 deaths in another space and was almost devoured by the mysterious existence. But fortunately, his will was strong enough to miraculously regather his physical body and he managed to survive. This frightening experience had originally quite upset him, but now after hearing Yi Qingxue's wailing voice, he felt as if he should be thankful to the remnants of the mysterious existence that had almost killed him just now. If it wasn't for the crisis created by the trap set by the mysterious existence of the spirit energy divine kingdom, Yi Qingxue wouldn't have torn her heart out over his death. The crisis created by the star key angel of the genetic divine kingdom helped him gain Yi Qingxue's trust, and the crisis created by the mysterious being of the spiritual energy divine kingdom caused Yi Qingxue to pour her heart out to him. With this set of processes underway, I'm afraid that in the future, Yi Qingxue shouldn't even have the thought of trying to kill him for revenge anymore. After staring at Yi Qingxue's crying face for a while, Lin Tianming decided to show up and comb her down for his death. Condensation. Through the crisis just now, devouring the remnants of the mysterious existence's soul, Lin Tianming's soul became stronger while he learned a new skill. Spiritual energy transformation. Spiritual energy transformation allowed Lin Tianming to freely transform between his solid physical body and his spiritual body. After abandoning their physical bodies, spiritual ascended beings of the spiritual energy divine kingdom would continue to exist in the form of a spiritual body, never to be able to retrieve their physical bodies again. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, was able to freely transform between a solid physical body and a vaporized spirit body without any side effects. If this matter was known to the ascended masters of the spirit energy divine kingdom, they would definitely be incredulous as well. With a thought, Lin Tianming managed to coalesce from a spiritual body into a physical entity. Feeling the sensation of regaining his physical body, Lin Tianming walked over to the sobbing Yi Qing-shui, squatted down, and took the heartbroken woman into his arms. Qing-shui, I'm back. The simple sentence "I'm back" made Yi Qing-shui's body tremble. Tianming brother? It's me, Kyo-su. Lin Tianming gently stroked Yi Qing-shui's hair before wiping the tear stains on her face from crying. Just now you're not. Leaning in Lin Tianming's arms, Yi Qing-shui raised her head and looked up at Lin Tianming with a dull gaze. She wanted to say that she had seen Lin Tianming's body collapse and his soul annihilate with her own eyes, but she was afraid that after saying this, the Lin Tianming who had hardly appeared in front of her would disappear again. Lin Tianming also understood that his not being dead was incomprehensible to Yi Qing-shui, so he explained. Qing-shui, you're trying to say that you saw me being engulfed by the black water and my soul flying away in an instant, right? Actually, that wasn't as dangerous as you think, and I even gained a whole new ability through the black water of the spirit energy soaring pool. In order to make Yi Qing-shui believe that he really wasn't dead and had gained a brand new ability, he was also displaying his body in front of her where he could freely transform his form. Only his solidified physical body transformed into a spirit body in a moment, instantly scaring Yi Qing-shui. Brother Tianming, your body? You're turning into an undead soul? Lin Tianming shook his head and patiently explained. After receiving the baptism of the spiritual energy ascension pool, I gained the ability to freely transform between a solid physical body and a soul state spirit body. As he spoke, Lin Tianming's vaporized spirit body was coalescing back into a solid body. Switching back and forth like this a few times, Lin Tianming was able to get Yi Qing-shui to gradually accept the fact that he wasn't dead, but had gained new abilities. It's good that you're not dead. Brother Tianming, let's go home. I'm afraid that if I continue to stay here, more things that scare me will happen. I don't want to lose you again. Yi Qing-shui's true feelings were revealed. She was now really letting go of the tragic experience of being pitted by Lin Tianming in her previous life, and was planning to start all over again with Lin Tianming in this life. Through Yi Qing-shui's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was also aware that she was truly frightened for him this time. It was so hard to rage Yi Qing-shui and make her give up her murderous thoughts towards him, and she was still dead to him. So naturally Lin Tianming didn't want her to continue to be so frightened. After getting so many chances here, Lin Tianming also nodded. Well, Qing-shui, let's go home. The leisure time of summer vacation always flies by, and it's the start of another school year. Lin Tianming, who had bailed out of the Great Imperial Academy in advance, also arrived at the north gate of the Great Imperial Academy today. Brother Tianming, let's go inside and report for duty. Yi Qing-shui's sweet and sticky little girlfriend's voice rang in his ears, and Lin Tianming also inclined his head to look at Yi Qing-shui who was holding his arm. This school girlfriend of his. As soon as she repaired her divine soul to restore her SSS-Grade ice attribute psychic talent, she diligently prepared for the unified examination of the National Higher Awakened One Academy. She already had extremely excellent theoretical knowledge, and with the restoration of her SSS-Grade talent, she scored full marks in both the written and practical exams, and Yi Qing-shui successfully entered the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy as the top student of Mingxi City. That was why today, Yi Qing-shui accompanied him to report to the Imperial Great Imperial Academy. This Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy looks really grand. In my previous life, because my divine soul was damaged and I only had F-grade talent, I wasn't able to enter the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy with Brother Tianming to further my education. Let me take a good look at what's so great about the top-ranked Imperial Academy in Kyushu. Chapter 14 Freshman Test. Failure will result in dismissal from the program. As Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qing-shui's heartfelt words, he was also aware that she didn't know much about the Great Imperial Academy. Originally, he had wanted to borrow her heart to see if he could learn a little bit more about the information related to the Great Imperial Academy so that he could deal with that imperial teacher called Jiang Han. Seeing that Yi Qing-shui didn't understand either, Lin Tianming could only go with the flow and take one step at a time. I hope that teacher Jiang Han is a bit more reasonable, so that he can also dissolve the other party's hatred for the original owner by rating them. After thinking so in his mind for a moment, Lin Tianming spoke. Well, Qing-shui, let's go in and report together. Just as Lin Tianming was about to enter the Imperial Great Empress Academy through the North Gate with Yi Qing-shui, the North Gate of the Imperial Great Empress Academy suddenly rose up a wall of thunder and lightning, stopping all the new students, including the two of them. The lurid wall of lightning released extremely powerful lightning energy, shocking the freshmen at the scene, who each revealed a look of shock. Immediately afterward, a voice that made Lin Tianming's ears somewhat familiar and extremely cold came out from the Imperial Capital Great Emperor School inside the Wall of Thunder and Lightning. Freshmen, stop! In the next instant, a female teacher of the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy with a full aura and a body that flashed with crackling electric light walked out from inside the Wall of Thunder and Lightning without any injuries. From the powerful aura on her body, it was clear that this was a high-level awakened. Again this period of the Kyushu closest to the standard of becoming a god of the top awakened Zhang Han. Yi Qingxue, who was beside Lin Tianming, recognized the female teacher as Zhang Han at the first moment. Lin Tianming also recognized the other party the first time he saw Zhang Han step out of the Wall of Thunder and Lightning. This Zhang Han, the aura is really sufficient. Is this the kind of confidence and power that only a high-ranking awakened has? Zhang Han, who had stepped out of the Wall of Thunder and Lightning, quickly swept a glance at the freshman on the scene, and her line of sight quickly found Lin Tianming. After lingering on Lin Tianming's body for several seconds, Zhang Han withdrew her gaze. Today is the day that the new students of the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy are enrolled. And I, Zhang Han, one of the teachers of the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy, am honored to serve as the instructor for this session's new student entrance test. This Wall of Thunder and Lightning behind me contains extremely overbearing thunder and lightning power. And all of the new students in this term must pass the test of the Wall of Thunder and Lightning if they wish to enter my Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy. Only those who succeed in crossing the Wall of Thunder and Lightning by their own strength can officially become a part of the new students of my Imperial Great Emperor Academy, and those who fail will be withdrawn from the school on the spot. The freshmen at the scene were in an uproar when these words came out. They didn't realize that they were facing the crisis of having to be withdrawn from school when they first arrived at the Imperial Great Imperial Academy. This is too difficult, isn't it? That wall of lightning looks extremely terrifying. Is it really possible for a normal person to go through it? This female teacher named Zhang Han is afraid she's not menopausal and is deliberately making things difficult for us. We were all admitted into the Imperial Great Imperial Academy by our own true ability, but none of us have received formal and systematic awakened training yet, and as a result, we have to conduct such a dangerous freshman test on the first day of school. What is this? Many of the new students at the scene were very dissatisfied with the unsuccessful or dropout new student test that Zhang Han had arranged for them, and they were all there to voice their indignant opinions. Silence! Zhang Han infused her high-level lightning power into her voice, and her two simple words were like thunder, shaking all the freshmen on the scene into silence. So strong. No wonder before she was unfortunately killed by her last life's Tianming brother. She was known as the first thunder and lightning ability awakened person in the Kyushu, the most promising existence to become a god. Back then, if she didn't die, she could really become the first god-level awakened person in the history of the Kyushu. Even though Yi Qingxue was reborn as an ice god and had some of the ice god's power from her previous life in her body, she was still shaken by Zhang Han's lightning power. Hearing Yi Qingxue's heart speak so highly of Zhang Han, Lin Tianming was also even more jealous of this teacher Zhang Han. The original owner of this body of his in his previous life had screwed over such a top-tier awakened person who had started off so strong, leaving him in a mess. He was afraid that it would be even more difficult for him to raid this top awakened who was already infinitely close to the divine position like he had done with Yi Qingxue. The slightest miscalculation, this top awakened person might lay a deadly hand on him because he had been pitted by the original owner in his previous life. Thinking about this, Lin Tianming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Original Lord, look what you've done. You've screwed me over. If this Zhang Han looked at him more and more unfavorably during the test of the Wall of Lightning and directly increased the power of the lightning of the Wall of Lightning, wouldn't he die on the spot from the 5 thunderbolts? That's a terrible way to die. However, it was good that Lin Tianming now had the ability to eavesdrop on the hearts of those he had pitted against him, so at least he could now be sure that this teacher Zhang Han would not kill him in the freshman test for the time being. After Zhang Han deterred this group of freshmen through her strong-arm tactics, she also continued, "Those who are afraid of conducting this test can quit and go now. This freshman test will begin at this moment and last until 6 o'clock in the evening, and any freshmen who are late after 6 o'clock will be withdrawn from the school along with those who failed the freshman test." As the words fell, Zhang Han no longer cared about the new students on the scene and turned around to go back to the Imperial Great Imperial School first through the Wall of Thunder and Lightning. It was so hard for me to get into the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy. I don't want to be expelled just like that. Since it's a freshman test, I think this Wall of Thunder and Lightning is just looking bluff. I don't believe I'll be expelled. Soon, there was the first freshman who couldn't hold back his temperament and rampaged towards that Wall of Thunder and Lightning. Lin Tianming wasn't in a hurry. It was still morning. The freshman test wouldn't end until 6 in the evening, and he was curious about how good these freshmen were. the imperial capital Great Emperor Academy. All through the years, only accepts the top students of the alien awakened from each city in the Kyushu region as new students of the academy. These new students, in their respective cities, were all elites who had passed through layers of screening, and naturally their talent would not be bad. Lin Tianming had also learned before he came here that the freshmen in this class were SSS-ranked talents, except for the 2 guaranteed students, as well as the only F-grade talent top student, and the first in the history of Kyushu to enter the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy with F-grade talent. The rest of the freshman seniors are all minimum A-rated talent and maximum SS-rated talent. It's safe to say that every freshman is extremely talented, but this is the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, and as good as you were in your old city, here are all people who are almost as good as you are. And they're all bunched together. There is bound to be a situation where you may be at the bottom of the list in the Imperial Grade Imperial School even if you are very good. Under Lin Tianming's watchful eye, that freshman released a lightning shield as soon as he approached the wall of lightning. Lin Tianming said unexpectedly, "This guy is actually a lightning attribute ability awakened as well? I just don't know if his talent is A-ranked, or above." Yi Qingxue shook Lin Tianming's arm at this time. "Brother Tianming, after him, let's go up and try too. The test of this wall of thunder and lightning does look bluffing, but for me, who has been reborn and returned to life, it doesn't even take a second to cross it." Listening to Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming however pressed down on her leaping shoulders. "Qingxue, there's no rush. Let's watch the child's play for a while and see if there's anyone worth our attention among these new students." Chapter 15, The Win Family's First Miss. Another reborn person who has been pitted by the original owner. Seeing that Lin Tianming wanted to watch the show first, Yi Qingxue could only listen to him. "Okay then, brother Skymind, but I'd still suggest that it's best if we have to go in before lunch. I know it in my heart. Come on, Qingxue, let's look closer." Lin Tianming's mouth was saying that he was walking closer to see the freshman who was breaking in, but in reality, he wanted to see Jiang Han inside the door. This was done so that he could always hear Jiang Han's heart, lest this teacher suddenly lose his temper and want to seek revenge on him now. "It's still the same as it was before I was reborn. And again this freshman with A-rank thunder attribute psychic talent goes first." Through Jiang Han's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was also able to learn that this first freshman to eat crabs was gifted with an A rank. For the time being, he didn't hear the other party's heartfelt desire to kill him, and Lin Tianming was also placing most of his attention on that thunder attribute exotic ability freshman. Relying on the lightning to protect his body, that freshman with the lightning attribute ability directly stepped into the wall of lightning. As soon as he stepped into it, the lightning protection on that new student's body was shattered by the even more powerful lightning power of the wall of lightning. Exposed to the wall of lightning, that freshman was instantly electrocuted. Ouch! 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 What the hell kind of lightning is this? It's amazing that the same attribute can also shatter my Thunderbolt body protection skill. It's going to be electrocuted. Although reborn once, but still really do not want to let this quality of freshman into the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. This is obviously thought that the examination into the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy can be relaxed. Just focus on indulgence. A summer vacation has not improved his lightning attribute supernormal ability. Forget it, let him in. After all, after taking the exam in, it's impossible to really drop out. Just scare them, as long as I don't accept such a slack student as an apprentice. Listening to Jiang Han's heartfelt comments about that crab-eating freshman, Lin Tianming also came to understand that this test wouldn't actually drop anyone. After being electrocuted in the wall of thunder and lightning for a full 5 minutes and on the verge of delirium, this new student was only let in by Jiang Han. As one of the freshmen passed the freshman test, the rest of the freshmen jumped into action. Lin Tianming remained unperturbed as he watched from the sidelines, and without realizing it he and Yi Qingxue had witnessed a dozen new students pass the test of the wall of thunder and lightning. But every one of them was so delirious and dazed from the electricity that they didn't appear to be the kind of people who passed with ease. To be honest, after seeing this group of freshmen with a minimum of A-rank talent living so barely, Lin Tianming was more or less disappointed. This is too weak, isn't it? This is the freshman of the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy that only accepts top students? Compared to me and brother Tianming, it's far worse. Yi Qingxue also couldn't help but mentally spit on the freshman in the same class as them. Originally, she had thought that she would meet quite a few competitive opponents when she entered the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. Right now, it seemed that the only ones who could pique her interest were her Tianming brother and that other SSS-ranked gifted bonded student who hadn't appeared until now. Brother Tianming, there is a record on the social network of my Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy that there is an Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy in this session that has an alien awakening with the same SSS-ranked talent as you, as well as another guaranteed student other than you. One, sort of like you, Sister Qingxue, should be two of the same as me. Lin Tianming didn't poke at the fact that Yi Qingxue had already regained her SSS rank talent just by repairing her divine soul, and he echoed her words. Not bad. I also had a slight understanding before I came here. The other guaranteed student seems to be called Fenglan. It seems to be some kind of big miss of the imperial capital Wind family. It is said that this imperial capital Wind family is also a big family of abnormally awakened people. Well, brother Tianming, what I'm going to say is this Fenglan, this has gone up to test so many new students. And that Fenglan doesn't seem to have appeared yet. Kind of curious as to what attributes of her supernormal ability she is. Fenglan, the eldest miss of the Feng family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital. I still have an impression of her. This fellow was promoted to the goddess of the wind sword in the back. It's just a pity that we didn't have much interaction in our last life, so I don't know her very well. However, this guy also seems to be somewhat related to Tianming's brother. And the current head of the Feng family in the last life was also pitted to death by Tianming's brother. That is, Fenglan's father. As for why brother Tianming wanted to harm the head of the Feng family, I don't know. I hadn't grown up at that time when the news came out. Although Yi Qingxue said on her lips that she wasn't sure what kind of supernormal ability Fenglan had awakened, Lin Tianming still understood through her heartfelt words that Fenglan's supernormal attribute was wind. However, after hearing Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming had an extremely bad feeling. The original owner of his body had even killed Fenglan's father before Yi Qingxue was reborn. It's not possible that Fenglan also returned from rebirth, is it? If so, he would be inviting 3 awakened who could become gods. Although he had raided Yi Qingxue, in the future, he would have to face 2 women who hated him with a passion at the same time in the Great Imperial Academy, which was too much pressure. Right at this moment, the wind suddenly and inexplicably picked up at the freshman test site. This strange scene confused all the freshmen on the floor. This is not ordinary wind, but an alien wind field formed by human exertion of alien energy. It can't be her, can it? Yi Qingxue, who was reborn as the ice god, sensed something at the first moment and guessed the real reason for the wind. Although her voice did not explicitly refer to who that she was, Lin Tianming had already guessed that she should be the Wind family's eldest daughter. Lin Tianming quickly scanned the scene, and soon he spotted a black-haired young girl holding an unsheathed sword, striding with an ethereal pace as she approached the new student test gate of the Great Imperial Academy a little bit from a short distance away. Looking at the sword-wielding black-haired girl with a light step, Lin Tianming's eyes slightly converged. Can you blow such a wind from so far away? Is this a great lady from a great family? Yi Qingxue was a bit surprised. Brother Tianming, you can also tell that she is Fenglan? Not bad. Having just awakened his powers only a few months ago, and having such a wind field domain before even officially enrolling in school. Other than Fenglan, who was born as a son of a big family and has both SSS rank talents, I can't think of a second person. During the exchange between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, Fenglan's seemingly extremely leisurely and slow-floating pace was approaching the gate at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, all the freshmen on the scene were shocked by Fenglan's extremely ethereal stride. In just a few moments, Fenglan appeared in front of Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. She glanced at Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue with a flat expression and didn't say anything more as she continued forward. It's been a long time, Tianming. What? After Lin Tianming heard the unfamiliar heartfelt voice, he looked somewhat less surely at Fenglan in front of him. Could that strange heartfelt voice just now be her? While Lin Tianming was confused, the system suddenly sounded a prompt, solving his confusion that heartfelt voice did indeed come from Fenglan. The system has automatically bound the ranged wind sword goddess Fenglan for the host, and the host can perfectly eavesdrop on the heart of the wind sword goddess Fenglan. Fenglan, the daughter of the head of the Feng family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital of Kyushu, possesses SSS-Grade wind attributes psychic talent. The previous life before rebirth was the same as the original owner of the host's body, a student of the imperial capital's Great Imperial Academy. After always losing to the original owner's hand of God after many cuts, he fell for the original owner and was the original owner's girlfriend during his time at the Great Imperial Academy. Fenglan treats the original owner Lin Tianming as her like-minded boyfriend, and even takes the initiative to bring Lin Tianming back to the Feng family to help him grow faster through the family's resources. Amidst the rumors that the death of Zhang Han, the heir to the Thundering Hall's Hall Master, was the result of Lin Tianming's ingratitude, Fenglan still firmly believed that Lin Tianming had been wrongly accused, and was by no means a white-eyed wolf who had pitted his benefactor against him. Nay, her feelings were still misplaced, and although she didn't die at Lin Tianming's hands, her father died tragically at Lin Tianming's hands because of her absolute trust in him. After that, Lin Tianming disappeared. Fenglan wanted to find Lin Tianming to take revenge but couldn't find him, and by the time she heard about Lin Tianming again, Lin Tianming had already died a horrible death. As of this moment, Lin Tianming had become her heart's demon, and even if she became a god in the future, she wouldn't be able to let go of it. Finally, in a secret realm, he entered an illusionary realm that can kill a god-level awakened person, and he was unable to get rid of the demon in his heart, so he ended up hating in the secret realm. Chapter 16 Climbing Between Women. Brother Tianming can't be abducted by another girl. That heartbeat just now was really from Fenglan. When it became an established fact that Fenglan was also a reborn person who had been screwed over by the original owner, Lin Tianming, who already had enough of a headache just now because of Zhang Han, couldn't help but rub his brow. How many girls has this original owner screwed over? This is the third one already. How did he soul search into such a scumbag and clean up the other guy's mess? Brother Tianming, why are you rubbing your brow? Is it somewhere uncomfortable and dizzy? Yi Qingshue's softly spoken words of concern rang in his ears, and naturally Lin Tianming would not tell her about his troubles. He shook his head. Nothing, just a little tired of standing around here. Is that so? Yi Qingxue didn't think too much about it, and after a little contemplation, she, who had already been rated by Lin Tianming, proposed, Brother Tianming, then after we finish watching this Fenglan test, how about we also go straight to the freshman test and go in early to report for rest? Well, let's go in after seeing her. Lin Tianming nodded non-committally and agreed to Yi Qingshue's proposal. After learning that Fenglan was also a goddess reborn who had been pitted by him, he also kind of didn't want to stay out here, because he was worried that if he continued to stay, he would encounter more reborns who had been pitted by the original owner of this body. For the sake of one's own life and safety, it was better to enter the Imperial Great Empress Academy earlier and more reliably. This original master is really downright evil. All the people who are kind to him, none of them have a good end, being pitched by him to the skin. With such a hateful identity, Lin Tianming had to be careful at all times. Maybe one day you can walk down the street and get stabbed to death. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. Lin Tianming shook his head and didn't think much about this for the time being, instead focusing on Fenglan. Before this Fenglan was reborn, just like Yi Qingshuo, she was valued as a god-ranked awakened and had SSS-ranked talent. He wanted to see if an awakened of this level could easily pass the wall of thunder and lightning test set up by teacher Zhang Han. Fenglan's every step seemed extremely slow, but she was approaching the wall of lightning at an extremely swift speed. And after getting closer and closer to the wall of thunder and lightning, there was no intention at all to slow down and adjust his state. It could be seen that Fenglan was very confident that she could easily pass the freshman test at the wall of thunder and lightning with such a stance. This woman is in the same class as us? The aura on her is so strong. Is it really a freshman? This Winfield field that suddenly blew up. It can't be her doing, right? She's also holding an extremely precious-looking sword in her hand. Could it be a descendant of one of the great families? The speed is really fast. It's the first time I've seen such a seemingly slow but so gorgeous and swift stance. Like a cool stance, like a sword god in a novel. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd of new students who were talking, Fenglan had already arrived in front of the wall of thunder and lightning without realizing it. Zhang Han, who was just inside the gate, saw that Fenglan had come to break in, and her beautiful eyes were also slightly narrowed. As in memory, this time point is again the little girl of the Win family. The next one should be to Lin Tianming's kid, adversary, subconsciously calling Lin Tianming a child in her heartfelt voice. She who had once doted on Lin Tianming the most as a beloved disciple then realized that she had habitually called him the wrong thing, and immediately changed her name to adversary disciple. Even the tone of the heart's voice became full of resentment along with the word rebellious disciple, so it was evident that she really hated the killing of her beloved disciple, whom she had cultivated with all of her heart's blood and effort, and it was difficult to let go of her feelings. But her subconscious heartbeat at the beginning was also telling Lin Tianming, though she did hate him, she still had so much affection for him. If he could grasp the right degree, he might be able to reverse the hatred in Zhang Han's heart. Under Lin Tianming's still concerned gaze, Fenglan's ethereal, sort of mortal-like stance didn't slow down for a single second, and even accelerated into the wall of lightning. Phew! Under the dumbfounded gaze of all the new students at the scene, the sword held tightly in Fenglan's hand clanked, slightly revealing a hint of the sword's cold light. With only a very small portion of the sword exposed, a powerful hurricane centered on Fenglan, splitting the wall of lightning like a waterfall of lightning in half down the middle, opening up a passageway just big enough for her to pass through. Not too big and not too small. Fenglan, SSS Class Wind Attribute Supernatural Talent Guaranteed Student, Awakened Person Level 15. I can see that you've worked hard this summer as well. Congratulations on passing this freshman test. Come over to me for registration. I remember that before I was reborn, when Fenglan first entered the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy as a new student, it should have been at the 9th level. Could it be that I remembered wrongly? Or is it a chain reaction caused by the butterfly effect after I was reborn? Lin Tianming, who was on the periphery, also took a deep breath as he listened to Jiang Han's words as well as his heartfelt words as he announced that Feng Lan had passed the new student test. This Feng Lan, I'm afraid that she wasn't just like Yi Qingxue. Through the reborn person's experience of her previous life, she had searched for a suitable chance for her in advance, and that's why she was practicing so efficiently. Are you kidding me? It's only the beginning of the school year for the freshman test, and someone is at level 15? I remember that the standard for successful promotion in the first academic year of the Imperial Capital Great Empire is level 20. Wouldn't she be just 5 levels short of the standard for promotion to the second year? Didn't you guys hear from teacher Jiang Han? She's one of the only 2 SSS-ranked new students this year, and she's also the daughter of the head of the Wind family, one of the 4 great awakened warrior families in the Imperial capital. So I guess she took advantage of the summer vacation to utilize their family's resources. Is this the heritage of a big family? The starting line for freshman enrollment is so much higher, and it's still SSS-grade talent. How can we possibly catch up with her? With such talent and the resources of the great family to back it up, I'm afraid that another SSS-grade guaranteed student wouldn't be a match for this Feng Lan. Listening to the comments of the nearby passers-by, Lin Tianming didn't have much of a reaction, but Yi Qingxue, the schoolgirl's little girlfriend who was a childhood friend of his, was a little unhappy. A bunch of rat-faced people. Brother Tianming, let's go and break through that wall of thunder and lightning as well, so they can see how powerful we are. Seeing that Yi Qingxue was so concerned about the comments of those passers-by, Lin Tianming rubbed her little head. Qingxue, don't be angry. There's no need to be general with such people. As the words fell, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue walked together towards the wall of lightning set up by Jiang Han. In order to act even more shocking than Feng Lan just now, Yi Qingxue also said to Lin Tianming, Brother Tianming, let me go first. Seeing that Yi Qingxue wanted to show off so much, Lin Tianming naturally let her perform the test first. That girl seems to be before that follow me this rebellious disciple side of the little girlfriend. I remember the last life she did not enter my emperor school, and because of the butterfly effect history has changed? Yi Qingxue's appearance was also once again causing Jiang Han to tighten her eyebrows and ponder why it was different from what she had seen in her previous life. Feng Lan's beautiful eyes also flashed with a strange gaze. This girl who appeared with Tianming rather resembles the goddess of ice that I had a meeting with before I was reborn. She shouldn't be a student of my Imperial Great Emperor Academy. Under the gaze of everyone at the scene, Yi Qingxue's body exuded a freezing cold aura around her. As soon as she stepped into the wall of thunder and lightning, the cold aura around her spread out in all directions at a rapid pace. In just a few moments, the entire wall of thunder and lightning was frozen into a wall of ice by the icy cold aura emanating from Yi Qingxue's body. In the next instant, along with Yi Qingxue's eyes, the ice wall that froze the power of lightning shattered as much as it could. The visual effect of the wall of lightning being frozen and shattered was even more shocking than Feng Lan's earlier opening of a passageway. All the freshmen on the scene were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't speak for a while. The wind has finally overshadowed that Feng Lan. Brother Tianming's eyeballs were almost seduced by that Feng Lan just now. Now that I behaved like this, I don't think Brother Tianming will be abducted by Feng Lan, right? Even though Yi Qingxue's backside looked really cool as she shattered the wall of thunder and lightning with the power of cold ice, Lin Tianming couldn't help but sweat a little after hearing her heartfelt words. This Yi Qingxue, suddenly throwing such a big tantrum, dare I say it was because she was afraid that he would be abducted by Feng Lan, who had made a big splash. Chapter 17 Perfectly absorbing the wall of thunder and lightning. Controlling the power of thunder and lightning. This girl who follows my rebellious disciple is a bit interesting. After watching Yi Qingxue's performance in the freshman test, Jiang Han was also satisfied with her. Child, congratulations on passing this new student test with an awakened rank of 15. Tell me your name and your level of psychic talent so I can register it. Teacher, Yi Qingxue, who had successfully passed the test, replied without being condescending. Yi Qingxue, Class F Ice Attribute Ability Talent. Hearing Yi Qingxue's reply, Jiang Han was a bit surprised. F-rank Ice Attribute Talent. You're the only freshman this year with F-rank talent who has been admitted into my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy? Well, the freshman with the F-grade talent is me. When Feng Lan heard Yi Qingxue admit that it was an F-rank Ice Attribute Psychic Talent, she also couldn't help but frown. F-rank Ice Attribute Talent and becoming a god in the back. Could it be because of my rebirth that Yi Qingxue's talent in her last life was reduced to that of a mediocre person in this life? During the time that Feng Lan was feeling confused, Yi Qingxue, who had completed the registration of the new students, then turned around and waved towards Lin Tianming, who was on the outside of the recuperated wall of thunder and lightning. Brother Tianming, come on in. After checking in we'll go to the cafeteria of the Imperial Great Emperor School together to see what's good to eat. Jiang Han wasn't surprised that Yi Qingxue called Lin Tianming brother Tianming. She knew that Yi Qingxue was Lin Tianming's girlfriend 2 months ago. However, in her reborn memories, Yi Qingxue didn't get into the Imperial Great Empress Academy, and Lin Tianming's girlfriend at the Imperial Great Empress Academy became Fenglan. It really seems that because of my rebirth, a lot of things in this world have changed quite a bit because of the butterfly effect. She sighed so in her heart. And then she also looked at the rebellious disciple Lin Tianming outside the wall of thunder and lightning that she loved and hated. Fenglan, also as a reborn person, was more or less calm after hearing Yi Qingxue call Lin Tianming's brother so sweetly. Tianming's brother? Is she Tianming's cousin? Or girlfriend? There was some annoyance in her heart, but on the surface, Fenglan still had the image of a woman who spoke very little and spared no words, as if nothing could attract the slightest interest from her. Lin Tianming outside, but both Fenglan and Jiang Han thought that it was their rebirth that caused known history to be influenced to change, which made Yi Qingxue appear in the heart of the imperial capital Great Emperor this time to eavesdrop on all of them. Lin Tianming didn't care about their heartfelt speculations about why Yi Qingxue had appeared here, as long as they didn't think about finishing him off right now for the time being, and gave him the chance to raid them. Hearing Yi Qingxue call out to him, Lin Tianming also smiled faintly. Fenglan's aura of austere killing intent rose around her when she saw that Lin Tianming had responded to such an affectionate and sweet shout from Yi Qingxue. Is there really something going on? Hiss. Lin Tianming was just about to break through the barrier when he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing Fenglan's heartfelt voice filled with killing intent. Jiang Han reminded Fenglan at this time. Fenglan. Being reminded by Jiang Han, Fenglan also put away her outward killing intent. Her heartbeat, however, remained murderous. Tianming. You really know how to surprise me. As Lin Tianming listened to Fenglan's heartfelt words, he also remembered that his system had introduced that this Fenglan was his girlfriend from his Imperial Academy days before he was reborn. He had screwed her over in his last life, and the fact that she had seen him so close to other girls in her current life seemed to intensify her hatred for him. Obviously, at first, her heartbeat was not to feel the killing intent. It was evident that this Fenglan was still quite good at restraining his mood swings. It's not just as simple as appearance. Even mental fluctuations are minimized with her adjustments. If he hadn't irritated her so unintentionally, he wouldn't even know that she actually hated him too. Brother Tianming, stop gawking and come in. I'm sure you can come in easily too. Pulled back to his senses by Yi Qingxue's renewed shout, Lin Tianming also temporarily refrained from thinking much about Fenglan's killing intent. He took a deep breath and also stepped into the wall of lightning. As soon as he stepped into the wall of lightning, Lin Tianming felt the extremely strong power of lightning invading his body. He, along with Yi Qingxue and Fenglan, shared the same SSS-Grade talent abilities, but he needed to copy in order to activate his awakened skills, and couldn't actively cast the skills of their respective attributes like they could. That was why Lin Tianming didn't cast any protective means when he stepped into the wall of lightning. Is that guy crazy? Why isn't he releasing any skills? Isn't he afraid of being directly electrocuted when he enters the wall of lightning like that? Crazy. Is just crazy. He's definitely not going to pass this way. Do you think there could be a possibility that he was scared silly? The freshman onlookers outside saw Lin Tianming strutting into the wall of thunder and lightning like this, and they all thought that he was too much of a big shot, and that he definitely wouldn't be able to pass the freshman test. Although many things have changed, this retrograde disciple is still the same as in his last life. He likes to mess around like this to catch people's attention. Jiang Han was not at all surprised that Lin Tianming would behave like this, because the Lin Tianming of his last life had also stepped directly into the wall of thunder and lightning like this. Fenglan, who had also witnessed how Lin Tianming had broken through the barrier, was also not surprised, and at the moment, she had already adjusted her mindset and stood calmly in place just like that. Is it still the same as the previous life? I have to admit, Tianming's talent is truly amazing. Not a single trace of the murderous aura that had been pitted by Lin Tianming in his last life could be heard. Fenglan's heart was like a calm lake without any ripples, and he managed to be consistent in his appearance. Yi Qingxue hadn't seen how Lin Tianming broke through the levels before she was reborn, so after seeing that Lin Tianming didn't cast any skills, she, who had been the first to be rated by Lin Tianming, was anxious. Brother Tianming, why don't you copy my skills? You can directly use my extreme ice shield to pass through without injury as well. Qingxue, don't worry, I'm fine. Qingxue, called so affectionately? Fenglan's emotions, which had been adjusted with great difficulty, had broken their defenses again because Lin Tianming had also addressed Yi Qingxue so intimately. Lin Tianming didn't bother with Fenglan's broken defense heartbeat for the time being. Instead, he immersed himself in the baptism of lightning power from the wall of thunder and lightning. As time passed, he realized that his body had undergone some sort of metamorphosis again under the baptism of the power of lightning. Noticing this, Lin Tianming's heart rejoiced, and he was in even less of a hurry to step out as he began to absorb the power of lightning contained in this wall of lightning. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone at the scene except for Feng Lan and Jiang Han, Lin Tianming took less than a few seconds to inhale all the lightning power contained in the wall of lightning into his body. The palm of his right hand flipped upwards, rising a flickering lightning light that was homologous to the power of the lightning origin on Jiang Han's body. Many thanks to teacher Jiang Han for this great gift of thunder and lightning. The student will accept it first. Chapter 18, Facing Jiang Han Directly. Lin Tianming became Jiang Han's student. Other things although because of my rebirth has changed quite a lot, but this retrograde disciple is still the same as the last life. Still from my wall of thunder and lightning absorbed part of my lightning power. It seems that my this life to the back of the more than half of him still want to kill me. This time I will never repeat the same mistake. Tianming, you really still absorb the wall of thunder and lightning of Mr. Jiang Han as in your last life. Everything else has changed. Only your character and what you want to do have not changed. It seems that I also have to make plans early to kill you before you get my father killed. Perfectly absorbing the wall of thunder and lightning set up by teacher Jiang Han. This should have been a matter worthy of Lin Tianming's joy. Because of this absorption, it allowed him, who wasn't gifted with a lightning attribute psychic ability, to learn a permanent lightning attribute psychic ability skill, the wall of thunder and lightning. Although he couldn't cast it as powerfully as Jiang Han who was still at a very low awakened level, it was still useful against awakened who were about the same level as him. Only when he heard Jiang Han and Feng Lan's heartfelt words after he learned the new skill, Lin Tianming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's not easy to defend against two women who have murderous intentions towards you at the same time. It seemed that one would have to raid one of them as soon as possible, just like how they had raided Yi Qingxue first before. Only by breaking these two reborn people who had been pitted by the original owner in every way would Lin Tianming's next days in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy be better. Those freshmen at the north gate of the Imperial Great Empress Academy were also shocked at this time by the shocking way in which Lin Tianming had absorbed the wall of thunder and lightning without any injuries. Monsters are really one more than the other. And who is this freshman in the same class as us? Surprisingly, he's even more perverted than Feng Lan and Yi Qingxue just now. Before, I thought he was being generous, but now it seems that I have a small pattern and no eyesight. He really was able to absorb the wall of lightning set up by teacher Jiang Han without any defense. I'm a little dizzy right now. Are all the freshmen in the head this year so fierce? Are there any other freshman paths left for us? Yi Qingxue, on the other hand, quickly came back to her senses after a short period of shock, and she quickly trotted towards Lin Tianming and took his arm. Brother Tianming, I knew that this freshman test would definitely not be difficult for you. Lin Tianming looked at his little girlfriend Yi Qingxue, who was particularly clingy to him now, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If only teacher Jiang Han and Feng Lan could also let go of their hatred for him. Like Yi Qingxue, the big plan for the raid was imminent. If he didn't want to walk the path one day to be stabbed to death by the girl that the original owner had failed, he had to think of a way that could quickly raid Jiang Han and Feng Lan as soon as possible before he could do so. Brother Tianming, what are you thinking about? Why don't you answer me back? It can't be true that he's been seduced by Feng Lan, can it? Feng Lan and I only met once in our last lives. We don't know each other well at all. If Brother Tianming is so blinded by lust that he changes his mind after the first meeting, I won't forgive him for being such a heartless man, and Fenrara for being such a vixen. Hiss. Hearing Yi Qingxue's somewhat jealous heartfelt voice, he, who already had an immense headache because of Jiang Han and Feng Lan's appearance, was even more headstrong at this moment. It's really easy to do bad things when there are too many women. Lin Tianming didn't want him to go back to square one after he had managed to raid Yi Qingxue. He also hurriedly opened his mouth to pacify Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, I'm just a little hungry. I'm not thinking of anything. Listening to Lin Tianming's improvised and presently made-up reason, Yi Qingxue spoke. So that's it, Brother Tianming. Then let's go directly to the cafeteria of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy to see what's good to eat. Brother Tianming. Brother Tianming. Tianming. Brother. I feel like I'm going to lose control of my sword. I want to cut someone. Lin Tianming's side had just stabilized Yi Qingxue, but Feng Lan's side of his heart had another big problem, and his tone was filled with murderous anger. 3 women are one drama. It's better to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. The stressed Lin Tianming took a deep breath and echoed Yi Qingxue. Fine. Qingxue, let's go to the cafeteria together. After saying his words, Lin Tianming was about to leave this place with Yi Qingxue, but he didn't want to be called by Jiang Han. Son, it's not too late to come over and check in before you go to lunch. You haven't checked in yet. After Jiang Han reminded her of this, Lin Tianming felt that she was purely looking for a fight. He was the one she had bailed into the Great Imperial Academy, and she still didn't know his name? Despite what he thought in his heart, Lin Tianming walked towards Jiang Han, who was right next to Feng Lan. Teacher Jiang Han, my name is Lin Tianming, SSS Class Alien Ability Talent God's Hand, Awakened Person Level 15. Kid, so you're that SSS-Grade guaranteed student like Wind Arbor. Not bad, not bad. With his mouth appreciating Lin Tianming, Jiang Han, who didn't recognize Lin Tianming before pretending, was somewhat conflicted in his heart. If it was before I was reborn, I would still take him as my student at this time, so that he can follow me in the future to raise his awakened level. Should I continue to accept him as my student in this life or not? After a short period of hesitation, Jiang Han decided to accept Lin Tianming as her student in order to keep him in her sights for more time in the future. Child, I admire you. For the next 4 years of awakened learning at the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, you will follow me, and I will teach you everything you need to know. Regarding the fact that Jiang Han would want to take Lin Tianming as his disciple, Feng Lan, who was also a reborn person, was not surprised at all. In her opinion, Lin Tianming would be the same as in his previous life and would not reject Jiang Han. Lin Tianming didn't directly agree. He was hesitating to reject Jiang Han. By rejecting Jiang Han, the time he would spend with her in the future would be greatly reduced. That way, if Jiang Han wanted to seek revenge on him for his last life, there would be a lot less chances. However, this would also lead to a problem. And he who didn't have enough contact with Jiang Han would also have a lot less opportunities to rip off Jiang Han and make him completely let go of his hatred. After thinking about it, Lin Tianming, who doesn't like to run away, still decides to become Jiang Han's student and face the conflict between the two of them head-on. Teacher Jiang Han, you were the one who bailed me out of the Great Imperial Academy in the first place. I, Lin Tianming, am not some ungrateful person. You've done me a favor, and you still look up to me so much that you want to take me as a disciple. So naturally, I'm willing to be your student as well. Seeing that Lin Tianming had agreed to be her student, Jiang Han's mind also couldn't help but flash back to the bits and pieces of how she had poured her heart and soul into cultivating Lin Tianming before she was reborn. Those memories of spending time with Lin Tianming, her favorite love interest, really made her nostalgic. Similarly, Lin Tianming's final betrayal pained her. In this life, will you continue to harm me because you covet the heart of raging thunder in me? Listening to Jiang Han's heartfelt voice filled with contradictions, Lin Tianming's mood at the moment was also a bit complicated, but he knew that there had to be closure between him and Jiang Han. Since he had crossed over, he had to clean up this mess even if it was rotten. Chapter 19. I said Lin Tianming is my Feng Lan's boyfriend. He is. After completing the new student registration under Jiang Han's hand, Lin Tianming left with Yi Qingxue first. On the way to the cafeteria of the Great Imperial School, Yi Qingxue noticed that Lin Tianming's expression was heavy. Having already been cheated by Lin Tianming, she was still very worried about Lin Tianming. Brother Tianming, why do you look a bit unhappy? Is something on your mind? Lin Tianming did have something on his mind, because just now, Jiang Han's heartfelt voice of pain and love and hate for him did affect his emotions. To be honest, if he could pull the original owner's soul back, Lin Tianming would definitely want to beat up the original owner violently. Whether it was Yi Qingxue, Jiang Han, or Feng Lan, meeting any of them was a blessing that most people could not cultivate in several lifetimes. They treat the original owner with sincerity, but the original owner does not know how to cherish. So wolf-hearted, really should be struck by heavenly thunder. Maybe the reason he, a blue star traveler, would cross over was because the original owner had done so many bad things that the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. So he was allowed to come over and take over this guy's body. Thinking this way, Lin Tianming's shoulders were also burdened with an invisible extra burden. In this life, he couldn't let these nice girls be heartbroken because of him anymore. He would raid them and heal their hearts. Thinking of this, looking at Yi Qingxue's pretty face that was badly worried for him, Lin Tianming gently caressed her pretty face and quickly adjusted his mind to reveal a smile. I'm fine, Qingxue, I'm just hungry and uninspired. I'll be energized after I eat later. Yi Qingxue was skeptical. Is it really just hunger? That's for sure. Do I look like I have something on my mind now that I'm suddenly smiling so much? Indeed, it doesn't look like it. Guess I'm overthinking it. Then let's walk faster. Brother Tianming, when we get to the cafeteria you order more and eat more. With Lin Tianming's explanation, Yi Qingxue ended up believing that he didn't have anything on his mind. Revealing a renewed smile, she accelerated and trotted forward a few steps before turning to Lin Tianming and beckoning him to hurry up and follow. Looking at Yi Qingxue, who was now full of vigor and hope for the future, Lin Tianming's mood was also infected by her happy smile. 2 months ago, Yi Qingxue also hated the original owner because she had been pitted by him before she was reborn, and had no hope for life. And now, Yi Qingxue, who had been rifled by him, respread her smile and was full of a positive mindset towards everything. Lin Tianming hoped that in the near future, he would also be able to see teacher Jiang Han and Feng Lan showing genuine smiles like Yi Qingxue, forgetting their past hatred with the original owner and embracing a hopeful future. He was not the original owner and would never let these good girls down for the sake of so-called benefits. He would prove to them with practical actions that the Lin Tianming of this life was not the same person as the scum Lin Tianming they had met before they were reborn. Quickly catching up with Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming also accelerated with Yi Qingxue to the cafeteria of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy. There were 2 cafeterias in the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, one near the main north gate and one near the south gate. Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, who had passed the freshman test from the north gate, naturally went to the cafeteria at the north gate for lunch. Soon the two of them, on their first visit, found the cafeteria at the north gate by asking for directions. Today was the day that the new students checked in early for freshman testing. The older students hadn't started school yet. Most of the older students were at home, and only a few came in early. Coupled with the fact that Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue completed the freshman test relatively early, so there weren't many people in the cafeteria. The cafeteria has a wide range of dishes, with specialties from all over the world, and can be packed or ordered for takeout. Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue strolled around the cafeteria, casually ordered what they preferred to eat, and found an empty table to sit down. Brother Tianming, this place is worthy of being the Imperial Great Imperial School. This cafeteria simply has everything. Many delicacies that you can't even order takeout in our Mingxi city are available here. Yeah, Qingxue, the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy is after all the #1 ranked higher awakened academy in the 9 states. It's only normal for it to be fully equipped with facilities and rich in resources. Only then can it satisfy the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, which is filled with talented awakened people all over the place. Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue were enjoying their lunch while chatting with each other with a word from you and a word from me. At a table not far from them, Feng Lan also ordered some random food and sat alone at a table. As soon as she approached, Lin Tianming discovered her presence by overhearing her heartbeat. Feng Lan, on the other hand, from time to time surveyed Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, who were talking happily with each other and were extremely affectionate. To be honest, seeing Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue so close, and thinking that she was also close to Lin Tianming before she was reborn, Feng Lan was angry in her heart. On the contrary, when she was in a bad mood, there were still people who were not smart enough to disturb her. This schoolgirl looks a bit unfamiliar. Is she a new student this year? Feng Lan didn't reply and enjoyed her lunch by herself. Being so ignored by Feng Lan, the man who accosted him did not get angry and continued to sit directly opposite Feng Lan with a thick skin. Introduce myself. My name is Wang Jian, a second-year student, a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital. Be my girlfriend, schoolgirl. With my Wang family's resources after graduation, you'll surely have a great future. The Wangs? When Feng Lan learned that the other party was also a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital, he couldn't help but look at this Wang Jian a little more, but it was only a glance, so Feng Lan withdrew her gaze and faintly returned. I have a boyfriend, so please respect yourself, Senior Wang. Upon hearing Feng Lan say that she had a boyfriend, Wang Jian slightly froze. Schoolgirl has a boyfriend? Lin Tianming, on the other hand, stuttered in his heart. This Feng Lan, she's not trying to say that her boyfriend is him, is she? Not bad. Please also ask Senior Wang to respect himself. Feng Lan faintly returned another sentence. Wang Jian's face skin was really thick. Even though Feng Lan told him to respect himself twice, he still continued to accost Feng Lan. Sister, I don't know if this boyfriend of yours is a student of our Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, or is he someone from outside? Wang Jian's complete lack of self-awareness and his pestering caused Feng Lan to reveal a displeased expression. She glanced at Lin Tianming, who was at another table not far away, and said to Wang Jian, he's my boyfriend. Senior Wang, please leave now. Don't let my boyfriend misunderstand me. Following the direction of Feng Lan's finger towards Lin Tianming, Wang Jian frowned when he saw that Lin Tianming was still eating with another young girl whose face value was not inferior to Feng Lan's at all. This schoolgirl, are you sure that boy over there is your boyfriend? It seems to me that he and that girl are the couple. When I say he's my boyfriend, and that girl is just his cousin. With Feng Lan saying this, before Lin Tianming could say anything, Yi Qingxue was a bit unable to sit still. She stood up with a mischievous sound and looked at Feng Lan with an exasperated look, declaring her sovereignty over Lin Tianming as her boyfriend. Feng Lan, what are you talking about? Brother Tianming is my boyfriend. Even if you use him as your shield, it won't work. Chapter 20, The Price of Stalking. Wang Jian was violently beaten by Feng Lan. What's the deal with this Wang Jian of the Wang family? I remember that in my last life before I was reborn, there was no Wang Jian in the Great Imperial Academy, and I did not encounter Wang Jian's stalking pursuit. Did my rebirth this time cause such a great impact? It has given the Wang family an additional genius who can enter the imperial capital's Great Imperial Academy? Feng Lan was annoyed in her heart at the moment. She really hated that Wang Jian who was stalking her. As Lin Tianming listened to Feng Lan's heartfelt words, he also knew that Wang Jian was not a student of the Great Imperial Academy in his last life, and was most likely such a reborn person, which caused many things to take a different direction and change. However, Lin Tianming was more offended that his little girlfriend, Yi Qing Shui, was also angry at the moment, angry that Feng Lan said he was Feng Lan's boyfriend. Qing Shui, forget it, we and Feng Lan kind of met at the freshman test. Calm down, calm down. Yi Qing Shui couldn't calm down at all. She was really angry. How can I calm down with this? Brother Tianming, she said that you are her boyfriend. Isn't this trying to steal my boyfriend? Or is Tianming brother really falling in love at first sight with this Feng Lan guy, and his soul has been hooked away? No way. Brother Tianming is mine. Listening to Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming had the feeling of being deep in the Shura. When Jian Wang saw Yi Qingshue's reaction, he, who had wanted to find trouble with Lin Tianming because Feng Lan insisted on biting on the fact that Lin Tianming was Feng Lan's boyfriend, also reappeared with a smile. So this schoolgirl, your name is Feng Lan. Other young couples have fallen out because of your words of using other people's boyfriends as a shield. Feng Lan schoolgirl, don't look for a shield. I know that you don't have a boyfriend. You really don't want to consider me? There was one thing to say. This Wang Jian was indeed the man with the thickest skin Lin Tianming had ever seen. Lin Tianming was itching to go up and beat up this guy who was stalking Feng Lan. However, right now Yi Qingshui was angry. In order to not let Yi Qingshui misunderstand him, Lin Tianming could only temporarily give up this rare opportunity to rip off Feng Lan and dissolve her hatred. When Feng Lan saw that Lin Tianming wasn't going to step in to help her, she too decided to take matters into her own hands. Get out! Shying away from words, Feng Lan gave his expulsion order to Wang Jian. Wang Jian had used this trick to stalk a lot of women before, and he didn't think that Feng Lan really dared to move him after practicing a thick skin. After all, he had just made his identity known, a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 great awakened families of the imperial capital. In this imperial capital, who dares to touch their Wang family? Feng Lan's senior sister. Don't be so rejecting. It's fine if you don't agree now, but also give your senior me a chance to pursue you. I'll let you understand my true heart. When Yi Qingshui saw that Feng Lan finally stopped using her boyfriend Lin Tianming as a shield after her warning, she also sat down again. Still, she was in a bit of a bad mood, burying her head and eating in silence. Looking at her obviously jealous little expression, Lin Tianming was also helpless. With this little jealous girl around, even if he wanted to raid Feng Lan and Jian Han with the purpose of dissolving hatred, he would probably make her unhappy. But even so, in order for him not to be stabbed to death by a reborn enemy that suddenly sprang out of nowhere when he walked the path at the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy in the future, Lin Tianming still had to find a way to rip off Feng Lan and Jian Han. Hopefully, Yi Qingshui would understand him when the time came. Thinking this way, Lin Tianming also ate while continuing to focus on Feng Lan's side. If Feng Lan really struck out against Wang Jian, a second-year student, and was not defeated, he would have to strike anyways. After all, in the last life, she was his girlfriend during the time of the Great Imperial Academy. Feng Lan was truly annoyed by Wang Jian's pestering. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and gripped her sword in her left hand, looking like she was about to strike. I'll say it one last time. Get out. However, the more Feng Lan behaved like this, the more Wang Jian had the desire to conquer. Schoolmate Feng Lan really has a personality, but I like personalities like you. Don't be angry. You'd better put that sword away. You're only in school. I'm a second-year student, with a level 25 awakened level. You can't hurt me. Yi Qingshui, who was with Lin Tianming, couldn't help but look at him a little bit and couldn't help but say to Lin Tianming, this guy's cheek is thicker than a city wall. Lin Tianming echoed, indeed. Wang Jian didn't notice Lin Tianming's and Yi Qingshui's side's comments about him. His attention was on Feng Lan at the moment. Feng Lan saw that Wang Jian did not have the slightest intention of leaving, and she, who had already warned Wang Jian several times, had reached the limit of her patience. Since you don't want to go, I'll send you away. As the words fell, an appalling gale surged around Feng Lan's body. The sword in her hand clanked, and although it wasn't fully sheathed, only a small portion of the sword was sheathed, and it was then matched with the gusty wind around her. Sweeping out wind attributes sword chi and chopping towards Wang Jian. Before, he wasn't worried at all that Feng Lan, a freshly enrolled freshman, could injure him, But after seeing the terrifying wind-attributed sword chi that Feng Lan chopped out, Wang Jian's face changed in shock. You're already a 15th level awakened person? How can a freshman who has only enrolled in school have a 15th level? No, not right. It's impossible for a 15th level to cut out such a terrifying sword chi. Shocked, Wang Jian was also the first to defend, his body instantly erupting with blazing flames around him. However, the blazing flames around him had just been born, and before they could condense into the skill he wanted to perform, they were broken on the spot by Feng Lan's wind attribute sword chi. The flames collapsed, and Wang Jian's entire body flew backwards. It wasn't known if Feng Lan had done it on purpose. The Wang Jian who flew out backwards didn't hit any passers-by in the cafeteria, nor did he hit any tables or walls, but instead smashed down on the floor where no one had passed by in the vicinity. There are many things you don't know. Before I was reborn, I was the goddess of the wind sword. Even if I was only at level 15, with my divine understanding of supernatural powers in my previous life, it would be easy for me to break the moves of a small level 25 awakened person like you. Hearing Feng Lan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also lowered his heart towards her. However, when Lin Tianming looked at the woefully unrecognizable Wang Jian, who had fallen to the ground, he was also amused. Wang Jian rose up from the ground in a sorry state, and his eyes were now filled with ferocity as he had molested Feng Lan before. I remember, Wind. Feng Lan, you turned out to be a member of the Wind family, the most powerful of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital, and you are also the daughter of the current Wind family head. I didn't expect you to be level 15 just after enrolling in school, and you still have the Wind sword inherited from the Wind family in your hand. Today Wang Jian, admit it, but don't think that you're invincible just because you have the divine artifact that is the Wind sword of the Wind family. Humph. After letting out his harsh words, Wang Jian just wanted to leave this place. Turning around, he inadvertently swept Lin Tianming's expression that mocked him there, and he was already feeling that he had lost a lot of face today, and he was furious. Feng Lan was the daughter of the Wind family's head and had the Wind sword inherited from the Wind family in her hand, so he couldn't beat it even if he wanted to. How could even a random passerby dare to mock him? Wang Jian. Now, although Wang Jian, was not a direct heir of the Wang family, he was still a member of the Wang family anyways, and could not afford to be mocked by a little Karamia like Lin Tianming. That brat over there, come here, let the senior teach you what respect means. Chapter 21 Senior. This fire dragon of mine seems to be bigger than your dragon. Dare to be so mean to brother Tianming. This Wang Jian is really cheap. Do you know that he is the boyfriend of me, the reborn ice god? As soon as she heard that Jian Wang dared to heckle her Tianming brother so much, Yi Qingxue stood up even before Lin Tianming, wanting to step in and teach Jian Wang a good lesson. However, just as she stood up, she was pressed back into position by Lin Tianming, who had risen after her. Brother Tianming, how do you? Without waiting for Yi Qingxue, who wanted to stand up for Lin Tianming, to finish her sentence, Lin Tianming interrupted her again. Just let me do it. Meeting Lin Tianming's eyes that clearly wanted to beat up Wang Jian, Yi Qingxue also understood that Lin Tianming wanted him to make a move on his own. Alright then, brother Tianming, Qingxue will wait for your good news. After spending 2 months with Lin Tianming after being reborn, Yi Qingxue was still very confident in Lin Tianming's talent and strength. Even if she had the experience of being an ice god awakened before she was reborn, without engaging in a deadly fight with all of her cards, and limited to a normal sparring session, she did not have an absolute certainty of winning against Lin Tianming. The same SSS-Grade talent. Yi Qingxue would sometimes suspect that there was another talent level above the SSS-Grade talent. It was just that the awakening ceremony couldn't be measured, which was why Lin Tianming's alien god's hand was designated as an SSS-Grade talent. After Lin Tianming held down Yi Qingxue, he also turned around with an icy face and walked towards Wang Jian, who was already a second-year student. Without fear, when Wang Jian saw Lin Tianming walking over, he also sneered, not hiding behind a woman and being coy. That's a bit manly, but you brat dare to mock me. Even if you have manliness, I'm going to beat you up, so that you, a new student, can learn the first lesson of enrollment, how to respect your seniors. After saying his words, Wang Jian, who had just been violently beaten up by Feng Lan and desperately needed to get his revenge, was about to strike out at Lin Tianming, but he didn't want Lin Tianming to open his mouth and call him back. Wait a minute. Wang Jian sniffed and temporarily withdrew his hand, his eyes looking at Lin Tianming playfully. What? Now you're scared and want to beg for mercy? You can, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. Senior, I can be generous and spare you. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming shook his head again? I'm not a person who knows what's right when I strike like Feng Lan. I'm afraid of accidentally smashing this cafeteria and hurting innocent passers-by. Let's go out and find an open space to fight. You've got a lot on your mind. You freshman. But seeing as you're weaker than me, just go out there and fight. That way I can let go. Wang Jian agreed to Lin Tianming's proposal. So the two of them walked out of the cafeteria together. The nearby passerby students were also aware of their conflict and watched to see what was going on and followed them out. When Yi Qingshui and Feng Lan saw Lin Tianming go out, the two of them hurriedly followed. In an open field near the North Gate cafeteria, the fact that Lin Tianming and Wang Jian were going to have a big fight had spread, attracting quite a few passerby students who weren't in the cafeteria. Among them were many freshmen who had seen how Lin Tianming had broken through the freshman test. Ha! Isn't that Lin Tianming, the SSS-ranked guaranteed student like Feng Lan? How did he provoke that senior? I'll go. Although Lin Tianming is the only SSS-ranked talent amongst this year's freshmen, he's only just enrolled in school after all. How dare he make a date to fight with a second-year student? Whatever. This is going to be fun. No matter who wins. It'll definitely be on the front page of the social circle of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. Hurry up and take pictures and send them to your friends. Or record a video with an explosive traffic headline and upload it online to earn some extra money. Wang Jian had also heard the comments of those passersby nearby. He couldn't help but frown. You're an SSS-ranked freshman too? Lin Tianming didn't reply. Instead he laughed. What? It's our senior's turn to be afraid this time? Being mocked by Lin Tianming, Wang Jian angrily said, Don't be arrogant, brat. I would have lost to Feng Lan just now solely because she was carrying the Wind family's inheritance, the Wind sword, and even if she's level 15, she's still 10 levels lower than me, so it's simply impossible for her to be my opponent in a normal fight. You, a brat with no background resources whatsoever, are even less likely to be my opponent. Lin Tianming actually had a divine artifact as well, and there was more than one. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to his little girlfriend Yi Qingshui. If it wasn't for the chance she gave him, it would have been impossible for him to control so many divine grade treasures at such a low level. However, against this Wang Jian, Lin Tianming was confident that he could win without using a divine weapon. Is the senior in a hurry? Lin Tianming's teasing words were really extremely mocking, infuriating Wang Jian into a violent rage. Who's in a hurry? Respectless brat. Let your senior me teach you. A freshman. How the word respect should really be written. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have an SSS-grade psychic talent. Lin Tianming was addicted to the game and continued to tease this senior Wang Jian. SSS-grade talent. You can really do whatever you want. You've successfully provoked me. I'm about to trample your SSS-ranked talent under my feet and humiliate you in front of so many people. Thoroughly losing his mind by Lin Tianming's words that continued to irritate him, the furious Wang Jian had burning flames surging around him. Under the shocked gazes of all the onlooking passerby students at the scene, the burning flames were coalesced into a fire dragon by Wang Jian in a matter of moments. The form of the fiery dragon was as if it was a real dragon, sweeping the frenzied flames towards Lin Tianming. When Lin Tianming saw this move of Wang Jian's, the fire dragon, he was a bit surprised and said, Fire dragon? Senior, that's a great move. But in the next second, he changed his words. It's just a pity that it belongs to me. As the words fell, a fiery flame similar to that of the king's sword rose around Lin Tianming's body and instantly coalesced to form a fire dragon sweeping with frenzied flames. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingshui, who was watching the battle, curved her mouth. Brother Tianming has unleashed the copying skill of God's hand. This cheeky senior is bound to lose. Feng Lan, who was right next to Yi Qingshui, looked faintly at Yi Qingshui, who was full of confidence in Lin Tianming. She who also understood Lin Tianming's hand of God didn't say anything, but she also believed that Lin Tianming would win. Looking at the two fire dragons that were about to collide together, Wang Jianrun was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could you possibly know my fire dragon emergence skill? Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed, and after his duplicate fire dragon collided with Wang Jian's fire dragon, the dragon's body suddenly skyrocketed, erupting with even more power than the original fire dragon emergence skill. This was the result of Lin Tianming's efforts to upgrade to level 15 over the past 2 months. His God's Hand skill, which had copied 100% of the power of his opponent's skill from the beginning, had gotten a whole new ability. That is, except for super bit level forbidden spell skills, low-level skills he could continue to enhance the power of the copied skill after perfect copying, exploding even more powerful than the original. Lin Tianming's suddenly surging cottage fire dragon easily tore apart Wang Jian's genuine fire dragon, and continued to attack towards Wang Jian with a momentum that was as strong as any. Senior, it seems that this fire dragon of mine is even bigger than yours. What's going on here? Lin Tianming's voice filled with banter rang in his ears, and Wang Jian was too late to go and argue with Lin Tianming at the moment. Looking at the momentum of the fire dragon that was surging towards him, Wang Jian's heart was filled with fear and he turned around to escape. However, his escape speed was too slow. In just a few moments, he was hit by Lin Tianming's replicated Fire Dragon Exodus skill and let out a pig-killing wail. Dawn. Burn it. I admit defeat. It's me who lost. Ouch. Going to be burned to death. Chapter 22. If you were as handsome as Lin Tianming, you've had girls confessing to you even at the beginning of the school year. Under the burning of Lin Tianming's fire dragon flames, all of the second-year student Wang Jian's clothes were burned, and even Wang Jian's hair was burned up by Lin Tianming. Senior, your fire dragon emergence skill is really good. Successfully defeating Wang Jian, Lin Tianming didn't forget to flirt with the bald senior whose clothes were all burnt out at the moment. The fire finally stopped? Why do I feel a cool breeze? Wang Jian was in no mood to care if Lin Tianming was mocking him at the moment. Finally not having to be burned by the fire anymore, he had a sense of relief after the robbery. The nearby passerby students who were watching the battle, after seeing that Wang Jian, who was still human and dog-like just a moment ago, had even lost his clothes at the moment, and his head was burnt to a bald donkey, they all couldn't help but laugh. Look, that senior called Wang Jian had all his clothes burned by Lin Tianming's fire. Being naked is so funny. I really can't hold it in. Put. Ha 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 ha. Laughing made my stomach hurt. This is too much fun today. His hair was also burned away by the fire dragon just now. This senior is afraid that he's going to become a stepping stone to Lin Tianming's fame as a freshman. I guess it won't be long before the whole school knows that he, a sophomore, couldn't beat freshman Lin Tianming. Most of the male students were laughing, and the female students watching the battle were also laughing. But there were also many female students who showed contempt because of Wang Jian's clothes being burnt naked. So disgusting. This guy was already unattractive, and having his clothes burned makes him even uglier. True down head. My eyes are polluted. The murmurs of the surrounding group of passerby students gathered around also made Wang Jian realize that not only had he now become bald, but his clothes had also been burned. With all the ugliness, Wang Jian was a bit groundless at the moment. In order to avoid more people witnessing his ugly behavior today, Wang Jian covered his vitals and viciously glared at Lin Tianming, who was still there gloating, before scattering his legs and running away. Lin Tianming, you wait for me. You hit me and subjected me to this great humiliation. My Wang family will not let you go. Listening to the vicious words that Wang Jian put down while escaping, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly. Spiritual sparks. Unleashing the skills that he had learned from entering the secret realm with Yi Qingxue 2 months ago, Lin Tianming punished Wang Jian, who had dared to speak harshly to him even after this. As soon as the spirit body spark was unleashed, the power that struck straight to the soul silently stabbed Wang Jian. The stabbing pain in his soul also stimulated Wang Jian's brain to a dizzying moment. Although Lin Tianming only stimulated Wang Jian for a moment before withdrawing the spirit spark, Wang Jian still stumbled and planted himself on the ground after a brief blur of consciousness. The spiritual stabbing pain brought about by the soul had just ended when Wang Jian, who had fallen face first to the ground, experienced the true pain of a broken head again. Ouch! It hurts. Too much. It was already humiliating enough. All the way was full of all kinds of contempt for him, and then fell down. Wang Jian hated to find a crack in the ground at the moment. He didn't realize that he would fall all thanks to Lin Tianming's attack that hit his soul. Rushing to get up from the ground, Wang Jian continued to flee the scene in fear. Lin Tianming teased Wang Jian, and he too returned to Yi Qingxue's side. Yi Qingxue also held his shoulder intimately. Brother Tianming, well done. Seeing this Wang Jian being beaten up by you like this is such a relief. Fenglan was also next to Yi Qingxue, and when she saw Lin Tianming end the battle, she opened her golden mouth on a rare occasion. Tianming, thank you for teaching that Wang Jian a lesson for me. Tianming? Lin Tianming was just about to say that it was all a show of hands when Yi Qingxue's eyebrows tightened because of the way Fenglan addressed Lin Tianming. Fenglan, trouble you to sparingly address brother Tianming. He is not familiar with you. Fenglan wasn't afraid of Yi Qingxue at all and faintly replied back. Who said I'm not familiar with him? I'm his girlfriend. Brother Tianming, he's coming to the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy for the first time today. He used to be with me in Mingxi City, and I'm his girlfriend. If you keep talking nonsense, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're the daughter of the Feng family's head. Fenglan, this vixen, she's sick, isn't she? She's trying to steal my Tianming's brother from me. Although I had no grudge against Fenglan before I was reborn, if she dares to steal my man Yi Qingxue in this life, I will absolutely not rest in peace with this vixen. I like brother Tianming because we are childhood sweethearts. This Fenglan is just trying to get closer to brother Tianming because she sees that brother Tianming has good talent. Brother Tianming, you can't be seduced by this vixen. Yi Qingxue was angry with Fenglan for calling Lin Tianming her boyfriend at the moment. both on the surface and in her heart. Lin Tianming felt that if he continued to let these two great Buddhas be together, the two of them might get into a fight as they chatted. Feng Lan, it was nice to meet you today. Let's improve our understanding of each other again sometime. I have to send Qingxue to her dormitory. We'll see you next time. First, he made it known to Feng Lan that he was leaving, and Lin Tianming didn't care if Qingxue agreed or not. He hurriedly pulled her out of here. Looking at the departing backs of Lin Tianming and Qingxue, Feng Lan didn't chase after them, letting the two of them disappear from her view. She glanced at the nearby passerby students who were still watching and didn't bother to worry about how they were talking about her, leaving with a calm face. That SSS-ranked gifted guaranteed student called Lin Tianming can be it's only the first day of school, and two beautiful female freshmen have fallen for him, both wanting to be his girlfriend. If you also looked as handsome as Lin Tianming, you even became famous by violently beating up a second-year student in public today, and you have SSS-ranked natural supernatural abilities. You could also have a girl confessing her love to you on the first day of school. I'm still self-aware. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with a monster-level genius like Lin Tianming in my lifetime. He was already level 15 on the freshman test on the first day of school. The only ones like him are Feng Lan, the daughter of the Feng family's head, and Qingxue, who has been glued to his side just now. They're door-to-door pairs, and people at my level can only be envious and jealous. During the time that these passerby students continued to hotly debate Lin Tianming was accompanying Qingxue to the dormitory building where she lived. On the way, Qingxue stared straight at Lin Tianming. Brother Tianming, why did you just say to Feng Lan that you guys would be free to get to know each other better? You're not really interested in Feng Lan because she's decided that you're her boyfriend, are you? Qingxue, you've been my girlfriend for a long time now. How could I let another girl be my girlfriend when I have you? Don't think too much. Lin Tianming also immediately clarified to show his innocence. Although he had the idea of raiding Feng Lan, none of that was for the purpose of making Feng Lan his girlfriend, but rather to dissolve Feng Lan's original hatred towards this body of his. Heaven and earth. He and Feng Lan are innocent. Chapter 23, It's not an enemy that doesn't get together. Feng Lan and Qingxue lived in the same dormitory. After hearing Lin Tianming's explanation, Qingxue also spread her smile again. She also didn't think about Feng Lan trying to steal her boyfriend and talked and laughed with Lin Tianming the rest of the way. It didn't take long for Qingxue to arrive under the dormitory building where she lived accompanied by Lin Tianming. Rose Court is the place, Brother Tianming. Qingxue took her cell phone and opened the lodging information that had been sent to her long ago by the Imperial-grade Imperial Academy to check it out, confirming that the dormitory building she was staying in was the Rose Court, and that she was stopping here as well. Lin Tianming also said, I remember that the package you filled with bedding, a change of clothes, and daily necessities was also sent to this dormitory building a few days before the start of the school year, right? Qingxue also nodded her little head affirmatively. Aha! Yes, Brother Tianming. I saw before that the Imperial-grade Imperial School said that I could send things in advance. I did put everything I was going to bring in the suitcase in advance and sent it to Rose Court. The school leader who sent that message said that when the school year starts, after reporting for duty, you can just pick it up directly at the dormitory duty room under the dormitory building. Just don't forget to send it. Come on. I'll help you find your suitcase and carry it to the dormitory where you live. After saying his words, Lin Tianming accompanied Qingxue into Rose Court. Just to the left of the entrance to Rose Court is the duty room where the resident ant is usually on duty. Looking in through the glass window, it was lined with large and small suitcases. Perhaps because this was a girls' dormitory building, the suitcases inside were colorful and most of them looked generally much smaller than those carried by the boys. Hello Auntie, I'm here to pick up my suitcase. As soon as Qingxue walked into the duty room, she greeted the hostess aunt who was on duty cordially. As soon as the hostess aunt heard Qingxue's sweet voice, she also raised her head in a happy mood. Only when the hostess auntie saw that Qingxue was still followed by Lin Tianming, this old auntie's face instantly darkened. Girls' dormitory building. No boys allowed. Looking at this hostess aunt's serious expression, Qingxue spoke up. Auntie, today is the first day for new students to report to the dormitory. Everyone is busy moving things. This boy is my boyfriend. He heard that my suitcase is very heavy, so he specially came to help me move it into the dormitory that I'm staying in. So just be a little more accommodating. Faced with Qingxue's request, this hostess aunt's serious expression pretended to be contemplative. In previous years, it is also true that some boys entered the girls' dormitory on the first day of school on the pretext of helping the girls to carry their belongings. As long as Lin Tianming really left after moving things and didn't do anything else, it was fine to limit it to a slightly more lenient day. Thinking of this, the hostess aunt looked at Lin Tianming again. Noticing that the hostess aunt was looking at him, Lin Tianming also gave the old aunt a smile full of kindness. coupled with Lin Tianming's already young and handsome teenage face. It was also easy for the serious-faced old aunt to let her guard down on him. This girl has a good eye. This boyfriend of hers is even more handsome than those fresh meat on TV. The old auntie looked like she didn't have much to think about with her serious face, but in her heart, she was praising Lin Tianming's face. Although he was going to release Lin Tianming to help Yi Qingxue carry her luggage, the hostess aunt still had a serious face and said, "Young man, remember, after you finish carrying your stuff, you'll quickly go downstairs and leave." "Thank you, auntie." Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue spoke in unison. The way they were both polite also put the old aunt in a good mood. With Lin Tianming's help, Yi Qingxue quickly found her suitcase in the duty room. "Brother Tianming, this is my suitcase. We can go upstairs now. I live on the 4th floor." "Well, let's go upstairs now. Bye, auntie." Before Lin Tianming sent Yi Qingxue upstairs, he didn't forget to politely say goodbye to this hostess aunt. Only when Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue went upstairs did the serious-faced hostess reveal a smile. "This young man is quite well-mannered, handsome and sweet-talking. No wonder he can make that girl stick to him so much." Lin Tianming carried Yi Qingxue's luggage for her to the 4th floor, and the two of them searched for a while on the 4th floor and quickly found the dormitory where Yi Qingxue lived. "This is it." "Hey, I was just about to open the door with the key my hostess aunt gave me. Why is this door already open?" Yi Qingxue looked at the already open door of the dormitory in confusion. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, said, "I guess someone arrived before you, Qingxue, since the door is open. Let's just go straight in." "Well, brother Tianming, let's go in. Maybe we'll even meet my roommate who's going to live with me for 4 years. You guys get to know each other then." Yi Qingxue nodded and also pushed open the half-covered door of the room and walked in. The dormitories of the Imperial Great Empress Academy were all 2 people to a room, and as soon as they walked in, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue saw that one of the beds had already been laid out with sheets and bedding. Only in this room, there were only 2 people, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, and they didn't see the girl who had made the bed in advance. Yi Qingxue looked at the neat sheets, frowned and said, "The bed is all paved. Where are the people?" Lin Tianming speculated. "Maybe he went out beforehand." "Qingxue, this is good. Maybe people will still be shocked when they see me. A boy. Come in, while I help you make the bed together. I'll just go." "Alright then, brother Tianming. Hard work. Brother Tianming in this life is so good to me. He hasn't abandoned me, and he even takes care of me so well." Listening to Yi Qingxue's touched heart, Lin Tianming also smiled happily. With his help, Yi Qingxue quickly spread her bed of quilts. "Phew, finally it's over. Brother Tianming. Thank you. It's fine. Qingxue, you and I grew up together, childhood sweethearts, and boyfriend and girlfriend, so don't split up between each other for this little favor. Without anything else, I'll leave first. No more, brother Tianming. You should also quickly go back to the dormitory you live in and move your stuff early to rest. You can video call me if you miss me, or just come to my downstairs to ask me out." Yi Qingxue also didn't want to continue delaying Lin Tianming because she also knew that Lin Tianming hadn't even moved his own things yet in order to help her move her luggage. Just as Lin Tianming was about to leave, the sound of unhurried footsteps sounded at the entrance of the dormitory where Yi Qingxue lived. Is Kyoso's roommate back? Holding this thought, Lin Tianming also looked towards the door curiously. When he saw the visitor, however, he was dumbfounded. The Windlark? Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue and the visitor simultaneously called out each other's names. This returning person was none other than Fenglan, who had previously been at odds with Yi Qingxue over Lin Tianming. After a short period of surprise, Yi Qingxue blushed unhappily and said, "This is the dormitory where I live. Why are you here?" Fenglan was also unwilling to show weakness and said, "This should be me asking you. I could have arrived before you. Just now there was only something to go out and wander around for a bit." When Fenglan said this, Yi Qingxue also instantly understood that Fenglan was her roommate. The thought of having to live with Fenglan, the vixen who tried to seduce her boyfriend for the next 4 years, made Yi Qingxue more or less unable to accept it. "I didn't realize my roommate was you. I wasn't expecting that." Fenglan's emotions adjusted quickly. She quickly lost her mood swings and calmly walked over to her bed and sat down. Lin Tianming, who had originally planned to leave, couldn't help but hold his forehead when he realized that Yi Qingxue and Fenglan, the 2 enemies who had almost fought on the first day of school, had become roommates. Is this what you call a wrongdoer? No. He had to remind them before he left that they must get along and never fight before they lasted even a day. Chapter 24, the number of plays broke 1,000,000. The Wang family has lost a lot of face this time. Qingxue, Fenglan, you two, shouldn't fight after I leave, right? Facing Lin Tianming's question, Yi Qingxue glanced at Fenglan and hummed petulantly. That depends on whether or not someone keeps calling you her boyfriend in front of me. As soon as Feng Lan heard Yi Qingshue's words, she faintly said, Tianming has always been my boyfriend. Boyfriends are boyfriends. Wanting to kill him is wanting to kill him. This identity can't be changed even if we start over in a new life. Listening to Feng Lan's heart, Lin Tianming knew that her current state was exactly the same as Yi Qingxue 2 months ago. As for Yi Qingxue, after hearing Feng Lan's statement that deliberately provoked her, she also had a chilly face. Feng Lan. In an instant, the temperature of the entire girls' dormitory room plummeted to the freezing point, freezing the unawares Lin Tianming into a shiver. Even though Feng Lan had few words, she was not shy about it, and a fierce wind surged up around her, stirring this room into even more chaos. The raging wind and icy cold pierced the bones. This instant gave Lin Tianming the feeling that winter had arrived. If these two teamed up and combined their abilities, wouldn't they be the goddess of winter? It was just a pity that the two of them were now battling it out, and it was really hard to get the two of them to join forces. Lin Tianming took a deep breath and forcibly pressed the two who stood up back into their beds respectively. Cut it out. Both of you. You're going to be roommates for 4 years. You can't have a big fight over a little thing. After being held down by Lin Tianming, Feng Lan and Yi Qingxue also collected their respective supernormal abilities one after another. Feng Lan responded to Lin Tianming, Don't worry. I'm not that boring. I won't make a move until she does. Yi Qingxue also didn't want Lin Tianming to think that she, her proper girlfriend, was unreasonable. She said, Brother Tianming, don't worry about leaving. I won't fight with her is all. Despite what they said, Lin Tianming still had big doubts about whether or not the two of them could live in harmony. But even if he suspected it, Lin Tianming, as a boy, couldn't possibly keep watch over the two of them in the girls' dormitory every day. Now he could only hope that the two of them would actually do what they said they would do, or at least not fight in the girls' dormitory, which was full of people. I'll be off then. You two must get along. After giving these two a final word of advice before leaving, Lin Tianming left the girls' dormitory building, taking out his cell phone and searching according to the information sent to him by the school administration. Lin Tianming then casually asked a few people for directions and also quickly found the boys' dormitory building where he lived. Purple Bamboo Court. This is it. Finding his suitcase in the hostel auntie's duty room on the first floor, Lin Tianming carried it straight up to the second floor to find his dormitory room number. Soon, Lin Tianming found his room. Noticing that the door to his room was open, Lin Tianming guessed that it was mostly similar to Yi Qingshue's situation, and that someone had arrived at the dormitory one step ahead of him first. Having prepared himself to meet his new roommate, Lin Tianming walked in with his suitcase. Someone's coming in? It must be my roommate for the next 4 years. How are you, classmate? My name is Chu Yunfei. Nice to meet you. As soon as he entered, Lin Tianming saw a tall, thin boy lying on a pre-made bed. So skinny. This is going to be a bamboo pole. This was Lin Tianming's first impression when he met the boy who called himself Chu Yunfei. My name is Lin Tianming. Let's get along for the next 4 years. Lin Tianming also introduced himself and calmly walked into the dormitory. Chu Yunfei got up to see what Lin Tianming looked like, and once he saw Lin Tianming's looks and then heard Lin Tianming's self-introduction, he couldn't help but show an excited expression. I'll go. I recognize you. I've seen you before at the entrance of the north gate of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. You're the demon who didn't put up any defense, forced his way into the wall of lightning, and even absorbed all the lightning power from that teacher Zheng Han's wall of lightning. I didn't expect my roommate to be you. Lin Tianming listened to Chu Yunfei's words as he opened his suitcase and took out the bedding to make the bed while continuing to chat with Chu Yunfei. It's nothing. Since we're going to be roommates for 4 years, I'll call you Yunfei from now on. You can just call me Tianming. Ha ha, good. To be able to be roommates with a genius with an SSS-ranked psychic ability talent like you, Tianming. I've really earned it. I'm an S-class fire attribute ability talent. By the way, Tianming, what kind of ability have you awakened? I can't believe that you were able to absorb all of Ms. Zheng Han's wall of lightning. I was just lying on my bed swiping the video on my phone, and I saw that you violently beat up sophomore Wang Jian with a fire dragon. It was too strong. That's a level 25 fire attribute awakened person. Surprisingly, he was defeated by you, a mere enrollee. Facing Chu Yunfei who was like a curious baby, Lin Tianming calmly replied, the supernormal ability I awakened is called God's Hand. Isn't it written on the school's official website? You know my name. Just look it up. That's not what I wanted to ask. Of course I looked it up, and the official website does say that your power is called God's Hand, but I've never heard of any God's Hand powers before. So what exactly does this power of yours have the ability to do? Lin Tianming smiled, copying other people's skills. A small trick, not up to par. Not comparable to you awakened people who have awakened heaven and earth elemental attributes supernatural abilities. Tian Ming, you're being too modest. Being too modest is always taken as intentionally showing off. If you really can't stand up, your God's hand couldn't be an SSS-ranked psychic talent, nor could you have entered school at level 15, much less have violently beaten a second-year student over 10 levels. Chu Yunfei counted his battle resume of the day as if it were a treasure trove, which amused Lin Tianming. He's kind of funny for a roommate. He still looks at Chu Yunfei too thin. It was the first time he had ever seen someone who could be as skinny as a bamboo pole. During the time Lin Tianming's side was exchanging feelings with his new roommate, Wang Jian, the second-year student he had violently beaten up, had changed into new clothes by now. However, Wang Jian's bald head, whose hair had been burned out by the fire dragon, was still particularly noticeable. That's the way it happened. Cousin, you must do right by me. A freshman violently beat you up? With the way you act, it must have been you who failed to provoke someone on your own and got blown up instead, right? You've really disgraced my Wang family. I don't have time to get involved in your. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. The woman whom Wang Jian addressed as her cousin listened to Wang Jian's complaints and instead impatiently reprimanded him. Being reprimanded by her like this, Wang Jian, who had been arrogant and domineering in the face of everyone else before, didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. However, he still continued to ask for help. Cousin, I'm a member of the Wang family no matter how I say it. That kid beat me even if it's not enough. He also burned me bald in front of so many people, and also burned all of my clothes and pants, letting me run all the way back to the dormitory naked and disgraced. So you can just help me out this one time. This is also to salvage the reputation of the Wang family. Perhaps annoyed by Wang Jian's noise, Wang Jian's cousin waved her hand. Forget it, you haven't told me what that freshman's name is until now. Hearing his cousin's words, Wang Jian knew that she was going to make a move. He also immediately said, he is called Lin Tianming. As soon as she heard the three words Lin Tianming, this cousin seemed to be thinking of some past events and said with less certainty, Lin Tianming seems to be the boyfriend of that Feng Lan from the Feng family. Yes, cousin, so you know him too? At that time, Feng Lan, the daughter of the Feng family's head, was also there and said that that new student Lin Tianming was her boyfriend. Wang Jian's cousin's beautiful eyes slightly converged. Is there a picture of the one called Lin Tianming? Show me. Speaking of this, Wang Jian said with some embarrassment, there are no photos, but there is a video of me being brutally beaten by him online. The amount of broadcasts have broken 1 million. Upon hearing that the video of Wang Jian being brutally beaten by Lin Tianming had spread online, Wang Jian's cousin glared at Wang Jian. You've really lost face this time. My Wang family has never been so humiliated before. After a pause, this cousin continued, turn the video over for me. Wang Jian sniffed, but also hurriedly took out his cell phone to search the internet for the video of him being brutally beaten by Lin Tianming, and then not too kindly walked to his cousin. The video captured by a passerby was playing on his cell phone, and Wang Jian was a bit blind, but his cousin was looking at it and frowning. Surprisingly, it's him. It turns out that Feng Lan's boyfriend, Lin Tianming, is the man who ruined her innocence that she failed to find in her last life after a lifetime of exhaustion. Chapter 25 Phoenix Yen Goddess Wan Yen Yen, the one who destroyed my innocence. I will not repeat the same mistake in this life. Wan Yen Yen, a fourth-year student of the Imperial Great Empress Academy. At the same time, she was also the president of the Student Union of the Imperial Great Empress Academy. After the official start of the school year, however, she would step down as president of the Student Council, handing over the power to the vice president of the third-year students. She would soon be able to step down from her position, and she wasn't really interested in the matters within the Imperial Great Empress Academy school now. As a reborn person who was suddenly reborn in this period of time 2 months ago, Wan Yanyan wanted to put her heart and soul into breaking the awakened rank record that she had graduated from in her previous life. In her last life, when she graduated, she was at level 75, which was a full 25 levels above the minimum standard graduation level of the Imperial Great Empress Academy. Having lived a new life, she naturally hoped that she would be able to go to the next level. As long as each step was stronger than her previous life, she would be able to survive the era of the gods' descent behind her. Before she was reborn, her final awakened person level reached the standard of a god-level awakened person, and she was honored as the Phoenix Yen Goddess. It was a pity that she perished in that era of the descent of the gods even though she was promoted to Fire God. In order not to repeat her mistakes, she had to work harder in this life than she did in the last. With the experience of her rebirth, she was sure she would be able to go farther than in her last life. Yet it was in this state of mind that she was disturbed by Wang Jian today. To be honest, Wang Yanyan really wanted to slap this cousin of hers. Nay, she finally decided to help her cousin, who had no business being here all day. for the sake of her fellow clan members. However, after seeing what Lin Tianming looked like, Wang Yanyan's heart trembled and her eyebrows were locked. Because this Lin Tianming who had violently beaten her cousin she recognized. It was the man who had once defiled her in the inflaming flame mystic realm in her previous life while she was absorbing the power of the flame contained in the phoenix inflaming crystal. She had also heard of Lin Tianming in her previous life, but like her in this life, she had reached the final year of her outgoing position as the society's president, not caring much about the affairs of the imperial capital's great imperial academy, and was absorbed in raising her awakened rank above. So much so that she had only heard that Lin Tianming was the boyfriend of the daughter of the Feng family's head, and had SSS-Grade psychic talent. She didn't even make the connection between the man who had tainted her innocence and Feng Lan's boyfriend. Now that she understood through chance after her rebirth that Lin Tianming was the culprit who had defiled her innocence while she was off guard in the inflammatory flame mystery realm and had taken away the remaining half of the flame power of the phoenix inflammatory crystal, Wang Yanyan's circumference instantly rose with phoenix flames. Wang Jian, who was on the side, was instantly terrified, and the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground in fear. Cousin, what is wrong with you? Don't suddenly unleash such strong flame power. I was almost burned to death by you. Wang Yanran ignored Wang Jian. She was still thinking about Lin Tianming. If she hadn't missed out on the power of the complete Phoenix Yin crystal because of Lin Tianming, she wouldn't have perished in that most vital battle for her in her last life. It was important to know that she, who had only absorbed half of the power of the Phoenix Flame crystal, had grown to the point where the god of fire had nearly killed her enemies at the time of the god's descent. If she had obtained the full power of the Phoenix Yin crystal, it would have been impossible for her to lose. And most importantly, Lin Tianming, who had ruined her innocence, had also become her heart demon, causing her to be attacked by it from time to time after she had been promoted to a god. It just so happened that during that battle, she also had her heart demon triggered, and her battle power was further greatly reduced. It could almost be said that the fact that she would die in her last life had nothing to do with Lin Tianming. Right after coming out of the inflaming flame mystic realm, furious, she had also heard the news that Lin Tianming had killed the Feng family head. It was thought that Lin Tianming had fled into the Inferno Flame mystic realm for refuge after killing the Wind family head, and had met her in order to seize the power of the Phoenix Inferno crystal, and then poisoned her. This ungrateful white-eyed wolf had first victimized his mentor, then his girlfriend's father, and later defiled her in the Inferno Flame's secret realm. Although Wang Yanyan in her previous life didn't know that Lin Tianming was the one who had defiled her, she still knew that Lin Tianming had died tragically in the southern border not long after the inflaming flame mystery realm. It was said that Lin Tianming's death was extremely miserable, being devoured by 10,000 parasites and dying of ulceration all over his body. It was thought to have been killed by those awakened people in the southern border who could awaken the power of witchcraft. Even now sorting out why she hadn't been able to find Lin Tianming in her last life, and knowing that Lin Tianming had actually died a long time ago. But in this life, Wang Yanyan was still a bit nagging when she thought of Lin Tianming. She knew that if this continued, in the future, even if she became a fire god again, she would definitely let Lin Tianming become her heart demon. The only way to get rid of your demons, that would be to kill Lin Tianming. Thinking of this, Wang Yanyan swept her eyes over the paralyzed and terrified Wang Jian, and waved her hand impatiently. Alright, I know. I'll take a look at this freshman named Lin Tianming for you when I have time. As soon as he heard Wang Yanran's words, Wang Jian happily said, "Many thanks to cousin for standing up for me." As night fell, Lin Tianming had just come out of the cafeteria after eating dinner with his new roommate Chu Yunfei from the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy, when he was stopped in his tracks by a hot-bodied schoolmate. Chu Yunfei noticed that this hot-bodied schoolmate's eyes kept staring at Lin Tianming, and he asked Lin Tianming, "Tianming, do you know this schoolmate?" Lin Tianming shook his head. "I don't recognize it," the hot-bodied schoolmate said to Lin Tianming. "Lin Tianming, come over here with me. There are some things I only want to say to you alone." Chu Yunfei revealed an envious look when he heard that school sister's words. "I'll go, Tianming. I feel as if this school sister is here to find you to confess her love." "Don't be ridiculous." Lin Tianming glared at Chu Yunfei, then looked at the unfamiliar schoolmate right in front of him. "This schoolmate, if you have anything to say it here. It's not convenient here." The schoolmate's insistence was also more than enough to make Chu Yunfei think that she was trying to confess to Lin Tianming, just a little too shy to confess in public. Chu Yunfei revealed a look that he understood everything. "Tianming, I won't be a light bulb. I'll go back to the dormitory first and wait for you. You guys take your time to chat." Having been sold by Chu Yunfei just like that, Lin Tianming was more or less speechless. However, as he watched the schoolmate insisting that he go to talk with her in a place where no one was around, Lin Tianming couldn't help but be skeptical. It's not possible that this schoolmate is really looking for him to confess her love, is it? After thinking about it, Lin Tianming still decided to go with her. Okay, school teacher. Seeing Lin Tianming finally agree, this hot-bodied schoolmate also smiled sweetly. Come with me, junior, denizen, stinking hooligans, scum. You defiled my innocence in the last life. I will kill you by 1,000 cuts in this life. I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts. I'll nip your evil in the bud. What? Is heartfelt. It was amazing that he could hear the heart of this schoolmate. At the same moment, Lin Tianming's system sounded a prompt. The system has automatically bound the Phoenix Yen goddess Wan Yanyan within range for the host, and the host can perfectly eavesdrop on the Phoenix Yen goddess Wan Yanyan's heart. Wan Yanyan, daughter of the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital of Kyushu. SSS-Grade fire attributes psychic talent. Before he was reborn, he searched for the Phoenix Yen crystal in the secret realm of inflammation and fire, and on the way to absorbing the power of the Phoenix Yen crystal, he was defiled by the original owner, Lin Tianming, and had the Phoenix Yen crystal, which had half of its flame power left, taken away. Once she was out of the secret realm of the inflaming fire, she did not know that the person who defiled her was Fenglan's boyfriend, Lin Tianming, who had searched for her entire life and had not found the person who had defiled her innocence. Even though she had lost half of the power of the Phoenix Yen crystal, Wan Yanyan still certified the divine throne and became the Phoenix Yen goddess. However, in the tragic battle of the gods' descent, Wan Yanyan ended up falling tragically because of the trigger of her nagging heart demon towards Lin Tianming, and because she was missing half of the flame power of the Phoenix Yen crystal. It could be said that in the previous life, Wan Yanyan would die tragically after becoming a god, all because of Lin Tianming. In this life she finds out through her cousin, Wang Jian, that Lin Tianming is the one who defiled her, and she vows to make the one who defiled her pay for it. After listening to the system's introduction of the Phoenix Yen goddess Wan Yanyan, Lin Tianming's person went numb. Goddamn original owner. How many people did you screw over in your last life? It's a ing walk down the aisle to meet someone who wants to stab him. Can we still have a good time? Chapter 26, Deceiving the Master and Destroying the Ancestor. Heaven and earth are incapable. Lin Tianming, who had chilled Jiang Han's heart. Hiss. Well, Lin Tianming suddenly covered his stomach and locked his brows in a pained expression. Looking at Wan Yanyan also couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this little bad boy? Despite the confusion in her heart, Wan Yanyan stopped and asked, Elementary brother, what are you? Learn. Sister. Hiss. Pain pain pain. Lin Tianming had just said something, and then he covered his stomach and cried out in pain again. It took several breaths before he broke off and cobbled together a breathless explanation. Sister. Me. I suddenly have a stomachache. Maybe I ate something in the cafeteria and got a bad stomach. As the number 1 ranked higher awakened academy in Kyushu, the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, in order to ensure the health of every top student from every region of Kyushu, the food is strictly controlled, and since the opening of the school there has never been a situation where the cafeteria food was out of order, and it should be unlikely that this stomach ache of yours is due to a bad meal in the cafeteria. Wan Yanran looked at Lin Tianming's painful expression while analyzing whether Lin Tianming's stomach pain was real or not. This Wan Yanyan seems to be a little less confused. Lin Tianming, who was pretending to have a stomachache and wanted to use it to sneak away, lamented in his heart. Still, he continued, but maybe it's just the water and the soil. Sister, my stomach really hurts. Hissing. After staring at Lin Tianming's indeed painful expression for a while, Wan Yanyan did not immediately reply. Difficulty with water and soil? If it is because of dietary differences in the water and soil, it is really possible to eat the normal meals of the Imperial Academy. Eat a bad stomach. Thinking slightly for a moment, Wan Yanyan stared at Lin Tianming and asked, the cafeteria of the Great Imperial Academy has specialties from all over the Kyushu region, so even if you're not used to the water and the soil, you can still eat the food that's often eaten there in your area. So how did you get a bad stomach? In the face of Wan Yanyan's still somewhat unbelieving questioning, Lin Tianming also improvised blind lies on the spot. Hiss. School sister. I really have a stomach ache. Can we not stand over here like interrogating a prisoner? I just came to the imperial capital for the first time and wanted to taste the dishes over here, so I didn't order the dishes that we like to eat in that place. Who would have thought that I would have a bad stomach because of the water and the soil? This explanation sounds reasonable. If I were to go to a city other than the imperial city, I would subconsciously want to order local dishes to try, rather than thinking about the problem of not being able to adapt to the local conditions. It seems that I am too sensitive, but this time to have a stomach upset can really spoil my plan to try to seduce this little bad guy into the grove and forcefully kill. Let's forget about it today, just to make sure he's not the scum who defiled my innocence and kill him next time. Listening to the growth plan mentioned by Wang Yanyan's heart, Lin Tianming couldn't help but feel a little chilled. Fortunately, he was smart enough to pretend to have a stomach ache in time, or else there was a real possibility that he would be taken into the grove by this schoolmate and given the results. Elementary school brother, your stomach hurts. Do you want me to send you to the infirmary? I think it's just a simple case of watery stomach. I should be fine if I go back to the dormitory and use the restroom. Sister, can I ask your name before I leave? Although Lin Tianming knew through the system that this schoolmate was called Wang Yanran and was also a reborn person who had been pitched by the original owner, he still had to pretend that he was recognizing this schoolmate for the first time. Elementary school brother, my name is Wang Yanyan. You can call me Yanyan school sister. I'm very favorably disposed to you. Oh, I'm so happy I want to burn you to death right now. Wang Yanyan was passionate on the surface, but her inner heart was filled with anger and hatred. This anger was not at all inferior to Yiqing Xue from 2 months ago. Okay. Hiss. I remembered. My stomach really hurts too much. Yan Ran's senior sister. I'll go back to my dormitory first. See you next time. Lin Tianming didn't dare to continue to stay with Wang Yanyan, lest he accidentally got dressed up. As the words fell, he didn't give Wang Yanyan the chance to reply, and ran towards the dormitory building where he lived in a single bound. Looking at Lin Tianming's back as he left, the schoolmate's smile on Wang Yanyan's face that was originally full of friendliness and enthusiasm gradually disappeared, replaced by the fire of hatred that she no longer carried out any concealment. Lin Tianming, the next time we meet, it will be the day you die in the Yellow Springs, killing you. This is my way of avenging all those people who were pitted by you scum in the previous life. Fleeing from the grove decapitation plan that Wang Yanyan had meticulously planned for him, as soon as Lin Tianming returned to the dormitory where he was staying, he lay down on the bed like a deflated man and took a long breath. Seeing that he was back, his roommate Chu Yunfei immediately came over and asked in a gossipy manner, Tianming, how was it? Did that hot-bodied schoolmate find you to confess her love? It was fine if Chu Yunfei didn't ask, but this question instantly made Lin Tianming remember that he was almost brought into the grove to be struck down by Wang Yanyan because he believed Chu Yunfei's speculation. Lin Tianming glared at Chu Yunfei without any good humor. Confess, you big head. I was almost killed by your misdirection. Suddenly being glared at by Lin Tianming like this, Chu Yunfei immediately revealed a somewhat innocent look. It wasn't just guessing that the schoolmate was trying to find Lin Tianming to confess her love. How did he almost get Lin Tianming killed? The next day, Lin Tianming, as Jiang Han's student, also received a message from Jiang Han asking him to go to class with her to learn. Following the message sent by Jiang Han to the Thunderbolt Awakening ground on the campus of the Imperial Capital Grade Imperial School, Lin Tianming had expected to see quite a few of his fellow classmates who had been selected by Jiang Han. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming didn't see a single classmate and only saw Jiang Han alone in the Thunder Awakening field? This gave Lin Tianming an ominous feeling. This couldn't be the killing game Jiang Han had prepared for him, could it? Just like that Yan Wang who tried to abduct him into the grove to do bad things last night. Son, you're here. Come on over here. Today your teacher is going to teach you your first lesson in school. Although Ms. Jiang Han's expression looked really kind, but thinking that she was also a master who wanted to seek revenge on him, Lin Tianming suddenly regretted coming here a little. Without answering Jiang Han's words, he turned around and tried to flee the place. Leaving the classroom during class is considered absenteeism. Son, as a bonded student with SSS-ranked talent, you can't do such a thing. Jiang Han's words that made his scalp numb came from the back, and the next instant Lin Tianming was entangled by a lightning whip condensed from the power of thunder and lightning and was forcefully tugged in front of Jiang Han. Why do you look as if you're afraid of me? You child? Could it be that the fact that I'm a reborn person has been discovered by this retrograde? Listening to Jiang Han's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also hurriedly explained. Teacher Jiang Han, I'm the only student here. I'm a bit terrified. Normally shouldn't there be other students worshipping under your door with me in class? Being asked this by Lin Tianming, Jiang Han also smiled. Child, wanting to become my Jiang Han student is not that easy. Before I took you on as a student, although I was a teacher at the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, I wouldn't specialize in taking on students. I was mainly engaged in developing various special training programs for students, and occasionally substituting for some teachers. When Lin Tianming got Jiang Han's answer, he was a little surprised and said, You mean, I'm your first student? Not bad. You are the first student I, Jiang Han, have taken in over the years. At the same time that Jiang Han was certain, her heartbreaking and incomparable heartbeat was also overheard by Lin Tianming. I didn't realize that I had a hard time seeing a student who struck my fancy, and poured my heart and soul into training him, only to end up being deceived by a teacher. Tianming, Tianming, do you? The rebellious disciple who deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestor. Know how much your betrayal of me has saddened my teacher? Chapter 27, the first lesson of the school year. Aggressive battle with the thunderstorm bear. Jung Han's heart was full of sadness and anger, but her surface demeanor was still well controlled. If Lin Tianming hadn't been able to eavesdrop on her heart, it would have been impossible to know how much she hated him. Having just escaped from Wang Yanyan's hands last night by relying on his cleverness, and having to face Jung Han, who also had murderous intentions towards him, today, Lin Tianming was under a lot of pressure. The next time he was with Jung Han, he must be careful every step of the way so that he could avoid being suddenly attacked and decapitated by her. I didn't realize that it's really just me as a student. Well then, Mr. Jung Han, may I ask what our first lesson of the day is? Speaking of the first lesson of the day, the corners of Jung Han's mouth rose slightly. She snapped her fingers with her right hand, and a furious roar resounded from this lightning awakening field that was specially prepared for those who had awakened to the attribute of thunder and lightning supernatural energy. Immediately after that, a giant bear with a body size taller than the two Jung Hans combined slowly emerged beside Jung Han. Crackling lightning power surged around the giant bear, and the deafening roar just now was emitted by it. Summoning this giant bear, Jung Han also introduced the rules of this first lesson today to Lin Tianming. This is a level 15 thunderstorm bear. Little friend Tianming, your first lesson today is to skillfully utilize your god's hand in a real battle to defeat this thunderstorm bear. The thunderstorm bear's defense was extremely amazing. Even if you copied its skills, you wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with it effectively. But if you were to be hit by its skills, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to support it for more than a couple of moves before you would lose. This is the first lesson I've carefully tailored for you, so I hope you don't let your teacher down and figure out a way to beat it. By the way, you can only copy its skills in battle. Never speculate by copying mine. Tianming's last life was the same as Fenglan's, entering the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy at only level 9. And the Thunderbolt Fury Bear I placed him with is also at level 9. In this life, both he and Fenglan have higher enrollment levels than in the previous life due to my rebirth. Although they still fight the same level of Thunderbolt Rage Bears, the level 15 Thunderbolt Rage Bears have one more skill than the level 9 Thunderbolt Rage Bears. It's just that I don't know if the Lin Tianming of this life can defeat the Thunderbolt Rage Bears that have an extra skill. Lin Tianming listened to Mr. Jung Han's heart, and he also heard something. That was the new skill that this thunderstorm bear had learned when it reached level 15, and it was the key to the thunderstorm bear's soaring battle power at the same level, far stronger than facing an awakened of the same level at level 9. By Jung Han arranging such a lightning attribute awakened beast with extremely strong defense for him, specifically targeting his ability to replicate, Lin Tianming's eyes also slightly narrowed. Jung Han made a swift flash of lightning, and the next moment she appeared in the distance. She also said to Lin Tianming, "Let the battle begin. Don't let me down, little one." As Jung Han said that the battle had begun, the huge-sized thunderstorm bear swung its bear claws towards Lin Tianming. Thunder raging bear claws, the sharp bear claws, which were even larger than Lin Tianming's head, swept with lurid thunderous power towards Lin Tianming. Seeing this, Lin Tianming also quickly pulled away and entered a fighting stance. Hand of God, launching the copy skill of God's hand at the first opportunity. Lin Tianming read the skill of the thunderstorm bear in a matter of moments. The 15th level Thunder Rage Bear had a total of 4 Thunder attribute ability skills: Thunder Rage Bear Claw, Thunder Rage, Thunder Trample, and Raging Thunder Armor. Thunder Raging Bear Claws and Thunder Trample were both active attack lightning attribute skills. Thunder Rage, on the other hand, is a rage gain skill that will increase the attack and speed of the Thunder Rage Bear and put the Thunder Rage Bear into a rage state. Raging Thunder Armor, on the other hand, is a skill that will give the Thunder Raging Bear enhanced defense. Understanding the effects of the 4 skills of the Thunderstorm Bear, it was time for Lin Tianming to make a choice. During these 2 months, Lin Tianming could be said to be extremely knowledgeable about his God's Hand ability through his efforts to cultivate. His God's Hand had a secret that he hadn't even told Ji Qingxue, and that was that his God's Hand could only copy a maximum of 3 skills. 3 copied skills are stored into 3 of the fingers of his right hand. Once he finished releasing the 3 replication skills, his God's Hand would go on cooldown. The reason Lin Tianming had been frantically practicing for the past 2 months, aside from Yi Qingxue pulling him along, was that he wanted to see if he could replicate a few more skills by leveling up. However, he had risen from level 1 to level 15, and there were still only 3 skills he could copy. There were only 2 changes to the upgrade, one being the cooldown time of his God's Hand, which had been shortened from 3 days at level 1 to 12 hours. The second is his God's Hand copy skill, which enhances the power of skills other than those below the level of superlative forbidden spell. In other words, if he couldn't defeat the Thunderstorm Bear with 3 skills in his battle with the Thunderstorm Bear, he would enter a period of weakness where he couldn't use his God's Hand. Thinking about this, Lin Tianming became more cautious about what skill he should choose to copy from the Thunderstorm Bear. After careful selection, Lin Tianming still gave up the Raging Thunder armor for defense and chose the other 3 Thunder Raging Bear skills. Reproduction. As Lin Tianming successfully activated the copying ability of the Hand of God, he also acquired the 3 skills of the Thunderstorm Bear in an instant, once again quickly dodging away from the Thunder Rage Bear's Thunder Rage Bear Claw. Lin Tianming unleashed Thunder Rage at the first opportunity, accompanied by a thunderous blasting sound. Lin Tianming could clearly feel that his speed and attacks had been greatly enhanced. Noticing that the Thunderbolt Fury Bear had once again executed the Thunderbolt Fury Bear Claw to slap towards him, Lin Tianming was also not willing to give in. Thunder Raging Bear Claws. After being empowered by Thunder Rage and further strengthened by the replication ability, the power of thunder and lightning spread by Lin Tianming's Thunder Raging Bear Claws was significantly stronger. The 2 Raging Bear Claws collided together, and Lin Tianming's Thunder Raging Bear Claw tore apart the Thunder Raging Bear's Thunder Raging Bear Claw on the spot and tore huge wounds in the Thunder Raging Bear's body. Having been injured by Lin Tianming with its skill, the Thunderbolt Fury Bear let out a deafening roar and also entered a berserk state. Thunder Rages. Not only that, the Thunderbolt Rage Bear also unleashed the Raging Thunder armor that Lin Tianming had not made a copy of, enhancing its defense. Even though Lin Tianming rode on his victory and unleashed Thunder Trample, trying to deal a fatal blow to the Thunderstorm Bear that had been torn apart by its wounds. However, under the defensive power of the Raging Thunder armor that far exceeded Lin Tianming's expectations, the Thunder Trample that Lin Tianming cast immediately after the Thunder Raging Bear Claw was directly resisted perfectly by the Raging Thunder armor. At the same moment, the Thunderbolt Fury Bear, which had its attack, speed, and defense all drawn up, was also running towards Lin Tianming. The clearly bulky-looking Thunderbolt Fury Bear got close to Lin Tianming in a matter of moments. Thunder Trample. Boom! With such a close-range Thunder Trample, as far as Lin Tianming's fragile body that couldn't even be compared to the Thunder Fury Bear was concerned, it also made Zhang Han, who was watching the battlefield, that Lin Tianming was bound to lose. But right at this moment, a wall of lightning that was enough to isolate everything rose up between Lin Tianming and the Thunderstorm Bear. This wall of thunder and lightning instantly disintegrated all of the Thunderstorm Bear's attacks, and it also electrocuted the Thunderstorm Bear into a serious injury. However, Lin Tianming's wall of lightning also dissipated after being perfectly resisted. I forgot that this brat also knows my wall of lightning, but relying on this move alone, it's still short of the last breath to defeat the Thunder Rage Bear. What do you do next? If you can advance to level 16 at this time and raise your God's Hand copying ability to the 4 skill limit, it would be possible to defeat the severely injured Thunderstorm Bear. At this time, when he heard Zhang Han's heartfelt words that he would be able to get an extra cap on copying skills once he rose to level 16, Lin Tianming was a bit incredulous. Zhang Han actually knew the secret that his God's Hand had a replication limit? This was a secret that he hadn't even told Ji Qingxue, his real girlfriend. How did she know? Could it be that you knew about it in your last life through the original owner? But would a guy as unscrupulous as the original owner really tell Zhang Han the biggest secret of the God's Hand's replication ability? Although for the time being, he couldn't figure out why Zhang Han knew the biggest secret of his God's Hand copying skill and the weakness of his God's Hand. However, it was also through Zhang Han that Lin Tianming learned about the method of raising the upper limit of his God's Hand replication skill. That's automatically unlocked when you reach level 16, but he had only recently upgraded to level 15, and it wasn't that easy to get to level 16. At least with this battle, he certainly couldn't inspire his potential to advance to the 16th level. During Lin Tianming's contemplation, the severely injured Thunderstorm Bear still relied on its stronger-than-human awakened beast physique to execute Thunder Trample to send Lin Tianming flying. At this moment, Lin Tianming seriously suspected that Zhang Han was trying to kill him by relying on the Thunderstorm Bear. She had definitely calculated that he would definitely not be able to break through level 16 today. However, in the next second, Zhang Han's heartbeat told him that she didn't want to kill him today. It seems to be nearing its limit. The only drawback of this child Tianming's God's Hand in the early stages is that there are too few skills that can be replicated, and if someone discovers the weaknesses, he can easily be put in danger. Being able to hold out for so long in the hands of a level 15 Thunderbolt Fury Bear has exceeded my expectations. Today's test is over. I will step in to save him when he can barely hold out. What's wrong with me? I obviously hate him so much for deceiving his teacher and betraying and killing me in his last life. And I'm even thinking of developing his potential and nurturing him to be even stronger than he was in his last life. Somewhat surprised that such a menacing first lesson today was to further develop his potential. Lin Tianming was also learning that Zhang Han's conflicting feelings towards him were more complicated than he had imagined, since she wanted to witness his potential to be even more powerful than in his last life. Lin Tianming was also determined to live up to this teacher Zhang Han's expectations. He vowed that he would prove his sincerity with time, so that this mentor, who had been hurt extremely deeply by the original master, would completely let go of his hatred and turn back into the teacher who regarded him as his beloved disciple. Right at the moment when the Thunderstorm Bear's surefire strike was executed, Lin Tianming directly launched a soul attack on the Thunderstorm Bear without waiting for Jiang Han to save him. Spiritual Sparks. Spirit Spark ignores the Thunderstorm Bear's physical defense boosted by the Thunderstorm armor and penetrates the Thunderstorm Bear's soul. Under the attack of the Spirit Body Spark that struck directly at the soul, the Thunder Rage Bear, which was only strong in its physical body, suddenly convulsed and rolled its eyes and collapsed on the ground. Jiang Han, who was planning to make a move to save Lin Tianming, saw Lin Tianming instantly turn the tables on him, and she stood dumbfounded, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Tianming, this kid can still do soul attacks? Why have I never seen him perform it in his last life? Chapter 28. Jiang Han knew his hand of God better than Lin Tianming, worthy of being a benefactor. Could it be that I'm misremembering that this kid Tianming's hand of God can copy 4 skills at level 15? No way. Back then, the secret of his God's hand skill replication limit was still something I discovered for him through testing. He himself didn't know it himself at the very beginning when he didn't encounter opponents who needed to use his skills frequently. This soul attack could not have been copied by him. The probability is that just like he absorbed my Wall of Thunder before to learn the Wall of Thunder skill, he gained the chance to learn this soul attack elsewhere. I guess it's because my rebirth affected the timeline. Jiang Han found herself a plausible reason that could convince her, and was no longer surprised that Lin Tianming could have a skill that attacked the soul. However, in order to confirm whether her guess was correct, she still had to test Lin Tianming herself. Good boy. Not bad. I didn't expect you to really be able to defeat this Thunderstorm Bear at level 15. The Thunderstorm Bear suddenly fainted and I felt a hint of fluctuation of soul power. I think you defeated it by hitting its soul directly with a soul attack, right? Lin Tianming did hear Jiang Han's heart. Today's contact was also something that allowed Lin Tianming to understand a few more points about this teacher Jiang Han. This Jiang Han was worthy of being the youngest top-tier awakened in Kyushu, and with a single glance, he could tell that he had just used a soul attack tactic. Lin Tianming also immediately nodded his head and replied, "Not bad, teacher Jiang Han. I defeated the Thunderbolt Fury Bear through a soul attack just now. I don't think that skill that hits the soul directly is a copy, right? Can you show me?" The other party's heart had been analyzed, so naturally Lin Tianming wouldn't hide it, and he also wanted to ask Jiang Han something more about the God's hand's ability through his sincerity. It could be heard from Jiang Han's heartfelt voice that she seemed to know his God's hand better than he did. In order to better understand what his God's hand was capable of after subsequent rank advancements, he would have to ask this teacher of his for advice, and incidentally boost her favorability towards him. Well, it's not copied. This skill is called Spiritual Body Spark. I can cast it freely without the restriction of copying by the hand of God. Mr. Jiang Han, you're my teacher. You can see it if you want to. As he spoke, Lin Tianming flipped the palm of his right hand upwards, and a spark condensed from soul power rose from his palm. Mouth is still as sweet as the last life, and can make girls happy. So besides the subtle change in experience being different, character-wise it should still be as scummy as the last life, right? In his last life he was like this, to win my favor, so that I step by step to relax his vigilance. In the future to find my heart of anger and thunder, to me with evil intentions to start harming me this benefactor. Jiang Han's heartfelt voice made Lin Tianming's scalp go a little numb. Dare he try to get along with her, but instead it would make her more likely to remember her past life and hate him? Original owner, look what you've done. You've hurt me. I'm a good guy. In his heart, he sadly rebuked the original owner who had done all the bad things. Lin Tianming knew that if he wanted Jiang Han to truly trust him, he couldn't rely on what he said with his mouth alone. Definitely still need to be practical. Without actual action, it would only make Jiang Han, who had been hurt once by the deceptive original owner, feel that he was approaching her again with sweet words and ill intentions. Jiang Han looked at the flickering spirit body spark skill in Lin Tianming's palm for a while, and she was also determined to teach Lin Tianming some expanded abilities beyond today's plan. Very good, Tianming little friend. Although at the very beginning I said that you beat the Thunder and Lightning Rage Bear today even if you pass the level, but in fact, I do not have expectations that you can beat the Thunder and Lightning Rage Bear, but just want to use this Thunder and Lightning Rage Bear today to wear down the sharpness of your genius, so that you can cultivate more diligently in the future. Now that you've defeated the Thunderstorm Bear, you've exceeded my expectations of you, so I'm also going to teach you something else in advance today that was originally meant to be taught to you a few days later. Little one, come here. As soon as they talked about the matter of how to cultivate Lin Tianming, Jiang Han temporarily forgot about the hurt that Lin Tianming had brought her in her last life. It was as if the two of them had never had a master-disciple break. and she was still as devoted to him as she had been in her last life. Jiang Han's mental state at this time, Lin Tianming was also able to learn about it through the system's ability to eavesdrop on his heart. This also made him even more determined to prove with practical actions that he wasn't the scum of the original master who would deceive his master. The original master did not know how to cherish the benefactor who was so devoted to him and willing to train him. He, Lin Tianming, who had traveled from the blue planet, would cherish this precious friendship. Lin Tianming followed Jiang Han to the side of the still unconscious Thunderbolt Fury Bear and said with some confusion, "Teacher Jiang Han, what is this for?" Jiang Han didn't rush to answer Lin Tianming's question, but instead asked him, "Little friend Tianming, do you know why you were able to absorb my Wall of Thunder and learn the Wall of Thunder skill that shouldn't belong to you? Isn't it because I'm too smart? I'm the only one who understands that you, Mr. Jiang Han, that you're sending us freshmen a chance to seize the opportunity to learn your Wall of Thunder skill? Put. This kid is still just as overconfident as he was in his last life." Jiang Han had been amused by Lin Tianming's answer. It was rare for her to unify her heart and mouth in front of Lin Tianming. "Little twerp, do you think anyone can be like you? And that skills that don't belong to their ability category can be learned at will?" Hearing Jiang Han address him, Lin Tianming was more or less speechless. Can't she be consistent in what she calls him? Kids, 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 really treating him like a child. He didn't see her as much older than him, early 20s at the most. Makes it seem like he's a generation younger than her. But thinking that Jiang Han was his teacher, even if he was younger, it seemed quite reasonable to speak in this older generation. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming was also too lazy to dwell on Jiang Han's tone of voice that coaxed him like a child. He said, "Isn't it? Of course not. It seems that you don't know anything about the specific abilities of your God's Hand. Today, let your teacher let me properly guide you. Your God's Hand ability is actually not only the ability to copy skills, it also has a very special ability with a very impressive growth limit." Hearing Jiang Han say that he didn't know anything about his God's Hand, and that he had other abilities besides copying skills, Lin Tianming was shocked. Sure enough, teacher Jiang Han relied on his experience of being reborn and really knew more about his Goddess Hand ability than he did. At this moment, Lin Tianming was also aroused by Jiang Han's curiosity about abilities other than God's Hand replication. "Teacher Jiang Han, please also enlighten me as to what other abilities I don't know about my God's Hand besides the copy skill ability?" In the face of Lin Tianming's curious question, Jiang Han also curved the corners of her mouth. "That is looting. Any skill that you have successfully looted, regardless of whether it is a skill that suits your powers or not, can be freely performed by you, and it will also further increase the power of the looted skill as you level up. The difference between it and copying a skill is that the looted skill, regardless of its previous level, will adapt itself to your level and become a skill that adapts to the power of your current level. But as long as you can keep getting stronger, the skills you looted will also have a nearly unlimited growth potential." Chapter 29 God's Hand New Ability Looting. Permanently learn the Fury Thunder Armor. After listening to Ms. Jiang Han's patient explanation, Lin Tianming's eyes slowly grew wide. He didn't realize that his God's Hand, in addition to the ability to copy skills, was also hiding a looting skill ability that he had never known about. This time, if it wasn't for Mr. Jiang Han telling him, he might not know that his God's Hand had a second, equally powerful special ability for a long time to come. He also continued to ask for advice from Jiang Han, a teacher who knew more about the God's Hand ability than he himself. "Ms. Kong Han, may I ask how you know that my God's Hand has the ability to plunder beyond copying?" This is a good question. In fact, if I hadn't had the experience of being reborn, I wouldn't have been able to tell the story of my earlier understanding of your God's Hand ability in such detail. The Hand of God, as a new ability that has never existed. There is no historical information available on its specific abilities. I, as your teacher, accompanied you almost the entire time at the very beginning of your last life in order to make it less difficult for you, to help you develop the potential of your God's Hand psychic ability, to try to explain those issues that you, the possessor, don't understand for the time being. Your God's Hand plundering ability was helped to be tapped out with me accompanying you throughout the entire process, and at that time, I even let you off and stay at the place where I live, so that it is convenient to teach you at any time. But this life has the experience of the last life. Naturally do not have to like the last life as often as you leave you in my side teaching, tired to sleep in my place. With such a recollection in her heart, Jiang Han was also more or less nostalgic for those days when she had poured her heart and soul into Lin Tianming. However, the secret of rebirth she definitely couldn't tell. While Jiang Han superficially said, "Because I'm a teacher at the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, I'm sensitive to the study of this aspect of teaching, and observed you using your Hand of God to see it. So that's how it is." Teacher Jiang Han is worthy of being a teacher of the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. This aspect is really professional. Lin Tianming didn't poke at Jiang Han's heart, and he responded in line with Jiang Han's explanation. Seeing that he didn't continue to pursue, without having to think of more explanations to hide the secret of rebirth, Jiang Han also continued her teaching of Lin Tianming. Little friend Tianming, since you now know that your god's hand has the ability to loot skills, let's get straight to it and loot the skills of 2 thunderstorm bears as skills that you can use permanently and have unlimited growth potential. Lin Tianming sniffed as he said, only 2 can be plundered? Not all 4 skills are plundered? Even though the time to actively use the Hand of God's plundering ability is long ahead of the last life, this kid is still just as greedy as he was in the last life. I didn't think too much about it in my last life, but now that I think back carefully on these initial neglected details, I can guess how greedy this beloved disciple of mine really is, so greedy that he even dares to kill me. His benefactor, Lin Tianming, had been learning from Jiang Han to understand his God's hand ability properly, but because of a sentence that brought back this teacher's memories of being deceived, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This Jiang Han teacher's feelings towards him are very contradictory. A moment to do their best to teach each other. A moment to be very entangled in the previous life by the original master to deceive the teacher. This caused Lin Tianming, who accompanied her, to have a great deal of emotional ups and downs, fearing that she would suddenly be unable to suppress her hatred and break the pot to fight with him. It was good that the hatred in Jiang Han's heart only stayed for a moment before it disappeared because of the other side of her ambivalent psyche. It's better to teach today. Don't think about these unhappy things. She blankly glanced at Lin Tianming. Brat, your plundering ability has been analyzed to have an upper limit after my observation of you. You already have my wall of thunder and lightning, as well as the soul attack skill Spirit Spark that you plundered from who knows where. No surprise, you can only plunder 2 more skills at most now. Don't be greedy, brat. Your God's Hand looting ability can only loot 4 skills at level 15, which is 1 more skill cap than your copying ability. I helped you develop the Hand of God in my last life, and I know exactly what its specific upper limit of ability is at each level. Jiang Han's heartfelt words were also a way for Lin Tianming to understand the upper limit of his plundering ability at level 15. He could only loot 4 skills, but he would also have a skill spiritual energy transformation that he hadn't shown in front of Jiang Han, in addition to spiritual body sparks and wall of thunderbolts that he had shown in front of Jiang Han. Psychic transformation and psychic spark, both of which were psychic ascender skills he had learned in the secret realm of the Lost Lands. He had thought at the time that he had learned it through his own natural talent, but now he realized that it was a skill he had unknowingly unleashed and plundered from a trap set by that god of spiritual energy ascension. This meant that he couldn't loot 2 skills of the Thunderstorm Bear right now like teacher Jiang Han had said, but could only loot 1. Thinking about this, Lin Tianming was a bit torn about which of the 4 skills he should loot from the Thunderstorm Bear. Noticing Lin Tianming's contemplative expression, Jiang Han, as his teacher, also gave her advice. Little friend Tianming, the attack skills you can actively cast right now are Spirit Body Spark and you have the ability to copy skills, so there's no shortage of active attack skills. For notable combat prowess, I suggest you go with Thunder Rage Bear's Thundering Rampage and Raging Thunder Armor. Thunder Rage boosts your attack and speed, and Raging Thunder Armor enhances your defense. With them, your all-around battle power can be maximized. MS. Jiang Han's advice was really professional, and it made sense to Lin Tianming, but he was partial to only being able to loot 1 skill right now, so he had to make further choices. Is it picking Thunderous Berserk to enhance his attack and speed? Or do you go with the Fury Thunder Armor for enhanced defense? Lin Tianming thought carefully, and when he thought about the fact that the skills he copied would also additionally enhance the power of the skills, he also made up his mind. Plunder. Lin Tianming's mind moved at will, and he managed to unleash the plundering ability that the Hand of God had been hiding without any hints. The first time he actively cast the God's Hand's looting ability, Lin Tianming was also excited to check out the brand new skill he had learned. Fury Thunder Armor. Raging Thunder Armor. Now, instantly unleashing the newly learned Fury Thunder Armor, Lin Tianming's body also emerged as a defensive thunder armor condensed from the power of lightning. Is this the Raging Thunder Armor? I can feel that even if the current me takes a slap from the Thunder Rage Bear at close range, nothing will happen to me. Feeling the powerful defense of the Fury Thunder Armor, Lin Tianming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in a smug arc. Now, finally, he wasn't a brittle body. Little fool, didn't I just say that the skills you looted will adapt themselves to your level and become the most suitable for your alien talent? And your growth potential is much higher than this Thunderbolt Rage Bear. That's why the skill Raging Thunder Armor, when looted, has far better defense in your hands at the same level than in the hands of a Thunder Raging Bear at the same level. And it will also increase exponentially in defense as you get stronger and stronger. In the hands of the Thunder Rage Bear, this Raging Thunder Armor was also a very common level 15 skill. The Thunder Rage Bear continued to upgrade. This skill was getting weaker and weaker because of its lack of growth. Its defense bonus to it was getting weaker and weaker. And growing to the back, it would need to learn a new Thunderbolt defense skill to improve its defense ability. This is the difference between a growth type skill and a fixed rank skill. And even though they're both called Fury Thunder Armor, it's actually considered a different skill in your hands. Understanding more about his God's Hand plundering ability under Zhang Han's further explanation, Lin Tianming was also filled with gratitude towards this benefactor who didn't hold back on him because of the grudges from his previous life. So that's how it is. The student has been taught. Mr. Zhang Han. Chapter 30, Zhang Han wanted to develop the potential of spiritual ascended masters for Lin Tianming. Brat, what are you still waiting for? After plundering the Raging Thunder Bear's Raging Thunder Armor, why don't you plunder another skill? Hearing Zhang Han remind him to continue plundering the skills of the Thunderstorm Bear, Lin Tianming, who felt that he could only plunder one skill, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It's better to forget about it. Mr. Zhang Han, I'll try again next time. I've only thought about plundering the Fury Thunder Armor skill first now. I haven't thought about what to plunder for the second skill yet. Zhang Han couldn't help but frown at his words. Are you questioning that the Thunderbolt Rage Bear skill I carefully selected for you isn't appropriate enough? How's that? I just haven't thought about it for a while. Lin Tianming was lying. He just didn't want to reveal his other skill, Spiritual Energy Transformation, for the time being. Just now, after hearing Zhang Han's description of plundering, Lin Tianming identified both Spiritual Body Spark and Spiritual Energy Transformation as coming from plundering. Counting the Wall of Lightning and the Fury Thunder Armor, it was exactly 4 skills, reaching the skill cap that Mr. Zhang Han had said. Without wanting Zhang Han to know about the existence of the Spiritual Energy Transformation skill, Lin Tianming had no choice but to beat a dead horse like this. Ginger Han pondered for a moment, and as a teacher she made plans for him. Didn't think about it? Then listen to me and loot to learn Thunder Berserk. You only have power increase effects on your copied skills right now. With Thunder Berserk you'll be able to have attack and speed bonuses on all your skills. What? Don't you believe in my planning, teacher? Of course not. I'm going to try. Lin Tianming didn't think that he could continue to plunder new skills, but with a piece of teacher Zhang Han's mind, he still gave it a hard try. If it didn't work, he'd just have to explain that he also knew how to transform psychic energy. This skill was currently only known to Yiqing Xue, who had entered the Lost Lands with him, and was considered one of Lin Tianming's bottom cards. Lin Tianming instantly launched plunder. He was ready to explain to Zhang Han that he had failed to plunder and had no new skills. Who would have thought that he would have succeeded in plundering Thundering Berserk? He seriously wondered if he had misread it, and he instantly performed the casting, confirming again and again that he had indeed plundered the Thunder Rage. Lin Tianming rubbed his temples. He was a little dizzy at the moment. Mr. Kanhan said that his looting skills were capped at a maximum of 4 skills at level 15. He already had Spiritual Spark, Spiritual Transformation, Wall of Thunder and Lightning, and Fury Thunder Armor. So why could he continue to plunder? Did Mr. Kanhan misremember? With this thought in mind, Lin Tianming again unleashed a pillage on the Thunder Trample of the Thunder Rage Bear. After Thunder Trample managed to enter his skill list and was cast again, the more he plundered, the more he felt that the upper limit Zhang Han had told him about was not allowed, and Lin Tianming seriously suspected that there might not be an upper limit to his plundering ability. He was then attempting to loot the 4th skill of the Thunder Raging Bear's Thunder Raging Bear Claw. However, this time, Lin Tianming, who had guessed that there was no upper limit restriction, had failed to plunder. Having thought that he understood predatory abilities, Lin Tianming was dizzy again at the moment. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Han, who was on the side, also watched as Lin Tianming cast the plundering ability of the Hand of God 3 times in a row and succeeded twice. It also made her a little confused at first, because this was not the same as the results she had gotten from accompanying Lin Tianming every day to develop the limits of the God's Hand's potential before she was reborn. But after a short period of deep thought, Zhang Han patted Lin Tianming's head that was stuffy and thinking alone. Little one, you cast the Wall of Thunder and Lightning that you learned yesterday once more. When Lin Tianming heard this, he also immediately complied, casting out a Wall of Thunder and Lightning. At the same time Lin Tianming cast the Wall of Thunder and Lightning, Zhang Han again said, now, if you take another look at the Wall of Thunder and Lightning you're casting, isn't it under the Hand of God's pillage ability you actively cast just now after I reminded you of it? Receiving Zhang Han's reminder, Lin Tianming immediately conducted a check, and the Wall of Lightning skill was really under the Hand of God's looting ability affiliation this time. However, he also had a new question. In MS. Zhang Han, but when I cast Wall of Lightning before, how come I didn't see that there was still a predatory ability attributed to it? Faced with this question from Lin Tianming, Jiang Han also patiently answered. Because you never actively cast the plunder ability before. Your previous God's Hand ability list only had the column of copying abilities. And now that you've actively cast it, and realized that you have such a hidden ability plunder, it will naturally have an additional ability affiliation list to differentiate between the different skills on your body. After listening carefully to Jiang Han's explanation, Lin Tianming also came to a realization. So that's how it is. Try the 3 Thunderstorm Bear skills you got from looting again, and see if their skills are also under the Hand of God looting ability. With this pointer from Jiang Han, Lin Tianming also made a quick confirmation, and then said in surprise, "It's all there, Mr. Jiang Han." Consecutively, by instructing Lin Tianming to perform skills and checking the attribution of abilities, she also roughly understood what the problem was. You'll cast your psychic spark again. I assume it's neither under your God's Hand looting ability nor your copying ability? After casting spiritual body sparks according to Jiang Han's instructions and that the spiritual body sparks were indeed as Jiang Han had said, Lin Tianming's pupil shrunk slightly. So he misunderstood? Skills learned by falling for a trap set by a spiritually ascended god don't count as learned by unconsciously triggering a predatory ability? Then, if you do the math this way, psychic transformation doesn't count as a predatory ability gained. Although Lin Tianming didn't say anything, his expression had already told Jiang Han the answer she wanted. As the teacher who had helped Lin Tianming develop his supernatural potential, Jiang Han continued to analyze it as well. Based on her rich experience as a top-tier awakened, it is absolutely impossible for a normal awakened to learn skills outside of their own alien ability system. Tianming, you are only able to do so because of your special Hand of God ability. But this time, your spiritual spark skill was not something you acquired through the God's Hand looting ability. And there are only 2 possibilities for this to happen. One possibility is that your God's Hand has other abilities that we haven't fully developed and understood yet. The other is that you have awakened a new psychic talent that was not awakened by an awakening ritual through some special chance. Whichever it is, in order to help you subsequently develop the skills corresponding to this ability. Sensei, I would like you to tell me a little bit about how this spiritual spark of yours learned to do so. Tianming, this kid, mostly because of the butterfly effect brought about by my rebirth. He also encountered some opportunities that he couldn't possibly have had in his last life. Perhaps that's the real reason why he was level 15 as soon as he enrolled in school in this life. Whichever possibility it is, it means that this life's Tianming has the potential to be even more powerful than the last one. Jiang Han's words and Jiang Han's heartfelt words also caused Lin Tianming to be somewhat moved. He had learned the skills of the 2 spiritual ascension systems only after he had mistakenly entered the spiritual ascension pool that the spiritual ascension gods had tampered with and nearly lost his life. At that time, that spiritual ascension deity who wanted to devour him and borrow him to be reborn also said that he was also considered a spiritual ascensionist who had stepped onto the path of spiritual ascension. Although he didn't know how this so-called spiritual energy ascension path was different from their traditional awakening ceremony to awaken their supernatural abilities, Lin Tianming knew that this was definitely a different kind of ability from the Hand of God's supernatural talent. Jiang Han had helped the original owner develop the Hand of God to tap into so much potential in his last life as the original owner's mentor. In this life, she might actually be able to help him develop more skills in the spiritual ascension path system. After 2 months of this cultivation, he only had an increase in the Hand of God's ability, and the spiritual ascender's ability still only had 2 skills. After much deliberation, Lin Tianming decided to confide a portion of his secret to Jiang Han in order to subsequently learn more spiritual ascension path skills. Teacher Jiang Han, this spirit body spark skill was obtained 2 months ago when my sister Qingxue and I unintentionally fell into a secret realm located in Mingxi City. And I also learned another skill related to the power of the soul called spirit energy transformation, which allows me to freely transform between my soul form and solid form. As soon as she heard Lin Tianming say that he also knew a soul power skill that she didn't know about in her previous life, Jiang Han was shocked and said, "Cast it out for me to see." Since he had already decided to confide in Jiang Han, Lin Tianming would no longer hide it. Spiritual energy transformation. As the spiritual energy transformation was unleashed, Lin Tianming's body also began to freely transform in soul form and solid form. Jiang Han had also been amazed after seeing this divine skill of Lin Tianming. It was the first time she had ever witnessed them. Humans, being able to make the transition between a vaporous soul and an entity. She also continued to pursue. Does that little girlfriend of yours, Yi Qingxue, know these 2 skills as well? No, it's just that I learned those 2 skills inside that secret realm. Although Lin Tianming had said that he knew these 2 skills, he had also not explicitly stated the details of his encounter with Yi Qingxue in the secret realm. Jiang Han didn't press for more details. She pondered slightly for a moment. In order to help Lin Tianming develop the potential of this unknown soul power, she was also planning a new soul skill exercise course for Lin Tianming. Tianming, from tomorrow onwards, Our daily learning of the alien ability course is going to be additionally coupled with the soul power training you got in the secret realm. I have a strong hunch that you didn't just learn 2 soul power skills simply because of a secret encounter. It's likely that you've awakened some kind of soul-related psychic talent. As long as we target our training, the psychic talent represented by the soul power might be able to learn new skills as you level up. Just like your God's hand. Chapter 31, Phone Lance Cutting Challenge. Is this an attempt to murder your own husband in a sparring match? Ending the first lesson of the school year of teaching Lin Tianming today, Zhang Han eyed Lin Tianming's departing back, and her complexion suddenly became perplexed. What am I doing? Didn't I say that I would resolve to find an opportunity to decapitate this rebellious disciple in order to prevent future troubles? Why am I still teaching him so dutifully today? I'm even planning a course for him on how to develop the potential of his newly acquired soul power in this life. Zhang Han, you can no longer use your emotions, even if you are in a new life. He is still the same extremely bad character of the rebellious disciple. In the future, he will surely deceive your teacher and destroy his ancestors. You must not trust him again. This is the last time to give him dutiful lessons. Tomorrow must kill this retrograde disciple. Can't let him affect my state of mind again. Lin Tianming, who was leaving, happened to hear the process of Zhang Han's heartfelt transformation from confusion to murderous intent, and he was also shocked into a cold sweat as he hurriedly accelerated his pace to leave the scene. It wasn't until he was far away from the Thunder Awakening field and confirmed that Zhang Han hadn't chased him out to cut him that Lin Tianming let out a long breath of relief. That's a lot of jitters going to class. Phew. Taking a long breath, Lin Tianming took out his cell phone and glanced at the message. Brother Tianming, waiting for you at the entrance of the South Gate cafeteria. Remember to come. Playing the next voice message from Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming's mood, who had just escaped from danger, became pleasant. I'm out of class. I'll be right there. After replying to Yi Qingxue's message, Lin Tianming also received a message from his roommate, Xu Yunfei. Tianming, do you want to have lunch together today? Having already promised to accompany Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming could only regretfully reply, sorry, I have an appointment at noon today. The next second, he received Xu Yunfei's second reply message. I understand. Your girlfriend is looking for you, so I won't bother you. Get out. Sending a word over in a good-natured manner, Lin Tianming had just wanted to go to the cafeteria to find his little girlfriend Yi Qingxue, who had already been rated by him, when he received 2 verification messages in a row. He glanced at the docket information and was startled. Both of these verified friending messages are not right for him to fail. It's from the girl the original owner failed. One was Feng Lan and the other was Wang Yanran. Speaking of which, Lin Tianming didn't know enough about Wang Yanyan. The information given by the system didn't say that Wang Yanyan, the senior sister, was specifically in several grades. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tianming still walked towards the cafeteria while agreeing to Feng Lan and Wang Yanran's friend request. Junior, are you free at noon today? I miss you so much. As soon as he agreed to the friend request, he received a passionate voice from Wang Yanyan that sounded as if she really missed him. Lin Tianming wouldn't believe her bull *******. If she were in front of him right now, he could definitely hear her wanting to burn him to death. Tianming, come to the Windchime Arena of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy. We're at the same SSS rank and I want to spar with you. Soon. Lin Tianming, who was walking towards the cafeteria, also received a message from Feng Lan. The moment he came up with an invitation to cut, Lin Tianming was slightly stunned and more or less surprised. This Feng Lan, it can't be that he's trying to murder his own husband during a sparring session, right? After guessing Feng Lan's intention of inviting him for a sparring session, Lin Tianming, who hadn't rated Feng Lan for the time being, wouldn't be foolish enough to believe that this was a point-blank friendly sparring session. I'm afraid that if he really went up to that Windchime Arena, he would face a direct battle to the death. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming continued walking towards the cafeteria and returned a message to Feng Lan. No, I'm going to the cafeteria for lunch. Thinking that this would get rid of Feng Lan, Lin Tianming received another message from her. Then come over after lunch and we'll spar. Lin Tianming also continued to refuse. Don't. You can't exercise strenuously after lunch. Feng Lan returned an ellipsis over. It was obvious that she was dryly speechless by the fact that Lin Tianming was so good at finding reasons to avoid battle. Lin Tianming looked at Feng Lan's reply and smiled without saying anything, continuing to go to the South Gate cafeteria to find his little girlfriend Yi Qingxue. Now among these girls who had been let down by the original master, only Yi Qingxue, who had already been rated by him, was absolutely worthy of his peace of mind. Which cafeteria do you eat in? North or South door? He received another message from Feng Lan, and thinking that Feng Lan and Yi Qingxue were on fire as soon as they met yesterday, he still told Feng Lan a kind lie. North Gate cafeteria. You're on. After sending the message, Lin Tianming put away his cell phone and left it alone. He didn't even notice that he forgot to reply to senior sister Wang Yanran's message. Soon, Lin Tianming arrived at the entrance of the South Gate cafeteria. Looking from afar, he spotted his clingy little girlfriend Yi Qingxue in the crowd, but he also saw an uninvited guest right next to Yi Qingxue. This uninvited guest was Fenglan, who he had previously tricked into going to the North Gate cafeteria with a message. I'll go. Didn't I tell her I went to the North Gate cafeteria? Why is she going to the south door too? The moment he saw Fenglan, Lin Tianming's head was big, but he could only walk over to him. Qingxue, Fenglan, you two are both here. Ha! As soon as Yi Qingxue, who was looking at Fenglan, heard Lin Tianming's voice, her icy complexion suddenly revealed a joyful expression as she walked to Lin Tianming's side and took his arm. Brother Tianming, you're finally here. Come on, let's go have lunch. She also didn't forget to warn Fenglan. Fenglan, don't follow me and brother Tianming. We're the ones who are boyfriend and girlfriend. After saying her words, Yi Qingxue pulled Lin Tianming towards the cafeteria. Fenglan didn't respond to Yi Qingxue, but she still stared at Lin Tianming who passed by her. Tianming, this guy, he really still likes to lie and cheat as much as he did in his last life, trying to trick me into going to the North Gate to avoid me. I'm not as easy to cheat in this life as I was in the last one. Hearing Fenglan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also understood that the reason why she didn't go to the North Gate was because she had been cheated out of her experience by the original owner in her previous life. It made it so that he, a traveler, came over and also had to make it more difficult to get along with Fenglan because of the original owner. Inside the cafeteria, the thing that worried Lin Tianming the most still happened. Fenglan didn't take Yi Qingxue's words seriously at all, blatantly carrying the meal she ordered and sitting across from Lin Tianming, just sitting side by side with Yi Qingxue. Originally, Yi Qingxue disliked Fenglan a lot because of yesterday's incident, and she was furious when Fenglan stirred up her and Lin Tianming's two-person world like this. Fenglan, I told you, are you sick? Why are you always staring at my boyfriend? Because Tenmei is my boyfriend. Fenglan's calm reply without any ripples hurt Yi Qingxue's blood pressure surge. There were so many people in this cafeteria. Lin Tianming didn't want Yi Qingxue and Fenglan to fight. He also hurriedly held down the exasperated Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, Fenglan, she likes to joke around. Ha ha, just don't listen to her nonsense. You guys can't fight here. Being held down by Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue glanced at Fenglan in disgust, her two-person world being disturbed as she smothered her meal. Fenglan, on the other hand, still had little emotional fluctuation on the surface and calmly looked at Lin Tianming. Tianming, after lunch, don't forget that the two of us will go to the Wind Chime Arena to spar. Cutting? When Yi Qingxue heard Fenglan issue an invitation to Lin Tianming for a sparring session, she didn't do anything to stop it. Lin Tianming guessed that Fenglan had come to him, most likely for this. Looking at Fenglan's posture, if he refused her invitation to spar, she was afraid that she would keep looking for him tirelessly for the rest of the day. Although Lin Tianming was worried that Fenglan wanted to murder his own husband in a cutthroat competition, he agreed after careful consideration in order to give Fenglan a break. Okay, but first things first, normal friendly sparring, point to point, don't fight for the desire to win or lose. Chapter 32. The first step in the strategy of attacking Fenglan, that is to beat her into submission. Xu Yunfei, as Lin Tianming's roommate, was a bit lonely and cold at noon today, especially when he saw those young couples in pairs on campus. He was envious. That guy Tianming was definitely asked out by a girl, and only at noon today he didn't accompany me, his roommate, to eat with him. It seems that even SSS class geniuses can't resist the temptation of beauty. Walking into the South Gate cafeteria with a broken heart, Xu Yunfei threaded his way between the aisles and soon discovered an old acquaintance. That old acquaintance was none other than Lin Tianming, who had just refused to have lunch with him. At Lin Tianming's table, there were also two beautiful girls sitting across from Lin Tianming. One of them was expressionless and eating by herself, while the other was occasionally pinching her own dishes to Lin Tianming and also occasionally pinching the dishes on Lin Tianming's plate to eat, as intimate as they needed to be. These two beautiful girls, they didn't recognize Xu Yunfei, but Xu Yunfei still knew them. One was Yi Qingxue, who had stuck to Lin Tianming throughout the freshman test yesterday. One was Fenglan, who had also passed the freshman test with ease. Seeing that there was one more beautiful maiden accompanying Lin Tianming today, and then remembering that there was also a hot-bodied schoolmate who approached Lin Tianming to confess her love last night, Xu Yunfei couldn't help but give Lin Tianming a thumbs up. He didn't bother to disturb Lin Tianming's sweet world, but he still couldn't help but sigh at Lin Tianming's womanhood. When will I be like brother Tianming? Being courted by all kinds of girls, Lin Tianming didn't realize that he was still seen by his roommate Xu Yunfei eating lunch with Yi Qingxue and Fenglan. Eating with Yi Qingxue, his clingy little girlfriend, Lin Tianming was naturally very happy. However, with Feng Lan by his side, he was not as happy as Chu Yunfei thought he was. Humph. I just need to give brother Tianming more dishes. I believe brother Tianming won't be seduced by this vixen. Feng Lan, if you want to steal my boyfriend from me, Yi Qingxue, you're not even close. Feng Lan. Yi Qingxue was so active today in giving Lin Tianming dishes to eat, and even pretended to be intimate in pinching the dishes on Lin Tianming's plate to eat, all because she wanted to compare Feng Lan to her, so that her brother Tianming could see how good she was. Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qingxue's heart and laughed bitterly in his heart, but he didn't reveal Yi Qingxue's small mind that was unusually active in pinching food today. Ever since he had met Feng Lan yesterday, Lin Tianming had to admit that this big miss of the Feng family, whose personality was completely different from Yi Qingxue's, was really good at controlling her mood swings. After she had successfully invited Lin Tianming to spar with her later, she seemed to be uninterested in anything, calmly chewing away there. Even her mental activities were few and far between, and basically Lin Tianming couldn't hear much of her heart. It wasn't until this lunch was almost over that Lin Tianming heard a rare voice from her heart. It's time to go to the wind chime arena with Tianming. Heartbeat was also as shy with words as she was as a person. Feng Lan looked at Lin Tianming and said, Tianming, let's go. Go to the wind chime arena. Yi Qingxue, on the other hand, picked up Lin Tianming and decided to accompany him. Brother Tianming, I'll accompany you. I, a born-again person, am not necessarily sure that I can securely win against brother Tianming, and Feng Lan is looking for brother Tianming to spar, so I guess he can't even fight. It's best to have brother Tianming teach this Feng Lan a good lesson, so that she keeps saying in front of me that my brother Tianming is her boyfriend. Having heard all the little schemes in Yi Qingxue's mind, Lin Tianming held a smile in his heart. This little schoolgirl girlfriend of his was still quite interesting in this mental activity after being rated by him. He was looking forward to the change in Feng Lan's heart one day when she was completely over him. Arriving at the open air, open field wind chime arena, as soon as he and Feng Lan walked into the arena, which was temporarily empty of other people, they attracted the attention of the nearby passerby students. Ha! Someone's entered the wind chime arena. Is this a sparring match? Now that there are basically freshmen in the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy, these two should be freshmen just like us, right? These two look so familiar. I remember. Aren't the two of them Lin Tianming and Feng Lan, the only two SSS-ranked guaranteed students in our freshman class? The two of them are actually going to spar today. This is going to be a good show. Soon, there were passerby students nearby who recognized Lin Tianming and Feng Lan. As the two of them were recognized, there were even more students nearby who wanted to watch the two of them spar. In no time at all, the nearby passing students of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy surrounded this wind chime arena. Noticing that all the people in the neighborhood ran to watch, Yi Qingxue wasn't too worried about her brother Tianming losing to Feng Lan. She was a reborn person. Her Tianming brother had received the chance that originally belonged to her in advance, and relying on those god-tier weapons, as well as the unique cultivation insights she had been guided by in her reanimated life, the Lin Tianming of this life was definitely even stronger than the previous one. This was not something that Feng Lan, a non-reborn, could compare to. Lin Tianming could hear what was going on in Yi Qingxue's mind, and he was also aware that Yi Qingxue was confident in his victory over Feng Lan. However, there was one thing that Yi Qingxue had guessed wrong. She, Yi Qingxue, was not the only one who had been reborn. They, the reborns who had been screwed over by the original owner, seemed to think one by one that they were unique and the only reborns. Lin Tianming sighed in his heart and looked at Feng Lan again. The Feng Lan in front of him was also the wind god reborn, carrying the memories of the wind sword goddess at the peak of her previous life. In other words, Feng Lan also possessed a battle power that far exceeded that of her previous life in this period. Yesterday, through Jian Han's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming had learned that Feng Lan had just enrolled in school in his previous life at only the 9th level. However, this life's Feng Lan, like Lin Tianming who had rated Yi Qingxue, had also been promoted to level 15. Such a variable was enough for Lin Tianming to pay attention to Feng Lan as an opponent. Right now, Lin Tianming's main concern was still what Feng Lan actually thought in his heart. Is this sparring match a mere sparring match? Or is she trying to settle a past life grudge and murder him, her own husband, in this sparring match? Tianming, I lost to you in our first schooling sparring session in the last life, but in this life, even if you're level 15 because of the butterfly effect brought about by my rebirth, you're categorically not a match for me, who has been relived and has some of the power of the wind god of my previous life in my body. For the sake of my father not to be killed by you in this life, Tianming, don't blame me for coming down hard this time. Let's make an end of it. Finally hearing Feng Lan's opinion on their battle cut, Lin Tianming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This crazy woman really wants to murder her own husband with this cut. Looks like he was careless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianming also immediately entered the battle state, ready to answer the enemy at any time. And Windlance was in combat mode. The entire Windchim arena was winded by her presence. Lin Tianming had seen this move of Fenglan's yesterday during the freshman test. It was her unique supernatural wind field. Seeing that Fenglan wanted to get real, Lin Tianming's eyes also slightly narrowed. He had a strong premonition that next he would have the toughest bitter battle since he awakened his powers. But no matter how tough it was, he must defeat Windlance today as the first step in his strategy to raid Windlance. Chapter 33, Forgetting that the copy ability is on cooldown. This time Lin Tianming really might be decapitated. Tianming, I don't think you've copied your teacher Jiang Han's superbit forbidden spell level skill, have you? Before doing so, Fenglan asked Lin Tianming. It was fine if she didn't ask, but her question reminded Lin Tianming of an issue that concerned his life and death in this battle. That is, his God's Hand copy skill ability is now on cooldown. He had already used up his 3 copying skills during Jiang Han's practical class just now, and he would have to wait for a 12-hour cooldown before he could continue to use them. Once he thought of this, Lin Tianming secretly said that he had lost his way and had forgotten this most important thing. Taking on Fenglan's cutting challenge in this situation was no different from committing suicide. A great man can give and take, and fight next time. Under Fenglan's confused gaze, Lin Tianming suddenly covered his stomach, intending to use the same trick he had used on Wang Yanran last night. Fenglan, I suddenly have a stomach ache. It's true that I still can't exercise strenuously just after lunch. How about we fight again next time? As soon as he heard Lin Tianming say that he would fight next time, the confusion in Fenglan's eyes instantly dissipated and he directly attacked towards Lin Tianming. Must not fight next time. I'm afraid that if I drag it out, I'll be less and less able to get down and kill you. So whether you have a real stomachache or a fake one, there must be an end between us today. As he watched Fenglan attack towards him with a murderous aura, Lin Tianming cursed directly in his heart. Last night's Wan Yanyan all knew to honor his stomachache and find him in trouble another day. This Fenglan is simply a madman who has to have an end with him right now. Outside the arena, at the moment, there was also a Yi Qingxue who was causing trouble for Lin Tianming. Cheer up, brother Tianming. I'm sure you'll win, brother Tianming. What are you waiting for? Copy Fenglan's skills to whip and slash her. You casually copy her skills and also make her skills explode with more power in your hands, which is not just killing randomly. Brother Tianming wouldn't really be so mesmerized by this vixen, Fenglan, that he couldn't lay his hands on her, would he? If this is really the case, brother Tianming, in order to avoid you in this life again to me to start and end, and then mutilated my parents, I can only kill you, this negative-hearted man, never to end the future trouble. Crazy, all crazy women. Listening to this group of crazy women moving their hearts and trying to kill him, Lin Tianming man went numb. As the sword-wielding Fenglan was about to surprise attack in front of him, Lin Tianming hurriedly dodged and pulled away. However, Windrunner did not relent, and turned with swift speed to follow him. Wind sword kill. The unsheathed wind sword in her hand clanked, and the aura of solemnity swept through the fierce wind that was as harsh as a sword blade to blockade Lin Tianming. This terrifying sword was enough to exterminate any otherworldly awakened person of the same level as her. Feeling the terrifying power of this move, Lin Tianming's eyes sank. Fenglan, the agreed-upon sparring point to point. You're fighting me to the death? Spiritual energy transformation. His body gradually transformed from a solid body to a void spirit body, and Lin Tianming, who had executed spiritual energy transformation, escaped from the Wind Sword Slayer's blockade area in an instant and regrouped into his solid body in a safe area. What kind of skill is this? Why haven't I seen Tianming cast it in my last life? So what if I've never seen it? Even if there is a butterfly effect in this life because of my rebirth, you can't be a match for me who has lived a new life. The copied skill can only be performed once. I'll see how you can dodge it next. Fenglan was shocked that Lin Tianming was able to dodge her windsword kill so easily, but she was also quick to adjust her mindset and once again launched a fierce attack towards Lin Tianming. Duplicate skills? Dear Windlane, this is not a copied skill. Having heard all of Fenglan's heartfelt words, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly as he watched Fenglan perform the wind sword slay once again. In the next instant, he was once again physically deflated into a spirit body, easily dodging Fenglan's wind sword kill. Fenglan, it seems like you can't do anything to me. This is just a sparring match. Why don't we call it a day? In the face of Lin Tianming's persuasion, Fenglan was silent, but her rapid surprise attack towards Lin Tianming had already shown her attitude of fighting to the death. Today, you and I must come to an end. Listening to Fenglan's heartfelt words that refused to stop, Lin Tianming was more or less heartbroken. His replication ability was on cooldown. But the good thing was that the spiritual transformation he had learned through the spiritual ascension pool was able to perfectly circumvent Winlan's attack. He also continued to accompany Fonglan to play cat and mouse in this wind chime arena, intending to wear Fonglan out until he gave up. On the contrary, at this time, Yi Qingshu outside started to put pressure on him again. Brother Tianming was definitely seduced by this little vixen. Fonglan, he's been dodging with the spirit energy transformation he learned from me in the secret realm. And he's been taking pity on Fonglan by not making a move on her. Sure enough, even if being reborn will create a butterfly effect and make some things different from my last life, the general direction that will determine my fate still won't change in any way. I am destined to be started by Tianming brother, humiliated in public, and have my parents die at his hands before I open the path to achieve the position of the ice god for revenge. If that's the case, I'll kill this unjust fate in the cradle even if it hurts my heart. Heaven wants to arrange for brother Tianming to abandon me and kill my parents. Then I, Yi Qingshu, will go against the heavens. Lin Tianming's brain was about to explode. Yi Qingshu, don't get carried away. You're Tianming brother. I'm already burnt out just dealing with Fonglan, and you're still putting pressure on me, aren't you? Lin Tianming screamed in his heart. This mess left by the original owner is really hard to clean up. He had to raid Fonglan and the others as well as beware of the stimulated rebound of Yi Qingshu, who had already been raided. So he was really tired. As time passed, Lin Tianming relied on his spiritual energy transformation to dodge one of Fonglan's fierce attacks again and again. When he noticed Fonglan's very obvious fatigue compared to the beginning, Lin Tianming also continued to persuade Fonglan. Fonglan, I can't help you, and you can't hit me. Now that you're all so tired, let's just call it a day. Who says I can't hit you? Fonglan's eyes narrowed slightly. For such a long time the fight had been unable to hit Lin Tianming. It looked like she was doing nothing. But in reality she was trying to find out exactly how Lin Tianming's move should be broken. After this period of trial and error, she had found a way to catch Lin Tianming out of the void. If I hadn't been reborn, I wouldn't have been able to do anything about your trick. I was a wind sword goddess at the peak of my last life. I've already seen it in the battle just now. You're a soul power skill, although my powers are not related to the soul. As a god who once ascended to the realm of the gods, I know exactly how to deal with opponents with different powers and talents. Wind soul ban. As soon as he heard Fonglan's heartfelt voice of figuring out a way to crack it, Lin Tianming's pupils instantly shrunk slightly. He subconsciously wanted to pull away, but he realized that his vaporized spirit body was slowly condensing into a solid body. What made Lin Tianming feel even more deadly was that Fonglan had once again executed her wind sword slay at this time. Spiritual energy transformation was found to be cracked by Fonglan, and Lin Tianming, who was unable to use spiritual energy transformation to dodge the wind sword kill, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. My wind soul ban is specially prepared for awakened people with soul ability talent. There's no way for you to escape now. Tianming. Fonglan's eyes were determined, intending to end her past life entanglement with Lin Tianming with a sword. However, the closer she got to Lin Tianming, the closer she got to her fate of cutting off her past life, the more she panicked, as if she was about to lose her most cherished thing. Her body was trembling. Seeing that Lin Tianming was about to be splattered with blood under her onslaught, and not being able to bear the sight, she couldn't help but close her eyes. It's over, Tianming. I'm sorry. For my parents' sake, I must strangle you here. Chapter 34. Fortunately, there was special training from Ms. Jian Han, the hand of God plundering manifestation. Just as Fonglan, who was trembling all over her body, thought that Lin Tianming was going to die, an extremely powerful lightning force descended from the sky, recoiling her out like a thunder and lightning waterfall. The sudden change caused Fonglan, who had closed his eyes to grieve over Lin Tianming's death, to quickly open them. As soon as she opened her eyes, Fonglan, who was on her way to fly backwards, saw a scene that made her incredulous. The lightning waterfall that fell from the sky transformed into a wall of thunder and lightning, recoiled away from her while also shattering her wind sword kill. And Lin Tianming, who was originally bound to die, was now alive and well, smiling at her. Fonglan, I see that you actually don't really want to fight me, so how about we end this even-handedly? At this moment, Fonglan remembered that Lin Tianming had learned Jiang Han's Wall of Thunder and Lightning skill yesterday by absorbing it. I forgot that Tianming also has Mr. Jiang Han's Wall of Lightning. Since it's alright, then let's keep fighting. In the next instant, Fonglan attacked towards Lin Tianming once again. In the face of Fonglan's persistent attack, Lin Tianming could also see it. If they didn't share a victory today, she wouldn't stop. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also decided to stop dodging and split the difference with Fonglan. Fonglan, I see that when you saw that your wind sword kill was about to hit me just now, you closed your eyes somewhat intolerantly. Were you afraid of hurting me? With the first attacking move that Lin Tianming unleashed, Fenglan's delicate body that swept towards Lin Tianming at breakneck speed could not help but tremble. You. Her heart was in turmoil at the moment. She didn't know how to explain to Lin Tianming, successfully causing Fenglan's mind to lose its grip. Lin Tianming seized this fleeting opportunity and unleashed the spirit body spark. The sparks of soul cohesion struck straight into Windlark's soul, piercing her nerves. Fenglan instantly understood that Lin Tianming's words just now were deliberately trying to make her lose her mind so that he could make a direct soul attack on her. Despicable. You're just as devious as you were in your last life, playing this kind of dirty tricks. Ha! This is good. I can also be ruthless to break you my grudges. The furious Fenglan forcibly dispersed the spiritual sparks that struck her soul directly, and this scene also caused Lin Tianming's eyes to sink. He had thought that by making Fenglan's mind lose control for a short while, he would be able to use his spiritual body sparks to make Fenglan faint as fast as possible, so that he could just end the fight. Who would have thought that Fenglan would break free from his direct attack on his soul so quickly after his mind was lost at first? Is this a reborn person who lives again? Sure is powerful. Outside the arena, Yi Qingxue heard what Lin Tianming had just said to Fenglan. Her face was black at the moment. Brother Tianming is flirting with Fenglan? Can be abominable. Lin Tianming, you negative man. In front of me, your real girlfriend, you flirted with that vixen. Fenglan, in the middle of a sparring session. Originally, Lin Tianming was already under a lot of pressure from facing Fenglan, who easily shattered his spiritual sparks. And now that he heard Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words from outside the arena, he cried out in his heart that he had been wronged. He said that just now as a ploy to make Fenglan's mind lose focus and better end the battle quickly. It wasn't at all what Yi Qingxue thought. Looks like we need to end the fight soon. If this continued, not only would he not be able to raid Fenglan, but even Yi Qingxue, who he had managed to raid with great difficulty, would be blackened due to a misunderstanding. Taking a deep breath and watching the furious Fenglan attack towards him once again, Lin Tianming also cast the wall of lightning once again. You've already used this trick. It's useless to me now. Wind Shadow Steps. Fenglan unleashed his Wind Shadow Steps, directly ignoring the obstruction of the wall of thunder and lightning, instantly passing through the wall of thunder and lightning and appearing in front of Lin Tianming. Wind Sword Kill. Wind and Soul Prohibition. The wind blades that were as powerful as sword blades sealed the area Lin Tianming was in at close range. The Wind Soul Prohibition again sealed Lin Tianming's spiritual energy transformation, preventing his body from vaporizing into a spiritual body and escaping. Fenglan could be said to be able to see what she was doing, and as long as Lin Tianming had performed a skill, she was able to find a means of countering it after she had been defeated. This time, I'll see where you can escape. Just when Fenglan thought she was winning, the change happened again. Crackling electric light suddenly surged out around Lin Tianming, coalescing into an armor of thunder and lightning that resisted all of Wind Sword Slayer's wind sword blades. This is the raging thunder armor of the Thunderbolt Rage Bear? How is this possible? How could teacher Jianghan help him acquire the skills of the Thunderbolt Fury Bear just after enrolling in school? Fenglan was reborn as Lin Tianming's girlfriend during his time at the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, and although she didn't know that Lin Tianming's God's Hand still had a plundering ability, she did know that Lin Tianming would be furious at the thunder armor. However, it had been a long time since Lin Tianming in his last life had learned this move. It was impossible for her not to be shocked now that she saw that the Lin Tianming of this life would be raging against thunder armor right now. There's a lot of impossibilities. Wind Lane. Lin Tianming managed to defend himself against Fenglan's wind sword slaying through the fury thunder armor, and he was continuing to cast the other skills he had plundered. Thunder Rages. With the Thunder Rages boost, Lin Tianming's speed and attacks were also greatly increased. Spiritual Sparks. With the Thunder Rages boost, the spirit body spark that Lin Tianming had learned to cast on his own became faster and his attacks became stronger. Not having adapted to the speed of the spirit body spark cast and the intensity of the more powerful attack for the first time, Fenglan only felt his soul stirring and dizzy. In order to prevent her from slowing down again, Lin Tianming seized the moment and cast his most powerful lightning attribute skill with his current physical attack. Thunder Trample. The furious thunder power shook the earth, and at the same time, it also trampled on Fenglan at an extremely fast speed. Teacher Jianghan also helped Tianming obtain Thunder Rage and Thunder Trample today? Fenglan had managed to get rid of Lin Tianming's spirit body spark attack by relying on some of the wind god's power in her body, and she didn't even have time to catch her breath before she saw the terrifying thunderbolt that came trampling down. She attempted to dodge, but she was still a step too slow, and was hit perfectly by the thunder trample that had been augmented by Thunder Berserk. Under the terrifying electric shock of the thunder power, Fenglan let out a painful scream, and his figure flew backwards like a broken kite, heavily planted on the ground. Fenglan's consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. looking at Lin Tianming, who was slowly walking towards her. Feng Lan seemed to have returned to her previous life at this moment. It was also today. This day, this node. The previous life she challenged Lin Tianming and tried her best but still lost to Lin Tianming. Then she challenged Lin Tianming over and over again in order to guard the pride of her Wind family's eldest daughter. And lost again and again. The tireless challenges and failures have also made her unknowingly fall in love with the man who was better than her. Although she became Lin Tianming's girlfriend later on, Feng Lan still didn't forget to often seek out Lin Tianming to spar and improve each other. She had thought that she and Lin Tianming would be happy together forever, being the enviable couple of awakened people. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming had killed her father and dealt her the most painful blow? The sweetness and bitterness of his last life were all replayed in Feng Lan's increasingly blurred consciousness, obviously reliving a life, with the memories of cultivating to become a wind god in his last life, but still, lost to Tianming. Could it be that I, Feng Lan, am destined to love him and then hate him in this life, and finally let him become a demon in my heart that I can never forget, tormenting me for the rest of my life? I don't want to repeat the same mistakes, don't want to experience the pain of my last life. I want to break the yoke of destiny and reincarnation. In the second before her vision and consciousness fell into darkness, she vaguely saw Lin Tianming walk up to her and bend down, taking the battle-weary her into his arms. Is even this the same as the last one? With the unwillingness of the unfair arrangement of fate, Feng Lan laughed at himself in the bottom of his heart with the last sentence, and then completely fainted. Chapter 35, the beautiful girl from the northern Yin domain who violently beat up Wang Jian also knew Lin Tianming? Only after he successfully defeated Feng Lan and made him completely lose consciousness did Lin Tianming let out a long breath of relief. To be honest, this battle of his was extremely treacherous. He was also extremely depleted from that series of fierce attacks just now. If Feng Lan managed to fend it off, he and she would most likely lose both of them. Carrying the unconscious Feng Lan into his arms, Lin Tianming looked towards Yi Qing outside the field. Qing Shui, accompany me to send Feng Lan to the infirmary. Yi Qing outside the arena was actually very angry just now, feeling that Lin Tianming had intentionally left his hand open and was still flirting with Feng Lan in the middle of a sparring session. However, when she saw Lin Tianming directly beat Feng Lan until he fainted, Yi Qingshua's bad mood instantly dissipated. I should have misunderstood brother Tianming. If he really liked Feng Lan, he definitely wouldn't have beaten him up so badly. Brother Tianming still likes me and hasn't been seduced by Feng Lan, rating herself so much in her mind. Yi Qingxue also quickly trotted to Lin Tianming's side. Well, brother Tianming, you really do like me after all. That's how you should beat up this little vixen who keeps blabbing about you being her boyfriend. Lin Tianming had originally thought about how to deal with Yi Qingxue, who was showing signs of blackening. After defeating Feng Lan, who would have thought that she would have recovered on her own because Feng Lan had been knocked unconscious by him? Listening to her heart and her words, Lin Tianming didn't even know what to say about this schoolgirl girlfriend of his. At least it's normal now. Never mind that. Thinking so, Lin Tianming said, Qing Shui, let's not talk about this first. We have to quickly send Feng Lan to the infirmary before something happens to her. Got it, brother Tianming. Yi Qingxue resumed her usual image of a clingy little girlfriend and obediently accompanied Lin Tianming towards the infirmary. The nearby passerby students who were onlookers were also all frantically discussing the battle between Lin Tianming and Feng Lan, the two SSS rank alien talent bonded students. Did you all see the battle just now? It was too wonderful. These two guys, Feng Lan and Lin Tianming, are really worthy of being guaranteed students, and each one of them is so strong in battle. But it's still Lin Tianming who's better. Before, Feng Lan had been pressing Lin Tianming to fight, and I thought that Feng Lan would win for sure, but I didn't expect to be killed by Lin Tianming's bloodied counterkill. I remember yesterday. Wasn't there a rumor that Feng Lan was Lin Tianming's girlfriend? They don't even keep their hands off each other when they spar like this? Each one is more ruthless than the other. If this were any other freshman, I'm afraid they'd be directly beaten to death in the wind chime arena. That's something you don't understand, right? Even if they're lovers, the two of them have such similar talents. They definitely have to go all out in their sparring sessions in order to help each other grow. But I think that rumor you've heard is mostly false. No matter if it's yesterday or today. Lin Tianming is followed by that Yi Qingxue who's always clinging to him. So I think that they're probably the real couple. I've already recorded the battle between the two strongest freshmen, Lin Tianming and Feng Lan, just now and took a powerful title to post online. Haha, I'm going to earn this traffic. I'm going? So fast. Can you delete your video and let me post it? There is money for everyone to earn together. During the time when the news of Lin Tianming's battle with Feng Lan was frantically fermenting, Lin Tianming had already brought the unconscious Feng Lan to the infirmary of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. When the school nurse in the infirmary saw the unconscious Feng Lan, She, who had long been accustomed to this, immediately conducted a physical examination and care for Fonglan. When the school nurse teacher had taken good care of Fonglan, Lin Tianming asked, "Teacher, may I ask Fonglan if she's seriously injured?" "It's nothing serious. It's just that the consumption is too much and passed out. It'll be fine if you wake up after a nap in my place." Hearing these words from the school nurse teacher, Lin Tianming was much more relieved. To be honest, on the way here he was really worried about knocking Fonglan down to the ground. But fortunately, Fonglan only fainted from exhaustion, and with the help of the school doctor teacher, who was also an awakened, to carry out conditioning, it was still quite fast to recover. "That's good. Then I'll leave Fonglan to you." "Teacher, we'll leave first. You guys go ahead and leave the kid to me." The school nurse teacher was still very respectful and signaled that Lin Tianming and Yiqing Xue could leave at any time. Lin Tianming nodded and walked out of the school nurse teacher's infirmary they were looking for with Yiqing Xue. There are quite a few other school nurses in the building. The Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. As a higher awakened academy, the students within it often engaged in alien ability cuts, and it was definitely not enough to just have a school doctor. Not only should there be more school nurses, but also school nurses who have also awakened healing powers so that they can more effectively treat injuries sustained by students during cuts. Walking along the corridor that was equipped with all sorts of perfect medical instruments on both sides, just as Lin Tianming and Yiqing Xue were about to reach the door, a pig-killing scream attracted both of their attention. "Ouch! Pain, pain, pain. Hurts me to death. Old teacher, can you be gentle when you treat me? My arm is going to be twisted off." This is a necessary step for treatment. Who told you to cause trouble every day? And today you bullied someone you couldn't beat, and got your arm broken. Don't argue, affecting the school nurse teacher to treat you. I want to whip you, as much as you can. You're out there ruining my Wang family's reputation. Yes, cousin, don't be angry. But it really wasn't me who caused trouble today. It was that first-year student from the Northern Yin domain who came to visit our Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy who took the initiative to look for me, and had to compete with me. And he hit me so hard that he's even more detestable than yesterday's Fonglan and Lin Tianming. Don't you and I understand each other? Don't make excuses for the trouble you're always causing me. You can't even beat a first-year student in trouble. You're really a disgrace. Don't say you're from the Imperial Capital Wang family when you go out. Out of curiosity, Lin Tianming and Yiqing Xue got close to the infirmary where the sound came from, only to find that yesterday's Wang Jian was currently receiving treatment from the school nurse, and there was a girl with a hot body standing beside Wang Jian. Yiqing Xue frowned and said, "That girl seems to be Wang Jian's cousin. Brother Tianming, you beat up her cousin. She shouldn't be looking for trouble from you, right? Even if she didn't hit her cousin, she'd still be after him." Lin Tianming spat out a sentence in his heart, but he wouldn't say this to Yiqing Xue. That girl standing beside Wang Jian was senior sister Wang Yanran, who had approached Lin Tianming last night, confirming that it was really this pair of Wang family siblings. Lin Tianming hurriedly pulled Yiqing Xue away in order to avoid being targeted by Wang Yanran again. And at this moment, in a short period of time, the video of Lin Tianming and Fonglan's sparring session had already spread throughout the Imperial Capital Great Imperial School. Even the first-year student from the Northern Yin domain who had come to visit the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy mentioned by Jinwan was currently sitting on a bench, watching the video of Lin Tianming and Fonglan's battle while having a lollipop in his mouth. She had silver-colored hair, sitting on a chair and wiggling her calves, her beautiful watery eyes staring at Lin Tianming in the video almost the entire time. "So Ming just enrolled in school and he's already famous in the Imperial Great Imperial Academy? I thought he only rose to prominence at that competition organized by the Global Higher Awakened One Academy, so I had somewhat underestimated him. Ming, if I hadn't come to Kyushu earlier in this life, I really wouldn't have known that you'd be this strong by now. But it's not time for you and I to understand our grudges. There's a more important thing for me to do this time I've come to Kyushu. I have to become even stronger than I was in the last life." As the silver-haired girl repeatedly watched Lin Tianming in the video, a voice interrupted her elegance. "Ms. Alice, the location of the mechanical mystery realm has been found, and it's just as you guessed. It's in this unremarkable town north of the imperial capital of Kyushu." As soon as she heard this, Alice put away her cell phone and skillfully chewed the lollipop and dropped the stick into a side trash can with precision. She rose slowly from the bench and looked at the visitor with a look of determination. "Prepare well and leave tonight while it's still night." Chapter 36, The Silver-Haired Beauty at the Pancake Stand. Are you sure she's here to sell pancakes? 8:15 p.m. Exactly 12 hours. 8:15 in the morning. Copying skills on the practical class. Lin Tianming finally cooled down and restored his God's hand copying ability. Now, he could find out that he could copy 3 more skills at will by looking at the fire attribute supernatural skills of Chu Yunfei, who lived in the same dormitory. However, He did not copy Chu Yunfei's skills, and directly withdrew his copying ability to view other people's skills and continued to lie on his bed. Originally, he had planned to take a good rest. Who would have thought that Chu Yunfei would suddenly ask him to go out together at this time? Tianming, how about we go around the vicinity of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy together tonight? When Lin Tianming heard Chu Yunfei's proposal, he thought for a moment and agreed. Alright, speaking of which, we've all been here at the Great Imperial Academy for 2 days now, and we haven't gone outside the school to hang out yet. So let's just consider tonight as a good time to familiarize ourselves with the off-campus environment. Chu Yunfei was waiting for Lin Tianming's words. He was also excited and said, Let's go play in the snack street that goes out from the west gate side, where I've heard about all kinds of stores. It must be very lively at night. Lin Tianming sniffed and nodded. Then it's good to go to the snack street outside the west gate tonight. As the words fell, Lin Tianming also jumped off the ground from the bed and went out with Chu Yunfei. It didn't take long for Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei to arrive at the snack street a few blocks away from the west gate out, as Chu Yunfei had asked someone to inquire in advance. This snack street was extremely lively. Both sides of the street were full of selling all kinds of snacks, although Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei had already eaten dinner. In this fragrant snack street, they also bought some snacks to try. Chu Yunfei ate high. These snacks from this snack street taste really good. Tianming, no wonder this place is so hot every night. As he spoke, he and Lin Tianming continued to stroll around while looking for his favorite snacks. Lin Tianming ate the baked gluten in his hand, also enjoying the pleasure of eating food in the snack street. Next, the two big boys, Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei, practically strolled through the snack street close to the west gate of the Great Imperial Academy. Without realizing it, the two of them ate and played in this snack street for more than an hour. Having played almost enough, Lin Tianming, who still had Ms. Zhang Han's class tomorrow, planned to just go straight back. Yunfei, it's almost time to stroll around this snack street. We should go back as well. It's just after 9 o'clock to go back. How to play until 11 or 12 o'clock? Don't we still have a lot of snacks left? Chu Yunfei kind of didn't want to go back. He still wanted to wave in this snack street for a while longer. Lin Tianming sniffed and also said, Don't you have a class tomorrow morning? I still have a class arranged by Ms. Zhang Han tomorrow morning, so I have to go back early to rest. After Lin Tianming reminded him of this, Chu Yunfei also remembered that he also had classes tomorrow morning. I have too, and that male teacher of ours is simply not too mean. I even got a lecture from him today, so I'd better go back with you and take an early rest. As soon as he mentioned the teacher who took him, Chu Yunfei was a bit helpless and even complained to Lin Tianming about his teacher being mean. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything and returned the same way with Chu Yunfei, but just on the way back, Lin Tianming heard an unfamiliar girl's voice. Ming, why is he here tonight? Must not be found by him. Originally I am now being closely monitored by the people sent by the Kyushu, and am looking for an opportunity to sneak away to look for my chance, but can't afford to have one more trouble. Is this heartfelt? Stopping momentarily, Lin Tianming glanced around, trying to find the owner of the heartbeat. However, he looked around and didn't find the target he was looking for. Why did Ming suddenly stop and look around? He couldn't have found me and is looking for me on purpose. Could he? No. Absolutely no way. I'm a born again. How could I be discovered by him who has no memories of his last life? Could it be that he's hungry and wants something to eat? Whatever. I'll just hide behind this pancake stand Uncle Luke found for me and wait for him to leave before I venture out so I won't be found. The mysterious girl's heartfelt words instantly caused Lin Tianming to lock onto an unoccupied pancake stand. He stood and looked down behind the pancake stand counter. Although he couldn't see exactly what was behind the stage, he could distinctly see the top of the silver-haired head that had ventured out a little bit from the stage. Thinking back to the chance the girl had mentioned, although Lin Tianming didn't know exactly what it was, his mind changed and he temporarily changed his mind about returning to the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy so early in the morning. Yunfei, I think I remembered that I suddenly have something to take care of, so you can go back first. I'll take care of something urgent first. Temporarily making up a reason, Lin Tianming did not wait for Chu Yunfei to react, and ran away in the other direction in a puff of smoke. Looking at Lin Tianming's departing back, Chu Yunfei froze for a long time before reacting. This Lin Tianming, he couldn't have made a date with any girl who likes him to go to a room, right? What with having classes tomorrow morning and having to go back early? It turns out it's all to fool me into going back first so he can go to the world of two. What a big fan of color. Seriously suspecting that Lin Tianming was asking out his little girlfriend, Chu Yunfei shattered his thoughts and could only return to the Great Imperial Academy alone and lonely. Hiding behind the pancake fruit stand was a silver-haired beauty. If Wang Jian was here, he would definitely recognize this silver-haired beauty as Alice. the first-year student of the Northern domain who violently beat him up today. Alice saw that after Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei both left, the squatting girl ventured out with confidence and sat on the bench in front of the pancake fruit stand. She doesn't know how to make pancakes, and the only reason she's here is because her uncle Luke set her up. Get rid of those Kyushu sent to spy on her by pretending to be a vendor selling pancake fruits at a stall here. Uncle Luke and the people he brought with him should have snubbed those watching me. But without a message from Uncle Luke, it's better to stay here for a while longer. Muttering something, Alice waited here for less than 5 more minutes before she finally waited for the good news from her Uncle Luke. All the best, miss. Seeing this text message, the corners of Alice's mouth rose slightly. It's time to go. By acquiring the chance and the mechanical mysteries so early in this life, she would surely revisit the position of the goddess of mechanics. No, she will go further than she did in her last life. As a human awakened who had survived the age of the descent of the gods and entered the age of the descent of the 3 great divine kingdoms in her last life, and had become a god, she had a very obsessive desire to become stronger in this life. Most of the human awakenings advanced to godhood, but all died during the age of the descent of the gods. However, in her last life, even after surviving until the era of the 3 great divine kingdoms descending, she still perished at the hands of a mechanical ascender deity. If she could comprehend the mysteries of mechanical ascension ahead of time in this life, she would definitely be able to change her destiny and avenge her murder in her previous life. At that thought, Alice rose from her seat. Just as she was about to leave, the last person she wanted to see at the moment appeared in front of her. Ming, didn't he leave? Why did he turn back again? The last person this Alice wanted to see was none other than Lin Tianming, who had pretended to leave earlier. At this moment, he folded back and heard Alice's heartfelt words, and was also confirming that she was indeed the strange girl whose heartfelt words he had overheard. With her silver hair, pretty face, and snow-white skin, this strange beauty was like a silver elf in the darkness of the night. Lin Tianming knew that she wanted to leave now, but the system hadn't sounded a prompt yet, and not knowing whether she had a grudge against him or not, he naturally didn't want to let her go for the time being. Looking down at the pancake fruit stand, Lin Tianming gave a polite smile. Boss, give me a mixed grain pancake. As soon as she heard Lin Tianming treat her as the owner of a pancake stand, Alice, who didn't know how to make pancakes at all, went numb. Damn Min. I came to Kyushu early just to avoid him going into the mechanical mystery realm. I must find a way to detach him, and I must never let him become my biggest obstacle to obtaining the mechanical mystery realm's chance again. Ming, right now this young lady doesn't want to settle the total score of the last life with you. You'd better take the pancakes and get the hell out of here. Chapter 37 Alice, Goddess of Chance. I can't get rid of you in my new life. The system has automatically bound Alice, the goddess of dexterity, within range for the host, and the host can perfectly eavesdrop on the heart of Alice, the goddess of dexterity. Alice is the first young genius of the Northern domain contemporary alien awakened, possesses SSS-Grade mechanical puppeteer alien talent, the most promising future mechanical ascension of the non-mechanical gods country human awakened. The previous life before the rebirth in the Global Higher Awakened Person Academy held a competition, met the original master Lin Tianming, and in the process of gradually understand the original master and even took the initiative to share to the original master mechanical secret realm is about to be in the end of the competition soon to open in JoJo information. Hope that the original master can explore the mystery to find the opportunity together with her. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming, faced with the temptation of the divine treasure of the mechanical god's kingdom and the mechanical mystery realm, would try to take it for himself, taking advantage of Alice's unpreparedness to deal a death blow to her, and taking away all the chances that they had discovered together. Alice, who survived, discovers the mechanical ascension pool, which was not found by the departing Lin Tianming, and receives the mechanical ascensionist evolutionary inheritance. Although Lin Tianming felt that Alice was definitely dead, and no one knew about his unseemly dirty tricks, he used his connections to notify all the major forces in Kyushu to block the entrance to the mechanical mystery realm just in case. As soon as Alice came out, because she was not a person from the Kyushu, but from the Northern domain, she was naturally obstructed from returning to the Northern domain by all sorts of major forces from the Kyushu that had come to besiege her. 9 deaths to escape back to the Northern domain. Look at the wrong person. Alice swore that in the future will make Lin Tianming for the betrayal of her to pay the price. Who would like to wait until she felt that the time has come? Want to find Lin Tianming, this ungrateful person, revenge? But get the news that Lin Tianming has died, not having personally killed Lin Tianming, who had deceived her feelings and almost killed her. This matter had also become a demon in her heart that she couldn't let go of, and she had been affected by it, unable to reach the absolute rationality of the mechanical god's kingdom's ascension state. In the end, in a battle with a mechanical ascender god from the mechanical god kingdom, Alice, who was deeply infested with heart demons, was undefeated and died in battle. Demons? Another mind asterisk. Aside from Jiang Han, who was killed by a backstabbing when she became a god, Yi Qingxue, Feng Lan, Wang Yanran, and Alice, who became gods, all coincidentally had heart demons affecting their minds. Moreover, this heart demon was all because of him, Lin Tianming. Why do demons grow in the mind after becoming a god? Is it the wrong posture for becoming a god? And what about that age of the descent of the gods followed by the age of the descent of the three great divine kingdoms? Will the three great god kingdoms be the same as what he had previously learned with Yi Qingxue in the secret realm of the Lost Land, which were the Gene God Kingdom, the Mechanical God Kingdom, and the Spiritual Energy God Kingdom respectively? Were these ascended ones of the divine kingdom enemies or friends to them, the human awakened ones who had awakened their powers through the awakening ceremony? At this moment, Lin Tianming's confusion was growing in his mind because of the information he had obtained on Alice, the goddess of mechanics. Knowing that now was not the time to think about this, Lin Tianming took note of this while also looking at Alice without moving. This was the first time since Lin Tianming had crossed over that he had come into contact with people from the northern Yin domain. The girl in front of her like a silver-haired elf shining in the darkness of the night was still quite eye-catching. He said, "Boss, didn't I say to have a mixed grain pancake? Why haven't you made it yet? What are you just staring at my face for?" Being asked by Lin Tianming, Alice, who didn't know how to make pancakes at all, could only force herself to make pancakes for Lin Tianming. "Sorry, this guest. I'll do it. I'll be your ass." Looking at Alice with a look of reluctance and still cursing in her heart, Lin Tianming was happy in his heart. He didn't poke at the fact that she was starting to curse in her mind, but rather admired Alice for pounding pancakes there with the attitude of watching a good show. Lin Tianming looked even so, and even gave Alice a nitpick. "Boss, are you really the owner of this pancake stand? You're a bit unskilled at spreading the batter on the pan. It's not even evenly coated." "Of course I am. I've been doing this for over 10 years. How could I not be skilled?" "Don't talk nonsense. Damn it, Ming. You're just looking for a fight. I have to hurry up and finish this crap cake to support this Ming guy away. Or else when those Kyushu watchers who were lured away by Uncle Luke react, it'll be even harder for me to enter the mechanical mystery realm unnoticed again." Been doing this for over 10 years? Lin Tianming was happy. Has this Alice from the Northern Shades been making pancakes since she was a baby? Lin Tianming didn't poke at Alice's misspoken words. He had just kept Alice just now because he wanted to learn about her through the system. Now that he had gotten her information, he naturally wouldn't intentionally leave her here, because if she could safely enter the mechanical mystery realm, it was the same as if he could safely enter the mechanical mystery realm as well. He wanted to see what good treasures were in this secret realm related to the mechanical god's kingdom. Ms. Alice, please rest assured that he is not the same as the insatiable original owner. If he really came across any treasure, he would definitely not kill anyone to take the treasure and would definitely split it 50-50 with her. Watching Alice pounding the batter on the pancake stand for half a day and making pancakes that didn't take shape at all, Lin Tianming also watched with amusement. He was also making the pancakes more difficult for her again. "Remember to add ham and bacon and spread some sweet pasta sauce and hot sauce on me. I like sweet and spicy." "Fine. I'll add it all. I'm going crazy." "Ming, you are sent by the heavens specifically to obstruct me from obtaining the chance of the mechanical mystery realm, right? Why can't I get rid of you even though I came to Kyushu early in this life? It's an abomination." The infuriated Alice had to give Lin Tianming a smile on the surface in order to not let him discover her abnormality. The more aggrieved she was at the moment, the happier Lin Tianming was, wearing a bright smile the entire time. Lin Tianming enjoyed watching this silver-haired beauty with a heart of gold eat her heart out in front of him. "Okay, your sweet and spicy hash brown pancakes with ham and bacon." Alice put her battered masterpiece into a bag and handed it to Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming couldn't stand it any longer. "Your pancakes are too ugly. This batter is still sticky. Is this a pancake?" Unable to bear it, Alice couldn't pretend anymore and said in a bad mood, "Just ask if you're going to eat it." "Damn you, Ming. If you keep dragging this out, I'm not done with you if those watchers that were seduced by Uncle Luke come back." Lin Tianming similarly wanted to enter the mechanical mystery realm, and he was not teasing Alice anymore. "How much are these pancakes?" "Oops, isn't that the guy Kyushu sent to spy on me? Just mentioned they turned back? Uncle Luke only bought so much time? I can't spend any more time with this annoying guy. I have to go now. No money. You leave me alone." Before the Kyushu watcher who had folded back had noticed her, Alice stopped role-playing with Lin Tianming and simply turned her head and fled the place. Soon, Lin Tianming was found by those few Kyushu watchers who were watching Alice. "This young man, did you just see a girl with silver hair, about the same age as you? That girl has the distinct facial features of someone from outside of Kyushu." Lin Tianming shook his head harmlessly. "No." Seeing Lin Tianming say no, These few Kyushu watchers didn't see anything and also continued to search for Alice's traces in the vicinity. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, took a bite of the batter that didn't resemble a mixed grain pancake at all before catching up with Alice, and it didn't taste as bad as he thought it would. It's not so bad. It's just a bit sticky to the teeth, barely edible, but you can't waste it. Chapter 38 Flesh and Blood. Bitter Weakness, Mechanical Ascension. Make an end of it, Ming. An almost uninhabited town north of the Kyushu imperial capital. Alice, who managed to get rid of the Kyushu watchers, was in a happy mood after arriving here safely. I really have to get rid of Ming. Without his interference, all the chances of this mechanical mystery realm will be in my Alice's hands. In this life, I'll see who can still stop me from reaching the most perfect mechanical ascension form. Even those mechanical ascended deities of the mechanical god kingdom will be trampled under my feet in this life. I'm going to make all the people and gods who have deceived me pay with their lives. She who was in a happy mood didn't realize that her every move at the moment had fallen into Lin Tianming's eyes. Her heartfelt thoughts about the future were also perfectly insight by Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming was following closely beside her in the spirit form of her soul at this time, and she, who had been reanimated in her first life, was unable to realize it. If she knew that Lin Tianming was waiting for her to show him the way into the mechanical mystery realm, she would be so angry that her mind would explode. Just like that, Alice brought Lin Tianming unimpeded to the hidden mechanical secret realm of this town without any knowledge. As soon as she entered the mechanical mystery realm, she, who felt that there couldn't be anyone else here, couldn't help but break into an uncontrollable smile. Having just awakened her powers for 2 months before touching the forbidden door of mechanical ascension, I, Alice, having lived a new life, will push my enemies sideways with the perfect form of a mechanical ascension god, composing an undefeated myth that belongs to me. Lin Tianming held in his laughter the entire time. Why do all these reborn people think that they will be invincible and rise to the top after they live again? He didn't break Alice's beautiful fantasies about the future, and continued to follow Alice to explore in this mechanical secret realm. Secret realms like these were extremely treacherous, but with Alice there, Lin Tianming believed that he should follow Yi Qingshuet into the Lost Lands this time as he had before, and at least he wouldn't encounter any obstacles before seeing the great opportunity. Just as Lin Tianming had predicted, Alice with her rebirth memories avoided many of the dangers that had almost killed her here in her last life, and made her way to a large hall full of precision machine constructions. This is it. There are 2 bottles of mechanical divine liquid here. This mechanical divine liquid can easily repair the mechanical body, and it can also enhance the awakened person's fit with the mechanical ascension path. It was supposed to be 1 bottle for me and 1 for Ming, but he took advantage of me and sneaked up on me and took it all. If I hadn't gullibly believed his rhetoric in my last life and come here on my own, I would have been able to use a bottle of mechanical divine liquid not only for myself, but also for my mechanical mannequin, allowing it to co-evolve with me in advance, so that even if there's a heart demon influencing me later, I'll be able to defeat that mechanical god kingdom deity who killed me even if I pull my mechanical mannequins fit with me full. I would have fallen and died in the first place. Whether it was the mind demon or the late evolution of the mechanical dolls, it was all caused by Ming. Re-entering this place, the relived Alice couldn't help but think back to her past life. She live activates the miniature mechanical doll she wears around her waist through her mechanical dollmaker powers. With Alice's activation, the mechanical mannequin doll, built on her model, jumped to the ground and quickly rose to the height of her knees before stopping, picking up the 2 bottles of mechanical divine liquid that she had misplaced in her previous life. The thrilled Alice instantly took it for her and her mechanical mannequin doll. As the mechanical divine liquid was taken by them, both Alice and her mechanical dolls were covered in a faint mechanical light under the medicinal effects of the mechanical divine liquid. Is this the god of mechanics liquid? Just after taking it, I feel that part of the mechanical god's power remaining in my body has undergone a metamorphosis. And at only level 15, I actually resonated with my mechanical mannequin doll in advance. Feeling the marvelous changes brought to her by the mechanical divine liquid with great joy, Alice, who had established empathy with the mechanical doll in advance, became even more confident in the future. Lin Tianming watched this the entire time, and he wasn't in a hurry to come out. This mechanical divine liquid he didn't fight with Alice. He was more concerned about the mechanical ascension pool that allowed Alice to obtain the mechanical ascender evolutionary inheritance. He was promoted to a spiritual ascender through the spiritual ascension pool that had been tampered with, and received the power of a spiritual ascender. He wondered if he could continue to pass through the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool and gain the power of a mechanical ascender. If this crazy idea of his were to be heard by the people of the 3 great ascended divine kingdoms that had disappeared into the history of mankind, he would definitely be laughed at for his stupidity by the people of the 3 great divine kingdoms. The 3 ascension pools represented 3 different routes for ascended people. And once one took one of the ascension paths, It was categorically impossible to take the other two ascension paths. In that distant era of the Divine Kingdom, there had once been people like Lin Tianming who had the sudden idea of taking the path of other ascended masters at the same time, but they all, without exception, took one of the ascension paths, and as soon as they received the baptism in the ascension pool of the other ascension paths, they burst into flames and died because of the two incompatible ascender forces. Lin Tianming didn't understand the secrets of this ancient ascended divine kingdom, so he now very much wanted to dip into the mechanical ascension pool to see what would happen. Under Lin Tianming's watchful eye, Alice and her mechanical mannequin doll soon completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the mechanical god liquid and became even stronger than before. Next, first go to the mechanical ascension pool there. This secret realm in this life is just me. Other treasures taken away by Ming in the last life are not in a hurry. Wait until I have received the mechanical ascension pool baptism again. It was finally time for Lin Tianming's most anticipated part, and he continued to follow Alice. It didn't take long for Lin Tianming to arrive in front of the mechanical ascension pool along with the safe route that Alice had taken. It was a silvery white pool full of metal, the water inside boiling and gushing with a silvery white mechanical glow. Right next to the silver white pool stood a silver white mechanical monument with the same metallic texture. The inscription on it has survived the ages, leaving not a trace of age. Relying on the awakened knowledge he had learned earlier, Lin Tianming was still able to recognize the ancient writing on the tablet. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. Muttering the inscription in his heart, Lin Tianming was more or less surprised, not expecting to see such a complete inscription here. It seemed that this mechanical mystery realm was able to preserve its contents so intact because there hadn't been a tragic battle similar to that of the Lost Lands. Lin Tianming noticed that Alice and her mechanical doll had already jumped into the mechanical ascension pool and began to receive the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool. It was rare to come across an ascension pool that hadn't been tampered with, so naturally Lin Tianming wanted to go in and take a dip. However, in order to be different from the ungrateful original master, Lin Tianming still waited patiently on the side and did not sneak up on Alice while she was at the extremely dangerous mechanical ascension pool baptismal juncture. He had already thought of secretly accepting the baptism when Alice had finished it and went to look for other treasures, lest the two of them face each other. Once she was stimulated to think of her previous life by the original owner of the brutalization of her to fight with him, Lin Tianming's thoughts were good. Yet he had underestimated the power boost of Alice after receiving the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool. As soon as Alice and her mechanical mannequin doll completed the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool, she, who originally couldn't detect Lin Tianming's presence, instantly gained insight into where Lin Tianming's spiritual body was. Surprisingly, "It's you? Get the hell out of here." Accompanied by Alice's chortle infused with a mechanical voice, Lin Tianming's spirit body, which had vaporized to the point of being completely invisible, instantly manifested his solid body. And Alice, after using her skill to make Lin Tian visibly materialize, was also murderous as she walked out of the mechanical ascension pool with her mechanical mannequin doll, bathing in the silver white pool water of the mechanical ascension pool. The Alice at this moment was like a mechanical god descending. Not expecting to be exposed in this way, Lin Tianming narrowed his eyes. "This young lady, would you believe me when I say I don't know how I got in?" Alice didn't reply as she took one step towards Lin Tianming, each step revealing her rage and murderous intent at being stalked by Lin Tianming. "I didn't want to fight you so early. I wanted to wait until the competition held by the Global Higher Awakened One Academy to defeat you in a dignified manner. Since you are so insensitive, then don't blame me. In the last life you came to hinder me from obtaining the chance of the mechanical mystery realm. In this life I clearly thought of avoiding you, but fate still arranged for you to obstruct me. Perhaps this is the destiny that you and I are destined to escape. There will be a battle between you and me. In this life I resonate with my mechanical doll in advance. It is also obtaining the power to evolve in advance. I'll see how you can still take away everything that should belong to me in this life." Alice's enraged heartbeat was also what made Lin Tianming see that this next battle between him and her was inevitable. Under the gaze of his increasingly grave eyes, both Alice and her mechanical mannequin doll's eyes blossomed with a lurid blood-red light. Her mechanical doll, moreover, was reassembling its mechanical right arm at an extremely rapid pace under her mechanical dollmaker powers. In just a few moments, the mechanical mannequin doll, which looked petite and cute, like a miniature version of Alice, assembled a large silver and white mechanical sword. Lin Tianming was stunned. This petite and delicate mechanical doll of a mannequin has hidden such a large knife? Ming, come to an end. Alice and her mechanical mannequin doll spoke in unison. The furious human voice was also mixed with mechanical sounds, and for a while it was impossible to hear who was actually making the noise. Immediately after that, the mechanical mannequin doll that looked exactly like Alice swung a large silver white mechanical sword with both hands towards Lin Tianming. Chapter 39 Alice's skills can't be copied. This is dangerous. Spiritual energy transformation. Lin Tianming activated his spiritual energy transformation at the first opportunity, narrowly dodging the fatal chop before the large sword held by the mechanical mannequin doll slashed at him. He quickly pulled out a safe enough distance, and his original position had already been hardened by a huge crater cut out by the silver and white mechanical machete of the mechanical mannequin doll. This guy is really fighting to the death. Looking at the huge pit, Lin Tianming was still a bit distressed. If he had been half a second slower in dodging just now, he would definitely have been cut down by Alice's sword. Alice's mechanical mannequin doll's slash fell short and didn't stop there, directly slashing at Lin Tianming's spirit body again in a spiritual form. Though I've never seen Ming perform this move in my last life, even if you have other wonders in this life as well, I, who was once promoted to the god of mechanics, can still break it. Now, it was again the mechanical sound that had shaken Lin Tianming's soul just now, and under this mechanical sound, Lin Tianming's spirit body, which had vaporized to the point where it was completely unable to take on a presentable form, once again coalesced into a solid body. How is it that every one of these crazy women, who were once promoted to godhood, can break him of this trick? This was the understanding of the divine realm domain by a divine reborn? Under Lin Tianming's gaze, the mechanical mannequin doll dragged the silver-white greatsword, which was grossly disproportionate to her stature, then arrived and swept out. If this blade hit Lin Tianming's body would definitely be cut off at the waist. This young lady, this is the first time we've met. Is there a need to be so deadly? Although he was poking fun at Alice with his mouth, Lin Tianming didn't dare to be careless. Raging thunder armor. The furious thunder power condensed into a lightning armor, shielding Lin Tianming's body. Unable to rely on spiritual energy transformation to pull away in time, Lin Tianming could only resist at first. Truth be told, his heart was in his throat when the silver-white mechanical machete swept across and touched his fury thunder armor. Luckily, Teacher Jiang Han's special training this morning was really useful. Not only did he help him fend off Phone attack at noon, but now he had also helped him successfully fend off the deadly sweep of the silver-white greatsword, confirming that the Fury Thunder armor would still be useful against Alice. Lin Tianming's confidence increased greatly. Mr. Kong Han, you are a savior for your students. In this life, please rest assured that the student will repay the favor and never again fail to live up to the grace of your tutelage. After mentally thanking Jiang Han, who had helped him specialize in predatory abilities this morning, Lin Tianming cast Thunder Rampage again to further increase his speed and attack, rather forgetting that I had seen the video of his battle with Windlance at noon today, and he now knows that Raging Thunder armor and Thundering Berserk that had once made me suffer a lot of losses as well. Even if I live a new life, I still can't understand why a low-level skill that is clearly a Thunderbolt Ragebear can grow infinitely and be so powerful in his hands. Listening to Alice's incomprehensible heart, Lin Tianming was happy. It seemed that the God's Hand plundering ability was only known to Mr. Kong Han, who had helped him develop it. No one else, either in the last life or in this one, is aware of it. Jiang Han was truly doing everything a benefactor should do, helping him develop the potential of the God's Hand, and yet being able to help him keep the secret of the God's Hand's greater potential. Such a great benefactor. The original owner does not know how to cherish gratitude. This wolf-hearted thing even harmed Jiang Han, plotting what belongs to Jiang Han. It's so not human, but it was thanks to the original master's evil deeds that he, Lin Tianming, was fortunate enough to cross over and meet Jiang Han. Since the original owner didn't know how to cherish them, these were girls with rare qualities that he, the traveler of the same name, cherished for the original owner. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also turned defense into offense. Thunder Trample. The terrifying power of thunder tore and shook the earth, striking towards Alice. It's Thunder Trample. Recognizing the skill Lin Tianming had cast with a single glance, Alice hastily dodged backwards. Under her control, a red aura flashed in the eyes of the mechanical mannequin doll, releasing a destructive red pillar of light that blasted towards the ground, colliding with Lin Tianming's Thunder Trample might. In an instant, these two different powerful energies erupted into an even more dazzling light and entangled together. It wasn't until the two energies cancelled each other out that the intense glow gradually dissipated. Luckily, with the mechanical god liquid just now allowing my mechanical doll to resonate with me in advance, and evolve in advance, as well as part of the god of mechanical dexterity's power from my previous life added to my body. The power is far more than that of my previous life in this period. This time I no longer need to worry about not being able to defeat Ming, the villain. Ha, where's Akito? When the light dissipated, Alice tried to look for Lin Tianming and manipulate her mechanical mannequin doll to continue fighting, only to find that Lin Tianming had disappeared. Not good. It's that skill that transforms between solid and soul voiding again. Immediately realizing that Lin Tianming had mostly executed spiritual energy transformation, Alice and her mechanical mannequin doll simultaneously executed the ability to gain insight into the existence of spirits. At the first moment, they locked onto Lin Tianming's location once again. Only when Alice realized that Lin Tianming had arrived behind her, she couldn't help but change her face. Oh, no, they're getting close. Listening to Alice's heartfelt voice as she realized that it was not good, Lin Tianming knew that he had made the right bet. An awakened whose ability as mechanical dollmaker and who manipulates mechanical dolls in combat is mostly weak in his or her own body. Looking at Alice's panicked face, Lin Tianming's ego coalesced the entity. It's about time it was over. This young lady. Thunder Trample. Lin Tianming executed Thunder Trample at close range, and the terrifying thunder power shook Alice so much that she became dizzy and her body flew out backwards like a tattered kite. The mechanical doll, which had returned to the rescue at breakneck speed, was also somewhat affected in its movements due to the heavy damage suffered by Alice's own body, only to see that the mechanical mannequin doll wielding the large sword was as if it suddenly ran out of power, crashing down to the ground in mid-air, its blood-red eyes instantly losing their color, and hanging its head as it sat paralyzed on the ground. Lin Tianming couldn't help but let out a long breath when he saw this scene. If he had gambled wrongly just now, he who had taken the initiative to approach Alice would also have been decapitated on the spot by the robotic doll that had quickly returned to the rescue. Good for him for betting on. Lin Tianming had just wanted to mentally sigh at his own cleverness in betting correctly. Who would have thought that the next scene would be the one that made him become nervous once again? That Alice, who was injured by him, had a silver-white mechanical blow surging up around her, and under the shroud of the mechanical blow, her aura around her was climbing up at an extremely high speed. You've managed to piss me off, Ming. While speaking, Alice's mechanical mannequin doll also regained its bodily functions as she slowed down and locked onto Lin Tianming. Seeing this, Lin Tianming also tried to surprise attack close to Alice once again, wanting to knock Alice completely unconscious. Who would have thought that as soon as he approached Alice this time, he would have the hindsight to fall into the middle of a killing formation full of mechanical filaments, that one after another as thin as a fine wire of mechanical silk, with a faint silver-white light. Seems to be a thin one to pull on the brake, but in fact, like a sharp blade, touching the injury. As the silver-white mechanical filaments in that killing formation became denser and denser, Lin Tianming's face and the surface of his body's skin were cut with blood marks in many places. Ming, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're near me? You're so naive. Being able to force me to perform the Thousand Silk killing formation. You are proud enough of yourself without having relived your life. But that's where it ends. If you have to force me and my mechanical dolls to strike at the same time and cooperate with each other to explode a stronger battle power, then I will do as you wish and let you see what the power of the God of Mechanics Reborn is. After Lin Tianming heard Alice's heartfelt words, he instantly looked in the direction where the mechanical mannequin doll was, only to see the mechanical mannequin doll holding a large sword, flying towards him who was trapped in Alice's Thousand Silk killing formation. He also cursed Alice, who was still hiding her moves. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier if you had a second stage? At this moment, Lin Tianming's heartstrings were tightened to the limit. Hand of God, copy. Are you trying to copy my skills? Too bad you can't copy any of them. Don't struggle. Ming, my mechanical dollmaker powers can't be duplicated by your god's hand. You couldn't copy my skills in your last life, and you defeated me by copying other people's skills, let alone you in this life. Although he had heard Alice's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming still didn't believe in evil and wanted to find a way out of the crisis. Reproduction success. Soon, Lin Tianming managed to copy Alice's skills. Only when he saw the Alice skill he had copied, he was dumbfounded. Mechanical dolling. Mechanical dollmakers can create and manipulate their own mechanical dolls through mechanical dolling. Now Lin Tian understood why Alice said that the original owner was unable to copy her skills in her last life. Because this mechanical mannequin technique replicated successfully, it was simply not possible to see immediate results in battle. Duplicated is the same as not duplicated. Moreover, the skills copied by the hand of God were still one-time consumable skills, and even if he did build a mechanical doll in the future, he would still need to find Alice to copy her skills again in order to use them. The skills that can be copied are very limited. Resources are scarce, and it would be tragic if you were to meet any danger in the meantime and die just because you have fewer skills that you can use. Thinking about this, Lin Tianming was completely numb. He's not really going to fall into Alice's hands today, is he? Chapter 40, The Divine Weapon reveals its power. These were all given to me by my family. Qing Xue. Ming, it's over. You and I are done with this feud. The mechanical threads in the Thousand Silk killing formation erupted with endless killing machines, wanting to pierce Lin Tianming's body into a sieve full of holes. The silver-white mechanical greatsword of the mechanical mannequin doll also slashed down with a roar, cutting out a sure kill. Right at this moment when she was about to witness Lin Tianming's fall, Teardrops slipped from the corners of Alice's eyes, and her mind flashed back to the memories of her last life when she fell in love with Lin Tianming. It's finally over. I should have been happy. This life promotion to God should not have the demons that plague me. Why? Why do I still have the feeling that my heart hurts so much? Ha! Why does it suddenly feel so cold? Hiss! What's going on here? Under Alice's unbelievable gaze, Lin Tianming, who was originally trapped and unable to perform spiritual energy transformation, suddenly burst out with a cold and piercingly chilling aura around him. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianming had ice blue wings on his back, which contained unspeakably powerful extreme ice power. This is a divine weapon? How come I didn't see Ming have this ice attribute divine weapon in my last life? Oops. He's actually going to rely on the artifacts to get out of the trap. Next, there was what made Alice feel even more incredulous. Lin Tianming's body, under the power of extreme ice from the Dawnbreaker feathers, changed its shape at great speed into an ice blue butterfly shaped by the power of extreme ice. Lin Tianming's tall figure suddenly changed into an ice blue butterfly, and the Thousand Silk Killing Formation, which was originally dense enough to pierce Lin Tianming into a sieve, was suddenly full of cracks, quickly escaping Alice's Thousand Silk Killing Formation in her ice blue butterfly form. Lin Tianming was also able to smoothly dodge the mechanical doll's large blade that was working in conjunction with the Thousand Silk Killing Formation. Not far away from the ice blue butterfly recoalescing its true body, Lin Tianming, who had escaped in a shocking manner, deliberately flirted with Alice. Looks like this killing formation of yours isn't very good either. Don't be wild. Don't think you can beat me just because you have a divine weapon. Alice clearly had been caught by the tone of Lin Tianming's words, and she was again expanding the range of the Thousand Silk Killing Formation's mechanical silk towards Lin Tianming. And continue to expand? Seeing this scene, Lin Tianming also became serious once again. Since you can turn into a butterfly, I'll create a Thousand Silk Killing Formation that can pierce even butterflies into a sieve, and then stop you from casting that skill that can vaporize into a soul state. So I'll see how you can still escape. A divine weapon in the district. Who once became a god? Don't put it in my eyes yet. At the same time that Alice's heart was first insight by Lin Tianming, he was also noticing the Thousand Filament Killing Formation that was expanding towards him. The mechanical filaments in it were so dense that even a tiny butterfly could be pierced through into a sieve to a dense degree. However, Lin Tianming wouldn't sit around and wait for death. Wall of lightning. Lightning like a lightning waterfall descended from the sky, forming a giant wall of lightning. He had thought that this wall of thunder and lightning could hold out for him for a while longer, but Lin Tianming had still far underestimated Alice's battle power. The mechanical mannequin doll's eyes flashed red as it cast a pillar of blood-red light that hit his wall of lightning. At the same moment, the mechanical mannequin doll, under Alice's control, again swung the silver-white mechanical machete in its hand to slash the wall of lightning. The silver-white mechanical filaments that came rapidly expanding were also cooperating with the mechanical mannequin doll means to instantly disintegrate Lin Tianming's wall of lightning. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Tianming once again incarnated the ice blue butterfly through the power of the Dawnbreaker feather, before he could escape a safe distance. However, he was blocked by the faster expanding mechanical filaments. Once again, deep in the middle of Alice's even more intensive Thousand Silk Killing Formation, Lin Tianming, who was transformed into an ice blue butterfly, also felt real pain. Being able to last this long in the hands of me who has reanimated the first world. Ming, you are proud enough of yourself. Let this be the end of the grudge that you and I have been entangled in for 2 lifetimes. Alice instantly unleashed all the mechanical threads of the Thousand Silk Killing Formation and attacked towards Lin Tianming's ice blue butterfly. With the help of the mechanical doll's great sword, it can be said that this is the strongest killing move of Alice at this stage. Just when Alice thinks she's winning, the change happens again. The terrifying power of thunder spread in all directions with Lin Tianming's ice blue butterfly as the center, disintegrating all the silver-white mechanical threads in the Thousand Silk Killing Formation in an instant. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianming regrouped his true body, and against his body that had been injured by the Thousand Silk Killing Formation, he held a thunder spear that also exuded an aura that was not weaker than that of the Dawnbreaker feather in his hand, and stabbed towards the mechanical mannequin doll. Another artifact that I haven't seen Ming use in my last life. How did this guy Ming have 2 divine weapons in this life? This long spear that emanated a terrifying thunderous might, like the Dawnbreaker feather, was obtained by Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue when they went into the Lost Land. The original owner of the previous life had missed the opportunity to enter the secret realm of the Lost Lands to obtain the chance because she had broken up with Yi Qingxue in the opening game, and Alice had naturally never seen the original owner use it. In this life, thanks to Yi Qingxue's early entry into the secret realm of the Lost Lands, Lin Tianming had been able to obtain so many divine grade treasures at such a low level. The Thunder Demon Dragon gun released a Thunder Demon Dragon condensed from the power of thunder as Lin Tianming swung and stabbed it. That Thunder Demon Dragon erupted with a thunderous dragon roar, instantly electrocuting the mechanical mannequin doll that was attacking towards Lin Tianming to the point where sparks were flying all over its body. Good strong thunder power. Damn, my mechanical doll can't take such thunder power hard right now. But just don't let the robotic doll touch the thunder of that thunder gun next. Although the robotic doll was electrocuted to the point of sparks, Alice was still confident in her victory over Lin Tianming, but the next scene made her giggle again. Lin Tianming's body suddenly erupted with an infinite amount of sea-like water attribute energy around him again, while another divine artifact emanating the power of the deep sea surfaced in front of him. Three artifacts? This third artifact was called the Soul of the Deep Sea, and was similarly obtained by Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue when they went into the Lost Lands, instantly unleashing the power of the Spirit of the Deep. Alice's mechanical doll was plunged deep into the water sphere filled with the power of the deep sea. The mechanical mannequin doll, which was already electrified to the point of sparking, was again bound by the power of the deep sea, completely paralyzed, and the silver-white mechanical greatsword in its hand slipped. No matter how much Alice called out to her robotic doll, the robotic doll that was blocked in the water ball could not move a single bit. If I'm allowed to level up a few more levels, even if I'm struck by lightning or drenched in water, my mechanical mannequin dolls will all be able to continue fighting. Damn. Thinking of avoiding the Ming dynasty to come to the mechanical mystery realm, I did not expect to encounter such a change of heart. Having finally resolved Alice's mechanical mannequin doll, Lin Tianming listened to Alice's heart as he walked towards her with a smirk. Alice looked at Lin Tianming, who was walking slowly towards her. She gritted her teeth and said, "You don't think you're going to win this way?" The Thousand Silk Killing Formation. Almost at the same time that Alice cast the Thousand Silk Killing Formation, Lin Tianming broke it with the Thunder Magic Dragon released by the Thunder Magic Dragon gun. At the same moment, Lin Tianming's body was again blooming with vast star power around him. In order to make Alice lose, Lin Tianming unleashed the last divine grade treasure he had on him, the Star Key. An exquisite star key hung in front of Lin Tianming's body, releasing a splendid and powerful star power towards Alice, who had been broken through the Thousand Silk Killing Formation. Boom! Under the star key's final blow, Alice, who had used all her means, still lost to Lin Tianming, and her figure tilted backward, planting herself heavily on the ground. If I had known this guy had so many artifacts, I would have gone ahead and gotten the artifacts in the mechanical mystery realm. If I have those artifacts, I, who still possess part of the power of the god of mechanics from my last life, cannot possibly lose. Noticing that Lin Tianming was slowly walking towards her in a victor's stance, Alice used her last breath to ask in a tone filled with unwillingness, "Where did you get so many artifacts?" Speaking of which, Lin Tianming had to properly thank his little girlfriend Yi Qingxue. "They were all given to me by my family." Qingxue, clear snow? Without waiting for the dimly conscious Alice to figure out who Qingxue was in Lin Tianming's words, she completely lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Thus, Alice had become the second reborn who had failed in her quest to find Lin Tianming to settle the grudge of her previous life. Chapter 41, Rejecting Consciousness. Uploading Mechanical Mastermind. Don't want a mechanical ascension that loses itself. Defeating Alice. Lin Tianming confirmed that she wouldn't be able to wake up for a while, placing his attention above the mechanical ascension pool. Just now, he had witnessed that Alice and her mechanical mannequin dolls had been baptized by the silver-white water of the mechanical ascension pool, emitting a mechanical glow all over their bodies and becoming stronger than before. Lin Tianming was also looking forward to what kind of chance creation he would get by entering the mechanical ascension pool. Is it the same as Alice? Or is there some other, different chance waiting for him? Lin Tianming didn't know, but it was also this unknown that drove him towards the mechanical ascension pool. Coming before the boiling silver-white pool of water and feeling the abundant mechanical ascension power here, Lin Tianming observed for a few seconds before leaping into it. Like when he first entered the spiritual ascension pool, he who was immersed in the silver-white water of the mechanical ascension pool didn't feel anything, but after a few seconds, a force that seemed to tear his flesh apart began to tear through his body. Unlike the last time when he was torn apart by the spiritual energy soaring pool, this time, the tearing sensation was only directed at Lin Tianming's physical body, and didn't cause him to feel the pain of his soul being torn apart. However, the pain in the flesh was even greater than before in the spiritual energy soaring pool. Lin Tianming endured the pain and carefully felt the continuous changes in his body. Why do I get a feeling that it's completely different from Alice being baptized in the mechanical ascension pool? Thinking back to the gentle metamorphosis process that Alice had just undergone when she received the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool, Lin Tianming could be certain that Alice had definitely not experienced the pain that his flesh now felt, as if it was going to be torn apart as much as it could be. For the time being, He couldn't figure out why the metamorphosis process was completely different when he and Alice entered the same mechanical ascension pool, so Lin Tianming simply didn't think about it and continued to observe the changes in his body. The wounds on his body that had been torn apart grew, and the silver-white pool water quickly entered his body with the help of the wounds and remodeled the skin in the areas of his wounds as if they were inscriptions, emitting a silver-white mechanical glow. First it tore through his body, and then it repaired his torn wounds, covering them with the same silver-white mechanical skin as the silver-white pool of water. This was to little by little reshape his flesh and blood body into a mechanical body with the same metallic texture as the silver-white pool water. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Tianming couldn't help but look at the inscription on that mechanical monument. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. So that's what it means? But why didn't Alice remake her flesh into a mechanical body? Lin Tianming took another look at Alice, who was in a comatose state. Still unable to think straight, he refocused his attention on himself. The reshaping of his flesh into a mechanical body was slow now, and the skin that had been reshaped by the healing wounds of the silvery white pool of water looked like inscriptions. He was hesitant to undergo this complete transformation of his mechanical body right now. He had an extremely ominous premonition in his heart at the moment. He had never had such a premonition the last time he entered the spiritual energy ascension pool. He always felt that it would be a bad thing, that would be extremely detrimental for him to complete the complete remodeling of his so-called mechanical body right now. Shouldn't becoming a fully mechanical body be the only way to achieve the mechanical ascension and become a god as stated in the tablet? What kind of person comes up and just receives the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool and becomes a complete mechanical body? Although Lin Tianming had come into contact with the hidden secrets of the mechanical god's kingdom just this once, through his understanding of the inscription, flesh and blood are bitter and weak, machinery soars, as well as his observation of Alice's baptismal process, he had always felt that there was something wrong with him. During Lin Tianming's hesitation, he suddenly felt that his consciousness traveled through endless space and arrived at a dark space that emitted a shimmering light. Sure enough, there's a problem. Lin Tianming's eyes sank as he looked towards the only area that was emitting a faint light. Attempting to return to his physical body to no avail, Lin Tianming pondered a little and still took the initiative to approach the shimmering area that seemed extremely dangerous to him. When Lin Tianming was about to walk into the shimmering area, that shimmering area suddenly released a dazzling silver-white mechanical light. Under that silver-white mechanical glow, an oversized mechanical mastermind made to mimic a human brain surfaced in front of Lin Tianming. This gigantic mechanical brain consisted of a variety of subtle and incomparable mechanical appliances, and was connected to countless data wires that extended outward. Those data lines were also frequently flashing with a special light, as if they were transmitting something outward with the mechanical brain as the center, as well as receiving massive data information from who knows where the other end was connected. Welcome to my data world. The people of the Forsaken Lands who were baptized in the mechanical ascension pool outside of the mechanical god's kingdom and chosen by me. A voice without any emotion suddenly echoed in this dark space, and Lin Tianming was instantly alerted. In the next moment, the voice that didn't possess any emotion resounded once again. Don't be nervous, the one who is talking to you now is exactly what you see in front of you. The mechanical mastermind that imitates human manufacturing. That is, me. I am a supercomputer that combines the wisdom of all the people of the mechanical god's kingdom, and the people of the mechanical god's kingdom call me Heaven's Mandate. The Mandate of Heaven? Looking at the mechanical mastermind named Heaven's Destiny in front of him, Lin Tianming thought carefully about what it had just said. After a moment passed, he asked, "What did you mean when you said I was from the Forsaken Lands?" The Forsaken Land is the Forsaken Land that the genetic god kingdom, the mechanical god kingdom, and the spiritual energy god kingdom were forced to have to give up in the first place because they were unable to defeat the Guile god, and in order to preserve the majority of humanity, they sealed off most of the territories to themselves. As soon as he heard the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny's reply, Lin Tianming was stunned. Doesn't that mean that the people of the three great divine kingdoms and us are all humans? In the face of Lin Tianming's questions, the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny also continued to answer. That's right. The people of the three great divine kingdoms and the humans of the Forsaken Lands share a common ancestor. And having answered your question, shouldn't you let me ask you some questions next as well? You're a pretty smart machine, so if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Actually, Lin Tianming had other questions he wanted to ask about the three great divine kingdoms, but the mechanical mastermind called Heaven's Destiny was too intelligent and new to ask him questions. However, Lin Tianming didn't let his guard down just because the other party answered his question. He still maintained a high level of vigilance. As the crystallization of the wisdom of the mechanical god kingdom, the natural intelligence, the people of the Forsaken Land, the reason why I chose you, that's because you have a physique that even my mechanical god kingdom can't comprehend, and can stand up to mechanical ascension. In the name of the mechanical god's kingdom, I extend an invitation to you to become a permanent resident of my mechanical God's kingdom and help you directly realize mechanical ascension in the true sense of the word. Would you be willing to upload your consciousness to the mechanical mastermind, this piece of data space I've created? Listening to the words of the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny without the slightest bit of emotion, Lin Tianming couldn't help but frown. What's the point of uploading consciousness to a mechanical mastermind? You will gain access to all of the mechanical kingdom of God's knowledge shared from me and become the most intelligent human on this earth. When you face anything, you can think and solve it in an absolutely rational and unadulterated way, and always make the most correct and rational choice. You will also live forever, and no matter what dangers you encounter, even if your body is destroyed, you will be able to remake your mechanical body with me and not die. You don't have to be afraid of dying in battle anymore. Each of your deaths will be recorded by me as data and help you analyze and summarize it, targeting to enhance your ability to face different strong enemies when you rebuild your mechanical body, evolving infinitely and getting stronger as you fight. As Lin Tianming listened to the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny's reply, he pondered for a moment more and asked, consciousness uploading should only be able to obtain a portion of the knowledge you shared, right? Is there another price to pay in order to obtain the full tantalizing abilities you mentioned later? Being asked this by Lin Tianming, the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny, who had previously been omniscient and had been answering any questions in seconds, fell into a brief silence. Although the silence lasted only a few seconds, it made Lin Tianming believe even less in this mechanical mastermind Heaven's mandate. To realize absolute rationality in mechanical ascension, it is necessary to abandon the dark side of human nature, which is the path of every mechanically ascended God who achieves mechanical ascension, and the greatest evolution of all. Don't you want to realize absolute rationality, wear out the selfishness in human nature, and join a great kingdom of God where there is no injustice and where love and equality prevail? In the face of the mechanical mastermind's compulsion, Lin Tianming refused without hesitation. I don't want to wear out my self-consciousness and soul, and become a pile of garbage data that can be mass-produced by you. A mechanical ascension that loses its self-consciousness. Don't want it. Chapter 42. This life chance will be taken away by Lin Tianming again. Alice's mind fell apart. It's okay. You just can't understand the true meaning of mechanical ascension because you've been living in the Forsaken Lands for a long time in a world filled with all kinds of human ugliness. As soon as I establish a connection with you and show you the great knowledge of my mechanical kingdom of God, you will understand and join our cause and become part of the divine order. After being rejected by Lin Tianming, the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny finally revealed its true colors. A data line that was thicker than Lin Tianming's arm was also furiously coming towards Lin Tianming as the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny's attitude changed. Spiritual energy transformation. At the moment of crisis, Lin Tianming, who didn't want to be captured and brainwashed by the mechanical mastermind Heaven's mandate, didn't care if it was useful or not, and directly executed spiritual energy transformation. Luckily, Lin Tianming had gambled correctly. Almost at the same time he cast it, his consciousness in this space was also spiritualized, dodging the attack of the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny. This is the power of a spiritual ascender? No. How can an ungodly spiritual ascender achieve full spiritualization? How is it possible for a fully spiritualized spirit energy ascended God to still have a physical body in existence when it has already abandoned its physical body? This belongs to an event that has never happened before. The mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny was clearly a supercomputer designed by the humans of the mechanical God country, but it was thinking like a real human being. Aside from not having any emotions, it was like a more perfect, superhuman being who eschewed human weaknesses and was absolutely rational. The first generation of those who designed the mandate of heaven entered a directive that humans who had already been baptized in the spiritual ascension pool could not become mechanical ascensionists of the mechanical God's kingdom. But the rules are made by man and change with the progress of the times. This spiritual ascender who entered the mechanical ascension pool without bursting into flames and dying, and who can also directly achieve the perfect mechanical body evolution of mechanical ascension, must be returned to my mechanical God's kingdom. Despite the accident, the mechanical mastermind Heaven's mandate pondered there for a moment to himself and decided to continue capturing Lin Tianming. With the moment the mechanical mastermind made its decision, Lin Tianming's spiritualized body was also once again solidified by the mechanical mastermind's heavenly order and was unable to move. Don't struggle. Being in my data space, all I have to do is modify the settings so that you can't spiritualize here, and you'll manifest your true form. And joining the glorious evolution to achieve mechanical ascension will be the greatest decision you'll ever make in your life. Seeing that Lin Tianming was about to be captured and brainwashed by the mechanical mastermind, his main body far away in the mechanical mystery realm suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light of star power. The star key was also floating in front of Lin Tianming's body, which was only an empty shell. Forcing Lin Tianming's consciousness, which was in the Heaven's Destiny dataspace of the mechanical mastermind, back into his body. As his consciousness returned to his body, Lin Tianming, who had nearly been brainwashed by the mechanical mastermind Heaven's mandate, was somewhat stunned. Is you the one who saved me? Lin Tianming looked at the star key floating in front of him, somewhat less certain. There was no response from the star key, seeing him come to his senses and re-emerge into the void of space with which he had established contact. Although the star key didn't respond, Lin Tianming could still tell that it had indeed saved him. How could the star key save me as the divine weapon of the star key angel? Could it be that she authorized it? But she seemed to hold deep hostility towards me last time. Temporarily unable to figure out the real reason why the star key was operating on its own to aid him, Lin Tianming simply stopped thinking about it. He looked down at his body. At some point his body had been completely remodeled into a mechanical body by the water of the mechanical ascension pool. At the same time, Lin Tianming also realized that he had an additional skill, mechanical transformation. Mechanical transformation, which was somewhat similar to the effects of spiritual energy transformation, allowed Lin Tianming's body to freely transform between a physical body and a mechanical body. The only difference is that mechanical transformation is the transformation of a mechanical body, and psychic transformation is the transformation of a soul-spirit body. Getting out of the crisis of almost being brainwashed by the mechanical mastermind Heaven's mandate, and learning new mechanical ascension skills, Lin Tianming was naturally exceptionally happy. In order to prevent another accident from being pulled into the data space created by the mechanical mastermind later on, Lin Tianming also hurriedly came out of the mechanical ascension pool. It so happened that at this time, the unconscious Alice was also slowly awakening from her slumber. As soon as she woke up and saw Lin Tianming walk out of the mechanical ascension pool, Alice, who was still very weak, instantly became nervous. You, stay away. Lin Tianming sniffed an easily executed mechanical transformation. Transforming from a mechanical body to a body of flesh and blood, he slowly walked towards Alice and smiled. This young lady, I have a question for you. You just kept calling me Ming. What do you mean? Alice didn't realize that Lin Tianming, who could eavesdrop on her heart, was knowingly asking a question, and as soon as she was asked this question by Lin Tianming, she instantly became even more flustered. I can't tell him that I'm a born again, that I knew him in my last life, and that I've been victimized by him, can I? After slightly thinking for a moment, Alice made a hasty move and explained. I am a first-year student from the Northern Ean domain who came to visit your imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, and I had swiped the video of you sparring with another first-year student, Fong Lan, so that's how I knew that you were Lin Tianming. In our Northern Ean domain, when calling others by their names, we like to call them shorter, so I'll call you by the last word of your name. Ming. I see. So how come you pretended you didn't recognize me at the pancake stand earlier? It was hard to answer one of Lin Tianming's questions, and then being stumped by Lin Tianming's new question. Alice lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. Seeing that Alice was very vain, Lin Tianming smiled. Is it because you want to sneak into this mechanical mystery realm alone? You know it all and you're asking. Damn it! Ming must have suspected me at the pancake stand. So he's been secretly following me, but it doesn't matter. As long as I fool him that there's nothing in this mechanical mystery realm next and trick him away, I'll just turn back and take the rest of the artifacts. He took all the chances in his last life, so he has to give them to me in this life. Listening to Alice's wishful thinking, Lin Tianming would not let her have her way. First he asked, "What's your name?" Alice hesitated. Losing the fight she still returned, "Love." Alice, I see that you seem to be very familiar with this mechanical mystic realm. I think you should have relied on your channels to know about this place before you came here. So lead the way and show me what other good treasures there are in this mystic realm. You're very weak now. I have to protect you in order to find those chances. And when there's something good at that time, we'll split it 50-50 depending on the situation. How's that? 50-50? I'll be damned if I believe you. Ming, what kind of person are you that I still don't understand after living a new life? You will surely kill me at the last moment in order to monopolize all the chances. In her heart, she didn't trust Lin Tianming at all. Alice still pretended to be unaware on the surface. According to the information I've poked around, this secret realm should only have this mechanical ascension pool, as well as the mechanical divine liquid that has already been taken by me and my mechanical mannequin doll just now. And my plan at first was also to go back after receiving the mechanical ascension pool baptism. Then you go back first. I see that this mechanical mystic realm is quite big. There should still be good treasures that you and I missed. I'll go look for them myself. After Lin Tianming finished speaking, he walked in the other direction. At first, when she heard Lin Tianming's remarks, Alice was still a little nervous, afraid that Lin Tianming would take all the remaining chances. But when she saw the direction Lin Tianming was advancing in, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It's a good thing I was smart enough not to show him the way. There's no treasure in that direction. And walking would have circled back to the original point. Later, while Ming leaves, I'll go to the next door that way and take all the artifacts. And then I'll be able to recover my depleted power. With those artifacts recovered, I'll come back to him to avenge my past life. And just now, Lin Tianming had heard all of Alice's heartfelt words, and he had promptly changed direction towards the untraveled road next door. At this instant, the stealing smile on Alice's face was also instantly frozen. After a moment passed, she was anxious. Not there. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming wouldn't listen to her at all and continue to take the most correct path? In order to not let all of the artifacts be taken away by Lin Tianming, even though Alice was very weak right now, she still got up from the ground, put away the mechanical mannequin doll that had been released by Lin Tianming, and chased after Lin Tianming with quick steps. Ming, you must listen to me. That direction is dangerous. Come back. Chapter 43 Alice's Shadow. Don't throw me in there to explore. I won't take the treasure from you. Ming, I'm not lying. This path will be dangerous to follow. Dangerous? That's right then. In this kind of secret realm, the more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to harbor extremely precious treasures. If you're afraid, just go back the way you came and don't follow me. Why don't you? You people listen. Ha! Alice, who had caught up with Lin Tianming, tried her best to get Lin Tianming to change his forward route. However, no matter what she said, she was unable to sway Lin Tianming. A little further on, the final treasures of this mechanical mystery realm were going to be revealed, and since her strength had not yet been restored now, she could only watch as Lin Tianming took those treasures. At the thought, Alice stomped her foot and stifled a grunt of anger. It seems that Ming, this guy, is determined to go this way. I am now losing all my power. Continue to follow him. Not only can not snatch the treasure, but there is also the possibility of being killed by him as in the last life. Or, I will leave now? But I'm really so upset. Obviously in this life I came to the mechanical mystery realm so far in advance. Why did I still let Ming take away most of the treasures in the mechanical mystery realm? Lin Tianming listened to Alice's heartfelt voice filled with unwillingness, and he was also wronged in his heart. He had never thought of monopolizing all the opportunities in this mechanical mystery realm. So far, the 2 bottles of mechanical divine liquid, as well as the mechanical ascension pool's chance, Alice had gotten them all. He, Lin Tianming, also went into the mechanical ascension pool to take a dip, and didn't stop her from obtaining the mechanical ascension pool's chance. Moreover, he had just said that if he came across any treasures later, he could share them with her 50-50. It was just her who didn't trust him. If this were to be the original owner, he would indeed hate the idea of one person monopolizing all of it, and would even have to kill and seize the treasure in order to prevent Alice from competing with him. But he, the traveler, was not the original owner, and he had his own principles for doing things, just like before in the Land of the Lost, when it was about Yi Qingshue's gene magic pill for repairing her divine soul. He did not make a grab. Even though he had obtained other divine-level treasures, he hadn't killed Yi Qingxue, and had even protected Yi Qingxue from the Star Key Angel's whispers in the secret realm. In the end, he went out and kept his promise to protect Yi Qingxue, and got Yi Qingshue's true heart and understanding. The current Alice was just like Yi Qingxue, who didn't trust him even in the beginning, but Lin Tianming believed that he walked the talk and sooner or later, he would make Alice realize the difference between him and the original owner. Time will tell. Lin Tianming didn't do much explaining as he continued to walk on this path that Alice didn't want him to walk on. Soon, Lin Tianming brought Alice to the final treasure hiding place. Only as soon as he arrived, Lin Tianming felt exponentially more invisible power pressing down on him, instantly causing his entire body to fall to his knees. What kind of power is this? Why is it crushing me to the ground? While Lin Tianming felt shocked, he also forcefully withdrew from the area of the final treasures of the mechanical mystery realm before that powerful invisible force completely slapped him into a meat cake. After withdrawing, Lin Tianming looked at Alice behind him. Good thing I reacted fast enough, or else I really might have been slapped into a meat pie. Alice, do you know anything about that area ahead? At this moment, Alice was staring at him with a horrified face, as if she had recalled memories that made her feel overwhelming fear. Don, throw me in to explore the road. I don't know anything. Treasures I don't want. I will go. This time, it was here in my last life that I was seriously injured by Ming's sneak attack, and was also used as a tool for him to explore the road, and thrown into the area affected by the gravity device to suffer from exponential gravity torture. If I had known, I would have left a while ago. Why am I so upset? To show off and follow me here. But I forgot about my previous life being used by him as a pathfinding tool. Is it still too late to go now? I don't want to experience the pain of gravity torture once again. but also to be groped all the way by him. Kicked to the very center of the gravity device in front of the center of the gravity device to turn off the gravity device for him, so that the treasures hidden here continue to be a graft for him. Thinking about it, Alice, who was deeply affected by the shadow of her previous life, turned around and wanted to run away. Who would have thought that just as she turned around, she would be suspended in midair by Lin Tianming as if she were a chiclet carrying the back of her collar. No matter how much she stomped her legs, Lin Tianming just wouldn't let her down, who had lost all her strength. Please, Ming, don't throw me in to explore the road. I really don't grab the chance with you anymore. I'll go, okay? It's true that it's the same as in my previous life, although the details are different in the middle. I'll still be lifted up and thrown in by him with all my power gone. Lin Tianming listened to Alice's fear that he would maim her, and he didn't take it seriously. Carrying Alice, who was trying to escape, to reface the area of treasures blocked by the gravity device, Lin Tianming pointed at the energy light pillar in the centermost area and asked Alice, do you think that glowing pillar of light could be the real cause of the mysterious power that is suppressing this area ahead? Big, probably. He doesn't really want to throw me in there and suffer through several times the gravity to turn off the gravity device for him, does he? As Lin Tianming listened to Alice's verbal answers and heartfelt words, he decided to tease her. Alice, why don't you go in and take a look? I think there's definitely something wrong with that glowing pillar of light. Go in and try to see if you can turn it off. As soon as she heard Lin Tianming's words, Alice's eyes went black and she nearly fainted due to the tragic shadow experience of her last life. I'll go. That's a big reaction? Lin Tianming looked at Alice's miserable look as her psychological shadow kicked in. He was also not teasing her, who was not at all frightened anymore. Just when Alice thought that he was going to throw her in to scout the way for him, Lin Tianming was the one who loosened his big hand that was carrying Alice under Alice's stunned gaze. Immediately afterward, under Alice's even more incredulous gaze, Lin Tianming unexpectedly walked back in by himself. Alice looked at Lin Tianming with a dull gaze. Even, surprisingly, didn't throw me in to explore the way? Mechanical transformation. Lin Tianming didn't bother with the dumbfounded Alice as he directly physically transformed into a mechanical body. He had already thought about it. If the mechanical body didn't work, then he would try spiritual body transformation again next. However, it was good that once his body transformed into a mechanical body, the impact of that terrifying gravity on him was exponentially weakened. Although it was still a bit affected, Lin Tianming relied on his mechanical body and quickly walked to the center area. After circling around the gravity device mentioned by Alice's heart, Lin Tianming, who had felt his way around, managed to turn off the gravity device. As the gravity device was turned off, the terrifying gravity around them dissipated as much as it could, and Lin Tianming was able to take the precision and compactly designed gravity device into his hands and try to establish a connection, successfully establishing a connection with the gravity device and making it his possession. The corners of Lin Tianming's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. With this mechanical God Country artifact gravity device that could release exponential gravity, he would be equal to having another card to save his life in the future. Putting away the gravity device, Lin Tianming also looked towards Alice, who was still fooling around in the outer area. Alice, what are you waiting for? Come in together and split the treasures here 50-50. Chapter 44, the God-striking whip that specializes in striking the soul. 3 weapon forms of red flame. Pulled back to her senses by Lin Tianming's words telling her to share the treasures together, Alice seriously wondered if she had heard wrong. You asked me to share the treasures here with you? This life's Ming doesn't seem to be the same as the last lifesim. Could it be that the butterfly effect created by my rebirth has caused this lifesim to have a change in character? No way. There's definitely a scam going on here. Maybe he's thinking of some more ideas to torture me. When Lin Tianming saw that Alice didn't believe him, he said in an impatient tone, "Why are you girls so slow in doing things? Hurry up." As soon as she heard Lin Tianming's tone of voice turn fierce, Alice, who had lost all her power, in order to prevent him from roughing her up, she also hurriedly got up and jogged to Lin Tianming's side. It still works. Sometimes you can't help but be mean. Sighing in his heart, Lin Tianming reappeared with a smile at Alice. Alice, if I hadn't followed you today, I wouldn't have been able to discover this mechanical mystery realm. I, Lin Tianming, am true to my word. We'll split the treasures here 50-50. I established a connection with the treasure I had just obtained, which was called a gravity device that could release exponential gravity and crush the enemy. I've already taken a treasure first. Now it's your turn. See for yourself which one of the remaining treasures you like. You can take it. I'll never go back on my word to snatch it. The more Lin Tianming showed generosity, the more Alice was frightened. Ming, I just lost to you in a duel and lost all my power. How can I be qualified to grab treasures from you? I promise not to mess around, so don't toy with me. Her mind flashed back to how Lin Tianming had trampled her underfoot and tortured her in the mechanical mystery realm in her previous life, and Alice's petite body trembled because of the psychological shadow of her previous life. Did I not only have to be teased and tortured by Ming in this life, but also have the possibility of dying a miserable death even earlier than in my last life? Through eavesdropping on Alice's heart, Lin Tianming was also able to learn quite a bit about how Alice had been tortured by the original owner in her previous life. Alice's last life was so miserable, being attacked by the original owner as a pathfinder tool of all kinds, forcing her to move forward, and suffering from the gravity device. Disengage the gravity device to help the original owner get all the remaining treasures, and then be trampled under the feet of the original owner to be humiliated and trampled on in all kinds of ways. If the original owner hadn't thought she was being tortured to death, she might have even been taken out of the mechanical mystery realm by the original owner to be imprisoned for further torture. Lin Tianming knew that it was almost impossible to convince Alice, who had suffered such devastation, that he would not harm her. He could only use a strong attitude to let her get these treasures and leave safely, little by little breaking her inherent impression of him. Lin Tianming pretended to look vicious. Choose when I tell you to. If you don't, I'm going to get angry. Don't be mad. I'll choose. Okay. Don't hit me. Having lost all her strength and revisiting her tortured hometown, Alice, who couldn't beat Lin Tianming, could only obediently listen to Lin Tianming. Can only take one step to see one step? Don't listen to him. Afraid will only be tortured by him even more. Glancing around at everything that was familiar to her here, Alice took a deep breath and began to select the treasures she wanted. The gravity device was taken away by Ming, and only Red Yen and the God-striking whip are left here. What is this 50-50 split? A total of 3 divine artifact treasures of the mechanical god's kingdom. How is this a 50-50 split? Although she couldn't figure out what exactly Lin Tianming was thinking, Alice locked her eyes on the god-striking whip after some choices. The whip, which was clearly made of precision mechanical materials, had extremely excellent flexibility, and would not break no matter how it was bent and folded. This god-striking whip is a divine artifact that specializes in striking the soul. If I can get it, and later find Ming to settle the score, there is a way I can deal with his newly acquired soul power in this life. But, will he really let me take away this god-striking whip? Will he think that I have a murderous intent towards him once he sees that I want to take this god-beating whip, thus exposing his nature and torturing me to death? Why don't we just pick Red Inferno? He most likely won't let me take any artifacts anyway. So picking one that will make him let his guard down might still have a chance of survival. Alice still really wanted the god-striking whip, but she felt that Lin Tianming was testing her and wouldn't really give her a divine artifact at all. Just as Alice wanted to walk towards Red Flame, Lin Tianming was the one who pressed down on her shoulder, frightening her petite body into a jolt. What do you want? Lin Tianming smiled. I saw you staring at this whip for a long time just now. I guess you want this very much? Even though Lin Tianming was releasing kindness, to Alice it was a devil's smile. Lin Tianming was testing her. No, I don't want that whip at all. Ming, I want that pair of blazing flames all over the... However, without waiting for the weak-minded Alice to finish her stammering words, Lin Tianming took hold of one of her jade hands and forcefully landed on top of the god-striking whip. Take it if you want it. No, I really don't want to. Ming, this whip is better to let you. Alice was truly shocked by Lin Tianming's generous behavior and cried, tears watering in her eyes. She was really afraid that if she really picked up the god-striking whip, Lin Tianming would slap her, who had lost all her strength, to the ground and then ruthlessly humiliate and ravage her. Take it if you're told to. Being yelled at by Lin Tianming, Alice could only aggressively pick up the god-striking whip. During the process of picking it up, she stole glances at Lin Tianming the entire time, afraid that Lin Tianming would hurt her. It was good that what she had feared had not happened for a while. You make a good connection with this whip and see what it's called. What does it do? Under Lin Tianming's urging, Alice still established a connection with the god-striking whip, making it her possession. However, she was still uneasy because as long as Lin Tianming wanted to, he could obliterate her at any time and take away the god-striking whip. This whip is called the god-striking whip, a weapon that specializes in striking souls, and it was specially designed by the mechanical god kingdom to deal with spiritual ascendants. Alice wanted to lie, but she was afraid that Lin Tianming would see through her and torture her, so she ended up telling the truth. Lin Tianming was a little surprised that Alice had told the truth. He was able to eavesdrop on Alice's mind and already knew it was the whip of the gods, so even if Alice lied, he wouldn't say anything more. He flirted with Alice, who was a little afraid of him. No wonder you want it so bad. I bet you've been wanting to whip me with it for a long time, haven't you? Alice denied it. I didn't. Alice was apprehensive at the moment, fearing that Lin Tianming would take this opportunity to torture her. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming would shift the topic to red flame at this time? That's the last treasure left. And it's kind of not very well divided. Alice heard, also immediately took a position. I now have lost all my power. Can still be pitted by you to get this beating god whip is enough? That pair of gloves belong to you. I don't want it. Lin Tianming walked over to red flame and turned around several times repeatedly as he snapped his fingers. There you have it. These gloves covered in flames just happen to be a pair. One for you. One for me. Wouldn't that make it exactly 50-50? Thinking of what to do, Lin Tianming also immediately took away one of the gloves and established a connection. This divine weapon was originally called Red Flame. It has 3 different weapon forms. The gloves are just one of the forms. It also has a sharp claw form and a flywheel form. Establishing a connection to understand that Red Flame had 3 weapon forms, Lin Tianming was also excited to field test the remaining 2 weapon forms. After the test was exhausted, he also picked up the other Red Flame gloves and tossed them to Alice. Catch it, Alice. I, Lin Tianming, am true to my word, and this final treasure will be split exactly 50-50. Looking at the red flame fist glove that was thrown towards her by Lin Tianming, Alice also subconsciously caught it. At the same time, she was staring at Lin Tianming's friendly expression in a daze. Ming even shared the other half of red flame with me. Is he really the Ming I knew in my last life? Chapter 45, Furious Thunder Soul Seal. Teacher Jiang Han's Double Stinging Souls Devil Special Training. Since you're a student from the Northern Yin domain who came to visit my Empyrean Great Imperial Academy, you should also be staying at my Empyrean Great Imperial Academy and returning to the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy with me, right? Lin Tianming, after splitting the last of the red flames 50-50, also proposed that they go straight back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy right now. Alice lowered her head and looked at the single red flame fist glove in her hand, and after a slight hesitation, she agreed to Lin Tianming. Well, I'm going back with you. What the hell is Ming thinking right now? Doesn't he really want to kill and take the treasure? Will he find a place to kill and bury me on the way back? Alice, who had lost all her strength, now only felt that her life had fallen into Lin Tianming's hands, and could be taken by Lin Tianming at will. With trepidation, Alice followed Lin Tianming back the same way. Lin Tianming was also there to hear her heart filled with uneasiness, but he didn't open his mouth to calm her down, because he felt that even if he opened his mouth, with the trusting relationship he and Alice had now, he was afraid that she would think otherwise. Since this was the case, Lin Tianming simply also remained silent all the way, using the most direct and practical actions to tell her what kind of person he was. On the way back, Alice was uneasy all the way too. Returning safely to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial School, and not being harmed in any way by Lin Tianming on the way, Alice found it all a bit unbelievable. I'm surprised I came back unharmed? This life's Ming really seems to be different from his last life. He cheated my feelings in his last life, using my liking for him to take him into the mechanical secret realm, but took my chance, but also caused me to almost die in the secret realm. This life we did not develop to that close relationship, but he did not hurt me, and even in the power did not recover me 50-50 treasure. Alice's mood was complicated at the moment, and her eyes towards Lin Tianming became filled with all sorts of conflicting feelings because Lin Tianming kept his promise and didn't hurt her. Alice, since we've safely returned to the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, let's say goodbye. Hearing Lin Tianming's words of polite farewell to her, Alice immediately called out to Lin Tianming. Wait! Lin Tianming looked at Alice with some confusion. What's wrong? Alice hesitated, and took out the god-striking whip and a red flame fist glove from the space where she had established a connection with the artifact. Ming, did you really send me these 2 divine artifacts? It's not too late for you to want them now. I might not want to give them back to you when I regain my strength. Smiling at Alice's question, Lin Tianming smiled without any care at all. Take it. I can't enter the mechanical mystery realm without you. These 2 divine artifacts are what you deserve. Well then, thanks anyway for being so generous when it's obvious that I attacked you as soon as I saw you. Hearing Alice's thanks, Lin Tianming knew that his efforts tonight had not been in vain. At least his image in her mind had improved and wasn't as tenuous as it had been before. Sleepy me, it's early in the morning. I'm going back. If I don't sleep I'll be late tomorrow. I'm sure I'll get a lecture from my teacher. See you later, Alice. See you back at. Stunned as she watched Lin Tianming just walk away in style, Alice stood frozen in place for a long time. By the time she came back to her senses, Lin Tianming had long since disappeared into the dark night of the campus of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. Could it be that the butterfly effect from my rebirth really still affects a person's character differently from their previous life? With such confusion that she couldn't find an answer to, Alice took another look at the god-striking whip and the single red flame fist glove that Lin Tianming had given her. Ming, this guy Next time we meet will be at the Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition. Whether you have changed or not. Betting on the name of the goddess of chance of the relived life. This time I must win you. Setting herself the goal of definitely winning against Lin Tianming, Alice was also heading back to the temporary residence that the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy had arranged for her to rest. The following day, the Thunder Awakening site. Lin Tianming came to Zhang Han's one-on-one tutoring session for awakened ones with dark circles under his eyes. He was also the only student in the entire Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy who didn't even have any classmates. Noticing that Lin Tianming's mental state was bad, Zhang Han's eyebrows were locked. You kid, what did you do last night? It's nothing, Ms. Ginger Han. It's just simple insomnia. He. Lin Tianming played a sloppy game. He wouldn't tell Zhang Han about his trip to the mechanical mystery realm with Alice last night. Zhang Han could see that Lin Tianming definitely did not tell the truth. But she did not ask more and did not want to say more. Lin Tianming. She got straight to the point. I think I told you yesterday that I was going to help you specifically develop your unknown soul power today, right? As soon as he heard Zhang Han speak of his spiritual ascender power, Lin Tianming was instantly energized. Well, yes, Mr. Ginger Han. Seeing that Lin Tianming still remembered, Zhang Han also revealed a gentle smile. Just remember, next I'll use my special thunder and lightning psychic skills to conduct targeted soul power special training for you. Are you ready? Done. Lin Tianming nodded his head at the speed of light. He was also looking forward to whether his spiritual ascender power would become stronger under Zhang Han's development, or even awaken new skills. Zhang Han looked meaningfully at Lin Tianming and reminded him, careful then, my move might hurt, and it's the kind of pain that hurts to the depths of your soul. As soon as he heard Zhang Han's words and her heart, Lin Tianming, who originally didn't think anything would happen, suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. Ms. Han wouldn't be trying to take personal revenge and slaughter him during class, would she? Not waiting for Lin Tianming to figure this out, his soul felt as if he had been electrocuted, and a sharp electric pain hit him straight in the soul, causing him not to be jolted. Immediately afterward, under his incomparably terrified gaze, Zhang Han condensed the power of lightning into a lightning chain and pierced into his body. Another tremor ran through his body, and although Lin Tianming's body wasn't injured, the lightning chains had brutally stripped his soul from his body. Looking at the soul that was yanked out of his body by the soul-hooking lightning chains, Lin Tianming said in a trembling voice, I'm going to die like this? Looking at Lin Tianming's eyes as he suspected that he had been killed by her, Zhang Han curved the corner of her mouth. Little friend Tianming, you are not dead. This move is called Raging Thunder Soul Seal. It can extract a part of the soul of the person being cast out of the body, materialize into the image of the person being cast, and it will cause great soul tingling to the person being cast. Are you feeling an incomparable tingling in your soul right now? As soon as he heard Zhang Han say that he wasn't dead, even though his soul was now continuously being stung, Lin Tianming was slightly relieved. He returned, it does hurt. Who would have thought that the next second Zhang Han said something that made Lin Tianming crumble a little again. There's more pain to come. My lightning skill hits your soul that's been pulled out of your body and will double sting your soul. So, let today's soul power special officially begin. As the words fell, a falling thunderbolt from the sky hit Lin Tianming's soul that had been pulled out of his body. And the thunderbolt damage that had been doubled and spiked also brought unimaginable pain to Lin Tianming. What kind of special training is this? You're trying to electrocute me, aren't you? Mr. Han. Chapter 46 Spiritual Energy Soaring New Skill. Spiritual Energy Storm. Lin Tianming asked himself that he was still a person who respected his teacher. But the special training and soul power that Zhang Han had arranged for him today made him seriously wonder if she was exacting crazy revenge on him because of the grudge from his last life. If he hadn't heard that Zhang Han's heartfelt wish was indeed to develop his spiritual ascender power potential, Lin Tianming's emotions would have only gotten more violent. Although I don't know whether or not this child Tianming's soul power in this life is as I deduced, and it's likely that it's also a supernatural talent similar to the god's hand. In either case, special training for soul power like this is definitely useful as long as one grasps the right degree. Watching the falling thunder after thunder fall from the sky, not giving him any chance to catch his breath, striking at his soul that was being pulled out of his body, Lin Tianming couldn't help but break his heart a little. Mr. Han, are you sure you really have a good grasp of the situation? I'm dying from the pain of your chop. After complaining so much in his heart, Lin Tianming's calm mind still had the feeling that his soul seemed to have become even thicker and tougher than before as it was struck by lightning over and over again. This showed that Zhang Han's special training that looked like it was going to splinter people to death was still useful. Seeing as this devilish special training was still valid, Lin Tianming could only endure the double pain of his soul leaving his body and being split, and continue to receive the special training. As time passed, Lin Tianming, who had previously been killed by the pain and had even exploded with a foul mouth, was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain was diminishing a little bit. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that he was going to have an epiphany, as if he was going to awaken some powerful special skill. As soon as he had this feeling that he was going to have an epiphany, Lin Tianming also hurriedly seized this fleeting inspiration of an epiphany and completely immersed himself in it. Jiang Han, who had been splitting Lin Tianming's soul with lightning, had also noticed that Lin Tianming's soul seemed to be undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. This is a sign of awakening a new skill. Tianming, this child, whether in his previous life, or in this life, his talent is not generally high, really makes me, as a teacher, somewhat envious of him. In his last life he didn't encounter a strange encounter to awaken a suspected soul supernatural talent, and I'm not sure what skills he'll awaken this time. If it's a soul skill, then it means that my previous guess was completely correct, and he has indeed awakened a special soul psychic talent. Under Jiang Han's expectant gaze, Lin Tianming's body surged with increasingly powerful soul power around him. The soul power that was gradually becoming so powerful that Jiang Han was somewhat incredulous quickly formed a storm like a tornado. As for Lin Tianming himself, after he managed to get his soul power to coalesce into a raging tornado storm, he viewed that he had a brand new additional ability categorization. This natural ability classification clearly states, spiritual energy ascension, and psychic ascension isn't affiliated with the God's Men party, alongside the ability to copy, or the ability to loot. Rather, it is juxtaposed with the broader category of God's hand powers, his previously learned spiritual spark and spiritual transformation, as well as his newly learned spiritual ascender skills were all under the general category of spiritual ascension. Spiritual energy storm. Mr. Jiang Han, thanks to you, I've awakened a new skill. He glanced at the name of the new skill and also immediately shared his joy with Jiang Han. Today, if it wasn't thanks to Jiang Han's specialized special training in soul power, Lin Tianming believed that he definitely wouldn't be able to figure out the doorway on his own in a short period of time. It was true that things like developing psychic potential should be left to the professionals. Lin Tianming is not the original master, and he will treat those who are really good to him with all his heart, and will never commit the treacherous act of regicide like the original master. In 2 short days of teaching, Jiang Han had successively helped him develop the God's Hand plundering ability, as well as the skills of the spiritual energy ascension path. These were abilities that had never been recorded in the global tradition of awakened psychic history, and there was no referenceable past experience for him to develop his potential. Jiang Han is still willing to go to such great lengths to help him figure out how to cultivate and develop his potential as much as possible. Such a good teacher is not easy to find. Before crossing over to the Blue Star, Lin Tianming, whether it was his own personal experience or the news he saw, as well as various hearsay, but he knew that a lot of so-called teachers had victimized and robbed their students of their achievements for their own selfish desires. Crossing over to meet such a dedicated and good teacher like Jiang Han, he would definitely cherish the time he spent with her, would never learn from the original owner to fail her. As Jiang Han learned the name of the new skill Lin Tianming had awakened, she also revealed a look of relief. So this soul power skill is called Psychic Storm? Not bad. Very good. It seems that my speculation yesterday was not in any way wrong. You have indeed awakened a new psychic power talent not unlike God's Hand due to a secret Wonderland encounter. This child Tianming's potential seems to be stronger in this life than in the last. Such a demon. I really want to witness the moment when he really grows up and stands alone. It seems that in the future, we have to increase the special training courses for the soul alien talent on a fixed basis, and we can't afford to fall behind in both the Hand of God and the new soul power alien talent cultivation. Teacher Jiang Han's desire to cultivate him to the best of his ability was also heard word for word by Lin Tianming. He was touched at this time, and at the same time, he hated the original owner who could even poison such a benefactor even more. The people the original owner didn't know how to cherish. He, the traveler, would cherish them for the original owner. After receiving a morning of special training in soul power, the mental wear and tear can be much more tiring than purely physical training. Child, go back and rest well, and still come here to find me tomorrow morning. Having successfully developed a new skill spiritual energy storm for Lin Tianming, Jiang Han was still very satisfied with the results of Lin Tianming's special training today. Seeing that he could finally rest, Lin Tianming, who had been practicing all morning without realizing it, also breathed a long sigh of relief. Well, Ms. Jiang Han, you've worked hard too. I'll go back to rest first. As soon as the words fell, Lin Tianming turned around with the intention of leaving. Only when he had just reached the door, Jiang Han's heartfelt voice was the one that scared him into a cold sweat. Didn't I say yesterday that I must kill him today? How come I was so hard working to develop a new soul alien talent for him as soon as I saw him in class today, just like I did in my previous life? Jiang Han, You really can't have illusions about this retrograde disciple. You have to be more firm. You absolutely can't fall deeper and deeper into the same mistake. Sensing Jiang Han's soaring killing intent, Lin Tianming hurriedly fled out of the Thunderbolt Awakening ground. Once he exited the Thunder Awakening field, Lin Tianming was somewhat glad that he had dodged another bullet. After taking several breaths, Lin Tianming was about to leave this place when he heard Yi Qingshue's sweet shout from the front. "Brother Tianming." He looked ahead, and Yi Qingxue, who had been waiting for him in this neighborhood for a long time, ran into his sight. Seeing the only little girlfriend he had succeeded in raiding now, Lin Tianming's mood was still pleasant. "Qingxue, waiting for me here specifically? Well, brother Tianming, you should quickly come with me to the north gate." As soon as Yi Qingxue ran to Lin Tianming's side, she took his arm and dragged him in the direction of the north gate. Thinking that Yi Qingxue wanted to take him to lunch, Lin Tianming said, "North gate? Not going to the cafeteria at the south gate? The south gate cafeteria is closer to us. There's no rush first, just follow me to the north gate." "Brother Tianming, do you know what day today is?" When Lin Tianming saw Yi Qingshue's wind and fire, he frowned. "What day?" Speaking of this, Yi Qingxue also ran with Lin Tianming while solving his confusion. The day those second-year students who participated in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition came back. All of them are said to be the best among the second-year students. Let's go together to see what they all look like, and how many of them can match you in terms of talent. Brother Tianming. Chapter 47 Thunder of Jealousy. Lei Dong, who had been refused to take on an apprentice by teacher Jiang Han. The north gate of the main entrance of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy had quite a few awakened students gathered at this time. Most of them were predominantly first years, with only a very small number of seniors who had returned early to the Imperial Grand Imperial Academy. The elite second-year students representing the Imperial Great Imperial Academy to participate in the Global Higher Awakener Academy competition would return on the school bus at around 12 noon today. These students had gathered here to catch a glimpse of the honorable faces of the elites who could participate in the Global Higher Awakening Academy competition. Especially these days, the new first-year students who had joined the Imperial Great Imperial Academy were most eager to see the talented elites among those second-year students. "Have you heard? At noon today, the 10 strongest sophomores from our Imperial Great Imperial Academy will return." "I've more than heard about it. Despite the recent tight curriculum for new student awakened ones, I've been following the competitions held by the Global Higher Awakened Ones Academy and witnessed our Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy achieve the second best result in the world this year. I watched it as well. In the finals for first place, Yang Yu, a second-year student from my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, fought Drake of the Northern Ean domain with great strength, and several times forced Drake, the strongest of the second-year students from the Northern Ean domain, into a desperate situation. It's just a pity that in the end it was still a bad move and lost. If there was a chance to do it again, it would definitely be my senior Yang Yu from the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy who would win." Lin Tianming, pulled by Yi Qingxue, also arrived at this north gate. As soon as he arrived, he heard the other passerby students who were hotly debating mentioning the Northern Ean domain, and Lin Tianming couldn't help but think that last night's Alice was also from the Northern Ean domain. He didn't participate in the discussion of those passerby students, accompanying his little girlfriend Yi Qingxue to stand under the shady tree and wait. Those passerby students nearby were in the throes of discussion and didn't notice that Lin Tianming, a big name among the freshmen, was there. To be able to push the talented awakened of the Northern Ean domain into a corner and achieve a second best result is already very good for my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. The Northern Ean domain has the strongest awakened cultivation resources in the world as well as the top student source. Losing to them in the finals is not a disgrace. It's too hard to win over the students of the Northern Ean domain and take first place in the Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition. The last time my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy took first place, it was still the team led by the outgoing Student Council President, Sister Wan Yanyan, who stepped on the talented awakened ones from the Northern Ean domain and took first place with a nearly crushing stance. However, in these past 10 years, the only one that my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy as well as the entire Higher Awakened One Academy of the entire Kyushu state has sent to participate in the competition was the one in which Sister Yanran Wang defeated the talented awakened one from the Northern Ean domain to win the first place. And the rest of the time, they were all crushed to death by the Northern Ean domain. Alas, I just don't know if our freshman class, after a year of sharpening their skills, will be able to come up with an awakened person who can defeat the strongest geniuses of the Northern Ean domain when they come to summer vacation next year. A hard smack in the face of those people from the Northern Ean domain, listening to the group of students nearby chatting so vigorously, even mentioning the future potential of their freshman class. Yi Qingxue also waved her pink fist at Lin Tianming. With a genius like brother Tianming around, Our class of first years will definitely be able to steadily overwhelm the Northern Ean domain. Although I wasn't a freshman at the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy in my last life, I did pay attention to the Global Higher Awakener Academy competition a year later, and Brother Tianming was able to overwhelm the strongest geniuses of the Northern Ean domain this term and win the title. In this life, even if there are some more changes because of my rebirth, but Brother Tianming has me, the Ice God reborn, to be his chaperone, and from time to time to point out to him my peak Ice God cultivation tips. The first place in the global competition is still not within reach. Lin Tianming met Yi Qing Shue's eyes as she blew him off and cheered him on. Having heard her heartfelt words, he also smiled slightly. Qing Shue, you have to work hard too, and strive for the finals to be you and I against each other a year from now. Even without Yi Qing Shue's encouragement, Lin Tianming was full of confidence in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition a year later. He had personally defeated Alice, the strongest genius of the Northern Ean domain, last night, and he believed that he would still be able to win a rematch a year later. At this time, Yi Qingxue noticed a school bus that had just arrived parked outside the north gate, and she also shook Lin Tianming's arm. Brother Tianming, there's a school bus parked at the entrance to the north gate. I think the 10 sophomores who participated in the competition are back. Lin Tianming sniffed and also looked towards the entrance of the north gate. One by one, awakened people whose aura was extremely extraordinary at first glance stepped down from the school bus and leisurely walked into the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. They were none other than the strongest 10 among the second-year students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. At the same time Lin Tianming and the others were observing them. The ones walking into the campus were also observing the onlooker students at the entrance of the north gate. One of the sophomores didn't have any stage fright at all, and greeted the nearby freshmen who gathered around him from time to time as if he were going back to his own home to receive a welcome from his hometown elders. At the same time, he was also saying to the people around him, "Are these people the first-year students of this year's class? It looks like they are all in pretty good spirits. I just don't know how many of them can actually fight." There was also a second-year student who spent the whole time with sleepy dark circles under his eyes. Yawning, sleepy me, this time the jet lag is so. Yawn. I just want to go back to my first-year student dormitory to sleep properly now, and I don't want to think about anything. The curious sophomore surveying the nearby freshman looked at the sleepy-faced sophomore. "That's sleepy. Zhang Zishi? And you're sleepy. You're not a first-year anymore. You're a sophomore. And the neighborhood is full of underclassmen, so you've got to make a good impression." Zhang Zishi had no self-consciousness about becoming a senior. Li Hao, weren't we participating as first-year students when we went to the competition? Li Hao blankly glanced at the sleepy Zhang Zishi. "You know that's when you went. And now that you're back a new semester has begun. And you're already a second-year student." Zhang Zishi yawned again. "So that's how it is." Seeing that Zhang Zishi was drowsy, Li Hao didn't bother with him and directly walked over to another second-year boy who had been looking at his cell phone the entire time. Looking at the content of the video in his cell phone playing yesterday's battle between Lin Tianming and Fenglan, Li Hao patted the shoulder of the second-year boy who was watching the video. "Lei Dong, you've been watching this video throughout the day since you swiped it yesterday. Why are you so concerned about these two first-year students? Or is it that you are more concerned about that big miss from the phone family? I have to say, she is indeed very beautiful. You're not thinking of finding her to be your girlfriend, are you?" Who would have thought that Li Hao's question instantly stimulated Lei Dong, who had been staring at the video content repeatedly, to be covered in lightning. "Get the hell away from me. Don't be a pain in the ass." Li Hao wasn't frightened by the suddenly angry Lei Dong. He teased, "It won't really be true that I've hit the nail on the head, right? Lei Dong, you're in love?" At the back, a second-year girl who participated in the competition also laughed. "I don't think he fell in love at first sight when he saw the Wind family's beautiful Missy." Lei Dong has been watching that Thai video over and over again, only to look at that schoolmate called Lin Tianming. Once Zhang Zishi, who had been drowsy, heard this, she couldn't help but join the conversation. Lei Dong turned out to like men? Lei Dong watched them take the topic further and further off topic and looked angrily at Zhang Zishi, looking for death. Li Hao, on the other hand, looked curiously at the second-year female student at the back. "Mo shocking rainbow. Then tell me why Lei Dong is paying attention to that freshman named Lin Tianming?" Being asked this way, Mo Jinghong also spoke her opinion. Because that boy was the first student that teacher Jiang Han took the initiative to accept, and Lei Dong, who has SSS-Grade Thunder attribute supernatural talent, took the initiative to request to worship under teacher Jiang Han last year, and teacher Jiang Han didn't even agree to it, so I think he should be very nagging at him right now. Hearing Mo Jinghong say this, Li Hao revealed an expression of his enlightenment. "I see. So Lei Dong is jealous of that elementary school brother named Lin Tianming." Ink. Shocked. Rainbow. Li Hao, are you two trying to fight me? With his heart poked through, Lei Dong's body was covered in crackling electricity. The second-year boy at the head coughed at the right time. Lei Dong, put away your temper. The neighborhood can be all freshmen. Cannot come back as soon as the infighting brought bad atmosphere. There is also Mo shocking rainbow. Li Hao, the two of you less stimulate Lei Dong. Lei Dong, I'm just being honest. Why are you mad at me for being rejected by MS? Jiang Han? I, Mo Jinghong, am not afraid of you. Mo shocking rainbow first disliked Lei Dong back with an aura that did not lose Lei Dong in the slightest. Only then did she look at the boy walking at the front. Yang Yu, for your sake, I won't make a move with Lei Dong today. Your own small-mindedness and blaming others for stating the facts. Li Hao, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders resentfully and didn't say anything more. The rest of the other sophomores looked as if they didn't have a care in the world. Lei Dong put away his cell phone in an irritated mood and continued to follow Yang Yu and his group towards the campus. Just then, the words of a nearby passerby student caught Lei Dong's attention. Isn't this Lin Tianming, one of the only 2 guaranteed students in our freshman class? I didn't expect him to come to the North Gate to join in the fun and spectate the strongest sophomore returning from the competition. It's still true. He beat another guaranteed student, Feng Lan, in the Wind Chime Arena yesterday, and the day before that, he even violently beat the 25th-year sophomore, Wang Jian. So now he's a big name among the freshmen of my Imperial Great Empress Academy. I just don't know if he can touch the 10 strongest sophomores returning from the tournament. After all, he beat the 25th grade sophomore Wang Jian. Following the gazes of these new students, Lei Dong also quickly locked onto Lin Tianming. He had watched Lin Tianming's video repeatedly for a day, so he was able to recognize Lin Tianming right away. Lin Tianming, who was with Yi Qingxue, noticed the gaze cast by Lei Dong, and his eyes were also slightly narrowed. This sophomore he didn't know, so why didn't the other man seem to be taking kindly to him? It couldn't be that this second-year boy was also someone who had been screwed over by the original owner in her last life, could it? His system was called the Bound Goddess Chi Lux system, so it shouldn't be so heavy-handed to have a male. So why did the other side target him? In front, Yang Yu, who was leading the group, also looked back at Lei Dong who was staring at Lin Tianming. Lei Dong, we have to report once more before we can be disbanded, so don't fall behind. Who would have thought that Lei Dong directly ignored Yang Yu's words? His figure was like running thunder, swiftly appearing in front of Lin Tianming, and unabashedly releasing strong lightning power, giving Lin Tianming a sense of oppression. You're Lin Tianming? Chapter 48, the senior turned out to be so unbeatable. Come up and spit out blood. As soon as Yi Qingxue saw that Lei Dong suddenly swooped down in front of them and released a high level of lightning power to oppress her Tianming brother, she was instantly enraged. Even my brother Tianming dares to oppress me. Don't think that just because you awakened a year earlier and have a higher rank, this ice god will be afraid of you. I'm going to show you how terrifying the ice god's understanding of the divine way of the supernatural is. Yi Qingxue was clearly only level 15, but she had unleashed the extreme cold domain that caused even awakened masters like Lei Dong, who were many levels above her, to turn pale. Moreover, within her extreme cold domain, the lightning power surging around Lei Dong was slowly weakening as if it had been suppressed in some way. This was the pinnacle of Yi Qingxue's divine level understanding of her powers, who had been the ice god in her last life. Even if her opponent's level was higher than hers, she could still disintegrate her opponent's powers through her divine level understanding. Previously, Fenglan had also used a similar divine level understanding to easily dismantle the 25 level King Sword's attack. If you dare to bully my family's Tianming brother with your big and small, I, Yi Qingxue, will be the first to say no. Looking at the imposing Yi Qingxue, who was even vaguely showing signs of suppressing him, Lei Dong's face, who had wanted to teach Lin Tianming a lesson in public and make Jiang Han regret confiscating him as his disciple, looked a little ugly as well. Lin Tianming also didn't expect Yi Qingxue to be the first to step in and suppress Lei Dong for him. After a short period of being stunned, Lin Tianming pressed down on the furious Yi Qingxue. Take it easy, Qingxue, the senior might just want to talk to me. You mustn't be so aggressive as soon as you meet someone. But he just clearly tried to use his thunder to suppress brother Tianming. Good boy. Listen to me, Qingxue, this senior is deliberately letting you go. You can't fool around anymore. Well, Yi Qingxue, under Lin Tianming's persuasion, still put away her extreme cold domain. Lin Tianming was no cutie pie. He was also aware that the person in front of him was trying to oppress him in public. Knowing that the visitor was not good, he still told Yi Qingxue to stop, only because he wanted to settle his own matters on his own. Just now, if Yi Qingxue hadn't struck faster than him, he would have had to strike back. This senior, I don't know how to address him? Lei Dong scornfully glanced at Yi Qingxue, who was clinging to Lin Tianming, then looked at Lin Tianming and said, Lei Dong, I don't know what senior Lei Dong wants to see me about. I heard that as soon as you came to the Imperial Grade Imperial School the day before yesterday, you defeated the 25-ranked Wang Jian. And just now I heard from the freshman in the neighborhood that you're Lin Tianming, so my hands are itching to find you. Senior brother. For a sparring session, Lei Dong did not tell Lin Tianming the truth. He was simply jealous of Lin Tianming being actively discipled by Jiang Han and wanted to find fault with Lin Tianming. It would be best to brutally beat up Lin Tianming in public, disgracing Jiang Han and Lin Tianming as a pair of teachers and students, and causing Jiang Han to regret refusing him to worship him in the first place. He was a Thunder attribute psychic talent, and was also an SSS-Grade in Yang Dual Thunder. Why wouldn't Jiang Han take the initiative to accept him as a student? Instead, he accepted a Lin Tianming, whose supernatural talent was completely unrelated to Jiang Han's Thunder attribute supernatural talent. As his disciple? In what way is he not better than Lin Tianming? Lin Tianming was also able to see that Lei Dong was not telling the truth, but he followed Lei Dong's words. So Senior Lei Dong wanted to find me to spar and give me some pointers. To have Senior Lei Dong to give me pointers. I'm really honored to have Senior Lei Dong to point me out. I wonder if Senior Lei Dong would still be willing to give me pointers after experiencing the misunderstandings just now. Upon hearing Lin Tianming actually say that he wanted to spar with him, Lei Dong, who had thought that he could only call it quits for the day, revealed an unexpected look. Are you sure you want to spar with me? Lin Tianming put on the image of a good schoolmate who was eager to be instructed. That's of course. As long as Senior Lei Dong won't be angry because of Qing Shue's rudeness just now and is willing to continue to instruct me, I naturally would like to spar with you, Senior, and grow up quickly under your guidance. In fact, Lin Tianming was already thinking in his heart about how he should beat up Lei Dong later on in order to avenge the other party for trying to use thunder to oppress him in public just now. Having received Lin Tianming's affirmation, Lei Dong couldn't help but smile. Senior's heart that longs for growth. I've already felt it. Don't worry, Senior, I'll definitely give you good guidance later and help you progress. Just then, the 9 sophomores in front of them came forward as well. Li Hao directly said, Lei Dong, isn't it a bit too shameless for you? A 27th level awakened, to beat up a 15th level freshman? Imo Jinghong was also a bit disenchanted with the jealous Lei Dong. That's right, bullying people to just enroll in school. If you have the ability to not cultivate for a year to raise your level, then a year later you can compete fairly with this elementary school disciple to see who's stronger. What do you mean I'm bullying him? It's him who wants to spar with me and receive my guidance. And as a senior, I'll definitely stay my hand and give him good guidance when we spar later. Lei Dong gave him a grand excuse. He was determined to teach Lin Tianming a lesson today. Zhang Zishi also can't help but say, Sleepy knee, you such a drag. We 9 still waiting for you to finish the fight before you can go to report for duty. Report for duty before we can be dissolved to sleep back to sleep. A few other sophomores said nothing with the mindset of watching the show. Only Yang Yu, who was the leader, said, Lei Dong, are you sure? As soon as Lei Dong met Yang Yu's gaze, he had a feeling that his hairs were standing on end, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I'm sure. Yang Yu then looked at Lin Tianming again. This senior, you just enrolled. Are you sure you really want to find Lei Dong to spar with? He is the 10th ranked awakened amongst all of our second-year students, with an awakened rank of 27, and is also an SSS ranked talent just like you. It's not the same as the Wang Jian that you encountered before. If you regret it right now, I can make the decision to take him away for you. When he heard Yang Yu say that he would do Lin Tianming's bidding, Lei Dong was instantly anxious. Luckily, Lin Tianming's next reply made Lei Dong breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your concern, but I still want to have a good sparring session with Senior Lei Dong. I believe that Senior Lei Dong and I will have a measured hand when we spar. Seeing Lin Tianming say this, the leader Yang Yu also stopped caring about this matter. Next, Lin Tianming and Lei Dong also came to the wind chime arena surrounded by a crowd of spectators. As soon as he arrived, Lin Tianming realized that Feng Lan had been waiting here for a long time and even waved at him. Tianming is indeed still the same as in his previous life, and will accept this jealous Lei Dong challenge today. The last Tianming at this time only 9 levels, not yet to 15 levels to unlock the ability to copy the skill power extra increase. I remember his battle, but by this 27 levels of Lei Do abused a bad. But this life of Tianming can even win as the Wind Sword Goddess reborn me. This time only afraid of his Lei Do to suffer a loss. Although the Tianming of the previous life suffered a loss today, Tianming grew up for a year behind him, and then he personally killed Lei Dong in his secret trial. If Tianming wins in this life and the timeline direction changes, will he still kill Lei Dong in the future? Listening to Feng Lan's heartfelt voice that seemed to have a clear understanding of why Lei Dong held such deep animosity towards him, Lin Tianming could not help but frown. Jealousy? What did he have to be jealous of for Lei Dong to be jealous of? It was a pity that Feng Lan's heartfelt words didn't mention more reasons why Lei Dong wanted to make a move against him. and Lin Tianming couldn't learn the real reason for the time being even if he was curious. Lei Dong confidently said to Lin Tianming, "Senior Lin Tianming, please, you're the senior. You'll go first in this duel." Seeing that Lei Dong did not take him seriously at all, Lin Tianming was also determined to teach the senior a good lesson. "Senpai, you asked me to make the first move. Shady Thunder." As soon as Lin Tianming came up, he cast the Thunderdome skill he had copied through God's hand. The pitch-black thunder that exuded a sinister aura flickered, erupting with a might that was quite a bit more powerful than what Lei Dong had personally executed. This scene immediately startled Lei Dong's face. He hadn't watched the video of Lin Tianming violently beating up Wang Jian. He had only watched the video of Lin Tianming's intense fight with Fenglan without exercising his copying ability. He had heard that Lin Tianming's God's hand could copy other people's skills, but he had never imagined that the copied skill could still explode with a power that was even more powerful than what he could cast. Looking at the pitch-black thunder that emitted a gloomy and cold aura being smashed towards him by Lin Tianming, Lei Dong, who had not even thought of dodging in the beginning, was now a little late to dodge again. Boom! Perfectly receiving Lin Tianming's lightning power head-on and hard, Lei Dong coughed out blood continuously under the erosion of that cold and bone-crushing lightning. Lei Dong's wretched posture of coughing up blood under Lin Tianming's move fell into the eyes of the nearby onlookers, and they all revealed incredulous expressions. Senior Lei Dong is the 10th ranked awakened among the strongest sophomores. Surprisingly, Lin Tianming spat out blood with a single move? 15th grade oversteps the level to battle a 27th grade sophomore, and the other party also has the same SSS-Grade psychic talent as him, and he can't lose the wind like this. How did this happen? A demon has come out of my Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy. The words of the nearby students praising Lin Tianming's talent fell on the ears of Lei Dong, who had originally wanted to humiliate Lin Tianming, and seemed particularly harsh. On the contrary, at this time, Lin Tianming was still wearing a harmless smile on his face, deliberately stimulating his nerves. "Senior, I thought you ranked so high must be able to catch it, so I directly made full strength, not intentionally beat you to spit out blood, or, I will send senior you to the infirmary now?" Chapter 49 Yin and Yang Twin Thunder. Talent is good. It's just a pity that the heart is not working. It's hard to become a great success. Irritated by Lin Tianming's words, Lei Dong was enraged. "Lin Tianming, just now it was this senior who was careless. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The next thing like just now when you were injured will never happen again. Just let me give you some good guidance." Yan Lei. The dazzling Yang Thunder that was as hot as the blazing sun appeared with Lei Dong's execution, and that dazzling light of Yang Thunder caused the nearby onlookers to become a little dizzy. Although Lei Dong is a SSS-Grade Thunder attribute ability talent, it is not a normal Thunder attribute ability, but the Yin and Yang double Thunder inherited from his Lei family. Yin is like coldness that eats away at the bone marrow, and Yang is like fiery hotness. The two very different attributes converge in the Thunder, and it is extremely difficult to deal with it. Outside the arena, Fenglan's heartfelt words fell on Lin Tianming's ears, and it was also a way for him to understand Lei Dong's Yin-Yang dual Thunder exotic talent even more. Spiritual energy transformation. Not choosing to receive Lei Dong's Yang Thunder hard, Lin Tianming easily circumvented Lei Dong's powerful Yang Thunder attack through his spiritual energy transformation. At the same moment, he also appeared above Lei Dong's head, and his raised hands also condensed a cottage Yang Thunder that was even more terrifying than Lei Dong's genuine Yang Thunder. Yan Lei. No good. Although relying on repeatedly watching the video to learn that Lin Tianming would know an extremely bizarre damage avoidance skill, Lei Dong still felt that he had a way to deal with it. But in a real sparring match, he realized that Fenglan's ability to forcibly coalesce Lin Tianming's spirit body into a solid body was something he simply did not possess. Now the Yang Thunder that Lin Tianming had suspended above his head to condense was even more of a pressure multiplier. Boom! Compared to the subtle corrosive damage of the cold Yin Thunder that eroded one's bone marrow, the destructive energy brought by the blazing Yang Thunder was more direct. Lei Dong, who had just coughed up blood due to excessive erosion, this time his body was also covered with burn wounds under the fiery and rigid Yan Lei bombardment, and he was even more wretched than before. Senior Lei Dong, as the saying goes, cutting to the bone. Why don't we just leave it at that? Brother Tianming, you can't just let it go like that. Ruthlessly chipping him and smacking him, let him think he's a high class. Lin Tianming had just finished speaking when he heard the violent heartfelt voice of his little girlfriend Yi Qingxua outside the arena. Of course he wouldn't just let it go. It's just that he calculated that Lei Dong would be angry when he heard this from him and want to continue to fight him to the death. That's why he said this, to deliberately irritate him. Although yesterday he also told Fenglan to forget about it and point it out. But yesterday he really wanted to point it out and leave a good impression in Fenglan's heart, which was very different from today's situation with Lei Dong. Under Lin Tianming's watchful eye, Lei Dong, as he had predicted, was increasingly unable to suppress his anger under his continued stimulation. School brother really does have real skills. No wonder he was able to defeat Wang Jian. It seems like it's time for senior me to be a little more serious, so that I can have the effect of instructing you. They had all been beaten up by Lin Tianming, but in order to maintain his lofty senior image, Lei Dong still pretended that he was actually deliberately letting loose on Lin Tianming just now. He was able to calm the freshmen with that, but not the sophomores who had returned from the competition with him. Zhang Zixi, who had been sleepy, was instantly energized when she saw Lin Tianming storming and thundering. He analyzed. This elementary school brother is a bit interesting. Copying Lei Dong's skills can even additionally increase the power of Lei Dong's Young Thunder and In Thunder skills, becoming even stronger than Lei Dong's casting. If this copying ability of his has no upper limit, it's equal to encountering the strong, encountering any level of people, and if the other party doesn't know him well, he can touch them all. Li Hao was also interested in Lin Tianming. Is he strong when he meets the strongest? Doesn't it mean that he has the power to fight even if he meets our ace of this competition? Yang Yu? Hearing Li Hao mention him, Yang Yu glanced at Li Hao, but didn't say anything more and continued to focus on the battle between Lin Tianming and Lei Dong. Mo Jinghong was also glowing with her beautiful eyes. This schoolmate called Lin Tianming is very interesting. Only 2 Thunderdome is the end of his strength. Not as long as yesterday's first-year student Fenglan lasted. When the sparring session is over, I'm going to add him as a friend, and have the chance to get to know him well in the future. Mo shocking rainbows and their discussion outside the arena also caused Lei Dong, who heard it, to have an ugly look on his face. The lie that he intentionally let the water out to do so fell apart, and some of the nearby freshmen began to question his abilities. Never having been so humiliated, Lei Dong stormed towards Lin Tianming in a violent rage. Yang Thunder burns the sky. This time, Lei Dong executed his Young Thunder burning sky skill, which had the strongest frontal attack power, and had increased its power by a large margin over pure Yang Thunder. Seeing that Lei Dong was in a hurry, the corner of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly. This move, Young Thunder burning sky, is very good. Senior, try mine too. Yang Thunder burns the sky. The blazing Yang Thunder was also condensing in front of Lin Tianming's body, converging into a heaven-burning thunder that was even more terrifying than Lei Dong's Young Thunder burning heaven. The 2 Young Thunderbolts collided together, and Lin Tianming's more powerful Young Thunderbolt directly tore apart Lei Dong's Young Thunderbolt. Under Lei Dong's incredulous gaze, Lin Tianming's Young Thunder burning heavenly might came at him at a speed he could not dodge away from. No, there is no way I can lose. I, Lei Dong, am an SSS-Grade in Young Dual Thunder ability talent, stronger than an SSS-Grade Thunder attribute ability talent. 27 awakened ranks, and the 10th ranked pride of heaven amongst second-year students. How could I possibly lose to you? A first-year student who only steals other people's skills. The shadowy thunder devours the bones. Lei Dong wanted to launch his In Thunder Bone devouring skill to counterattack, but he felt intense pain halfway through the execution, and the In Thunder Bone devouring that had only been condensed to half collapsed on the spot. His mind flashed over the image of spitting out blood from the extremely severe internal and external injuries he had just received from Lin Tianming's Yang and In Thunderbolts consecutively, and he realized that the reason he couldn't cast In Thunderbolt Bone Devouring right now was that he had suffered too many injuries. Under his gaze filled with unwillingness, the power of the Young Thunder burning sky fell with precision, and the blazing Young Thunder scorched more wounds on his body. When the blazing sun like Yang Lei's might dispersed, Lei Dong's ragged and shaky appearance also fell into the eyes of everyone at the scene. This was much more miserable than Wang Jian, who had only had his clothes burnt to the ground before and hadn't actually been injured much. The image of Lei Dong's severe injuries at this moment was also seen by the nearby onlookers who were filled with shock, and their hearts palpitated to the point that they didn't even think to taunt the defeated him for a while. Lei Dong's consciousness was blurred at the moment, and in his trance he vaguely saw a figure pass by him, and it spoke to him. Talent is very good. It's just a pity that the heart is not working. It's hard to become a great talent, but it's a waste of this Yin Yang Dual Thunder ability talent. As soon as he heard what the other party said, Lei Dong, even though he had been beaten by Lin Tianming to the point of blurring his consciousness, still heard who it was. It was Jiang Han, who had once refused to take him as a disciple. He had wanted to properly humiliate Lin Tianming today, making Lin Tianming lose face in front of everyone while also swollen Jiang Han's face along with it. I didn't expect that the person who lost face today was instead him. Lei Dong. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But then there was even more that made Lei Dong feel angry. It seems that I've touched the threshold of advancing to rank 16 after this battle. Thanks to Senior Lei Dong's guidance, I'll try to break through to rank 16 this time. School brother. Pust. Being caught by Lin Tianming's words of touching the threshold of the promotion rank after a great battle with him, Lei Dong's chi and blood surged and he spat out blood again in public. planting himself unwillingly on the ground. Chapter 50, Forging Goddess Mo Shocking Rainbow. It couldn't also be a reborn person who had been owed by him, right? After violently beating up Lei Dong, who wanted to publicly humiliate him, the relieved Lin Tianming was also pleasantly surprised to find that he was vaguely showing signs of wanting to advance to level 16. He thanked Lei Dong, not realizing that this thank you became the last straw that overwhelmed Lei Dong, so angry that Lei Dong, who was already blurred in consciousness, vomited blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Not being able to hold it together for a moment, Lin Tianming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Han, who had only appeared after the battle had ended, then reminded Lin Tianming, "Child, since you've touched the threshold of promotion, try to break through quickly, don't waste this opportunity. This kid Tianming violently beat up Lei Dong today and rewrote my history before I was reborn. I just don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse for me." Lin Tianming listened to Jiang Han's heartfelt voice. He was also remembering that Feng Lan's heartfelt voice of watching the battle just now had mentioned that this period of time before their rebirth he was only at level 9 and hadn't unlocked the copying skill increase ability, and the one who had been brutally beaten was him, Lin Tianming. He had to wait until he grew up a year later before he was able to take revenge and kill Lei Dong. Seeing that each of them was worried about the other effects of the change in history, Lin Tianming didn't think too much about it. In his opinion, as a traveler, his character was completely different from the original owner, and it would be abnormal for the direction of history not to change. Only by changing could he avoid the same fate of dying young as the original owner of this body. It's a good place to start, and the more changes that are made, the more he can stay alive in the future. Putting away his mind that had nothing to do with promotion, Lin Tianming also said to Jiang Han, "Understood, Teacher Jiang Han, the student will attempt to break through to the 16th level. Brother Tianming will definitely be able to successfully advance to the 16th level." At this time, Yi Qingxue also walked in from outside the arena, cheering on Lin Tianming with her sweet voice. Lin Tianming smiled faintly at Yi Qingxue, then sat down in place and began to try to advance to level 16. The nearby onlooker students were also slowly coming back to their senses from the shock of Lin Tianming's violent beating of Lei Dong just now, and they were all excitedly buzzing about it as well. Lin Tianming is just too strong. Even Lei Dong, the 10th ranked sophomore, was able to defeat him, and he was still beaten violently. It's mainly because his God's hand supernatural talent is too perverse. Not only can he copy skills, but the power seems to be even stronger than if the person being copied cast it himself. Exactly. With this hand of God, he was able to defeat a high-level awakened person at a low level. I feel that Lin Tianming's upper limit of battle power might be more than that. Listening to the chatter of those freshmen nearby, sophomore Zhang Zishi yawned, getting sleepy again. "Yang Wu, how can we still report to work when Lei Dong is like this?" Yang Yu stared at Lin Tianming, who was trying to make a breakthrough. "The entire time. I'll personally send Lei Dong to the infirmary later. Just explain the situation to the teacher in charge when you guys report to work." Mo Jinghan then said. "Don't rush off first. I still want to wait for this elementary school brother to wake up from his breakthrough to add him as a friend." Li Hao also said. "Then let's wait a little longer. I also want to see if he can successfully advance to level 16. Level 16 after only a few days of enrollment. But it's breaking the record of the Great Imperial Academy." The remaining second years returning from the competition also nodded. They also wanted to witness if Lin Tianming could continue to set a new record for the Great Imperial School today. Although the battle between Lin Tianming and Lei Dong had already ended, the number of onlookers at the scene had increased rather than decreased, all wanting to witness Lin Tianming's promotion to rank 16. In this way, Lin Tianming had suppressed Feng Lan and Yi Qingxue, who were on par with his previous record of enrolling in the 15th grade, and had become the number 1 freshman in the Imperial Capital Great Imperial School that deserved to be the number 1 freshman. Under the attention of all the people, Lin Tianming did not disappoint these people's weight and managed to be promoted to level 16 at the end of the battle. Feeling the increase in power after his promotion to level 16, Lin Tianming was overjoyed. Moreover, he also sensed that his God's hand copying ability had an extra empty skill slot for copying skills after being promoted to level 16. As teacher Jiang Han had said in his previous heartfelt words, his copying skills would be raised to 4 after he was promoted to level 16, the same as the looting ability. As Lin Tianming opened his eyes, Jiang Han also gave him an appreciative look. "Not bad, little friend Tianming. You've really risen to level 16. Lin Tianming didn't forget to thank Jiang Han. "It's all thanks to Mr. Jiang Han's guidance." As soon as she heard that Lin Tianming only thanked his teacher, Jiang Han, Yi Qingxue, the little jealous king, immediately pouted her little mouth. "What about me, brother Tianming? I was your chaperone all summer vacation. And of course thanks to our family Qingxue. That's more like it." Brother Tianming said in front of so many people that I'm his Qingxue. Sure enough, I'm the rightful girlfriend in brother Tianming's heart. Lin Tianming's words made Yi Qingxue very flattered, and she also took Lin Tianming's arm affectionately. When Feng Lan outside the field saw this, he quietly left alone. At this moment, Mo Shocking Rainbow walked out from her team and approached Lin Tianming. Senior Lin Tianming, add a friend. As soon as she saw a strange girl approaching her Tianming brother, Yi Qingxue was instantly alerted. Another little vixen? And a schoolmate? Lin Tianming, on the other hand, promptly stroked Yi Qingxue's little head to calm her down. Only then did he say to Mo Jinghong, I wonder what this senior sister's name is. My name is Mo Shocking Rainbow, SSS ranked Forge Hand Alien Talent. I'm your second year sister. You can call me Sister Shocking Rainbow. Nice to meet you. Mo Jinghong introducing herself like this instantly reminded Yi Qingxue of some memories from her previous life. So it's her. The Mo Jinghong known as the goddess of the forge. Originally, Lin Tianming was quite happy to know Mo Jinghong, this friendly-looking schoolmate. After all, she had defended him just now, poking through Lei Dong's idea of trying to humiliate him for him. Only when Yi Qingxue's voice mentioned that Mo Jinghong was a goddess of forging in her previous life, Lin Tianming, who was overly sensitive to the word goddess, was immediately agitated. It can't be that this Mo Jinghong is also a goddess who was pitched by the original owner in the previous life, right? Mo Jinghong noticed that Lin Tianming was trembling, and she said with some confusion, Senior Lin Tianming, what's wrong? Lin Tianming hurriedly regained his composure. No, nothing. It's good that nothing happened. Come on, scan my code and add a friend. Yeah. While adding Mo Shocking Rainbow's friend, Lin Tianming was also trying to eavesdrop on Mo Shocking Rainbow's heart. However, he could always only hear Jiang Han's and Yi Qingxue's hearts, and he couldn't hear a single bit of Mo Jinghong's heart the entire time. The system also didn't prompt him to bind Mo Shocking Rainbow. Could it be that, although Mo Jinghong ascended to the divine throne in his last life, he was not a goddess who had been pitched by him, so that the system would not react? For the time being, he couldn't figure out whether Mo Jinghong was a reborn or not, and whether he had been punked by the original owner. So Lin Tianming decided to observe again. Aside from Yi Qingxue who had already been raided, the people he needed to raid now were Feng Lan, Jian Han, Wang Yanran, and Alice. If there was one more Mo Jinghong who also wanted to stab him to death, Lin Tianming would really collapse. If he could, he still hoped she wasn't. That way he'll have one less raider who needs to be raided in the short term to avoid being stabbed. The corners of Mo Shakong's mouth, who had successfully added Lin Tianming's best friend and was curious about Lin Tianming, rose slightly. Done. Senior Lin Tianming. Let's meet again sometime. Chapter 51. Lin Tianming found a good strategy to raid him as Jian Han. The effect was overwhelming. After adding Lin Tianming's friends, Mo Shakong left with the sophomores returning from the competition, until Mo Shocking Rainbow disappeared out of Lin Tianming's field of vision. Lin Tianming didn't hear any heartfelt voices. The system did say that only goddesses who had been victimized by the original owner could be bound, and that he could eavesdrop on his heart to prevent him from accidentally walking down the path and being stabbed to death by the goddess reborn who had suddenly killed him out of the grove. This Mo Shocking Rainbow, perhaps he didn't have any interactions with the original owner in his previous life. Of course, this was only Lin Tianming's conjecture. To find out more, he felt that he had to ask Feng Lan, sidestepping to see if he could learn something from Feng Lan's heart about his past life related to Mo Jinghong. If he could confirm the fact that the original owner had little intercourse with Mo Shakong in her previous life, then he could truly feel at ease. People are gone, and you're still looking. Brother Tianming won't be seduced by that Mo Jinghong schoolmate again after just one meeting, right? Being interrupted from his contemplation by Yi Qingxue's Vinegar King's speech and heartfelt words, Lin Tianming cried out in injustice. Qingxue, you've misunderstood me. Yi Qingxue just wanted to continue to say something. Jiang Han took the first step and said, Okay, little Tianming, you first come with me to the Thunder Awakening field. You just rose to level 16, involving your God's Hand ability. Teacher, I have some things I have to talk to you alone. After that you can make out with your little girlfriend. Seeing that Jiang Han had something to talk to Lin Tianming alone, Yi Qingxue, who knew that Jiang Han was Lin Tianming's benefactor in his previous life, was not worried that Jiang Han would harm Lin Tianming. Still, she said, I'll go with you guys, and wait outside the Thunder Awakening field for Brother Tianming to come out later. Just like that, Lin Tianming's trio also left the Wind Chime Arena, bringing Lin Tianming back to the Thunder Awakening field. Jiang Han blocked off the area with her lightning power to ensure that her communication with Lin Tianming wouldn't be spied on before she felt relieved to talk to Lin Tianming. Child, you just broke through level 16. Have you felt any changes in your body? Lin Tianming knew that Jiang Han was more than likely going to talk to him about the fact that he could now copy 4 skills. But he still had to act as if he had never eavesdropped on her mind and didn't know for the time being. It's just a very normal upgrade. If it's a god's hand copying the same skill, the power of the skill cast will also be stronger than at level 15, as well as my spiritual body sparks, which are also stronger than at level 15. Jiang Han didn't know that Lin Tianming had long ago eavesdropped on her and knew that he would unblock the copy skill cap of 4 at level 16. That was why just now, Lin Tianming had purposely probed to confirm that Jiang Han's heart said the right thing. Jiang Han, who didn't know this, was sharing her experience of helping Lin Tianming develop the hand of God in her previous life. Tianming, you silly child. Teacher, I'm not asking you about this. I'm asking you besides this normal upgrading change that anyone would have. Do you feel like you have some other changes? No. Lin Tianming played dumb and said, giving Jiang Han enough face to pretend to be a pussy. It seems that I still have to personally instruct this stupid kid before he can get the hang of it. Brat, sense carefully if your god's hand copying ability has something more than usual. Lin Tianming, who had entered the acting state, also pretended to look confused and sensed his god's hand copying ability. After a moment passed, he revealed a look of surprise as if he had discovered a new continent. Teacher Jiang Han, I seem to be able to copy 4 skills. Lin Tianming's look of surprise made her this Jiang Han who was a teacher very accomplished. In my last life, I had to help him fumble around for a long time before I realized that he had an extra copy skill cap at level 15. This life has the experience of the previous one, so we can save all the time-consuming and troublesome things used to detect the upper limit, and directly mention that he has turned on the upper limit. In that case, even if this child Tianming didn't awaken that new soul power ability, with me, the mentor who knows his god's hand ability the best, normal cultivation would still progress faster than in his last life. Not bad, you finally realized it. Master saw something just now. That's why I brought you here to mention you, kid. Jiang Han's satisfaction and sense of accomplishment for mentioning his success. Lin Tianming felt it all through her heart. It seems to be quite useful to play dumb like that. At least it would make Jiang Han think less about killing him and revel in the satisfaction and accomplishment of nurturing him. Against Mr. Kong Han, it is obvious that this move has the most outstanding effect. Lin Tianming felt that he had found the doorway to slowly gaining Jiang Han's favorability and disintegrating the resentment that had built up in his last life. Mr. Kong Han enjoyed developing his god's hand powers for him, as well as his spiritual ascender potential in this life. If he could make Jiang Han indulge in this matter of developing her potential as much as possible when he was with her, it would only benefit Lin Tianming. As long as he persevered, he believed that Jiang Han would completely let go of his last life's resentment towards him and truly accept him as his beloved disciple. He came to his senses. That's how you'll be able to rip off Mr. Kong Han from now on. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming couldn't help but admire his keen sense of smell in his heart in a small way. Master called you here. In addition to mentioning the upper limit of your god's hand replication ability, I also want to talk to you about Lei Dong. Do you know why he set his sights on you as soon as he came back today? Jiang Han's question pulled the somewhat complacent Lin Tianming back to his senses. He also immediately asked Jiang Han for advice. The student doesn't know. Please ask Mr. Jiang Han to solve my confusion. Talking about it, Jiang Han sighed. I refused Lei Dong to worship me last year, and you're my Jiang Han's first student, and I'm the one who took the initiative to accept you. With SSS-Grade in Yang Dual Thunder, he was unbalanced in his heart and felt that you were not a Thunder attribute supernatural talent. Yet I took the initiative to accept you as my disciple. Rejecting him was an insult to his talent, and that's why he set his sights on you. Understanding the truth about Lei Dong's move against him, Lin Tianming was at this moment understanding why Fenglan's heartfelt voice had said that Lei Dong was jealous of him. Dare it be that Jiang Han took the initiative to accept him as a disciple, stimulating the weak mind of Lei Dong, who took the initiative to worship the master and was still rejected. After thinking about it, Lin Tianming half-joked. So that's how it is. So I'm sort of somehow blocking the knife for teacher Jiang Han this time, and I'm still completely hated by Lei Dong? I have a feeling that he might even look for trouble from me in the future. As soon as she heard that Lin Tianming had actually poked fun at her, Jiang Han had no good reason to lightly tap Lin Tianming's forehead with her index finger. Brat, what do you mean by blocking the knife for me? You mean you blame me for accepting you as my student? Lin Tianming laughed. I'm just kidding, Mr. Jiang Han. Of course Jiang Han knew that Lin Tianming was joking. She also continued. You don't have to worry about what Lei Dong will do to you next. Even if he wants to make a move on you, he can't afford to make any waves even if he can't beat you right now. This brat, he even dares to poke fun at me. Looks like I'm still too good to him. Lin Tianming now had another question. Mr. Jiang Han, the student has another question for you. Jiang Han looked at Lin Tianming dryly. Ask. It's that Lei Dong is clearly an SSS-Grade in Yang Dual Thunder ability talent. Why is he only ranked 10th in the second year students? Could it be that the top 10 strongest awakened in the second-year students are all SSS-ranked abnormal talents? In the face of this question from Lin Tianming, Zhang Han also patiently gave her answer. Little Tianming. Although my Imperial Great Empress Academy has SSS-ranked exotic talent new students every year, it doesn't mean that there can be as many as 10 in every session. Even if my Imperial Great Empress Academy wanted to accept them, the other higher awakened one academies of the Kyushu wouldn't agree to it. Among the students in Lei Dong's class, there were only 3 SSS-ranked awakened individuals with supernatural talent, namely Yongyu with SSS-ranked mutated water attribute heavenly sound flute supernatural ability, Lei Dong with SSS-ranked mutated thunder attribute Inyan dual thunder supernatural ability, and Mo shocking rainbow with SSS-ranked forging hand supernatural ability. The SSS-ranked alien talent could only determine a person's high potential ceiling, and in order to achieve certain accomplishments and go farther on the path of the awakened one, there was still a need to test the nature of one's heart. The reason why Lei Dong was ranked 10th was because he himself was not competitive. His heart was too poor. He didn't honor his talent, and wasted the Yin-Yang dual thunder inherited from the Lei family. Chapter 52 Fires throughout the 9 states. Lin Tianming had become the hope of the 9 prefecture to suppress the northern Yin domain. Understanding the real reason why Lei Dong's SSS-Grade Yin-Yang dual thunder was such a heaven-defying supernatural talent, yet it was only ranked 10th amongst the second-year students, Lin Tianming fell into deep thought. He thought of Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words. There was a mention that he would die young in the near future. The original owner's God's hand psychic talent was so unbelievable in his last life that all the geniuses of his contemporaries were hung over by the original owner. Just like that, they still died without growing up. Much more miserable than Fenglan and the others who died only after they became gods. What's really going to happen in the future? The death crisis that the original owner suffered in his last life, would he also suffer it all over again? Tianming, little friend. You don't want to learn from Lei Dong. With your supernatural talent, once you grow up, the future will definitely be stronger than the teacher me. I hope you can keep this in mind. The path of the awakened person to avoid arrogance and impatience, as well as, damn it, what am I preaching to this traitor? Lei Dong is simply impatient and eager to succeed. He can't become a great man, while he is truly a great traitor. Once he is allowed to grow up there will be no end of trouble. He will only brutalize more innocent people. In my last life I was fooled by his disguised image of a good student. He is actually an insatiable, unscrupulous beast who will do anything to achieve his goal, and even dares to kill his mentor. Lin Tianming, who was in deep thought, suddenly heard the heartfelt voice of Zhang Han's drastic change in temperament, and he too was struck with a pang in his heart. That, Zhang Han teacher, the student has no questions he wants to ask. This big noon also fought with Lei Dong did not eat. Qing Shui is still outside waiting for me to eat lunch together. I'm leaving first. Before Zhang Han could fully go berserk, Lin Tianming hurriedly escaped the Thunderbolt Awakening field in a puff of smoke. When Yi Qingshu saw that he had finally come out, she also immediately went forward and affectionately took his arm. Brother Tianming, has MS Zhang Han finished instructing you? Well, let us hurry up and leave this. Ah no, hurry up and go to eat. Being Lei Dong dragged for so long starving me to death. Even though Yi Qingshu felt that Lin Tianming was a bit strange, she didn't think too much about it when she thought that she would be able to have lunch with him later. She offered, yeah, I want roast chicken. No problem. I'll treat you to roast chicken later. Lin Tianming also answered with his mouth full, and Yi Qingshu quickly left the vicinity of the Thunderbolt Awakening field, lest Zhang Han really made up his mind to kill him and chase him out. During the time that Lin Tianming accompanied Yi Qingshu for lunch, the video about him violently beating up Lei Dong at noon today was also once again going viral online. Lei Dong, that was a second-year student who could represent the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, as well as the entire Kyushu to participate in the Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition. His strength was naturally unquestionable, but it was such a genius awakened who was bound to have an infinite future, who actually lost to Lin Tianming, a first-year freshman. How can this not be shocking? Compared to Lin Tianming's previous victories over Fenglan and Wang Jian, this time the video of his victory over Lei Dong had spread more widely on the internet and more people knew about it. And now that it was in the heat of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy's Yongyu representing the Kyushu and achieving second place in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition, Lin Tianming had also managed to make it onto the Kyushu's entire internet hot search once. How can Lei Dong of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy be said to be one of the strongest sophomores representing our Kyushu to participate in the Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition? And he just lost to a freshman who was only enrolled in the school like this? As the same awakened who can represent Kyushu in the global competition. Even if Lei Dong is not as good as Yongyu, the actual battle power shouldn't be too far off, and Lei Dong was violently beaten by Lin Tianming. Doesn't that mean that this Lin Tianming can be comparable to this year's second place winner of the global competition Yongyu just by enrolling in the school? If that's the case, with this Lin Tianming's talent, next year's Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition, if my Kyushu has him representing it, it's very likely that he'll be able to overwhelm the Global Awakened One geniuses and bravely win the first place. The heat of the topic about Lin Tianming on the internet continued to soar, and some people were even beginning to think that because of Lin Tianming's existence, Kyushu would also be able to win the first place in the Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition. In this decade, only Wang Yanyan's term won the first place in the global competition. If Lin Tianming could win another first place for their Kyushu next year, he would also be able to plug the mouths of the people of the Northern Yin domain and let the people of Kyushu raise their eyebrows for once. At this time, Wang Jian, who was eating, swiped to the video of Lin Tianming violently beating Lei Dong, and was startled by Lei Dong's miserable appearance. I'll go. Hitting so hard? This Lin Tianming even beat up Lei Dong, the 10th-ranked second-year student of my Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. He's too strong. Wang Yanran glanced at Wang Jian, who was playing with his cell phone while eating, and continued to eat her portion of lunch calmly. Cousin, this Lin Tianming is on fire today. The entire internet is buzzing about how he's more than likely going to be like you before him in a year's time, helping my Kyushu state win first place in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition once more. Just him is worthy of being compared to you, cousin. I admit he's strong, but his talent is definitely not as good as you. Cousin, say cousin, you promised me to teach this brat a lesson last time. Did you go and teach him a lesson? And lessons must be taken a video. Cousin, you do not love to play the phone online surfing. You do not know how to market yourself at all. I will help you to take an explosive flow of the title, and then use the energy of our Wang family for you to violently beat Lin Tianming's video to buy a little promotion. Send online absolutely can be hot. So that Lin Tianming fell into the whole 9 states laughingstock. Originally, Wang Yanyan was very calm and didn't care about this kind of thing at all. But this cousin of hers who always liked to cause trouble was really annoying. There was the noisy Wang Yanran who glared at Wang Jian. Can you still eat properly? Hey, can. Of course. Cousin, don't be mad. Being admonished by Wang Yanyan, Wang Jian was instantly honest. In front of Wang Yanyan, he wouldn't dare to play up his arrogant Wang family son nature, unless he wanted to be beaten up by her. Wang Yanyan ate for a while, perhaps because Wang Jian's words had also piqued her interest. She said to Jian Wang, click on the video of Lin Tianming defeating Lei Dong and show it to me. Okay. Wang Jian hurriedly clicked on the most played video of Lin Tianming violently beating up Lei Dong and pushed his cell phone to his cousin. Staring at the video of Lin Tianming violently beating up Lei Dong's figure, Wang Yanran couldn't help but think of the past events of her previous life when she was defiled by Lin Tianming and robbed of her chance. The flames of vengeance ignited in her eyes, and Wang Yanyan's body was unconsciously burning with a blazing flame around her. Seeing his cousin's sudden outburst, Wang Jian hurriedly reminded, cousin, this is an outside restaurant. You'll have to pay for it if you burn it. This is the second time that Wang Yanyan saw Lin Tianming's video to control his emotions, and Wang Jian, who had wanted to find Wang Yanyan to give him a chance, was a little afraid. How about not mentioning Lin Tianming in front of his cousin in the future? Wang Yanyan withdrew her blaze in time, which also made everyone else in the restaurant breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Jian is also a long breath of relief. He carefully asked, cousin, or I will not mention this Lin Tianming to you later? In fact, he and I don't have any deep hatred. It's just some small friction. The Lei Dong in this video is the one who was really beaten up. Wang Yanran sniffed and looked at Wang Jian. Well, it's good that you can realize that, and in the future, go and cause less trouble. And if you really commit any great mistake outside, even if you're my cousin, I'll never forgive you lightly. Although she said on her lips that she didn't care about this anymore, Wang Yanyan still had to go find Lin Tianming, not for Wang Jian, but for herself. In her last life, Lin Tianming had taken advantage of her absorption of the Phoenix Yen crystal to defile her, and in this life, she would definitely nip Lin Tianming's sins in the bud. Tonight, she'd take another trip to him and end the feud between them. Chapter 53, soon to be dead. Gotta get some of my money back. Huma Senpai, Tianming. The food in this cafeteria of the Imperial Great Empress Academy, it feels even better than the food street outside the school. It's worthy of being the No. 1 Awakened One Academy in my state of Kyushu. The quality of the food here is so awesome that even if I just eat the cafeteria for these 4 years, I won't get tired of it. Yes, at dinner time, Lin Tianming was physically and mentally happy as he and Shu Yunfei walked out of the cafeteria, ready to go back to the dormitory together. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Scum who defiled my body. Who would have thought that he hadn't gone more than a few steps before he heard a heartfelt voice filled with resentment and anger. Huma Wang. The first thing that came to his mind was the image of Wang Yanyan's flaming silhouette. And Lin Tianming fixed his eyes forward to see that Wang Yanyan was right in front of him and facing him. Chu Yunfei was also quick to spot Wang Yanran. He gently pushed Lin Tianming with his elbow and joked, "Ha, Tianming, isn't that schoolmate the one who approached you that night to confess her love? Don't talk nonsense." Lin Tianming glared at the babbling Chu Yunfei. He had almost been tricked by Wang Yanyan into the grove to give that to him last time because of his gullible belief in Chu Yunfei's nonsense. This Wang Yanyan is too dangerous. Elementary school brother, why didn't you reply to me when I friended you the other day and messaged you? As soon as she came up, Wang Yanyan questioned Lin Tianming with a smile on her face. The tone of her voice was like a girlfriend interrogating her boyfriend who didn't respond to messages. I remembered that I have other things to do, so I won't bother you. Tianming, you have fun with your schoolmate. Lin Tianming just wanted to give Chu Yunfei a wink and the two left together. Who thought that Chu Yunfei, this guy again, thought that he and Wang Yanyan hooked up? A look as if he knew everything ran away first. He held his forehead inside. This Yunfei fellow, he hasn't been reliable once. Wang Yanyan asked Lin Tianming again. Elementary school brother, I'm asking you, why is it that when I send you a message, you don't reply to me for a few days? Lin Tianming could only reply stiffly. This, school sister, I forgot. Seeing Lin Tianming's pressure pulling full, Wang Yanyan narrowed her beautiful eyes. Forget it this time. Next time you see my message you can't not return it. If Jian Wang were here, he would seriously doubt if the woman in front of him who was so passionate about Lin Tianming was his cousin who was impatient when she saw him or not. Although Wang Yanyan appeared to be passionate about Lin Tianming, who could eavesdrop on his heart, still knew that she was pretending that this was all for the sake of killing him. Right now, Lin Tianming just wanted to walk away. I'll definitely return next time. Senior sister, can I leave now? Don't be anxious, little brother. School sister came to look for you. Just want to talk to you more. Just meet and leave. But it's a little bit not very polite behavior. Come on, come with me. You're not going to have another stomachache today, are you? I'll finish you off tonight, so that you don't defile my body again later and maim more innocent people. Being blocked by Wang Yanyan's excuse that he had a stomachache, Lin Tianming bitterly smiled. That's not. But senior sister, where are we going? Take you to the Flame Awakening grounds and we'll talk it over there. There won't be any teachers there tonight to lend guidance to the students. It'll just be you and me. We can stay as long as we want. Wang Yanyan deliberately spoke to Lin Tianming in a seductive tone, just hoping to relax Lin Tianming's guardedness. Stinking rascal, when we get to the Flame Awakening site, you're dead. Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words caused Lin Tianming to feel a double headache. He really didn't have the certainty of winning over her right now. This was a fourth-year student, and it was also a Phoenix Yen goddess reborn, with some of the residual divine power from her last life in her body. As her level increased, the strength of the divine power remaining in Wang Yanyan's body was also definitely stronger than Fenglan, Yi Qingxue, and Alice. The three of them, combined with her previous life's understanding of the Shinto realm of supernatural powers, there were more means that could be utilized at higher levels. This particular means was at the level of understanding and perception, not a skill, which meant that his god's hand could not replicate it. A head-on collision with her now would be absolutely treacherous. What's worse is that he only fought Thunderdome at around 12 noon, using 3 copy skills. Even if he broke through level 16 and the limit of copying skills grew to 4, but with the other 3 skills still on cooldown he could only copy the skills once now. With his battle power severely damaged, he would also have even less chance of winning against the high-level Wang Yanyan. How great would it be if his copy skill ability had no cooldown, unlimited use, and no cap on the number of skills he could copy? Lin Tianming sighed in his heart. It was just a pity that the level was just too low right now, and his god's hand was extremely restricted at low levels. Just like Mr. Jiang Han had said, the maximum number of copying skills is only 4, and the cooldown is still 12 hours long. Although the cooldown time of 3 days had been shortened quite a bit compared to 2 months ago when he had just awakened the Hand of God, it was still far from enough for Lin Tianming. He believed that as he leveled up, the cooldown time of the God's Hand copying ability, as well as the limit on the maximum number of copying skills would be less and less restricted. But the thing is, he's not growing up right now. Elementary school brother, you can't refuse my invitation this time. We'll go to the Flame Awakening site later. We must have a long talk. If we have a good chat, it's not impossible to talk about life's ideals all night long. Who wants to talk all night long with you? The stinking rascal who forcibly defiled my body. Sacrificing your color is just a stopgap measure to nip your sin in the bud. I can't possibly like you, the one who defiled my innocence. Listening to Wang Yanyan's heart-and-mouth remarks, Lin Tianming at the moment really wanted to say that defiling her body was the original owner of the previous life, and it had half a cent to do with him, the traveler? It would be nice if he did defile her body. He was so clean he didn't even know what she smelled like. Not being able to think of any good reason to get away for the time being, Lin Tianming thought that he would most likely have a life and death battle right away, so he simply crossed his heart and wrapped his big hand around Wang Yanyan's waist. Hadn't she been cursing him in her mind for defiling her body? Anyway, he was about to go sword to sword, and it was even possible that he would perish at her hands, so he had to get some of his money back. This embrace by Lin Tianming caused Wang Yanyan, who was only pretending to seduce him and didn't want to be touched by him at all, to tremble. Isn't senior sister going to have a long talk with me later? I'll get used to it first. Lin Tianming put on a posture that it was Wang Yanyan, who seduced me, and looked at Wang Yanyan with peace of mind, even wrapping his arms around her more tightly. Blocked for a moment by Lin Tianming's words, Wang Yanyan hated her teeth at the moment. However, in order to successfully trick Lin Tianming into killing him in the Flame Awakening venue where there would be no other people tonight, Wang Yanyan could only endure. Schoolboy. There are a lot of people here. We were seen like this. A little shy. Shame on you. I'd like to burn you alive on a pyre. Scum. Rascal. You bastard. Hearing Wang Yanyan's exasperated heart, Lin Tianming's heart was straight up free. He continued to maintain his stance of turning defense into offense, and even intentionally pinched Wang Yanyan's waist and wrapped his arms around her more tightly. If you see it, you see it. Senior sister likes me, doesn't she? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so concerned that I don't reply to your messages, and every time she looks for me so late, wanting to have a long talk with me. Elementary school brother. The other day I saw that you were quite shy. I didn't expect you to have such active moments. On the surface, she looked like she was falling in love, but Wang Yanyan's heart was burning with endless anger at the moment. Lin Tianming, you colorful beast, just be complacent. I'll let you experience the fury of purgatory later. Chapter 54, Sister Shocking Rainbow. You're really my savior. Come on, give me a hug. On the way to the Flame Awakening site, Lin Tianming had a good time. He was doing this because Wang Yanyan always said that he had defiled her body in an act of pure revenge, and in reality Lin Tianming didn't enjoy it much. Along the way, Lin Tianming didn't forget to have his brain racing, thinking of a way to get out of the situation. It was a pity that until he arrived at the Flame Awakening ground, Lin Tianming hadn't thought of an excellent way to get out. We're here. Ahead is the Flame Awakening ground. Elementary brother. We can stay in there for as long as we want tonight. We definitely won't be disturbed. Finally, Lin Tianming, you stinking hooligan. I'll make you pay dearly for going up and down on me just now. Listening to Wang Yanyan's seductive words that superficially seduced him, as well as her angry heart, Lin Tianming continued to take advantage in order to get some of his money back. The rage that Wang Yanyan was holding back within her heart was also climbing extremely fast under Lin Tianming's deliberate stimulation. You enjoy this last pleasure now. I'll burn your dirty hands first. Junior. We're almost there. Don't be anxious. As she spoke, Wang Yanyan, who had really had enough, tried to forcefully break free from Lin Tianming's embrace, but she was instead subjected to Lin Tianming's even stronger restraints. Having no choice but to continue to endure Lin Tianming's embrace, Wang Yanyan could only continue to endure Lin Tianming's embrace, and the two of them walked into the Flame Awakening ground together like this. As Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan walked into the Flame Awakening grounds, Mo Jinghong, who happened to be passing by, witnessed this scene. Those two people look so familiar. The male one seems to be that Lin Tianming senior that we met today, and the female one seems to be the fourth-year student council president Wang Yanran senior sister. Somewhat confused as to what Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan wanted to do by entering the Flame Awakening grounds so late in the evening, Mo Jinghong hesitated, but still followed, driven by curiosity. Despite the fact that walking into the Flame Awakening ground meant that danger was coming, Lin Tianming still pretended to be calm. Yanyan senpai, are we going to be able to talk about our life aspirations all night long next? Junior brother, don't be in a hurry first. Senior sister, I brought you here today. Besides wanting to have a long talk with you all night long, I also want to give you some pointers before this, so that you can progress even faster. Lin Tianming knew that tonight he and Wang Yanyan were bound to have a battle, and it would be a fierce one for him, but he was all about stalling, and a little hard time was all he could get. This isn't too good, is it? You're a fourth-year student, Yanran senpai, and I'm a freshman who's only enrolled in the school, so even if you intentionally keep your hands off me, I could be accidentally injured by you, still touching me with your dirty hands. Aha! I'm going crazy. I can't stand it. Thoroughly unable to hold back, Wang Yanyan's body surged with a blazing flame around her, and the blazing heat that continued to soar also caused Lin Tianming to have to pull away at the first opportunity. Finally breaking away from Lin Tianming's dirty hands that had been fooling around with her all the way, Wang Yanyan looked at Lin Tianming with a kind face. Please don't worry, junior brother. It's not the first time you. Yanyan senpai, I've instructed underclassmen. I'll take good care of you. There's no one here. No one outside will react to the noise. And you'll be cremated here tonight. Not even ashes left. When the words came to the last few words, Wang Yanyan even purposely aggravated her tone. And coupled with her murderous heartfelt voice, Lin Tianming was also instantly put into a fighting stance and had to respond to the battle. Phoenix Blaze. Wang Yanyan came up with a high-grade fire attribute skill that did not have the slightest suppression of power. That terrifying flame might far surpass the king's sword that Lin Tianming had fought with. The burning flames coalesced into the shape of a phoenix in no time. That flaming phoenix swung its angry wings, sweeping the burning flames towards Lin Tianming. Feeling the very oppressive might of the phoenix flame, it was impossible for any of the attack-type skills that Lin Tianming had on him at the moment to counteract Wang Yanyan's move. Hand of God, copy. Phoenix Blaze. Although Lin Tianming only had one last copy skill left, he could only forcefully copy Wang Yanyan's Phoenix Flame if he didn't. Let's survive this move first and live to tell the tale. As for what to do behind him, then he could only do his best. In an instant, Lin Tianming also condensed Phoenix Blaze, and with the additional power increase from the copy ability, his Phoenix Blaze skill was even more powerful. Although Wang Yanyan had been defiled by the original owner in her last life, she didn't know much about Lin Tianming's Hand of God. At that time, she was in the critical moment of absorbing the Phoenix Yen crystal and could not move. So much so that the original owner at the time hadn't even demonstrated much of the Hand of God's power before easily defiling her body and taking the remaining half of the power of the Phoenix Inferno crystal. Even though she didn't understand Lin Tianming's God's hand in her last life, she had watched the video of Lin Tianming's fight with Wang Jian, Feng Lan, and Lei Dong in this life, and had a specific understanding of Lin Tianming's various abilities. So after seeing that Lin Tianming's replica of the Phoenix Blaze was even more powerful than if she had cast it herself, she wasn't surprised at all. Elementary school brother. It's really worthy of being the #1 freshman. It's just a pity that this alone isn't enough. Your battle style of copying skills may work well for others, but copying my skills to fight me will only make me stronger. In my last life, I was unable to move, and that's what gave you the opportunity to take advantage of it. You don't really think your God's hand is powerful, do you? As soon as he heard Wang Yanyan's heart, Lin Tianming, who had felt that he could still resist for a little longer, thumped in his heart. Immediately afterward, under his incredulous gaze, Wang Yanyan, as if she was the supreme of all flames, directly began to absorb the Phoenix Flame that he had cast, accompanied by a mournful cry from his Phoenix Blaze. All of the even more powerful fire attribute skill prowess that he had copied turned into sustenance for Wang Yanyan, growing her fiery aura. How's this for a fight? First there was Alice, who wouldn't let him copy his skills. Afterwards, there was Wang Yanyan, who could absorb the power of the fire attribute skills he had copied. These goddess reborns who wanted to seek revenge on him were one against the odds. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianming, who had all his copying skills on cooldown, could only use other methods to get out. Spiritual energy transformation. When Wang Yanyan's terrifyingly powerful Phoenix Flames were about to hit him, Lin Tianming instantly activated his spiritual energy transformation, and his body instantly transformed into a void soul spirit body. Relying on this move to narrowly avoid Wang Yanyan's surefire strike, Lin Tianming let out a long breath. Elementary brother, your skill of being able to vaporize your body is very interesting. I forgot to defend against it just now, but this next move of yours might not work. Damn it, just now. I was so focused on breaking his replicated skills that I forgot that he also has the skill to avoid damage by vaporizing, and I missed the chance to kill him in one hit. It doesn't matter if he doesn't make it, he'll die again. Just as Wang Yanyan was about to execute another kill on Lin Tianming, an excited voice rang out from the Flame Awakening venue. Senior sister Yanyan, senior brother Lin Tianming, I saw you guys come in when I was passing by just now, and I was a bit curious as to what you guys were doing here so late in the evening. So it turns out that senior sister Yanyan was instructing senior brother in his cultivation. As the voice rang out, Wang Yanyan instantly collected her skills and looked in the direction the voice came from. Lin Tianming also looked in the direction the voice came from. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Yanyan and Lin Tianming, second-year student Mo Jinghong slowly walked into their sight. Damn it! It's been discovered. It's not good to finish off Lin Tianming. This scum. Silently, when Lin Tianming heard Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words of concern because of Mo Jinghong's sudden appearance, he knew that he was saved. Just now, he was quite worried that even if Mo's shocking rainbow appeared, Wang Yanyan would still be under the pressure of being found out and lay a deadly hand on him. It was a good thing that she had some scruples, which also loosened Lin Tianming's taut heartstrings a little. He also felt that the more he looked at Mo Jinghong, the more he found her agreeable. Perhaps too excited to return from the dead, Lin Tianming hurriedly pulled away from Wang Yanyan and flew towards Mo Jinghong. Under Mo Jinghong's stunned gaze, Lin Tianming excitedly hugged her and thanked her for saving his life. Senior sister shocking rainbow. I was almost killed just now. You are truly my savior. Come, give me a hug. Chapter 55, Mo shocking rainbow excludes suspicion. Maybe she could be his helper. Hearing Lin Tianming's comments about treating her as a savior, Mo Jinghong was able to understand why he was excited to hug her as soon as he saw her. She could have disregarded Lin Tianming for hugging her, but Mo Jinghong still gently pushed Lin Tianming away and explained for Wang Yanran. Lin Tianming's senior brother is joking. Yan Yan's senior sister. She is the president of the student council, often guiding us juniors and siblings. Her hand has always been measured. Just now that move just looks scary. Intended to test the limits of your ability. Absolutely will not really hurt you. Wang Yanyan was actually in a bad mood after being disturbed by Mo Jinghong from her plan to kill Lin Tianming tonight. But after hearing Mo Jinghong, who didn't know the truth, excusing her, she also went along with Mo Jinghong's concurrence. Elementary school brother. I'm sorry for scaring you, but I really won't hurt you. It's true that I wouldn't harm the students and siblings of the Imperial Great Empress Academy for no reason, but you are, in my eyes, a great traitor who defiled my body, as well as a great villain who will maim more people. Let's forget about tonight, but I won't just stop. Every time I think back to the unpleasant images of my last life that were defiled by you, I get enraged. I can only be relieved if you die. Unpleasant images. How unpleasant is it? As a traveler, Lin Tianming had a clear conscience anyway. His ears were getting calloused from hearing her say that he had defiled her body all the time, even though he knew that she was suffering from the humiliating memories of being defiled in her last life and that she had her own hardships. Lin Tianming couldn't help but brainstorm. It's a little revenge on her. He'd done nothing to her. He was always being wronged, and it was okay for him to brainstorm and substitute. Brainstorming is brainstorming, but he certainly wouldn't do something like that. Today's crisis was considered to have passed for the time being, but he also had to think about how to deal with this Phoenix Yen goddess who was the biggest threat to him at this stage in the future. After seeing Wang Yanyan's special ability to devour other people's flame skills to strengthen her own body, Lin Tianming could see that even if he had all 4 copying skills turned up, his normal means of facing her at a low level would have no chance of winning. Not waiting for Lin Tianming to figure out how to deal with Wang Yanyan in the future, Mo Jinghong again said, Senior Lin Tianming, looking at your state, it's obviously not suitable for you to continue to receive guidance from senior sister Yan Yan. I'll send you back to your boys' dormitory. Yes, amazing Red Senpai. Although he hadn't thought of a way to perfectly deal with Wang Yanyan for the time being, being able to safely get out of here first was also important to Lin Tianming. With Mo Jinghong escorting him, he believed that Wang Yanyan would definitely not think about killing him again tonight. Just as Lin Tianming had predicted, Wang Yanyan had also completely cut off the idea of continuing to make a move tonight. This stinking hooligan has a stunning rainbow schoolgirl following him. There's no chance to make a move on him tonight. Yan Ran's senior sister. Don't worry, I'll give this kid a good enlightenment on the way back, so that he can believe that you don't really want to hurt him. So we'll leave first. Mo Jinghong greeted Wang Yanyan, and thinking that Lin Tianming had been beaten out of her shadow by Wang Yanyan, she took Lin Tianming away from the Flame Awakening site. On the way back from sending Lin Tianming back, noticing Lin Tianming's expression of relief, Mo Jinghong felt amused. Senior Lin Tianming, didn't you have a pretty good fight with Lei Dong at noon today? How come you're scared like this after just one move with school sister Yanran? Can he not be nervous that she's going to kill him? Lin Tianming spat in his heart, but he still said on the surface, Sister Yan Yan is too strong and a 4th-year student. She broke my copying skill with a wave of her hand, and her skill is so powerful. Even if she has a sense of propriety, it's still easy to die if she's not careful. You've only just come to the Imperial Great Empress Academy. You still don't understand senior sister Yan Yan. As I told you just now, she used to cast extremely powerful skills like this, instructing the younger siblings in the lower grades. I've also been instructed by her often that her skills look powerful, as if they're going to kill you, but in reality, when she's close to hitting and can see that you can't hold on, she'll make sure to retract it instantly to stop the fight. Wasn't it just now that she stopped when her skill was about to hit you? So Senior Tianming, don't think too much, and don't be afraid of senior sister Yanran. She's very nice. In Mo Jinghong's perception, Wang Yanyan was really responsible and a good person to her schoolmates, and could usually be considered half a teacher. If Wang Yanran's cousin, Wang Jian, bullied someone and was sued to her, she would do justice and punish Wang Jian. It was a pity that Mo Jinghong didn't know about Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran's past life grudge. If she did, she wouldn't have said that. So Lin Tianming didn't continue to argue with Mo Jinghong about Wang Yanyan. I know, senior sister shocking rainbow, and I also believe that senior sister Yanyan won't harm me, but I do not want to spar with her for the time being. Mo Jinghong teased, ha ha, still being defeated. School sister Yenran, her alien talent is also very strong. Before she represented my Kyushu in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition, she forcefully suppressed all the talented awakened people around the globe, and forcefully won the championship by crushing the second place. Learning that Yan Wang had achieved first place in the global competition, Lin Tianming was surprised. Sister Yan even has such a brilliant record? Talking about Wang Yan's battle results, Mo Shakong revealed the look of a little fangirl. That's for sure. Within these 10 years, my Imperial Great Empress Academy, as well as the whole of Kyushu, every year there are geniuses with SSS class alien talent. But the only one who can truly overwhelm all the geniuses of the same class in the global competition is senior sister Wang Yan. When I first decided to enter the Imperial Great Empress Academy, it was because I watched the video of the competition in which she violently beat up the talented awakened in the Northern Yin domain, and I wanted to become the same as her. That's why I came in. Lin Tianming could see that Mo Jinghong really idolized Wang Yan. No wonder she was so confident that Wang Yan wouldn't lay her hands on him. Senior Lin Tianming, when you arrive, you should also get along well with senior sister Yenran in the future. I reckon she should have seen her shadowing you, and felt that you could be just like her, representing your class of freshmen and defeating the talented awakened in the Northern Yin domain, and that's why she's specially instructing you tonight. When they arrived at the dormitory building where Lin Tianming lived, Mo Jinghong patted Lin Tianming's shoulder in a serious manner and added another sentence. In fact, I'm also very optimistic about you. I feel that your potential is not at all inferior to sister Wang Yan. Cheer up, practice well, and strive to win the championship of the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition in a year's time. Not expecting Mo Jinghong to be so optimistic about him, Lin Tianming also said, thanks for looking up to me, senior sister. I'll work hard, then I'll leave first. Tianming junior brother, let's meet again some other time. Mo Shocking Rainbow was still walking in the same manner as in the daytime. After a short period of contact, Lin Tianming still had a good feeling about her, thinking about his daytime speculation that she might also be a reborn person who had been pitched by the original owner. Lin Tianming experienced what happened tonight, and he felt that he could rule out this possibility. Although Mo Jinghong was also a goddess in her last life, she was clearly not a reborn person who had been pitched by the original owner. If that were true, she would have just assassinated him on the way back from taking him. And to top it all off, the system hadn't had any heartbeat alerts for as long as he'd been in contact with her, confirming that she was a rare future goddess who didn't want to stab him to death. Lin Tianming was also determined to get in touch with her more in the future and cultivate a relationship. That way he'll have an extra hand in the face of danger later on. Chapter 56, Copying Teacher Jiang Han's Superlative Forbidden Spell. When Wang Yanran comes back, she will definitely whip her hard. Ever since his thrilling escape last night, Lin Tianming had been thinking about what to do when he met Wang Yan afterward. Although he had ruthlessly gone through the addiction of having a beauty in his arms yesterday out of revenge, his behavior like this had undoubtedly intensified Wang Yan's feelings of resentment towards him. After a night of thinking, Lin Tianming came up with a plan that could at least protect himself. That would be to leave a copy skill position to copy Mr. Kong Han's Super Bit Forbidden Spell level skill. Wang Yan was strong, but in the end, she was still just a student who had just entered the 4th grade, and compared to Jiang Han, who had already stood at the top of the pyramid of alien awakened beings, she was still a bit far away. In this era where no one had been promoted to godhood, the top awakened Jiang Han was also hailed as the young genius most likely to become a god and break the global record of awakened psychic ability history. In his last life, if he hadn't been assassinated by the original owner at the critical moment of becoming a god, Jiang Han would have been the first awakened person to become a god in this era. If he had Jiang Han's Super Bit Forbidden Spell level skill to protect him, Lin Tianming would not be weak to Wang Yan at all. What are you giggling about, brat? Jiang Han's reprimand with a slight huff rang in his ears, and Lin Tianming also remembered that he was currently taking Jiang Han's awakening course. He narrowed his eyes and snorted. It's nothing, Mr. Jiang Han. Concentrate if it's nothing. This brat, I don't know what he's thinking about absent-mindedly. He's in a bit of a bad shape today. Hearing Jiang Han's heartfelt complaints, Lin Tianming also hurriedly entered the special training state of focusing on cultivation and leveling up, lest she blow up as well. If Jiang Han blew up and wanted to kill him with an iron will, that battle power was even more terrifying than Wang Yan. It was so hard to find a way to raid Jiang Han. Lin Tianming was with her, and he definitely had to always let her revel in the satisfaction and achievement of nurturing him. She likes to play the nurturing game, so he has to play nice with her. This would allow her to get her training to improve herself quickly, as well as gain her favor and slowly remove her resentment invisibly. At the end of the morning's hard special training, Jiang Han was still very satisfied with the results of Lin Tianming's special training today. Such a focused attitude is right. This kid Tianming's talent is really good. Today his soul power enhancement and his ability to control the god's hand have both progressed significantly. With this kind of gradual progression, he'll soon be able to break through to the 17th level. Level 17 is also an extremely crucial level for this brat, allowing him to shorten the cooldown time of his god's hand replication ability from 12 hours to 6 hours. The next key level will be level 20, and his god's hand copying skill cap will reach 5. With his faster growth rate in this life than the last, it is estimated that he will be able to rise to level 20 by the end of this semester at the latest. From Jung Han's heart, he learned 2 messages that were extremely important to him. The god's hand copying ability cooldown would be shortened to 6 hours at level 17, and at level 20 he would be able to further increase the god's hand skill count cap to 5. Knowing this, Lin Tianming was looking forward to the next daily special training that Jung Han had customized for him. Jung Han saw that the special training she arranged for today Lin Tianming had all been completed perfectly. She also said, "Very good, little Tianming, today's lesson will end here. Now you have to carry out the special training for leveling up. The special training for exercising the god's hand ability and the special training for the soul alien talent that was accidentally awakened in the secret realm every day. The physical and mental exertion is extremely great, so go back and rest and recuperate well so that you can be more energetic on the next day. Continue the special training. Okay, Ms. Ginger Han." Finally, he was able to end this physically and mentally exhausting special training, but before leaving, Lin Tianming still had to copy Jung Han's skills. He had only used his copying skill 3 times in this morning's special training session on his powers, and he still had one last skill left to use. In order to prevent last night's crisis from happening again without the means to deal with it, today Lin Tianming had purposely left the last copy skill. Originally, Lin Tianming had wanted to finish Jung Han's lesson for the day with just 1 copy skill, so that he could copy 3 superbit forbidden spell level skills for his defense under the class. Who would have thought that the intensity of Jung Han's special alien training course was as high as ever, and that she was designing the difficulty of the special training in a targeted manner in order to drain him of his current level of alien potential. This also led to Lin Tianming almost not being exhausted in order to save that only copy skill. However, it was finally saved, and Lin Tianming instantly unleashed the hand of God. Reproduction. Even though it wasn't the first time Lin Tianming had viewed her skills through his copying ability, Jung Han's lightning attribute skills as a top awakened were still so numerous that they dazzled Lin Tianming. He didn't bother to look closely at each one, and directly selected the superbit forbidden spell level skill Purple Thunderquake that he had copied 2 months ago. Lin Tianming had wanted to walk away after copying Jung Han's skills silently, and didn't want to attract her attention. Still, he had far underestimated Jung Han's familiarity with the original Lord God's hand. "This little brat is checking out my skills through the copying ability?" Jung Han's heartfelt words made Lin Tianming's heart thump, but he still pretended that nothing happened. After successfully replicating the superbit forbidden spell skill Purple Thunder Shocking Sky, Lin Tianming turned around and wanted to leave. Who would have thought that Jung Han called out to him, "Brat, did you just copy my superbit forbidden spell level skill?" Mentally sighing at her level of sensitivity, Lin Tianming turned back to look at her and said sloppily, "Ms. Jung Han, no, this brat, is it true that you think I don't understand how your god's hand copy skills? In your last life, your god's hand copying ability was all because I handily helped you figure out how to raise your potential, and I know exactly when you're copying skills. Even if you copied my skills when you killed me in the last cruel regicide in your last life, I know all about it. Only I thought at that time that you should have seen that my breakthrough to become a god was too dangerous, and out of filial piety for fear of something happening to my mentor, you copied my skills to help me apportion the crisis of becoming a god. And who would have thought that I had misjudged your character, and ended up dying at the crucial moment of becoming a god in your hands, because Lin Tianming had copied her overdrive forbidden spell skill, Purple Thunder Shocking Sky, and lied to her." Jung Han couldn't help but think back to the past of her last life again. Lin Tianming cried. He had copied her superbit forbidden spell skill just to defend himself, nothing else. He's not the original owner. In order to prevent her from exploding on the spot and wanting to fight him to the death, Lin Tianming also hurriedly admitted, Teacher Jung Han, I did indeed copy your superbit forbidden spell level skill." "What skills?" "Purple Thunderquake." As soon as she heard that Lin Tianming's copy was the skill Purple Thunderquake Sky, Jung Han's mind flashed back to her last life when she was facing the crisis of advancing to godhood and was sneak attacked by Lin Tianming, a rebellious disciple. With Purple Thunderquake Sky, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Purple Thunderquake. This skill is extremely powerful in terms of destructive power and lethality even amongst my superbit forbidden lightning attribute skills. What do you want to do by copying it? Is this life so early in the morning to move to kill for the teacher? Could it be that he has already found out that I have the heart of angry thunder and wants to snatch it now? You're really a good student of mine. Adversary. I had thought that you would be different in this life and wanted to observe for a while longer, but it seems that it was my fantasy after all. Even if you live a new life, a person's character won't change in any way. If he continued to let Jiang Han continue to be so misunderstood, Jiang Han's threat was definitely much greater than Wang Yanran's. Lin Tianming was also in a hurry. Ms. Jiang Han, you should still remember that I injured Wang Jian on the day of the freshman test, right? His fourth-year student council president cousin Wang Yanran knew about it and approached me twice in a row. The first time I dodged a bullet with the excuse that I had a stomachache, but the second time, last night, I was still forcibly brought to the Flame Awakening site by her, and I was almost killed by her. If I hadn't happened to be discovered by the passing senior sister Mo Shocking Rainbow, giving her something to worry about, your student I might have died last night at the Flame Awakening ground. That's why I wanted to replicate your superbit forbidden spell level skill, Ms. Jiang Han, so that if Wang Yanran tries to take revenge on me for her cousin Wang Jin next time, I'll have a defense skill as well. With Lin Tianming being so vocal and pretending to be psychologically beaten by Wang Yanyan by bullying her, the anger and resentment in Jiang Han's heart dissipated at a visible rate. It turns out I was too sensitive. Wrong about this kid? It is also. Only I am the one who was reborn. And if I don't tell him about the heart of wrathful thunder, how will he know that the heart of wrathful thunder is hidden in me, thus inducing greed to try to kill me? Maybe as long as I don't tell him about the heart of raging thunder, he can remain a good disciple and student of mine. Jiang Han was considered to have the most conflicted and complicated feelings towards Lin Tianming among all the goddess reborns who held grudges against him from their previous lives. After all, he was the only student she had the highest hopes for and had devoted all her efforts to training. I should have known that I would have killed him 2 months ago, and the longer this dragged on, the more I actually didn't want to kill this retrograde disciple more and more, and even felt that this life would be different from the last one. With conflicting emotions to the extreme, Jiang Han ultimately failed to be ruthless enough to kill Lin Tianming. It's good to have a super-level forbidden spell level skill for defense, but you must remember that this purple thunder shocking skill can never be used easily until it's absolutely necessary. If I let my master know that you use it for evil, I will never let you off lightly. Finally relying on his ingenuity to make Jiang Han put down his murderous thoughts, and having obtained the superlative forbidden spell skill purple thunder shocking sky that allowed him to no longer fear Wang Yanyan, Lin Tianming was overjoyed. Next time if Wang Yanyan dared to commit another offense, he would definitely whip her ass hard. Let her keep saying he defiled her body. He was the one whose innocence she had defiled. In order to put Jiang Han's mind at ease, Lin Tianming also made a solemn pledge to Jiang Han. Please don't worry, Mr. Jiang Han, if the student really does anything wrong with your power, I'll let you do whatever you want. Chapter 57 The outside world is too dangerous. Let's start being geeks today. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Tianming was lying on the bed like a salted fish, staring at the ceiling. Having just finished today's morning's special training, Lin Tianming hadn't felt much tired yet. But this time back in the dormitory, Lin Tianming only realized in hindsight that he had been specially trained by Jiang Han to the point where he was physically and mentally exhausted. Today's training volume could be said to be the most exhausting since Lin Tianming had enrolled in school. Level up special training, God's hand copying and plundering ability special training, and spiritual energy soaring potential development special training. With the volume and intensity of all 3 special training exercises stretched to their fullest, he was exhausted to the limit at the moment, both mentally and physically. His roommate, Chu Yunfei, saw this look of him lying on the bed in a lifeless state and poked fun at him. What's wrong with you today? So weak. Can't be last night and that schoolmate. He. Lin Tianming glared at the sneering Chu Yunfei without a good look. Scram. I don't have anything with her. It's just that mess. Jiang Han's alien ability course schedule today is all about devilish training, and it's wearing me out. All being good brothers in a dormitory, Chu Yunfei and Lin Tianming got along for a few days and let loose. Have you had lunch yet? I'm going to have a lunch. Do you want daddy to bring you one? Lin Tianming also returned Chu Yunfei's words unwillingly. Good son. Then please, bring me one. Tianming, you asked me to bring you food. There's no one else who's so tough when you're begging me. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Chu Yunfei spat at Lin Tianming, but he didn't take it seriously. It's all a joke between boys, and it's too normal to recognize each other as sons. Lin Tianming also smiled back. Yunfei, just bring me a copy of the same of whatever you're eating, then I'll just bring whatever I want. It's not my business if you can't eat it. Dropping a sentence, Chu Yunfei went out. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, continued to lie on his bed as a salted fish, and not long after his cell phone rang with the beep of someone sending him a message. He also picked up his cell phone and lay on the bed to look at it. It was a voice message from Yiqing Xue. Brother Tianming, I'm sorry, the teacher who took our ice attribute alien energy course dragged her feet today. so I wasn't able to go to the place where you were taking your class to look for you in time today. And I didn't send you a message in time to have lunch together. Are you still free now? Yi Qingxue was his only 100% Raider's little girlfriend. And even though Lin Tianming was tired right now, he wanted to have lunch with her and exchange feelings. Just as he was about to reply to Yi Qingxue's message, he received another message from Wang Yanran. I'm sorry, elementary school brother. I scared you last night, but you Yanyan school sister, I really didn't want to hurt you. In order to make amends to you, I'm treating you to a delicious meal off campus at noon today. I've already arrived downstairs in your boys' dormitory now. Remember to come after you finish Mr. Zhang Han's special training class. I'll go. This Wang Yanyan is downstairs? Favoring to find him when he was physically and mentally exhausted by Zhang Han's special training, and still directly blocking the door under his dormitory. Lin Tianming people numb. Although he had copied Zhang Han's super bit forbidden spell skill Purple Thunder Shocking Sky, but with the hindsight of being too tired he was now incapable of casting any skills and was in an extremely weak state. He couldn't let her catch him at this point. Yan Yan senpai, I'm sorry, I already have an appointment today at noon, and the evening is also fully booked, so let's do it some other time. First returning a message to Wang Yanran, Lin Tianming immediately sent another message to Chu Yunfei. If you meet that schoolmate from last night at the entrance later, don't say that I've returned to the dormitory, and don't say that you're bringing me food. Receiving Lin Tianming's message, Chu Yunfei laughed evilly. It seems that this schoolmate was a bit raw last night. Tianming was scared by the whole thing. Feeling that Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran must have happened something last night, Chu Yunfei also returned Lin Tianming's sentence. I understand what happened between you and this school sister. I do things. You can rest assured. At least we have to wait for you to get well before letting you go and indulge. Lin Tianming lazily ignored Chu Yunfei, who was messing with his brain again as he continued to reply to Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, I've already eaten. I also have something to do tonight, so I won't accompany you. Is brother Tianming angry with me? How come? Today is really quite busy. Don't think too much. I'll definitely be with you tomorrow. It's a deal. It's a deal. Lin Tianming originally wanted to accompany Yi Qingxue, but considering that he was in an extremely weak state and it would be dangerous for him to run into Wang Yanyan, he still decided to feel at ease and be a geek in his dormitory for a day today. To recuperate. It was hard to resolve to be a geek for a day before someone seduced him to go out again. He glanced at it. It was a message from Mo Shockhorn. Senior Lin Tianming, do you have a date today? I happen to be free today, so I'll take this opportunity to get to know you better. No date. I'm meeting someone else. Having just refused Mo Jinghong's invitation, Lin Tianming received another message from Fenglan. Tianming, let's have another cut this afternoon. Not coming. He was so tired now that he couldn't release a single skill. So wouldn't going to spar with Fenglan be tantamount to getting killed? He's not going. Not long after rejecting Fenglan, Lin Tianming received another friend verification message. He glanced at it. It was a friend request from Lei Dong, who he had defeated yesterday, and the other party had written a note message. I'm Lei Dong. I was careless yesterday. Let's fight again today. Lin Tianming didn't choose to reject Lei Dong's friend request. He directly left it hanging there as if he didn't see it. These enemies, they really know how to pick the time. Picking today's point in time to try to seek revenge on me. The outside world was too dangerous. He, Lin Tianming, just wanted to be a geek today and stay well in his dorm room to lie flat. Tianming, I'm back, and I brought you your lunch. After waiting for half a day, he finally waited for his good roommate Chu Yunfei to bring back his lunch, and the starving Lin Tianming sat up and took his lunch. Noticing that Lin Tianming was lying directly on the bed and started eating, Chu Yunfei said, aren't you going to come down and sit down to eat? I'm just so tired from today's special training. I'll eat in bed. Lin Tianming thundered as he sat on his bed and wolfed down his lunch. Looking at Lin Tianming's starving appearance, Chu Yunfei also looked and laughed. Tianming, just now I met that schoolmate who was looking for you last night downstairs. When Lin Tianming heard Chu Yunfei's words, he asked, what did you tell her? Chu Yunfei truthfully replied, you told me not to tell her that you were in the dormitory. So naturally I just said that according to what you told me. Hearing Chu Yunfei's reply, Lin Tianming was also relieved. Well done. Yunfei, you're finally reliable for once this time. What do you mean I've only been reliable once? I've created 2 chances for you to be alone with that schoolmate. Lin Tianming lazily hit on Chu Yunfei, who had misrepresented his relationship with Wang Yanyan, and continued to eat his lunch. But then again, when I went to eat, I told that senior sister that you weren't in the dormitory, and I came back from eating to find her still waiting downstairs, and she caught me asking why I brought a meal back, which scared me. Learning that Wang Yanyan was actually still downstairs, Lin Tianming sucked in a breath of cool air. So what did you say? Don't worry, I can be smart. I told you that at this point in the cafeteria there are too many people to queue up. I ordered that meal out of the window on suddenly something delayed for a long time, only to pack it back to eat also so long. Xu Yunfei's improvised handling of the situation was also a relief to Lin Tianming. That's good. Yunfei, next time I'll treat you to something nice. Xu Yunfei revealed a satisfied smile. That's what you said. Next time it's your treat. But then again, are you sure you want to leave that senior sister out to dry? Not going down to see her? Keep her there. I guess she'll be gone in a little while. Lin Tianming will not go out today even if he kills himself. He was now physically exhausted, and he couldn't cast his skills without them being on cooldown. It was so dangerous out there, and if he encountered a new goddess reborn trying to stab him, he would be powerless in his weakened state. The only way to be safe today is to be a geek in your dorm room. No one is going to trick him out. Chapter 58. It's so shy to spar with brother Tianming in front of so many people. Facing all kinds of temptations of the outside world, Lin Tianming didn't change his face yesterday and insisted on lying in the dormitory for a day. A day's rest was also a way for Lin Tianming, who had been specially trained by Zhang Han to the point of exhaustion, to completely recover his spirit. Moreover, this morning Lin Tianming also realized that his physical limits seemed to have been greatly improved. If he were to go through the intense special training that had exhausted him physically and mentally yesterday, he would definitely be able to retain his strength today. Seeing how Lin Tianming came to class today in high spirits, Zhang Han also revealed a satisfied smile. Little Tianming, you look much more energetic today than before. Not bad, not bad. Yesterday's special training was really effective, and his upper limit of physical ability has been significantly increased by the intense special training of the 3 abilities. Physical fitness aspects of the improvement. Do not have to do special training, usually so high intensity of the 3 types of special training. It will be able to work on his physical fitness by the way. So all of this was arranged by Ms. Kong Han as well? Teacher Zhang Han really deserved to be a professional. This business ability to develop the various potentials of the awakened was really strong. Overhearing Zhang Han's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also mentally sighed at her ability to do business as an alien awakened teacher. Ms. Kong Han, what am I going to learn today? Is it still the same as yesterday? In the face of his question, Zhang Han was shaking his head. Today's lesson is different from yesterday's. It's practical training. Lin Tianming sniffed and continued to pursue. Practical training. Is another battle against the Thunderbolt Raging Bear? Talking about this, the corners of Zhang Han's mouth rose slightly. This time, it's a sparring session with someone. Upon hearing that he was going to practice against someone, Lin Tianming subconsciously took a step back. Ms. Zhang Han, the person you're talking about, it can't be you, right? See how scared you are. I'm not the one who's going to spar with you in actual combat today. That person is kind of an old acquaintance of yours. You'll know in a while. Wait. Zhang Han's words made Lin Tianming breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to have a real-life quick fight with her. At the same time, he was curious as to who the actual sparring partner was that Mr. Zhang Han was talking about. He tried to understand who the other party was through Zhang Han's heart, but it was not because Zhang Han did not even think about that person's identity in her heart, but was thinking about what she would eat for lunch today, and it also made it impossible for him to learn any information about the other party for a while. There was no other way. Lin Tianming could only wait here with Zhang Han. Soon, an unfamiliar female teacher walked into the Thunder Awakening grounds with a dozen or so first graders. Among the dozen or so first years, there was really an old acquaintance of his, and someone he knew too well, his childhood friend and school sweetheart, Yi Qingxue. The person he was going to practically spar with wouldn't be Yi Qingxue, would it? Yi Qingxue seemed to have known that she was going to practice against him in real combat, and even gave him a friendly wave. Though I have often sparred with Tianming's brother in actual combat at home before, it's the first time I've done so in front of so many people like today. Yi Qingxue's excited and expectant, yet somewhat nervous and shy heartbeat was also a confirmation of Lin Tianming's guess. After Zhang Han and Yi Qingxue's female teacher exchanged friendly words with each other, he told Lin Tianming that the person he was going to practically spar with today was Yi Qingxue. Little friend Tianming, your actual combat sparring partner today is Yi Qingxue. Although she is the lowest level F-class ice attribute psychic ability, but she relied on her hard work to get into my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. Must be a great perseverance person. You must not be gullible, but also keep in mind that the sparring is done to the point and must not be done to death. Of course, Zhang Han knew that Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue were boyfriend and girlfriend, but she still had to act like she didn't know. In fact, Yi Qingxue's teachers and her classmates knew that she was close to Lin Tianming. They also didn't talk nonsense in this kind of practical sparring session, but were looking forward to the next fight between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Well, please don't worry Ms. Zhang Han, I'll be measured. Responding to Jiang Han, Lin Tianming smiled faintly at Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, please. Brother Tianming called me Qingxue in front of so many people. It's shameful. But I like it. Yi Qingxue was still very happy that Lin Tianming was calling her this way, and she also walked with Lin Tianming to the center of the Thunderbolt Awakening site. I used to spar with Brother Tianming at home, and in front of so many people. I'm sure I'm still a bit shy, but even if the opponent is Brother Tianming, Yi Qingxue, being an ice god reborn, will not admit defeat. Quickly adjusting her shyness, Yi Qingxue's pretty face, which was still slightly reddened, could no longer see any of the shy emotions of seeing her lover, and was replaced by the icy coldness of entering a fighting state. Brother Tianming, you have to be careful. When Lin Tianming saw Yi Qingxue adjust her state so quickly, he also had to marvel at the fact that she deserved to be reborn as the goddess of ice. This ability to adjust her state of mind was really strong. The field of extreme cold. As soon as he came up, Yi Qingxue unleashed the extreme cold domain. All of a sudden, the entire Thunder Awakening venue was like falling into a deep, bottomless ice cave, with the temperature plummeting to the point where people were shivering. This extreme cold domain was Yi Qingxue's perception of the divine Dao ability domain from her previous life as an ice god, a non-designated skill that Lin Tianming simply couldn't copy. Just like Fenglan's wind field, it couldn't be replicated by Lin Tianming's god's hand. By using this move right off the bat, Yi Qingxue just didn't want Lin Tianming to copy her skills and then take Lin Tianming down in a quick battle. It wasn't true that she and Lin Tianming were boyfriend and girlfriend, but she likewise didn't want to lose to Lin Tianming in a duel between the differently awakened. She had the pride of an ice god reborn. However, she wouldn't really hurt Lin Tianming, as long as she was limited to defeating her Tianming brother in the normal scope of a sparring match. Brother Tianming, before I sparred with you at home against each other, but I never took it seriously. This time, sister, I will make you understand what is the absolute power of the ice god. Losing to an ice god reborn like me is not a shame at all. Brother Tianming, suffering a setback is also a good thing for you. Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qingxue's absolutely confident, heartfelt voice. He was truly listening to music. It seemed that even his good sister, Yi Qingxue, felt that she should be invincible as a reborn person and could not find any enemy in her peer group. But unfortunately, Lin Tianming likewise had absolute confidence in defeating Yi Qingxue, a goddess reborn, just like Windemir and Alice before. My dear good sister, don't cry if you lose to brother me later. With this absolute confidence, Lin Tianming took his first step forward. Seeing that Lin Tianming was even able to move within her extreme cold domain, Yi Qingxue's beautiful eyes also grew even more chilly. The horrifying power of extreme ice tore a door of Xian ice above Yi Qingxue's head, followed by a huge sword body condensed from Xian ice slowly surging into this world from the other end of the door of Xian ice a little bit. Lin Tianming's eyes sank when he saw this scene. He had never seen Yi Qingxue use this move before when he sparred with her. His most recent copy of Yi Qingxue's skill was also certain that Yi Qingxue wouldn't have been able to do this move before. Noticing the change in Lin Tianming's face, Yi Qingxue revealed a smug look. Brother Tianming, I'm sorry, I've also broken through level 16. I may not be sure of winning you before level 16, but after level 16 I'm absolutely sure of crushing you. This is the Ice Attribute Divine Path Domain skill Ice Blade that I learned in advance after breaking through level 16 and then combining it with my Divine Path Alien ability understanding from the peak of the Ice God in my previous life. Although learned in advance at level 16, the power of Ice Blade will also be suppressed, unable to truly display its power, but also far exceeds the power of all growth skills at the same level. When it grows up in the future, it won't be comparable to the superlative forbidden spell level skills that are still in the mortal realm. Chapter 59, Divine Principle Realm Ice Attribute Skill. Ice Blade. This Ice Blade that seemed to tear through space and appear from another space was the Ice Attribute skill of the Divine Path Realm? When Lin Tianming heard Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words, he couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. Not far away, Jiang Han, who was watching the battle, also had her beautiful eyes slightly converged. This Ice Attribute skill cast by Yi Qingxue, this kid's girlfriend, Tianming, has even touched the Divine Path domain at such a low level. This is too unbelievable. In my last life, I was the young awakened who had the best hope ever of being the first to become a god. And in this life, I've been reborn and returned with so many more unbelievable geniuses. Could it be that the heavenly Tao in the underworld sensed my rebirth and feared that my rebirth would break the original history and order of this world? And that's why it deliberately arranged for so many geniuses stronger than the last to prevent me from ascending to the top of the heap? In her last life, Jiang Han was killed by the original master during her weakest period when she was sneak attacked by the original master during her godhood, combined with the power of the godhood crisis. So she could tell at a glance that Yi Qingxue's Ice Blade skill had the growth of a Divine Path domain skill. Yi Qingxue's teacher, as well as those of her classmates, were also dumbfounded. Is Yi Qingxue really an F-ranked ice attribute ability talent? The power of this skill I feel is even more terrifying than the skill awakened by someone with SSS-ranked ability talent. The awakening ceremony surely can't go wrong. Yi Qingxue should have had some great chance to become so strong with her F-rank alien talent. The strongest skill performed by Wind Erasure the other day was also far less powerful than this gigantic ice blade that seems to have come from the otherworldly world tearing through space. Why do I have the illusion that Yi Qingxue is going to use her F-ranked psychic talent to head-only defeat Lin Tianming, who has SSS-ranked psychic talent? Lin Tianming was also feeling the pressure. Moreover, Yi Qingxue's awakening of the Divine Dao Domain Ice attribute skill reminded him of Fenglan, who had approached him for a sparring session yesterday. Fenglan couldn't have also broken through level 16 and relied on his previous life's understanding of Divine Path alien abilities to learn the Divine Path domain skill in advance, right? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Lin Tianming was a little glad that he was lucky to be half exhausted by teacher Zhang Han yesterday and lay down in his dormitory to rest for the day. However, today, facing Yi Qingxue's ice attribute Divine Dao Domain skill Ice Blade, Lin Tianming was still pulling full pressure. The strongest skill that his god's hand had copied so far was Mr. Konghan's Super Bit Forbidden Spell skill as a top awakened. Yi Qingxue's Ice Blade skill was an ice attribute Divine Dao Domain skill, one level higher than the superlative Forbidden Spell skill. Can he really continue to successfully replicate it? Looking at the huge ice blade that was completely revealed by tearing through the space a little bit, Lin Tianming took a deep breath. He could only give it a try. Hand of God, copy. Noticing that Lin Tianming's movements seemed to be trying to copy her skills, Yi Qingxue smiled. Brother Tianming, I admit that your god's hand is really heaven-defying, but Ice Blade is a god's way domain skill. The most you can do is copy teacher Zhang Han's mortal domain's strongest super bit forbidden spell. Trying to copy Ice Blade is impossible. Let your girlfriend, me, personally break your myth of undefeatability. There's no shame in losing to the Ice God reborn me. Brother Tianming, Ice Blade, go! Yi Qingxue raised her right hand high, followed by another quick swing down. The huge ice blade that tore through space also chopped down violently and attacked towards Lin Tianming, regardless of whether it is the previous life, or this life. Tianming brother, but the debut of the first has never been defeated. I estimate that this defeat he may be beaten by me to the Taoist heartbroken to cry. I was able to win against him this time, but only on the basis that I'm a born again who has lived a new life. With brother Tianming's potential, when we both become gods, he'll more than likely still be able to catch up with me. When this is over, I have to comfort the defeated brother Tianming. We can't let him be devastated just because he lost to me. We are going to be a divine couple who become gods together. This has yet to be decided. And the overconfident Yi Qingxue starts popping champagne at halftime, thinking she's going to win. Lin Tianming had the same mentality as her. Even if she was his girlfriend, he didn't want to lose to her. Lin Tianming, who had activated his god's hand copying ability, also managed to see Yi Qingxue's Divine Dao Domain skill Ice Blade. Copy me. Since he can see it, he must be able to replicate it. However, Lin Tianming had overthought it, and his god's hand failed to copy the Ice Blade skill. Not only did it fail, but it consumed his copy skill count once. Zhang Han was the one who understood Lin Tianming's hand of God the most, and she was also the first to see that Lin Tianming had failed to replicate. It's true that it's just as I speculated. For this child Tianming's god's hand to successfully duplicate a skill that possesses the growth of the god's path domain unless a miracle occurs. A miracle like Yi Qingxue touching the god's path domain at such a low level, the probability is pitifully low. Alas, if you want to win over his little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, you can do it as well. And that's by using the super bit forbidden spell skill that you copied from me. After all, his little girlfriend just touched the divine path domain, but is still a low-level awakened person. The divine path domain growth skill at level 16 is just as powerful as other skills at the same level. And in order to utilize the full power of the true divine path domain, one would still have to be promoted to a god. All of Mr. Zhang Han's heartfelt words were also heard by Lin Tianming, but he didn't want to use his copied superbit forbidden spell skill, Purple Thunder Shocker, in a point-blank sparring match. Once the skill was used, the heaven-destroying might it produced, it was estimated that only his teacher, Zhang Han, would be able to catch it at the scene. Looking at Yi Qingxue's Ice Blade skill that he could see, but he couldn't replicate, Lin Tianming slowly clenched his fists. The extreme cold domain was Yi Qingxue's perception of the divine path abnormal ability, not a specific skill, and it was even if he couldn't replicate it. He didn't believe that he couldn't copy the Ice Blade skill. Hand of God, copy. Facing the huge Ice Blade that was getting closer and closer to him, Lin Tianming once again unleashed his Hand of God, yet he too failed again. With Zhang Han's Purple Thunder Jintian occupying a copy skill position, the level 16 Lin Tianming could only copy a maximum of 3 skills. His 2 consecutive failed attempts at replication were also putting him in a passive position. Fail one last time, and his God's hand copying ability would run out. Brother Tianming, we're just having a normal sparring session. It's not like I'm going to hurt you. So if you can't replicate my divine path domain skill, use your other skills to dodge. Where's your spiritual energy transformation? This ice front is about to fall. If Brother Tianming continues to take the bull by the horns, he won't have time to perform spiritual energy transformation, and he'll definitely be seriously injured. It wasn't just Yi Qingxue who was worried sick because of Lin Tianming's unbelieving behavior. Even Jiang Han, who was watching the battle not far away, could hardly sit still. Why is this kid Tianming so bullheaded in this life? If he were in his previous life, he definitely wouldn't be like this. You failed to copy, so don't waste your copy skill times. What are you being so stubborn with yourself for? If this stubborn donkey continues to be like this, he will have to lie down for at least a week before he can get off the ground when he is hit by the growth skills of the Shinto realm. After he is able to get off the ground, he still has to think of ways to recuperate in order to slowly restart the special training of special abilities. And the intensity can't be too great at the beginning, so he won't be wasted for half of this semester. No, at most 5 seconds. If he doesn't hide, I'll have to dissolve the ice blade for this little stubborn cow. We mustn't let him get hurt and waste a semester's worth of training time. 5 seconds? Lin Tianming was indeed able to circumvent a wave first by relying on spiritual energy transformation. However, if he couldn't successfully replicate Yi Qingxue's ice blade and didn't speculatively use the super bit forbidden spell power skill, he would definitely still end up losing. In order to win, he had to successfully replicate the ice blade. Lin Tianming was really just like what Yi Qingxue and Jiang Han feared. He had gotten into a fight with himself. Hand of God, copy. This time, must give him a copy of success. Seeing Lin Tianming casting God's hand replication once again, Jiang Han couldn't help but hold her forehead. I've never seen anyone so at odds with himself. How come this kid Tianming likes to take the bull by the horns so much in this life? Looks like I'll have to make a move. Yi Qingxue was also on the verge of crying in a hurry. I can't take it back once I've cast it. Brother Tianming is really fighting with himself. Once my ice blade is cast, it can't be retracted. Brother Tianming, don't get hurt. When Jiang Han and Yi Qingxue both thought that it was impossible for him to complete the duplication by drilling into his bull's eye, Lin Tianming's body suddenly erupted with a strong spiritual energy soaring aura around him. With Lin Tianming's strong desire to successfully replicate the ice blade skill adding to his mind, the spiritual energy soaring aura that lingered around him was also becoming more and more intense. This strange scene reminded Lin Tianming of his previous encounter in the secret realm of the Lost Lands. At that time, he fell for the trick of spirit energy ascending to the gods, and his physical body was destroyed, leaving only his soul. Seeing that he was about to be devoured by the cunning gods of the spiritual energy divine kingdom and become the other party's sustenance for reappearing on earth, his strong desire to restore his physical body triggered a light similar to this one, helping him to regather his physical body and devour the remnants of the gods of the spiritual energy divine kingdom in return. He also remembered the unwilling words of the spiritual energy divine kingdom deity before his tragic death, mentioning that he was entering the supreme soul state of mind where the mind was superior to things. This is the supreme state of mind that all spiritual ascensionists who follow the path of spiritual ascension want to pursue in their entire lives. Mind over matter. Spirit can soar, as long as his intention is persistent and firm enough. In the state of mind over matter state of mind, he will be able to obtain what he wants. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Tianming's desire to break the god's hand copying ability taboo and forcibly copy the god's Dao domain skill Iceblade was also at its peak. At this moment, the spiritual energy soaring aura around Lin Tianming also reached its densest level. He was like a god descending into the world who had truly realized the ascension of spiritual energy, and everything he thought about would be transformed into reality. With the flash of a spiritual energy soaring light that shocked everyone at the scene beyond measure, Lin Tianming's last remaining copy skill finally succeeded in copying Yi Qingxue's Iceblade. As Lin Tianming's intensely longed for wish was granted, the light of spiritual energy soaring around him dissipated. At this moment, Yi Qingxue's Iceblade had already landed on top of Lin Tianming's head, just missing him by a little bit. Jiang Han was also immediately slowed down from the shock of Lin Tianming's flickering light of spiritual energy soaring around his body, and made a gesture that he was about to step in to defuse the Iceblade for Lin Tianming. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming would actually shout at her who wanted to step in to save him? "Don't help me, MS. Kong Han, or I'll hate you for the rest of my life." Immediately after that, Lin Tianming's body also surged with the exact same extreme ice power as Yi Qingxue's, and the space above his head was also torn apart by a huge Iceblade condensed by him, competing with Yi Qingxue's Iceblade. Chapter 60, The Heart Trumps Things, turning what I think into what I get. Defeating Yi Qingxue head-on. Being yelled at by Lin Tianming, Jiang Han froze in place. She stepped in to help Lin Tianming dissolve Yi Qingshue's ice blade, and Lin Tianming would hate him for the rest of his life? For some reason, she was really bluffed by Lin Tianming, but after a moment, Zhang Han then realized something was wrong. Why does this brat have the right to hate me for the rest of his life? I haven't even gotten to him to settle his revenge for killing his teacher in his last life, and he still has the nerve to hate me. You're scaring your teacher me even though you're kindly helping you. You're a rebellious disciple with a lot of guts. Make it sound like I owe you and you haven't wronged me. Inexplicable suffocation and anger rose in his heart, but Zhang Han still decided to step in to defuse Yi Qingshue's ice blade for Lin Tianming, the outspoken rebel. But just as she was about to strike, she noticed that Lin Tianming's body was bursting with an icy cold aura around him that was not weaker than Yi Qingshue's at the moment. Immediately afterward, under her dumbfounded gaze, the space above Lin Tianming's head trembled violently, tearing out a huge door of Xian ice. The same huge cold ice blade swept with an aura only found in the ice attribute skills of the Shinto realm, slowly entering this world from the other end of the gate. Is this ice blade? This brat failed to duplicate twice, and the last time was really duplicated by him? That's a growth skill that touches the divine path domain. It's already a miracle for Yi Qingxue to trigger the divine path domain at such a low level, and this child Tianming has created another miracle that's even more heaven-defying than Yi Qingxue. Also really let him with their own bar, drilling bullseye to dislike out this kid in this battle to realize the transformation and growth, breaking the hand of God's original taboos. Not, or rather, this is the true hand of God. It's just that in his last life he didn't achieve such a metamorphosis, and the hand of God should have been able to replicate the Shinto domain skills. Shocked and complicated as her heart changed, Zhang Han had to admit that this life's Lin Tianming's future accomplishments would definitely far exceed the previous one. Although skills above the level of super bit forbidden spells can't receive an additional increase in power, as long as this kid Tianming can replicate it, along with his other tactics, his little girlfriend Yi Qingxue will surely be defeated, because Lin Tianming was able to successfully replicate the ice blade. Zhang Han had gone from Yi Qingxue displaying her divine Dao domain skill being bad for Lin Tianming in the beginning to being confident that Lin Tianming would win this battle. Lin Tianming himself had grown in confidence after successfully replicating the ice blade. As he watched, his ice blade from the bottom up collided with Yi Qingxue's ice blade from the top down. In a flash, the entire Thunder Awakening site swept up a biting cold ice storm. The collision of the two divine Dao domain growth skills was enough to kill all of the unusual awakened in the arena who were at the same level as Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, not to mention that all of the awakened students at the scene were at a lower level than Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue's teacher immediately used her ice attribute's supernatural ability to hold up a barrier, shielding her vulnerable students. With Yi Qingxue's teacher protecting them, those students who were spectating this battle were able to save their lives. What a terrifying might! I didn't realize that such a terrifying skill that Lin Tianming could also replicate it. I have a feeling that if it weren't for my teacher's protection, I might have died a horrible death just now from the energy generated by the collision of those two huge ice-fronted swords. I also have this strong sense of crisis. These two fighting are too terrifying. The most intense battle I've seen since I started school. Those students who were protected by Yi Qingxue's teacher were also shocked and somewhat frightened. Zhang Han, as a top awakened, she didn't put up any defense and just stood calmly in place like that to continue to focus on the battle between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Her eyes blossomed with filaments of purple thunder light, piercing through the cold ice storm that had erupted because of the collision of the ice blades, ignoring the obscuring of her vision, and seeing both Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue clearly. Under her gaze, Lin Tianming had already transformed into a spirit body and quietly appeared behind Yi Qingxue. As for Yi Qingxue, she was still waiting for the end of the ice blade collision, and didn't even realize that Lin Tianming had already gotten close to her. Seeing this, Zhang Han couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Tianming, this child, his fighting instincts are obviously much stronger than his little girlfriend. Before the cold ice power released by this ice blade dissipates, he has already started his next attack. Yi Qingxue didn't seem to notice anything, but just as Lin Tianming was close enough to try to cast a spiritual body spark on her to defeat her as fast as possible, a cold ice lotus blossomed around her. While the ice lotus was protecting her physical body, it was also protecting her soul and recoiled Lin Tianming into withdrawing from his spirit form and manifesting his true body. Brother Tianming, we've sparred so many times, do you think I really won't be able to deal with this move of yours? I'm deliberately showing you a hole to lure you in. You really surprised me by being able to copy my Shinto domain skill, but that's where it ends. The winner is me. After that blooming ice lotus protected Yi Qingxue's physical body and soul, it transformed into a sheet of ice lotus petals and attacked towards Lin Tianming at close range. When Zhang Han saw this, the smile on her face that felt that Lin Tianming was sure to win came to an abrupt end. So this little ninny is deliberately revealing her flaws? Looks like I've underestimated this little girlfriend of Tian Ming's. Her fighting instincts are strong too. Yi Qingxue, who had successfully lured Lin Tianming close, no longer had any reservations, and during the time that the ice lotus petals were attacking Lin Tianming, she once again cast multiple ice attribute skills. Thorn of Ice, Ice Pot Autumn Moon, endless ice spikes hung above Yi Qingshue's head, following the ice lotus petals in front of her towards Lin Tianming. A clear and cold ice moon slowly manifested a vision, sweeping with a cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze everything, quickly blocking off all areas around Lin Tianming. In just an instant, without giving Lin Tianming, who had only just broken away from his spirit form and regained his entity, any chance to catch his breath, he was frozen in the solid ice in the shape of a curling pot by the cold chi released by the ice moon. Brother Tianming, the skills I've unblocked this time are a bit much. You seem to be a bit resistant. All frozen like this? Victory belongs to me, the ice god reborn. Yi Qingxue had just finished popping the champagne at halftime when Lin Tianming crushed her newly learned ice kettle autumn moon skill under her incredulous gaze. At this moment, the lightning power surging around Lin Tianming's body coalesced into the Fury Thunder armor, forming an absolute lightning defense that blocked all of the countless ice lotus petals that had already gotten close. How is this possible? A low-level skill like Raging Thunder armor. A Thunder Rage bear's low-level skill doesn't have any growth, so how can it be raised to level 16 and still have such a strong defense? My Ice Lotus Flower and Ice Pot Autumn Moon are both high-growth ice attribute skills unblocked at level 16. Although they are not as good as a Shinto domain skill like Ice Blade, there is no way that they can't break through the defenses of a low-level skill like the Fury Thunder armor. Listening to Yi Qingshue's incredulous heart, Lin Tianming curved the corner of his mouth and kindly reminded her, Qingxue, this might hurt a bit, so bear with it. As the words fell, Lin Tianming violently stomped his foot, and the power of thunder trampling shook the grounds towards Yi Qingshué. Her failure to seduce Lin Tianming into getting close for an explosive attack meant that she would also have to endure Lin Tianming's close counterattack. Thunder Trample ran at her at close range far faster than she could cast her skills for defense. Ice Lotus Flower is an offensive and defensive skill. Give me defense. Hiss. It hurts. Ice Lotus Flower was only halfway through her spell when Yi Qingshué was hit by Lin Tianming's Thunder Trample, interrupting her spell. The Ice Lotus Flower that had coalesced halfway to the point of not taking shape also collapsed with it, under the terrifying lightning power of Thunder Trample's electric shock. Yi Qingshué at this moment also understood why Lin Tianming had just reminded her that it would hurt next, because being trampled and electrocuted by thunder really hurts. Under the continuous electric shock, Yi Qingshué was dizzy and her delicate body fell forward with a softness. She had thought that she would plant herself on the ground, but who would have thought that Lin Tianming had caught her in time, collapsing in Lin Tianming's arms. Yi Qingshué, whose strength was exhausted, also had to admit that it was she who had lost. Brother Tianming, thank you, it's true that you're still stronger. Qingshué lost with conviction. Chapter 61, Eating Attribute pulled full. Brother Tianming, I want more. It's finally over? What a wonderful battle just now. It's not shameful that F-ranked alien talent Yi Qingshué was able to fight SSS-ranked alien talent Lin Tianming like this before losing. But I have to say, Lin Tianming deserves to be the #1 freshman of my Imperial Great Empress Academy. This hand of God of his is too strong. Those lightning skills of his are also copied by him using the hand of God, right? This God's hand is too perverse. It can copy any skill and use it at will. Unlimited copying and unlimited use. Who can beat him here? When the battle ended, those classmates of Yi Qingshué didn't taunt her for her defeat, and even felt that there was no shame in her losing to Lin Tianming. However, they didn't realize that Yi Qingshué was actually also an SSS-Grade Ice Attribute Ability talent, not an F-Grade. The previous awakening ceremony was an F-rank, a result of the damage to the Divine Soul caused by being hit by a car a long time ago in order to save the original owner. As long as she repaired her Divine Soul, she would be able to regain her true SSS rank talent. Lin Tianming's God's Hand replication wasn't as infinite as they wanted it to be either, with no cooldown and unlimited usage. Although the limitations would become less and less as the level increased, Lin Tianming still had a long way to go before he could achieve truly unlimited replication and unlimited usage. The weaknesses of the low-grade God's Hand, Lin Tianming naturally wouldn't tell anyone else. If it wasn't for the fact that teacher Jiang Han had the experience of developing the original owner's supernatural abilities for him in his previous life to know about his weaknesses, Lin Tianming actually didn't want Jiang Han to know about his weaknesses. But if Jiang Han knows, she knows, and Lin Tianming believes that she has her principles and won't talk nonsense. And he was counting on this teacher, who had taught him everything he needed to know, for the development of his God's Hand replication and predation potential, as well as for the exploration of the path of the spiritual ascender. With her help, he would only grow faster with fewer detours. After Lin Tianming and Yi Qingshue's sparring session ended, Yi Qingshue's female teacher was also the first to come up and check Yi Qingshue's physical condition. Only after confirming that Yi Qingxue had only exhausted her power and had not suffered any damage did the female teacher let out a long sigh of relief. Next, Zhang Han and Yi Qingshue's teacher chatted with each other about some topics related to the alien energy course and addressed each of the students who were in class together today before they announced the dismissal of the class. Today's lesson was just a practical sparring session with Yi Qingshuo, and Lin Tianming was able to accompany Yi Qingshuo for a walk and talk on campus after class, not to mention how happy he was. Walking through the campus streets of the Imperial-Grade Imperial Academy, Lin Tianming noticed that there were more people today than the previous days. He casually asked, "Qingshuo, are there a lot more people on campus today?" Yi Qingshuo sniffed. She also said, "That's for sure. Today is the day when the second year, third year students, and fourth year students officially start school. So naturally there are a lot of people. All of the students from the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy have returned today?" Seeing that Lin Tianming was still surprised, Yi Qingshuo gave him a strange look. "Yes, brother Tianming, you didn't just realize that, did you?" Talking about this issue, Lin Tianming was a bit embarrassed. "Yes." Yi Qingshuo blinked her beautiful eyes. "Brother Tianming, you need to pay more attention to the news within the school, but it's okay if you don't pay attention to it, Qingshuo, in the future, in order to prevent brother Tianming from missing out on some big events. It's good to act as brother Tianming's little assistant with the news. As soon as there's any news, I'll pay attention to it for you to remind you of it. Qingshuo, then I'll trouble you." "It's no trouble." Who told Qingshuo to be Tianming's brother's sweet little girlfriend? When Tianming's brother's sweet little messaging assistant, he'll love me even more. Humph. Fenglan, you little vixen. Don't even think about stealing my brother Tianming. Listening to Yi Qingshue's jealous king's heart in this all-inflected Fenglan sentence, Lin Tianming felt quite a headache at this behavior of hers. He didn't nip her little mind, though, and continued to walk her around campus. "Brother Tianming, class ends early today. Let's go play outside the school together, okay?" At this time, Yi Qingshuo suddenly proposed to go out to play, and Lin Tianming pondered for a moment, feeling that it wasn't quite right. "You're running out of power now. Sure you don't want to go back and get some rest before we go out for the night?" "No. It's just that in Tianming brother's power is exhausted and can't release the skills only. But it's not a big injury. Let's go out and have fun now. There is a snack street at the west gate. Let's go over there together and have some food." Yi Qingshuo didn't want to miss this opportunity to date Lin Tianming. Her jade hand holding Lin Tianming's arm also shook as she looked at Lin Tianming with an expectant face. Westgate's snack bar? He had also been there with Chu Yunfei the other day and had even met Alice there. It wasn't far from the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, and eating something would still allow Yi Qingshuo to recover faster. After contemplating for a while more, Lin Tianming still agreed to Yi Qingshuo. "Alright, but after we eat, we have to come back. You can't walk for too long with this strength-depleted body. Come back earlier to rest. You can also attend your teacher's class better tomorrow." "Well, brother Tianming, we'll play until noon and then we'll be back." Finally convincing Lin Tianming to take her to play outside the school, Yi Qingshuo was overjoyed, pulling Lin Tianming to run towards the west gate. That didn't look at all like a person whose strength had run out. Looking at her lively appearance, Lin Tianming was really worried that she would collapse from physical exhaustion. He was also keeping up with her in case something went wrong and there was no one to bring her back. With a heart-stopping tug along the way, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingshuo also arrived at the snack street a few blocks past the outside of the west gate. "So many delicious. Smells good. Brother Tianming, I want to order 10 skewers of grilled gluten." "Ah no. Or 10 skewers of squid whiskers first." No. 10 skewers of lamb kebabs." Or, as soon as he came to the snack street, facing the huge variety of food here, Yi Qingshuo was transformed into a greedy little glutton, and she also had difficulty in choosing. Seeing that she didn't know what to eat for a while, Lin Tianming directly made the choice for her. "Boss, give me 10 skewers of squid whiskers, 10 skewers of lamb kebabs, 10 skewers of barbecued gluten, and 10 skewers of tenderloin." The boss was naturally overjoyed at Lin Tianming's behavior of asking for all of them. "Okay, this handsome man, please wait, it will be ready in a while." With Lin Tianming and Yi Qingshuo waiting patiently, their orders of grilled gluten, squid whiskers, tenderloin, and lamb kebabs were all packed. Lin Tianming led Yi Qingshuo to continue wandering around and handed her the bag. "Eat whatever you want." "Thank you, brother Tianming. Let's eat it together. Here, this is yours. I'll get you a new one when you're done. Brother Tianming is so nice to me." Walking along the streets of the snack street, Yi Qingshuo didn't even eat much of the large bag full of kebabs in her hand before she was seduced by the food nearby. "Brother Tianming, it's a bullfrog. Let's order 2 bullfrogs. I'll take both the honey and garlic ones of the flower nails sold at that store. And let's try the duck blood vermicelli soup too. It's vegetable pancakes. I didn't realize that there were vegetable pancakes for sale in the Imperial City. Mixed grain pancakes aren't quite to my taste. I still prefer the vegetable pancakes from our place. It's been a long time since I've had them. Here, and there. I want more of this. Listening to Yi Qingshue's foodie speech without any self-control, Lin Tianming's person went numb. He pressed Yi Qingshue's restless body and reminded her, Qingxue, I think you should finish the ones you have in your hand first. Don't buy so many you can't even eat them and waste them. Chapter 62 Demonic Infiltration in the Land of Calamity. Lin Tianming was facing demons for the first time. Luckily, Lin Tianming had the foresight, and on Yi Qingshue's small appetite, she didn't eat much before she was full. If he had listened to Yi Qingshue's messing around just now, he would have definitely wasted a lot. But even so, he was still carrying the vegetable pancakes and flower armor that Yi Qingxue had ordered in his hand. I can't, brother Tianming. Qingxue really can't eat anymore. I'll leave the rest to you. He. Hiccup. As she said that, Yi Qingxue even burped playfully. She blinked at Lin Tianming with some embarrassment, being truly unable to eat. Lin Tianming looked at the vegetable pancakes and flower armor in his hand with a headache. He could only do it himself. Seeing Lin Tianming taste the vegetable pancake, Yi Qingshuo hurriedly came over and asked with a smile, does it taste like home? Lin Tianming shook his head. No, there's still a difference between the taste of vegetable pancakes in this imperial capital and ours. Yi Qingshuo sniffed and also stretched her neck as her small mouth took a bite of the vegetable pancake in Lin Tianming's hand. Under Lin Tianming's crying and laughing gaze, she tasted. This vegetable pancake has become tasteless in the empire. It really doesn't have the flavor of home. It's in your hands, brother Tianming. Hiccup. Saying that, Yi Qingshuo burped again. Lin Tianming looked at the vegetable pancake that had been bitten by Yi Qingshuo, and was somewhat unable to get down. You've bitten it. How can I eat it? Brother Tianming. I've eaten everything you've bitten, so why can't you eat it if I bite it? Are you disliking me? Stinky brother Tianming. How dare you dislike what I've eaten? Lin Tianming listened to her heart and speech and hesitated, but still continued to savor the vegetable pancake with a clear heart. Watching Lin Tianming start to eat the vegetable pancake that she had taken a bite of, Yi Qingshuo couldn't help but ramble on again. Does this count as indirect kissing between brother Tianming and I? Yikes. It's so humiliating. Yi Qingshuo was really full of random thoughts after this being rated by him, and Lin Tianming was used to it. He didn't poke at her little mind, letting her indulge herself in her little world of fantasy. The two continued to talk and laugh like this as they strolled through the snack bar, and their relationship heated up further. Yi Qingshuo was obviously already full, but she still had the temptation of being tempted by the street food. There's even a cloud cake for sale here. Brother Tianming. Let's buy some. Lin Tianming's side had just finished fixing Yi Qingshue's flower armor and vegetable pancakes that she couldn't eat, and he was quite headstrong when he heard that she was tempted again. Haven't you already eaten your fill? Yi Qingshuo was giving an excuse for her gluttony. This is an after-dinner dessert. You can properly eat some. The cloud cake can be put for a long time, and it's usually good to take it out and eat it. And we can also buy more to bring back to the Imperial Academy. The key to her excuse also made Lin Tianming quite moved. This cloud cake could indeed be bought more to bring back to the Imperial-grade Imperial Academy to eat as a small snack during the week. Well, then it would be good to buy more cloud cakes to bring back. I knew brother Tianming was the best. After buying 2 large bags of cloud cake, Lin Tianming looked at the time and said, Qingxue, it's almost noon. Are we? However, halfway through his words, he perceived an extremely dangerous aura. Although Yi Qingshuo couldn't use her skills yet for the time being, she did sense the dangerous aura. Looking towards the direction of the scent they had sensed, a man dressed in black was slowly walking towards them. Brother Tianming. There's something wrong with this guy. It's the scent that only the demons of the Calamity Land have. How could such a person tainted with the scent of a demon appear near the imperial capital's great Imperial Academy? As soon as he heard Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words that the person in front of him was tainted with the demonic aura of the Land of Calamity, Lin Tianming's eyes also slightly narrowed. Don't blame me for not warning you. Stop right there. Facing Lin Tianming's warning, the man in black grinned. His open mouth was still leaking eerie black gas out, and it looked creepy as hell. He let out a hoarse voice and asked, You guys are students of the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy, right? Lin Tianming's body instantly surged with the power of thunder around him, condensing into the Fury Thunder armor to protect his body while he also looked at the man in black with a stern look in his eyes. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Seeing that Lin Tianming wasn't even afraid of him at all, the black-clothed man's body gradually began to wriggle, and it wriggled more violently than once. His laughter was also getting more and more strange and frightening. That's it then. I'm giving you two choices now. Either join us or die. As he said that, the latent demonic aura of the calamity land on the black-clothed man's body exploded as much as it could. Rolls of black gas rushed to the sky, coalescing into a ghostly face several stories high, and the hideous and ghastly ghostly face further spread the black gas, scaring the nearby passers-by into a hasty flight. Yi Qingshue's expression sank when she saw this scene. Is the defense of the imperial city this bad? How did such a dangerous person with a demonic scent get in through all the layers of investigation? It's the sweet scent of SSS-ranked powers. Another full meal. The hideous ghost face locked onto Lin Tianming like a hunter seeing a delicious prey. His eyes filled with greed. As he spoke, the hideous ghost face lunged towards Lin Tianming. Brother Tianming, watch out. Tianming brother, this is the first time to fight with the demon. Lack of practical experience. Also do not know if he can hold up. Abominable. If I can perform the skill, I should still be able to deal with it with my experience in dealing with demons in my last life. Yi Qingxue can deal with this demon as long as she can release skills? Then what can win against Yi Qingxue? He surely can too. Yi Qingshue's worried heartfelt words instead caused Lin Tianming, who was already under a sharp increase in pressure, to have his confidence boosted. He merely lacked experience in fighting demons. And today, he would take this black-clothed man who was tainted with the scent of a demon to practice. Fury Thunder Armor. Defend me against it. As soon as she saw Lin Tianming trying to use the Fury Thunder Armor to directly defend against the Predator Ghostface's attack, Yi Qingxue was shocked. Brother Tianming, you can't defend like this. It will erode your Thunder Armor. Just as Yi Qingxue had said, as soon as that hideous ghost face touched Lin Tianming's tyrannical Rage Thunder Armor, it did not use brute force to make an impact, thus crushing the tyrannical Rage Thunder Armor. Instead, it was attached to the Riotous Thunder Armor, as if it were a part of the Riotous Thunder Armor, and did not encounter any rejection from the Riotous Thunder Armor, penetrating into the inner layer. This bizarre and frightening scene of erosion also caused Lin Tianming's face to change in shock, and he immediately shattered the Fury Thunder Armor on his own. Spiritual energy transformation. His body instantly transformed into a void soul spirit. Lin Tianming had thought that he would be able to dodge the attack of the hideous ghost face. However, he found out again that he was wrong. The hideous ghost face saw him in his soul spirit state, but instead became more excited and lunged towards his invisible spirit body. Brother Tianming, the demonic creatures in the land of calamity, all of them can attack with their souls. This black-clothed man must have been possessed by a high-ranked demonic creature. He's no longer himself. It's best for you to use less spiritual energy transformations. It will make you even worse at dealing with him instead. However, it was already too late when Yi Qingxue uttered those words, and the hideous ghost face had already pounced on Lin Tianming's spirit body. This scene scared Yi Qingxue so much that she turned pale. It's over. Brother Tianming won't die, right? Who would have thought that the light of spiritual energy soaring that had erupted during the morning's battle with her would once again erupt around Lin Tianming? The flickering light of spiritual energy ascension immediately frightened the hideous ghost face that wanted to devour Lin Tianming's spiritual body to immediately back away, as if it had encountered a god that could crush it at will. Lin Tianming himself had discovered that the hideous ghostly face was afraid of his spiritual ascension power, which gave him a huge boost of confidence. Even the spirit energy ascension divine kingdom gods were killed by his backlash. And a mere brat wants to devour him? Spiritual sparks. The boiling and burning spiritual sparks erupted with Lin Tianming's exertion, and also erupted with an even more powerful spiritual soaring power than usual. This scene also startled Lin Tianming. He usually didn't see spirit body sparks have such a strong power. So how did it explode with such a terrifying power as soon as he encountered the hideous ghost face? Could it be that the power of spiritual ascension is the natural nemesis of this soul-formed demon? As soon as he thought of this, the confident Lin Tianming directly threw out a spiritual body spark that was several times stronger than usual. As soon as that strong spiritual energy soaring power touched the hideous ghost face, it instantly ignited it. In just a moment, that hideous ghost face was burned to ashes by Lin Tianming. And when the man in black saw that Lin Tianming had broken his hideous ghost face so easily, he was also trembling with fear and stepped back a little. Lin Tianming also took a step forward, and his body was even surging like a storm of spiritual energy soaring power around him. Your turn next. Psychic Storm. Chapter 63. The power of spiritual ascension is the natural nemesis of demons. Looking at Lin Tianming, who was surrounded by surging spiritual energy soaring power, Yi Qingxue also became dumbfounded from her initial worry about him. Brother Tianming didn't use this move this morning when he was sparring with me. His soul power seems to be a bit special. Obviously demons are very good at targeting the souls of human awakened beings, but he is able to in turn restrain the soul power attacks of demons. It seems like I've been worrying too much. Brother Tianming has this special soul power that can naturally suppress demons. It's practically made specifically to deal with demons. The power of the spiritual energy storm surging around Lin Tianming's body at the moment was also several times stronger than the one he had received under Jiang Han's special training. And the storm that was transformed by the spiritual energy was as violent as a tornado, exuding a terrifying destructive energy for the soul. Go! With a movement of Lin Tianming's mind, the spiritual energy storm that had skyrocketed in power when dealing with demons exploded and swept towards the man in black. The man in black had just threatened that Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue would either join him or die. Now all he had in his eyes was the infinite fear of meeting his natural nemesis. He turned around and tried to escape from here, but he realized that he was not only unable to escape by half a step under the strong pull of the psychic energy storm, but he was also being pulled a little bit closer to the psychic energy storm. The psychic energy storm was already speeding towards him, and now that he was still a little bit closer to it, it was tantamount to accelerating his destruction. No, I've managed to find a body to blend in. I haven't even tasted the delicious high-quality human awakened souls. Accompanied by a mournful wail of resentment like that of an evil spirit, the black-clothed man tainted with the demonic aura was reduced to flying ash in Lin Tianming's psychic energy storm. Isn't the power of this spiritual energy storm against demonic creatures a bit too strong? Too outrageous? After Lin Tianming had seen the great power of the spiritual energy storm that could turn demons into flying dust, he too had been shocked. After a short period of shock, Lin Tianming also revealed a hint of joy. The power of spiritual ascension would skyrocket several times in power when facing demons, which was good for him. Brother Tianming, you're not hurt, are you? Yi Qingxue's concerned words rang in his ears. Lin Tianming also looked at her and said, no injuries, it's just that he lacked experience in dealing with demons in the beginning and used the wrong move. I didn't expect it to be so afraid of my spiritual body spark and spiritual energy storm. Yi Qingxue sniffed and muttered. That tornado storm condensed by soul power just now is called a spiritual energy storm? Lin Tianming snickered. Not bad. What? You want to learn? Yi Qingxue felt that he was deliberately making fun of her, and she gave him a coquettish glance. I would like to learn, but I'm an ice attribute psychic talent, but I can't learn your exclusive skills. You think everyone is like you who can still copy? Alright, Qingxue, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. We'd better go back to the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy earlier. And by the way, report the information about the appearance of people tainted with demonic creatures here. Well, I really didn't expect that the imperial capital is the center of the 9 states. All aspects of the defense measures should be the tightest in the entire 9 states, so that there are still magical creatures infiltrating from the land of calamity. I feel that there is something fishy about this matter. It's better to go back to the imperial capital's Great Imperial Academy earlier. Yi Qingxue deeply agreed with Lin Tianming's opinion, and she had no desire to continue wandering around here now. As Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue chose to leave, in a nearby building, a man whose body was similarly tainted with a demonic aura stared intently at their departing figures. His focus was still mainly on Lin Tianming. He had seen clearly how Lin Tianming had just executed the power of spiritual ascension to kill the man in black. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and scorn for Lin Tianming. The man wanted to kill Lin Tianming right now, but for a number of reasons, having scruples, he resisted the urge to strike now, and turned to look behind him. In the dimly lit hallway stood several people who shared his demonic scent. You guys also saw that student from the Great Imperial Academy just now. He is equipped with an alien power that restrains us. His existence is likely to be a hindrance to our operation this time. Kill him tonight. Remember, do not alert those high-level awakened ones in the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, especially that one called Jiang Han. Yes, Lin Tianming didn't know that he had been targeted by a group of people who were tainted with the scent of demons. And as soon as he returned to the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, he informed Jiang Han of his encounter with Yi Qingxue at the West Gate Snack Street. As soon as she learned of this news, Jiang Han's beautiful eyes instantly revealed a grave expression. Someone who was tainted with the scent of a demon has appeared near the West Gate of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy? Lin Tianming nodded affirmatively. That's right, teacher Jiang Han. That demonic creature that I killed also mentioned that the man in black was the body that he had a hard time finding. Hearing Lin Tianming's addition, Jiang Han then said, so it seems like you didn't kill that demonic creature. Little friend Tianming, what you killed was just a human who was infected with demonic qi by his possession. It's really strange. With the tightly layered defense of the imperial capital, how did the demons from the land of calamity get in? Although in my last life I died tragically at the hands of the adversary next year, there was no demonic invasion in the imperial capital during that time. Has this life changed so much because of my rebirth? Lin Tianming asked. Even if it didn't kill its original body, It shouldn't be able to enter the imperial capital to cause trouble again in the short term, right? Talking about this question, Kang Han pondered for a moment and gave her answer. That's not necessarily true. It depends on whether or not it has also possessed other human bodies lurking within the empire. As far as your description from Tianming's little friend seems to go, that should be a high-level demonic creature that was killed by you because the possessed human body was too weak to utilize its full power while alive. High-ranked magical creatures have high IQs, and infiltrating a human city will usually possess multiple humans, thus avoiding being swept away in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianming sucked in a breath of cool air. Teacher Jiang Han, do you mean that there are likely other people possessed by it lurking in this imperial capital? That's good. And a high-ranking demon will bring along quite a few of its demonic attendants for more stealthy activities after it successfully possesses and infiltrates. Listening to the demonic information Jiang Han provided him, Lin Tianming muttered, surprisingly, there are still little brothers. Another thing is that these demonic creatures are very vindictive, and by killing its possessed target, you've affected the secret plan it was going to carry out in the imperial capital. So I guess it's already eyeing you now and figuring out how to kill you. With Jiang Han's comment that he might have been targeted by demons, Lin Tianming also rushed to Jiang Han for help. So what do I do now, Mr. Ginger Han? Speaking of this, Jiang Han was smiling. What else can we do? Wait for the demonic creature to take the initiative to show up and look for you. You're responsible for seducing it in the flesh. I'm responsible for ending it in one go. You and I, master and disciple, will be fine if we play a good match. Chapter 64. Just wander the streets at night. The demons will surely come for you. Teacher Jiang Han, why is it my flesh that is seducing? What? Brat, you don't want me to seduce those demons for you, do you? It's not like I killed that demon-possessed human. It doesn't matter if I seduce them. Okay, Mr. Jiang Han, where are you now? You stay close to me. I'm a little scared. Little friend Tianming, at this time you know you are afraid? Don't worry, I'm right near you. As soon as that demonic creature appears, I'll also be the first to appear to save you. If I analyzed it correctly, its possessed body that attacked you this time had to be at least an 80-level human awakened person in its lifetime. 80 levels? It's a full 64 levels higher than me. Teacher Jiang Han, are you sure you can save me in time when it appears beside me? Should it? What do you mean you should? You be sure. Well, I'm sure of one thing. Don't be afraid. Your teacher will protect you. Little one, you're cute when you're scared. Get out. How do you talk to your teacher? Adversary? Without replying to Jiang Han's angry voice message, Lin Tianming put on his headphones and continued to walk aimlessly through the late night, deserted imperial capital Great Imperial Schoolhouse. Just now, he wore headphones and exchanged half a day with Jiang Han, originally wanting to ease the tension of the enemy in the dark and him in the light. But as a result, the more he and Jiang Han talked, the more he felt that she was unreliable. It's still up to him. Later on, if any magical creatures really appeared, he would go up and fire a super bit forbidden spell level lightning attribute skill. It didn't matter what level 80 it was. It would all have to go up and smoke under the lightning attribute skill at the level of a super bit forbidden spell. After wandering around the imperial capital Great Imperial School alone for a long time, Lin Tianming hadn't met a single person along the way, nor had he encountered any sudden attacks. He did receive a voice message from Kang Han though. There are demonic auras of demonic creatures, but they are very subtle. They look as if they are very scrupulous. It seems that when they make a move in the Great Imperial Academy, they are still afraid of alerting the high-level awakened ones. After listening to Jiang Han's voice message while wearing headphones, Lin Tianming frowned. Why didn't he sense anything? Instead of sending a voice, he pretended to be a lowly person who stayed up late playing with his cell phone, typing a reply to Kang Han. What then? Keep on seducing in the flesh. The big fish haven't come out yet. It's all small shrimps. You get out. Ha? What out? Little fool. There's no tacit understanding of master and disciple cooperation at all. It's just for you to go out of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, any door, and go out and wander around the streets. Go wherever you want. Are you sure this will work? Trust my teacher's judgment. Wandering the streets at night, just picking out isolated areas where no one is around, preferably where the streetlights are broken and the cameras are damaged. The demons will surely come looking for you. I feel like you're just punking me. Although he felt like he was being punked, Lin Tianming still walked out of the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy as Jiang Han said. He had been communicating with Ginger Han on his cell phone and hadn't heard her heart the entire time. He was certain that her claim to be near him was bull ********. She must be hiding at the furthest distance within sight, watching from afar, or there was no way he couldn't have heard her heart. Despite mentally sighing that Jiang Han was a bit unreliable, Lin Tianming went out of the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy and also started walking towards the dim, remote area. He walked a few blocks like this, and no longer could he see any buildings of the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy in the rear. The streetlights on both sides of the street dimmed, and the far fewer security cameras were damaged and not repaired in a timely manner. You're being watched. Receiving MS. Zhang Han's reminder voice after a long time. Lin Tianming typed and asked, "Is it that big fish you said had taken the bait? The big fish haven't found out yet. When I say you're being targeted, I don't mean the demons, but the guys from the Imperial Capital Awakening Battle Regiment. Their people seem to have watched the security camera footage of the fight you had with the demons at noon today, and they've been looking for you as well. The Imperial Awakening Battle Group? It's the guys who specialize in maintaining the daily order of the Imperial Capital, and their people are probably trying to keep an eye on you from the shadows, waiting for your flesh to seduce the demons before showing up." Lin Tianming was rather speechless. What's with all the people trying to use him as bait to seduce demons at night? Be ready to fight at any time. I have a feeling they're about to press on. You can handle the little shrimp on your own. I'll wait for the big fish to show up and then I'll help you. Good luck. Almost at the same time that Lin Tianming received Zhang Han's voice reminding him to be careful, several extremely bizarre demonic auras appeared from shadowy corners and rapidly encroached towards him. Lin Tianming was worried that he was depressed about being used as bait all the time tonight and had no place to vent. As soon as he saw the several incoming demonic auras, as well as the person staying with demonic aura immediately behind the demonic auras, his eyes also blazed over. Psychic sparks. The boiling and burning spiritual energy flame also split into several channels and attacked towards those several sources of demonic aura respectively. The spiritual fire that struck directly at the soul skyrocketed several times in power when it encountered the demons, and on the spot, the demons that tried to encircle him were burned to death, easily decapitating these several possessed demons that teacher Zhang Han had called little shrimps. Lin Tianming was just about to take out his cell phone to contact Zhang Han to ask when the big fish she had mentioned would appear when a terrifying demonic aura that made his heart palpitate came crashing down on his face without warning. This group of demonic retainers is really trash. I infiltrated in, but it took me a lot of effort to bring them along. I was expecting them to do more for me, but I didn't expect that they couldn't even solve a low-level 16 human awakened person. At the end of the gray street ahead, a man covered in a demonic aura identical to the black-clothed man Lin Tianming had encountered during the day, but even more powerful, slowly walked out. As soon as he saw this man's appearance, Lin Tianming felt a great oppression. It was a pressure from absolute rank crushing, causing Lin Tianming to gasp a little. This guy should be the big fish Mr. Kong Han was talking about. Seeing that Zhang Han didn't come out, Lin Tianming stopped typing to communicate with Zhang Han and instead sent a voice directly to her. "The big fish is out. Where are you people?" Zhang Han, who had been returning in seconds this evening, did not respond this time, which made the pressure on Lin Tianming's shoulders even greater. "Human, do you know that every possessed body that I send mine in is at a huge cost? Even the weakest body that you killed during the day. That took me a lot of effort, and he was killed by you before he could function. You deserve to die." As he spoke, the angry man released the same hideous ghost face as the man in black during the day. However, compared to the man in black in the daytime, the hideous ghost face he unleashed was far more powerful than the man in black in the daytime. Psychic storm. Lin Tianming also directly cast a spiritual energy storm, and the spiritual energy storm that surged several times in power collided with the man's hideous ghost face. Although Lin Tianming's spiritual ascension power was very restraining to the demons, the huge level difference still made Lin Tianming's spiritual storm seem a bit unbearable. In just a moment, Lin Tianming's psychic energy storm was torn apart by the hideous ghost face. "Die, human! I will feast on your soul and then take over your flesh, with which my great plan will come closer to success. This demonic creature can't really be 80 levels like what Mr. Zhang Han said, right?" Seeing that his spiritual energy storm was easily torn apart, Lin Tianming's eyes sank. It was late for Ms. Zhang Han to show up, and although he didn't know what she was up to, Lin Tianming couldn't care less anymore. He decided to cast the overbit forbidden spell skill, which only the top awakened could do, to exterminate the demonic creature in front of him. Superbit forbidden spell, Purple Thunderquake. However, just as Lin Tianming was about to cast the overbite forbidden spell skill Purple Thunderquake Sky, his Purple Thunderquake Sky was unexpectedly interrupted. He assumed that the demon had interrupted it, yet when he looked at the man the demon had possessed, he was also just in time to see the demon's hideous ghostly face being pierced and collapsed by the flourishing petals. As he watched in wonder, the entire street was flying with a beautifully colorful shower of flourishing flowers. A flower petal crossed his ear, and I don't know whether it was his illusion or not, but that flower petal was like a megaphone, ringing a soft and charming whisper straight into his head in his earphone-wearing ear. which was so comfortable that it made him a little bit physically and mentally pleasurable. Your mission is accomplished. Skills at the level of superlative forbidden spells should be used sparingly within the Empire. It will implicate innocent people. Chapter 65 Imperial Capital Awakening Battle Group Flower Yufei. SSS Ranked Ability Flourishing Flower Language. Under the gorgeous rain of flowers, dots of petals scattered down on Lin Tianming's body like raindrops, and gusts of warm warmth surged into his body from the petals, nourishing his body. In just a few moments, Lin Tianming recovered all the physical energy he had consumed from the battle just now in the midst of the flying petals. However, the man who was possessed by the high-level demonic creature was miserable, and was similarly surrounded by endless gorgeous petals, and as soon as the petals touched his body, they released terrifying energy and exploded. A scattering of petals that kept drifting down on his body also bloomed with destructive power on his body again and again. The gorgeous petals bloomed again and again as if they were setting off fireworks. It was obviously exterminating demons, but it was so beautiful that one couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Again, it didn't take long, and unlike Lin Tianming who quickly regained his strength, the man possessed by the demon died a horrible death under the energy of the petals blooming. Lin Tianming watched the man's beautiful death buried by flower petals, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Is there even such a beautiful and splendid attack in this world? Not waiting for Lin Tianming to slow down from the stunning death of the man being killed by the beautiful and gorgeous rain of flowers, a soft and charming woman with a delicate figure, like a flower fairy, swept the gorgeous petals slowly out from the shadows. In a breath, this flower fairy-like beautiful woman arrived in front of Lin Tianming. The flower fairy-like woman gently patted Lin Tianming's shoulder. Junior brother Tianming, tonight it's thanks to your fleshly seduction, but I've been tracking this demon-possessed devil for a long time, and tonight I've finally managed to ambush him. This beat was also an instantaneous reprieve for Lin Tianming. Seeing the flower fairy woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Tianming pulled away from her at the first opportunity and looked at the other party with vigilant eyes. Who are you? How do you know my name? Junior brother Tianming. How prudent. The flower fairy-like woman smiled softly as she too continued. My name is Flower Yufei. I was also a student of the Imperial Capital Grade Imperial Academy a year ago, and I'm now the squad leader of the Imperial Capital Awakening Battle Group's 5th detachment. Although I've been out for a year now, I've been paying attention to some of the news from the Imperial Capital Grade Imperial Academy. Plus you've been very famous lately, and I've seen all those videos of your battles. Also your fight at the Westgate Snack Street at noon today was caught on security cameras, and I've been studying it properly for a long time, so it's not surprising that I know your name, is it? She's the person from the Awakening Battle Group that teacher John Han just mentioned? Remembering that just now, John Han had also said that he was being targeted by the Awakening Battle Group's people. Lin Tianming was a little less wary of Hua Yufei. So it's senior sister. Thank you for saving me. Hua Yufei smiled sweetly. Her knitted brows and smile were as beautiful as a flower fairy just now. Just like her supernatural ability of being able to summon petals from the sky. It's not so much to come to the rescue. I was just watching you almost cast a super bit forbidden spell level skill just now, and came out in time to stop you, and settle this demonic person along the way. Your super bit forbidden spell skill, it should be a copy of Mr. John Han, right? Seeing that Hua Yufei actually recognized John Han, Lin Tianming also said, School sister Hua is ice smart. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. But senior sister, just now you were able to interrupt me from casting the transcendental forbidden spell. Does that mean you've? At the same time, Lin Tianming was curious as to how she, an awakened who had only graduated a year ago, had interrupted him from casting a superlative forbidden spell level skill. It was important to know that skills at the level of superbit forbidden spells were only known to the top awakened. Was Hua Yufei a top awakened 1 year after graduation? Facing Lin Tianming's question, Hua Yufei didn't hide it. Tianming junior brother. I don't have that ability to forcibly interrupt a superbit forbidden spell level skill by myself. I'm only at level 80. Just now. In order to stop you from casting a transcendental forbidden spell skill and causing unimaginable damage to this area, I consumed a transcendental forbidden artifact, which is specifically designed to break transcendental forbidden spell skills. After receiving Hua Yufei's explanation, Lin Tianming also came to a realization. So that's how it is. I get it. Senior sister Hua. But I really didn't expect that your God's hand copying ability would be so perverted, that you could even copy the superbit forbidden spell level skill. That's a skill that only the top awakened would be able to do. And it's actually been copied by you, a 16th ranked abnormal awakened. It's the same SSS ranked psychic talent. I feel like my flourishing flower language is like an F-ranked psychic talent with weak potential when compared to your God's hand. Listening to Hua Yufei's praise of his God's hand, Lin Tianming was a little embarrassed. Senior sister Hua is too modest. SSS ranked powers have their own merits. My god's hand isn't as powerful as you say it is. Ahem. Lin Tianming was chatting quite happily with his first-time graduate sister, Hua Yufei, when suddenly Hua Yufei was coughing up blood. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianming hurriedly assisted her who almost coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Senior flower sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly coughing up blood? Prompting a superlative forbidden weapon to dissolve a superlative forbidden spell skill is one thing that extremely damages the body, and will also cause strong side effects. It's no big deal. I'll just go back and recuperate for a while. As Hua Yufei explained, she coughed up blood several more times. Understanding that she was acting this way to stop him from casting the overbiting forbidden spell skill, Lin Tianming took a deep breath. Sorry, Senior Flower. I didn't mean to hurt you. Does your Awakening Warrior Corps have any branches around here? I'll send you back. It's not your fault. It's me who misjudged the situation. If I had come out at the first sight of that 80-level demon, it wouldn't have forced you to have to fight for your life by casting the superbit forbidden spell level skill that teacher Jiang Han had left for you to save your life. I'm the captain of the 5th detachment in charge of the precincts in this vicinity of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. I'll locate our 5th detachment's position directly to you. After Hua Yufei finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and positioned the location information of the 5th detachment before handing her phone to Lin Tianming. Just watch this navigation and send me back. It's not far from here. I can probably get there in half an hour or so. Lin Tianming took Hua Yufei's cell phone, but just as he was planning to send Hua Yufei back to recuperate from her injuries, the man who had been buried by the rain of flower petals slowly climbed up from the ground. Want to leave? You all have to stay today. Both of you are SSS-ranked psychics. Your souls will surely be delicious. Ha ha ha. Hua Yufei, who had collapsed in Lin Tianming's arms, couldn't help but blush when she saw the man who was supposed to be dead get back up. How is this possible? It didn't even die? Of course I won't die that easily. Both you and this body I'm possessing are 80-level awakened beings. Even if you were stronger and far beyond your level, you couldn't possibly kill me that easily. The man laughed wildly, his hideous ghostly face once again rising up like a dark, soulful flame. I also have to thank you. If you hadn't activated the transcendental forbidden weapon at the cost of damaging your body and interrupted his transcendental forbidden spell skill, just now this possessed shell of mine would have already gone up in smoke. You're entering a period of weakness due to the side effects of the transcendental forbidden weapon. His transcendental forbidden spell skill was interrupted and lost, and now you'll both be reduced to meat on the chopping block for me to slaughter. Watching this demonic man who reared up from the ground laughing more and more freely, Hua Yufei whispered to Lin Tianming, "Don't mind me, Tianming Jr. brother. Although I'm very weak right now, I can still use some forbidden means to stop it from harming you. You go back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy to move for help. It's best to let teacher Jiang Han come in person. She's a top-level awakened person and has killed countless demons. This kind of demonic creature she doesn't put it in her eyes yet." Lin Tianming would like to ask Jiang Han to do it, so he could save himself some effort. It was only a pity that since this man had appeared just now, Ms. Jiang Han, who had been returning his messages in seconds, had played disappearance with him. Now he's on his own. Although his only superbit forbidden skill was interrupted and gone, Lin Tianming was not afraid of the demonic man who had risen from the funeral of a rain of petals. This was because his spiritual ascension power could clearly perceive that this demon was only at the end of his strength after being heavily injured by Hua Yufei. This demon should have seen that he was only in the teens and thought that he could take him down even if he was seriously injured. He would let this demon know that he, Lin Tianming, was no soft touch. Psychic storm. Sensing the raging and surging power of spiritual energy soaring around Lin Tianming, Hua Yufei could tell that he wanted to fight, but she still said, "Tianming school brother, don't be reckless, you leave now. I will block it." Without waiting for Hua Yufei to finish her sentence, Lin Tianming interrupted her forcefully. "Senior flower sister, it's already been injured to its last breath by the rain of petals you just used. There's nothing to be afraid of. Leave the rest to me." What a big mouth. I admit that your kid's soul power is very special and has a natural restraint against us magical creatures. But this body I'm possessing is an 80th level awakened. Even if I'm seriously injured, it's still not something you, a 10th level awakened, can fight against. Laughing at Lin Tianming's loud sea mouth, the demonic man directly unleashed his most severe attack on Lin Tianming. The hideous ghost face continued to skyrocket several times its height as it flew towards Lin Tianming to devour him. "Your soul, I want it. Your flesh, I want it too. I see you're simply confused. Let me send you to heaven." Lin Tianming's eyes glazed over, and his spiritual energy storm also soared several times higher under his control, and swept with spiritual energy soaring power that was enough to destroy all souls, slamming towards the center of that hideous ghostly face. Boom! The storm of surging spiritual energy was like a sharp sword. easily tearing that hideous ghost face like paper from the center, and continued to sweep towards the demonic man with an overwhelming momentum. Looking at the psychic energy storm that naturally restrained their demonic creatures coming towards him furiously, the demonic man, who was hanging on with only his last breath, finally became afraid. How can it be so strong? Even if it restrains us demons, it shouldn't be this terrifyingly powerful at a dozen or so levels. No, this body of mine can't die yet. I still have a more important task that I haven't accomplished. No, just now, if it had continued to play dead and not covet Lin Tianming's soul, it definitely wouldn't have been killed by Lin Tianming, but it was too late to say anything now. Under the violent tearing of the psychic energy storm, this body it possessed could not resist such destruction, and the soul power that it possessed on this body also suffered a painful torment that had never been seen before. In the end, under the double destruction of the body and spirit, it flew into ashes in an unwilling cry of rage. Chapter 66, Mr. Kang Han went to kill the demons in one pot. Dead. Hua Yufei was all set to use her forbidden means to save Lin Tianming against the side effect of aggravating her injuries. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming's spiritual energy storm would directly exterminate the demonic man? That was an 80-level demon possessed by a high-level demon. Even if it was seriously injured, it was not something that a low-level ability awakening could touch. If Lin Tianming still had the super bit forbidden spell that killed that demon, Hua Yufei wouldn't feel so shocked. She was shocked that Lin Tianming's soul power skill spiritual energy storm had such a strong power. She had watched Lin Tianming's battle to exterminate the demonic creature through a video at noon today, but a video was ultimately a video, and it wasn't as intuitive as being there in person. This time, being there, she could clearly feel that Lin Tianming's soul power was special and had a natural restraint against demons. Was it this restraint that allowed Lin Tianming to be able to kill high-level demons more easily than normal people? Without waiting for Hua Yufei to figure this out, the side effects from activating the overdrive forbidden weapon caused her to cough up blood once again. Ahem. It was only with Lin Tianming's assistance just now that she was barely able to stand still. In the short time it took Lin Tianming to exterminate the demons, she became a little unsteady on her feet again. Her legs weakened, and Hua Yufei fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Tianming hurried back to her side and squatted down to take her into his arms. Hana-senpai, are you okay? Hua Yufei was suffering from the side effects of activating the transcendent forbidden weapon at the moment. She was tired and needed to rest. It's fine. This is all within the range of side effects of catalyzing the superlocation forbidden weapon. It's a normal phenomenon. As long as you send me back for a good night's rest, I'll be fine. I'll take you back now. Flower schoolmate, can you still stand up now? Lin Tianming wanted to assist Hua Yufei like he did just now and send her back to the Awakening Battle Group's branch in this neighborhood to recuperate. However, he didn't walk a few steps while assisting her, and under the torment of the side effects of the Transcendence forbidden weapon, her body grew weaker and weaker, and she couldn't walk anymore even if she was being supported by Lin Tianming. If Lin Tianming hadn't supported Hua Yufei in time, she would have had to kneel on both legs again. I'm sorry, Tianming Jr. brother. I should have been the one to save you, but because of my lapse in judgment, I have to let you take care of me. Listening to Hua Yufei's somewhat apologetic words, Lin Tianming shook his head. School sister Hua also didn't expect that demon to be that threatening. That's why she didn't come out to help me in the first place. It's not your fault. You came out later to stop me from casting my transcendental forbidden spell skill. It was also in order to prevent the horrific power of the transcendental forbidden spell skill from affecting the innocent people. You're injured now, so don't think so much. If you can't walk, I'll carry you back. After saying his words, Lin Tianming didn't wait for Hua Yufei to respond. He carried her, whose legs were limp, into his arms in a princess hug, causing Hua Yufei to stifle a cry of delight. Noticing Hua Yufei's crimson rolling face, Lin Tianming said with a straight face, Senior Sister Hua, this is also to send you back to rest. Please forgive me if I have offended you more. Well, it's fine, Tianming Jr. brother. Just please give me a ride. Never mind that her powers and her outward appearance and figure were both exceptionally alluring. She had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. This was the first time Hua Yufei had been in such close contact with a boy. Her rolling face was a little afraid to look at Lin Tianming, who was many years younger than her. Don't look at Lin Tianming, who was all righteous and didn't feel anything. At the moment he was also suffering from Hua Yufei's torture. Hua Yufei itself is a delicate body, soft, a smile are soft and charming to the bone, plus in her own physique and extremely suitable for the supernatural talent flourishing flower language. Even if she does not do anything, also has the temptation to let the heart and soul swing. Being in such close contact with this flower fairy-like beautiful schoolmate, with a gust of floral fragrance lingering around, Lin Tianming's heart was also engaged in a fierce battle of heaven and earth. Hua Yufei was carried by Lin Tianming's princess for a while, and the scarlet on her face faded away. Her emotions gradually stabilized and she was also communicating with Lin Tianming. Junior brother Tianming, I don't know if you've noticed, but your soul power seems to have a natural restraint against those demons, and I think that's why they'll be eyeing you, wanting to nip you in the bud. Talking about this issue, Lin Tianming also said back, well, I found out today at noon. This is still my first encounter with a demonic creature. My spiritual energy flying. My soul power skill is actually not this powerful normally, but when encountering a demonic creature, it can explode into a powerful destructive force that is far superior to the usual, almost exposing the identity of the spiritual ascender. Lin Tianming also changed his words in time to communicate with Hua Yufei again. After Hua Yufei received Lin Tianming's reply, she also continued, Junior brother Tianming, if you grow up, your special soul power might become a powerful weapon for my 9 states to deal with the demons of the Calamity Land. The imperial capital has been a bit unsettled lately. According to the information I got from the Awakening Battle Group, there should be other high-ranked magical creatures that infiltrated my imperial capital by possessing demons, and since your soul power is so restraining to them, you'd better be careful with yourself as well. Hearing Hua Yufei say that there were other high-level demonic possessed devils in the imperial capital, Lin Tianming also asked, Senior Sister Hua, the imperial capital is the center of my Kyushu, with the tightest layers of defense. How could so many demons from the land of calamity sneak in this time? Talking about this issue, Hua Yufei hesitated and replied, I don't know exactly what's going on. I'm only the captain of the 5th detachment of the Awakening Battle Corps, and I have limited access to intelligence. But according to my personal deduction, it could be that there are people who are colluding with the magical creatures of the Calamity Land. Someone in Kyushu is colluding with the demons of the Calamity Lands? As soon as he heard Hua Yufei's bold speculation, Lin Tianming's eyes also slightly narrowed. Senior Flower, I have another question for you. Just now that demon-possessed demon said that it can't die here. It still has a more important task that it hasn't accomplished. Do you know what the task it is talking about is? Hua Yufei was actually curious about the question Lin Tianming had asked. Knowing nothing about it, she shook her head with a bitter smile. I don't know, but the mission they want to accomplish is definitely one that is extremely harmful to the imperial capital, or even the entire Kyushu, so while you usually pay attention to your safety, Tianming Junior brother, if you have any discoveries about demonic creatures, please notify me as well, so that I can also use the power of the Awakening Battle Group to carry out an investigation and snuff out their evil plans. Don't worry, Hana-senpai. I will. After spending about half an hour, Lin Tianming Princess hugged her all the way back to Hua Yufei's base in the vicinity of the imperial capital's Great Imperial Academy in the 5th detachment of the Awakening Battle Regiment. After adding friends with Hua Yufei, a schoolmate who had graduated a year ago, Lin Tianming also returned to the Great Imperial School. When he thought of teacher Jiang Han playing disappearing with him at the moment of crisis, Lin Tianming seriously doubted that she had suddenly remembered being betrayed by him in her previous life and wanted to leave him to his own devices. Opened his cell phone to look at his and Jiang Han's chat records. The last message is still sent by him. After so long she did not return a word. Lin Tianming hesitated, but still sent another message over. Teacher Jiang Han, it was agreed that I would seduce in the flesh and you would come out and bring the demons to a halt. I almost died just now. Where are you? Brat, aren't you alive and well? Good lord, this crisis is over and she's returning voice messages in seconds? This also made Lin Tianming more certain of his guess that she was suddenly remembering that she had been killed by the original master in her previous life. So she didn't care about him. Some depressed Lin Tianming also did not return to Jiang Han, a person back to the boys' dormitory to sleep. Lin Tianming didn't know that at this moment, on the other end of the cell phone, Jiang Han was at the mouth of a gloomy passageway leading underground. The entrance to the shadowy passageway had a closed door with an intelligent locking system, which could be entered with a password or with direct face recognition. Jiang Han had found this place after confirming that both Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei were safe. Tracing the demonic scent, Jiang Han slowly walked to the gate and put her face on the intelligent face recognition system on the gate. Authentication in progress. Face verification failed. Intruder detected. All hands on deck. Boom! The beautiful eyes released a destructive purple thunder light, and Jiang Han instantly destroyed the tightly closed door. When I say one pot, I'm sure I'll take them all in one pot. Chapter 67, Teacher Jiang Han who didn't want to be misunderstood by Lin Tianming. I slaughtered all the demons. A shadowy underground passage hides a stronghold where many magical creatures converge. Most of the demons here were human corpses that had been possessed by the demons of the Calamity Land. The demons that Hua Yufei had talked to Lin Tianming about. They converge here, quietly carrying out covert operations that jeopardize the safety of the imperial capital. Jiang Han's sudden intrusion broke the peace of this demonic underground stronghold. Especially when the first few high-level demon-possessed demons were all scared out of their wits when they captured Jiang Han's eyes that were flashing with the horrifying light of purple thunder through the surveillance camera. How could it be her? Thundering Hall's next Hallmaster heir, Jiang Han. Even if we were to come in person in our real bodies, we wouldn't be a match for her even if we joined forces. And all the plans we've been plotting for so long will be messed up if she comes. Who the hell is it? What idiot lured her here? Damn it. Come to think of it, Ghost Spirit, isn't your other 80th level possessed body walking around the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy today? It wouldn't be you who startled her, would it? No way. I was just chasing down a teeny tiny human cub. How is that body of yours doing now? Surely still hissing. Dead. Dead? Sure enough, it's you. Stupid Ghost Spirit. Knowing that there's Jiang Han in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, you still brought those few demonic retainers of yours to forage around there, and all our plans were ruined by you. Now is not the time for infighting. Let's just figure out how to deal with her first. These few high-level demon-possessed demons looked scornfully at Jiang Han in the picture. It was as if she was in no man's land, and everywhere she went, she left behind a horrifying thunderous force, destroying the stronghold they had worked so hard to build into ruins little by little. No, we can't fight her hard. Our possessed body still has an important mission ahead of us. We must not die here. Find a way to escape. I don't know if she sensed that they were looking at her, but Jiang Han suddenly cast a chill-filled gaze toward the nearby security cameras. Zira, accompanied by the sound of the surveillance camera being damaged by an electrical explosion. The demons who were located in the deepest part of the stronghold lost Jiang Han's vision. It's okay, there are other security cameras. However, without waiting for that demon to finish his sentence, all the surveillance cameras in the entire stronghold were damaged at almost the same time. And in the deepest hall of the stronghold they were in, all sorts of instruments were crackling with sparks and electricity. In just a few moments, the entire demonic stronghold was completely blacked out. Power outages aren't really scary for demons. What's scary is that the one who cuts their power is coming. Boom! These few high-ranked demon-possessed demons didn't even have time to discuss a countermeasure before the door to the hall was blown open. In the deep passageway, a figure covered in purple electric light was walking step by step. The owner of this figure was naturally Lin Tianming's teacher. Jiang Han, it's too late to run now. Might as well fight her. This is our territory anyways. There are prohibitions we use for defense. So if we combine our efforts again, we might be able to kill her. Desperate, these few high-level demon-possessed demons also had a heart of gold, intending to fight with Jiang Han in a last-ditch struggle. Yet they still far overestimate their capabilities. Before Jiang Han even stepped into the hall, those beautiful eyes that flashed with the light of lurid purple thunder released devastating pillars of purple thunder light, instantly traversing through the darkened passageways, skewering them like candy canes and penetrating their demonic bodies as far as they could go. That pillar of violet thunder light was releasing bursts of thunder light as it penetrated them, further tearing apart their bodies. In a single breath, these few devils who wanted to fight Jiang Han for their lives all went up in smoke under the destructive purple lightning rays. The other demons in the demonic stronghold were also killed by Jiang Han as much as she could along the way, but she didn't leave there and walked into the final hall of the stronghold. After searching for a little while, she gathered some extremely useful intelligence messages. This group of demons infiltrated the imperial capital in such a big way. Are they trying to enter the suppressed demon tomb underneath the imperial capital? The devil tomb hasn't been opened for 100 years. How are they going to get in? Could it be that the demon tomb will open in the near future? Murmuring a sentence of information related to the demon tomb, Jiang Han's eyes slightly narrowed. In her last life, she hadn't made any movement in the demon tomb until she was killed by her rebellious disciple, and there was no demonic invasion in the imperial capital. In this life she was reborn, and it was surprisingly possible that the devil's tomb would be opened. It seemed that she also had to pay more attention to news in this area lately, and be prepared to deal with the possibility of the devil's tomb opening at any time. With this thought, Jiang Han also left this underground demonic stronghold. The next day, Lin Tianming, who had been called out by teacher Jiang Han to physically seduce the demons last night, came to Jiang Han's class as usual with somewhat tired dark circles under his eyes. Seeing his somewhat sleepless state, Jiang Han snickered. "You kid, is this a lack of rest?" Lin Tianming said without a trace of anger. "Nonsense. You go to the flesh to seduce a demon and end up trying to solve it yourself?" Hearing Lin Tianming's words, Jiang Han, who had personally ended the stronghold of the demonic creature that had attacked Lin Tianming last night, was a bit unhappy. "You're blaming me for this? This brat. Last night I was counting on Hua Yufei crippling that demon. Only you alone can handle it before I left. I pursued its demonic scent all by myself, and even took the demon stronghold in the imperial capital in one fell swoop on behalf of you, and I'm even sulking at me now." Suddenly hearing Jiang Han's very disgruntled heartbeat, Lin Tianming froze. It turned out that once he encountered that 80th level demon attack last night, Jiang Han had never come out because he had calculated that he and Hua Yufei would definitely be able to kill that demon when they joined forces. Instead, she went after the demon's scent, counter-tracking the other side's demonic strongholds in the imperial capital, and would threaten him with a potpourri of demons? No wonder she didn't return his message for so long last night, dare not leave him behind at the moment of life and death, but went to find those demons for him to take out the anger. Thinking about this, all of Lin Tianming's pent-up dissatisfaction with Jiang Han last night dissipated. How could I dare? Jiang Han, you're my teacher. I wouldn't dare to be angry with you. Although Lin Tianming said that he wouldn't be angry with her, Jiang Han was still a bit unconvinced. This kid won't have a grudge because of this and then commit that kind of treacherous regicide just like in his last life, right? Do you want to talk to him about last night's demonic stronghold? After a moment of slight contemplation, Jiang Han still felt that it would be better to explain things to Lin Tianming. Brat, do you know why I didn't return your messages last night when you were in danger? Even though Lin Tianming had already learned the truth by eavesdropping on his heart, he still had to pretend that he didn't know anything. I don't know. Is Mr. Kong Han having a hard time? Seeing Lin Tianming ask this, Jiang Han also said, Brat, just know to complain about your teacher me. I won't harm you. I saw that you didn't show up last night when you were in danger. That's because I found out that Hua Yufei from the Awakening Battle Group was nearby. You and her teaming up will surely be able to decimate that demonic body, confirming that you were certainly in no real danger. I relied on my tracking skills to track down the other bodies possessed by that demon, and used that to find the demonic stronghold in which it was hiding, as well as the other demons within the stronghold. Just like what I said when I asked your flesh to seduce the demons. You are responsible for seducing them. Your teacher and I are responsible for taking them all in one pot. I have already killed all those demons that could threaten you last night, so you can't be angry with me and complain about me. Chapter 68, a new skill that even teacher Jiang Han lost his mind. Soul regaining. Listening to Ms. Jiang Han's heartfelt words and words that still cared about his feelings, Lin Tianming was still quite touched inwardly. It's really hard to find such a good teacher. He also said, Teacher Jiang Han, I'm really not angry. I was simply joking. Really? More than real gold. My Mr. Kong Han. When Jiang Han saw that Lin Tianming didn't seem to be lying, she didn't dwell on the matter anymore. I hope the boy really did not take it to heart. If he misunderstood me because of this, and thus resent me, I am afraid that in this life he and I will eventually break up. Before watching him and Yi Qingxue cutting quite stubborn, the last life of him will not be like this. I hope that this life of him really and the last life of the character of the different bar, if it's still the same, and it's all a better disguise for him in this life, I'll just have to endure the pain and clean house. Hearing Jiang Han's heartfelt words about his conflicted to the core feelings, Lin Tianming was in a cold sweat. Don't put up with the pain. Mr. Kong Han. It's weird and scary. Just let go of the knot completely. The Lin Tianming you met in this life will absolutely cherish you for the rest of your life. Lin Tianming cried out in the bottom of his heart. He could already feel that under his efforts, Jiang Han's feelings towards him, his beloved disciple, gradually overpowered the resentment from his last life. As long as he keeps up the good work and slowly cultivates his feelings in a gradual manner, he will definitely be able to rip off Mr. Kong Han, Tianming's little friend. That's enough of all that extracurricular talk for now. Let's get started on today's special training session. Just as Lin Tianming had begun to think of the future image of completely raiding Jiang Han's words also pulled him back to his senses. However, without waiting for him to get ready, Jiang Han came up with a raging thunder soul seal, pulling a part of his soul out of his body. Immediately after that, another falling thunderbolt fell from the sky, electrocuting Lin Tianming somewhat. I'll go. Wait, Mr. Jiang Han, don't be so violent every time you come up. I said, can we change to a milder special training method? Can't. As soon as he came up today, it was the usual soul power special training, and even though it wasn't the first time Lin Tianming had received such devilish special training, he still couldn't help but curse a few times. Devil's special training was Devil's special training. And this period of time's high-intensity soul power special training, level up special training, and God's hand copying and plundering special training were also significantly raising his potential and battle power. Previously, learning the spiritual energy storm of spiritual energy ascension, the rapid level breakthrough of 16 levels, and the God's hand copying and looting unblocking restrictions were the best proof that the special training was very effective. Unsurprisingly, this kid Tianming's soul power is going to undergo a new metamorphosis again. Quantitative change causes qualitative change. What soul power skill will he awaken this time? Lin Tianming man had already been electrified by Jiang Han's devilish special training, but after hearing Jiang Han's heartfelt words, he once again raised his spirits. After so many days of accumulation, his soul power was about to undergo a new metamorphosis? Lin Tianming carefully felt his soul that was suffering from double electric shock sting. Besides being accumulating new soul power as usual, it was also converging towards the center, seemingly to converge to impact something. The discovery of this scene was also what made Lin Tianming certain that Zhang Han's heartfelt analysis was not wrong. Lin Tianming had to admit that this devil's special training was torturous, but the enhancement of his soul power was really big. The last time his soul power achieved a metamorphosis, he learned new psychic ascender skills, and he believed that this time would be the same. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Tianming's mindset of accepting Zhang Han's devilish special training also became positive. With both Zhang Han and Lin Tianming paying attention expectantly, that feeling of having an epiphany of a new skill once again surged through Lin Tianming's mind. He also seized this fleeting opportunity and immediately proceeded to enlightenment. At the same moment, Lin Tianming's soul power began to continuously converge towards the center and released an even stronger and tougher soul power. This kid seems to have entered the state of almost comprehending a new soul skill. The speed is faster than I expected. Zhang Han sighed in his heart and also stared at Lin Tianming without taking his eyes off the ground, always keeping an eye on the state of Lin Tianming's epiphany of the new skill. And Lin Tianming's own soul power that kept converging towards the center finally realized the qualitative change caused by quantitative change, as teacher Zhang Han had said. It was clearly shrunken, but it contained far more soul power than ever before. The metamorphosis of his soul power also meant that even if Lin Tianming's rank was still 16, his power would be far greater than before when he cast Spiritual Body Spark and Spiritual Energy Storm. This wasn't even Zhang Han's main concern. Her main concern was still Lin Tianming's new soul skill. Noticing that Lin Tianming slowly opened his eyes but did not display specific skills like he had learned Spiritual Storm before, Zhang Han revealed a confused look. Little friend Tianming, what is the new soul power skill you learned this time? Talking about the new Spiritual Ascender skill he had learned from this soul transformation, Lin Tianming wasn't as excited as he had been when he had learned Spiritual Storm before. He truthfully said, "This newly learned skill doesn't look like it's as destructive as Psychic Storm. The name is called Soul Regeneration. And the skill description is that it can affect a person's mind, which seems to be similar to psychic sparks that make people's minds lose their concentration." After listening to Lin Tianming's description, Zhang Han still wanted to see exactly how it worked. "You cast your new skill of Dementia on me and see." As soon as he heard Zhang Han say that he would let him attack her with his new skill Dementia, Lin Tianming hesitated. "This is not good, right? There's nothing wrong with it. The only way to know the exact effect is to try it. You can't tell much just by looking at the skill description." Seeing that Zhang Han insisted on him attacking her with his soul regeneration, Lin Tianming also took a deep breath. "Well then, I'm coming, oh Mr. Ginger Han." After reminding Zhang Han, Lin Tianming instantly activated his new spiritual soaring path skill, Radiant. As Lin Tianming unleashed his soul regeneration, the spiritual energy soaring force surging around him quickly converged at one point, forming a concentrated yet even more powerful ball of spiritual energy light. His eyes also blossomed with a light of spiritual energy that seemed to be able to take in the soul. At the same moment, Zhang Han's soul suffered an unprecedented onslaught, stinging so much that her delicate body as a top-tier awakened shivered violently. "Good. Strong soul attack. I am a top-level alien awakening person, even under a dozen level soul attack skills. In danger of losing my mind and soul?" Immediately after that, her bright, beautiful eyes gradually lost their color because her mind was lost. Lin Tianming was the one who had heard Zhang Han's heartbeat before her mind lost its grip, so he was also the first to understand that Zhang Han was now in a state of mind loss. He was also stunned by the prowess displayed by his own newly learned Psychic Ascender skill. This Dementia looked at the skill description bland, did not expect to be so fierce. Even his teacher Zhang Han could not resist. After a short period of shock, Lin Tianming also revealed an ecstatic expression. Looking at the dull look of Zhang Han's mind lost and her eyes gray, Lin Tianming curiously approached her and poked her face with his finger. "Ms. Kong Han?" he called out to her tentatively. Seeing that she didn't have any reaction, her pupils still gray and unfocused, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly, and his playfulness suddenly came up. "Mr. Ginger Han, can you hear me?" Shouting against Zhang Han's ear and reaching out to wave his hand in front of her gray gaze, Lin Tianming was happy. The soul regeneration skill is simply divine. Even teacher Zhang Han can lose his mind for so long. As he spoke, Lin Tianming extended his hands with a bad smile and pinched the sides of Zhang Han's smooth cheeks, making a ghostly expression. He was then the one who took out his cell phone and mischievously snapped a picture of this rare scene. The more he played, the more addicted he became. Lin Tianming was again continuing to pinch Zhang Han's face to make an expression that she normally wouldn't be able to do, and the two of them came together to take a group shot for the camera. Eggplant. After the shoot, Lin Tianming was also admiring his masterpiece. Nice. Very nice. Mr. Ginger Han should make that face more often in general. Next, Lin Tianming was again treating the distracted Jiang Han as an equipoise hand puppet, casually posing and emoting, and taking quite a few single and group photos. Usually special training is either struck by Ms. Jiang Han's lightning or on the way to be struck. This is finally a good time. Had I known that I would learn this today, I should have bought a maid outfit online. He. Just as Lin Tianming was calculating how to play next, Teacher Jiang Han's voice filled with murderous intent rang in his ears. Have you had enough? Chapter 69, Thunderpool Soak. Are you sure this is the kind of special training a human being could come up with? This brat took advantage of the fact that I did a lot of bad things during my mental lapse just now. Even you dare to molest me. Your teacher. And pinch my face to make faces and other expressions. You can. Adversary. 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 Teacher Jiang Han's words that were filled with a murderous aura as soon as she regained her mind, as well as her equally murderous heartfelt voice, immediately caused Lin Tianming, who was letting himself go and playing around, to suck in a breath of cool air. He snorted. Teacher Jiang Han, you awake? Instead of answering his question, Jiang Han asked him back with icy eyes, you'd love to see me in a maid's outfit? Ms. Ginger Han. I don't want to at all. Although Lin Tianming was caught by Jiang Han, he didn't dare to answer the thought. It was a giveaway. This brat. I was kind enough to develop for him his new supernatural talent that he awakened in the secret realm in this life, but he was good enough to take advantage of my loss of concentration to bully me. But personally experienced, this unlucky child's skill soul regeneration is really perverse. Even I, the top awakened person, have lost their mind for so long. It seems that I also need to exercise my soul a little bit lately, and study some means that can more effectively resist soul attacks of this level of soul regeneration. Or else when I face this rebellious disciple in the future, I may have to be caught by the naughty and mischievous him again. Hearing that Jiang Han was going to exercise her soul specifically for the purpose of dealing with his soul regeneration skill, Lin Tianming believed that with her experience as a Thunder God reborn person, she would probably be able to come up with a means to deal with soul regeneration in no time. But the two of them were master and disciple, and the means she could think of would probably be an opportunity to further develop his potential as a psychic ascender. And even if there were means to deal with it, it wouldn't necessarily be of much use in a real combat situation. Just like Fenglan, Alice, and Yiqing Shua would all specialize in preventing him from performing the special means of spiritual energy transformation. But the three of them still lost to him in actual combat. The actual battle test is the comprehensive battle power of all the means added up. Will be a single means of restraint? Does not mean that you can necessarily win over the opponent. Jiang Han stared at Lin Tianming, who was playing sloppy with her for a while, and said, forget it this time, brat. Given that your soul power has once again unleashed a metamorphosis, the enhancement brought about by using the Raging Thunder Soul Seal special training method is already very difficult to bring about as efficiently as it used to be. So I've decided that I'll work on your soul power in the future and will no longer use the previous special training method. As soon as he heard these words from Jiang Han, Lin Tianming revealed an excited expression as if he had seen the sun through the clouds. Finally, we can get rid of this devilish special training. Looking at Lin Tianming's excited expression, Jiang Han naturally knew what he was happy about. She also continued. The previous soul power special training method was also designed with the level up special training in mind, as well as the training volume and intensity of the God's Hand special training. Now that the previous soul power special training method has been cancelled, the other two special training methods will have to be cancelled and reformulated. Hearing that the other two types of devil special training had also been cancelled, Lin Tianming was also happy. Good. Teacher Jiang Han, you should indeed revamp your special training program. What is this stupid kid so happy about? The old special training program was cancelled because that set was no longer suitable for his current intensity, and the new special training program can be even more intense than the old one. Jiang Han's latest heartfelt statement made Lin Tianming feel like a bolt from the blue. Teacher Jiang Han, you old man, take your time to think of a new special training program. The student won't be in the way here. First go back and wait for your good news. He turned around and tried to slip away now. But who would have thought that Jiang Han's familiar lightning whip would have wrapped right around him and forced him back to her? She looked at Lin Tianming with a smile. Little friend Tianming, you're my favorite student. How could I think you're an eyesore? I also have some good news for you. Your teacher, I've come up with the latest special training program. What kind of good news is this? Lin Tianming was somewhat powerless to spit. You're scared now? Where's the energy that made you want to help me change into a maid's outfit? Jiang Han's heartfelt voice of joyfulness doubled Lin Tianming's torment when he heard it. One more piece of good news for you, son. The latest special training program I've come up with is only one set, which means you'll only have to do one type of special training for now in your future classes. But this one special training program is a combination of leveling up, soul power exercise, and God's hand ability. And the intensity of the training is even fiercer than the intensity of the previous 3 special trainings combined. Lin Tianming couldn't stand it some more. Just tell me straight what exactly the special training content is. So don't torture me. Talking about her latest customized special training program for Lin Tianming, Zhang Han couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. The special training is simple. Just 2 words. Soaking? Soak. Soak. Lin Tianming tried to learn more specific information through Zhang Han's mind. But she wasn't thinking about the content of the special training at this time in her mind, but rather thinking that it would definitely be interesting to see him ghosting later. He had no choice but to ask, "What bubble bath? Be more specific." Zhang Han was just waiting for Lin Tianming to ask a question. She also continued, "If you add 2 more words, it's Thunder Pool Bubble Bath." "Mom, I want to go home." Lin Tianming's mind collapsed. Is this the punishment for getting high while MS? Kang Han was distracted just now? He seriously suspected that she was just having a personal vendetta because he had just screwed her over. "You're an orphan. Where can you find your mom?" Zhang Han spat in her heart. She definitely couldn't say such words in front of Lin Tianming, lest she cause him grief. She said, "Come on, little Tianming. It's a long day of classes this morning. Take a nice dip in the thunder pool and relax your nerves." As the words fell, with a wave of her jade hand, Zhang Han condensed a terrifyingly powerful pool of lightning with the power of thunder. Seeing that Zhang Han really gave him a whole thunderstorm, Lin Tianming covered his stomach. "Teacher Zhang Han, my stomach hurts. Can I go to the restroom first? How dare you try to fool me with this trick? If I let you go, you won't come back. Give me a good practice by going into the thunder pool. It's also for you to grow faster." Zhang Han didn't tease Lin Tianming anymore as she waved the lightning whip that was wrapped around Lin Tianming and directly threw him into the thunder pool. As soon as he entered the middle of the thunder pool filled with destructive thunder power, Lin Tianming was so electrified that he nearly fainted on the spot. Goddamn Zhang Han, doing all this devilish training. It was so hard for him to quickly adapt to the double soul electric shock of the raging thunder soul seal, and then he was given another increase in intensity to throw him into the thunder pool. Thunder pool soaking? Are you sure this is the kind of special training a human being could come up with? After a few short breaths, Lin Tianming could not stand it any longer and directly cast his skills for defense. Raging thunder armor. Using his own thunder power to condense the fury thunder armor to protect his body, Lin Tianming instantly felt much better. However, his raging thunder armor was only able to support less than a few seconds in the midst of this thunder pool filled with destructive lightning before it was crushed by the even more powerful lightning power of the thunder pool. Once again experiencing that destructive thunder power that he couldn't withstand for a long period of time right now, Lin Tianming also continued to condense the violent rage thunder armor. Fury thunder armor. Keep gathering for me. Next, for every time the fierce rage thunder armor was destroyed by the thunder pool, Lin Tianming would recondense it once more as a way of relieving his pressure and increasing the amount of time he spent soaking in the thunder pool. Due to being in a high-pressure state of special training the entire time, Lin Tianming didn't have the energy to sense the changes in time at all. But Zhang Han, who was watching from the sidelines, could clearly see Lin Tianming's raging thunder armor resisting the destructive thunder power of the thunder pool for a longer and longer period of time amidst the destruction and cohesion of the raging thunder armor over and over again. The brat's perception is really good. I didn't give any hints and you already know how to respond. Good. That's it. Keep practicing like this. You'll get stronger. Your teacher, I'm not that petty. In order to get back at you for teasing me just now before letting you into the thunder pool. This is all the new special training content I've formulated before today's class for you who may complete your soul metamorphosis. So cheer up and don't let me down. Chapter 70, Quadruple Lightning Baptism. Teacher Zhang Han, I want you to death. Under Zhang Han's heartfelt reminder, Lin Tianming, who had been focusing on continuously condensing the shattered tyrannical thunder armor, also noticed that the time his tyrannical thunder armor could now withstand the power of the thunder pool's thunder was indeed a whole lot longer than it had been at the beginning. He didn't expect that this special training method, which seemed to him to be something that no one could come up with at all, would be able to work on the defense of the Fury Thunder armor that he had plundered from the hand of God. Moreover, in the gaps between the shattering and regrouping of the Fury Thunder armor, his own flesh had also received a great defensive boost by repeatedly enduring the destructive thunder baptism of the thunder. His 16-level ranked aura was also climbing up a little bit solidly, although he was still far from reaching the 17th level bottleneck and thus breaking through. Such a leveling up speed could be much more efficient than his usual gentle leveling up cultivation. Mr. Kang Han tailored his new special training within the second Thunderpool soak. The Hand of God looting ability and leveling up rest were exercised. However, Lin Tianming's spiritual soaring power had yet to feel a single ounce of exercise. Jiang Han said that the new special training content she designed could combine the effects of the previous 3 special training at the same time. So how come he couldn't feel the enhancement of his soul power? Just as Lin Tianming, who was gradually adapting to the baptism of the thunder pool, could be less focused and had quite a bit more energy to think, Jiang Han's devilish words rang in his ears. You're getting used to it pretty fast. Not bad. Let's spice it up a bit. As soon as he heard Jiang Han's devilish remarks, Lin Tianming said in his heart that it was true. On the surface, he put on an appearance of being close to his limit, and said weakly and powerlessly, Teacher Jiang Han, I can't hold on anymore. This is already my limit. Don. Add more ingredients. With that, Lin Tianming wanted to escape the thunder pool. Who would have thought that in the next second? Thunder chains that were incomparably familiar to him came at him, piercing through his fury thunder armor, instantly exposing his main body to the pool of thunder. And for a moment he was immobilized by electricity. And after that thunder chain shattered the fury thunder armor, it continued to strike forward into his body, pulling his soul right out. This skill was something Lin Tianming was more than familiar with. It was the Raging Thunder Soul Seal that Jiang Han had been using to give him special training in soul power before, which could be used to slash him through other thunder attribute skills, thus increasing it to double the power and feeding back to him the feeling of a piercing soul. However, the previous special training were all falling thunder from the sky summoned by Jiang Han, and even if the power had skyrocketed by 2 times, it would still be far inferior to the thunder pool baptism that did not have any enhancements. Originally, he had been electrocuted to death by soaking in the thunder pool today, and teacher Jiang Han still thought that the intensity of the training was not strong enough, and doubled the power of the thunder pool through the Raging Thunder Soul Seal. I'm afraid that she doesn't want to take advantage of this moment to avenge the regicide that the original owner pitted against her in her last life. Jiang Han, you're the devil, aren't you? Lin Tianming finally couldn't help himself and burst out. Jiang Han stood calmly and said, Brat, I said that this thunder pool soaking special training, to combine both the previous 3 special training effects, you just worked out the hand of God, as well as the level up cultivation, which still has the last ring of soul strength cultivation is definitely something you should be added to. This is perfect. By pulling out this little brat soul with the Raging Thunder Soul Seal, it'll have the effect of exercising soul power, God's hand, and level breakthroughs at the same time. I'm really a professional when it comes to cultivating this kind of gifted students. Indeed, you are really professional. Hiss. This feels a little off. Isn't Raging Thunder Soul Seal a skill that doubles the power? How is it that this thunder pool's destructive thunder power has obviously increased far more than double? 3. Triples shouldn't hurt this much. Is quadruple. Ginger Han. Be civilized in your speech, kid. I didn't sleep for days and nights in order to formulate this new special training content for you, and I repeatedly revised the special training content at night to add details. This brat doesn't know how hard I've worked. Of course Lin Tianming knew that she had increased the intensity of the special training because she wanted him to grow faster. But this devilish special training of hers is so sick. What's wrong with him cursing? With such a high-pressure approach to special training, you have to suffocate if you don't let off some steam. It was a much more soothing mood for him to yell out like that. At the same time, he had a question. Let me ask you, doesn't this soul-breaking seal of yours only double increase in power? How come I feel that the thunder pool has at least quadrupled in power? You're trying to electrocute me. Talking about this, Kong Han laughed. The Raging Thunder Soul Seal was originally a 4-fold increase, stinging the soul and body of the being. First, she thought in her mind before Jiang Han answered Lin Tianming's question. I never told you that my Raging Thunder Soul Seal only doubles the increase in skill power to sting you. Before you were only stung by twice the amount of soul power. That was the single special training method that I used to strike your soul through lightning, which only triggered half of the Raging Thunder Soul Seal's effect. The true Raging Thunder Soul Seal attacked both the soul and the physical body at the same time, with double plus double stings stacked on top of each other, and both the soul and the physical body of the body would end up enduring a quadruple increase in the power of the skill. You are now in this thunder pool, and your soul and corporeal essence have been attacked at the same time, triggering the full effect of the Raging Thunder Soul Seal, which naturally quadruples the effect of the thunder pool baptism. Thunder rages. The single rage thunder armor, even if its defense grew stronger after repeated reunions, was nowhere near the damage that the thunder pool's destructive thunder that had surged 4-fold could do to Lin Tianming's body and soul. At this rate, Lin Tianming would have to be electrocuted to death before he could survive until the Fury Thunder armor had grown to a level of defense that could completely shield him in a quadruple thunder pool. There was no other way. Lin Tianming could only exert all his strength. However, Thunder Berserk increased speed and attack, and it didn't work at all for him to be sick and desperate. I really want you to death. Jiang Han, how can you teach your students like this? Do you understand that the special training content can be improved gradually? It's enough to change from the Thunderfall special training to the Thunderpool special training. I've just adapted to the Thunderpool, and you're giving me a fourfold increase in the Thunderpool. If it were a normal person, they would have been electrocuted by you long ago. Silly boy. I'm teaching you according to your ability. It's exactly what you can handle. That's why I'm exercising you like this. Jiang Han didn't reply, but her heartfelt words already indicated that she felt sad about Lin Tianming's complaints and lack of understanding. Lin Tianming was just saying it casually. He wasn't really holding a grudge against her, just like what he had just thought. To not break down after receiving high-pressure special training, he definitely needed a vent to release his tight emotions. At this moment, Lin Tianming was also thinking of ways to deal with it. Spiritual energy transformation. Lin Tianming, who had temporarily abandoned his physical body and transformed into a soul-spirit body, however, realized that it would be better for him to let his physical body resist the wave first. Coupled with the quadruple increase in the stinging pain of having a portion of his soul separated by Jiang Han, it wouldn't be long before he was done with this. After quickly regathering his physical body and only exposing that part of his soul that had been pulled out by the Raging Thunder Soul Seal, Lin Tianming was much better off. But this is tantamount to going back to square one, and it still does not solve the fundamental problem. Wall of lightning. Forming a four-way barrier with a wall of thunder and lightning, Lin Tianming realized that he was actually able to withstand the thunder pool baptism. However, this surprise lasted less than a few seconds before the wall of lightning was destroyed. But this didn't make Lin Tianming too frustrated. These few seconds of respite were too important for him to be baptized in the thunder pool. With the wall of thunder and lightning coupled with the Fury Thunder armor to further increase his respite, he would be able to last longer in the thunder pool. Don't look at the fact that Lin Tianming had just been electrocuted to the point of bursting and didn't want to play anymore. But he still knew that if he could stay in this thunder pool for a while longer, the results of his special training today would grow by 1 point. Now that he had found a way to do it, he was also hoping that he would be able to hold out a little longer and further stimulate his potential. This brat finally found a way. But even so, it won't last another half hour at best. I'm just special training you. I'm not going to harm you. I'll pull you out the moment you can't hold out. Brat, you know how to scold me during special training. Jiang Han's heartfelt words were also what allowed Lin Tianming to confirm that his current method was the best solution to increase the duration of the thunder pool baptism. The wall of lightning and the Fury Thunder armor were constantly and rapidly destroyed by the destructive thunder from the thunder pool, and Lin Tianming repeatedly regrouped for a short respite. After holding on like this for almost half an hour, Lin Tianming was about to lose his grip as Jiang Han had predicted. It's almost time. This stupid kid is nearing his limit. Let me see if I can pull him out. Listening to Jiang Han's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming carefully sensed his soul, level, and God's hand plunder skill. Compared to before entering the thunder pool, all of them had gained a very significant improvement. The special training effects of the previous 3 types of special training content were combined in this one type of special training, which incidentally also exercised Lin Tianming's physical limitations. Moreover, today had additionally brought him a brand new benefit. That is, the strength of his native flesh body had also been enhanced under the baptism of the thunder pool. This is a boost that has never been seen in previous special training. Although relying on the existing method of resisting the thunder pool was almost at its limit, Lin Tianming, who had received so many benefits, was suddenly a little reluctant to come out just like that. He had a feeling he could hold out a little longer and get a little more out of the day. Is this little fool electrocuted? He's almost at his limit, but he's not crying anymore, and he was dying before, and he even dared to scold me as a teacher. Whatever, let's pull him out first before he really gets electrocuted silly. Just as Jiang Han tried to pull Lin Tianming out, she was yelled at by Lin Tianming. Don't pull me out just yet. After a brief moment of staring, Jiang Han was somewhat exasperated by Lin Tianming. Silly boy, you can't hold on much longer. I'm yelling at me for pulling you out. It's not like he's complaining that I threw him into the thunder pool, getting mad at me, taking the bull by the horns himself and mutilating himself in the thunder pool not wanting to come out, and then making me regret it for the rest of my life. Is it? I don't want to torture you. Your body isn't even injured. Under the protection of the Fury Thunder armor and the wall of lightning, it's just that you're running out of physical energy. If you continue to stay in the thunder pool until you reach your limit, it will really hurt you. Angry after angry, Jiang Han could see that Lin Tianming was really at his limit. She still cared about this precious student of hers. For his own good, he has to be pulled out now. The lightning whip flew towards Lin Tianming, and Jiang Han intended to pull it out. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming had shattered her lightning whip with the help of the destructive thunder power of the thunder pool? Brat, come out here. Ginger Han was in a real hurry. Lin Tianming didn't pay attention to Jiang Han and continued to soak in the thunder pool. pondering on how to extend the time he stayed in the pool. Jiang Han's attitude softened when she saw that Lin Tianming's wall of Thunderbolt and Fury Thunder armor immediately disintegrated, and that she didn't have the extra chi to continue casting these two skills. Count on me to beg you. I'll confess to you. You come out obediently. If you stay any longer, you'll really be hurt. Don't sulk and play self-harm with me. As he spoke, Jiang Han sent another lightning whip over, thinking that Lin Tianming should come out obediently. However, first Lin Tianming still ignored her, and with the help of the Thunder Pool's destructive thunder, he wouldn't let her pull him out. There was no way that Jiang Han, who was truly afraid of hurting Lin Tianming's foundation, would no longer use the lightning whip and could only choose to withdraw the Thunder Pool. This Thunder Pool was her Thunder attribute skill, and it was still very simple for her to withdraw it. But right at this moment, Lin Tianming's physical body gradually radiated mechanical silver light under her incredible gaze. Moreover, under this silver-colored mechanical light, Jiang Han could clearly sense that Lin Tianming's body strength had been greatly enhanced. In just a few moments, Lin Tianming transformed into a mechanical body that was glowing with mechanical light. A normal machine, hit by lightning of this intensity, would definitely be damaged by electricity. However, the mechanical light emanating from Lin Tianming's mechanical body perfectly resisted the high-intensity baptism of the quadruple thunder pool in the first place. Having successfully made it this far, Lin Tianming smiled. This was the skill mechanical transformation that he had learned by entering the mechanical mystery realm with Alice and receiving the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool. He hadn't had much opportunity to use the skill before, so much so that he'd almost forgotten that he could also mechanically transform. I didn't expect that this mechanical body condensed by this mechanical transformation would be able to withstand the baptism of destructive thunder from the quadruple thunder pool. Surprised, Lin Tianming's mind also flashed through the inscription on the mechanical monument next to the mechanical ascension pool. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. Is this what's known as the power of mechanical ascension? Sure is strong enough. Chapter 71, The Mighty Power of Mechanical Ascension. Brother Tianming, you look so weak. The mechanical body resisted the destructive thunder power of the thunder pool for the first time, but Lin Tianming's exercise of the mechanical ascension power was almost non-existent, and he was unable to maintain the mechanical body in this state for a long time in the thunder pool baptism. With the shattering sound of the mechanical body being electrically fried, Lin Tianming was forcibly knocked back into his physical body. Mechanical transformation. Again. Just like before when he used the wall of thunder and lightning and the fury thunder armor to protect his body to receive the thunder pool baptism. This time Lin Tianming was using his mechanical body to prolong the time for him to receive the thunder pool baptism, and it was longer than the resistance of both the wall of lightning and the fury thunder armor combined. He was already incapable of executing the wall of thunderbolts and the fury thunder armor, and if he were to be baptized by the thunder pool again next time, Lin Tianming had it all figured out. The three skills, mechanical transformation, fury thunder armor, and wall of thunderbolt, used together in combination, would definitely allow him to support himself for a longer period of time under the destructive thunder power of the thunder pool. Moreover, during the period when he kept using his mechanical transformation skill to condense his mechanical body, Lin Tianming was also pleasantly surprised to find that his mechanical body was also becoming tougher than it was at the very beginning in the midst of constant shattering and regrouping. Teacher Jiang Han's special training method of soaking in this thunder pool was indeed a bit too high pressure, but the benefits that it brought to Lin Tianming were real. Even the mechanical ascension path skill that he had acquired with Alice in the mechanical mystery realm could be exercised. Lin Tianming hadn't adapted to the thunder pool in the beginning and had been tortured to the point of cursing, but now that he had received so many benefits, he was also too happy to help himself. Love you, MS. Ginger Han. Brat. You can't say such things. Lin Tianming's uncontrollable speech was also what pulled Jiang Han back to reality from his shock at Lin Tianming's hard resistance to the thunder pool baptism with his mechanical body. She was quite reserved on her lips, and seemed to be angry that Lin Tianming hadn't understood the thunder pool special training design that she had taken some pains to design before. But in her heart, she was happy with Lin Tianming's change in attitude. This silly kid. Finally appreciate my hard work. This thunder pool special training is specially tailored for you. Others want to receive thunder pool baptism in this way. I still do not agree to it. Even in your last life, I didn't give you any special training in the thunder pool. And in this life, you were too dazzling. So I was just thinking about whether I could use the thunder pool to exercise all aspects of your abilities and further develop your potential. And now it seems like I've gambled correctly again. But where did this kid learn this skill of being like steel? I haven't seen him use it before. And if I hadn't used the thunder pool for special training today, I wouldn't know what else he's hiding in this life that he didn't have in the last one. Wait until he reaches the potential limit of the steel bone skill and then ask. The more Jiang Han looked at Lin Tianming now, the better she felt. She had rarely thought about the grudge between her and him in her last life. In her eyes, Lin Tianming was the equivalent of a diamond in the rough waiting for her to carve it with her heart. Flawlessly. The stronger Lin Tianming was in the future. The prouder she, a teacher who played nurturing games, would be of Lin Tianming's growth. She was enjoying this process of cultivating Lin Tianming now, just like she had cultivated Lin Tianming's original owner of this body in her last life. The only difference was that Lin Tianming had more potential that she didn't know about than the original owner in her last life. Moreover, this life's Lin Tianming was very different in terms of his personality, and he liked to take the bull by the horns when it came to things. Although Lin Tianming, by relying on his stubborn bull's temper of drilling into a bull's horn, had really broken the taboo of the hand of God in his last battle with Yi Qingxue, and had successfully copied the divine path domain growth skill. However, Zhang Han still hoped that he could change this kind of character, so that she wouldn't be scared every time she watched and worry badly for him. There was also this time when he didn't say anything, and was alone there mulling over ways to prolong the Thunder Pool baptism. It was fine if this succeeded, but failing could really hurt the roots of his psychic talent. She didn't want her to be halfway through this nurturing game she had worked so hard on and waste Lin Tianming. All these worries of Zhang Han were also heard by Lin Tianming in a heartfelt manner, but he didn't see anything wrong with being such a character. Zhang Han had only seen him break the God's Hand replication taboo and extend the time of the Thunder Pool baptism, and there was more that she hadn't seen. He counter-killed the Spirit Energy God Kingdom gods in the Land of the Lost by the strong mind of his obsession. He defeated Alice, who was unable to have her skills copied by him, in the mechanical secret realm, and even more so, he escaped the heavenly fate brainwashing of the mechanical mastermind, which carried the crystallization of the entire God Kingdom's wisdom and civilization. Though there was also the reason why he was able to escape when the Star Key Angel Star Key stepped in and pulled him out. But it's this determination of his to never give up when it counts that's the deciding factor in his ability to come all the way through. It's not like he really takes the bull by the horns on everything. Like Raider Yi Qingxue, Zhang Han, these goddesses reborn who had been pitched by the original master. Wasn't he very good at improvising and resourceful? If he wasn't resourceful enough, he would have had to die a horrible death on the day of the awakening ceremony with Yi Qingxue and Zhang Han clamping down on him. Nor would he have buggered off on the night Yin Yan Wang first approached him. Much less the feelings Alice had grown to have towards after getting out of the mechanical mysteries became a little more complicated. Speaking of raiding these goddess reborns and temporarily easing their killing intent, Lin Tianming also had to admire his ability to improvise. This dealt with the Zhang Han in front of him, and he had his own set of tips for her to immerse herself in the sense of fulfillment and acquisition of nurturing him. No, she had begun to think of him more often now, and rarely moved like she did in the beginning to think of the regicide in her previous life and to shout at him, "Mr. Kong Han, you really don't know anything." Oh. After boasting to himself in his heart, the overly complacent Lin Tianming didn't even notice that his mechanical body had also reached the limit where he couldn't continue to exert it. Hiss. With his main body exposed to the destructive thunder of the Thunder Pool, Lin Tianming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Fortunately, Zhang Han was the most specialized in cultivating geniuses like Lin Tianming. She was also the first to see that Lin Tianming couldn't hold on anymore, and she directly wrapped a lightning whip around Lin Tianming to pull him back to her side. This time Lin Tianming didn't dare to continue to brag about shattering Zhang Han's lightning whip and obediently accept her aid. After pulling Lin Tianming back to her side, Zhang Han also checked Lin Tianming's body in order to prevent accidents. Confirming that it was just a normal exhaustion of power and no injuries, Zhang Han lightly stroked his chest in relief. "Brat, the results of today's special training far exceeded my expectations of you at the beginning. It's very good, but then again, where did your kid learn that skill of turning into steel just now? How come I haven't seen you use it before?" Facing Zhang Han's question, Lin Tianming replied, "Same as spiritual energy transformation and spiritual energy spark. They are all learned by me and my sister Chung Shui after we entered the mysterious realm. Before that it was that we never had the chance to use it. I didn't expect to be forced out by this Thunder Pool this time. And I also found out that this Thunder Pool can also exercise my mechanical transformation skills." Lin Tianming's words were half-truths, and he didn't tell Zhang Han that his mechanical transformation was obtained by going into the mechanical mystery realm with Alice and baptizing through the mechanical ascension pool. Zhang Han could see that there was something wrong with Lin Tianming's words, but she felt that everyone had some secrets they didn't want others to know, which was normal, as long as he didn't think of harming her. "So that's how it is. From today onwards, the content of your future special training will be temporarily designated as Thunder Pool Baptism, and during tomorrow's special training, you'll also directly cast mechanical transformation, and use it together with the Wall of Thunder and Lightning and the Fury Thunder armor, which will maximize the amount of time you can spend in the Thunder Pool for baptism." "Understood, MS. Kong Han, go and have a good rest. Today is the first time you have been baptized by the thunder pool. The intensity is too much. It is not advisable to continue fighting with people today. Yes, then I'll go back to rest first. Mr. Kong Han. Finally being able to say goodbye to Jung Han's devilish special training, Lin Tianming dashed and ran out of the Thunderbolt Awakening site. Seeing him run so fast, Jung Han froze. This kid seems to still have a lot of stamina left. I should have known to let him soak in the thunder pool a little more, so that the daily potential development can be maximized. Lin Tianming, who had fled to the door, heard Jung Han's heartfelt words and was even more afraid to stay. He did leave a little bit of stamina left, no doubt, but that was all that was left, and to continue practicing was to literally fall to the ground. The devil. Just think of ways to drain me. Brother Tianming. What devil? What are you talking about? Yi Qingshue's sweet voice resounded in his ears, and Lin Tianming also looked towards Yi Qingxue, who had waited outside for him to get out of class early again today. He didn't bother to mention his special training. It's nothing. Qingxue, let's go have lunch. Yi Qingxue sniffed and also held Lin Tianming's arm intimately. However, when she saw Lin Tianming's face, which had been drained of its potential by Jung Han, she was a little worried about his state. Okay, but, Brother Tianming, why does your face look so weak? Should we go to the infirmary to take a look? Speaking of this, Lin Tianming held his forehead in embarrassment. Nothing, it's just that today's training was a bit intense and I'm tired. I'll have the strength after lunch. It's fine. Chapter 72, The Schoolgirl's Girlfriend is here to deliver another chance. Brother Tianming, let's go on a trip. Without realizing it, Lin Tianming had already received Jung Han's Thunder Pool Baptism special training for 3 consecutive days. From being electrocuted to the point of bursting into flames in the beginning, he was now able to soak in the thunder pool for long periods of time, and even hummed a few ditties at a leisurely pace. It was as if he was really taking a bath. And the only thing that was beautiful was the lack of a maid-suited young lady who would give him a back rub and shoulder scrub. He saw that Jung Han was quite good. If she, who had always been extremely demanding in class, wore a maid outfit and rubbed him, it would be absolutely awesome. You kid, in my class is getting more and more reckless, playful and still resting there humming a little song. A little special training looks like nothing. You really think you're in the bubble bath, ah? Teacher Jung Han's disgruntled voice pulled Lin Tianming back to reality, and Lin Tianming stifled a laugh as soon as he saw her angry expression. What are you laughing at? No. Nothing. Ha ha. Lin Tianming wouldn't tell Jung Han that he was thinking about her rubbing him in a maid's outfit. He didn't want to be electrocuted by her. Jung Han could see Lin Tianming stifling his laughter there and could be sure that he was thinking of something to screw her over. After all, Lin Tianming had a previous record of catching her while she was distracted. But Jung Han didn't really care about this. She saw that Lin Tianming could already easily soak in the thunder pool for long periods of time today, although he still wouldn't be able to hold up at the back. It was obvious that the current training intensity couldn't keep up with Lin Tianming's rate of improvement. This brat is also progressing too fast. It seems that we need to give him some more material. Fortunately, I had long ago designed a stage-by-stage thunder pool enhancement intensity for him, and since he exceeded my expectations ahead of time, let's let him enter the second stage of the thunder pool baptism ahead of time. Lin Tianming was having a good time soaking in the thunder pool when he suddenly heard this cold, multi-stage enhancement of the strength of the thunder pool from Jung Han, and he was shocked to the core. Goddamn Jung Han. Again! Lin Tianming directly leapt up, wanting to actively escape the thunder pool. As a result, Jung Han directly had a lightning whip wrapped around his right foot, forcibly yanking him back to the thunder pool. Brat, is it because you think this thunder pool isn't enough for you to play with and want to leave class early? That won't do. You have to leave class at the right time. In order to make it a little more challenging for you, let's go straight to the second stage of the thunder pool baptism. Jung Han thought that Lin Tianming thought that Lei Qi was too weak and didn't want to train. She simply couldn't imagine that Lin Tianming was eavesdropping on her heart and wanted to just bolt. But no matter what the reason was, this second stage of the thunder pool baptism still had to be opened. Boom! Rolling thunderclouds floated above the thunder pool, knocking Lin Tianming's body, which was trying to escape again, back down into the thunder pool. Little friend Tianming. This second stage of the thunder pool baptism will additionally add the previous falling thunder, constantly striking down on your soul and body. But that alone isn't enough. I've boosted the falling thunder and thunder pool's power by twice as much. So take your time and enjoy this special training customized just for you. What I'm talking about is still only a twofold increase in the lightning power of the falling thunder and the thunder pool itself. The falling thunder and the thunder pool after a twofold increase, and then after a fourfold increase in the raging thunder soul seal, the power that splits on your soul and body will be even more powerful. This second stage of the thunder pool baptism was, as Jung Han's heart said, far more powerful than before. Lin Tianming, who had just learned to take a pleasurable dip in the thunder pool, once again experienced the pain of being electrocuted in the beginning. Jiang Han, I'm not done with you. After finishing cursing with his mouth, Lin Tianming also hurriedly transformed into a mechanical body and protected his body with the Fury Thunder armor, then formed a defense with the four-sided barrier formed by the wall of thunder and lightning. Luckily for him, all of his abilities had been strengthened through previous special training, and Lin Tianming was barely able to have a few seconds of respite this time when faced with the second stage of the lightning baptism that had surged in power. Otherwise, once he came up to the second stage of the thunder pool baptism, even if he had a mechanical body, he would probably be reduced to a charred and blackened dead body in an instant. A new round of Devil's special training began, and Lin Tianming was gradually getting used to Jiang Han's special training that gave him an instant boost in intensity whenever he got stronger and a little easier. But being electrocuted to death, he should still be cursed, so that he can feel better after venting. Adapted faster than before as well. This kid, I guess it won't take more than a few days to open the third stage, or even the fourth stage of lightning baptism for him. And stage 3 and stage 4? As soon as Lin Tianming heard Jiang Han's heart, he couldn't help but howl with sorrow in his heart. When will this misery end? In this way, under Jiang Han's special training that maintained intensity at all times, Lin Tianming also unknowingly made it through to the end of class. Jiang Han was also satisfied and announced the dismissal of the class. That's enough, little friend Tianming. That's it for today. As well as tomorrow you don't have to come in for a while. Lin Tianming froze at his words. You don't have to go to class tomorrow? Looking at Lin Tianming's somewhat disbelieving expression, Jiang Han smiled. Silly boy. You start school to now so many consecutive days of high-intensity special training. Also strange tired. Tomorrow to give you a vacation. Accurately said is to take 3 days off. If you want, I do not mind in this lightning awakening site to leave a can last 3 days of thunder pool, and then you these 3 days to supervise their own come to this special training. This little twerp. I'll give you a vacation for the next 3 days. So take a good rest. I also happen to be making a trip back to the Thunder Hall, and incidentally, I'm going to ask about the seal of the Demon Tomb and some of the secrets of the demonic invasion of the Imperial capital, so that I can do something to deal with it in advance. The seal of the Devil's Tomb? What was that? How he had never heard of it. It was the first time he had learned about the Devil's Tomb from Jiang Han, and Lin Tianming was very curious, but it was a hidden secret known from eavesdropping on Jiang Han's heart, and he was not in a position to ask her about it. Maybe he can ask Yiqing Xue, or Feng Lan. Both of them were goddess reborns, so they thought they should know about the Demon Tomb. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming no longer dwelled on the matter of the Demon Tomb. He waved his hand and said, then it's better to forget about it. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Han, for giving me 3 days off. I'll take a good rest, recuperate, and take your class again in 3 days. Jiang Han was also satisfied. Well, go on. I guess your little girlfriend is waiting for you outside again. You guys go have fun by yourselves. Okay, Ms. Jiang Han, see you in 3 days. Just as teacher Jiang Han had said, as soon as Lin Tianming stepped out of the Thunderbolt awakening site, his little girlfriend Yiqing Xue quickly ran to him and stuck to him as usual. Brother Tianming, Qing Xue, I have good news for you. Mr. Jiang Han has given me a 3-day vacation, so I won't have to attend classes for a while tomorrow. As soon as Yiqing Xue heard the good news that Lin Tianming had told her, she instantly became excited. Really? It's true. It's been so long since the school year started with intense special training. One always needs to relax and take a break. After receiving Lin Tianming's affirmation, Yiqing Xue also had her idea. It just so happens that during this period of time a secret ice realm in a city surrounding the imperial capital that I missed in my last life has opened. So this time I can bring brother Tianming along to take a look at it. The ice spirit crystal in that secret realm greatly enhances my ice attribute psychic talent. I missed it in my last life because I was struggling to find the method to repair my divine soul. I must get it in this life, so that I can become stronger than I was in my previous life. After thinking about it, Yiqing Xue said to Lin Tianming, Brother Tianming, you're on a 3-day vacation. Let's go to Lingshan Ancient City to the south of the imperial capital tomorrow. It's said that it's a tourist attraction, and there's also an ice and snow paradise that doesn't melt all year round, with all sorts of rides related to snow and ice. I'd like to experience it. Her heartfelt words were heard by Lin Tianming, and he was also very interested in the ice and snow mystery realm she spoke of. Yeah, but are you sure your teacher will let you go out with me for 3 days? Yiqing Xue affirmed. Okay, I've completed the target of that ice attribute alien energy teacher of ours ahead of schedule, so I believe she won't say anything if I ask her for a 3-day vacation. Good, then let's set off together tomorrow and have some fun in the ancient city of Lingnan. Chapter 73. You can meet Wang Yanyan even when you come out for a meal. It's too unlucky. Tianming, When will we have another sparring match? I'm level 16 too. Next time. Which is the next time? Give a specific time. Haven't thought about it yet. I'll decide then. It's tonight. Or the Pocahontas Arena. I ate a bit too much for dinner, so I won't exercise strenuously. Some other day. I'll definitely find a time to spar with you next time. Fonglan was speechless by Lin Tianming's constant search for reasons to avoid her. She was just waiting for level 16 to unblock the Divine Dao domain skill, to wash away the shame of being defeated by Lin Tianming before, and incidentally end the grudge between her and Lin Tianming from her previous life. But Lin Tianming could find a different reason for her every time, depressing her to no end. Not only was she depressed, but Yi Qingxue, who lived in the same dormitory as her, saw her chasing after her boyfriend Lin Tianming there, and Yi Qingxue, the jealous king, was also depressed. Fonglan, this little vixen, dared to openly seduce her Tianming brother in front of her. Can you stop trying to get close to my family's brother Tianming under the pretext of cutting up all the time? Fonglan was silent. She was too lazy to bother with Yi Qingxue. In her last life, she only had a one-sided relationship with Yi Qingxue after she became a god, and she didn't really want to have much interaction with Yi Qingxue in this life. Facing the word-shy Fonglan, Yi Qingxue also flaunted. If you can't get a date with my family's brother Tianming tonight, you won't be able to think about it tomorrow, because I'm going out on a 3-day trip with brother Tianming tomorrow. In the face of Yi Qingxue's flaunting behavior of swearing sovereignty, Fonglan still didn't take it seriously. She just so happens to have taken 3 days off tomorrow as well, and is going on a solo search for the chance that belonged to her in her last life. Yi Qingxue, the love brain, could do whatever she wanted with Lin Tianming. She, Fonglan, didn't bother with Yi Qingxue. Seeing that Fonglan was still ignoring her after flirting with her Tianming brother in front of her, Yi Qingxue also let out a petulant grunt and stopped paying attention to Fonglan. Meanwhile, Lin Tianming was playing with his roommate, Chu Yunfei, at Tianhui Plaza in the DC district of the imperial capital. This place was different from the vicinity of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, although there were also quite a few young people, but basically, the current students of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy could not be seen, and it was mainly dominated by young people from the society. This Tianhui Square is really big. Tianming, we looked at the map to come here, but it almost made us dizzy. Lin Tianming shared the same sentiment. It's really quite big. Yunfei, did you find that dry pot restaurant you ordered online? I'll look again. It should be around here. This damn map navigation. It doesn't lead to the right place at all. Chu Yunfei took out his cell phone to the navigation on the map and walked around the neighborhood for a while longer, finally finding the dry pot restaurant he had reserved. This is the one. Tianming, the store where we ordered 3 pounds of dried shrimp meat online. Come on, let's go in and take a look. After saying his words, Chu Yunfei led Lin Tianming into this dry pot restaurant. As soon as he came in, Lin Tianming saw that there were quite a few people lined up at the front desk. With his patience, it was soon time for Chu Yunfei to be in line. Chu Yunfei took out the list on his cell phone and gave it to the guy at the front desk, and that person also immediately gave Chu Yunfei a small ticket. Shrimp and dry pot table 9. Over there. Okay, thanks. Once Chu Yunfei got the small ticket, he happily walked back to Lin Tianming. Come on, let's go eat shrimp dry pot. Lin Tianming nodded slightly and also followed Chu Yunfei to table number 9. Soon they found table 9 with the small ticket. The dried shrimp pot they had ordered was already made, heated and kept warm on the stovetop under the large table, just waiting for them to arrive and enjoy it instantly. This dry pot restaurant is fine. It looks quite clean, and when we make a reservation for 7 p.m., their people will also make the dry pot not long in advance, so we can eat it instantly when we arrive. Well, this store is really good in that regard. Taking a seat at table 9, Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei also chatted as they ate. Lin Tianming had thought that tonight would all be so pleasant. Then he would go back and have a great sleep, and the next day he would be able to go to Lingshan Ancient City with Yi Qingxue. Who would have thought that he would have inadvertently noticed the person he least expected to see at the moment outside the clear glass window of this store? Huma Wang. Wang Yanran was accompanied by her cousin, Wang Jian, and the two were saying something. I hope it's just passing through and never come in. Lin Tianming mentally prayed that Wang Yanran wouldn't come in. However, the more he didn't want something to happen, the more it was going to happen. Under Lin Tianming's headache watching, Wang Yanyan and Wang Jian still walked into the store. Cousin, this is the store. I tasted this store's dried shrimp meat pot last time, and the flavor was superb. This time I ordered 4 pounds. Enough for our siblings. 4 pounds? Wouldn't that be a bit much? It's not much really. It's mostly a lot of side dishes, and I'll order some drinks later. I don't drink. Then change your drink. Hey cousin, come out to eat a meal to see Wang Yanyan and Wang Jian is already enough bad luck. Lin Tianming this side. There is a gossip heart Chu Yunfei. Hey, isn't that the raw schoolgirl you've dated a couple times before? And the one time she made you weak at night? By the way, Tianming, I have seen the school sister's information yesterday. She turned out to be the president of the student union of the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy Wang Yanyan. No, after the second, third, and fourth year students all came back the other day. She who was already in the fourth year handed over the president to a third year senior. Wait, how come she is followed by Wang Jian who was brutally beaten by you in the video? Both surnamed Wang. They can't be siblings, right? It's over. Tianming, you beat up your brother-in-law. He'll definitely object to you being with senior sister Yanran Wang. Lin Tianming glared at Chu Yunfei. Why is your mind usually netted with these gossips inside? Yunfei, keep your voice down. Don't let them find us. Chu Yunfei hemmed and hawed. Got it. You're the one who beat up your future brother-in-law. It's really not a good time to meet up with the two of them. But if they head towards our neighborhood, I have a feeling you're still going to be exposed. As the saying goes, what you worry about comes to you. Wang Yanyan and Wang Jian really did come over to their side. Cousin, our reservation for the dried shrimp pot is at table 7. Right over there. When Chu Yunfei heard Wang Jian's voice, he took a bite of the shrimp meat and looked at Lin Tianming with a bad smile. Table 7. The table right behind us diagonally. Tianming, it looks like you can't hide from sister Yanran Wang and your future brother-in-law today. Lin Tianming didn't bother with the gloating Chu Yunfei as he buried his head, attempting to avoid being recognized by Yanran Wang and Jian Wang by turning his back to them. That man's back. Why does he look so much like that stinky robe little bastard Lin Tianming? Wang Yanyan's heartfelt voice made Lin Tianming's heart thump, and he now retained the last trace of fluke. At this time, Wang Jian called out to Wang Yanran who was staring at Lin Tianming's back. Cousin, I found table 7. This is the table. What are you standing over there looking at? Hurry up and sit down. It's only fresh and flavorful if you eat it now. After being shouted at by Wang Jian, Wang Yanran remained standing over there staring at Lin Tianming. The backs are practically identical. And then look at that person sitting with him. If it's an acquaintance of his, then this person must be Lin Tianming who defiled my body. As soon as he heard Wang Yanyan's heart say that she wanted to look at Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming also remembered that Chu Yunfei had also accompanied him and Wang Yanyan to run into each other several times. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Tianming hurriedly whispered to remind Chu Yunfei who was still looking up there. Yunfei, keep your head down. Don't look over there. Chu Yunfei was confused and said, What? The voice was too small to hear. By this time, it was already too late. And Wang Yanyan saw Chu Yunfei's face. Isn't that Lin Tianming's roommate? This familiar back. It's really you, Lin Tianming. Having refused my invitation several times before, and bumping into each other tonight in this place far away from the imperial capital's great imperial academy, I'll see how you, the smelly rascal who defiled my body, can still run. Chapter 74, Huma-senpai. I've got a superlative banning spell this time. See if I don't clean you up. Wang Yanyan's heartbeat had already told Lin Tianming that she had discovered his existence. At the moment, Lin Tianming was sitting on pins and needles, and the delicious shrimp meat in the pot made him eat without any appetite. There's no hurry first. After I finish this meal with cousin Wang Jian, I'll slowly settle the personal grudge between the two of us with Lin Tianming, but I have to keep an eye on him, too. If he dares to run away in the middle, I'll dare to chase him to the ends of the earth. If he runs towards an uninhabited place, it will be more convenient for me to strike and strangle him, the one who defiled my innocence. Although he was discovered by Wang Yanyan, Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words of not looking for trouble from him for the time being still allowed Lin Tianming to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Lin Tianming wanted to leave now, but Wang Yanran's heart said that if he dared to leave early, she would absolutely follow him closely. There was no other way. Lin Tianming could only continue to eat shrimp dry pot with Chu Yunfei. Ever since he had seen Wang Yanyan, this entire time Lin Tianming had not had much of an appetite. As if sitting on pins and needles after eating normally with Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming didn't care if Wang Yanyan would chase out to find him or not, and hurriedly gave Chu Yunfei a wink. Go! Sidestep them, and don't let Wang Yanyan's cousin, Wang Jian, call out to us. Chu Yunfei sniffed, although he felt that it was completely unnecessary. If it was discovered, it was discovered, as long as Lin Tianming and his brother-in-law communicated properly. However, Chu Yunfei still did as Lin Tianming said and turned sideways to avoid being seen by Wang Jian before leaving with Lin Tianming. Wang Jian was focused on his food the entire time, so he didn't even bother with Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei. But Wang Yanyan was different. She had managed to catch Lin Tianming once. She definitely wouldn't just miss this opportunity. Noticing that Lin Tianming and the others were leaving after eating normally, Wang Yanyan immediately found a reason to leave first. Cousin, I think I remember I have some urgent business to attend to have to leave first. You eat slowly by yourself. Cousin. Without waiting for Wang Jian to finish his sentence, Wang Yanyan quickly chased after Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei in the direction they had left. Wang Jian looked at the large pot of dried shrimp meat that was still left and shook his head helplessly. It seems that I can only enjoy this delicious shrimp meat alone. As soon as Lin Tianming pulled Chu Yunfei away from the dry pot restaurant, he hurriedly flew away to flee the scene. Following Lin Tianming for a long distance had exhausted Chu Yunfei. I say Tianming, it's not just beating up your future brother-in-law. Is it necessary to be like this? If you want to be with sister Yanran Wang, you definitely still have to face that younger brother of hers, Jian Wang. Why don't you listen to me? You explained to him positively. I believe that with the mediation of sister Yanran Wang, you guys can make up. Lin Tianming was too lazy to explain more about his relationship with Wang Yanran with only gossipy Chu Yunfei in his eyes, leading Chu Yunfei to escape a long way without seeing Wang Yanran chasing after him, before he slowed down the pace of his feet. However, Lin Tianming was still a bit uneasy. Staying outside here if Wang Yanyan caught her, the other party would definitely take even more unbridled revenge on the original owner's great vengeance for defiling her innocence in her previous life than in the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. Lin Tianming didn't want to take the blame for the original owner. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming said to Chu Yunfei, let's take the subway back to the Great Imperial Academy now. Chu Yunfei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, fine, listen to you. Lin Tianming quickly took out his cell phone to navigate, finding the nearest subway entrance to them, and directly following the navigation map to go and take the subway back to the Great Imperial School. However, just as they were going down from the nearest subway entrance, they happened to bump into Wang Yanyan, who was looking for him, at the corner. As soon as he met Wang Yanyan on all fours, Lin Tianming scattered his legs and ran. Wang Yanyan, on the other hand, chased after Lin Tianming after a brief moment of daze. Seeing this, Chu Yunfei also chased after Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran helplessly. Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan, both of them were too able to run. Plus this Tianhui Plaza was overcrowded on a big night. Chu Yunfei quickly lost Lin Tianming and the others in the complicated underground subway passage. I'll go. Lost him, big brother Tianming. You'll just have to fend for yourself. After Chu Yunfei lost Lin Tianming, Wang Yanyan was the one who had been following Lin Tianming closely. Soon, Wang Yanyan caught up with Lin Tianming by relying on her high-level awakened strength. Why are you running away when you see me? Little brother? I'm not going to eat you. With an expression of surprise on her lips after catching up with Lin Tianming, Wang Yanran was sneering in her heart. I've got you. No one can save you tonight. Lin Tianming was in a cold sweat, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer Wang Yanyan. Seeing that he did not answer, Wang Yanyan said, are you still angry that my hand was a bit heavy when I guided you in your supernormal ability cultivation last time? I've said that I'm sure to have a sense of proportion. When I'm about to attack you and realize that you can't resist, I'm sure to withdraw my hand in time. Tianming Jr. brother, you have to trust me. Last time, if it wasn't for Mo shocking Rainbow's sudden appearance, I would have succeeded. Listening to her heartfelt remarks, Lin Tianming first followed her words. I believe that Yanyan's school sister definitely didn't mean to do it, but the last time we cut down, it does have a bit of a psychological shadow. Can we go back to the Great Imperial Academy first? Yanyan's school sister? Rarely come out to play a trip in the outside encounter. This is our destiny. Elementary school brother. Do not rush back. Just find a place around here where no one is around to finish you off. Wang Yanyan was superficially passionate and seemed to be very fond of Lin Tianming, her elementary school brother. However, within her heart, her killing intent towards Lin Tianming, who had defiled her body, was obvious. Lin Tianming had reason to believe that with Wang Yanyan's near-zero favorability towards him right now, when he really got to a shady grove or something like that, she would absolutely lay her hands on him. But he was caught by her now, and would have to follow her like he did the other night. It was a good thing that before he came out to play tonight, Ms. Zhang Han had made a trip to find him, saying that she was a bit uneasy about him before she left, and had given him a copy of her super bit forbidden spell lightning attribute skill. This time, the copy wasn't the kind of destructive and extremely wide-ranging overbite forbidden spell like purple thunder shocking sky, which could easily affect innocence. Rather, it was a lightning attribute skill that would block the terrifying power of a superlative forbidden spell within a very small portion of the area where a single target point was located. Although it lost its wide attack range, the power of the super bit forbidden spells was in no way diminished, and all of them would be poured onto the target of the attack. This superlative forbidden spell skill that attacks a single target is called Purple Thunder Demon Prison. Lin Tianming really didn't want to fight Wang Yanyan to the death until he had to, but tonight, If Wang Yanyan insisted on killing him and couldn't let go of the vengeance she had taken against the original owner for defiling her innocence in her previous life, Lin Tianming wouldn't just sit back and wait for him to die. He would use the overdrive forbidden spell Purple Thunder Demon Prison and Wang Yanyan to the death. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming, who had a bottom card to protect his life, took a deep breath and decided to collect some interest. He was avoiding her so much, she had to catch up with him. So don't blame him. Lin Tianming, who was originally in a passive position, also turned passive into active. And just like that night, he wrapped his arms around Wang Yanyan's waist, causing Wang Yanyan's delicate body to tremble. Tianming Jr. brother, why are you so monkeyish? This place is full of people. Be a little more restrained. The rascal is at it again. I'm going crazy, touching me with your dirty hands at the end of my life. Listening to Wang Yanyan's heartfelt voice that was about to go mad with anger, Lin Tianming's mood was much more comfortable. School sister likes me. I like school sister. Male and female friends hug normally. What's there to converge? Yan Ran schoolmate. Say, where are we going to play next? Chapter 75, Tianming schoolmate. I want to set off a firework for you as a gift. Don't be nervous. Scum. Wait for me. I'll get you later. Strongly resisting the urge to do it now, Wang Yanyan laughed. Elementary school brother. There is a chicken cake store in this Tianhui Plaza that does a very good job with its egg cakes. The texture is fluffier and tastier than the other egg cakes I've eaten. So let's go together to taste it. Right? Good. No problem. School sister Yanyan. It's my first time at Tianhui Plaza and I don't quite know my way around. So I'll trouble you to show me the way. Lin Tianming now fell into the hands of Wang Yanyan. He could only follow her first and will the trick. It would be best if she didn't make a move later. If she dared to do what she did to him last time at the Flame Awakening ground, he would give her a superlative banning spell as a gift to her face, so that she could experience what it was like to be electrocuted by a superlative banning spell level skill. Lin Tianming had already calculated everything that could go in or out. He also continued to use his big hand to pinch Wang Yanyan's waist viciously, charging her interest for shouting at him every day for defiling her innocence during this period of time. Wang Yanyan's pretty face was red with a hint of shyness, but she had already killed Lin Tianming 10,000 times in her heart. You can only touch me with your dirty hands now. I'm not angry. Not angry. On the way to that chicken cake store, you'll pass through a relatively isolated street. And when you do, I'll burn your dirty hands that have been up and down on me before I give you a full-body free cremation. That's really hating him. Burning him alive. Lin Tianming was not the original owner, and every time he encountered Wang Yanyan, he had to listen to her heart say that he had defiled her body. He also had a temper. The last two encounters he'd had so boldly were the result of her shouting her heart out to get her temper up and collect some interest. He had her chasing him every day to get him to pay his debt to the original owner. Thinking this way, Lin Tianming also hugged Wang Yanyan even tighter, and the movements of his hands were even bolder. Wang Yanyan hated her teeth and twisted her body to try to break free from Lin Tianming's bondage, but without exerting her supernatural powers, her little strength simply couldn't argue with Lin Tianming. After trying several times to usher in Lin Tianming's even bolder behavior, Wang Yanyan was a bit scared and could only give up breaking free for the time being, allowing Lin Tianming to hold her in his arms as his girlfriend. It's time to go this way next, Tianming Jr. We're about to pass the isolated street leading to the chicken cake shop, so hurry up and burn him in a fire when no one's around. For Wang Yanyan's heart and mouth behavior of being passionate on the surface and angry inside, Lin Tianming had gradually gotten used to it. If it had been before, Lin Tianming would have already started praying for a heavenly descent to come to someone who could save him. But now, the super bit forbidden spell-addled Lin Tianming was cloudy and light, and even enjoyed the feeling of getting up with a soft fragrance in his arms. He was also doing this because of his revenge mentality, who told her to always try to chase after him and kill him. So as much as he moved against Wang Yanyan, he didn't feel as comfortable as he usually did when Yi Qingxue was holding his arm. Coming. This neighborhood is far away from the central pedestrian path of Tianhui Plaza. People are really getting less and less. The alley street at the corner in front of us is even more unlikely to have people walking at all times. The opportunity for revenge is finally coming. Revenge. Revenge. Just no revenge. The original owner you're trying to avenge has long since been replaced by me in spirit, and you're still there obsessed with revenge. So it's true that the goddess reborns are boring. Day after day. He was tired of reliving his first life to avenge the revenge of his last life, pushing his enemies across the board, and accomplishing an invincible body. If they weren't tired of it, he was tired of it. Venting all the pent-up resentment from encountering so many reborns during this period of time on Wang Yanyan, who had just happened to run into a gun, Lin Tianming walked towards the alley street that Wang Yanyan had mentioned with no fear. I'm about to die and I'm still touching. Scum! Wang Yanyan was already on the verge of being unable to hold herself back. The closer she got to the alley that was less likely to be traveled most of the time, the more difficult it was to contain her anger, and her body shook and trembled more and more. Don't look at the fact that Lin Tianming was still moving against Wang Yanran on the basis of his superficial boyfriend/girlfriend relationship, but he was also into a state of readiness to fight. As soon as he entered that alley and Wang Yanyan dared to make a move, he dared to send her a round of teacher Jiang Han's Purple Thunder Demon Prison as a gift. As for whether or not Wang Yanyan would be electrocuted to death by a lightning attribute skill at the level of a superlative forbidden spell, it was no longer within Lin Tianming's scope of consideration. He was dying. It was self-defense. If he and Wang Yanyan really had no room for détente and the possibility of a follow-up strategy, Lin Tianming could only regretfully say that was it. Tianming Jr. brother, walk through this not-so-long alley, go out and walk a few steps to the left, and there's the chicken cake store with a great flavor that I recommended to you. Coming to the entrance of the alley, seeing that there was indeed no one on this alley path, the corner of Wang Yanyan's mouth rose slightly. The corners of Lin Tianming's mouth also rose as he wrapped his arm around Wang Yanyan and walked into this dark alley with no lighting. A little further in, just now outside coming in or a passerby saw us walk in, a little while longer, then do it. Lin Tianming had the ability to eavesdrop on her heart, so naturally he didn't panic, pinching the point where she was about to make a move and preparing to give her a wave of tawdry maneuvers, ruthlessly electrocuting her, and walked less than a little while. Think the time is ripe. Wang Yanyan finally cannot hold down. Her body has long been boiling in burning flames. It's now. Lin Tianming was also the first to prepare to cast the superlative forbidden spell Purple Thunder Demon Prison, and rolling thunder power was about to erupt from within him. Who would have thought that just at this tense moment when the big battle was imminent, a man pushing a bicycle with clothes and hair worn to the point of wrapping broke into the dark alley. Yan Ran Wang was dumbfounded. A flame was already rising in the palm of her right hand, and in the next second, she could ignite it into a flying phoenix flame, giving Lin Tianming, the smelly rascal, a painful blow to the head. Someone came in at this exact moment, and the flames burning inside her had to be contained by her. When Lin Tianming saw that Wang Yanyan didn't want to be seen doing it, he also quietly put away the transcendental forbidden spell that he had almost cast as well. Right now I'm at the imperial capital Tianhui Plaza. It's so clean here that I basically can't see a place where I can camp. After circling around here for half a day, I finally found such a small alley where not many people would walk, so I'll sleep here tonight. There's a chicken cake store next door, and it's been a long time since I've had egg cake, so let's have that tonight and get some sleep before we leave in the morning to continue our journey north. Just had two young people pass by. Looks like a small couple. Embarrassed. Full body wrap was seen. Still not too used to crowded places. Wait until tomorrow out of the imperial capital. The wraith-covered man was obviously dressed in rags, but he was holding several camera devices where he was talking to himself to record his wandering life. Seems to be a blogger who specializes in cycling wanderlust videos. Such a person with his own camera appeared, and also captured Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran. Wang Yanran was even worse at making a move here. Looking at the baggy man who had already started to raise his tent in the dark alley, Wang Yanyan's plan was completely declared bankrupt. Damn it! Why is it that every time I want to do something, someone stops me? Lin Tianming, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Senior sister Yanyan, what's with this flame in your hand? Of course it's for burning you to death." Wang Yanyan thought in her heart with no good intentions, but she still made up a quick excuse on the surface. "Tianming Jr. brother, school sister, I'm trying to light a firework for you as a gift. Don't be nervous." With that, Wang Yanyan released the flame that was originally used to burn Lin Tianming to death into a beautiful firework to prove her innocence. Good looking, right, Tianming elementary school brother? Looking at the beautiful fireworks that shot up into the sky, Lin Tianming smiled. Good looking, yes, but definitely not as good looking as you, Yanyan senpai. After saying that, Lin Tianming's hands became even more unrestrained. Chapter 76, Chicken Cake Shop's God Realm Demon. Ghost-faced fire spirit spider, walking out of the shadowy alley without any danger, taking advantage of Wang Yanyan's initiative to tempt him along the way. Lin Tianming was in a very pleasant mood. He was happy, but Wang Yanyan could be depressed, with the feeling of having lost a wife and a soldier. She was passionate about Lin Tianming, as if she liked this schoolmate for what? Could it be that he really wanted to play a sibling relationship with Lin Tianming? That's definitely not it. She was trying to lure Lin Tianming to an unoccupied corner, kill him to avenge the defilement of her body, and dissolve her heart's demons. As a result, not only did she not succeed in killing Lin Tianming, but she also let Lin Tianming take advantage of her for 2 consecutive nights for nothing. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Wang Yanyan had a moment where she really wanted to leave everything alone, and behead Lin Tianming in front of so many people. Still, her reason was quick to suppress behavior that would negatively affect her. While listening to Wang Yanyan's stifled heart, Lin Tianming was overjoyed. The more she held back, the harder it was for her, the happier he was. Who told her to yell at him every day for defiling her innocence? Right now, Wang Yanyan was Lin Tianming's source of joy. Yanyan-senpai, is this the chicken cake store? You can smell the rich chicken cake aroma from outside here. Wang Yanyan still enjoyed eating egg cakes, but because her plan to count on Lin Tianming was declared bankrupt, she didn't have much of an appetite right now. Still, she forced a smile. Well, this is the one. Lately, when I have time, I come to this store specifically to buy some egg cakes to eat. Lin Tianming looked at the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of this store, as well as the flow of people coming and going in the neighborhood. Not too many, not too few, or quite reassuring is. Let's go in then. He walked into this store specializing in egg cakes with Wang Yanyan in his arms, and as soon as he walked in, he heard a warm welcome from the owner. Welcome both of you. Are you looking for some egg cake? Calm down, Wang Yanyan. We'll think about whether there's any other way to kill this stinking rascal tonight on the way back to the Imperial-Grade Imperial Academy. So let's just buy some egg cake and eat it now. Wang Yanyan quickly adjusted her mindset, and having been here many times, she also took the initiative to communicate with the owner of the egg cake store. Wang Yanyan, who was depressed at first, kept her head down and her boss didn't recognize her. Now that she took the initiative to go forward, the boss was also pleasantly surprised. Isn't this MS? One who has been coming to our store a lot lately to buy egg cakes? Did you come with your boyfriend today? He's my schoolmate. How could I possibly get a smelly rascal who defiled my innocence to be my boyfriend? I can't wait to kill him now. Wang Yanyan didn't want to be misunderstood by outsiders about her and Lin Tianming's identity. Who would have thought that once she explained this, the owner of the chicken cake store immediately said, I get it all. So Miss Wang likes the ones younger than her own age. You have a really good eye. This handsome young man is indeed very handsome. Lin Tianming continued to boldly embrace Yanyan Wang in front of the owner of the egg cake store in order to piss her off and smiled. Thank you boss for the compliment. It's an honor for me to be loved by my senior sister. It's good to be young. I wish you two handsome men and beautiful women 100 years of happiness. The owner of the egg cake store was also warmly wishing Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan while sorting out the still hot egg cakes for them. Wang Yanyan was furious. I really want to bite Lin Tianming to death. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. During the time he waited for the owner of the egg cake store to finish sorting through the large amount of egg cakes they had bought, Lin Tianming didn't know if it was just his illusion or not, but he could vaguely see a trace of eerie black gas seeping out from the shelves behind the owner. When he fixed his eyes again, the hint of eerie blackness that had penetrated was gone again. Is it really an illusion? Lin Tianming, who was originally quite happy teasing Wang Yanyan, couldn't help but frown at this moment. That black gas is very similar to the demonic gas on the demonic creature, and his power of spiritual ascension has a natural restraint on the demonic gas of the demonic creature. Perhaps, once he thought of this, for the sake of his own safety, Lin Tianming still decided to use his spiritual ascension power to probe around. However, he didn't blatantly use the power of spiritual ascension, but instead subtly released a trace for sensing. It was fine if he didn't sense it, but once he did, Lin Tianming couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. Under the careful sensing of his spiritual ascension power, this entire chicken cake store exuded a bizarre demonic aura if nothing else, and the source of that demonic chi is precisely the smiling egg cake store owner in front of them who is sorting egg cakes for them. Compared to the demonic person he and Yi Qingxue had encountered earlier at the Westgate Snack Street of the Imperial-Grade Imperial Academy, this boss was extremely good at hiding his demonic aura. If Lin Tianming hadn't carefully sensed with his spiritual ascension power, there was no way he could have discovered this secret. Lin Tianming was also further increasing the power of his spiritual energy ascension, wanting to test out the reality of this egg pastry boss. However, as soon as he increased the power of his spiritual energy ascension, the demonic aura that was originally hidden as if it was hidden, suddenly transformed into an appalling demonic aura. The otherwise warmly decorated chicken cake shop is also transformed into a cobwebbed devil's cave inhabited by shadowy spider demons covered in spiders. The owner of the egg cake store, the source of that demonic aura, also shed his human appearance and transformed into an extremely large, ghost-faced spider burning with ghostly blue flames in his eyes that were augmented with the power of spiritual ascension. Lin Tianming could even hear this terrifying spider demonic creature letting out a grim laugh there. Delicious SSS ranked fire attributes psychic talent human soul. Eat, eat, eat. After feeding her the egg cake infused with fire spirit magic energy so many times, it's time to reap the harvest today. I didn't realize she brought a human with SSS psychic talent today. That's great. The next soul to devour is this human boy. I, ghost-faced fire spirit spider, climbed out of there with great difficulty, And I must feast on the SSS rank alien ability talent human soul that I haven't eaten for a long time. Ghost-faced fire spider? This doesn't seem to be a demon possessed by a demon, but a real demon. Lin Tianming looked at the ghost-faced spider demonic creature that had revealed its true form in front of him, and his eyes began to move downward. The delicious egg cake that was previously steaming hot was also transformed into a demonic filth lit with ghostly blue flames. It's not even egg cake. Tianming Jr., what's wrong with you? Wang Yanyan's voice pulled Lin Tianming back from the horrifying truth of discovering that this chicken cake store was the nest of a ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Lin Tianming was the first to say, "Let's go, school sister Yanran." With those words, he put his arm around Wang Yanyan and brought her towards the outside of the chicken cake store. "But we haven't gotten the egg cake we bought. What's wrong with this rascal? I paid for those egg cakes." The ghost-faced fire spirit spider was waiting to harvest Wang Yanyan's soul today. It wouldn't just let Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan leave. "Don't go away. Stay and have fun." As he spoke, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider also completely stopped pretending. Under Wang Yanyan's incredulous gaze, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider tore away the image of the owner of the egg cake store. Everything around them chicken cake shop warm decoration was also completely distorted, instantly changing into the demonic cave lair of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Exactly the same as the real side that Lin Tianming had seen with his spiritual ascension power. The original entrance to the chicken cake shop had turned into the stone wall of the creepy spider demon cave, blocking Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan's escape route. "The feast has begun. After eating so much of my egg cake and spicing you up, it's time for you to return the favor." Accompanied by the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's grim demonic laughter, Wang Yanyan's body then ignited the ghostly blue flames that had tormented her so much. She was also grim to the core. Isn't this a god realm demonic creature ghost-faced fire spirit spider that can only be found in the devil's tomb? There should still be a long period of time before the seal of the last demon tomb breaks and opens. How could we encounter this kind of demonic creature here? I haven't become a god yet, and my chances of winning against this kind of god realm demonic creature are almost zero. Listening to Wang Yanyan's heart, Lin Tianming's heart was also cold. This ghost-faced fire spirit spider is a god realm demonic item? Doesn't that mean that only awakened ones who have been promoted to god can deal with it? Chapter 77 didn't save Wang Yanyan for nothing. She at least knew they had to fight side by side at this point. "Sacrifice your soul and become my sustenance, puny human." The ghostly blue fire spirit demonic chi was burning in Wang Yanyan's body, severely affecting her mobility, causing the tormented woman to half kneel on the ground, unable to move for a while. Wang Yanyan gritted her teeth and looked at the ghost-faced fire spirit spider in pain. "Damn it! What did you demons add to the egg cakes you sold me all this time? Adding just a little bit of my fire spirit demonic chi. Isn't it hard to feel? Hard to bear is right. You will be burned under the endless fire spirit magic chi, ignited from the inside out, and then transformed into nutrients for me to absorb." As soon as I came out, I bumped into an SSS class alien talent, and it's still a fire attribute. It's really fat meat delivered to my mouth. With that said, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider let loose its creepy demonic laughter again. Immediately after that, 3 more ghostly blue fire spirit magic balloons appeared in front of the huge body of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, and then flew towards Wang Yanyan, who was temporarily unable to move. Looking at the fire spirit demon balloon that was flying towards her, Wang Yanyan's face was gloomy to the extreme at the moment. "Damn, now the chest burns so badly. Can't move at all. Give me some time, and I'll be able to devour this fire spirit demonic chi. As long as it's fire, there's nothing I, Phoenix Yen Goddess, can't absorb. But there is no time. I am a reborn person, or a reborn person with part of the power of the fire god of the previous life. All the memory of becoming a god reborn. Is it going to fall here? After I became a god in my last life, an unimpressive god realm demonic creature like the ghost-faced fire spirit spider wouldn't even last a second in my hands." Seeing that Wang Yanyan could only watch herself die here like this, she felt her body suddenly fly into the air and fall into someone's arms. She fixed her eyes and realized that it was Lin Tianming who had picked her up and helped her dodge the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's fire spirit demon balloon attack. This stinking rascal actually stepped in to save me? Who would have thought that after Lin Tianming saved her? He yelled at her again. "Don't just watch. Senior Yan Yan, quickly dissolve your fire spirit demonic chi. I'll help you stall it." Looking at Lin Tianming's figure who had temporarily put her aside and took the initiative to launch an attack on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, Wang Yanyan took a deep breath. "This stinky guy dares to yell at me. But how does he know that I can definitely dissolve the fire spirit demonic chi? Forget it. Whatever. First devour the fire spirit demonic chi." Even after devouring it with this ghost-faced fire spirit spider in a deadly battle, there is a high probability that he will fall. But he still has to struggle a little bit. Confirming through Wang Yanyan's heartbeat that she had already begun to devour the fire spirit demonic chi through her special physique, Lin Tianming was also able to focus on dealing with the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Thunder trample. Boom! The lurid power of thunder tore through the ground, striking towards the ghost-faced fire spirit spider at the speed of swift running thunder. However, this was the skill that Lin Tianming had used to deal with the students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy along the way, but it didn't make any waves after hitting the ghost-faced fire spirit spider perfectly. Thinking that just now Wang Yanyan's heart said that this ghost-faced fire spirit spider was a god realm demon, and after personally testing the other party's high-level crushing defense, Lin Tianming was also pressured twice as much. I forgot. There is another little creep here. TSK. Although it is not my favorite fire attribute psychic talent human, but since it is an SSS class psychic talent, then your soul is also delicious. Fizzle. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out a strange demonic cry, and in the next instant its flickering red abdomen released a dark purple ghost-faced flame shadow. Wang Yanyan devoured the fire spirit demonic chi that had been latent in her body for a long time while nervously focusing on Lin Tianming's battle. When she saw Lin Tianming facing that ghost-faced flame shadow directly, Wang Yanyan hurriedly reminded Lin Tianming of the danger. This is the ghost face skill of the ghost face fire spirit spider, a soul power skill that directly attacks the soul. Don't look at that ghost face flame void or you'll be attacked to the point of losing your mind and spirit, temporarily losing your combat power. If it's serious, it can even kill you on the spot. However, Wang Yanyan was still too late in reminding him, as Lin Tianming directly looked straight at the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's ghost-faced soul attack. I wanted to feed you fire spirit demonic chi for a few days and add enough material before enjoying your soul, but since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill you and devour your soul now. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out another creepy, strange cry, moving its dense spider legs to charge towards Lin Tianming. Right at this moment, Lin Tianming's body suddenly erupted with strong spiritual energy soaring light around him. Looking at the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that was darting towards him, Lin Tianming also unleashed his spiritual soaring skill that specialized in restraining demonic creatures. Spiritual sparks, which were normally weak in power, erupted with a powerful might in the face of demonic creatures, like boiling and burning flames of spiritual energy. The boiling and burning spiritual sparks instantly surrounded the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, and the attack that struck directly at the soul caused the ghost-faced fire spirit spider to let out a howl of pain. Surprisingly a soul attack? You human kid just now casted the skill of the lightning attribute alien ability, and now it's a soul skill. What exactly is your alien ability? Rather, I underestimated you, and got caught in your path in a moment of carelessness, but just with this ridiculous soul power wanting to kill me, it's simply impossible. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out a sharp whistle that impacted the soul, shattering Lin Tianming's spiritual sparks in an instant. At the same moment, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider once again sprinted towards Lin Tianming. Thunder rages, instantly casting Thunder Berserk to increase his speed and attack. Lin Tianming dodged the first time to avoid the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's charge. However, in the next instant, the space around Lin Tianming was blocked by a spider silk. Seeing this, Lin Tianming once again trampled the ground with his right foot. Thunder trample. He tried to rely on the power of Thunder trample's thunder to tear through the surrounding spiders to get out of the trap. But the last thing he expected happened. Due to the level difference being too large, Lin Tianming's dozen levels of Thunder Trample was just as unable to injure the ghost-faced fire spirit spider in the slightest as it was earlier, and it was also unable to break the blockade of that spider silk. If this continued, Lin Tianming would definitely be wrapped into a cocoon by the spider silk and fall into the ration of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Right at this moment of crisis, the entire space suddenly erupted with dazzling fiery flames, accompanied by a phoenix cry. The blazing phoenix form flame waved its wings, sweeping the phoenix flame to incinerate all those spider threads that were trying to trap Lin Tianming, finally regaining mobility. As soon as he heard Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that he hadn't saved this person in vain, and she at least knew that she had to join forces with him in this time of crisis, rather than continue to count on the personal grudges between them. Looking at Wang Yanyan, who was quickly fighting alongside Lin Tianming, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out an incredulous sound. You were fed so much fire spirit demonic chi by me, how could you be fine at all? Shouldn't you have been burned alive by my fire spirit demonic chi and reduced to my sustenance? Being asked this by the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, Wang Yanyan snorted coldly and did not choose to open her mouth to answer, but instead, the same dark and gloomy flames as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider surged up around her body. At this moment, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider also understood something. This is fire spirit demonic chi? You You actually devoured my fire spirit demonic chi and took control of them? Humph. Foolish demon. There's much you don't know. I'll show you what the true god of flame is. Surrounded by the ghostly blue flames formed by the fire spirit demonic chi, Wan Yinyan was like a ghostly god of demonic flame. Fire spirit. Magic lotus. Inwardly reciting, Wan Yinyan's hands quickly polymerized the fire spirit magic flame around her, coalescing it into the lotus form phantom blue magic flame whose power was climbing extremely fast. When all the fire spirit demonic chi she had absorbed had condensed into the ghostly blue demonic flame lotus, the might of the fire spirit demonic lotus had also rapidly climbed to a level where even the ghost-faced fire spirit spider felt threatened by its life, successfully raising the power of this fire spirit demonic lotus to the peak of what she could raise. Wan Yinyan's eyes condensed with murderous intent. Go! Chapter 78, Huma Senpai. The two of us are simply invincible when we work together. Once the fire spirit demonic lotus was cast, it attacked towards the ghost-faced fire spirit spider in a high-speed rotation. Wan Yinyan was also nervously looking at the fire spirit demonic lotus and the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. My physique that can absorb flames for my own use. After absorbing the fire spirit demonic chi of this ghost-faced fire spirit spider just now, I can condense a fire spirit demonic lotus that is the same level of power as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Theoretically, even if it's a divine realm demonic creature, it will die under my move. But a theory is a theory. If I can't kill it with this blow, I definitely won't be able to kill it with the rest of my skills. Lin Tianming couldn't help but stare in disbelief when he heard Wang Yinyan's heartfelt words. Wang Yinyan's physique, which absorbed flames for its own use, could even perfectly display the power that only existed when the owner of the absorbed flames personally cast it. That is to say, the fire spirit demon lotus that Wang Yinyan condensed right now has the might of a divine Dao domain skill? This special physique, on the contrary, was similar to his hand of God's perfect replication of the 100% power of the superlative forbidden spell skill, but compared to his God's hand, Wang Yinyan's physique would only work when dealing with fire attribute enemies, and too many restrictions didn't work well. Since this fire spirit magic lotus has the theory to kill the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, then, a way to help Wang Yinyan realize the theoretical possibility flashed through his mind, and Lin Tianming immediately put it into action. Taking advantage of the fact that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider was fully defending against Wang Yinyan after sensing the great threat of the fire spirit demon lotus, Lin Tianming's body once again erupted with brilliant golden spiritual energy soaring light around him. Spiritual sparks. The boiling and burning spiritual sparks pierced through the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's physical defenses and struck directly at the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's soul. For a moment, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, whose attention was all on Wang Yinyan's fire spirit demon lotus, was tingled to the point of losing its mind and soul by Lin Tianming's spirit body spark. With the loss of his mind, the defensive shield that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider had put up with all its might also showed signs of collapsing. When Wang Yinyan saw the scene, she, who was originally extremely nervous, couldn't help but show a hint of joy. As long as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider didn't put up any defense, she was confident that she could use the fire spirit demonic lotus to decimate the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at Lin Tianming one more time. This stinking rogue is quite good at seeing the right time to attack. His soul attack skill, I remember when I fought with Feng Lan didn't have this much power, but now it can be like boiling and burning soul flames. It seems to be encountering demonic creatures that will be like this. It should be a special soul power that is specialized in restraining demonic creatures, and can explode far more powerful than usual when battling them. With this skill of his to help me, I might really be able to kill this god realm demonic creature. Hearing Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also revealed a smug smile at her. Senior sister Yanyan, is it because you think I'm handsome? Denizen, don't think I've forgotten your revenge for defiling your innocence. This time it's only a temporary cooperation. Quickly withdrawing her gaze so as not to be disturbed by Lin Tianming, Wang Yanyan continued to focus on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Just when she thought that her fire spirit demonic lotus would definitely be able to decimate the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider quickly recovered its mind and regrouped its sturdy defensive shield. Damn it! How can you sober up so quickly? Wang Yanyan's pretty face, which had managed to see hope, was once again shrouded in gloom. Psychic storm. Lin Tianming also cast an even more powerful spiritual energy storm once again the first moment he saw the ghost-faced fire spirit spider regain consciousness. The raging spiritual energy rose up into a tornado-like storm of spiritual energy, once again attacking towards the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. A mere 16th level human ant, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your soul power restrains me. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out an angry shrill, and an even more gigantic ghost-faced flame shadow than the previous one slowly emerged, intercepting Lin Tianming's psychic energy storm. At the cost of consuming a large portion of his soul defense, He devoured all of the spiritual energy storm's spiritual energy soaring power. I admit that both of you tiny human ants have the power to injure me, a god realm demon. But it's a pity that you won't be my opponent even if you join forces. As long as I resist this fire lotus, you'll be the ones to die. Ha ha ha. After the ghost-faced fire spirit spider managed to block Lin Tianming's even more powerful spiritual energy soaring skill, it couldn't help but let out an open-mouthed demonic laugh as it looked at the fire spirit demonic lotus that was about to fall. Even if the fire spirit demon lotus can penetrate the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's defense shield, it will definitely be consumed a lot of power. And the power that finally falls on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider most likely won't be able to kill it. Could it be that I, the titular Phoenix Yen goddess, have been reborn and will have to fall here so soon in this life? Don't give up, Yen Yen senpai, I still have one more move. Lin Tianming's shout rang out beside Wang Yen Yen, who gradually lost sight of hope, and she also subconsciously looked towards Lin Tianming. Only Lin Tianming's spiritual energy soaring light around his body did not diminish, and his eyes erupted with heart-stoppingly terrifying spiritual energy soaring power. Radiant. There wasn't any extremely shocking looking outward spiritual energy soaring skill might, but the ghost face flame void and physical defense shield held up by the ghost face fire spirit spider both collapsed in an instant, and the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, which had just let loose a creepy demonic laughter, mocking Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran, also had its voice come to an abrupt end, and was immobile and fixed in place, although he didn't know what kind of soul skill Lin Tianming had performed. After seeing the ghost-faced fire spirit spider give up all its defenses and set in place, Wang Yanyan's somewhat despairing face once again floated with a hint of joy. As long as the fire spirit demonic lotus hits the defenseless ghost-faced fire spirit spider like this, it will definitely be killed by its own power. Boom! The fire spirit demonic lotus, which was enough to destroy the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, with the help of Lin Tianming, didn't encounter any defenses to perfectly smash down on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. That terrifying might burn mercilessly at the huge demonic body of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider as Wang Yanyan had predicted. As the demonic body of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider burned down a little bit under the bloom of the fire spirit demon lotus, until the complete body was reduced to ashes, the huge stone hanging in Wang Yanyan's heart finally fell completely. Total. Finally over. Thankfully there was a scare. Phew. Forcibly casting a powerful special fire attribute skill at the same level as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider at a level of 55. Wang Yanyan's power had also been depleted by most at this moment. She rubbed her brow, barely able to stand still on her own. Lin Tianming also returned to Wang Yanyan at this time and gave her a firm hug. Senior sister Yanyan, this move of yours is unbeatable when combined with my soul attack. This rascal is hugging me? Count. Forget it, for the sake of him saving me this time, let's not bother with him for now. Wang Yanyan symbolically resisted Lin Tianming's embrace and let Lin Tianming hold her. Strange. Yanran school sister, we killed this demonic creature. How come we still can't get out from this spiderweb demon cave nest? Wang Yanyan, who was a little tired and didn't really want to move, heard this question from Lin Tianming, and she instantly thumped in her heart, seemingly thinking of a very important thing that she had overlooked. Wang Yanyan immediately nervously reminded Lin Tianming, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider is still alive. Chapter 79, so you're only level 80? The super bit forbidden spell Purple Thunder Demon Prison. I'll kill you. As soon as he heard Wang Yanyan say that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that they had gone through 9 or 12 tigers to kill was actually still alive, Lin Tianming was shocked. What? The ghost-faced fire spirit spider didn't even die? Not bad. In order to truly kill the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, we still have to cut off its fire spirit, otherwise it just won't die. Wang Yanyan's face grimly stated the reason why they failed to kill the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, and at the same moment the entire ghost-faced fire spirit spider's nest flickered with an eerie blue fire spirit demonic chi. That fire spirit demonic chi quickly coalesced into the soul form of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider while emitting a demonic laughter that didn't even put Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan in their eyes. You tiny human ants know quite a lot. Not bad. As long as my fire spirit is not extinguished, I am the immortal body. After playing the game for so long, it's time to have enough, isn't it? Little reptiles, resign yourself to your fate. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider in soul form was also quickly regrouping its massive demonic body, looking at Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran with contempt in the posture of a demonic creature that had stepped into the god realm. Fire spirit magic balloon. After the delay in killing Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider was also running out of patience. Previously, it had only condensed 3 fire spirit demon balloons to attack Wang Yanyan, but now it was filled with densely packed fire spirit demon balloons in front of its huge demonic body. Burn your bodies and souls in the ethereal blue flames of the fire spirit and become my most delicious sustenance. Looking at the densely packed fire spirit demon balloon, Wang Yanyan, who had struggled for half a day or this ending, was a bit desperate. Yan Yan senpai, do you have any more defense skills? Lin Tianming's question that was still trying to figure out what to do pulled her back to her senses, and Wang Yanyan hesitated, but still said, I do have an extremely strong defensive fire attribute defense skill, which can withstand up to a single hyper-bit forbidden spell level attack. Upon hearing that the level 55 Wang Yanyan actually had a defensive skill that could withstand a single overpositional forbidden spell from a top-tier awakened, Lin Tianming was really startled. If he hadn't encountered anyone else in that alley before, and he had cast the overbite banning spell and Wang Yanyan to the death, wouldn't he happen to be perfectly defended by her? Luckily, there was a passerby at that time, or else he would have been killed by Wang Yanyan even if he had missed her. Zhang Han's transcendental forbidden spell. While celebrating his luck, Lin Tianming continued, Senior sister Yanyan, you have too many skills, it's impossible for me to look at them one by one. Just tell me the names directly, I'll copy them, and the two of us will try casting resistance together. It's useless. It's been said that the highest defense against skills with the power of the superlative forbidden spell level. This ghost-faced fire spirit spider is a god realm demonic creature. Not waiting for Wang Yanyan to finish her mournful words, Lin Tianming directly yelled at her to cut her off. Tell me to try. Subdued by Lin Tianming's roar, Wang Yanyan subconsciously said, called, the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield. The moment Wang Yanyan uttered her skill, flames that were strong enough to withstand the attack of a superlative forbidden spell skill rose around Lin Tianming's body. Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield. Don't just stand there. You come along too. The two can add up to a stronger defense as well. Lin Tianming's Hand of God finished replicating, and also roared at Wang Yanyan, who had been subdued by him again. Well, you don't yell at me. Lin Tianming's close-range roar at this moment of crisis was really scaring Wang Yanyan. She was now subconsciously following what Lin Tianming said. However, as she braced her Phoenix Yen Divine Shield and Lin Tianming to combine their defenses, she also immediately realized that something was wrong. Stinking hooligan, yelling at me again. I don't cast it. That's because the two of us, even if we cast the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield together, combined, it's impossible to defend against the God Realm Demon's Divine Dao Domain power skill. My Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield is actually a Divine Dao Domain skill. Only in this life I learned it ahead of time as a reborn person. But not having become a god, I can't utilize its true defensive capabilities after all. Its current limit can only withstand a single superlative forbidden spell skill. The complete power of the skills of the Divine Dao Domain, even if 100 of the current Phoenix Yen Divine Shield combined, but also cannot resist. You and I join forces is just futile. Thinking that she was about to die, Wang Yanyan was originally quite angry with Lin Tianming for yelling at her, but thinking about it, she gradually didn't care anymore. It's almost time to die, and all the past grudges will dissipate. This time to die, afraid is really dead, will not be reborn. Looking at the fire spirit demon ball that blossomed with the true power of the Divine Dao Domain skill, Wang Yanyan slowly closed her beautiful eyes, somewhat unable to bear to look directly at the tragic state of her death. Despite having her eyes closed, Wang Yanyan could clearly feel the fire spirit demonic balls roaming the sky, constantly impacting the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield that she and Lin Tianming were jointly holding up. Defense. Yan Ran's senior sister, don't give up hope. We seem to have really defended it. We still have hope of getting out alive. Lin Tianming's excited voice suddenly rang in her ears, and Wang Yanyan opened her beautiful eyes with uncertainty. She was dumbfounded when she saw that the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield that they had combined their efforts to hold up had really defended against the onslaught of the roiling fire spirit demon balls. How is this possible? There's no way my Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield could possibly defend against a Divine Path Domain skill to do so. My Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, even if hundreds or thousands of current ranked me were to perform it, it would only be able to defend against the top awakened person's superbit forbidden spell, and it will immediately shatter after the defense is finished. Why is my Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield just a little bit of cracks appearing and shattering so slowly? Listening to Wang Yanyan's puzzled heart, Lin Tianming's mind flashed back to the image of the first day he crossed over and cast the transcendental forbidden spell. Why did he feel that the full power of this ghost face fire spirit spider's Divine Dao Domain fire spirit demon ball was far inferior to his casting of teacher Zhang Han's purple thunder shocking sky that time? After a moment of slight contemplation, Lin Tianming had a bold guess in his heart. He also stood up and playfully said to the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, "This fire spirit magic ball of yours seems to be a bit weak in power?" Talking about this issue, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider snorted coldly, its eyes glaring icily at Lin Tianming, who had dared to mock it. If I hadn't sacrificed too much of my strength to forcefully climb out of the demonic tomb whose seal hadn't been lifted yet, and only had the strength of an 80th level demon left, you guys would have died a long time ago. But even if I'm only level 80, with my understanding and use of the power of the divine Tao realm, you low-level ants will have to die here today. Sure enough, knowing that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider didn't have the full strength of a god realm demon as he had analyzed, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly. Yan senpai, leave it to me next. The moment the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield finished perfectly resisting all the fire spirit demon balls from shattering, Lin Tianming confidently took a step forward. Wang Yanyan sniffed and looked at Lin Tianming in a daze, not knowing what he was going to do again. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider looked contemptuously at Lin Tianming, who had already lost his Phoenix Yen Divine Shield. Over to you next? Are you making me laugh, human? Lin Tianming ignored the taunts of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, and his body suddenly flashed with crackling thunder light. For a time, the fire spirit demonic chi in the entire ghost-faced fire spirit spider's lair began to tremble as if it had encountered an aura of absolute power that was enough to crush them. Wang Yanyan also felt this terrifying power of thunder that suddenly filled the entire Devil's Cave, and she stared in disbelief at Lin Tianming, whose aura was climbing dramatically around him. Is this thunderous power a superlative forbidden spell? The ghost-faced fire spirit spider, who hadn't yet fully recovered its strength as a god realm demon, also saw why Lin Tianming was so confident. It looked at Lin Tianming with some horror. How is this possible? How can you, a level 16 human, know a lightning attribute skill at the level of a superlative forbidden spell? Lin Tianming didn't answer the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's question. He teased, I thought you really had the strength of a god realm demon. I didn't realize that it was only level 80. If I had known that you were only level 80, I would have cleaved you to death with this move. Superlative forbidden spell, Purple Thunder Demon Prison. Casting out the new superbit forbidden spell Purple Thunder Demon Prison that he had copied from Jiang Han this time, rolling thunderclouds instantly surfaced in the sky above the entire demon cave. If it was cast outside the demon cave lair, the might of a successful ultra-bit forbidden spell would be even more shocking. A terrifying skill that could directly cover the entire imperial capital. This was also the real reason why Hua Yufei had previously preferred to endure the side effects, but also urged the transcendent forbidden weapon to interrupt Lin Tianming's execution of the transcendent forbidden spell. Unlike the Purple Thunder Shocking Sky, although the Purple Thunder Demon Prison also had the power of the superlative forbidden spell, under the deliberate improvement of Jiang Han, a genius lightning ability awakened. It would block off all of the superlative forbidden spell's power at one point for blasting, to avoid injuring innocents. But even so, when it was cast, the thundercloud could still cover an entire city. It was just the forbidden spell power locking one person a little to block the attack. Under the horrified gaze of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, the Violet Thunder Demon Prison's superlocation spell formation suddenly surfaced underneath its massive demonic body. The spell formations of the Purple Thunder Demon Prison surrounded it one after another, stacking up layer after layer like tall buildings to block it off firmly. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider attempted to break out of the formation, but it was unable to break free from the Purple Thunder Demon Prison formation that had blocked it. The sparkling purple falling thunder descended from the eye of the thundercloud that rotated like a whirlpool in the center, precisely smashing into the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that had been blocked by the layers of Purple Thunder Demon Prison shackles. Once this kind of super-level forbidden spell level Purple Thunder fell, if there were no layers of Purple Thunder Magic Prison's outer array shackles, it would definitely sweep through the entire imperial capital with the ghost-faced fire spirit spider as the center. However, under the impenetrable, also has the power of the superbit forbidden spell layer Purple Thunder shackles formed under the magic prison. Purple Thunder's horrible might all converge in a point, leaking out not a single bit. Moreover, the smashing Violet Thunder could also trigger the shackles of the layers of the Violet Thunder demonic prison, further releasing the same terrifying power of the superlative forbidden lightning within. Stacked on top of each other, this would ripple through at least one city in a way that the power of the superlative forbidden spell skills would converge at one point, and also in a way that would apply the full power of the superlative forbidden spell to the target of the attack that was targeted. In terms of single attacks, the power of the Purple Thunder Demon Prison was definitely far superior to the Purple Thunder Jintian that Lin Tianming had replicated earlier. A miserable cry of pain emanated from the mouth of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, showing just how miserably it was being electrocuted at the moment. Wang Yanyan was completely dumbfounded. Lin Tianming actually knows the superbit forbidden spell? He is using the hand of God to copy Mr. Jiang Han's transcendent banned spell skill? Doesn't his God's hand have no copying restrictions on copying skills? Boom! Shining purple thunder, one after another descended from the center of that rolling thundercloud, not giving the ghost-faced fire spirit spider any chance to catch its breath and defend itself, or heal its wounds. Soon, the demonic body of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider was exploded by electricity, revealing its fire spirit soul. Quickly! Stop it! You can't strike me with lightning anymore. I'll really be struck to death. You just have to let me go, and I can give you a path where you can become a god. As soon as she heard that the only remaining fire spirit of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider was still trying to compel Lin Tianming, Wan Yanyan, who had come back to her senses, also immediately reminded Lin Tianming, "Junior brother Tianming, it's now. Don't believe it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If you want to become a god, I can teach you that too. Only by killing its fire spirit can it truly be killed." Even if Wan Yanyan didn't say so, Lin Tianming wouldn't show mercy to the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Under Lin Tianming's cold gaze that flashed with the light of purple thunder, the remaining fire spirit of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider also flew away under the terrifying power of the purple thunder demon prison's terrifying superlative forbidden spell. With the complete death of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, a fire spirit bead representing the pure fire spirit origin power of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider appeared in front of Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran's eyes. As soon as she saw this fire spirit bead, Wang Yanyan's pretty face, which had survived the calamity, immediately surfaced with excitement again. Chapter 80 God's Hand unlocks new duplication ability. The fire spirit bead directly changed from 1 to 2. Lin Tianming was planning to split the fire spirit of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider into ashes even after he saw that its fire spirit had been split to death and another fire spirit bead had surfaced. When Wang Yanyan saw Lin Tianming's behavior of wanting to waste things, she was so anxious that she immediately shouted, "That's the fire spirit bead left behind by the complete death of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. It's extremely helpful for awakened people to become gods. Don't chop it up. This rascal, he's also too uneducated." When Lin Tianming heard this, he also immediately dispersed the last bit of residual power of the Violet Thunder Demon Prison. Taking the fire spirit bead into his hand, Lin Tianming carefully felt the warm fire spirit power emanating from it as the demonic aura faded away, and he immediately only felt a burst of warmth in his body. "It's kinda warm to hold." Wang Yanyan looked at the fire spirit bead in Lin Tianming's hand, her eyes filled with a particular desire to want it. "Tianming junior brother, can this fire spirit bead be shown to me?" Lin Tianming sniffed and also threw the fire spirit pearl to Wang Yanyan. "Take that, Huma senpai." Catching the fire spirit bead, Wang Yanyan also played with it with a delighted expression. Originally thought that this encounter with the god realm demonic creature that crawled out from the demon tomb ghost-faced fire spirit spider would be dead, but I didn't expect it to escape by forcing its way out against the seal that wasn't completely broken, and with a great loss of strength, but it let me pick up a great bargain. Although this ghost-faced fire spirit spider's fire spirit bead was of little use to me after I became a god in my last life, but by obtaining this fire spirit bead that contains the power of the fire attribute of the divine path realm before I became a god in this life, I can definitely accelerate the recovery of my peak fire god strength in my previous life. Just as Wang Yanyan was planning to absorb this fire spirit bead on the spot, Lin Tianming's voice was the one that shattered her fantasies. "Yanyan senpai, have you finished reading? Give it back to me when you're done." Wang Yanyan looked at the fire spirit bead in her hand with some reluctance, but thinking that this fire spirit bead was obtained from Lin Tianming's vigorous efforts to kill the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, she returned it. "Here, elementary brother Tianming, here you go. After all, it was you who killed the ghost-faced fire spirit spider." Seeing Wang Yanyan obediently handing back the fire spirit bead, Lin Tianming laughed. "Senior sister Yanyan, you just said that this fire spirit bead is extremely helpful for awakened people to become gods. Is that true? To be precise, it is of some help to fire attribute supernatural ability awaken people to become gods. Your supernatural ability is the hand of God. Getting it is not very useful. At most, you can only use it as a weapon that can set fire. More than being of little use, you can't even absorb it if you're not gifted with fire attribute psychic abilities." Listening to Wang Yanyan's heartfelt additions, Lin Tianming had some regrets. Surprisingly, he couldn't absorb this fire spirit bead and could only use it as a weapon similar to a divine weapon. Previously, when he went into the secret realm to explore with Yi Qingxue and Alice, he had obtained quite a few divine artifacts. If he couldn't absorb it, Lin Tianming wouldn't mind doing a favor in giving this fire spirit pearl to Wang Yanyan, further easing the tension between him and Wang Yanyan as a means of raiding her. The last thing he lacked on his body right now was this kind of divine artifact. However, just as Lin Tianming hesitated to give it to Wang Yanyan, who had been eyeing the fire spirit bead, he realized that an unusual sensation had appeared in his hand of God. Lin Tianming, who had discovered the anomaly, also immediately sensed carefully to see what was going on. When he sensed that his god's hand copying and plundering abilities had created a marvelous connection to the fire spirit bead, Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed. Could it be that his hand of God can still copy, or even plunder, the power of the fire spirit pearl? But wasn't his god's hand only capable of copying and looting skills? How could there be the skill like sensing of the fire spirit bead? All sorts of questions that were impossible to figure out just by thinking about them appeared in Lin Tianming's mind, and Lin Tianming decided to put them into action. Hand of God, copy. Taking the lead in casting the copying skill on the fire spirit bead, and immediately after, under Lin Tianming's incredulous gaze, that fire spirit bead split into two, and both possessed the complete power of the previous fire spirit bead. Wang Yanyan, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. How did the fire spirit bead become two? What did you do to it? Facing Wang Yanyan's question, Lin Tianming also slowed down, looking at the two fire spirit beads in front of him, whose power was undiminished. Lin Tianming handed one of them to Wang Yanyan. I just wanted to try to see if my god's hand could replicate the fire spirit bead, but I never thought it would work. This one is for you, Yanran's schoolmate. Hearing Lin Tianming's words, Wang Yanyan, who had received the fire spirit bead, felt that her mind was a little confused. That's okay? I didn't think it would work out either, but since there are two of them, one for you, Yanyan senpai, and one for me, it's just right. After Lin Tianming returned to Wang Yanyan, he also looked at the fire spirit bead in his hand once more and carefully sensed the connection of the hand of God. After successfully copying the fire spirit bead, he consumed one copy skill count, counting the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield that he had copied during the battle just now, as well as the super bit forbidden spell Purple Thunder Demon Prison that he had copied in advance. Lin Tianming now only had one last skill count left to copy. Although there was still one more copy count, the sense of the copying ability with the fire spirit bead disappeared, leaving only the sense of the looting ability. Lin Tianming's looting ability could only loot 4 skills to learn, and they had all been used up. Can he really keep plundering? If one can continue to loot, then it means that looting the fire spirit pearl power will not consume the same number of times as copying the ability, but will be counted additionally. Slightly contemplating, Lin Tianming's eyes stared again. Looting. As the plunder was unleashed, the fire spirit bead in Lin Tianming's palm then blossomed with dazzling fire spirit light and was absorbed into Lin Tianming's body. As the fire spirit bead was absorbed by Lin Tianming, his body was also filled with pure divine Dao realm fire attribute flame power. Having just slowed down from the powerful ability of Lin Tianming's hand of God that was able to replicate the fire spirit bead, and seeing Lin Tianming absorb the fire spirit bead with her own eyes, Wang Yanyan rubbed her temples, feeling that she would have to continue to slow down. You absorbed the fire attribute power contained inside the fire spirit pearl? It seems like it. Lin Tianming was also pleasantly surprised as he felt the divine Dao realm flame power within his body. What kind of perverted supernatural power is this? This stinking rogue's god's hand, that it has absorbed the fire spirit bead, which doesn't belong to his supernatural power. This completely breaks the common sense of the awakened alien ability. This kind of elemental attribute power thing born after the death of the god realm demonic creature should only be able to be absorbed by the corresponding elemental attribute awakened person. Monster. This stinking rascal is a monster. Completely unable to understand why Lin Tianming was able to absorb the fire spirit bead, but Wang Yanyan still couldn't help but continue to ask. Then after you absorbed it, did you feel any unusual changes in your body? For example, awaken skills that only fire attribute supernatural talent awakened people can have. With Wang Yanyan asking this, Lin Tianming also carefully sensed if he had learned any new skills. This careful sensing, Lin Tianming didn't find that he had learned any new fire attribute skills. However, he was the one who had the feeling of receiving Jiang Han's potential development and sensing new skills before. He also immediately seized this opportunity to perceive a new skill, and his body also burned with boiling flames around him as he perceived it. During the process of sensing, Wang Yanyan's Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield skill flashed through his mind, and Lin Tianming actually successfully cast Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield again without copying the skill. As he successfully executed the skill Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, which possessed the growth of the Divine Dao domain, the blazing flames boiling and burning around him gradually stabilized. After witnessing Lin Tianming create miracles in succession that she, a goddess reborn, couldn't even comprehend, Wang Yanyan's brain had completely short-circuited. Is this guy really human? Chapter 81 Awakening Battle Group intervenes in the investigation. Sister Hua Yufei came to ensure the people, absorbing the fire spirit bead to sense the fire attribute supernatural skill. Lin Tianming also did not expect that he was just a flash of the brain Wang Yanyan's Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, and he easily learned it. Having learned the new fire attribute ability skill, and not having to consume the number of times that the hand of God had plundered, Lin Tianming kind of wanted to get more of the elemental power crystals that were produced by the death of God realm demons like the fire spirit pearls. Maybe he could keep looting infinitely like a stuck bug and learn all of Wang Yanyan's fire attribute skills. There was a Vulcan reborn in front of her, and it would be a shame not to learn her skills. However, he could only think about the fact that this time, he was able to kill this god realm demon ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Or was it because the other party had forcefully climbed out of the demon tomb whose seal had not been completely broken, and his level had fallen to level 80? Otherwise, with his current strength, it would have been impossible for him to pick up such a great bargain, absorbing the elemental attribute power crystals of a god realm demon at a dozen levels. After carefully feeling the defensive power of the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield, Lin Tianming found that the defensive power of this Divine Dao domain growth skill that he had learned through plundering was far inferior to copying Wang Yanyan's. This Phoenix Flame Divine Shield of Yanyan's school sisters I've learned. The defense power can definitely crush all regular attack skills at my level, but the defense power is still far inferior to copying Yanyan's school sisters. It can't defend against Superbit forbidden spell level skills. It's a little bit ineffective. Hearing Lin Tianming's statement of being greedy and not being able to swallow an elephant, Wang Yanyan's pretty face became annoyed and she stretched out her jade hand and flicked it against Lin Tianming's forehead. You're also too greedy. You still want to be able to withstand the defense skills of the Superbit forbidden spells that are resident at a dozen or so levels? Wouldn't you be invincible then? If you can learn my Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield at a dozen or so levels, you should be satisfied. How dare you still dislike the fact that it can't resist the Transcendent Spanning spell at a dozen or so levels? Stinking rogue. Learning my Shinto domain skill without my consent, and disliking it for not being able to defend. So damnable. Lin Tianming could feel that after this time of shared suffering, Wang Yanyan's killing intent that hated him to the bone had faded quite a bit. Taking this opportunity, Lin Tianming also decided to put in more effort to try to boost Wang Yanyan's favor a bit more. Now in the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, just Wang Yanyan's killing intent towards him was the heaviest in her last life because she had been defiled by the original master in his innocence in a situation where she didn't even know the original master, and there was no emotional basis for it. If he could take this opportunity to boost Wang Yanyan's favor a little more, he would be able to feel a little more at ease walking through the grove in the future, without having to worry about being stabbed to death by someone suddenly breaking out. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming rubbed his brow and also immediately corrected his attitude. Yes, I'm content. This is school sister Yanyan's skill. I have to cherish it, just like I cherish my relationship with school sister Yanyan. As he spoke, Lin Tianming also wrapped his arms tightly around Wang Yanyan. You let go. This dunce is here again. Don't let go. Yanyan senpai likes me, and I like Yanyan senpai. It's more than normal for this couple to hug each other. Unable to argue with Lin Tianming, Wang Yanyan could only give up, and her strength, which was almost exhausted, was a little tired at the moment. Let's go back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy first. Junior brother Tianming, I'm a little tired right now. Today even if is too tired. Just let go of the scum who defiled my body first. Finding herself a reason for peace of mind, Wang Yanyan leaned in Lin Tianming's arms and was much more comfortable, not as resistant as before. When Lin Tianming saw how tired Wang Yanyan was, he also decided to take her back to the Imperial Great Imperial Academy with him. Along the only point of light from the underground ghost-faced fire spirit spider nest slowly out, but he was to find that the nearby passers-by were hiding far away watching him and Wang Yanyan. There's also the shady alleyway wall right next to it that was smashed because the chicken cake shop revealed the true nature of its demonic lair. The blogger who had taken the video of the ride was standing next to the tent looking at Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan with a horrified face. How did the egg cake, chicken cake store turn into a ghost haunted house? And inside it walked out the young couple just now. Viewers, I must have encountered a legendary demon. Lin Tianming glanced at the eerie surface ruins of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's lair in his surroundings. The atmosphere indeed looked quite eerie and frightening. Not bothering with the cycling blogger and the passers-by around him, Lin Tianming, who was worried about causing more commotion, also decided to leave the place now. Who would have thought that just as he was about to leave with Wang Yanyan, a group of awakened ones emitting an extremely strong awakened one's aura arrived in the vicinity at a fiery pace. Freeze! We are members of the 7th branch of the Imperial Awakening Battle Regiment responsible for maintaining the daily order around Tianhui Plaza. A shocking fluctuation of demonic aura has been detected here. Please cooperate with the investigation and come with us. Another member of the Imperial Awakening Battle Group? If Lin Tianming remembered correctly, Hua Yufei was the squad leader of the 5th detachment of the Imperial Awakening Battle Corps. But right now, these guys were members of the 7th detachment responsible for the precincts of Tianhui Plaza. Wang Yanyan was tired now, but not to the point where she couldn't speak. As soon as she heard that the group of people from the Imperial Awakening Battle Group wanted to take them away, Wang Yanyan immediately brightened her identity. I am Queen Yanyan, the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 great awakened warrior families of the Imperial Capital, and I am also a student of the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy. Friends of the Imperial Capital Awakening Battle Group, could you please let us return to the Imperial Capital Great Emperor Academy first? She had thought that if she revealed her identity, the other party would definitely let them go. But who would have thought that this group of Awakening Warrior Corps 5th Detachment was determined to take them on a journey? Recently there have been frequent appearances of demon-possessed devils in various parts of the imperial capital, and we are now in an extraordinary period. Even if Miss Wang and your friend are innocent, we still ask you to come with us and inform our Awakening Warrior Corps in detail about your encounters here. This is also for the sake of maintaining the peace and stability of the imperial capital. I hope that Miss Wang will understand. Wang Yanyan's identity as the daughter of the Wang family's head was still somewhat useful. At least the people in the 5th Detachment spoke politely. Although the other party's tone was better, Wang Yanran's beautiful eyes still revealed a hint of anger. You. This time, without waiting for Wang Yanyan to finish her sentence, Lin Tianming blocked her small mouth with his index finger. Forget it, senior sister. It's not a big deal. Let's go with them and tell them what we know, so they can also carry out the work of eliminating the demons. It's still this little brother who is good at talking. Miss Wang, please? Wang Yanyan looked at the group of people from the 7th Division of the Awakening Battle Group. But in the end, she still leaned against Lin Tianming's arms, and the two of them left together with the people from the Awakening Battle Group. Chicken Cake Shop's nest of ghost-faced fire spirit spiders in faded demonic disguise was also the scene of a tightly sealed-off investigation by the men of the 5th Detachment. When they arrived at the base of the Imperial Awakening Battle Group's 5th Detachment in the precincts of Tianhui Plaza, Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan were also questioned separately. The two only explained that they had been attacked by a demon possessed by a demon, and did not tell the secret of the God Realm demon. The two of them, the highest leveled Wang Yanyan was only level 55, and Lin Tianming was even only level 16. If the matter of them teaming up to kill the ghost-faced fire spirit spider was told, it would only be more troublesome to deal with. No other information was cross-examined. Plus Wang Yanyan's identity as the daughter of the head of the Wang family was verified to be true. And for fear of causing dissatisfaction in the Wang family, Wang Yanyan was the first to be released. But Lin Tianming still hasn't been released. Where's my Tianming Jr.? Miss Wang, please don't worry. We still have some questions we want to ask your school brother. After that we will release him back to the Imperial Grade Imperial School. You don't need to worry about him. Just please return first. As soon as she heard the statement that the people of the 7th Detachment had deliberately left Lin Tianming behind for cross-examination, Wang Yanyan's face sank. I order you all to release him now. We've said what we need to say, and if you don't release him again, I don't mind using the power of our Wang family. During the time that Wang Yanyan was furious about Lin Tianming being detained by the people from the 7th Detachment, Lin Tianming was still being cross-examined. Lin Tianming, according to our investigation of the scene, we found that the underground energy fluctuation of that demonic lair is far beyond level 55. And there is even the fluctuation of the residual power of the superbit forbidden spell skill. How in the world did you guys manage to kill that demonic possessed demon? What I should have said just now. It was Yanyan Senpai who possesses a combat power far beyond her class, and I assisted her before she barely escaped by decapitating that demon-possessed demon. Didn't you all see that Yanyan Senpai's power was exhausted? Lin Tianming was dripping with information. More information that he wouldn't reveal in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. My intuition tells me that the two of you are hiding something, but please, this little brother, give a truthful account and provide more clues about the demons. This is important for us to track the demons infiltrating into the imperial capital. If you don't say anything, I also have time to accompany you to consume it slowly. Consume it until you say it. Because they were afraid of the Wang family behind Wang Yanyan, the people from the 7th branch of the Imperial Awakening Battle Regiment did not dare to detain Wang Yanyan for too long. However, Lin Tianming didn't have much of a background, which was why they let Wang Yanyan leave first and focus their interrogation on Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming was also determined that he wouldn't say anything more, and he just spent his time at the 7th Detachment's base. Next, several more people took turns questioning him, wearing out his patience and trying to get him to tell the truth. And Lin Tianming didn't say a single more piece of information. Just as the people from the 7th Detachment were about to lose their patience and wanted to use some unconventional means to force Lin Tianming to tell the truth, the door to the interrogation room was directly opened, and a woman as beautiful as a flower fairy walked into it. I've already spoken to the people above about Lin Tianming's situation. Your 7th Detachment can leave this matter alone. Lin Tianming is solely in the hands of my 5th Detachment. As soon as he saw this flower fairy-like beautiful woman who had come to take him away, Lin Tianming recognized her at once. The captain of the 5th Division of the Awakening Battle Group, Hua Yufei, was also his schoolmate who had graduated a year ago. Chapter 82, Wang Yanyan, will never fall in love with someone who has tarnished my innocence. With Hua Yufei, who was also from the Awakening Battle Group, personally coming to lead the people, Lin Tianming was finally able to come out. Senior Flower, thanks to you, otherwise I feel like I can't get out. Being a little embarrassed by Lin Tianming's praise, Hua Yufei said while leading Lin Tianming away. It's not enough to rely on my connections alone, but I told the people above me that you're Mr. Jiang Han's only student, and only then did they allow me to come over here and take you away. It's still you, Mr. Jiang Han, who's the big intimidator. Not expecting him to come out and still have something to do with Jiang Han, Lin Tianming was a bit surprised. So is teacher Jiang Han's reputation so shocking? That's for sure. Your teacher Jiang Han is the youngest top awakened in the Kyushu, the next heir to the Thunder Hall Master, the closest awakened in this era to becoming a god, and has killed countless demons. And you're her only precious student, so anyone else who wants to touch you will definitely have to weigh their options. Listening to Hua Yufei counting down the glorious deeds of Jiang Han, Lin Tianming also had some questions. Teacher Jiang Han looked to be in her early 20s. Why was there such a powerful her, when in the last 10 years, only sister Wang Yanran had achieved first place in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition? Thinking of this, Lin Tianming asked again. School sister Hua, since teacher Jiang Han is so powerful, why is it that only school sister Wang Yanyan has taken the first place in the Global Higher Awakener Academy once in these 10 years in my Kyushu? Talking about this issue, Hua Yufei also explained for Lin Tianming, because the Thunder Hall inheritors are a bit special, and are not following the Global Awakening ritual to awaken their supernormal abilities. So teacher Jiang Han she was previously unable to take part in the competitions organized by the Global Academy of Higher Awakened Beings. Understanding the reason for this, Lin Tianming was enlightened. So that's how it is. Thank you Senior Flower for clearing up my confusion. Hua Yufei smiled faintly. It's nothing, Senior Tianming. I'll drive you directly back to the Imperial Grade Imperial School. Then I'll trouble Hana-senpai. It was Hua Yufei who bailed him out early today, and Lin Tianming didn't refuse Hua Yufei's offer to send him back to the Imperial Grade Imperial School. When he was almost at the exit, Lin Tianming also discovered Wang Yanran. Seeing that she had come out as well, Lin Tianming also called out to her who was dealing with the people from the 7th detachment. Yan Yan senpai. As soon as she heard Lin Tianming's shout, Wang Yan, who was infuriated by the delay in releasing Lin Tianming by the people of the 7th detachment, froze for a moment, but when she saw that Lin Tianming was walking towards her, Wang Yan also immediately revealed a look of surprise and quickly walked towards Lin Tianming. Junior brother Tianming, these guys actually let you out? I just spoke to their people for a long time, and they refused to let you out. I was so close to calling my father and having the Wang family bring someone to personally bail you out. Learning that Wang Yan had gone to great lengths to help him, although she hadn't helped, Lin Tianming thanked her. It was hard on Yanran senpai. It was Flower senpai who stepped in and bailed me out. Upon hearing that it was Hua Yufei who had bailed Lin Tianming out, Wang Yanran then noticed Hua Yufei. She also knew Hua Yufei, who happened to be in 2nd grade when she was in 4th grade. Now she's in 4th grade and Hana Yufei has been graduating for a year. It was just that Wang Yan was a little curious as to how Hua Yufei knew Lin Tianming. Sister Yufei, you also know junior brother Tianming? Speaking of this, Hua Yufei didn't shy away from it at all. I've also been keeping an eye on some of the things going on in the Imperial Great Empress Academy after I graduated, and little brother Tianming has been the hottest new student in the Imperial Great Empress Academy recently. So of course I know him. Thanks to school sister Yufei for bailing little brother Tianming out. I'll treat school sister Yufei to something to eat again when I have time. This stinking rogue, even knows sister Yufei, really is a colorful and daring scum. What? Lin Tianming was speechless. He could get shot even like this. I'll send you all back together. I've already spoken to the people above me about the commotion you caused in Tianhui Plaza. They won't trouble you anymore. Hua Yufei's knitted brows and smile inadvertently revealed a flower fairy-like charming seductive power. Even a girl like Wang Yanran could easily get close to her. Then I'll trouble senior sister Yufei. We can't let this bad guy get too close to sister Yufei, or else with his colorful character, I'm afraid a good person like sister Yufei will be sullied by him. Listening to Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was completely numb. Not bothering to explain anything, Lin Tianming got into the car that Hua Yufei had parked in front of the Awakening Warrior Corps' 7th Detachment Base and rode back to the Imperial Grade Imperial School together with Wang Yanyan. When he got off the bus, Lin Tianming originally wanted to assist the weak Wang Yanyan, who thought that she was afraid of being misunderstood by Hua Yufei about her relationship with Lin Tianming and refused Lin Tianming's assistance. It was this rejection that caused Wang Yanyan, who had overestimated her recovery ability, to soften her feet and fall forward. This was something she would have inevitably planted her head on if she hadn't had someone to hold her up. Seeing this scene, Hua Yufei, who was far away, could only warn in a loud voice, "Slow down, don't fall." Yanran. Seeing this, Lin Tianming promptly assisted Wang Yanyan and took her into his arms. Yanran's senior sister, you've consumed too much tonight. It's better for me to carry you back to the girls' dormitory in my arms to rest. Wang Yanyan, who had just refused Lin Tianming's assistance, was currently flushed red. Just refused this stinking rascal to embrace me and almost fell down. This is a big disgrace. Sending Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan to arrive safely at the Imperial Capital Grade Imperial Academy. Hua Yufei also said goodbye. It's still junior brother Tianming who's attentive. Yan will be left to you. I have to go back to the 5th detachment as well. So let's get in touch when we have time. Hana-senpai. See you next time. Sister Yufei. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Seeing Hua Yufei drive away, Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran exchanged glances, looking at Wang Yanran with some embarrassment. Tianming junior brother. I'm a bit tired, so I'll trouble you to send me back to rest. I didn't think there'd be a time when I'd have to beg for this stinky guy. Seeing as he saved me today, just put up with it this time. Next time. Yes, next time I'm still going to find him to settle the score. Letting him go this time isn't about being soft on him. Listening to Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming also hugged Wang Yanyan tightly and took the initiative to send her back to the girls' dormitory where she lived. With all that had happened tonight, it was already late at night when Lin Tianming and Wang Yanyan came back, so there weren't any students who had seen the two of them being so close in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. When she arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory where Wang Yanyan lived, Wang Yanyan's roommate was also called down by her in advance to pick her up. Seeing Wang Yanyan fall into Lin Tianming's arms and still being held so tightly by Lin Tianming, Wang Yanyan's roommate was surprised. This guy seems to be that first year that's been so hot lately. So you've been staying out of relationships before, and you're into young boys a couple years younger than you? Wang Yanyan blushed at her female roommate's comment and denied her relationship with Lin Tianming. Don't talk nonsense. Tianming junior brother and I are in a normal relationship. I was just injured in an accident outside and happened to meet him. He sent me back. Tianming junior brother. You also quickly go back. Thank you for sending me back. Who is boyfriend and girlfriend with this rascal? There's no way I, Wang Yanyan, would fall in love with a scumbag who tainted my innocence. Chapter 83, What's there to worry about? The ghost-faced fire spirit spider was all chopped to death by me. The Devil's Tomb is a sealed place located underneath the ground of this world. The Devil's Tomb was an extremely large underground world that ran through the entire planet, and had once been part of the Calamity Land, and the devils within it were also numerous and endless to kill. There were even a large number of god-level demons. 100 years ago, the human awakened people paid great sacrifices to guard the humans of the entire planet before sealing the underground world where the demon tomb was located, closing the barrier between the underground world of the demon tomb and the Calamity Land. Since it was a seal, there was bound to be a seal entrance. There were a total of 2 sealed entrances to the Devil's Tomb, one located at the Heavenly Ghost Pass in the northern Yin domain, and one located right underneath the ground in the imperial capital of the Kyushu. It was precisely because the demon tomb was sealed that the humans, who had suffered so much from the abuse and destruction of the demons, blew the horn of counterattack and beat the remaining demons into retreat, compressing the land of calamity that once covered almost the entire surface world to less than 1/5 of the area of the present-day surface world. And the sealed underground world is called the Devil's Tomb. The symbolism is that it is a place where demons are buried, and the days when humans were oppressed and destroyed by demons are gone. And in the future, they will surely be able to bury the demons on the surface of the earth as well. 100 years had passed, and except for a very small number of people, no one knew about this history in which mankind had paid great sacrifices to create the seal of the Devil's Tomb. But just recently, the imperial capital of Kyushu, as the most heavily defended center of the entire Kyushu, was frequently showing signs of demons. The appearance of the demonic creatures had caused the awakened in the imperial capital to be on edge as well. Some people suspected that someone inside might have struck some kind of dirty deal with the demons of the Calamity Lands, and that's why the demon-possessed demons showed up in the imperial capital. Others speculated that the seal of the demon tomb had loosened, causing the demons in the demon tomb to crawl out of the ground. The former speculation couldn't cause too much panic, but the latter speculation was deeply disturbing to many people who knew the hidden secrets of the demon tomb, because within the demon tomb, there was a god realm demon sealed. The humans had been dedicated to fighting the demons in the surface Calamity Land for the past 100 years, and had never thought of taking the initiative to enter the demon tomb to kill the god realm demons inside, simply because of their fear of the god realm demons. Back then, if they hadn't taken advantage of the fact that the god realm demons had collectively entered the underground world to look for something, to explore some kind of hidden secret, they wouldn't have had the chance to gather all the power of the divine artifacts they had collected to seal the god realm demons in the underground. But even so, the land of calamity actually had a god realm demon sleeping in it. That god realm demonic creature was called the Raging Thunder Demon King and awakened 10 years ago. Humanity, which has never seen a god-level awakened person, is once again facing a great threat after the awakening of the Raging Thunder Demon King. Seeing that the entire human race will be reduced to a blood meal to be hunted by demons, several years ago Jiang Han came out of nowhere, as the youngest top awakened person in Kyushu, staged a battle of mortal deicide. It was Jiang Han who personally killed the only god realm demonic creature of the Calamity Land, the Raging Thunder Demon King. That saved the human awakened ones from declining and suppressed the Calamity Land's counterattacking momentum. She also became famous in the battle, and not only the people in Kyushu were familiar with her, but all humans around the globe knew her great name. It was also because she had created the history of human beings killing god-forming demons. Everyone felt that such a young woman could very well become the first person to become a god in the history of human awakened beings in the future. There was even speculation that she had actually half-stepped into the realm of becoming a god in order to kill that Raging Thunder Demon King. Early this morning, as the strongest awakened in the Kyushu, Jiang Han also came to the entrance of the Devil's Tomb underneath the imperial capital of the Kyushu because of the rumors that the sealed entrance of the Devil's Tomb in the imperial capital might be loosened. If Lin Tianming were here, he would definitely be shocked by the scene that was even thicker than the demonic aura of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's lair. Aside from Jiang Han, almost half of the top awakened people in the entire 9 states had come. The sealed entrance to this Devil's Tomb actually has such a dense devilish aura? It's not possible that the seal has broken, right? Everyone be on alert and ready for all dangers. Many of the top awakened on the scene were veterans who had gone into the Calamity Land and fought with demons countless times, but most of them were coming to the Devil's Tomb for the first time, and they were shocked by the demonic aura that was not at all worse than that of the Calamity Land. Jiang Han walked at the front. She was not afraid of the terribly thick demonic aura here. Taking the lead at the entrance to the Demon Tomb, Jiang Han carefully observed the seal at the entrance. Soon, the group of top awakened behind her followed one by one. Seeing that she was already observing the seal of the entrance to the Demon Tomb, the other later arriving top awakenings cautiously inquired about Jiang Han while observing. Young Hall Master Jiang, have you found anything? As Jiang Han was the next Hall Master of the Thunder Hall, coupled with her strength that had crowned the entire 9 states at a young age, these top awakened would honor her as Young Hall Master out of respect. Jiang Han didn't answer immediately, but instead used her thunder power to carefully sense it again. A moment passed before she said, "The seal has indeed loosened. This place has also shattered a corner, and there is still a residual fluctuation of demonic chi that is similar to the fire attribute supernormal ability in the vicinity. So if my presumption is correct, it is a fire attribute god realm demonic creature that has forced its way out with the help of this seal gap." As soon as they heard Jiang Han's analysis, all the top awakened on the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. If it was truly a god realm demon that had gotten out of its trap, only Jiang Han had the qualifications to fight among the top awakened on their site. But don't worry too much. You guys look here again. It's the imprint left behind by this god realm demonic creature that got out of its trap and escaped from this place. The power is obviously much weaker than the god level power at the ceiling gap, indicating that it paid a great price to get out of its trap, and the fluctuation of its power at the time of its escape was probably only around level 80. Under Jiang Han's guidance, the top awakened on the scene were also able to discover the clues to the marks left behind by the god realm demon when it escaped from its trap and fled. As Jiang Han had said, this was not far from the gap where the seal had been loosened. The residual demonic scent was homogeneous, but the power had fallen to around level 80. Discovering this important clue, the top awakened ones on the scene were all temporarily relieved. At this time, one of the top awakened suggested, if it gets out of its trap and falls down to the 80th level, we can kill this demonic creature before it recovers its divine power. Putting it lightly, we don't know what specific characteristics this god realm demonic creature has, what it's called, or what special abilities it has, and we can't find it well if it secretly hides. If it's not easy to find, is it not possible to find it? For the sake of the safety of the imperial capital as well as the entire Kyushu, we must find it before it recovers. These top awakened people quickly argued over their differences. Jiang Han didn't participate in their conversation, but half squatted down and reached out his hand to touch the fire attribute mark left behind by the demonic creature. This fire attribute demonic aura is very much like the fire spirit demonic aura mentioned in my Thunder Hall's canon specializing in demonic creatures. And there's also a spider-like demonic creature's aura remaining in this vicinity, as well as the shadowy spectral blue demonic flame. Hearing Jiang Han analyzing to herself there, those top awakened who were arguing also immediately closed their mouths, not daring to disturb her thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Han surmised the exact identity of this demonic creature. It's the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, a god realm demonic creature that only exists in the underground world sealed by the Demon Tomb. Some of the top awakened ones on the scene had also learned about the ghost-faced fire spirit spider from some ancient canonical records. As soon as they heard Zhang Han say that the divine realm demonic creature that had escaped was the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. According to the records, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider is extremely good at camouflage and hiding, and extremely good at soul attacks, and to hunt and kill human souls for fun. In 100 years ago was the god realm demonic rushes that abused human beings. How to get out of the trap is this kind of difficult demonic creature? This is troublesome. Everyone, please also go back and use your respective powers to make sure to find this ghost-faced fire spirit spider, or else when it recovers its divine realm strength, I don't know how many innocent people will have to become its soul rations again. We can't just focus on that ghost-faced fire spirit spider either. Don't forget that the seal of the entrance to this demon tomb is loose. Zhang Han listened to their discussion. She also spoke. There is no need to worry too much. The seal of the entrance to the demon tomb is loosened, but the power of the seal is still strong. We only need to pour all of our power into the sealing spell now. It should be able to temporarily make up for the loss of sealing power from the gap in that seal. With Zhang Han's words, the top awakened ones on the scene looked at each other and also agreed with Zhang Han one after another, first joining their efforts to inject enough power into the sealing spell formation to repair it. Under the combined power of the top awakened people led by Zhang Han, the loose seal was also repaired again, temporarily sealing the leakage of demonic energy. However, this also left a tiny crack in the sealing array at the entrance of the demon tomb, which could only solve the immediate problem. Now that they couldn't think of any other good solution for the time being, they had no choice but to do it first. Now is the time to find that escaped ghost-faced fire spirit spider first. If you all have any news, remember to contact me first. After communicating with this group of top awakened, and asking the people from the imperial capital side to send people to guard the devil's tomb all day long, so that if there were any accidents in the future, they would be able to react first. After doing all of this, Zhang Han also left the entrance of the demon tomb seal. She was going to make another trip back to the Thunder Hall to report to the Thunder Hall master, as well as the other executives, about what she had seen and heard at the entrance of the demon tomb today. On the way back to the Thundering Hall, once he thought of the god realm demon ghost-faced fire spirit spider getting out of the trap, Zhang Han was a little relieved that Lin Tianming was not able to get out of the trap. She also took out her cell phone and sent a voice message to Lin Tianming. Brat, stay honestly in the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy for these 3 days. Recently, a god realm demonic creature that escaped from the demon tomb has appeared in the imperial capital, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Killing top-tier awakened people is like a game, so don't go out to run around and get caught by it. Receiving a voice message from Zhang Han early in the morning, Lin Tianming, who was preparing to go downstairs to explore the ice and snow mysteries with Yi Qingxue, froze. After a few moments passed, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly again as he returned a message to teacher Zhang Han. Alright, I'll stay obediently at the Great Imperial Academy and wait for your return. Teacher Zhang Han. That's weird. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider that teacher Zhang Han was worried about was electrocuted by him, so he didn't need to worry about the threat of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider at all. Putting away his cell phone, Lin Tianming went to find his little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, in a happy mood. The chance in the ice and snow mysteries, he, Lin Tianming, had come. Chapter 84, going out for a trip and still running into a goddess reborn who had been pitted by the original owner. The old city of Lingnan. Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue arrived here together this morning. Yi Qingxue had come with Lin Tianming for the reason of coming on this trip. She had concealed the matter of the ice and snow mystery realm before she came, but she was prepared to pretend that she had no intention of discovering the ice and snow mystery realm after she had had enough fun with Lin Tianming, and bring Lin Tianming along to enter the ice and snow mystery realm to explore the mysteries. Thinking that her plan was through, Yi Qingxue didn't realize that the little plans in her heart were all heard by Lin Tianming's ability to eavesdrop on his heart. Let's have a good time here in Lingnan Ancient City first, and then we'll take Brother Tianming to the ice and snow mystery realm later on. At that time, when Brother Tianming sees that we've actually found a new secret realm unintentionally, he'll be pleasantly surprised. I must get the ice crystal, and for the other treasures in the secret realm, Brother Tianming and I will split them depending on the situation. Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qingxue's heart. He also understood her who wanted to surprise him, and didn't try to poke her little heart. Brother Tianming, this Lingnan ancient city has so much of that ancient-style small-town feeling from the costume dramas. It's full of those ancient-style buildings. Before we go to play in the ice and snow paradise, I feel like we can still go around the neighborhood, eat some delicious food, and take more pictures as a souvenir. Yi Qingxue was in a happy mood as she walked through the Lingnan ancient city and proposed to Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming also had no problem with it. No problem. This time, I came out to play for 3 days. It's quite good to turn around more. Next, Lin Tianming also accompanied Yi Qingxue to tour around the ancient-style complex of this Lingnan ancient city first. Here, brother Tianming, take a picture of me on this bridge. Let's take some group photos together too. We can't waste this opportunity to come out and travel. What kind of snack is this? So delicious, brother Tianming. Ah, you take a bite too. Isn't it sweet? Take a few shots of me here too. Brother Tianming. Is this like a bidding game? It looks like it's quite fun. Let's play this together. Brother Tianming. Although her main purpose this time was to come to the ice and snow mystery realm, Yi Qingxue was really enjoying this trip with Lin Tianming and having fun. Facing such an energetic and clingy little girlfriend, Lin Tianming naturally accompanied her to play with her to enjoy herself physically and mentally. After Yi Qingxue had her fun, she couldn't help but comment on this Lingnan ancient city. This Lingnan ancient city rare and strange gadgets is really much. There are a lot of snacks that can't be eaten in other places, but also quite delicious. This time to this Lingnan ancient city tourism. Even if you don't go to the ice paradise, just play in this ancient style complex in this vicinity is also quite good. Lin Tianming also smiled and said, indeed, Qingxue, are we now going to be here today first, and then go to the ice and snow paradise tomorrow? Or, as soon as Yi Qingxue heard Lin Tianming's proposal to go back to the ice and snow paradise tomorrow, she immediately said, brother Tianming, it's only noon. It's still not too late for us to go to the ice and snow paradise for an afternoon now. This can't wait until tomorrow. Tonight just happens to be the day that the ice mystery realm opens, and that ice mystery realm is inside the ice paradise. If you're late, maybe all the chances inside have been taken. In my last life, I heard that quite a few people went in on the first day of the opening of the ice and snow mystic realm. In my last life, I was busy looking for a way to repair my divine soul in the early stages and missed it, so I can't miss it again in this life. The ice secret realm will open tonight, and quite a few people will enter it. As soon as he heard Yi Qingxue's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming naturally didn't want to give away this ice and snow mystery realm opportunity just like that. He also said, then let's go to Iceland now? Well, we are now. Ha, wait, brother Tianming, look over there. There are stores that rent out old-fashioned clothes that fit the style of the old city of Lingnan for photo shoots. I want to try changing my outfit and take a photo to remember. Yi Qingxue had also wanted to go directly to the ice and snow paradise right now, but when she and Lin Tianming were walking and realized that there were stores in front of them that rented out old-fashioned clothes for photo shoots, she also wanted to change into old-fashioned clothes to take some photos. There's still plenty of time. Taking a few old-fashioned photos won't take too long. Seeing that Yi Qingxue had said so, Lin Tianming, who was already relying on Yi Qingxue to find the entrance to the ice and snow mystery realm, was also certain that he would continue to accompany her. Great! I think my Qingxue must be beautiful even in her ancient style costume. While talking, Lin Tianming also accompanied Yi Qingxue to the store that rented out ancient style clothing for photo shoots as a souvenir. As soon as he walked into the store, Yi Qingxue was warmly welcomed by the store's female owner. Entertained by the lady boss, Yi Qingxue was also looking at the wide array of ancient style clothing, thinking about what she should choose to wear that would fit her best. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, was waiting at the entrance of this not so large and not so small ancient style clothing store. The neighborhood is just a nice little bridge street scene with a lot of girls in old-fashioned dresses shooting around. During the scanning process, Lin Tianming was caught by a beautiful imperial lady with an aura as gentle as water. The watery blue color of the ancient style of dress, coupled with the gentle water-like temperament of this beautiful imperial sister, is very gentle fairy feeling. This woman who was as gentle as water just by looking at her appearance had also just finished taking the last picture, and the girl who was traveling with her walked towards Lin Tianming's side. Mr. Tianxue, are we going to play in the ice park later? Well, this ice and snow paradise is also a very fun attraction in Lingnan ancient city. Since we're here then we definitely can't miss it, so we'll change back into our regular clothes and head straight out. The woman who was called en masse, Tianxue, was the woman who looked as gentle as water and had left a deep impression on Lin Tianming. Tianxue's voice, also like her appearance and attire, had a feeling of gentleness like water. Very nice to listen to, and made it very difficult to lose temper with such a gentle person like her. Just then, Yi Qingxue walked out from the store and sweetly shouted, brother Tianming, do you think I look good in this? White clothes, snowy, icy skin, too beautiful and immortal. Qingxue, your body fits well with your ice attribute ability. Lin Tianming also had been surprised by Yi Qingxue's ancient style look. Her vision was still very good, picking the body that suited her best. Seeing that Lin Tianming also liked it, Yi Qingxue was also overjoyed. Brother Tianming thinks it looks good, then it's no problem. So let's go over there and take some pictures and videos. At this moment, Tianxue and her female students had already arrived beside Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Both sides were strangers who didn't know each other, and naturally, they just brushed past each other without much interaction. Lin Tianming was just admiring the beautiful teacher called Tian Shui with the mindset of admiring a beautiful girl on the street, and didn't have too many other thoughts. Now that his little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, had come out, he naturally wanted to accompany her. Well, come on, Qingxue, I'll shoot for you. Just as Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue went to the nearby little bridge and water popularity street scene to shoot, he was hearing a heartfelt voice that didn't belong to Yi Qingxue. I can't believe I ran into you here, Tianming little brother. This heartfelt voice didn't belong to Yi Qingxue, but Lin Tianming, who had just heard this voice. At the first moment his mind flashed back to the Tianshui teacher who was as gentle as water just now. There was only one way he could overhear his heart. That is, this Tianshui teacher is also a former goddess who has been owed by the original owner. This is too much bad luck, isn't it? Out for a trip and still run into the goddess reborn who was owed by the original owner. Chapter 85, The Ice and Snow Mysterious Realm opens. Fenglan had also come to look for a chance. Lin Tianming wanted to stay near that Tianshui teacher for a little while longer so that he could obtain the other party's specific information through the system. Let's see how the original owner in his last life pitted this Tianshui teacher so that he could think of countermeasures on how to deal with the other party. It was just a pity that he had to accompany Yi Qingxue right now, and for the time being, he couldn't intentionally linger over at the store in order to obtain information. Let's pretend we didn't see it this time and hope we never see each other again. I don't really want to have anything to do with you again. Gradually moving away from Tianshui, Lin Tianming was also able to hear the other party's last heartfelt words. Never again? This teacher Tianshui didn't seem to have strong killing intent towards the original owner of this body of his? From the tone of her voice, she must have been pitted by the original owner in her last life, but it might have something to do with her gentle, water-like personality. She was more interested in staying away from the original owner in this life than settling scores with him. If that was the case, Lin Tianming would be happy not to have any dealings with this Tianshui teacher. He now had enough headaches just dealing with Yi Qingxue, Jian Han, Fenglan, Wang Yanran, and Alice who was back in the northern Yin domain. If there was another Tianshui, he felt like his head would literally explode with a headache. Goddamn original owner. How many goddesses did you owe in your last life? Haven't you ever done a single good deed in your last life? This mess of the original owner was really bad to clean up, and there was a pitted Yi Qingxue at the birth point where he crossed over. When they arrived at the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, there was also Fenglan, Jian Han, and Wang Yanran. There was also Alice, the talented young girl from the northern Yin domain, who was far away across the ocean. This out of Linxnan ancient city tour can also run into another Tianshui. Lin Tianming now seriously doubted that the original owner hadn't done a single thing in his last life. But one thing is for sure, the original owner is a wizard for being able to pit so many girls over and over again and never feeling remorseful about it. Tianming brother, Tianming brother, Tianming brother, what are you gawking at? Yi Qingxue's shouts ringing in his ears pulled Lin Tianming back to reality from his contemplation of the original owner having victimized him. He also hurriedly said, Sorry, Qingxue, I got distracted just now. Seeing Lin Tianming return to his senses, Yi Qingxue didn't care too much. She, too, stood next to a small bridge in the street and struck a pose. Brother Tianming, does my pose look good? Take some close-ups of me. Good looking, just leave the shooting to me. Yi Qingxue's style of dressing in white was also very pleasing to Lin Tianming. He also photographed her with all his heart, capturing all of her best aspects. By this time, Tensui and that female student of hers had changed into the regular clothes they had come in. She was still dressed in a soft aqua blue style dress, only she had switched from the old style back to the normal modern style. The female student asked expectantly, Mr. Tianshui, are we ready to leave for Iceland now? Well, let's get going. Before leaving, Tianshui took one last look at Lin Tianming, who was filming Yi Qingxue not far away. Hopefully, we'll never be seen again. Whispering mentally, Tianshui left the place with her schoolgirl. On Lin Tianming's side, he also decided to call it a day after accompanying Yi Qingxue to take quite a few ancient-style photos and videos. After Yi Qingxue changed back into her regular clothes at the lady boss's ancient-style clothing store, Lin Tianming accompanied her to leave this place and set off for the ice-snow paradise. After spending less than half an hour, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue arrived at the ice-snow paradise that hid the ice-snow mysteries. This snow and ice park is full of all kinds of snow and ice-related rides, and the snow and ice in it don't melt all year round. The fact that a place with a hot summer climate like Lingnan Ancient City would have such an area of ice and snow that wouldn't melt all year round was really puzzling to regular people. But Yi Qingxue knew that it all had to do with that secret realm of ice and snow that was hidden in this ice-snow paradise. It was the extreme ice power emanating from that ice and snow mystery realm that made this area have perennial ice and snow. The developers of the ice park found the area profitable and built a modern ice park in a style not unlike the ancient complex of the old city of Lingnan. In an area of perennial snow and ice, the two main attractions can attract a lot of tourists to come and play in the old city of Lingnan, especially in the hot summer. It is undoubtedly the most enjoyable to be able to escape from the heat and play in this ice park. Now that the Ice and Snow Mystery Realm hasn't opened yet, let's first have a good afternoon of fun with brother Tianming in this ice and snow paradise. With this thought in her heart, Yi Qingxue pulled Lin Tianming to the skating rink. Brother Tianming, let's go in and skate for fun. Listening to Yi Qingxue's heart, Lin Tianming was also open to accompany her to experience the rides in this ice and snow paradise. This snowmobile looks like it's pretty good too. Brother Tianming, let's go in and try it out too. And I want to play with this ice bumper car. Brother Tianming, there's a big ski resort there. Let's go and experience it too. Brother Tianming. Yi Qingxue was like she had inexhaustible energy, and when she encountered these rides, she was as excited as a child. Lin Tianming was also infected by Yi Qingxue's energetic personality, accompanying her to experience one of the rides in the ice and snow paradise with physical and mental pleasure. By the time they had played all the rides in this ice and snow park, the sun was gradually setting. Although they were having a good time, Yi Qingxue had not forgotten the real purpose of their coming to this ice paradise, which was for the ice secret realm that would be opened at night. The ice park is only open during the day and closes at night. Yi Qingxue didn't choose to secretly stay in this ice paradise because she wanted to give Lin Tianming the illusion of accidentally discovering the ice mystery realm. Go out for a dinner first, and when it's almost dark, then find an excuse that something has been left in the ice paradise, and take brother Tianming to sneak in. After going in and heading to the entrance of the ice and snow mystery realm, I'm sure brother Tianming will also go in with me to explore the mystery. At that time, Tianming will definitely praise me for being a blessing. Only last time I took him into the secret realm to get so many artifacts, and this time there's a new secret realm and a new chance. After this, brother Tianming will definitely be even more devoted to me. I'll see how that little vixen Fenglan can still seduce brother Tianming. Listening to Yi Qingxue like this and still thinking of Fenglan's heart, Lin Tianming could tell that Yi Qingxue and Fenglan must have a bad relationship even when they were usually roommates. He pretended that he didn't know anything and accompanied Yi Qingxue to go to a random restaurant outside of the ice and snow paradise for dinner first. After dinner, Yi Qingxue saw that it was getting dark, and she was also starting to implement her plan to show off her performative personality in front of Lin Tianming. Oops, brother Tianming, I remembered that I left something very important in the ice snow paradise. Let's quickly go back and look for it now. Lin Tianming also followed her words. Something very important was dropped? Then we do have to go back and look for it. Brother Tianming, follow me. Plan pass. I convinced brother Tianming to go back with me in one go. I really am a genius. While Lin Tianming listened to Yi Qingxue's self-proclaimed genius, he held in his laughter and didn't poke her. Arriving near the ice and snow paradise, Lin Tianming pretended to be a donkey. This ice and snow paradise seems to be closed. Qingxue, what do we do next? Flip in. We'll just get back what I lost. It's fine. Yi Qingxue had planned this long ago, and she also answered in seconds, leading Lin Tianming to tumble into the pitch-black ice paradise from the dead-end position of the surveillance camera. Do you really think that I'm only thinking of having fun this afternoon? I've confirmed all the various surveillance dead ends of this ice paradise. I'll make sure that brother Tianming and I find the entrance to the ice mystery realm and won't be discovered by anyone. Thinking smugly in her heart, Yi Qingxue was like returning to her own home. Having already been here in the daytime, she quickly led Lin Tianming like nobody's business. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, was a bit surprised, not expecting that his clingy little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, would also have a time when her mind was so delicate. Soon, Lin Tianming found the entrance to the ice and snow mystery realm under Yi Qingxue's leadership. At this time, Yi Qingxue had to pretend that she was also surprised. Ha! This seems to be the entrance to a secret realm? I didn't expect to come in to look for something I lost and not find it, but instead I found a secret realm. Brother Tianming, let's go in and take a look. Maybe there's some kind of chance waiting for us. Lin Tianming stifled his laughter and couldn't bear to poke her. And still following her inner voice of wanting to be praised by him just now, he surprised her by saying, Qingxue, you are truly my lucky star. We found a secret realm 2 months ago, and now you're leading me to unintentionally find such a secret realm. Lin Tianming's compliment was also something that made Yi Qingxue's heart feel good. She said shyly, I am just lucky. Brother Tianming, let us not talk about this. Let us quickly go in and take a look. Lin Tianming nodded his head slightly. And then he stepped into this icy secret realm hidden in the ice paradise with Yi Qingxue. Not long after Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue had walked into this ice and snow mysterious realm, a young girl with an unsheathed sword clutched in her left hand also arrived. If Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue saw her, they would definitely recognize her as Fenglan. Fenglan had also come here because she wanted to come here to look for the chance that belonged to her, based on her experience of being reborn in her previous life. In this ice secret realm, there was a wind god bead that she had obtained in her previous life. In this life, she was reborn and returned, so naturally she wouldn't miss this treasure that originally belonged to her. The wind god bead. She only needed the wind god bead that was supposed to have landed in her hands by fate, and she wasn't interested in any other chances in this icy secret realm. But thinking that after she was reborn in this life, a lot of things were different from her last life because of the butterfly effect, Fenglan's intuition told her that she might encounter some twists and turns if she wanted to get the wind god pearl in this life. But no matter what, this wind god bead Fenglan, would definitely want it. Thinking of this, Fenglan took a step as ethereal as the wind and quickly disappeared into the ice and snow mysterious realm. Chapter 86 Stygian Cold Bridge. Endless Dead Souls. Infinitely superimposed power of extreme ice. As soon as he entered the ice and snow mysterious realm, Lin Tianming felt a deep chill sweeping through his body, freezing him to the point that he shivered coldly. Hiss, is it so cold in here? Qingxue, do you have any skills to keep you warm? Strolling through the icy sky and snow that seemed to have no end in sight, Lin Tianming inquired about Yi Qingxue who was beside him. Why don't you say something, Kyoso? Not receiving a response, Lin Tianming also looked to his side in confusion. It was better if he didn't look, but as soon as he did, Lin Tianming realized that Yi Qingxue, who had entered the ice and snow mystery realm with him, had disappeared. Heart thumping, Lin Tianming took a deep breath, again frozen by the coldness of this place entering his body. Not daring to take another deep breath, Lin Tianming quickly looked around trying to find Yi Qingxue, however nothing could be seen around him. Moreover, the entrance to the ice and snow mystery realm that he and Yi Qingxue had come in had disappeared, and everything around them was a world of ice and snow with no visible boundaries. Previously, when he had entered the Lost Lands and the Mechanical Mysteries, Lin Tianming had never encountered this kind of situation where he couldn't find the exit. Is this the ice secret realm? It seems that I can only rely on myself first. Qingxue is an ice attribute ability, so I guess I'm like a fish out of water in here, and it's unlikely that I'll encounter any dangers. Murmuring a sentence, Lin Tianming also surfaced a fierce thunder power around him. Raging thunder armor. The thunder armor was added to his body, and Lin Tianming attempted to use the defensive power of the thunder armor to withstand the coldness of this place. The bone-chilling coldness from the icy mysteries directly ignored his fury thunder armor and penetrated into his body, still freezing him to the bone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would be frozen into an ice sculpture, reduced to a landscape in this icy secret realm. Lin Tianming didn't want to turn into an ice sculpture for the later to visit. He was also once again casting the new fire attribute skill he had learned from Wang Yanyan. Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield. The blazing phoenix flame transformed into a Phoenix Yen Divine Shield that added protection to his entire body, instantly shielding Lin Tianming from the biting cold winds and icy assaults. Moreover, the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield was also providing Lin Tianming with a warm current that warmed his body. It seems that in this ice secret realm, School Sister Yanyan's fire attribute skill seems to be more useful. It was much warmer, and Lin Tianming also gave a small compliment to Wang Yanyan's wonderful Phoenix Yen Divine Shield. No longer worried about the harsh frosty weather encroaching on this place, Lin Tianming continued forward. It didn't take long for Lin Tianming to arrive in front of an ice bridge, surrounded by a bottomless ice abyss. There was only an ice bridge for Lin Tianming to continue his journey. In front of the ice bridge, there is also a stone monument frozen in solid ice, which also has a long-lost script written on it. Relying on the theoretical knowledge he had previously learned at the Awakened One Preschool Training Academy, Lin Tianming still recognized the words on it. Lin Tianming muttered the name of the bridge. Underworld Cold Bridge. What he cared about the most was the word underworld. Could it mean the underworld? While thinking, Lin Tianming also looked towards the underworld cold bridge that spanned the abyss. There were 3 other living people on the bridge of the underworld. Only the 3 living people were in a bit of a bad shape, with their feet all frozen in place. Lin Tianming remembered Yi Qingxue saying that on the first day the ice and snow mystic realm opened there would be quite a few people coming in to look for a chance. It seemed that these 3 should be the other people exploring the mystery other than him and Yi Qingxue. Damn it! I'm obviously an ice attribute ability, but it's still tough for me to walk on this underworld cold bridge, and I didn't even make it halfway down the length of the bridge before my feet were frozen. It's finished. That terrifying force of extreme ice is still spreading upwards. If this continues, my entire body will be frozen here. Quickly think of a way. We're here to seek a chance. I don't want to die here like this. Under Lin Tianming's gaze, the cold ice that froze those 3 people was also spreading upwards at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the cold ice that spread from the bottom up spread to the waist of those 3 people, and it wouldn't take more than a few seconds for them all to be completely frozen. Lin Tianming hesitated, but still stepped onto the underworld cold bridge. As soon as he stepped onto the Stygian cold bridge, Lin Tianming felt extremely intense cold ice power crazily impacting his Phoenix Yin divine shield, trying to try and freeze him in place like the three people in front of him. However, it was good that the Phoenix Flame divine shield was worthy of being a growth skill of the divine Dao domain, and at level 16 it also granted Lin Tianming extremely strong defensive capabilities, temporarily resisting the even more powerful extreme ice force freeze of the Stygian cold bridge. At the same time, the three people right in front of Lin Tianming had been frozen into three humanoid ice sculptures, and their life force, too, drained away a little after being frozen into ice sculptures. When Lin Tianming saw this scene, he also continued forward, and soon he arrived beside these three people. Suddenly, the entire underworld cold bridge trembled violently, and the ice abyss with no visible bottom let out a creepy wail. Immediately afterward, the surrounding cold air was no longer simply the power of extreme ice, but also revealed a gust of eerie aura, as if surrounded by grievances. A shadow of a dead soul that exuded an ethereal, sinister aura gradually surfaced in front of Lin Tianming's eyes and came at him. His pupils shrunk slightly, and Lin Tianming instantly made a trample towards the underworld cold bridge. Thunder trample. Under Lin Tianming's thunderous trampling, the entire underworld cold bridge shook even more violently. However, the spectral souls that were attacking towards him around him were also electrified one by one, thinking that this would be the end. More undead souls that emitted a ghostly and chilly deathly aura appeared around them, once again launching a new wave of attacks on Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming also understood the meaning of this underworld cold bridge at this moment. In addition to the extreme ice power that froze everything, there would also be dead souls that emitted a ghostly aura to claim their lives. Lin Tianming's intuition told him that most of these dead souls with a strong and cold death aura couldn't be killed, and he would end up being exhausted if he kept staying on this bridge. For the sake of his own safety, Lin Tianming also decided to quickly cross the bridge. Thunder rages. With Thunder's furious speed boost, Lin Tianming was also moving forward at an even swifter speed. Without engaging in a head-on fight with those newborn undead souls, Lin Tianming had temporarily dodged a bullet, but the three who were frozen in place were miserable. The undead souls that were covered in a plutonium-cold deathly aura pounced on the ice sculptures of the three of them and gnawed on them in a brutal manner. In just a few moments, those three people were eaten up by those undead souls along with their ice sculptures. Seeing this, Lin Tianming also continued to move forward. However, as Lin Tianming continued to move forward, the force of extreme ice that seemed to be able to freeze everything grew stronger and stronger. Even though Lin Tianming's Phoenix Yen divine shield defense was really strong, cracks still appeared a little bit. And to make matters worse, a newborn undead soul had also appeared in front of Lin Tianming, blocking his path, to the left, to the right, above, below, and behind where he had come from. These dead souls blocked him off in all directions without death. Each one of them gulped in cold, chilly air, showing a greedy salivating look at Lin Tianming, a large living person, accompanied by a creepy howl of the dead. All the dead souls lunged towards Lin Tianming. Thunder trample. Psychic storm. Lin Tianming also cast his two attack skills in a row, and with the previous thunder rage boost, the appalling power of thunder spread out in all directions with Lin Tianming at the center. The tornado storm condensed by the power of the spirit energy soaring also protected Lin Tianming in the eye of the storm, attacking all the dead souls pouncing around. Under the might of these two high attack skills of Lin Tianming, all the dead souls in all directions were scattered. Lin Tianming just wanted to take this opportunity to continue forward, when a greater number of undead souls appeared around him again at a faster pace. As long as they are on this bridge, these dead souls are mostly endless. The extreme ice power that seemed to be able to freeze everything was also getting stronger. Along with the sound of the Phoenix Flame divine shield shattering, Lin Tianming also lost the protection of his strongest defensive skill. In an instant, that extreme ice force that was constantly stacking up its power during this period also froze Lin Tianming into an ice sculpture. The last thing Lin Tianming wanted to see still happened, and those newborn dead souls pounced on him one by one. Soon, Lin Tianming, who had been transformed into an ice sculpture, was surrounded by a dense mass of life-supporting dead souls. They ferociously gnawed on the ice sculpture, trying to eat Lin Tianming with the ice. Chapter 87 Mind over Matter. Mind Realm reveals its power through the great enhancement of the underworld cold bridge. At this moment of crisis, the silver-white mechanical ascension glow flashed, and in a rush, Lin Tianming instantly performed mechanical transformation, transforming into a mechanical body. The solid ice was instantly shattered by Lin Tianming's mechanical body, and the undead souls that flew at him were one by one incinerated at close range by the boiling and burning spiritual sparks. I'm not afraid of these undead souls. My spiritual body spark and spiritual energy storm are both skills that attack souls. Without entities they can't withstand my attacks. It's just that this number of them is too much. Having just extinguished a batch of undead souls with his spirit body spark, Lin Tianming was besieged by a new batch of undead souls. The terrifying force of extreme ice that was still continuing to stack up over time also froze Lin Tianming's mechanical body once again the moment he had just taken a step forward. The most troublesome thing was indeed the extreme ice power on this bridge. Lin Tianming, who had transformed into a mechanical body, also shattered the solid ice that was freezing him once again, and again raised the blazing Phoenix Yen Divine Shield on the periphery. This was under the dual skills of mechanical transformation and Phoenix Flame Divine Shield, so Lin Tianming was finally able to move on, not taking the constant stream of undead souls seriously at all. Lin Tianming didn't even want to use his spiritual soaring skill right now. Through these few strikes, Lin Tianming discovered a pattern. The more these undead were killed, the more undead would not appear if they were not killed, so it would be better to just let them stay at their current number. Undead souls with a ghostly cold aura pounced on him, sticking to his Phoenix Yen Divine Shield and tearing at it crazily. Coupled with the more he advanced, the more intense the power of extreme ice eroded, and his Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield quickly shattered. The undead souls then hung onto his mechanical body and tore at it, but no matter how much they tore at it, the mechanical body showed no signs of damage. Originally, Lin Tianming wanted to continue casting the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield to isolate these dead souls, but when he saw that they couldn't break through his mechanical body defense, he instantly stopped. Teacher Jiang Han's training results from this Thunder Pool Soak are still quite effective. However, the peripheral erosion of the power of extreme ice still had to be guarded against, or else he would be frozen in place again as he walked. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming once again cast the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield, only this time, his Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield surrounded these undead souls hanging on his mechanical body and biting them as well. Bite. Make it harder. I'll lose if I bite. Lin Tianming, who hadn't broken any defense at all, yawned and let these undead souls tear him apart. Continuing forward, because of Lin Tianming's strategy, the undead always remained at the number of undead he last killed, and did not skyrocket in number with kill after kill. The method of dealing with the undead souls was found in the right place, but Lin Tianming still had to face the threat of the extreme ice power that infested him continuing to grow with every step he took. There was still a long distance to go before reaching the other side of the underworld cold bridge, and Lin Tianming analyzed it according to the extremely fast-growing power of cold ice around him. He wouldn't be long before he walked again, and even if the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and the mechanical body were both added to the protection, he'd more than likely still be frozen. It's still frozen to the point where it can no longer be forcibly shattered. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming stopped his steps, and the coldness that was rising every second around him stopped growing with his steps. This journey, the tearing and biting of this group of undead souls, as well as the erosion of the cold aura, seems to have made the defense of my Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and mechanical transformation skill quite a bit stronger than if I had cast it at the beginning. Perhaps I should stop first, just like when I received teacher Jiang Han's Thunder Pool baptism, and wait until my Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and mechanical body defense have grown enough to walk this underworld cold bridge in its entirety before moving forward? As soon as Lin Tianming thought of this, he also stood still even more firmly. This underworld cold bridge seemed to be extremely dangerous, but it was actually a chance for him. Might as well hammer his mechanical transformation and Phoenix Flame Divine Shield on this underworld cold bridge. It was a pity that his Fury Thunder armor could not prevent the erosion of the cold air into his body, and could not be exercised on this underworld cold bridge. But it wasn't bad to work out the defenses of the mechanical transformation and the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming directly sat down in place and fully activated the mechanical transformation and Phoenix Flame Divine Shield. He still chose not to kill the undead souls, lest their growing numbers also pose an even greater threat to him. Lin Tianming was here to work on his defense, and he also had to consider his physical exertion. If in order to raise the defense of the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield and mechanical transformation to the limit, causing him to run out of power and not be able to walk, he would still die of exhaustion on this underworld cold bridge even if his defense was raised even more. Here is not compared to Ms. Jiang Han's special training. She will also see me to the limit to withdraw the Thunder Pool. Here to the limit can be no one will pull me a hand to let me take a good rest. Have to always control my physical energy consumption. After admonishing himself, Lin Tianming kept a constant eye on his power consumption to avoid irreparable accidents. As time passed, Lin Tianming's Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and mechanical body also gained a little bit of a defense boost against cold erosion and undead soul attacks due to the dangerous test of the Stygian cold bridge. The power in his body, too, was rapidly draining away at an alarming rate because of this cultivation accompanied by the crisis of death. When 2/3 of his physical energy had been consumed, Lin Tianming conducted a calculation and analysis based on his own remaining physical strength, as well as the current defensive strength of the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield and the mechanical body. and concluded that he could no longer continue to cultivate and improve in place. It seems that this is the limit of the exercise here, and then continue to improve the defense. The physical ability is about to be insufficient. I'm even more unlikely to get out of this underworld cold bridge. But now the problem is that the physical ability is enough, but the defense still seems to be a little bit worse. Caught in a dilemma that Lin Tianming didn't want to see the most, neither advancing nor retreating, Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed, and he finally took a resolute step forward. As Lin Tianming resumed his journey, the cold chi that had stopped growing began to continue to surge. Fortunately, the defense boost Lin Tianming had stopped earlier was enough, and the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield was temporarily able to withstand the cold erosion from the very first distance. Coupled with the enhancement of his mechanical body, Lin Tianming ignored the undead souls that were still hanging on him and gnawing at him, and his pace accelerated forward. However, as Lin Tianming got closer and closer to the other side of the underworld cold bridge, the icy coldness around him climbed to his limit. His swift speed was severely hindered, and Lin Tianming's steps were getting slower and slower under the erosion of the cold. Right now, he was nearing his limit just maintaining the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and the mechanical body. Once the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and the mechanical body were completely shattered, the undead souls that weren't a threat at that time would be able to eat him dry, just as Lin Tianming had analyzed earlier when he restarted. His physical ability was enough, but his defense was still a bit poor. Just a few final steps away, his Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield and mechanical body eventually couldn't be maintained. The shattering of the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield caused the freezing cold and ice to erode his body even more furiously. The mechanical body could not be maintained, and Lin Tianming, who had retreated back to his physical body, was not only frozen and shivering under the erosion of the cold, but even the bites of the undead souls, which had not threatened him earlier, had begun to leave a terrifying trail of blood on his physical body. Get the hell out of here! Do you really think I can't kill you? Boom! The storm of spiritual energy tore those undead souls that had torn Lin Tianming to pieces in no time, and Lin Tianming's body was gradually turning into a void. Spiritual energy transformation. The mechanical body couldn't maintain it anymore, so used the soul spirit body to quickly pass through the underworld cold bridge. However, Lin Tianming had far underestimated the cold ice power of the underworld cold bridge, an ice attribute power that could even freeze the soul. In the last few steps, as soon as Lin Tianming entered his soul spirit body form, he instead endured an even more eerie and terrifying cold aura. His spiritual body was instantly frozen, and because of his act of killing those undead souls, the number of the new batch of undead souls doubled in number and lunged at him once again with open teeth and claws. He can't die yet. A strong desire to survive was born in Lin Tianming's heart, and at the critical moment, Lin Tianming once again triggered the supreme soul state of mind that the heart was superior to things. The strong spiritual ascension force complied with Lin Tianming's immortal longing and infused him with a strong force for enhancing the two most crucial skills he needed to pass through the Stygian cold bridge. Feeling that the ability of the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield and the mechanical transformation to resist the erosion of cold air had skyrocketed by a large margin, Lin Tianming was also delighted in his heart. Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield. Mechanical transformation. The blazing phoenix flames transformed into a flame god shield, burning away the solid ice that had frozen Lin Tianming's spiritual body. Lin Tianming's spirit body was also transformed into a mechanical body once again, resisting those undead souls whose numbers had skyrocketed without injury. As Lin Tianming took the last few steps forward, those dead souls dissipated on their own as they left the underworld cold bridge. The terrifying coldness that the underworld cold bridge had imposed on Lin Tianming's body also dissipated in an instant, giving Lin Tianming a sense of relief. The strong wish for survival was reached, and the light of spiritual ascension that surrounded Lin Tianming's body dispersed, allowing him to exit the highest state of mind of the spiritual ascension path where the mind was superior to things. Finally came over. This spirit energy ascension's mind over matter state of mind would be great if it could be triggered at any time. Just now it was really dangerous. But fortunately there was no danger. Taking a trip to this underworld cold bridge also brought me a lot of enhancement. As he spoke, Lin Tianming was also excitedly feeling the huge increase in the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield and mechanical transformation that resisted the erosion of the cold air. Just as Lin Tianming was about to continue on his way, he sensed that the underworld cold bridge behind him suddenly rose with an extremely powerful high-grade water attribute alien power. Lin Tianming, who had already crossed the underworld cold bridge, also turned around to see that a beautiful imperial sister, who exuded an aura of gentleness like water, was treading on the rushing waves and was rapidly crossing the underworld cold bridge. Looking at the sudden appearance of this gentle, water-like imperial sister, Lin Tianming couldn't help but feel a little numb. Wasn't this the Tianshui teacher who had also been screwed over by the original owner during the day? Chapter 88, The Gentle Goddess of Tianshui. Too gentle doesn't want to kill the original owner, just wants to escape reality. At the same time Lin Tianming discovered Tianshui. Tianshui, who was treading on the waves on the underworld cold bridge, was also the first to discover Lin Tianming. Located on the giant wave, she looked down with a calm face at Lin Tianming, who had already reached the other side of the shore, but her heart was anything but calm. It's him again, saying that we will never see each other again in this life. Why can we still meet Tianming little brother when we enter an ice and snow secret realm? Shouldn't he from his last life be obediently cultivating and leveling up at the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy now? A wave rippled in the bottom of his heart because of his encounter with Lin Tianming. Tianshui took a deep breath and continued to step on the waves to quickly travel through the underworld cold bridge. Compared to Lin Tianming, a low-grade awakened who had just awakened his powers for more than 2 months, Tianshui's crossing of the underworld cold bridge was as easy as it could be. No matter if it was the ghostly dead souls of the underworld cold bridge or the coldness of the underworld cold bridge that became more and more terrifying as it got closer to the other side, none of them were able to impede Tianshui in the slightest. Looking at Tianshui who was speeding through the underworld cold bridge, and then associating it with the girl who followed Tianshui during the day and called her teacher Tianshui, Lin Tianming could be sure that she was a high-level awakened person. Why do I feel that he seems a little afraid of me? Does it mean he recognizes me? It shouldn't be possible. I'm the one who was reborn. He should have gotten separated from that girl beside him by entering the secret realm, and suddenly encountered me, a stranger, and that's why he's so vigilant. Tianshui stared at Lin Tianming for a while. She revealed a gentle, watery smile. There's no need to be nervous. I'm also an awakened person who has come to this ice and snow mysterious realm to look for a chance. Little brother, we had a chance encounter during the daytime there at the ancient style complex in the Linxnan ancient city, and I remember that there was a girl about the same age as you by your side. I think you guys got separated in this mysterious realm, right? Whether it was in his heart or the tone of his voice, Lin Tianming couldn't feel the killing intent of this Tianshui teacher. He hesitated and nodded. Well, we got separated as soon as we entered this icy secret realm. Lin Tianming's answer to Tianshui was not a surprise. She also spoke in a gentle tone to clear up Lin Tianming's confusion. Once you step into this icy mystery realm, even if you come in with someone, you will all be randomly teleported to a point in the icy mystery realm. I didn't expect that we were so destined to be teleported to this underworld cold bridge. It's quite a fate. Lin Tianming didn't want to be so karmic with Tianshui. Meeting her is one more original mess to deal with. Not only did he not want to have a bond with Tianshui, but Tianshui also did not want to have such a bond with him. It's not good to be so destined. If I can, I really don't want to meet you again in this life. Sighing inwardly, Tianshui's surface remained as gentle as water. Looking at it made it hard to lose one's temper with a gentle woman like her. My name is Tianshui. I'm Tianshui, a teacher at the Water Mirror Academy in the eastern seas city of Kyushu. How about you, little brother? Tianshui knew who he was and had to pretend she was seeing him for the first time. And Lin Tianming responded as she wished. So you're still a teacher at the Higher Awakened One Academy? Hello Mr. Tianshui, my name is Lin Tianming. I'm a student of the Imperial City's Great Emperor Academy. Lin Tianming from the Imperial Great Empress Academy. I seem to have some impression. It's that first-year student from the Imperial Great Empress Academy that's been so hot on the internet lately, who personally defeated Lei Dong, the second-year student who was representing Kyushu in the Global Higher Awakened Beings Academy competition. Mr. Tianshui is flattered. I didn't expect you to know these things about me. He. With your talent, there's still a good chance that you'll be able to represent my Kyushu to achieve the Global Higher Awakened Academy Competition Championship in a year's time. Even though you're not from our Water Mirror Academy, you should do your best, and I'm looking forward to your performance at that time. Tianshui's warm and gentle voice the entire time, coupled with her gentle water-like temperament and smile, made Lin Tianming feel warm from the inside out even in this icy secret land of ice and snow. This Ms. Tianshui is also too gentle. Thanks to Mr. Tianshui's regard, I'll work hard on my cultivation and strive to win glory for the Kyushu in a year's time. By the way, Mr. Tianshui, where's the girl who followed you during the day? Did you get separated from her too? Facing Lin Tianming's question, Tianshui gently replied, that child I just brought her to Lingnan Ancient City to play. This ice and snow mystery realm is too dangerous for her, so I left her in a nearby hotel to rest. Lin Tianming drifted off. So it's like this. Wait for me for a while. I'll collect this underworld cold bridge and we'll go on the road together. You'll be safer with me accompanying you. Although I don't want to meet him again, but when I do, it's better to bail him out, as a way to cut off the grudge of our last life, and we'll have no more to do with each other after we go out. To be honest, if he hadn't heard that Tianshui's heart did indeed have no killing intent towards him, Lin Tianming really wouldn't have dared to meet for the first time and follow this goddess reborn who had surely been pitted by the original owner as well. At the same time, Lin Tianming's heart was born with the question he had had during the day. Listening to her heart, she must have been pitted by the original owner. Only that she was different from those other goddess reborns who had been pitched by the original owner. She didn't have murderous intent towards him, she just didn't want to see him again. Could it really be that her character was so gentle that she didn't want to kill him in this life, but instead wanted to avoid him by avoiding him through the escape of never seeing him again? While Lin Tianming was puzzled, his system finally sounded a prompt. The system has automatically bound for the host the heavenly water goddess Tianshui within range, and the host can perfectly eavesdrop on the heart of the heavenly water goddess Tianshui. Tianshui, teacher of the Water Mirror Academy in East China Sea City, Kyushu, SSS-Grade water attribute supernatural talent, possesses powerful battle strength and at the same time, also possesses the divine water attribute healing power, the future goddess of Tianshui. Before he was reborn, during the original owner's murder of the head of the Feng family in the imperial capital and being hunted down, he encountered the seriously injured original owner Lin Tianming in an accident. Tianshui's nature is as gentle as water, and when she encounters a seriously injured person and does not know Lin Tianming's specific identity, she also comes to Lin Tianming's aid. The rescued Lin Tianming also, as usual, captures Tianshui's heart through his mouth, which is very good at pleasing girls, and gets a temporary hiding place. Unfortunately, the original master Lin Tianming, who has victimized people so many times, learns that Tianshui has a pure water origin, and seizes Tianshui's pure water origin in the case of Tianshui's unguarded cultivation. And Tianshui only learns afterward that the man who victimized her is the most sinful Lin Tianming of the Kyushu region. Heartbroken, she had been avoiding the fact that Lin Tianming's seizure of her pure water origin had nearly killed her because she was too gentle in character. Not long after Lin Tianming had taken away her pure water origin, she heard the terrible news of Lin Tianming's tragic death. This also became her heart's demon for becoming a god in the future. And eventually her heart's demon flared up during the era when the three great ascended divine kingdoms descended, and she perished in a battle to protect the students of the Water Mirror Academy. As Lin Tianming finished reading the information provided by the system on Tianshui's teacher, he fell into silence. Surprisingly, it was really the same as what he thought. This female teacher Tianshui, whose appearance, temperament, and character were always gentle as one, did not want to kill him because her character was too gentle. Through Tianshui's information, Lin Tianming also learned that the original master had pitted so many people in his last life, and when he encountered a gentle person like Tianshui who kindly took him in, he wasn't even sensitized, and always insisted on pitting others for the sake of power. If then the Tianshui kindly accept to stay in this pot of gold as a good person, anonymity is not a good choice. It is a pity that this original owner harmed so many people. A little prodigal son to return to repentance or not, is really a great evil. Having read so many profiles of goddess reborns, Lin Tianming was now becoming more and more curious. How in the world did the original owner, who was so good at pitting people, die? Chapter 89, the trickster god and the three great ascended divine kingdoms gods were stronger than the divine realm demons. Through Tianshui's goddess reborn profile, Lin Tianming also learned that she was the second goddess reborn to live until the era of the descent of the three great ascended divine kingdoms. The last one was Alice, the goddess of resourcefulness in the northern Yin domain, Phoenix Yen goddess Wang Yen, Wind sword goddess Fenglan, and ice goddess Yiqing Xue all died in the age of the descent of the gods. His teacher Jiang Han was the most miserable, having been pitted by the original master in the land of calamity and died the earliest. What will happen in the age of the descent of the gods and the descent of each of the three great ascended divine kingdoms? Temporarily unable to figure out these big future events that he hadn't experienced, Lin Tianming shook his head and simply focused on Tianshui. Under Lin Tianming's gaze, Tianshui radiated a soft water attribute energy all over his body. That soft water attribute energy quickly condensed into a raging giant wave that attacked towards the meditation cold bridge. Snap! As soon as the monstrous wave slapped onto the underworld cold bridge, they collapsed on their own and turned into invisible water attribute energy, which then wrapped the underworld cold bridge in a bridge-shaped ball of water. Get up! At the first moment Lin Tianming heard Tianshui's heartfelt voice, the underworld cold bridge was uprooted under the even more powerful water attribute power of teacher Tianshui and floated in midair. In an instant, the bottomless ice abyss then resounded with the frenzied shrill whistles of the dead. Seemingly sensing that the underworld cold bridge was going to be taken away by Tianshui, a terrifying undead soul far beyond what Lin Tianming had dealt with earlier flew out from underneath the ice abyss, wanting to stop Tianshui from taking away the underworld cold bridge just like that. Lin Tianming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the scene. Such strong undead. Each one is a whole lot stronger than all the undead I faced earlier when I crossed the bridge combined. While Lin Tianming sighed at the strength of these undead souls, Tianshui remained calm and composed, and was determined to win the underworld cold bridge. The water is a long river, long enough to cover the entire ice abyss, was quickly born under the cohesion of the celestial water, instantly drowning all those powerful departed souls that tried to fly out from the ground. Rest in peace, ancient spirits. This underworld cold bridge fell into my hands in order to utilize its residual heat. I don't think you guys want the descendants who sacrificed everything to guard to still be annihilated in the future at the hands of those trickster gods, right? Under the sound of the celestial water that seemed to purify one's soul, those dead souls that were submerged by the long river were also one by one no longer grim-faced, revealing a resting expression as they slowly dissipated. Although these words were not addressed to Lin Tianming was also experiencing unprecedented inner peace upon hearing Tianshui's voice that seemed to carry some sort of magical power. As those dead souls rested in peace, the celestial water was also further purifying the chilly, ethereal grievances on the underworld cold bridge. A stream with healing fluctuations continuously poured into the underworld cold bridge from Tianshui's palm. In just a few moments, the underworld cold bridge, which had previously emitted a ghostly deathly aura, was transformed into a beautiful water bridge filled with the power of the water spirit. Finally, I have succeeded. In my last life, I failed to successfully purify the ancient Yingling resentment of the underworld cold bridge, and coupled with the attack of my heart's demon, I ended up falling while guarding the Water Mirror Academy. With this purified water spirit bridge helping me in this life, my water elemental attribute power will inevitably grow to be stronger than it was in my last life. Having successfully purified the underworld cold bridge full of grievances into a water spirit bridge, Tianshui was still very happy. She also turned to look at Lin Tianming and smiled. Little brother Tianming, isn't it true that you didn't expect this underworld cold bridge to be taken in? Lin Tianming also said back, indeed, but even if I knew that, with my strength, I certainly don't have the ability of you, teacher Tianshui, to be able to subdue it. This underworld cold bridge was originally called the Water Spirit Bridge. I'll tell you about its origin. In ancient times, a group of human pioneers in order to save mankind from the ravages of the Guaishan, here in the Guaishan battle, the use of the Water Spirit Bridge of the Water Spirit of the Power, to be able to kill the Guaishan. The Guaishan's power is also far beyond the expectations of these human pioneers. Even after death, the remnants of his body still brutally killed all the people who participated in the battle at that time, and the undying will of the human pioneers was transformed into the ghosts of the dead here. And this water spirit bridge was also eroded by the perennial erosion of the netherworldly death chi, and it turned into the underworld cold bridge that you have just seen. I didn't expect this water spirit bridge to have such an origin, and the long-sighted Lin Tianming took this opportunity to ask Tianshui for advice. So this water spirit bridge has such an origin. Teacher Tianshui, when you said creepy gods just now, did you mean those god realm demons that only exist in legends? Being asked this by Lin Tianming, Tianshui was a little unsure of how to answer him. The god realm demons sealed in the demon tomb can't be compared to the real trickster god. In front of the trickster god, any god realm demon is nothing more than a mole cricket that can be crushed at will. The guile god, and the gods of the three major ascended divine kingdoms after that, are all powerful existences that far exceed the divine realm demons, and he wouldn't understand if he told little brother Tianming about this now. Thinking of this, Tianshui shook his head. I can be certain that the guile god is definitely not a divine realm demon. But what kind of existence the guile god is exactly, I'm not sure for the time being. Lin Tianming was capable of eavesdropping on the heart, and he heard everything about the things that were going through her mind just now. Teacher Tianshui was one of the few goddess rebirths he had encountered who had survived the age of the descent of the gods and lived during the age of the descent of the three great ascended divine kingdoms. So for her heartfelt words, Lin Tianming still found them believable. Could the trickster god and the gods of the three ascended divine kingdoms all just crush god realm demons? Having a vague idea of the battle power of the guile god and the three great ascended divine kingdom gods, Lin Tianming also kept this in mind, so that he could be somewhat prepared when he met him in the future. No longer thinking much about this issue that was still far away from him, Lin Tianming looked at Tianshui and said, Teacher Tianshui, after you collect this water spirit bridge, where should we go next? Talking about this question, Tianshui did not answer Lin Tianming at first, but fell into a short period of contemplation. I came to this ice and snow mysterious realm just wanting this water spirit bridge. The rest of those chances are dispensable and not very helpful to me. Are you leaving? Or to help him find his lost girl? Tianshui's heartfelt desire to leave was also heard by Lin Tianming. If she really wanted to leave, Lin Tianming wouldn't have done anything to stop her, and would even have cheered her on. While she had no murderous intent towards him right now, there was no guarantee that she'd stay with him long enough for the excitement to go too far and decide to stop running away and just end him. If she accompanied him as he continued to delve deeper into the secret realm of ice and snow, Lin Tianming would be able to accept it. With the help of such a powerful awakened, his next path could be a little better. So no matter how Tianshui chose, Lin Tianming would respect her choice. It's better to help him to find that girl, as a way to cut off the grudge of my last life with him. After this time, I will never cross paths with him again. In the end, Tianshui decided to accompany Lin Tianming to explore the ice and snow mysteries. She asked Lin Tianming, "Little brother Tianming, are you thinking of going to find that lost girl of yours?" Knowing that she would accompany him, Lin Tianming also nodded. "Aha. Then I'll accompany you. I happen to want to take a look around this ice and snow mystic realm as well, just as a side trip." Chapter 90, Conquering the Ice Condensation Bell. Tianshui was shocked at Lin Tianming's identity as a spiritual ascender. "Teacher Tianshui, I just watched your water attribute skill that flooded the entire ice abyss with one move was so powerful. Are you a top tier awakened? It's still close, 5 levels behind your teacher Jianghan, but with this water spirit bridge, I'm sure I'll be able to catch up with her soon." Lin Tian saw that the water attribute skill that Tianshui had cast just now already had the power of a superlative forbidden spell, and thought that she was also a top-tier awakened. He was surprised, not realizing that Tianshui was still 5 levels away from being a top awakened person. However, thinking that Tianshui had just mentioned his teacher Jianghan, the playful Lin Tianming decided to tease this teacher Tianshui. "So it's still 5 levels short? Wait a minute. Teacher Tianshui, how do you know that my teacher is Jianghan?" Being asked this by Lin Tianming, Tianshui's pretty face was more or less flustered. "When I was communicating with Tianming's little brother, I brought in the memories of my past life and said smooth talk. He's not a reborn person. I have to be careful when I talk to him in the future so as not to expose my secret of being a reborn person." Lin Tianming listened to Tianshui's self-admonishing heart. It was meant to be a deliberate attempt to tease Tianshui. He was having fun. Under Lin Tianming's ostensibly stifled smile's gaze, Tianshui organized his language. "You've been so famous lately. Even if I'm at Water Mirror Academy, I can still go online and learn something about you. Last time I had seen a video dedicated to you, and in it, there was a mention of your teacher being the youngest top awakened in my state of Kyushu, Jianghan." After explaining the temporary presently made-up reasons, Tianshui's heart is still a little apprehensive, afraid that Lin Tianming continue to pursue the question, resulting in her words will be lost. Lin Tianming was just teasing this gentle character female teacher on a whim, and he did know that he couldn't go too far. He didn't press further. "I didn't realize I was so famous, so it looks like I'll have to keep a lower profile from now on." "Yes," Tianshui Shuanpa echoed, and his heart was relieved. "This matter of being a reborn person is my greatest reliance in this life of rebirth. It must be kept secret, even from those who are close to me. This is for the sake of those around me as well as for myself." Lin Tianming stifled his laughter the entire time, taking pleasure in hearing Tianshui's heartfelt thoughts that he thought he could keep his rebirth a secret. These goddess reborns. Indeed, each and every one of them felt that they themselves were unique reborns, just like the protagonists of those reborns. Lin Tianming and Tianshui left the original location of the underworld cold bridge together, and without realizing it they arrived at an ancient ruined battlefield. Various weapons that had existed for an unknown amount of time were frozen in this place, and Lin Tianming couldn't help but light up at the first moment. However, under his careful observation, the weapons that were frozen in this ancient ruins battlefield were all very ordinary and ancient weapons. Very backward. After scanning his eyes and not seeing any treasures worth taking with him, Lin Tianming looked at Tianshui beside him. "Teacher Tianshui, did you have a special understanding of this ice and snow mysterious realm when you came here? Will there be any good treasures here?" Somewhat surprised that Lin Tianming would ask her this question at this time, Tianshui looked towards the center of this ancient ruined battlefield. "Tianming little brother, he really asked the right person. In my last life I almost strolled through this ice and snow mystery realm. I know very well what's in here. Only that in my last life I didn't get the water spirit bridge that suits me the most. Right in the center of this ancient ruins battlefield, that large bell that looks extremely broken is an ice attribute divine artifact called the ice condensation bell." After hesitating, Tianshui, who had already obtained the water spirit bridge and was very satisfied, showed Lin Tianming the way. "I did do my homework before I came here, and I have a certain understanding of this place, but I only understand how to go in order to leave. As for what specific opportunities there are, I'm not sure, but the clock in the center seems to be a bit odd to me, so maybe you can go over there and take a look." Although he had given Lin Tianming some pointers, Tianshui didn't think that Lin Tianming would be able to obtain that condensed ice bell. "I forgot to tell you that this ice secret realm is a bit different from the other secret realms. All the artifacts in here need to be collected in order to obtain them. If you are a SSS-Grade ice attribute ability talent, there is a hope that you can take in at level 16, not an ice attribute ability talent. With such a low level, even if your god's hand is really strong, there is a high probability that you won't be able to take in the artifacts in here. Lin Tianming had already arrived at the center of the ancient ruins battlefield at this time, and Tianshui's heartfelt words of disapproval were overheard by him. Even so, Lin Tianming was still deeply interested in the condensed ice bell in front of him. As his right hand landed on the condensed ice bell, Lin Tianming wanted to directly establish a connection with the artifact like he did before in the Mechanical Mysteries. Who would have thought that when his hand landed on the condensed ice bell, his divine soul was immediately stabbed by some kind of bizarre and extremely terrifying power. A pair of unspeakably terrifying eyes stared at him from the seemingly unseen nothingness. This was the first time Lin Tianming had encountered such a bizarre situation, and his divine soul was stabbed with pain as he couldn't help but take a step back. And the large hand that had landed on the condensed ice bell was also loosened. Not at all surprised that Lin Tianming would be like this, Tianshui also walked forward. In a gentle tone, she said to Lin Tianming, "The power of that guile god who was suppressed by the ancient human herald remains in this ice and snow mystic realm. So if it's really not possible, forget about it. I'll try again." Lin Tianming thought he would fail. It was just the first time he had encountered this situation. After experiencing it just now, he didn't feel that the mysterious power that pierced his soul was that terrifying. Since it was the power of the piercing soul that prevented him from obtaining the condensed ice bell, he would try using the power of spiritual ascension, which was also related to the power of the soul. Under Tianshui's incredulous gaze, Lin Tianming's body surged with the light of spiritual energy soaring around him. Tianshui was a goddess reborn who had survived for a long time in the era of the descent of the three great ascended divine kingdoms, and she had also fought against spiritual energy ascended divinities. So at the first moment when the light of spiritual ascension surged up around Lin Tianming, Tianshui recognized that it was the power of spiritual ascension. This is the spiritual power that only those spiritually ascended people in the spiritual ascension God kingdom will have. Tianming little brother, isn't his psychic power the hand of God? How could he have the power of a spiritual ascended one? Lin Tianming was a little surprised that Tianshui had recognized the power of a spiritual ascender, but he was relieved when he thought that the other party had lived to see the era when the three great ascended divine kingdoms descended. Ignoring Tianshui's heartfelt voice of feeling shocked, Lin Tianming landed his large hand on the condensing ice bell once again. Just like just now, the power that pierced his soul was once again visible. Being prepared this time, Lin Tianming unleashed his newly comprehended spiritual soaring skill at the first opportunity. Radiant. Once the soul regeneration was unleashed, the terrifying eyes that had stopped Lin Tianming in the void were instantly dispersed by Lin Tianming. Without that terrifying eye stinging him, Lin Tianming, who was glowing with spiritual energy, also smoothly established a connection with the condensing ice bell. The entire time he watched how Lin Tianming subdued the condensed ice bell. Even if Tianshui was a reborn person, he was still amazed by the amazing talent that Lin Tianming had displayed. It must be the power of a spiritual ascender. In his last life, he was already perverse enough just by relying on the hand of God, and with the power of the spiritual ascended one powering him up in this life, he has far more growth potential in this life than in the previous one. Chapter 91 Yiqingshu Fonglan had a big fight. Lin Tianming man went numb. Just now, when he saw teacher Tianshui take in the water spirit bridge, Lin Tianming was craving for it. Now that it was finally his turn, Lin Tianming also lovingly touched the condensed ice bell that had rapidly shrunk to become like a bell after he had taken it in. He also dejectedly said to Tianshui beside him, "Teacher Tianshui, am I not very powerful?" Tianshui looked at Lin Tianming, whose joy was written all over his face, and also revealed a gentle smile. "Well, it's me who underestimated you, brother Tianming. The ice attribute artifact of this ice and snow mystic realm isn't as good as the artifacts of other mystic realms to be subdued. There's the power of the trickster god blocking it, as well as its own resistance to foreign powers that aren't of its own attribute. I didn't think that like this you'd still be able to subdue it. It seems that this time I was reborn. Not only the people around me have changed a little, even he seems to have changed. I just don't know where he got the spiritual ascender power from. Before the three great ascended god kingdoms came down, I really can't think of where there is still such a power for people to get in advance. Should I ask him? Forget it. This is his chance in this life. Asking or not asking is of no use to me. I don't need to become a spiritual ascender." Tianshui's curious to the point of having an itchy heart was all heard by Lin Tianming. If she didn't ask, Lin Tianming happened to not want to talk to people much about how he obtained the power of spiritual ascension. This was only known by Yiqingshu, who had entered the Lost Land with him. After all, she had seen him jump into the spiritual energy ascension pool to be baptized with her own eyes. It was just that he didn't know if this Tianshui teacher who had lived until the era of the three great ascended divine kingdoms would be even more shocked by his mechanical ascender status if he were to display his mechanical transformation skills. Taking the path of spiritual ascension and mechanical ascension at the same time was something that no one from the three major ascended divine kingdoms could do. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming more or less expected the expression of this always gentle as water Tianshui teacher's jaw to drop in shock. That must have been fun. Playing with the condensed ice bell in his hand enough. Lin Tianming temporarily refrained from thinking more about teasing this gentle female teacher, and instead planned to test the ability of this condensed ice bell. With a thought of his mind, the condensed ice bell rapidly grew in size and rang a melodious bell. As the bell rang, the ground shook in this ancient ruined battlefield. Immediately afterward, the Tianshui around Lin Tianming was shaken to the core by the chimes of the condensing ice bell. How does he activate the condensed ice bell without even saying a word? Without any defense, even I would have been affected by the sound of the bell. In the next second, the mindless Tianshui was again blocked by the cold tide swept by the bell, directly freezing in place. Lin Tianming simply wanted to test the ability of this ice condensation bell. He didn't really want to harm Tianshui. Looking at Tianshui, who was first attacked by his soul and then frozen in place, Lin Tianming couldn't help but hold his forehead. Mr. Tensui, I swear I didn't mean it. Although it really wasn't intentional, the power of this combination of the condensing ice bell, which could even affect teacher Tianshui, Lin Tianming was still satisfied. However, in order for an existence as close to a top-awakened person as Tianshui to be struck, it would still have to be treated as a strange move and taken by surprise. Otherwise, with Tianshui's strength, he would definitely have a means of defending against soul attacks against the condensed ice bell's attack. After testing the power of the ice condensation bell, Lin Tianming immediately put it into the void space after recognizing it. He then walked to Tianshui's front and said to the frozen Tianshui, "This ice condensation bell of mine only has the ability to freeze people. It doesn't have the ability to unseal the cold ice. Teacher Tianshui, can you hear me now? Can you see? Hey, can you get out of the trap by yourself?" After accidentally giving Tianshui a combination punch, Lin Tianming was more than a little overjoyed. This was the only one of the goddess reborns he had met so far who didn't need him to raid and had no murderous intent towards him for the original owner to live up to. Although this was related to Tianshui's overly gentle character that wanted to escape reality, Lin Tianming didn't want to make her change her mind about not escaping reality anymore and want to fight him to the end because of this accidental attack on her. The icebound Tianshui was still able to think, and Lin Tianming was always keeping an eye on her mental state. I thought he was going to take my pure water essence again like he did in his last life, and it seems like it's really just a test of how powerful the condensed ice spell is. In this life, I didn't talk to him about the pure water origin. He can't possibly want to take away my pure water origin now. Forget about it, I'll get myself out of the trap. While listening to Tianshui's heartfelt voice that did not move to kill him because of this, Lin Tianming was relieved. As he watched, the solid ice around teacher Tianshui began to melt at a visible rate. In a moment's time, Tianshui personally melted all the cold ice to get out of the trap. Only the means by which she had gotten out of the trap had left her covered in white smoky heat, and her aquamarine dress was soaked with wet vapor, her skin hidden beneath the soaked translucent clothing. That's a little too much water coming out. Lin Tianming said he was a little thirsty. Afraid that something really bad would happen if he continued to watch, Lin Tianming turned his head to look ahead. Let's continue on our way. Tianshui was also there to notice that Lin Tianming had just looked her over. Her pretty face that was also still a little watery was also slightly flushed. Remembering the intimate couple relationship that the two of them had had in her previous life before they had been taken over by Lin Tianming as the source of pure water. Don't think too much, Tianshui. Have you forgotten the oath you made more than 2 months ago when you were reborn? You may not kill him in this life, but to have nothing more to do with him, to have illusions about him, you will only be hurt again in this life too. When you get out, go back to the Water Mirror Academy and get as far away from him as possible. You have to forget about this life. Forget about it. Forget about it. After admonishing himself, Tianshui's emotions that were somewhat fluttering because of his feelings in his previous life gradually returned to tranquility. Lin Tianming listened to Tianshui's heartfelt voice that only wanted to escape reality, and he didn't know what to say to her. Since the original owner owed her and she wanted to escape, it would be better if he respected her and messed with her less. This way she can't see out of sight, and he can have one less goddess reborn that needs to be raided. So why not? Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also had a decision in his heart. After going out of the ice and snow mysteries this time, he tried to stay as far away from this heavenly water goddess as possible. The rest of the way, because of the charming scenery just now, Lin Tianming and Tianshui were both silent for a long time. It wasn't until they arrived at the entrance of an ice cave with countless broken ice cubes at the doorway that Tianshui, who knew the ice secret realm like the back of his hand, broke the silence. Tianming, little brother. Those broken ice cubes scattered at the entrance of the ice cave are the body parts of the 2 ice guards. To enter this ice cave, most likely they will be startled. So, without waiting for Tianshui to finish his sentence, Lin Tianming walked towards the countless pieces of shattered ice. Since they are the ice guards guarding the entrance of the ice cave, then we're bound to startle them if we go in. So instead of trying to find a way to avoid them, why don't we just trigger them and smash them head on? Little brother Tianming is also too eager and doesn't wait for me to finish my sentence. I came here once in my last life. I know how to avoid them. Those 2 ice guards will adapt themselves to adjust their power depending on the level of the opponent. There's no need for us to waste time here. By the time Lin Tianming heard Tianshui's heartbeat, he had already arrived next to the body parts of the 2 ice guards scattered on the ground. He was also a bit depressed. If he had known that Tianshui knew the way to avoid it, he wouldn't have walked over so arrogantly. Just when Lin Tianming had to answer the enemy, he was the one who realized that the ice guard body parts on the ground remained motionless. Lin Tianming even had the audacity to poke the parts on the ground with his hand, and didn't see them reorganize their parts to stand up and chip him. He turned to Tianshui and waved. Mr. Tianshui, they don't seem to be striking out at us as soon as they're startled like you said. Tianshui also quickly came over and lowered his body to scrutinize these ice guard body parts. After a moment passed, she frowned and said, someone has come one step ahead of us and has already defeated these 2 ice guards in advance. They are now depleted of their cold core power and will have to recover before they can continue to guard the ice caves. That's why they didn't react to our arrival. As soon as he heard Tianshui's analysis, Lin Tianming brightened up. Could it be that my family Qingxue did it? Tianshui shook his head. I'm not sure. There are 2 different elemental attribute forces in this neighborhood. 2 different elemental attribute forces? Lin Tianming pondered slightly for a moment as he said, then whatever. Let's go in as well. Teacher Tianshui, the treasures inside can't be snatched away by others. Well, let's go in there too. Tianshui nodded slightly and also accompanied Lin Tianming into this ice cave. Traversing the passageway where the entrance to the ice cave began at the very beginning, Lin Tianming and Tianshui also quickly arrived at the Great Hall of Ice Crystals in the ice cave that had a different world. And just as he entered, Lin Tianming didn't even have time to observe what was in here before a wind blade flew at him. As soon as he came in, he encountered an attack. And Lin Tianming was also the first to dodge to the side to avoid the attack. Just as he dodged the attack, he was just about to look in the direction where the wind blades were coming from to see who was attacking him. Several more ice picks were coming from the other direction. This wave hadn't subsided yet, so Lin Tianming also hurriedly dodged once again, dodging the ice picks. And the 2 locations he stayed in before were all damaged by ice picks and wind blades to create huge cracks. Just as Lin Tianming was finally able to spare some time to see who was actually attacking him, 2 familiar voices in quick succession caused him to freeze in place. You're not allowed to go near there. The ice crystal is mine. Roll. You don't really think I'm afraid of you, do you? These 2 voices seemed to be Yi Qingxue and Fenglan. Recognizing the identity of the owner of these 2 voices at the first moment, Lin Tianming also fixed his eyes. Just as he had presumed, this successive wind blade and ice cone attacks on him were none other than Yi Qingxue and Fenglan. As soon as he saw that it was really the 2 of them, and that the 2 of them were still fighting in this ice crystal hall, performing all sorts of attacks that far exceeded those of normal awakened people of the same level, Lin Tianming couldn't help but rub his brow. Why is Fenglan here too? This is trouble. Just as Lin Tianming was having a deep headache over Fenglan and Yi Qingxue's big fight in the ice crystal hall, the girls, who didn't care if there was anyone around them, were once again casting powerful attacks towards his side. A dense rain of frost arrows blocked the area above his head. Several wild tornado storms blocked the ground around him. Under the blockade of the rain of frost arrows and the tornado storm, Lin Tianming, a person who hadn't done anything, was inexplicably locked into a corner in an all-encompassing and deathless manner. He's straight up human numb. Chapter 92 Fenglan's Shinto Domain Skill. The wind sword dances chaotically. A person who had only entered the Ice Crystal Great Hall himself was continuously affected by the waves of Yi Qingxue and Fenglan's great battle. Lin Tianming was truly fed up. Spiritual energy transformation. Incarnating his soul spirit body and escaping from the dead end locked by Yi Qingxue and Fenglan's attacks, Lin Tianming quickly returned to Tianshui's side. All of them were seen in the last life. This Yi Qingxue is the future goddess of ice. And this Wind family's eldest miss is the future goddess of Wind Sword, worthy of being an awakened who will become a god in the future. Such a terrifying battle power at such a young age, as well as an awakened rank far above his peers. While listening to Tianshui, who still had the leisure to comment on Fenglan and Yi Qingxue's battle of hearts, Lin Tianming stood beside her with a headache. Tianshui inclined her head to look at Lin Tianming. Little brother Tianming, that girl beside you has been found. Aren't you going to help her? No, let them fight. I'm tired. Teacher Tianxue, if an attack ripples to our side later, I'll rely on you to block it. I'm tired of running. Lin Tianming waved his hand. He now had a big tired destroy it mentality. Looking at his distressed expression, Tianxue said in a gentle tone, "Little brother Tianming, look at what's over there." Lin Tianming sniffed and looked in the direction Tianxue was pointing. A cold pool with a biting wind blowing appeared in front of him. Above that cold pool, there were two divine artifacts that emanated great power suspended. One was an ice attribute crystal that emanated a powerful frost power around it. One was a wind attribute bead that made the entire cold pool blow with a biting astral wind, making it difficult for people to get close. Noticing that Lin Tianming had already seen the two divine artifacts, Tianxue smiled. Now you understand why the two of them fought so much? That wind attribute bead is called the Wind God Bead, an extremely powerful wind attribute artifact that also helps greatly in the talent enhancement of wind attribute abnormal ability awakened people. That ice crystal is the Ice Spirit Crystal, which contains a powerful ice attribute power. Absorbing it can further enhance the talent of an ice attribute ability awakened person. It just so happens that one of them is wind and the other is ice. So I guess they both felt that the other wanted to take possession of the two artifacts, and that's why they fought. Lin Tianming listened to Tianshui's heartfelt analysis and also felt that she had analyzed it reasonably well. These two divine artifacts with different attributes just happened to be together, and both Yi Qingxue and Fenglan were so determined to get them that it would be strange if they didn't fight. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also once again looked towards Fenglan and Yi Qingxue who were still there fighting obliviously, neither of them noticing his and Tianshui's arrival. Fenglan, it's even if you were always pestering my brother Tianming in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, but when you're here in this ice and snow mysterious realm, you still want to snatch things from me. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Yi Qingxue's body exuded a powerful force of extreme ice, and immediately afterward, she used the force of extreme ice to condense a cold moon vision. Ice Pot Autumn Moon. Lin Tianming had also seen this move before, and when he first sparred with Yi Qingxue, he had also had considerable trouble created by this move. Under Lin Tianming's constant attention, Fenglan's eyes bloomed with sharp sword intent as he faced Yi Qingxue's ice kettle and autumn moon. In the next instant, she was holding the unsheathed wind sword and chopped Yi Qingxue's ice pot autumn moon vision to pieces on the spot. Looking at this scene, Lin Tianming couldn't help but be a little surprised. Wind Lane has also become stronger than before. The ice pot autumn moon was directly chopped to pieces by Fenglan's wind sword, and Yi Qingxue had decided to get real with Fenglan. Ice. Front. As Yi Qingxue pronounced the words ice blade, Lin Tianming, who was watching the battle, also revealed a look of gravity. This was Yi Qingxue's divine Dao domain skill ice blade. For a time, the entire space of the ice crystal Great Hall trembled under the increasingly violent force of extreme ice around Yi Qingxue. At this moment, Yi Qingxue was like an ice god descending to the world, cold to the bone. The extreme ice force that was enough to tear through space tore a door of ice above Yi Qingxue's head, and the huge ice blade slowly entered this world from the other end of the door of ice, revealing the tip of the iceberg of its huge sword body. Looking at the huge ice blade that loomed like an iceberg tearing through space a little bit to emerge in front of her, Fenglan, who hadn't been taking Yi Qingxue seriously, also revealed a look of gravity. Surprisingly, it's a Shinto domain skill. This Yi Qingxue guy, Tianxue, who was beside Lin Tianming, also had his pupils slightly shrunk, comprehending the divine Dao domain skill at a dozen levels. No wonder she was able to achieve the position of ice god in her last life. So she has the growth skill of divine Dao domain at this time. But if I had been in the teens when I returned from rebirth in this life, I would have been able to learn the divine path domain skill from my last life so early as well. This time that Wind family miss. I'm afraid to lose. Lin Tianming shared Tianxue's heartfelt opinion, and he had also learned from Yi Qingxue's divine Dao domain skill ice blade. Back then, if he hadn't triggered the mind over matter state of mind and broken the God's hand replication taboo, he would have definitely lost to Yi Qingxue's divine Dao domain skill ice blade in that duel. Fenglan, admit defeat. I will personally crush your pride today. Displaying the might of Ice Blade's divine Dao domain, Yi Qingxue looked condescendingly at Fenglan with the posture of a victor. Humph, little vixen. I let you steal brother Tianming from me. Brother Tianming won't let me beat you up at the Imperial Academy. But I've been holding back a lot. I'll get you this time. I'll whip you to death. I'll beat you to death. Originally, Yi Qingxue's majestic ice god speech. Her image instantly collapsed after Lin Tianming heard her heartfelt words. Lin Tianming held his forehead a bit facelessly. His little girlfriend's inner drama was still so powerful. He was also prepared, and when the ice blade fell, he executed the divine Dao domain defense skill Phoenix Yen divine shield that he had learned from Wang Yanyan to save Fenglan. Do you really think you're going to win? Just then, Lin Tianming heard another heartfelt voice from Fenglan that wasn't worried at all. Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Tianming locked his sight on Fenglan, who had always been a man of few words. Immediately afterward, an extraordinary biting wind also blew around Fenglan. The aura of that biting astral wind climbed dramatically and soon soared to a level that was enough to compete with the ice blades, touching the taboo of the divine Dao domain. Fenglan's eyes also surged with the appalling aura of the divine Dao domain wind sword. Originally, this ice crystal hall was trembling violently because of Yi Qingshue's divine Dao domain ice blade, and with Fenglan doing this ice crystal hall began to tremble to the point of showing signs of collapsing. Yi Qingxue, don't think you're the only one who knows the divine path domain skill. Wind sword, chaos. Let me crush your proud ice blade with my own hands. Sure enough, Fenglan had also learned the divine Dao domain skill in advance. When it was finally time for Fenglan and Yi Qingxue to cast their current ranked moves and determine the winner with a single move, Lin Tianming was also watching with nervousness. Between the two of them, who is stronger? Just as Lin Tianming was speculating, Tianxue gently patted his shoulder. He looked at Tianxue in confusion, and when he saw Tianxue pointing at the top of his head again, Lin Tianming subconsciously raised his head as well. To the eye, there was a huge piece of rubble from the roof of the ice crystal great hall that smashed down because it could not withstand Yi Qingxue and Fenglan's divine Dao domain skill dueling. I'll go. Again? It's so disconcerting that you can get caught in the wave of watching a play. Chapter 93, Counseling. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. This tense and exciting woman-tearing battle was seeing a critical moment when the debris from the collapsing roof of the ice crystal great hall came crashing down, and Lin Tianming felt that he was having bad blood luck today. Looking at Tianxue, who had already retreated to the side ahead of time to let him handle it on his own, Lin Tianming was deeply impressed that women really couldn't be relied upon. Spiritual energy transformation. Transforming into a spirit body to perfectly circumvent the huge roof debris, Lin Tianming once again regrouped his entity by Tianxue's side. At the same time, he also said to Tianxue without any good sense of humor, Teacher Tianxue, didn't we agree that if we were caught in the wave of the battle, you would be the one to block it? How come it's become me alone again? Seeing Lin Tianming's somewhat unhappy expression, Tianxue hid her mouth and laughed lightly. Don't be angry, little brother Tianming. Didn't I remind you of that too? Lin Tian understood a glance at Tianxue, who was just as unreliable as Jiang Han when it mattered, then continued to look at the center of the battlefield. When Tianxue saw that Lin Tianming seemed to be really angry, she added, little brother Tianming, the next time any attack comes at you, I'll block it for you. It's not really angry, is it? Lin Tianming also returned Tianxue's words. A promise is a promise. Don't ever break your word again. Seeing that Lin Tianming spoke back to her, Tianxue also smiled gently and said, of course, little brother Tianming. At the same time, Tianxue also continued to look at the warring Yi Qingxue and Fenglan with Lin Tianming. Yi Qingxue's ice blade and Fenglan's wind sword chaos had already collided together, and all of a sudden, the entire ice crystal great hall was swept up with bursts of energy that were enough to kill a large number of people of the same level as them in an instant. Seeing this, Tianxue immediately used the water current as a shield to protect her and Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming had originally wanted to cast the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield for defense himself, and seeing that Tianxue had taken the initiative to make good on his promise this time, he also put away the means to cast the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield. At this moment, the entire ice crystal great hall couldn't see anything because of the burst of energy from the collision between the ice blade and the wind sword chaos. Lin Tianming also asked at this time, Teacher Tianxue, who do you think will win between the two of them? Tianxue didn't answer Lin Tianming at first, but instead, through her beautiful eyes that shimmered with aquamarine light, she ignored the cover of the ice and gusts of wind and directly locked onto Fenglan and Yi Qingxue. The two of them didn't wait for the might of their respective divine Dao domain skills to dissipate before they tangled together again, fighting from one end of the great hall to the other and then back again. In a short period of time, the two had exchanged skills dozens of times. At the same time, they were also injured by the aftermath of their respective divine Dao domain skills because they were too eager to win over each other under the might of this undissipated divine Dao domain skill. Even so, the girls are still in the final fight. Tianxue can see that perhaps they have too much of a desire to win, and they are having too much fun. Their fight had already gone beyond the realm of normal sparring, and there were signs of a red-eyed kill that would not stop until they were dead or alive. After penetrating the cover of the God Dao domain skill's might and observing for a period of time, seeing that Fenglan and Yi Qingxue had been slow to show any signs of either party falling into a disadvantage, Tianxue gave Lin Tianming the results of her analysis. A toss-up. Once he heard the results of Tianxue's analysis, Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed. Is it a lose-lose situation? When the aftermath of that terrifying divine Dao domain gradually dispersed, Lin Tianming, who was no longer blocked from view by the ice and storm, was also able to see the battle between Yi Qingxue and Fenglan. When he saw that the two of them had actually fought until their bodies were covered in creepy wounds in a short period of time, Lin Tianming, who had wanted to keep watching the show, was somewhat unable to sit still. Are Yi Qingxue and Fenglan crazy? They're both injured like this and still fighting? We are all students of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, and the two of them are also roommates in the same dormitory. Even if they came to search for treasures, they wouldn't have to fight to the death like this, would they? If this continues, it's going to result in a fatality. Tian Shui nodded in deep approval. It does seem a bit much. Aren't you going to try to talk it out? Lin Tianming took a deep breath. He too decided to go forward and pull the two of them, lest the two of them really get out of the way. Under Tian Shui's gaze, Lin Tianming was also rushing towards the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Yi Qingxue and Fenglan in the center of the battlefield were truly killing red eyes. The fact that the opponent hadn't fallen after all the divine Dao domain skills had been used was something that the girls, who were goddess reborns, couldn't accept. Fenglan, Yi Qingxue. The power of extreme ice once again tore out terrifying blood traces on Fenglan's body, and Fenglan did not hesitate to return the favor to Yi Qingxue. The wind blade also tore out shocking bloody wind blade wounds on Yi Qingxue's thigh area. Lin Tianming, who had rushed to the scene, watched the two of them already sparring to this extent, and he was also numb from watching. This woman hits really hard when she fights. 2. Fenglan and Chang Shui. Stop it. Are you two crazy? At this rate you'll both be seriously injured and unconscious. Yi Qingxue and Fenglan, who were in the middle of the battle, heard Lin Tianming's shout, and their flying attacks towards each other stopped briefly. Brother Tianming, Tenmei? Seeing that the two of them had finally stopped, Lin Tianming also continued. All stop fighting. Stop here. All listen to me. However, just as Lin Tianming finished speaking, Yi Qingxue and Fenglan attacked each other again and fought in the Ice Crystal Hall. Seeing them fighting again, and fighting even more viciously than earlier, Lin Tianming man went numb. Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Lin Tianming's persuasion didn't do anything, and it even made Yi Qingxue and Fenglan want to split today even more. Damn it. I have to win after letting brother Tianming see that I'm slow to win with this little vixen. Fenglan. I have to prove that I'm better than Fenglan so that I can keep brother Tianming from changing his heart. As much as I want to end the grudge between you and me, I don't want you to see the ugly way I lost to Yi Qingxue. Since we've already fought to this extent, we must win against Yi Qingxue. Listening to the two of them wanting to split their hearts even more because of his presence instead, Lin Tianming knew that no amount of persuasion on his part would be fruitful. 1 by 1 is really enough. If you don't listen to persuasion, don't blame me. Thunder rages. Thunder trample. Little tantrum coming up. Lin Tianming trampled on the Ice Crystal Hall with 1 foot. The destructive thunder power was added to by Thunder's berserk speed and attacks, and while the thunder power skyrocketed, it also attacked Yi Qingxue and Fenglan at a faster speed than usual. Yi Qingxue and Fenglan, who were exchanging blows, had gone through a series of great battles, and both of them had long been at the end of their strengths, only relying on the will to win and using what little strength they had left to engage in a final struggle. Sensing Lin Tianming's thunder trample, which had been augmented by thunder berserkers, rapidly coming towards the two of them, Fenglan and Yi Qingxue both changed their complexion. Boom! Fenglan and Yi Qingxue simply couldn't dodge in time, nor were they capable of any defense. Under the trampling of thunder, they only felt their bodies tingling and their brains dizzy, and then they stumbled and fainted on top of the Great Hall, finally getting these two female lunatics to stop. Lin Tianming also carried them both into his arms before sending them back to Tian Shui. Mr. Tian Shui, I'm back from persuading the fight. Hearing Lin Tianming's speech, Tian Shui was a bit unsteady. Persuade? To persuade a fight? People have been knocked out by you. You call this persuasion? Chapter 94. No one is allowed to grab it. I'll assign it to you. Through the information provided by the system, Lin Tianming was aware that Tian Shui's water attribute ability also had a healing skill. Therefore, after persuading Yi Qingxue and Fenglan successfully, Lin Tianming also brought the two of them back to Tian Shui, hoping to be treated by Tian Shui. Tian Shui's heartfelt expression of skepticism towards his act of persuasion was also heard, but Lin Tianming did not want to explain anything. The priority now was to save the two crazy women who had fought until they were covered in bloodstains. Mr. Tian Shui, please, save them both. Listening to Lin Tianming's request, Tian Shui looked at the deeply and seriously injured Yi Qingxue and Fenglan in silence. Even if you didn't beg me, I would have saved them. Just like in my last life when I saw the seriously injured you and saved you. Well, leave them to me. I can still heal this injury. As he spoke, Tian Shui condensed a waterbed with the power of pure water, holding Fenglan and Yi Qingxue floating in front of her. Soft water. At the same time Lin Tianming heard Tian Shui's heartbeat, Tianshui's palm released a soft water with a healing aura, splitting into two and pouring into Yi Qingshue's and Fenglan's bodies respectively. Under the soft water's warm fluctuations, Yi Qingshui and Fenglan's heavily injured bodies were also warmed up. Pure water abstinence. Another water attribute healing skill that could return one's mind to peace. Under this pure water ascetic skill, Yi Qingshui and Fenglan's painful expressions that were suffering from their injuries when they were unconscious were gradually soothed, loosening their tightly locked frowns and returning to tranquility. Dragon's breath. The water-blue water dragon slowly took shape above teacher Tianshui's head, spewing out water attribute energy that also carried the power of healing, spreading it on top of Yi Qingshui and Fenglan's delicate bodies. A large amount of healing flowing water covered all of Yi Qingshui and Fenglan and entered their bodies along the wounds. Under the healing of the two water attribute healing skills, soft water and heavenly dragon spit, which combined both internal and external healing skills, the wounds on Yi Qingshui and Fenglan's bodies were also healing at a visible rate. The depleted power in their bodies was also recovering at a rapid pace. Tianshui teacher, this water is really much. Milk vigorously. Watching the severely injured Fenglan and Yi Qingshui recovering quickly under teacher Tianshui's superior healing techniques, Lin Tianming couldn't help but admire the fact that Tianshui's milk supply was truly sufficient. This divine water attribute healing means of Tianshui was much more powerful than those teachers in the infirmary of their imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. Mr. Tensui really is a person like his name. It didn't take long for all the creepy blood marks on Yi Qingshui and Fenglan that were so many that they were scary to see to be healed by Tianshui. Their physical strength, too, was fully restored as their wounds healed. Well, along with the ravings of awakening, Yi Qingshui and Fenglan also slowly opened their eyes from their lethargy. What's going on with me? How did I get here? Fenglan and Yi Qingshui, who had only just come to their senses, were both a bit disorganized in their minds and had yet to sort out what had happened before they passed out. Lin Tianming was also the first to tell Yi Qingshui and Fenglan all about their earlier big fight. As Lin Tianming narrated, Fenglan and Yi Qingshui's confused brains were gradually clearing up. The two of them also look at each other very badly, but it was all over now, and the calmer girls didn't keep fighting. At the same time, they were thankful for the rescue of Shimatenazu. Thank you for saving us, Mr. Tensui. Thank you, Mr. Tianshui, for healing us. Tianshui smiled gently. It's all fine. It's good that you guys are okay. Yi Qingshui and Fenglan, also because of their memories of their previous lives, both recognized Tianshui as the future goddess Tianshui. However, in order to keep their rebirth a secret, they all pretended to be seeing Tianshui for the first time. And how could it be otherwise for Tianshui? They both felt that they were the only ones who were reborn. As Lin Tianming who could eavesdrop on the three of them, he was also listening with pleasure at the moment. You're still pretending it's the first time you've seen it and you don't even recognize it. The secret of your rebirth has long been known to me. Worrying that Fenglan and Yi Qingshui would accidentally fight again later, Lin Tianming then reminded them. Alright, Qingshui and Fenglan, you two have managed to heal your injuries with great difficulty. Don't fight anymore. It'll be a waste of teacher Tianshui's treatment. It was so hard to reunite. Yi Qingshui held Lin Tianming's arm. Don't worry, brother Tianming. I'm a generous man. I won't bother with Fenglan. Fenglan, on the other hand, glanced at Yi Qingshui, shying away from words. She didn't care about Yi Qingshui for a single word. Tianshui, on the other hand, spoke up at the right time. The two of you fought just now. You should be trying to fight over the two divine artifacts floating on that cold pool, right? Being asked by Tianshui, Fenglan and Yi Qingshui simultaneously looked at the wind god pearl and ice crystal above the cold pool. The wind god pearl was mine in my last life. I must not let anyone else snatch it away. I missed this ice crystal in my last life. I must not miss it again in this life. Listening to Fenglan and Yi Qingshui's obsession with their respective artifacts, Lin Tianming also looked towards the wind god bead and ice crystal thoughtfully. Ms. Tianshui had gotten the water spirit bridge that she wanted the most, and she had also said that she wasn't interested in anything else in the ice and snow mystery realm. She would continue to stay in the ice and snow mysteries and just accompany him to find Yi Qingshui. And he also got the ice condensation bell, and also hammered the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield and mechanical transformation on the Underworld Cold Bridge before the purification. It could be said that his trip to the ice and snow mysteries was also considered to be full of rewards. Yi Qingshui especially wanted the ice crystal to absorb and enhance herself. Fenglan also wanted the wind god bead very much to enhance her wind attribute supernatural ability. The two of them fought big time, just both thinking that the other would hog the two divine artifact treasures. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming looked at Tianshui and confirmed with her again. Teacher Tianshui, are you interested in those two treasures? When these words came out, Fenglan and Yi Qingshui's hearts thumped. If Tianshui was interested, with their current strength, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to rob the current Tianxue. Under their nervous gazes, Tianxue slowly said, even though the ice attribute and wind attribute artifacts can't be utilized to their fullest potential when they fall into my hands, they still have a great battle power bonus for me. When Tianxue said this, Fenglan and Yiqingxue secretly said in their hearts that it was over. But in the next second, Tianxue again changed his words. These two divine artifacts were seen first by the two children, Yiqingxue and Fenglan. It's better to let them have them. I, a person of the teacher's generation, won't grab it from them. When Fenglan and Yiqingxue heard this, they were again delighted. The next step was for the two of them to fight over the ownership of the artifact. After thinking about it, Fenglan and Yiqingxue wanted to run towards the cold pool and fight for the Wind God Pearl and Ice Crystal. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming directly pressed down on the two of them, not allowing them to move? Brother Tianming, you wouldn't. T wanted to. Would you, Tianming? Are you going to fight with us too? Lin Tian understood Yiqingxue and Fenglan. He said in a bad mood. I don't care to grab it from you guys. I'm telling you guys to stand still. Who the hell are these two artifacts going to belong to? I'll be the one to distribute them so that you guys won't fight again. Chapter 95, It's Just a Trickster God. Why are you so scared? Hearing that Lin Tianming was going to decide the ownership of the Wind God Pearl and Ice Crystal for them, Fenglan and Yiqingxue looked at each other and also stopped running towards the cold pool. Yiqingxue directly asked, Brother Tianming, how do you plan to distribute it? You can't share the Ice Crystal with Fenglan, Brother Tianming. Fenglan was also looking at Lin Tianming nervously, somewhat worried that Lin Tianming would assign the Wind God Pearl to Yiqingxue. Facing Fenglan and Yiqingxue's gazes, Lin Tianming, who had heard their hearts, really wanted to give each of them a pendulum. He distributed the Wind God Pearl to Yiqingxue and the Ice Crystal to Fenglan. Did he want the two of them to have another fight? Lin Tianming wasn't so stupid that he didn't know what they really wanted. In order for the two of them to be able to live together peacefully next, Lin Tianming had also made the decision to make them both happy. Qingxue, you are an ice attribute ability, so the ice attribute crystal belongs to you. Fenglan, you're a wind attribute psychic, so the wind attribute bead belongs to you. No more fighting either of you. I've assigned it. As Lin Tianming assigned them, Yiqingxue and Fenglan also headed to the cold pool together. This time they didn't fight and got the treasures they each wanted. With this ice crystal, plus the other chances I know of, I'll see who can still stand in my way in this life. The Wind God Pearl was mine in the last life, and no one can take it away in this life even if there are a few twists and turns. It's one step closer to returning to the divine throne. Lin Tianming also came to Yiqingxue and Fenglan's side with Tianxue at this time and smiled at the two of them. Satisfied now? Brother Tianming, it's still you who understands me best. Yiqingxue greedily held Lin Tianming's arm, once again transforming into a sweet and sticky little girlfriend. Fenglan also opened her golden mouth in a rare moment. Thank you, Tianming. Tianxue, on the other hand, said, Little brother Tianming, your people have been found, so it's almost time for us to leave this ice and snow mysterious realm. The Wind God Bead, Ice Crystal, Ice Condensation Bell, and Water Spirit Bridge of this ice mystery realm have all become possessed, so there is no point in staying in here next, so I might as well leave early. After Lin Tianming learned from Tianxue's heart that there shouldn't be any other noteworthy treasures here, he also had the intention to leave. Well, Teacher Tianxue, thank you for specially accompanying me to look for Qingxue, and for healing Qingxue's and Fenglan's injuries. Listen to you, we'll leave now. Yiqingxue missed the ice and snow mystery realm in her last life, and this time was also her first time. Seeing that Tianxue seemed to know how to get out, Yiqingxue also asked, Teacher Tianxue knows the way out? This coming in is a randomized teleportation location. My head is spinning around. Tianxue smiled gently. Well, all of you come with me. I'll take you out. As the words fell, she led the way for Lin Tianming and the others in front. Fenglan, who had also been here in her previous life, actually wanted to say that she also knew how to get out, but Tianxue had already said that she would lead the way, and she, who was short on words, followed silently. This ice and snow mystery realm was icy and snowy inside, and the terrain was extremely complicated, so it was easy to take the wrong path and get trapped inside. Fenglan and Tianxue, in their last lives, were also trapped in this for a long time before they found their way out. However, this life had the experience of the previous one in it, and the labyrinth-like terrain here did not trap them. Under Tianxue's leadership, Lin Tianming's group was also gradually heading towards the real exit of the ice and snow mysterious realm. But on this way back, along the way, there were a number of corpses of people who shouldn't have been here in the first place. Isn't this guy the one who got the ice crystal in the last life? In this life, because of the butterfly effect created by my rebirth, he died here instead? This person is the awakened person who tried to take in the condensed ice spell in his last life but failed, and finally found a way to get out of the trap together with me. He also died? There is still him. This is a SSS-Grade ice attribute supernormal ability top awakened person. Although he didn't get the water spirit bridge in his last life, he also got a great chance of ice attribute supernormal ability on the unpurified underworld cold bridge. And he also died? This guy and I had a conflict in the ice and snow mystery realm in his last life. I remember that he did not have a rendezvous with their people and finally left the ice and snow mystery realm safely? Strange. Too strange. What exactly has happened to these people? Tian Shui looked incredulously at this one dead body she encountered on her way out of the ice secret realm. She was a little unable to comprehend how the hell they died. This ice and snow mystery realm looked like a labyrinth. Endless, but in actuality, as long as one found a way to leave, it was just that little bit of a place. Both she and Lin Tianming had wandered through this ice and snow mystic realm and hadn't encountered any crises. What exactly did these people encounter to die here? Not only Tian Shui, but Feng Lan, who had also come in his last life, was also shocked. Among these dead bodies were also people she had encountered in her last life. In the last life they all left safely and in this one they died here. Like Tian Shui, she couldn't figure out what other unknown crises in this ice secret realm could threaten the lives of these people. Yi Qingxue hadn't been here in her last life, and she didn't recognize any of these people. However, seeing so many dead bodies on the way out, she still said to Lin Tianming, "Brother Tianming, there are so many dead people on this road. It looks like we have to be careful." Well, do have to be careful. These people died in a somewhat bizarre way. Their expressions all look like they were in extreme shock, and part of their bodies, too, are twisted to the point of not being humanoid. There are also parts of their bodies swollen and edematous to the point of deformity. In the end, they become like this on their own, or were mutilated into this. For the time being, we do not know yet. Lin Tianming was also carefully observing these corpses on the road, analyzing and summarizing the characteristics of their deaths. It was fine if he didn't analyze it, but as soon as he did, Yi Qingxue, Feng Lan, and Tian Shui seemed to recall some horrifying and bizarre things from their previous lives, and their hearts synchronized for once in a rare while. It's the trickster god. At the thought of the guile god, Tian Shui no longer dared to stay here, not even thinking of observing the corpse's death. Must go quickly. Feng Lan also said with gloomy eyes. Tianming, hurry up. Yi Qingxue even took Lin Tianming's arm and accelerated her steps to follow Tian Shui's pace. Gotta get out of here. The sooner the better. Seeing that each of them suddenly looked so grave, Lin Tianming followed their hurried steps to speed up their escape from the ice and snow mystery realm while trying to understand through their heartfelt voices why they were so scared. But they all had the fear of the guile god in their hearts right now, wanting to leave the ice and snow mystic realm earlier, and didn't have any other more in-depth thoughts about what the guile god was, preventing Lin Tianming from getting more useful information for the time being. The way they looked like this was also making Lin Tianming even more confused. It's just the trickster god. Why are you so scared? Chapter 96, Unseeable. Shall not be named. Thou shalt not hear it whispered. Thou shalt not call it by its name. On his way to follow Tian Shui as he quickly escaped the ice and snow mysterious realm, Lin Tianming again saw quite a few corpses, like the corpses they had just stopped to observe. These people had all suffered extreme shock before death, their expressive bodies twisted beyond recognition. This also made Lin Tianming somewhat unable to hold back his curiosity about the trickster god. He had paid attention to Tian Shui, Yi Qingxue, and Feng Lan's heartfelt voices during this period, but it was a pity that he could only hear their heartfelt voices of fear of the guile god, and couldn't hear any more information related to the guile god. They were all existences that had once become gods, so why were they so afraid of the trickster god? Truly a bit tickled by what the guile god really was, Lin Tianming still couldn't help but ask the Tian Shui at the very front. Teacher Tian Shui, these people's deaths are so bizarre and frightening. Can you tell anything? Who would have thought that when he asked this question, before Tian Shui even opened his mouth, Yi Qingxue, who was holding his arm, quickly opened her mouth to caution him not to ask more questions. Brother Tianming, don't ask. It's not good to know too much right now. It must be the trickster god. We can't talk about that thing in this icy secret realm. It'll get us targeted. Feng Lan also deeply agreed and softly said, Tianming, don't think about anything, go out and talk about it in detail. The trickster god is not something to be talked about casually, especially in a place where the trickster god is highly likely to have revived and descended. The Tian Shui in front of him also didn't answer Lin Tianming's question positively. Little brother Tianming, these people did die in a somewhat bizarre manner. In order to avoid becoming one of them, let's go out first. The more we know and the more we read, the more likely we are to attract the trickster gods. So let's escape before the trickster gods here set their sights on us. Seeing that each of their words and hearts were playing dumb with him with some scruples, Lin Tianming's curiosity instead became even greater. Tian Shui's heartbeat had mentioned before that the trickster god and the gods of the three ascended divine kingdoms were all existences whose strength far exceeded that of the divine realm demons. Theoretically, the trickster god should be similar to the three great ascended divine kingdom gods, right? She was someone who had lived through the era of the descent of the three great ascended divine kingdoms, and had even fought against divine kingdom gods. You're afraid of the trickster god? Wait. Seemingly remembering something, Lin Tianming began to search his mind for the memories of his previous encounter with the mechanical divine kingdom's mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny. A quick recollection was also what made Lin Tianming remember that the mechanical mastermind Heaven's Destiny had also mentioned the trickster god. 10,000 years ago, the three great ascended divine kingdoms were in the same world as them, and because they were unable to defeat the guile god, they had to abandon the world Lin Tianming was currently in and seal themselves away from the world. Even the three major ascended divine kingdoms had to give up their original land, the world they are now in. It seems that this tricky god seems to really have something. While contemplating the little information he knew related to the trickster god, Lin Tianming suddenly thumped in his heart, as if he was being targeted by something. This feeling seems to be very similar to the pair of horrible eyes that he encountered when he took in the condensed ice bell before. At the same time, Lin Tianming also heard the heartfelt voices of Yi Qingxue, Feng Lan, and Tianshui sensing that they were being targeted. I've tried my best not to talk about the trickster god, but I'm still being targeted? I didn't enter the ice mystery realm in my last life, so I didn't even know that there were even guile gods in there. This is troublesome. Even with the wind god bead, with my current strength of a dozen levels, can I really escape the guile god's hunt and leave this ice and snow mysterious realm? The guile god that was subdued in the ice and snow mystery realm in the last life didn't show any signs of redescending to this world until I was trapped for several days. So why did the guile god revive when I came in this evening? Listening to their heartfelt voices of great discomfort, Lin Tianming cared most about Tian Shui's heartfelt voice, as she had provided him with another key message. The subdued trickster god can still be revived? Redeeming the world. What does this mean? Does it mean that the trickster god can't be killed? Without waiting for Lin Tianming to figure this out, he felt something coming at him quickly from behind. He wanted to look back and see exactly what it was so he could make a means of response. Who would have thought that when Yi Qingxue saw this behavior of his, she immediately stopped him from turning back. You must not turn back, brother Tianming. Tianshui, who had darted at the forefront to lead the way to escape, heard Yi Qingxue say that Lin Tianming had even tried to turn back, and also shouted a reminder to him with his back turned to Lin Tianming. Do not look directly at it. There is great terror. Feng Lan had wanted to remind Lin Tianming as well, but when she saw that Tian Shui had already said so in advance, she continued to focus on running. The trickster god of this place has revived and is still in a state of not having found a parasitic body, snooping around rashly, with none of us being god-level awakened. Those dead on the road, these corpses are our downfall. Hearing Feng Lan's heart speak of the consequences of looking back at the trickster god in such a horrifying manner, Lin Tianming's curiosity grew 1 point heavier, but he did not turn back again. Instead, through his senses, he circumvented the attack that was speeding towards him from behind. Fortunately, Lin Tianming's perception as an awakened was very sharp, and he accurately dodged the attack of the suspected trickster god at the back. Only the dead bodies along the way, on his behalf, were again penetrated by something that could not be seen in any form. Obviously nothing could be seen, but the dead body that had been penetrated was a body that began to spread a strange black aura much like the demonic aura of a demonic creature, and rapidly festered into an even more inhuman form. Anyway, they had already been targeted. So Lin Tianming felt that it should be fine even if they talked about the trickster god in the back. Lin Tianming couldn't help but ask, what is this thing attacking us? The dead bodies on the ground are being penetrated and I can't see anything? The Tianshui in front of him then said, there are times when not being able to see it is a kind of luck, and when you do see it you will absolutely regret it. The trickster god, a god that cannot be named. You will be dead by the time you see its body. What? Seeing Tianshui, Yi Qingxue and Feng Lan one by one describing the eerie god is so terrifying. Lin Tianming might have been scared if he was still the person he was before he crossed over, but he was now in a world where he could awaken his psychic abilities, where high-level awakened people grew to the point where they could move mountains and fill the seas with their power. Lin Tianming's heart was now more curious than fearful. If Tianshui, Yi Qingxue, and Feng Lan would have eavesdropped on their hearts, they would have absolutely lambasted Lin Tianming for his stupidity. Right at this moment, Lin Tianming heard a frightening voice of soul solicitation coming from the back. Bodies. I need bodies. Earthly bodies that can help me descend into this world. At the same time, as if they had been stimulated by something, Tianshui, Yi Qingxue, and Feng Lan's bodies, which were darting away to escape, trembled violently. Tianxue also immediately reminded Lin Tianming's trio, "Cover your ears. Don't go listening to that guy's whispers back there, or we'll all go crazy. Tianming, do not listen to its whispers. Brother Tianming, stop gawking and cover your ears." Crazy? Lin Tianming looked at the Tianxue trio whose bodies were shaking up and nothing was happening to them at all. He was a bit unable to understand. "I want the body. The body. Give it to me." Continuing to follow the Tianxue trio, who had covered their ears, as they fled, Lin Tianming again heard the whispering of soul solicitation coming from the rear. Under this bizarre and frightening whisper, Yi Qingshue's eyes gradually shed tears of blood. "Can't. Covering my ears won't help. It's inflicting its whispers with power that can reach right into my head, and I feel like my head is going to explode. Damn it. If I become a god, even if I don't necessarily beat it, I can still defend myself against this damn whisper. This ungrown mortal body is still too weak." Fenglan was also somewhat tormented by the whispers from the rear, just like Yi Qingxue, and was in a trance. "I feel like my spirit is breaking down." Tianxue, who was close to the top awakened person, was also unable to resist such a whisper. Her escaping legs went limp and she also followed Yi Qingxue and Fenglan to go limp on the ground. This life will even happen such a change as the resurrection of the tricky gods of the ice and snow mystery realm. Tianxue, is it necessary to end my life here? Seeing the three of them fall so easily, Lin Tianming was also able to see that the trickster god's whisper, which had no effect on him at all, had unimaginable damage to the three of them. "Teacher Tianxue, Qingxue, and Fenglan, can you hear what that guy back there is saying?" Although his brain was about to go crazy from the whispers, Tianxue was still barely able to maintain a shred of sanity. "I can't hear you. That's not a language we can understand." When Fenglan saw Lin Tianming standing like a nobody, her gaze froze. "Tianming, how come you didn't he fall down?" Yi Qingxue, on the other hand, thus thought of the time when she and Lin Tianming had entered the Lost Lands before, when she had been tortured into madness by that beautiful angel whispering that lived in the Eternal Night Star Palace. But Lin Tianming had also been and was now fine with nothing. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxue immediately said to Lin Tianming, "Brother Tianming, run, don't mind us. The situation this time is different from last time. Since you can resist that guy's whispers, then you definitely have a chance to run out. I won't be able to run away. Good luck, Brother Tianming." The unintelligible whispers are back. "Damn, it hurts. Headache is about to explode. I'm going crazy." Lin Tianming's face also sank when he heard Yi Qingshue's comments about him escaping and her heartfelt words about her going crazy. Fenglan and Tianshue's hearts were on the verge of being tormented to the point of mental frenzy at this time. Just like Yi Qingxue, and their bodies were twisted haphazardly as their spirits gradually went out of whack. "I am the Lord of Winter. Submit to me. Become my believer. Find me a suitable earthly body. Help me descend into this world, and you can have everything you want." The whispers continued. If they continued like this, they would definitely be just like those corpses before them, going insane in the whispering of the trickster god, with infinite fear and pain, their bodies twisted beyond human shape and dying a horrible death here. The trickster god who could make all three goddess reborns feel intimidated. He would turn around to see the other party's true colors. Although she was being tortured, Yi Qingxue was still paying attention to Lin Tianming. When she saw Lin Tianming trying to turn back again, she was instantly anxious. "Brother Tianming, you mustn't turn back. You mustn't look directly at it. I'm just going to turn around and see what the hell this so-called Lord of Winter is." Still not letting people look at it. "Are you? I'm afraid it's not a monster that's ugly to the core." Hearing that Lin Tianming even called the trickster god the Lord of Winter, Tianxue, Yi Qingxue, and Fenglan instantly understood that Lin Tianming was most likely chosen by that trickster god to be the other party's believer, and only then were they able to know the other party's name. But such a blatant act of calling the trickster god by his name is also a great disrespect to the trickster god, and one will encounter horrible and unknown things. Fenglan also immediately said to Lin Tianming, "Tianming, you must not call him by his first name." On this journey Fenglan, Yi Qingxue and Tianxue had been acting as riddlers with their heartfelt words and remarks, but they had suffocated Lin Tianming. Anyway, he wasn't afraid to whisper to the other side. He just wanted to do what normal people didn't dare to do. "I'm just going to look it in the eye. I'm just going to call it by its name. I'm just going to listen to its whispers, and I'm going to see what it can do to me." The Lord of Winter? The Pig of Winter is more like it. Hearing that Lin Tianming, in his mortal form, dared to be so disrespectful to a guile god in this manner, Tianxue, Fenglan, and Yi Qingshue's hearts all went cold. It's over. Tianming is likely to die faster than them. Chapter 97, The Eccentric God is Too Strong. Lin Tianming was sick and desperate. Sacrificing the Star Key Angel, Lin Tianming turned around this time, expecting to be able to see exactly what was chasing them, but instead, he realized that there was nothing behind him. However, in the underworld, Lin Tianming still sensed that something was coming towards him. He was also the first to dodge. Teacher Tianshui, Qing Xue, and Feng Lan, I haven't encountered any weird and scary things even if I turn around here. Why don't you guys turn around and take a look too? Hearing that Lin Tianming still had the leisure to call them at this time, they didn't know whether it was better to say he was stupid or courageous. Lin Tianming turned back this time, and it seemed to them that there was no turning back. They were also on their own right now. They couldn't help Lin Tianming at all. They could only struggle to hold on and resist the whisper that would cause people to die in a fit of madness. Winter Pig, if I call out to you, do you dare to show your true self? It's just that you can be invisible, making it mysterious. I'm afraid it's not because you can't beat them that you're pretending to be a god. This is not a stealth skill. Brother Tianming, the trickster god is not in our realm until it finds a suitable earthly body vessel to descend. Having heard Yi Qingshue's heartfelt explanation, Lin Tianming also relied on his sharp perception once again to dodge the attack that he couldn't even see. But even then, there is a chance to see it. Except that seeing it is more terrifying than not seeing it. And then you will suffer a madness that is more incomprehensible to you than the whispers. And ultimately, after glimpsing the true nature of the trickster god on the other side, you will die in a fit of madness. After waiting for such a long time, he had finally heard some useful intelligence about the trickster god. And Lin Tianming's understanding of this trickster god was also furthered. Previously, Yi Qingxue and the three of them were all about their fear of the trickster god, with no useful information at all. But now, even if he knew more, Lin Tianming was still unable to see this trickster god who claimed to be the Lord of Winter. Seeing the trickster god and dying in a seizure? He wouldn't believe it. With his eyes blossoming with brilliant golden spiritual ascension light, Lin Tianming attempted to use the power of a spiritual ascender to see through the Lord of Winter's true body, so that he would also be better able to deal with his opponent's attacks. Body. Your body is great. Give it to me. I want you. Hearing the words of the Lord of Winter, Lin Tianming was struck with a vicious chill. Get the hell out of here. I'm not interested in voyeuristic monsters like you who hide in the shadows and spy on the people of our world every day. Relying on the power of spiritual ascension still didn't reveal any body of that Lord of Winter. Lin Tianming was a bit out of tricks now. While he was immune to the others' whispers, he was equally incapable of seeing the trickster god, the Lord of Winter. Isn't there some way to attack this stupid piggy trickster god who talks tongue-tied and just sounds a little scary? During Lin Tianming's contemplation of countermeasures, the Lord of Winter seemed to have become more frequent in his attacks because he was fixated on this body of his. I want your body. Give me, to be the carrier of my will, to help me descend, is your supreme honor. Boom! The Lord of Winter whispered intermittently while launching attacks from nothingness towards Lin Tianming, one more powerful than the other. At first, Lin Tianming was still able to rely on his sharp senses to dodge, but the further he went the more he struggled as well. Zira! The palm of his left hand seemed to have been penetrated by something, and the cold chill instantly invaded his body with the help of the bloody hole in his palm, freezing him to a jolt. And there was also a black aura much like the demonic magic aura, but even more bizarre lingering around the bloody hole, eroding his skin. In a matter of seconds, his palm was full of festering pus tumor water, and it was still spreading. His mind flashed through the festering bodies of those dead corpses' skin just now, and Lin Tianming realized that he had fallen for the same trick as them. My vessel, I want you to give me your body. Another attack that Lin Tianming couldn't even see penetrated the palm of his right hand, continuing to leave a corrosive, festering, oozing wound in his palm. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianming felt something invisible in the palms of his hands, hoisting him into midair with a huge force he couldn't resist. Be a part of me. Get the hell out of here. All those disgusting attacks. Who wants to be in your body? You mouthy talking frigid piggy pig. I think you have a cerebellum problem and are intellectually incapable. Spiritual energy transformation. Lin Tianming cursed angrily as his body directly transformed into a spirit body. Who would have thought that he had just transformed into a spirit body when he sensed that the terrifying eyes that had appeared earlier when he had taken in the condensing ice bell were staring at him again in the nothingness that he couldn't see, and it creeped him out more than it ever had before. At this moment, Lin Tianming instantly realized that the pair of terrifying eyes from before had come from the Lord of Winter. Thinking that he was the one who had used his spiritual soaring skill to shatter the Eye of Terror before, he was also repeating the same trick, and he was casting all three skills at once: Spiritual Sparks, Psychic Storm, Radiant. This time, however, he realized that his spiritual energy soaring skill could not shake away the terrifying eyes that were staring at him in the void. Could it be that it was because he hadn't revived before and was only a remnant of an idea that he was able to dispel? But this time it was the Lord of Winter's physical body in the other world that was staring him in the face? At this moment, Lin Tianming felt that at this moment, He who had transformed into his spirit form was like a lamb to the slaughter, even more vulnerable than when he didn't use his spirit energy transformation. A great wolf from the void of space descended, seemingly to wipe out his exposed soul. This intellectually challenged mouth demented cold winter piggy is even more terrifying than the spiritual energy ascension deity before. Lin Tianming had a very strong premonition that the previous move of relying on his spirit body to revolt against his spiritual energy to soar to godhood would not be effective against this guy at all. Seeing that the great will that was about to descend was about to completely obliterate him in his spiritual body state, Lin Tianming still followed the strong premonition in his heart and exited his spiritual body state. As soon as he exited his spirit body state, the terrifying eyes staring at him from the nothingness disappeared instead, and the great will to obliterate his spirit body was gone. Can't you transform into a spirit body to deal with this mouth-obsessed piggy? Just now, in my spiritual body, I felt defenseless in front of it, as if I had entered its domain. Muttering a sentence, Lin Tianming had to give up his incarnated spirit body to dodge the attacks of the void. Lin Tianming felt as if he was in a dead end. Spiritual energy transformation could circumvent the unseen attacks of the Lord of Winter, but his spiritual body would have to directly endure the woeful obliteration of the Lord of Winter that he could not even resist. Without casting spiritual energy transformation, he would again be hit hard and killed a little by the unseen attacks of the Lord of Winter. As time passed, Lin Tianming was again under the invisible attacks of the Lord of Cold Winter, suffering heavy blows one after another. Boom! The abdomen was also penetrated with a bloody hole, and the cold gas invaded the body, and the skin spread ulcerated wounds. Lin Tianming had held out for so long, but in the end, he was still a bit unable to support himself. This was the most helpless battle he had encountered since he awakened his powers. Is this the power of the trickster god? I'm so upset. I'm going to be possessed by a mouth-deaf, dumbass trickster god and become its vessel. Lin Tianming, who had collapsed on the ground and did not want to be reduced to a vessel for the Lord of Winter's descent into the world, was still thinking about countermeasures. At this critical juncture, Lin Tianming's mind suddenly flashed to the Star Key Angel that lived in the Eternal Night Star Palace. According to the message provided by the mechanical mastermind of the mechanical mystery realm earlier, the gods of the three great ascended divine kingdoms had once been human beings like them, sharing a common ancestor. But that Star Key Angel in the land of the lost actually knew similar abilities that only the trickster gods had. And just an unintelligible whisper sent Yiqing Shui into a frenzy. Maybe she has a way to deal with this stupid talking dumbass trickster god? But she had deep animosity toward him who had taken her divine star key, threatening to find him. Would she help him? Whatever. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianming could only beat a dead horse at this critical moment. Activating the power of the star key, Lin Tianming shouted at the star key that emitted a brilliant starlight. Star Key Angel, haven't you been trying to find me? I'm right here. If you can hear me, come find me. As if she had truly heard Lin Tianming's voice that dared to take the initiative to summon her, the star key then manifested a mirror of the starry sky. The mirror of the starry sky was also slowly emerging the beautiful palace floating under the eternal night stars, and the image was also rapidly drawing closer at a visible speed to the interior of the palace. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianming hurriedly turned the mirror of stars to face him directly in front of him. It's up to you. In the deepest part of the star palace of eternal night, a beautiful and holy angelic woman sat atop her starry throne, slowly opening her beautiful eyes from her slumber. She who was awakened by Lin Tianming originally wanted to look for Lin Tianming, but because of Lin Tianming's tawdry maneuvering, she saw the Lord of Cold Winter that Lin Tianming couldn't see. The Star Key Angel's perfect angelic features gently opened his vermilion lips. He is the helper you found to deal with me? Lin Tianming froze for the first time, but immediately reacting he went into an acting state and let out a villainous bad smile. What do you think? As soon as he heard Lin Tianming admit it, the Star Key Angel sitting on top of the star throne instantly blossomed with radiant star power. It's just a shame that this helper you found isn't good enough to get back to your filthy world. As he spoke, the entire mirror of stars released a terrifying pillar of starlight under Lin Tianming's horrified gaze, striking towards the direction where the Lord of Cold Winter was. Chapter 98 Star Key Angel banishes the trickster god. The healing power of the Star Key artifact. Brilliant starlight flickered, and that splendidly beautiful pillar of starlight swept with a powerful force far beyond Lin Tianming's comprehension at the moment, piercing through the void of space and striking the Lord of Cold Winter, who Lin Tianming couldn't see. I want the body. I want to descend. Give it to me. Give it to me. Listening to the unwilling voice of the Lord of Winter, Lin Tianming was a bit glad that this trickster god's brain seemed to be a bit bad. Otherwise, if it had been a little bit more level-headed just now and poked at his scheme in front of the Star Key Angel, he guessed that the Star Key Angel would definitely not have stepped in to save him. Still want to descend? You don't have a chance. Go back where you came from. You're not welcome in this world. As the majestic voice of the Star Key Angel sounded once again, the pillar of radiant starlight skyrocketed several times again, and looking at Lin Tianming, he couldn't help but feel some chills down his spine. If this hits him, he'll die a million times. I'm going to descend on me. I'm going to take your body. Even dare to get your hands on my body. You deserve it? The Star Key Angel thought that the Lord of Winter's words were addressed to her, and she also further grew the star power in the starlight pillar to use to quell the Lord of Winter. No, I want to descend. Although Lin Tianming couldn't see the Lord of Winter, he could still hear through the other party's voice that it was about to be subdued by the Star Key Angel. Farewell, moth-obsessed chili piggies. You're only going back to your own world if you're suppressed anyway. Way to go. Saying goodbye to the Lord of Winter in his heart, Lin Tianming was overjoyed at the moment, admiring his own cleverness there. He had already thought that he would give the Star Key Angel another punch when the Lord of Winter was subdued by the Star Key Angel, shattering her mirror of the stars like he did before, so that she could only watch him leave, unable to do anything with him. It didn't take long for the haunting whisper of the Lord of Winter to disappear. Lin Tianming knew that it should be the Lord of Winter who had been subdued by the Star Key Angel. Just as he was about to say that he had finally escaped, Lin Tianming noticed that the mirror of the starry sky slowly turned towards him. The beautiful and holy Star Key Angel sat on top of the throne like that, surrounded by the light of the stars, giving Lin Tianming an extremely oppressive gaze. He has rolled back to your world. Now it's your turn. As she spoke, the Star Key Angel slowly raised her right hand, her slender fingertips aiming in the direction where Lin Tianming was, once again condensing brilliant starlight. Lin Tianming hadn't noticed that the Star Key Angel's name for the Guatian was he, which was different from the that the rest of them used for the Guatian. He looked at the Star Key Angel who also wanted to give him a starburst of righteous judgment and narrowed his eyes to snort with her. That, Angel sister, have a word. I feel that there must be some misunderstanding between us. I am the people of this world. If you kill me I will really die. While speaking, Lin Tianming slowly approached the mirror of stars. Star Key Angel didn't believe Lin Tianming's bull ********. Your helpers rolled back. Is it useful to tell me this now? Get the hell back to your world. At this time, Lin Tianming had already arrived at the proximity of the mirror of the stars, and he wasn't pretending anymore. You're the one who should get out. Boom! Lin Tianming's fist blasted onto the mirror of stars, and the mirror of stars began to fragment as well. As for the Star Key Angel in the image reflected by the mirror of the starry sky, his face was getting uglier and uglier. Lin Tianming even deliberately waved at her to exasperate her. Goodbye, Star Key Angel. Having been exasperated by Lin Tianming's behavior of owing a fight, the Star Key Angel was eager to subdue Lin Tianming right now. But now that the Gene God Kingdom was in a state of self-sealing, she couldn't come to Lin Tianming at all. The starlight flowing from her fingertips gradually dissipated, and the Star Key Angel withdrew her jade hand, and her face quickly returned to indifference. You won't be able to hide for much longer. I'll be coming for you soon, and then I'll banish you, along with your filthy kind, from our world. It was again this harsh statement that he would come for him soon. Lin Tianming didn't take it too seriously, waving Star Key Angel away with a full smile. Only after the fragmented starry sky mirror had dissipated into bits of starlight did Lin Tianming put away his underhanded smile that deliberately exasperated Star Key Angel. When the three great ascended divine kingdoms descend, it is expected that this Star Key Angel will come looking for me. I must become as strong as possible before then. Deliberately gas Star Key Angel to deliberately gas. Lin Tianming still knows that the crises he has to face in the future are one bigger than the other, and the only way to cross them one by one is to get stronger quickly. Retrieving the Star Key, Lin Tianming observed the star power emanating from the Star Key. It was still glowing, but it didn't invoke the Star Key Angel for him anymore. Hiss! Hurts! The perilous crisis had passed for the time being, and Lin Tianming was also noticing that the bloody holes in his body were still there, especially the bloody holes in his abdomen and the palms of his hands. The shadowy cold and the corrosion that could cause his body to fester spread further. Lin Tianming subconsciously wanted to find Tianshui to perform treatment for him, but when he saw the unconscious state of Tianshui, Yi Qingxue, and Feng Lan, he gave up. What can be done about it? The injuries on his body were still deteriorating at an accelerated rate. At this rate, even without the threat of the Guile God, he would still die here. Just then, the Star Key suddenly floated in front of him, releasing brilliant starlight with a healing aura that spread over his body. Feeling that the injuries on his body were rapidly healing, Lin Tianming revealed a hint of joy. You're much more reliable than that former master of yours. Surely you're helping me because you believe I'm a good person? The Star Key, being a divine artifact, acted as if it understood Lin Tianming's speech and rotated itself around in front of Lin Tianming. This magical scene was also something that Lin Tianming found incredible. He asked again. So the last time I encountered the mechanical mastermind brainwashing in the mechanical secret realm, it was you who took the initiative to help me, not your former master who wanted to hunt me down and kill me? As if in affirmation, the star key spun itself around again. Well done. If only that former master of yours would have treated me as well as you did. Only it's unlikely. Lin Tianming lamented. After this trickster god crisis, Lin Tianming was also trying to understand why the star key angel acted as if he had a deep hatred as soon as he saw him. The other party most likely thought that he was also a trickster god, and opened his mouth to tell him to get the hell back to the world of trickster gods. Although Lin Tianming was a soul who had passed through, he was a human from the blue planet, not a trickster god. During Lin Tianming's contemplation, the star key quickly healed him of all the injuries on his body and also purified the guile god's corrosion as well. Feeling that star key's healing ability didn't lose to Tianshui at all, Lin Tianming had a new idea. I didn't realize before that you still have this magical healing ability, and that you can understand me. Star key, help me wake up the three of them. MS. Tianshui, again. Who would have thought that as soon as Star Key heard his words, the light directly dispersed and hid in the void space. I'll be damned. A divine artifact also has a little temper? Chapter 99. Teacher Tianshui. Such a gentle and watery big sister seemed to be very attractive to brother Tianming. Seeing that Star Key was hiding in the void space, Lin Tianming, who still needed it to save people, pulled it out again. He directly urged the Star Key, and the Star Key also bloomed with bright starlight once again. Only unlike the starlight that healed him just now, the starlight that he personally urged didn't have any healing ability and could only attack people. After trying several times over and over again and failing to get Star Key to cast starlight with healing ability again, Lin Tianming could only call it quits. Walking back to Tianshui, Yiqingshui and Fenglan side, Lin Tianming also carefully checked their injuries. There were no other injuries on their bodies except for the fact that they were tortured by the Lord of Winter's whispers at the beginning, which caused their spirits to break down and their eyes to shed tears of blood. It was thought that the appearance of the Star Key Angel had prevented the Lord of Winter's whisper from further harming them, which had prevented them from having the same mental breakdown as those dead bodies, and twisting their forms to death. If that was the case, then there was actually no need for Star Key's healing. As long as they were taken out of the ice secret realm, they should be able to wake up on their own as well. But how was he going to get out without Tianshui and Fenglan, the two people who knew the way, to lead the way? Just as Lin Tianming was having a headache about how to get out, a murmur that Tianshui suddenly let out caused him to reveal a joyful expression. Well, looking at Tianshui, who was tightly locking her eyebrows and showing signs of awakening, Lin Tianming's eyes rolled, and he also held up the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, protecting the three Tianshui people along with him. Perhaps it was the warmth brought by the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield that caused Tianshui's pretty face to gradually ease up. It didn't take long for her eyes to open in a daze. Teacher Tianshui, you've finally woken up. Seeing Tianshui wake up, Lin Tianming was overjoyed. This awakening of hers could be too useful, as she could take him out of the ice and snow mystery realm and also save Yiqingshui and Fenglan from waking up. The first time he woke up, Tianshui was a bit confused. I didn't die. Lin Tianming smiled at her. Nope, we're all still alive. Seeing Lin Tianming say this, Tianshui pressed her temples and straightened out her head before she passed out. She remembered that they had encountered the Guile God's hunt, and except for Lin Tianming, none of them could resist the Guile God's whispers. Then again, in her daze, she seemed to see a starlight going straight up into the sky before the whisper dissipated and she fainted. Tianshui looked at Lin Tianming with a bit less certainty. Tianming, little brother, was it you who repelled that trickster god? Speaking of this, Lin Tianming held his head high. That's right, I'm awesome, aren't I, Mr. Tianshui? After staring at Lin Tianming's eyes for a while, Tianshui said, it's quite impressive. This life's Tianming little brother is only a dozen levels. Can be a mortal body ignoring the tricky god whisper? He grew up in the future. Simply do not dare to imagine how it will be a scene. Lin Tianming listened to Tianshui's heartfelt voice that was amazed by him. Still, he knew that the priority now was to save Fenglan and Yiqingshui. Teacher Tianshui, please save Qingshui and Fenglan. After Lin Tianming reminded her of this, Tianshui also shifted her attention from Lin Tianming to Fenglan and Yiqingshui. The whisper of the trickster god was broken in time. It didn't cause too much damage to the body. It was just that the spirit collapsed a bit and fainted. This is a good cure. After checking Fenglan and Yiqingshui's physical condition, Tianshui wrapped Fenglan, Yiqingshui, and herself, who was also a bit weak, in a current of water. Under her treatment, Fenglan and Yiqingshui also recovered quickly and opened their eyes. As soon as Yiqingshui woke up and saw Lin Tianming, she shelved there and nervously shouted, Brother Tianming, run! Run as far away as possible. Fenglan was much calmer, and after looking at Tian Shui and Lin Tianming, who were both fine, he knew that they had survived the danger. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, said to Yi Qingxue, we're fine. What's there to run for? Hearing Lin Tianming say this, Yi Qingxue also gradually calmed down, but she was curious. Brother Tianming, was it you who drove it away? Good, it's me. Lin Tianming didn't deny it. Although he wasn't the one who personally sent the Lord of Winter rolling, the Star Key Angel was invited by him with a trick, and it could be counted as his hand in suppressing the Lord of Winter. When her mind flashed back to the fact that Lin Tianming had once driven away the Star Key Angel and saved her in the Lost Land as well, Yi Qingxue did not ask any more questions. At this time, Tianxue proposed, let's just leave this ice and snow mysterious realm first. Lin Tianming also immediately agreed. Well, that's what I think too. Mr. Tianxue, it'll be hard for you to take us out. Yi Qingxue and Fenglan also didn't have any opinions. Worried about continuing to stay here and encountering some unanticipated danger, Lin Tianming and his group also left the ice and snow mysterious realm at full speed, with Tianxue leading the way and no encounters with trickster gods on the way. Lin Tianming's four quickly escaped the ice and snow mysterious realm safely. After coming out, Lin Tianming couldn't help but deeply inhale the fresh air outside. It's finally safe to come out. Yi Qingxue held Lin Tianming's arm and was also relieved. Yeah, tonight, this ice and snow mystery exploration is also considered to be a surprise. Fenglan maintained her silence, but her heartfelt words after the robbery were still there to be heard by Lin Tianming, who, luckily escaped. Tianxue, on the other hand, took the initiative to say goodbye to Lin Tianming. Little brother Tianming, I'm glad to have met you tonight, but it's time for us to part ways. See you again sometime. It's best if we never see each other again. Lin Tianming knew that Tianxue wanted to escape from reality, and he respected her choice and did not retain her. Well, Mr. Tianxue, I'll see you again sometime. Tianxue also said goodbye to Fenglan and Yi Qingxue, and these two students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. Goodbye, Ms. Tianxue, thank you for today's treatment. We'll see you next time. See you next time, Mr. Tianxue. Yi Qingxue and Fenglan also waved goodbye to Tianxue. Having been saved twice by Tianxue, they were still very grateful to him. Tianxue, on the other hand, looked tenderly at Lin Tianming at the end of her departure before turning around and leaving first without looking back. Looking at Tianxue's departing back gradually disappearing into the night, Lin Tianming was also a bit emotional. They had just been through trials and tribulations together, but because of the original owner, they had to just go their separate ways. However, thinking that this might be a way for Tianxue to alleviate the pain of her memories of her past life, Lin Tianming also decided that he would try to avoid her in the future as well. She avoided him and he avoided her so that the two of them shouldn't meet again. One less goddess reborn who needs to be rated would be quite nice. It's all gone away, and you're still looking at it. Brother Tianming. The sour words of Yi Qingxue, the jealous goddess, rang in his ears, and Lin Tianming hurriedly coughed in a proper manner. Qingxue, we've just shared the hardships with Mr. Tianxue. It's normal that we'll inevitably have some reluctance to part ways. Yi Qingxue hummed petulantly and didn't say anything more, but her heartbeat was still very colorful. A gentle, watery big sister like Ms. Tianxue seems to be very attractive to Brother Tianming. I must keep a close eye on Brother Tianming. I can't let anyone else snatch him away. Chapter 100. Thrown into the thunder pool as soon as I return. Mr. Jianhan, you're the devil, aren't you? Coming out of the ice and snow mysterious realm, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue didn't leave Lingnan ancient city just like that. The two of them had taken 3 days off, and this was only the first day, so they could still play for 2 more days in this old city of Lingnan. Only the second half of this 3-day vacation, Fenglan also stayed behind, causing Yi Qingxue to have a bad time. Lin Tianming was also in pain from the left and right attacks of Fenglan and Yi Qingxue. Just like that, after 3 days of vacation, Lin Tianming brought Yi Qingxue and Fenglan back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial School. As soon as he returned, Lin Tianming received a message from Jianhan. Did you have a good time out the last 3 days? As soon as he saw this message, Lin Tianming couldn't help but feel a little numb. Teacher Jianhan is looking for me. Qingxue and Fenglan, see you later. Under the confused gaze of Yi Qingxue and Fenglan, Lin Tianming hurriedly buggered off. Only after running far away did Lin Tianming reply to Jianhan's message. Teacher Jianhan, I've been obediently staying at the Great Imperial Academy. Don't talk about that useless stuff. Come to the Thunder Awakening site. I need to ask you something. Hearing from Jianhan's tone that she was angry that he had lied to her, Lin Tianming took a deep breath. Hesitating, he just came back and still headed towards the Thunder Awakening site. As soon as he arrived at the Thunderbolt Awakening site, Lin Tianming saw Jiang Han waiting for him inside with a serious face. "Good morning, MS. Jiang Han." Pretending not to see that Jiang Han was in a bad mood, Lin Tianming even smiled and greeted her. Jiang Han saw him coming and she, who had always loved her precious student, frowned tightly. "Didn't I tell you that the imperial capital is very dangerous these days, and that it would be best for you to stay in the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy for the past 3 days? But it turns out that you're good and ran off to make waves for 3 days. Being discovered by Jiang Han, Lin Tianming was also a bit embarrassed. "This, bastard. I came back a long time ago, as soon as I found out that you were not in the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. But I was worried. If I had not sent someone to check and saw that you and your little girlfriend Yiqing Xue bought tickets to the Linxin Ancient City, I would have thought that you were out there to wave to death." Jiang Han's heartfelt words had been heard by Lin Tianming, and he was aware of why she was so angry. I guess the day she came back, she was really shocked to see that he wasn't at the Great Imperial Academy. After all, she had just reminded him that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider had crawled out of the demon tomb on one foot, and he ran out to play on the next, so it was strange that she wasn't worried. Jiang Han stared at Lin Tianming, who was playing sloppy with her, for a while and said, "Forget it, I don't bother talking about you, just come back safely." Hearing Jiang Han say this, Lin Tianming was also relieved. "MS. Jiang Han, you are indeed a good teacher for me." Jiang Han, on the other hand, continued, "I specifically went to Tianhui Plaza yesterday to look at that destroyed demon nest. According to the people from the Awakening Battle Group, you and that Wang Yanran of the Wang clan were there at night some time ago. Is there anything you want to say to me about this matter?" When it came to the matter of him and Wang Yanyan decapitating the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, Lin Tianming was a little hesitant. Seeing that Lin Tianming was a bit hesitant, Jiang Han added, "I sensed the aura of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider in that nest, as well as the residual aura of my violet thunder demon prison." Seeing that Jiang Han had said so, Lin Tianming knew that she had already relied on the investigation at the scene to roughly guess how he and Wang Yanyan had decapitated the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Thinking again that he had used the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that Jiang Han had left for him to kill with the superlative forbidden spell skill for defense, Lin Tianming also decided to tell her the truth. As Lin Tianming told Jiang Han in detail how he and Wang Yanyan had fought against the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that night, and how the subsequent Awakening Battle Group had interrogated them, she couldn't help but look at him twice more. This silly kid. Unexpectedly, and I investigated the scene to analyze more or less. Ghost-faced fire spirit spider really died in his hands. Fortunately, before leaving, remembered that he did not have the skills to defend himself, and left him a super bit forbidden spell. Otherwise he would be dead if he encountered that ghost-faced fire spirit spider. You've done well. About the matter of you decapitating the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, it's really inappropriate to tell the Awakening Battle Group's gang, or else it'll do more harm than good to the current you. Seeing that Jiang Han was still sure of him, Lin Tianming also laughed. "Teacher Jiang Han, you shouldn't be angry with me now, right? I also killed the ghost-faced fire spirit spider before I felt relieved to go out and play with Qing Xue." Jiang Han's serious demeanor faded, and he also reappeared with his usual smile that he used to teach Lin Tianming. "No more anger, but I'll have to personally test if you've been slacking off too much in the last 3 days." As soon as Lin Tianming heard that Jiang Han wanted to personally test him down, he immediately had a bad feeling. "Teacher Jiang Han, you also know that I accompanied Qing Xue on a trip to Linxin Ancient City for the past 3 days, and I've only returned today, and my body and mind haven't returned to their best state yet. You might as well test me on another day." After saying his words, Lin Tianming turned around and tried to run away with his legs. The result was that Ginger Han was a lightning whip that was all too familiar to him. Forcing him back to her, Lin Tianming drooped his head and bitterly met Jiang Han's smiling face. "Teacher Jiang Han, you're not going to use the thunder pool to practice me again, are you?" "Right answer, but no reward." With a wave of her jade hand, Jiang Han condensed a thunder pool with the power of thunder and then threw Lin Tianming into it. As soon as he came back and hadn't even gotten a good night's sleep before he was thrown into the thunder pool to take a dip by Jiang Han, Lin Tianming couldn't help but burst out. "Goddamn Jiang Han, throwing me in the thunder pool as soon as I come back. You're the devil, aren't you? More and more I want to you. Brat, who do you want to? Watch your mouth. I'm your teacher. This brat, he is really getting more and more unrestrained in front of me, trying to me at every turn. Treasonous." Although she was a bit angry that Lin Tianming was a bit rude to her, Jiang Han didn't increase the intensity of the thunder pool because of this. She had only upgraded Lin Tianming to the second stage of thunder pool special training intensity before she gave him a vacation. After only one special training session, she had to give Lin Tianming a vacation because she had to go to the entrance of the demon tomb. Now that she had returned, Lin Tianming, who had only received the Stage 2 Thunder Pool Intensity special training once, would definitely have to adapt for a while before he could continue to raise his intensity. This kid just came back today. I guess those 3 days play crazy. This period of time to let him first good to adapt to. First, do not rush to enhance the intensity of the Thunder Pool special training better. What's the situation? Didn't this kid just undergo the second stage of Thunder Pool special training once? Why is it that as soon as he came back today, immersing himself in the Thunder Pool was as if he had already trained for a long time and had thoroughly adapted to the intensity of the second stage of the Thunder Pool special training? Originally, John Han wanted Lin Tianming to get used to it first, but who would have thought that Lin Tianming would be as comfortable staying in the second stage strength Thunder Pool as he was taking a bath? Her heartfelt words were also heard by Lin Tianming. To be honest, he didn't expect that he would be fine at all this time when he dipped into the Thunder Pool. After all, the one time before his vacation, he was electrocuted to death by this second stage strength Thunder Pool. Could it be that the exploration of the ice and snow mysteries had brought him too much of a boost? Thinking about how he had exercised his mechanical transformation in Phoenix Flame Divine Shield's defense on the Stygian Cold Bridge in the ice and snow mysterious realm, and how he had encountered the Guile God's pursuit crisis later on where his body had been pierced through and escaped from death, the more Lin Tianming thought about it, the more he thought about it and felt that it was the ice and snow mysterious realm's chance that had allowed him to improve tremendously. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming had a sudden thought. If he activated the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield to further enhance his defense, wouldn't he be able to soak in this Thunder Pool for a day without anything happening? Thinking of what to do, Lin Tianming, who hadn't yet told Jiang Han that he had learned the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, instantly cast out the Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield for defense. With the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield Divine Dao Domain's defensive ability cap, Lin Tianming was also more like a fish out of water in this Thunder Pool, unable to feel any hint of damage. Teacher Jiang Han, isn't this Thunder Pool of yours a bit ineffective today? I feel like I can soak in it for a day and be fine. It's really become a soaking pool. This scene directly made Jiang Han, who was still thinking of letting Lin Tianming adapt more to the current intensity of the Thunder Pool, look dumbfounded. Shinto Domain Growing Fire Attribute Defense Skill? Didn't this kid go on vacation with his little girlfriend to the ancient city of Lingnan for the past 3 days? How did he become stronger again? Now that this intensity of the Thunder Pool is a virtual void for him, it has completely lost its value for special training. What exactly has this child Tianming experienced in these 3 days? Chapter 101, Jiang Han's Plundered Fear. Would the boy Tianming still kill her for the heart of angry thunder? Lin Tianming leisurely stayed in the Thunder Pool. This was the most relaxing and most like a bath since he had received the special training in the Thunder Pool. It would be perfect if he had another maid beside him to rub his shoulders. And after Jiang Han's brief shock, she took a deep breath and asked, "Little Tianming, where did you learn this fire attribute skill from?" Talking about this, Lin Tianming told Jiang Han about his absorption of the fire spirit bead and learning Wan Yanyan skills, which he had just forgotten to mention. This matter was told to Jiang Han, and Lin Tianming also wanted her to help him think about whether or not he could further develop the God's Hand ability. If he could really infinitely absorb the corresponding attribute alien energy crystals produced by the death of God Realm demons in the future, he would be able to quickly learn a large number of powerful skills by beheading the demons. He even fantasized about finding hundreds of thunder attribute demonic power crystals similar to the fire spirit pearls when the time came, and learning all of teacher Jiang Han's skills through plundering. If you can, the magic attribute power crystals resources enough. Wan Yanyan, Yi Qing Xue, Feng Lan, Tianxue, their goddesses reborn of the powerful skills also all plundered all over. Thinking about it, Lin Tianming couldn't help but think of his invincible future where he was incomparably proficient in all attribute supernormal abilities, and excitement hung all over his face. Like I said earlier, teacher Jiang Han, is there any way to get me more God Realm demon power crystals like the fire spirit bead? If I practiced it I could really plunder it infinitely. Wouldn't that make it possible for me to learn all of your true lightning attribute skills? You want to, infinitely plunder? Jiang Han was in a bit of a trance, and his color changed. Her mind was about to be unsteady. Lin Tianming hadn't heard the heartfelt voice of her mind on the verge of breaking down for the time being, so he nodded. Right now I'm just thinking about it. Without the extra fire spirit bead like crystallized power from the death of a God Realm demon, I don't even have a chance to practice it. Teacher Jiang Han, you're so kind to me and dedicated to developing my psychic potential. You shouldn't be able to not help me, right? Jiang Han's eyes flickered, and there was even a hint of fear lurking in his eyes. This God Realm demon's power crystals are not so good to find. The Calamity Land already has no God Realm demon to find. Can only go to the demon tomb that I mentioned to you before. There is still in a sealed state there. Out of the matter of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider forcibly escaping from the trap. Now there are people from my Kyushu who are closely guarding it day and night, and I'm afraid that it's very difficult to put your idea into reality for a short period of time. I thought that the fire spirit bead produced after the death of that ghost-faced fire spirit spider was taken away by Wang Yin, but I didn't expect it to be used by you to trigger your god's hand. What's coming is coming. Can I really not hide? The fate of being robbed of everything by you. Zhang Han finally couldn't hold his heart in and was overheard by Lin Tianming, who was originally in a pretty good mood, but he also thumped in his heart. How did his god's hand's ability to plunder the power crystals of God realm demons make teacher Zhang Han recall the unpleasant memories of his last life when he was regicide? At this moment, Zhang Han was still rambling. Her mind flashed through the memory of being backstabbed by Lin Tianming on the day she became a god. At the critical moment when she was about to succeed. Teacher Zhang Han, let me help you. You must become a god. Hearing Lin Tianming say that he wanted to help her, her taut nerves that were experiencing the crisis of becoming a god were slightly loosened. Feeling the full power of Lin Tianming's purple thunderquake skill that had copied her, she was still relieved that she hadn't trained Lin Tianming in vain, and that he knew how to apportion pressure for her. When the defenseless her was hit by Lin Tianming's replicated purple thunder shocking sky, Zhang Han even thought that Lin Tianming might have accidentally injured her by mistake. It wasn't until Lin Tianming unleashed the plundering of the god's hand and forcibly stripped the heart of raging thunder from her body that she realized that Lin Tianming really wanted to kill her. She still remembers to this day. Under her unwilling to believe gaze, Lin Tianming's face was filled with the mocking and arrogant smile of a long-planned plot to succeed. My dear teacher Zhang Han, don't blame me. Blame me for saying every day that I'm your most precious student, and that the future of all your things is mine, but you're slow to give me your heart of raging thunder. I can't wait. It's better for me to get it myself. Ha ha ha, it's better for you not to become a god. Let me become the first true god in the history of human awakening for you. I'll go back first, and when I return I'll tell everyone sorrowfully that you ended up being like those sages, limited by your talent, and fell at the final step of becoming a god. And I, Lin Tianming, will inherit your will to become a god, and you can rest in peace when you die, because as you also said, I have a talent that even you envy. Just stay here in the land of calamity and enjoy the last moments of your life. Ha ha ha. Having been robbed of the heart of wrathful thunder at the crucial moment of becoming a god, she was also struck with a blurred consciousness by the destructive power that descended upon her when she became a god. In the end, under her pain-filled unwilling gaze, her beloved disciple Lin Tianming, whom she had nurtured with all her heart and soul, just left her behind without looking back. The painful memories of the last life flashed in his mind one by one, and for the first time in this life, Zhang Han was so emotionally out of control in Lin Tianming that he wanted to kill someone. Lin Tianming also learned exactly how she died through her heartfelt recollections of her last life's memories just now. Feeling Zhang Han's strongest killing intent and hatred after being with him for so many times, Lin Tianming couldn't help but increase his pressure. He hesitated, but still carefully asked, Teacher Zhang Han, are you okay? Pulled back to reality by Lin Tianming from the painful memories of the past, the emotionally out of control Zhang Han was also realizing that she had lost her temper. She silently gazed at Lin Tianming's face. Want to do it now and kill him? If he discovers that his plundering can plunder the heart of raging thunder, will he do the same as he did in his last life and commit regicide against me? Is he really different in this life from the last? Or is it my wishful thinking? Had I known that I would have killed him on the day of his awakening ceremony, now that I've been together for a long time, I actually have some faith that he will become different. Having spent too much time with the Lin Tianming of this life, at this moment Zhang Han's conflicted psyche was going through a heavenly battle. Her heartfelt words were also causing a lot of pressure on Lin Tianming at the moment. If she finally made up her mind to kill him, he certainly wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, the raging thunder that surged around Zhang Han's body was still gradually calmed down by the thought of the experience of spending time with Lin Tianming during this period of time. Still, her feelings were conflicted. Scram! I don't want to see you today. Seeing that Zhang Han was in so much pain because she remembered the original owner's memories of backstabbing her for regicide, Lin Tianming was also a little heartbroken for her. He had been with Zhang Han for so long, he could still feel that she was really good to him, pouring her heart out without reservation. Ms. Kong Han, without waiting for Lin Tianming to finish the words he wanted to calm Zhang Han's emotions, a falling thunder struck him precisely on his side, startling him. Scram! I said I don't want to see you. It was obvious that Zhang Han had already tried her hardest to suppress her killing intent, and Lin Tianming had decided to leave now in order not to irritate her. I'm on my way. Take it easy, Mr. Kong Han. Chapter 102 Wang Jianrun is stupid. His schoolmate who violently beat him became his cousin's husband? Escaping the thunder awakening ground, Lin Tianming looked back at the entrance. After hesitating, Lin Tianming still sighed and left on that note. Thinking back to the more detailed information he had learned from eavesdropping on Jiang Han's heart today about how she had died in her last life, Lin Tianming was also in a bit of a trance. So I'm that completely bad? Blah blah blah. It's that original brat who's so treacherous. It's none of my business. Through this recollection of Ms. Jiang Han's heartfelt details, Lin Tianming could sort of see that the original master's image was a complete villain. Originally, his recent raid on Ms. Kong Han had progressed quite well, and as long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to convince her completely of his sincerity as a traveler. Who would have thought that the hand of God's ability to plunder the crystallized power of God realm demons would stimulate Jiang Han to recall the memories of her last life of being regicide, causing her to lose such emotional control in front of him for the first time. Even in his first encounter with Ms. Kong Han, she had never been so emotionally out of control. To think that the strategy that he spent so long on just like this instantly returned to the origin. No, it is even worse than the origin. When he thought of this, Lin Tianming really wanted to pull out the original owner's soul, which had long since gone out of his mind, and beat him up. Goddamn original owner. Look at the mess you left me. Cursing angrily at the original owner in his heart, Lin Tianming temporarily did not think about that original owner who was born with a villainous personality, and instead contemplated his God's hand plundering ability. From Jiang Han's stress reaction just now, as well as her specific recollection of how the original master had killed her, it could be seen that the heart of angry thunder in teacher Jiang Han's body seemed to be the same as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's fire spirit bead, which could be plundered by his God's hand. If it was the same, then Mr. Kong Han's heart of raging thunder should also be able to be duplicated by his God's hand. It's really true that the original owner was perfectly capable of duplicating a heart of raging thunder in his last life. In this way, one for him and one for Mr. Jiang Han. Isn't it a happy ending for all? Why do you still want to kill Jiang Han? In addition to this problem, Lin Tianming had another problem. That is, why didn't Ms. Kong Han's heart of raging thunder disappear after being absorbed by herself? He absorbed the fire spirit power inside the fire spirit bead, but the fire spirit bead had completely disappeared. Was there any difference between the heart of raging thunder and the fire spirit pearl? Plagued by these doubts, Lin Tianming couldn't be bothered to ask Jiang Han directly. If he really went to Jiang Han to inquire about it, wouldn't it be the same as telling her that she hadn't told him that he had even discovered the heart of raging thunder in her body? Originally, she was now mentally out of control due to her fear of being plundered by him for the heart of raging thunder, which was deeply stimulated. For him to go crashing into her head at this point in time was no different than volunteering to give his head away. Anyway, if the current him wanted to find God realm demon power crystals to absorb, unless he picked up the slack one more time, there was no way he could beat a true God realm demon. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming could only put these doubts aside for now. Walking back to the boys' dormitory, Lin Tianming realized that two old acquaintances he didn't quite want to encounter had appeared not far away. These two people were none other than the Wang family members of one of the four great awakened families in the imperial capital, Yanran Wang and Zhen Wang. How is it so unlucky to meet them the night before the tour, and then meet them again today when they come back? Even though he had shared a disaster with Wang Yanyan once, Lin Tianming, who hadn't completely raided this schoolmate yet, still felt that it was best for him to avoid them. Just as Lin Tianming was about to pretend he didn't see them and go around the road, Wang Jian realized that his excited voice had suddenly sounded. Cousin, look, it's that brat Lin Tianming. He was the one who beat me up last time, causing me to run all the way with my clothes burnt, disgracing the Wang family, and now that I've bumped into him, you have to do something for me, cousin. Wang Yanyan hadn't noticed Lin Tianming yet, and as soon as she heard Wang Jian's words, she also fixed her eyes towards the front. When she saw that Lin Tianming was still really ahead, she made a flash in the next instant and blocked Lin Tianming's path. Wang Jian also followed up. With his cousin Wang Yanran in the he was also dejected. You want to run away when you see us? Looks like you also know how strong my cousin Wang Yanran is. You're done for today. Lin Tianming. Wang Yanyan, on the other hand, gave Lin Tianming a warm smile. Junior brother Tianming, I haven't seen you in 3 days. How are you? Wang Jian was waiting for his cousin Wang Yanran to violently beat up Lin Tianming to take out his anger for him, but as a result, the scene in front of him made him look away. His cousin, who was annoyed at the sight of him, who disliked him for talking too much and always causing her trouble, was actually smiling at Lin Tianming. Wang Jian felt that he must have opened it the wrong way, and he rubbed his eyes and took another serious look. When he saw that Wang Yanyan was still giving Lin Tianming a flavorful and passionate smile, Wang Jian felt his faith crumble. Lin Tianming didn't bother with Jian Wang either, but politely responded to Yanran Wang. Senior sister Yanran, I've had an okay time these past 3 days. How about you? I'm pretty good too. Did you just get back from being away? Well, Mr. Ginger Han gave me 3 days off, so I went out to relax. As Wang Jian watched his cousin Wang Yanran and Lin Tianming, who had violently beaten him up, talking to each other and treating him like he was air, he rubbed his temples, thinking that he needed to take a breather. Learning that Lin Tianming had turned out to have gone out for 3 days, Wang Yanyan also smiled and said, "Elementary brother Tianming, it's been a while since we've had much of a conversation alone. Do you have time now?" "Yes." Only when she heard Lin Tianming say yes, did Wang Yanyan look at Wang Jian and said, "Cousin Wang Jian, I remember you said that the conflicts with Tianming's primary brother were all minor frictions not considered big, and you also said that you wouldn't let me find trouble with him for you. So why don't we just look at my face today and how about the two of you reconcile once and for all?" Wang Jian had been left out to dry for half a day. As soon as Wang Yanyan spoke to him, she let him reconcile with Lin Tianming. To be honest, he was a bit unable to accept it for a while, but he did tell Wang Yanyan a few days ago that if she felt upset, and it was all a minor friction anyway, he wouldn't bother her to seek revenge on Lin Tianming. But that was all to see Wang Yanyan upset. Only then said that, even though his mind was still puzzled as to how Lin Tianming and his cousin Wang Yanran knew each other, Wang Jian saw that they were so close that he eventually agreed. "Well, cousin, schoolmate Lin Tianming and I are just normal sparring, and today, just for the sake of you, cousin, I won't bother with him about him burning my clothes." Lin Tianming was somewhat surprised that Wang Jian had chosen to reconcile. However, Wang Jian had said so, and with Wang Yanyan as the intermediary, he, Lin Tianming, was not a petty person, and he had decided to reconcile. Senior Wang Jian, the previous cut was heavy-handed, please don't be offended. Seeing that Lin Tianming and Wang Jian had successfully reconciled, Wang Yanran also revealed a satisfied smile. "This way we are all family, you will have many opportunities to get along in the future. You can't afford to have any more friction. Cousin Wang Jian, elementary school brother Tianming and I still have some things to talk about alone, so we'll leave first." After saying her words, Wang Yanyan pulled Lin Tianming in front of Wang Jian and quickly ran away. Looking at Wang Yanran's back as she pulled Lin Tianming away, Wang Jian felt his brain become even more dizzy. This Lin Tianming schoolmate who had once violently beaten him up wouldn't become his cousin's husband sometime in the future. Would he? Chapter 103, Huma Senpai's Kiss. The progress of the raid was successful, pulling Lin Tianming to run far away to shake off Wang Jian. Only then did Wang Yanyan release her jade hand that was pulling Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming also spoke up at this time. "Senior sister Yanran, is there something important you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing important. Just wanted to have a casual chat with you." Hearing Wang Yanyan's heartfelt voice that answered in seconds, Lin Tianming also pretended not to hear anything and waited for her surface answer. "Tianming junior brother, there are many important things. When I ask you, you must answer truthfully, such as where the hell have you been these past 3 days? Lin Tianming sniffed and also replied, "It's just a trip to Lingsnan Ancient City." "Lingsnan Ancient City? I've been there once, and I have some impression of the ancient style complex there, and there seems to be a snow park? So you're really going on a trip?" After realizing where Lin Tianming had gone, Wang Yanyan continued to ask questions as she led Lin Tianming to continue walking. "Are you alone? Going to have fun with our family, Kyo Su?" Our family clears snow? After taking advantage of me so much those days, you turn around and go on a travel vacation with another girl. I'm really a horny rascal." In her heart, she rebuked Lin Tianming, and Wang Yanyan's face, which was originally quite happy, suddenly became ugly. Lin Tianming also had hurt her heart, but he didn't dare to agree with her speech. "What do you mean he took advantage of her so much? She was the one who tried to seduce him into the woods and stab him to death all those days, so he was forced to cuddle up to her. Okay? He was the one who avoided her every day, and it was she herself who tried to get close to him every day in order to seek revenge on him. He was also doing this as a ruse to diffuse her murderous thoughts towards the original owner, so that he would have less people to hunt him down in the future. And he didn't break the law by going on a travel vacation with his proper little girlfriend. Yi Qingxue, did he?" Without realizing it, Lin Tianming followed Wang Yanyan to the Flame Awakening site. As soon as he came here, Lin Tianming couldn't help but think back to that night when he almost died here at her hands. Is she trying to pull a stunt? "Tianming junior brother, go inside. So basically no one will disturb you and me. Yanyan senpai, let's forget about it here." Noticing Lin Tianming's expression of not wanting to go in, Wang Yanran frowned. "I'm not going to kill you this time. What are you afraid of?" Muttering in her heart, Wang Yanyan also said, "Junior brother Tianming, don't be nervous. I promise that this time we'll just have a normal conversation when we go in." Lin Tianming didn't quite dare to believe Wang Yanyan's words, but when he heard that her heart also had no murderous intent towards him, he agreed to her. Okay then, so what else did Yuma-senpai want to talk to me about when she brought me here? Talking about this, Wang Yanyan also said, indeed there are some things that are not convenient to tell outside. That is, your teacher Jiang Han has looked for me and asked me about our 2 encounters with the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that night. As soon as he heard that Wang Yanyan wanted to talk to him about this, he, who had just come out from Jiang Han's place, pretended that he still didn't know anything. You told her everything? Being asked by Lin Tianming, Wang Yanyan revealed a somewhat overjoyed look in her heart. I originally didn't want to talk about it. After all, it involves you and I decapitating a god realm demon. It's too involved. Even if Jiang Han is your teacher, you can't tell her everything. Only that teacher of yours, Jiang Han, directly in front of my face. Based on the investigation, she personally went to the scene, roughly analyzed how we defeated the ghost-faced fire spirit spiders. There is no way. I can only admit it. Thinking about it, Wang Yanyan also lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Tianming's eyes. She softly apologized. Yes, I'm sorry, junior brother Tianming. I've told your teacher Jiang Han. She already knows that it was you who decapitated that ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Through Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was also able to understand why she felt so guilty about this matter. Wang Yanyan mostly felt that he had only shown some of the secrets of the hand of God in front of her because of the last life and death crisis, and that a lot of things his teacher, Jiang Han, actually didn't know. She also felt so guilty that his relationship with his teacher, Kong Han, wasn't good enough for him to confess any secret abilities of his powers. She was overthinking it though. His God's hand potential was all developed by his Jiang Han teacher. Even Jiang Han knew a lot about the upper limit of the God's hand potential that he himself didn't know. It could be said that Mr. Kong Han, because of his memories of cultivating the original owner in his previous life, was the person who knew his God's hand the best, the kind that knew it better than he himself did. This was a two-person secret between Lin Tianming and Jiang Han, and he wasn't going to tell Wang Yanyan. Still, he was pleased that Wang Yanyan had told him this today and was still apprehensive about it. At the very least, it proved that her relationship with him had been extremely eased after the crisis of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Originally, Wang Yanyan was the most eager to kill him because she had been defiled by the original owner in her previous life without knowing him, and she had no emotional basis for the original owner. She didn't hate him so much anymore now that she had the experience of sharing the pain that night. That's a good place to start. Lin Tianming didn't expect her to immediately let go of her resentment towards the original owner, as long as this was done slowly and gradually. Seizing this opportunity to boost Wang Yanyan's goodwill, Lin Tianming also said to Wang Yanyan, Senior sister Yanyan, you didn't do it on purpose. Just tell Ms. Jiang Han, you don't have to feel too guilty. Tianming elementary school brother. Wang Yanyan was still touched by Lin Tianming's understanding. Originally, she had thought that if she confessed to Jiang Han like this, Lin Tianming would definitely be angry when he found out. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianming not only didn't get angry, but also pacified her, which made her feel a little more favorable towards Lin Tianming. Tianming's little brother is so nice. Hearing Wang Yanyan's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was also confirming that he had really boosted her favor by doing so. With further efforts, Lin Tianming, Wang Yanyan, a bone with no emotional foundation, will definitely be able to gnaw it down in the end. With such a self-promoting remark, Lin Tianming was satisfied with his current progress in raiding Wang Yanyan. At the same time, he had to thank the ghost-faced fire spirit spider that he had killed, without it coming out to cause trouble. It was impossible for him to ease his relationship with Wang Yanyan so quickly. Wang Yanyan's apprehensive emotions were eased by Lin Tianming's reassurance, and she was smiling. Tianming junior brother, I haven't even properly thanked you for saving me that night and accidentally told your teacher Jiang Han the secret of your God's hand. Yet you still haven't blamed me. Tell you what, you tell me what you want for a gift and I'll fulfill it. As soon as he heard Wang Yanyan's words, Lin Tianming's eyes went weird. Really satisfy everything? Well, just say it. I'm the daughter of the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the imperial capital. What you want, I'll casually use our family's power to get it done for you easily. But don't think I'm really forgiving you for what you did to me in your previous life. I just want to thank you this time. 1 yard is 1 yard. I'll come back to you after this time. Listening to Wang Yanyan's confident heart, Lin Tianming decided to play a joke on her. Didn't she say she could use the power of her Wang family to give him the gift he wanted with ease? Then he'd give her a gift that she couldn't fix for him even if she used the power of the king's family. Thinking of this, the playful Lin Tianming was also jokingly teasing Wang Yanyan. I want Yanyan-senpai's kiss as a gift. Will Yanyan-senpai give it to me? As soon as she heard Lin Tianming's excessive gift request, Wang Yanyan immediately revealed a look of shame. You, denizen, stinking hooligans, scum, I thought your character might have changed since I was born again. but I didn't realize you were still so bold. Lin Tianming was just joking around to tease her, and when he heard her shy and angry heart, in order to avoid the relationship he had managed to ease with her from returning to square one, he also immediately opened his mouth to explain. Huma senpai, I'm just opening a. However, without waiting for Lin Tianming to finish his sentence, Wang Yanyan suddenly came up to him, her thin lips gently pointing at his lips. Lin Tianming, who had been sneak attacked by Wang Yanyan, was dumbfounded. He's just joking. Isn't she mentally angry too? How can you be serious? And not just any kiss on the face, but on the mouth. Wang Yanyan's face was also lightning fast red to the heel of her neck after kissing Lin Tianming's mouth. There you go. Satisfied? And, don't tell anyone. As the words fell, Wang Yanyan took the lead and fled the scene. What am I doing? I can't believe I just took the initiative to kiss that smelly rascal. Whatever. It's a gift he asked for. After all, he saved my life, and I told his little secret to his teacher. So this kiss is to return the favor. I'm done with him. Next time I'll kill him. Right. Chapter 104, Han slaying a rebellious disciple with hot tears in his eyes. Teacher Zhang Han is a bit fierce today. Lin Tianming woke up early this morning. He didn't go to Mr. Kong Han's class today, though. He wasn't on a 3-day vacation and a little out of practice with the pace of class deliberately slacking off and missing class. Rather, when he thought of Zhang Han's agonized heart and expression yesterday, as well as her words that she didn't want to see him, Lin Tianming felt that it would be better if he didn't go to her at a time like this. His roommate Chu Yunfei had already gone to class, and now he was the only one in the dormitory. Lying flat like a salted fish on the bed in his dorm room, Lin Tianming looked up at the ceiling and couldn't help but sigh. Just then, his cell phone beeped with a received message. Lin Tianming picked up his cell phone and realized that it was a voice message from teacher Zhang Han, and he also immediately sat up. Why didn't you come today? While listening to her obviously somewhat angry voice, Lin Tianming returned her with a bitter smile. Teacher Zhang Han, not you say you don't want to see me well. I see you seem to be in a bad mood. Today, did not dare to come to you. When Lin Tianming replied like this, Zhang Han didn't reply to him immediately, but waited for a few minutes before replying to him. That's because I didn't want to see you yesterday. That's no reason for you to miss class today. You have 10 minutes to come to the North Gate as fast as you can or suffer the consequences. Teacher Zhang Han's undeniable tone instantly refreshed Lin Tianming, but he was confused as to why he had to run to the North Gate for class today. He also quickly got up and went downstairs while continuing to inquire. Aren't you going to class at the Thunderbolt Awakening field today? Why are you going to the North Gate? You'll see when you get here. Seeing that Zhang Han didn't want to say more, Lin Tianming didn't ask anything more. Thunder rages. Directly launching Thunder Rampage to boost his speed, Lin Tianming put away his cell phone and rushed to the North Gate at a rapid pace. On his way to the North Gate, Lin Tianming also bumped into Mo Shocking Rainbow, one of the top 10 strongest awakened people in the second year. She saw his fiery figure and greeted him with sunshine. Isn't this Senior Lin Tianming? Where are you going in such a hurry? Do you want to make an appointment with me? I happen to be free. There's something urgent. Amazing Rainbow Sister. We'll meet again sometime. Teacher Zhang Han was still waiting for him at the North Gate, so Lin Tianming didn't dare to make an appointment with anyone else. Eyeing Lin Tianming's back as he flew away at fire speed, Mo Jinghong shrugged his shoulders with some lack of energy. Every time it's the same sentence. Next time we'll make an appointment. This Lin Tianming schoolmate. Why does he look like he's busy every time we meet? After bidding farewell to Mo Jinghong, Lin Tianming continued to move forward at full speed. The imperial capital Great Imperial School was not normally large. Lin Tianming executed Thunder Rampage and ran furiously all the way, but it still took quite a bit of time before he arrived at the North Gate. As a result, he came to the North Gate, but he did not see Zhang Han's figure. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone to contact Zhang Han's pretty face, which he was incredibly familiar with, peeked out from a car outside the North Gate, but she didn't look good. Come here, get in the car. Seeing Zhang Han with this face exactly the same as yesterday when she didn't want to see him, Lin Tianming had a bad feeling. This isn't like she's going to drive him somewhere where no one's looking and end him, is it? If Zhang Han still had the same patient smile she usually had when she was teaching him, Lin Tianming wouldn't be too afraid to get into her car. Seeing Lin Tianming's delay in going over, Zhang Han urged again. What are you still standing there for? Come over quickly. Being rushed by Zhang Han, even though Lin Tianming had the feeling of being rushed, he walked towards her and got into her car. Once in her car, Lin Tianming was also on alert, always eavesdropping on her mind to understand her truest thoughts. Finally, it's time to take him there. Where's there? Lin Tianming's head was covered in large question marks, and hearing Zhang Han's mysterious heartbeat, his pressure increased. Wouldn't it really be what he thought? That she was really going to take him to an unoccupied corner and kill him today because she remembered the original owner's regicide yesterday? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Lin Tianming kind of wanted to get out of the car at the moment. However, Zhang Han had already sent the car. For the time being, he didn't get any more useful information from Zhang Han's heart, so Lin Tianming could only ask personally in order to learn more. Mr. Kong Han, where are we going? You'll see when we get there. Zhang Han's face didn't have any smile on it, and at the moment, she couldn't hear any of her heartfelt words, which made Lin Tianming feel that the atmosphere was depressing. Although Zhang Han's usual special training was harsh and could be called devil training, she was basically patient and smiling whenever she spoke to him. A state as depressing as this one felt was only when she remembered those bad memories of the original owner. It seems that yesterday's impact was really big, directly making Mr. Zhang Han feel bad about him. On this journey, Lin Tianming had arrived at his destination in such an extremely depressing atmosphere of silence. Zhang Han, who had been silent all this time, also finally opened her golden mouth. We're here. After saying his words, Zhang Han took the lead and stepped out of the car. Lin Tianming followed suit and stepped out of the car, and quickly surveyed his surroundings. The location they were in now was the entrance to a forest. Ms. Kong Han. Here, the Lost Woods. Zhang Han returned a few words to Lin Tianming. Her words today were as few as Fenglan's, but Fenglan's lack of words never gave such a depressing feeling of simply having few words. She was still clearly affected by the thought of the original master's regicide, which made the atmosphere so depressing. It also made Lin Tianming suspect her purpose for bringing him here. The Lost Forest? Mr. Kong Han. What are we doing here? Zhang Han didn't smile the entire time. Raise you 17 levels. She even had very few thoughts now, as if she had completely closed her heart and thought of nothing, making it bad for Lin Tianming to eavesdrop on her heart and understand exactly how she saw him now. Almost unable to hear Zhang Han's heartfelt voice, Lin Tianming could only continue to ask questions. Ascending 17 levels, why are we running here if we're not in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy? It looks a bit quiet and scary here. It's too eerie. Eerie is right. With these words, Zhang Han made Lin Tianming even creepier. It wasn't going to be a few steps further and she was really going to kill him, was it? Lin Tianming took a deep breath. Teacher Jiang, Zhang Han, can we be normal? Don't you scare me. Zhang Han looked at Lin Tianming indifferently. I'm normal and I'm not scaring you. Go in. There are quite a few awakened beasts living inside, and in your current state, a real battle would be easier for you to rise to level 17. And in the meantime, work on your real battle experience. Before almost going in, Ginger Han finally talked more for once today. However, with this appearance of hers, paired with the eerie atmosphere of the Lost Forest, it still gave Lin Tianming a bit of a creepy feeling. He could already imagine Zhang Han tricking him into the Lost Forest and handily killing him. A rebel, with tears in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Tianming was slow to enter, Zhang Han became a little impatient and condensed a ball of thunder in his palm. Get in there. Do I have to send you in there myself? As soon as he saw that Zhang Han was ready to make a move, Lin Tianming hurriedly waved his hand. Don't bother, Mr. Zhang Han. I won't bother you. I'll go in myself. As soon as the words fell, Lin Tianming cast Thunder Berserk and accelerated into the Lost Forest. Looking at Lin Tianming disappearing into the Lost Forest, Zhang Han then put away her thunder ball and frowned. Do I look scary today? This brat, letting him come to the Lost Forest to raise a 17th level, making it seem like I'm going to kill him. It's true that I'm still usually too gentle with him. Chapter 105, The Lost Forest. The green-faced wolves with superior intelligence. With the Thunder Rage's boost, Lin Tianming ran around in the Lost Forest for a long time, and only when he saw that Zhang Han was slow to come after him did he temporarily stop to catch his breath. I'm going. Scared me to death. Phew. Mr. Kong Han is really scary today. After a slight reprieve, Lin Tianming, who didn't know where he had gotten to, couldn't help but cover his forehead. How am I supposed to get out like this? Did teacher Zhang Han really just let me come here today to practice? With his confusion about Zhang Han bringing him here, Lin Tianming looked around the Lost Forest where the trees were so dense that they blocked most of the sunlight. Noticing that there seemed to be something in the bushes not far ahead on his left-hand side, Lin Tianming was also immediately alert. It couldn't be that Mr. Kong Han was hiding there, ready to take advantage of his unpreparedness and give him a head-on blow, sending him, the rebel, to his death. Could it? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Lin Tianming still decided to stay away from that bush in front of him on his left-hand side. He stared at the bush with his nerves on edge as he carefully stepped back. However, he hadn't withdrawn a few steps when a red-eyed tusked pig with fire tattoos carved all over its body rushed out from the bushes. It's a level 17 fire attribute fire tattooed pig. Although this was Lin Tianming's first time seeing a fire-tattooed tusked pig, he, who had previously learned the theoretical knowledge at the Awakened Preschool Training Academy, instantly recognized this awakened beast's identity. As soon as he recognized this fire-tattooed tusked pig, Lin Tianming's tense heartstrings instantly loosened up quite a bit. I thought it was Mr. Kang Han hiding over there ready to sneak up on me. Scared me. Wall of lightning. Thunder power descended from the sky, forming a wall of thunder and lightning in front of Lin Tianming like a waterfall. The 17th level fire-tattooed tusked pig that came barreling towards Lin Tianming was electrocuted to the point of convulsing and collapsing to the ground with roasted black smoke after hitting the wall of lightning. Lin Tianming had wanted to use the wall of thunderbolt to defend first, giving himself a breather before attacking. Who would have thought that a small defense skill of his would electrocute a level 17 fire-tattooed tusked pig that was one level higher than him? This is too unbeatable, isn't it? You fell down before I even attacked you. Dispersing the wall of lightning, Lin Tianming walked over to the fire-tattooed tusked pig and licked his tongue greedily. I've never eaten the meat of an awakened beast before, so I'll taste what you taste like today. In the shadows, Zhang Han had watched the scene of Lin Tianming easily electrocuting the fire-tattooed tusked pig. However, her face at the moment was a little ugly because Lin Tianming had just said that she was squatting in the bushes. This silly brat. If I were to train you myself, why would I need to bring you here? And comparing me to a fire-tattooed tusked pig. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Lin Tianming didn't realize that Zhang Han was secretly protecting his absolute safety. Once any accidents happened and Lin Tianming reached his limit, she would step in to save him and take him back to the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. However, in Zhang Han's opinion, today, Lin Tianming should not encounter any crises that were difficult to resist, and would surely be able to break through the 17th level. Under her gaze, Lin Tianming removed the electrically charged skin from the surface of the fire-tattooed tusked pig, revealing the already cooked meat inside, and sat down in place with relish to savor it. Seeing Lin Tianming really sit down and start eating, Zhang Han couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. This little fool, he really dares to sit down and eat in this lost forest full of awakened beasts. It's expected that some meaty awakened beasts will be attracted to stare at him later on. As Zhang Han had predicted, Lin Tianming staying there for a long time to gnaw on the electrically charged firebrand tusked pig quickly attracted quite a few meaty awakened beasts, accompanied by a wolf howl. Several 17th level green-faced wolves flew at Lin Tianming, wanting to tear him apart on the spot as he was eating meat. The first time he sensed the green-faced wolf's attack, Lin Tianming also instantly stood up and violently made a trample. Thunder trample. The powerful power of thunder tore through the ground, centering on Lin Tianming and attacking the surrounding green-faced wolves that were swooping towards him on separate sides. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the several 17th level green-faced wolves then let out a wail and collapsed one after another around Lin Tianming. After successfully killing these green-faced wolves, Lin Tianming also sat back down and continued to gnaw on his fire-tattooed pork. Who would have thought that Lin Tianming hadn't even sat down for a few seconds to warm up, when wolf howls once again resounded around him, and with the howling of the wolves, it was obvious that there were more green-faced wolves in the vicinity. An eerie green eye appeared from all around the gloomy forest, staring at Lin Tianming, who had killed several of their companions. To dismantle him, as a wolf howl command to launch an attack rang out, all the green-faced wolves on the scene launched an attack towards Lin Tianming. These green-faced wolves were numerous, and there were also quite a few powerful level 20 green-faced wolves. Having to face such a large number of green-faced wolves surrounding him at once, Lin Tianming was in no mood to continue hugging and gnawing on the fire-tattooed pig, especially when Lin Tianming saw the group of green-faced wolves collectively open their mouths and condense a green-colored sickle moon. Throwing it towards him, Lin Tianming couldn't sit still at all. Spiritual energy transformation. Surrounded by a large number of green-faced wolves, Lin Tianming instantly transformed into a spirit body of nothingness, perfectly circumventing the densely packed sickle moon bombardment, and also escaping the encirclement formed by the green-faced wolves. As soon as he saw Lin Tianming escape from the encirclement and regroup his body, the group of green-faced wolves whose sickle moon skill swooped down on him also swooped towards him. Wall of lightning. Lin Tianming also unleashed the wall of thunder and lightning once again, attempting to intercept these green-faced wolves just like he did with the fire-tattooed pigs before. Whoever thought that the green-faced wolves realized that Lin Tianming had raised a wall of lightning? A few of them level 20 green-faced wolves wielded their claws that were as sharp as blades and combined their efforts to crush Lin Tianming's wall of lightning. The moment the wall of lightning was shattered, all the level 17, 18, and 19 green-faced wolves at the back collectively tilted their heads and once again condensed their green sickle moons towards Lin Tianming. Looking at this group of green-faced wolves with a clear division of labor in coordinated attacks, Lin Tianming was also realizing that by fighting hard he would definitely fall under their wolf claws. Brother Wolf, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Another wall of thunder and lightning rose up to stall for him, and Lin Tianming flew away from the scene under the augmentation of thunder rage. Seeing this, Jiang Han in the shadows, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Little friend Tianming, the sense of smell of the green-faced wolves is very sharp. It won't be easy for you to get away when you're being watched by them, and fleeing and depleting your physical energy in one go is not a wise way of coping with the situation. Lin Tianming, who was escaping at a rapid pace, had thundering berserk accelerating him and a wall of thunder and lightning delaying him. He escaped for a while, and when he saw that the green-faced wolves didn't seem to be catching up with him, he stopped for the time being. However, he rested for less than a minute, and the wolf howl of the green-faced wolves resounded once again from all directions. In less than a moment, the green-faced wolves that were chasing him just now surrounded him in the middle of the encirclement once again through a roundabout encirclement tactic. Seeing this, Lin Tianming also realized that if he continued to run away like this, sooner or later he would be exhausted by them with their keen sense of smell. Looking at the green-faced wolves that were narrowing the encirclement little by little, Lin Tianming's body was also surging with crackling electric light, and his battle intent to face the battle was high. Since you don't want to let me go, I'll have to electrocute all of you into roasted wolf meat. Chapter 106, Green Moon Wolf King, the leader of the green-faced wolf pack that could soul attack. Raging Thunder Armor, Thunder Rages, Defense, Attack, and Speed all received great bonuses in a matter of moments, and Lin Tianming, who had decided to crush the green-faced wolves head-on, also entered into battle. Looking at the green-faced wolves that surrounded him collectively raising their heads and opening their mouths to condense green-colored sickle moon energies that flew towards him from all directions, Lin Tianming let out a cold snort. Do you really think I'm afraid of your tricks? Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield. The fiery flames that touched the domain of the Divine Tao rose up, adding another Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield to the circumference that was already protected by the Thunder Armor. At this moment, the massive amount of sickle moon energy that was flying towards him was already approaching. With the dual protection of the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield and the Fury Thunder Armor, Lin Tianming confidently topped off the sickle moon energy and took a step towards the nearest level 17 green-faced wolf. Boom! Countless sickle moon energies hit Lin Tianming's outermost layer of the blazing Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, and the fierce attacks erupted into bursts of energy impacts. However, the Lin Tianming who was serious didn't even need to transform into a spirit body to dodge. His body surrounded by phoenixitis and thunder as he continued to move forward. The surrounding green-faced wolves were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was the strongest defense of so many low-level humans they had encountered. That 17th level green-faced wolf that was closest to Lin Tianming subconsciously took a few steps back when it saw that Lin Tianming was fearless of the sickle moon energy bombardment and that Lin Tianming was still approaching it step by step. It's too late to back out now. Thunder Trample. Lin Tianming's right foot violently made a trample towards the ground. The thunder force that tore through the ground then centered on Lin Tianming and scattered in all directions towards all the green-faced wolves that surrounded him. And that level 17 green-faced wolf that was closest to him was the first to be hit by the thunder trample that he had thunder rampage to boost his attack, killing him on the spot. Ow! The strongest few level 20 green-faced wolves all let out a creepy wolf howl when they saw another companion fall to Lin Tianming's hands, immediately followed by the other 17th, 18th, and 19th level green-faced wolves. They also let out wolf howls one after another. Are you trying to call out all your fellow green-faced wolves in the Lost Forest? It's fine if they don't come to me. I'll only settle the score with you for your attack on me. If they come to me as well, I'll slaughter all the green-faced wolves in this Lost Forest. Lin Tianming wasn't any kind of murderous person, but naturally, this group of green-faced wolves treated him as prey and wanted to eat his meat, so he could only make them understand the consequences of messing with him. Lin Tianming had thought that this group of green-faced wolves was trying to call out to more of their companions. But who would have thought that after they collectively wolf whistled, all of the green-faced wolves would then combine their efforts to hold up a green-colored energy shield. At the same moment, the might of the thunder trample that Lin Tianming had previously executed had closed in on the green-faced wolves that had surrounded him at the scene, impacting right on the green-colored shield that the green-faced wolves had unleashed together. The thunder trample that could have casually decapitated a level 17 green-faced wolf was perfectly dissolved because of the green-colored shield that the green-faced wolves had combined their efforts to hold up. There's even this trick? It's kind of interesting. Lin Tianming had thought that it would be another crushing victory. He didn't expect that this green-faced wolf pack would also combine their efforts to put up a shield to resist his thunder trample. He was also battle-hardened, wanting to see what else this green-faced wolf pack had to offer that would make his eyes light up in the way of team fighting. In the dark, Jiang Han, who had followed over, saw this scene, and she also revealed a satisfied smile. Little Tianming seems to be having a good time, but if you don't get out of here quickly, you're not going to have a good time when that big guy comes after you later. Under Jiang Han's gaze, the strongest few level 20 green-faced wolves swung their claws towards Lin Tianming. Wall of lightning. The wall of lightning that had just risen was torn apart in an instant by the relentless wolf claws of those level 20 green-faced wolves, but the resistance of the wall of lightning had also consumed the power of the green-faced wolves' sharp wolf claws. By the time those level 20 green-faced wolves flew at Lin Tianming's Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield, they were already powerless to break through Lin Tianming's Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield defense. Not only that, but the strongest few level 20 green-faced wolves were also burned in reverse by the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield's Phoenix Flame that touched the Divine Dao realm and far exceeded the power of an unusual level 16. Their wolf paws were burned in agony, and they all let out a mournful cry. Thunder Trample. Lin Tianming seized the moment when the strongest level 20 green-faced wolf in the lead was injured and launched Thunder Trample again from close range. The other slightly lower-ranked green-faced wolves also knew that if these strongest level 20 green-faced wolves fell, without their leadership, the remaining green-faced wolves would be powerless to resist Lin Tianming. That was why they combined their efforts to put up a green-colored shield at the first time, wanting to protect all the green-faced wolves would. I've seen this move before. If you guys don't have any other new moves, then this is the end of the line. Spiritual Sparks. Lin Tianming was also aware that the defense of the green shield they had combined their efforts to hold up was extremely strong, and he definitely wouldn't let them successfully cast it again. Once the invisible spiritual spark was unleashed, the deepest part of the souls of the green-faced wolves at the scene were all lit up with a spark of spiritual energy soaring power, tingling their nerves. Although the spirit body sparks only exploded with greater power when fighting demons, it was enough to deal with these green-faced wolves by briefly tingling their souls and disorienting their minds for a few moments. It was this brief moment that the green-faced wolves that hadn't seized the opportunity to hold up their green-colored shields were completely exposed to the thunderous might of Thunder Trample and were hit perfectly, accompanied by a miserable, agonizing wolf howl. All the green-faced wolves in the pack collapsed to the ground in response to the sound, with residual electric light and charred green smoke rising from their bodies, killing so many green-faced wolves in one go. Lin Tianming suddenly had the vague feeling of touching the 16th level bottleneck. It seems like I'm about to level up 17. Feeling that he was close to upgrading, Lin Tianming was also understanding why Jiang Han had brought him to the Lost Forest today. It was probably because he saw that he was about to break through that he brought him here for a special training session on practical upgrades. After thinking about it, Lin Tianming didn't stay to eat the wolf meat like he did before when he killed the fire-tattooed pig. After this short actual battle, he was also able to see that the scent of these dead green-faced wolves would attract more awakened beasts from the Lost Forest. Having just experienced a great battle, Lin Tianming didn't want to be greedy and get targeted by some powerful awakened beast again. For the sake of his own safety, Lin Tianming also decided to leave there. It's not a good idea to stay here for a long time. It's better to leave and find a place to regain some stamina before finding a suitable awakened beast to upgrade in battle. Jiang Han in the shadows saw that Lin Tianming had finally made some progress, and the corners of her mouth also rose slightly. Brat finally learned how to survive in this lost forest full of awakened beasts. Only you were so playful just now and didn't fight quickly. It's a bit late to leave now. That big guy is already looking for you. Almost at the same time when Jiang Han finished speaking, a wolf howl filled with anger swept through the neighborhood with the might of an attack on the soul. Lin Tianming himself was shaken into a bit of a mental trance by the sudden wolf howl's direct attack on his soul. When he slowed down, a pale green-colored giant wolf several times taller than the green-faced wolf, with a green moon pattern imprinted on its head appeared not far from him, its eyes filled with hostility towards him. As soon as he saw this pale green giant wolf, Lin Tianming, relying on the theoretical knowledge he had learned in the previous 3 years, was also the first to recognize the identity of this awakening beast, the leader of the green-faced wolf pack. The level 25 Green Moon Wolf King. Chapter 107, Driving a Tiger to Swallow a Wolf. The blue crystal water tiger was furious. Lin Tianming's brilliant plan to get away. At the first moment he saw the 25 level Green Moon Wolf King, Lin Tianming, who had just experienced a great battle with little stamina, transformed into a spirit body and disappeared in place. He now desperately needed to find a place to recover a little before he could have the physical ability to continue exerting his full strength in battle. After pulling away from the Green Moon Wolf King in the state of a soul spirit body without being discovered by the Green Moon Wolf King, Lin Tianming, who was too physically exhausted to maintain his spirit body state for a long period of time, also retreated back to his entity. I didn't expect there to be a level 25 Green Moon Wolf King. It seems that the group of green-faced wolves howling just now, in addition to defense, were also calling for this Green Moon Wolf King of theirs to arrive. If I had known there was such a big guy, I wouldn't have trusted myself to play with that group of green-faced wolves for so long just now. Sighing with a sigh that he had overplayed his hand, Lin Tianming was also resting here, recovering the little stamina he had left from running for half a day and going through a big battle just now. However, he had still far underestimated the Green Moon Wolf King's ability to hunt, and as soon as he exited his spirit body state, The wolf howl of the Green Moon Wolf King finding him once again came from the vicinity. Moreover, a new batch of green-faced wolves had appeared nearby, with the lowest being level 20 and the highest being level 24. It seems that the group of green-faced wolves just now were only responsible for scouting. And this group of green-faced wolves is the strongest battle force wolf group under this Green Moon Wolf King. In order to avoid being found, Lin Tianming, who had very little stamina left, had to enter the spirit body state once again. This is no way to go on. With the stamina I have left now, I won't be able to maintain my spirit form for long with my spiritual energy transformation. Observing the green-faced wolf pack and the Green Moon Wolf King that were patrolling the neighborhood and chasing him in his spirit form, Lin Tianming's mind raced, pondering on countermeasures that would allow him to get away. In the shadows, Zhang Han also saw Lin Tianming's predicament clearly. Even the 27-level SSS-Ranked Yin-Yang Dual Thunder ability talent of Lei Dong can be defeated, and had to play with those teenage-level green-faced wolves for so long. It's too late to get out of this now. It's better to think about how to sweep the Green Moon Wolf King and its green-faced wolves with the little stamina that's left. After a short period of contemplation, Lin Tianming, who was in his spiritual state, suddenly heard the voices of quite a few other awakened beasts ringing out from the lost forest. Under Zhang Han's dismayed gaze, Lin Tianming didn't choose to fight the Green Moon Wolf King and the green-faced wolves head-on in a deadly battle, but instead withdrew from his spirit body state and ran towards the distance. What is this little twerp thinking? Why did he exit his soul state when he was still in the encirclement? And instead of meeting the attack head-on, he even chose to run away. He can't run far with that little stamina left. Zhang Han, whose beautiful eyes were locked tightly and who was worried that Lin Tianming was messing around again, also closely followed Lin Tianming, who didn't know what he wanted to do. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, was escaping while using his words to irritate the Green Moon Wolf King that was hunting him. Come and chase me. If you can't catch up with me, I'll slowly hunt down all those wolf cubs of your green-faced wolf pack one by one. As he spoke, Lin Tianming raided in front of a level 20 green-faced wolf and took advantage of the green-faced wolf's extremely strong defensive green shield to kill the level 20 green-faced wolf at close range with a move of Thunder Trample. By doing so, he had also managed to enrage the 25-level Green Moon Wolf King. Ow! After the Green Moon Wolf King gave the wolf howling command to hunt Lin Tianming to his death, the surrounding green-faced wolf packs of level 20 to 24 launched an even more ferocious pursuit of Lin Tianming. During the chase, they were also each gathering sickle moon energy. When the sickle moon energies, which were all at a minimum of level 20, finished coalescing, they also converged into even more gigantic green moon visions. The green moon ripple on top of the Green Moon Wolf King's head also bloomed with the light of the green moon, resonating with that green moon vision that had been brought together by the combined efforts of the green-faced wolves, causing that green moon vision to erupt with even more terrifying green moon might, and releasing terrifying pillars of green moon light towards the fleeing Lin Tianming. And play like that? Lin Tianming was all shocked. This Green Moon Wolf King and green-faced wolf pack's combined techniques were one after another. When Zhang Han in the dark saw this scene, the expression on her pretty face was ugly. Destructive thunder flowed from her fingertips, and she had already decided to step in to save the hulking Lin Tianming. Brat, if you fought hard just now, you would have been able to kill this group of green-faced wolves and their Green Moon Wolf King even if you were exhausted, and then I would have come out to bail you out. And wouldn't you have risen 17 levels? You have to mess around. However, just as the destructive thunder flowing from Zhang Han's fingertips was about to be released, she stopped again because of the newly awakened beast that had appeared directly in front of Lin Tianming. It was an awakened beast whose size was even bigger than the Green Moon Wolf King, and beside that awakened beast there were two young awakened beast babies that had only been born not long ago. Zhang Han noticed the smirk on Lin Tianming's face, and she was also able to see what Lin Tianming was trying to do. This kid, even wholesome strange and weird tawdry operations. I'm so worried about him. His mouth was very dissatisfied with Lin Tianming, but Zhang Han had completely put away her destructive thunder and continued to watch the show from the shadows. Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed after he noticed the newly appeared awakened beast in front of him. So that awakened beast roar just now was emitted by this level 26 blue crystal water tiger? Beside this huge blue crystal water tiger, there were also two baby blue crystal water tigers that wrestled after taking a few steps. Seeing this, Lin Tianming revealed a plan-through smile. When the combined skill attack of the Green Moon Wolf King and the green-faced wolf pack was about to hit him, Lin Tianming instantly spiritualized and disappeared in place. As soon as he disappeared, the pillar of green moonlight that swept with terrifying might also attack towards the blue crystal water tiger. Seeing Lin Tianming suddenly disappear and a blue crystal water tiger with a baby suddenly appear, the Green Moon Wolf King and the green-faced wolves all froze, and that blue crystal water tiger, which was carrying its baby, immediately let out a deafening tiger roar when it saw the green moonlight pillar coming towards it. At the same moment, Powerful water attribute energy converged in its tiger's mouth and released an extremely powerful column of water flow. Boom! The water pillar and the green moon light pillar collided together, and the destructive energy released also caused the other awakened beasts in the vicinity to be alerted, scattering and fleeing in all directions. The two baby blue crystal water tigers that had only been born a short time ago were also frightened and curled up at the feet of their blue crystal water tiger mother, shivering. The motherly nature of protecting its cubs caused the 26th level blue crystal water tiger to be extremely irritable right now. When the might of the skills of both sides dissipated, the blue crystal water tiger also once again let out an angry tiger roar towards the green moon wolf king and the green-faced wolves. Although the green moon wolf king and the green-faced wolf pack were quite numerous, they didn't dare to easily mess with the blue crystal water tiger that preferred to fight alone. Facing the roar of the blue crystal water tiger, the green moon wolf king took the initiative to show his weakness, growling a few low growls as he led the green-faced wolves backward. However, the blue crystal water tiger felt that the green-faced wolves were trying to hit on its baby's idea, and it too roared once again, unforgivingly. The green moon wolf king and the green-faced wolves tried to follow the blue crystal water tiger. They were actually trying to hunt Lin Tianming and didn't mean to attack the blue crystal water tiger, but the blue crystal water tiger didn't listen at all and attacked again. The green moon wolf king and the green-faced wolves had to temporarily give up chasing Lin Tianming and hurriedly deal with the blue crystal water tiger's attack. Not far away, Lin Tianming, who had managed to get away, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. I'll let you guys chase me. I've found you a good opponent. You guys take your time. I'll go first. Chapter 108 Advancing to Level 17. Encountering the Imperial Beast Master Exotic Awakening. Zhang Han had just felt that Lin Tianming had been playing too long in the tooth before and was unable to get out of the trap. It was only then that she was thinking of letting Lin Tianming directly fight to the death, and in the end, she would then come out at the most extreme moment to save Lin Tianming, who had miserably defeated the green-faced wolves and the green moon wolf king. Now that Lin Tianming had managed to get out of the situation by his own wits, Zhang Han naturally didn't want her precious student Lin Tianming to carry out that type of advancement that would jeopardize his life. However, when she thought about how she had just been on tenterhooks the entire time, Zhang Han's pretty face was still more than a little disgruntled. This brat, can't you think of less strange and weird things and be more stable? Being your teacher is really tiring. I'm really afraid that one day you'll suffer a cardiac arrest. Complaining brokenly about Lin Tianming, who was always messing around, Zhang Han also continued to hide in the shadows, escorting Lin Tianming. At this moment, Lin Tianming had already found a temporarily safe place where he was concealed and rested in peace to recover his strength. Only after recovering his physical strength here to about the same extent did Lin Tianming get back up, thinking about the blue crystal water tiger and the green-faced wolf pack that had just broken out into battle. Lin Tianming was more or less curious as to which of them would ultimately emerge victorious. Is the level 26 blue crystal water tiger a little stronger in combat? Or is the level 25 green moon wolf king and its green-faced wolf pack stronger? I really want to go back and take a look. It was only then that Zhang Han in the shadows put her heart down towards Lin Tianming, and as soon as she heard this just regained her strength comment from Lin Tianming, she almost didn't get so angry that she fell down from the tree. Tianming, this child really is. Can't you just stop? Lin Tianming was just saying that. He wasn't stupid. It was hard to get out of the trap. He naturally wouldn't go back and throw himself into the trap. Now that he was also in the shadows and had regained his strength, it would be best for him to be careful here in the Lost Woods, taking his time to find a suitable awakened beast target to kill out of the shadows for his final advancement. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyun also began to hide his traces in this lost forest and carefully seek out his target. Zhang Han had already decided to come out and teach Lin Tianming a lesson, telling him not to wave so much in this lost forest. Be careful of waving to death. As a result, when she saw that Lin Tianming didn't go back for the blue crystal water tiger and the green-faced wolf pack, Zhang Han realized that Lin Tianming was just paying lip service and didn't really want to go back. Brat, a shock, really don't want to care about you. With her mouth saying that she didn't want to care anymore, the heart-tired Zhang Han still continued to follow Lin Tianming. The good thing is that Lin Tianming next is really stable down. To where are the whole hidden trail? Not found a suitable target will never take the initiative to show up, which also let the fast Lin Tianming tossed out of the heart-attack Zhang Han this period of time at ease a lot. A 27-level purple fire poison scorpion is feeding. This is a good opportunity. After some searching, Lin Tianming finally found an awakened beast target that saved him the most physical strength. Although this amethyst poison scorpion was one level higher than the green moon wolf king, Lin Tianming was very confident that he could quickly defeat this amethyst poison scorpion without a helper. The speed must be fast, otherwise if we delay too long and startle other awakened beasts, the limited stamina cannot be easy to deal with. Based on his previous experience of false fighting, Lin Tianming also cautioned himself. Spiritual energy transformation. In order to kill the amethyst poison scorpion in front of him in the most efficient and silent manner, Lin Tianming was also in a spirit body and carefully approached this amethyst poison scorpion. Lin Tianming in his spirit body state didn't cause the amethyst scorpion to be alerted, and he managed to arrive behind the amethyst scorpion as well. Looking at the amethyst poison scorpion that was feeding, the moment Lin Tianming emerged from the shadows, he unleashed several skills in a row. Thunder Rampage added attack and speed. Spirit Body Spark struck the amethyst poison scorpion's soul directly, and Thunder Trample directly trampled on the amethyst poison scorpion's body at close range. Fast, precise, and hard. Even if the amethyst poison scorpion was a 27-level awakened beast, the defenseless one died a horrible death under Lin Tianming's set of skill combos. Almost at the same time that Lin Tianming killed this level 27 amethyst poison scorpion, Lin Tianming sensed that his level, which was only one step short of the final step to advancement, had finally broken through the bottleneck and had successfully stepped into level 17. After killing the amethyst poison scorpion to advance to level 17, Lin Tianming also followed his previous experience of how to survive in the Lost Forest and left the scene at the first opportunity. Only after he had waited until he had reached a safe area did Lin Tianming carefully sense the changes in his various abilities after he had broken through level 17. In particular, the cooldown time of God's Hand replication was something he focused on. Lin Tianming, however, remembered that teacher Jiang Han's heart mentioned that when he broke through to level 17, the cooldown time of his God's Hand would be reduced from 12 hours to 6 hours. Carefully sensing that the God's Hand replication cooldown had really been reduced to only 6 hours, Lin Tianming finally couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. In the dark, seeing that Lin Tianming had successfully broken through level 17, and still not forgetting to find a safe place to sense the boost from the level breakthrough again, Jiang Han still couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. Although the beginning of the reckless trust a little, but the good thing is that this kid's combat experience sums up the growth fast enough. At last, there is no danger to promote 17 levels, and then continue to stay in this lost woods is also meaningless. It should also bring him back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. Just as Jiang Han was about to come out from the shadows and congratulate Lin Tianming on his promotion to the 17th level before bringing him back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, the great commotion coming from the vicinity was what caused her to frown. Lin Tianming was also there to be attracted by the huge commotion nearby, and after hesitating for a moment, he rushed towards the direction of the huge commotion without revealing his whereabouts. Soon, Lin Tianming arrived at the location of the previous commotion and saw the blue crystal water tiger with the baby just now. The blue crystal water tiger defended its two cubs and roared in demonstration at the people who were staring at its babies. There are actually other awakened cultivating in this lost forest? Under Lin Tianming's gaze, there was another male awakened on the scene who looked about his age. That awakened person was similarly accompanied by an awakened beast that was familiar to Lin Tianming, the Green Moon Wolf King that had chased him earlier. The level 25 Green Moon Wolf King had been very ferocious and unruly when it had chased Lin Tianming earlier, but around this male awakened, he was the only one who looked up to him. Why does the Green Moon Wolf King look as if he's listening to that person? Just as Lin Tianming was confused by this, Jiang Han's voice suddenly sounded behind him. It's because his awakened psychic ability is that of an Imperial Beast Master. An Imperial Beast Master, a psychic ability awakened person who fights by subjugating awakened beasts. Startled by the sudden appearance of Jiang Han behind him, looking at Jiang Han who smiled at him, Lin Tianming took a deep breath. MS. Kong Han. Next time, don't suddenly appear behind people like that, okay? It's scary. No good. Chapter 109 Baby Blue Crystal Water Tiger Seeks Help. To help, or not to help. Although Jiang Han's sudden appearance startled Lin Tianming, seeing her smile reappear as usual, Lin Tianming was still much more at ease with her. This was the teacher Kong Han he knew so well. Without continuing to fight with Jiang Han, Lin Tianming turned his gaze once again towards that Imperial Beast Master and the Blue Crystal Water Tiger. This was the first time since Lin Tianming had crossed over that he had encountered an awakened whose special ability was that of a Sentinel Beast Master. He was also looking forward to whether or not this Imperial Beast Master would be able to subdue the Blue Crystal Water Tiger. This luck of mine is really good today. First I encountered an injured level 25 Green Moon Wolf King, and now I've encountered an equally badly injured Blue Crystal Water Tiger. And it's carrying two Blue Crystal Water Tiger babies that weren't even born long ago. If we can take in a baby Blue Crystal Water Tiger and cultivate our feelings from a young age, it will definitely be more taciturn than directly taking in an adult Blue Crystal Water Tiger. Blue Crystal Water Tiger, you're injured like this now, so you might as well honestly give up your resistance and send me two of your babies, and I'll let you go. How about that? The Imperial Beast Master was now even more covetous of the two Blue Crystal Water Tiger babies that the 26th level Blue Crystal Water Tiger was carrying. He came with his sister to visit the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy today, and he hoofed it to this lost forest to see what awakened beasts there were here that were worthy of him taking in. The 2 blue crystal water tiger babies that this 26-level blue crystal water tiger brought with him happened to be one for him, and the remaining one he brought back to his sister as a gift. In the face of the royal beast master's greed, the 26th level blue crystal water tiger let out an angry roar. When the tiger's mouth opened, a raging column of water struck towards the imperial beast master. Seeing that the blue crystal water tiger refused to give in, that imperial beast master's eyes also sank. Since you refuse to obediently hand over your 2 blue crystal water tiger babies, then don't blame me for coming down hard. Give it to me, Green Moon Wolf King. Ow! The level 25 Green Moon Wolf King threw back its head and howled. The green moon pattern on top of its head flickered, coalescing a green moon vision in front of its body. Boom! The green moon vision also shot out a pillar of green moonlight in the next instant, colliding with the blue crystal water tiger's water pillar. The 25-level Green Moon Wolf King that had been taken in by the Imperial Beast Master did not have its green-faced wolf pack team to augment it, and coupled with the fact that it was 1 level lower than the blue crystal water tiger, its ability to fight alone was even worse than that of the blue crystal water tiger, and the green moonlight pillar was dispersed by the water pillars in a matter of moments. Indeed, in terms of the ability to fight alone, is the Green Moon Wolf King, which needs the support of a team in order to utilize its strongest combat power, still far inferior to the blue crystal water tiger? Although the Green Moon Wolf King's attack was destroyed in a matter of moments, the Imperial Beastmaster was still confident in defeating the 26th ranked blue crystal water tiger. The stronger you are, the more it proves that me taking away your 2 blue crystal water tiger babies is the most correct choice. Chilling, go! As he spoke, the Imperial Beastmaster raised his right hand, and a crimson seal flashed in his palm. As that crimson seal flashed, a red-colored bird-like awakened beast covered in fire feathers flew out from it. A 27-level fire attribute awakened beast. Red Plume. Teacher Jiang Han, what is the mark on the palm of that Imperial Beastmaster? Although he was surprised that the Imperial Beastmaster had other awakened beasts, Lin Tianming was more concerned about the crimson-colored mark on the Imperial Beastmaster's palm. Jiang Han sniffed and also patiently solved Lin Tianming's confusion. That's the Royal Beast Seal. It's a space that can be inhabited by an awakened beast after the Royal Beast Master and the awakened beast have concluded a contract. Red Plume is a fire attribute awakened beast. So just now, his palm was a seal of the fire attribute. Brat, you're quite a learner. If you want to know, just ask me. I know everything about your teacher. With Jiang Han's explanation, Lin Tianming also understood more about the Imperial Beast Master. At the same time, he was bursting with ideas. If he copied the skills of this Beast Master, would he also be able to make a contract with an awakened beast and have an awakened beast that belonged to him? Previously, Lin Tianming had also copied the mechanical dollmaker skill that was similar to the Imperial Beast Master, allowing him to build his own mechanical dolls. It was just a shame that building the mechanical doll was too complicated, and that after building it he would have to get Alice to make a copy of it again to have complete control over the mechanical doll. He had to fight Alice again then. Various reasons for not being able to see results directly made Lin Tianming, who had a large number of special training courses every day and faced the threat of different goddess reborns, drop Alice's skills when he came back from the mechanical mystery realm. But this Sentinel Beast Master ability doesn't seem to be quite the same. It should be able to go straight into battle by just taking in the awakened beast. Instant copy, instant use. Does not take up skill positions, and the cooldown has been shortened to 6 hours. Plus, he was now making good progress with the goddess reborns. And there was no sense of crisis like before when he had to count on skill cooldowns as a life-saving base card at all times. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming's eyes slightly narrowed. Jiang Han, who was right next to Lin Tianming, knew his God's Hand replication ability extremely well, and she noticed something was wrong at the first moment. This kid seems to have unleashed a God's Hand replication on that Imperial Beastmaster. He can't be trying to. Listening to Ms. Jiang Han's perceptive heart, Lin Tianming couldn't help but admire the extent to which she understood his Hand of God. As Jiang Han had guessed, he now had a bold whim. Under Lin Tianming and Jiang Han's continuous attention, the 26th ranked Blue Crystal Water Tiger was not a match for the 27th ranked Red Plume due to his severe injuries and his battle strength of 1 out of 10. The Blue Crystal Water Tiger's own ability to fight alone far exceeds that of ordinary awakened beasts, and coupled with the fact that the water attribute restrains the fire attribute, under normal circumstances even if Red Plume is 2 or 3 levels higher than it, it wouldn't necessarily be a match for it. But it is now severely injured because of your plan to get away by driving a tiger and swallowing a wolf just now. Even with attribute suppression it can't beat Red Plume, so it's not unexpected that it's going to lose soon. Jiang Han was also analyzing the current battle situation for Lin Tianming in real time. and almost within seconds of Jung Han's analysis ending, the blue crystal water tiger was knocked to the ground by Red Plume. When its two babies saw this scene, they also quickly ran to its side, their eyes filled with a look of fear and worry. The Imperial Beast Master saw the blue crystal water tiger fall to the ground, while he revealed a smug smile. This is what happens when you have to go against me. In the end you still can't beat me? If you had voluntarily handed over your two babies just now, you would have suffered less. Now that you no longer want to hand them over to me, they're mine too. The 26th level blue crystal water tiger still let out a roar in defiance, and out of motherhood, stood up with difficulty to protect its two babies that had only been born not long ago. Seeing that the blue crystal water tiger wanted to continue resisting, the Imperial Beast Master's eyes were fierce as he said, Red Plume, kill it. Green Moon Wolf King, go get those two baby blue crystal water tigers for me. With the Royal Beast Master's order, both the Red Plume and the Green Moon Wolf King ran straight towards the blue crystal water tiger. The blue crystal water tiger roared at its two babies, signaling them to run, and then continued to block the front in a final struggle to buy time for its babies to escape. The two baby blue crystal water tigers didn't want to leave their mom, but they were still pushed right out of the way by the blue crystal water tiger's column of water. The little one saw this and eventually stumbled away with tiger paws that were unsteady on their path. It was a pity that their mother didn't last long before she fell under Red Plume's attack once again. Although the Green Moon Wolf King was also severely injured, it was still very easy for it to chase these two baby blue crystal water tigers that couldn't even walk steadily on the road. The two baby blue crystal water tigers stumbled and fled, and they were terrified when they saw the Green Moon Wolf King catching up with them. One stumbled and they also bumped into the lap of a strange teenager who appeared out of nowhere. Thinking of their mother's life and death at this moment is uncertain. The two little guys, sick and desperate, tender tiger paws grabbed the teenager's legs. With their milky tiger roar to the teenager for help. And this teenager was none other than Lin Tianming, who had previously watched the battle from the shadows with Zhang Han. Chapter 110, Defeating the Imperial Beast Master. Blue Crystal Water Tiger repaying a favor by sending a baby? Lin Tianming's sudden appearance also caused the Green Moon Wolf King to let out an angry hiss. Ow! Just now. If Lin Tianming hadn't lured it and its green-faced wolves to the Blue Crystal Water Tiger, it wouldn't have been seriously injured, and its green-faced wolves wouldn't have been beaten to death by the Blue Crystal Water Tiger. If it wasn't for the lack of sufficient protection from the green-faced wolves, as well as the fact that it hadn't recovered from its serious injuries, it wouldn't have been caught by the Imperial Beastmasters and forced to enter into a contract and lose its freedom. Thinking that all of this was because of Lin Tianming, the Green Moon Wolf King waved its angry wolf claws, tearing out several Green Moon Wolf Claw marks to fly towards Lin Tianming, and its original body followed right after the Green Moon Wolf Claw mark and ran straight towards Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming could certainly see that the Green Moon Wolf King hated him and wanted to tear him apart, but he didn't regret his plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf just now at all. Since the Green Moon Wolf King and its green-faced wolf pack wanted to eat him as prey, they had to be prepared to be killed by him in return. In this lost forest, which was dominated by awakened beasts and where the weak were the strongest, Lin Tianming had experienced the series of battles just now and understood the laws of survival here. The Green Moon Wolf King was seriously injured and captured by the Imperial Beastmaster, and it was its own fault that it had to chase after him. Green Moon Wolf King, now that you don't have those green-faced wolves of yours to give you the power-boosting combination skills, and you're seriously injured, you're no match for me. Thunder Trample. With a single move of Thunder Trample, Lin Tianming didn't even need to execute Thunder Rampage to boost his attack power before he knocked out the severely injured Green Moon Wolf King on the spot. At that moment, the Imperial Beastmaster also arrived with his 27-ranked Red Plume, just in time to see the scene where Lin Tianming knocked down the Green Moon Wolf King. This teenager who looks about the same age as my sister. Seems like I've seen him somewhere. Although he felt that Lin Tianming looked familiar, seeing Lin Tianming protecting the two blue crystal water tiger babies that he wanted the most and injuring his Green Moon Wolf King, the Imperial Beastmaster still looked a little ugly. You awakened one who is only level 17. I advise you to leave now and don't hinder this Imperial Beastmaster from capturing an awakened beast to conclude a contract. Facing the threat of the Imperial Beastmaster, Lin Tianming stood his ground without fear. I'll keep these two baby blue crystal water tigers. This friend, for my sake, how about you go catch other awakened beasts to conclude a contract? As soon as he heard that Lin Tianming, a 17th level awakened person, was going to protect these two blue crystal water tiger babies, the Imperial Beastmaster laughed as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. After laughing for a while, the Imperial Beastmaster then looked at Lin Tianming with contempt in his eyes. I'm a 27-level Imperial Beastmaster abnormal ability awakened. You're a 17-level awakened, 10 levels lower than me. So what qualifications do you have to bail out these two blue crystal water tiger babies in front of me? Lin Tianming had defeated the 27-level SSS-ranked Young Dual Thunder ability Lei Dong at level 15. He was now level 17. And it was even more unlikely that he would be afraid of a level 27 Imperial Beast Master awakened. Lin Tianming calmly waved his hand, signaling that it was not too late for the other party to leave. My patience is very limited. I'm going to count to 10 and if you don't leave, I'm going to have to shoo you away myself. As soon as he heard Lin Tianming, who was 10 levels lower than him, being so arrogant, the Imperial Beast Master immediately revealed a look of anger. And Lin Tianming didn't even care if the Imperial Beast Master was really angry or not, and started counting on his own. 2, 3. Without waiting for Lin Tianming to finish his count, the furious Imperial Beast Master could no longer tolerate a 17th level awakened being so arrogant in front of him. Akira, teach this guy a hard lesson. With such an order from the Imperial Beast Master, the 27-leveled red plume swung its wings, fanning out 2 fiery hurricanes that swept towards Lin Tianming. Spiritual Sparks. Lin Tianming also came up to cast Spiritual Sparks, causing the Imperial Beastmaster and Red Plume to briefly lose their minds, not giving the Imperial Beastmaster any chance to catch his breath at all. Lin Tianming's body also surged with raging lightning power around him. Thunder rages. Thunder Trample. A foot violently trampled on the ground, and the power of Thunder Trample, which was enhanced by Thunder Rage, crushed the fiery hurricane of the mindless Red Plume with an unstoppable momentum in a matter of moments. By the time Red Plume and the Imperial Beastmaster slowed down, the might of Thunder Trample had already invaded Red Plume's immediate vicinity. Boom! Having only just slowed down from Spirit Spark's soul attack, Chiliying didn't have time to put up any defense before he was electrocuted by the power of the Thunder Trample, letting out a miserable shriek before fainting and dying in the same spot. How is this possible? Red Plume is a 27-level awakened beast, but it was electrocuted to death by a 17-level awakening with a single move? The Imperial Beastmaster's face was filled with disbelief, unable to believe that his Red Plume had fallen to the ground with such a move. At the same time, when he saw Lin Tianming walking towards him with a smirk on his face, the Imperial Beastmaster, who had lost the fighting power of both awakened beasts, also revealed a look of panic. What do you want? What for? It was really rude of you to interrupt my count to initiate a sneak attack on me, and I intend to teach you a lesson. Boom! With another Thunder Trample, Lin Tianming also electrified the Imperial Beastmaster to the point of screaming. He didn't come down too hard, though. After all, there was nothing wrong with the other party being a Beastmaster and taking in awakened beasts for combat. It was just that he, Lin Tianming, wanted to keep the 2 baby blue crystal water tigers now. Don't power up. I'll go okay? Big brother, I'm leaving. I don't want these 2 blue crystal water tiger babies. Seeing the other party begging for mercy, Lin Tianming also put away his thunderbolt. Get lost. Yes, master. I'm rolling, not daring to continue staying here. The Imperial Beastmaster put the Falling Green Moon Wolf King and Red Plume into the Imperial Beast Seal, and quickly fled the place. When the 2 baby blue crystal water tigers saw Lin Tianming easily defeating the Imperial Beastmaster, their terrified little expressions transformed into a joyful expression after the robbery. To show their gratitude, the little guys rubbed their tiger heads against Lin Tianming's leg. At this time, Zhang Han also appeared beside Lin Tianming from the shadows and patted his shoulder meaningfully. You kid, that's a good calculation. Brat, you're quite good at acting. I just don't know if this play of yours will really allow you to succeed in getting a baby blue crystal water tiger. Listening to Zhang Han's heartfelt words, as well as her words of seeing through and not saying anything, Lin Tianming also heatedly smiled. He then lowered his head to the baby blue crystal water tigers that were rubbing against his legs affectionately. Come on, little ones, lead the way and I'll take you back to your mommy. Hearing Lin Tianming's words, the 2 adorable blue crystal water tiger babies were also happy to lead the way for Lin Tianming. Only the 2 of them were so small that they stumbled over their walks, and it took them a while to make it back on the not-so-long path. Their blue crystal water tiger mother was helplessly sprawled in place at the moment, but upon seeing Lin Tianming and Zhang Han, the 26th-ranked blue crystal water tigers still let out an angry roar at them. The 2 baby blue crystal water tigers ran back to their mother's side, letting out milky tiger roars and explaining to their mother that it was Lin Tianming who had fought off the Imperial Beastmaster and saved them. It was only after learning the truth that the 26th-grade blue crystal water tiger dropped its hostility towards Lin Tianming and Zhang Han. Walking over to the blue crystal water tiger, Lin Tianming said to Zhang Han at this time, Teacher Zhang Han, do you have any methods to treat the injuries of this 26th-level blue crystal water tiger? Little cub, wanting your teacher me to help you cure this blue crystal water tiger and further enhance their goodwill towards you. You're quite calculating. Although he heard Zhang Han's heartfelt voice that saw through his thoughts, Lin Tianming still had to pretend that he didn't know anything and waited for Zhang Han's reply. Jiang Han pondered slightly for a moment and took out a bottle of potion. Brat, this is an elementary healing potion. It's useful for healing the injuries of awakened and awakened beasts below level 30. Feed it and take it. Thank you, MS. Kong Han. Lin Tianming took Jiang Han's primary healing potion and personally fed it to the weakened blue crystal water tiger. After taking the primary healing potion and feeling that her body's injuries were slowly recovering, the blue crystal water tiger mother also completely dropped her guard against Lin Tianming and Jiang Han, gratefully rubbing her large tiger head against Lin Tianming. The two baby blue crystal water tigers were also circling around Lin Tianming, very fond of Lin Tianming as their savior. After saving the three members of the blue crystal water tiger family, Lin Tianming, the great benefactor, then said, "We should also leave." Teacher Jiang Han. After saying his words, Lin Tianming twisted his head and left, and gave Jiang Han a wink. He was able to eavesdrop on Jiang Han's heart, and he believed that Jiang Han, who could see that he wanted to take in a baby blue crystal water tiger, could also understand the meaning of his eyes. Jiang Han's heartfelt words that followed were just as Lin Tianming had predicted. Is this what Kid Tianming means by asking me to cooperate with him in his act? Pretend to leave so that I can remind him to take in the awakened beast, and then see if the blue crystal water tiger family, who has received a great favor from him, will send out a baby blue crystal water tiger to him as he wishes. The idea is good, but if it fails, you'll have wasted your play. Of course Lin Tianming knew that failure would be tantamount to a wasted performance, but he still wanted to do it, to take a gamble. The awakened beast that took the initiative to make a contract was the one that could have the greatest understanding with him. Jiang Han stared at Lin Tianming for a moment and still decided to help him. Forget it, I'll play with you for a while. It's up to you whether you can make it or not. Little friend Tianming, aren't you looking for a suitable awakened beast to conclude a contract with? This blue crystal water tiger is just fine. It's much stronger in a single fight than the green moon wolf king that doesn't have the protection of the green face wolf pack. So I say pick one of them. No, Teacher Jiang Han, their family just went through a big disaster is quite pitiful. It's better to let their family live a good life. Let's go somewhere else to see if there's any suitable awakened beasts for me to conclude a contract. Then, well, it is rare to meet a blue crystal water tiger without resistance and not take it in. I really don't know what to say about you, this stupid child. Alas, the blue crystal water tiger family heard Lin Tianming and Jiang Han slowly departing conversation, and they looked at each other for a few moments as they had a good feeling about Lin Tianming. One of the baby blue crystal water tigers with a relatively self-reliant personality roared lowly at its mother a few times, indicating that it wanted to repay its kindness to Lin Tianming. After the contact just now, the blue crystal water tiger mother also felt that Lin Tianming had a much better personality than the previous royal beast master, and had a good feeling about Lin Tianming. If it didn't have to protect its baby, the one that wanted to repay the favor would have wanted to go with Lin Tianming. Thinking of this, the blue crystal water tiger mother, who also wanted to repay her kindness, also growled a few times lowly, confirming with that blue crystal water tiger baby with a self-supporting personality if she really wanted to go with Lin Tianming like this. If it didn't want to, it wouldn't have forced one of its babies to follow Lin Tianming away for the sake of so-called repayment. Although the self-reliant baby blue crystal water tiger was also very reluctant to let go of its mother, it was more interested in repaying the favor on behalf of their blue crystal water tiger family as it earnestly nodded its tiger head. Seeing that this brave little fellow wanted to repay his kindness so much, the blue crystal water tiger's mother also encouraged it to go after Lin Tianming. The self-reliant baby blue crystal water tiger glanced at its brother and mother before stumbling towards Lin Tianming. Chapter 111, SSS Class Imperial Beast Master. Another goddess reborn sought out. Lin Tianming and Jiang Han left at a slow pace. They were there to give the blue crystal water tiger family of three enough time to think before they went too fast, and they couldn't catch up with them even if they wanted to return the favor. As they got farther and farther away from the blue crystal water tiger family, Lin Tianming felt in his heart that the hope that the blue crystal water tiger family would return the favor was getting slimmer and slimmer. Just when he felt that his plan was going to fail, he suddenly heard the milky cries of the baby blue crystal water tiger from behind him. As soon as he heard this cry, Lin Tianming was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Still, he had to appear puzzled on the surface, then stopped and turned around, seeing the stumbling, unsteady path of the baby blue crystal water tiger chasing towards him. Lin Tianming also exchanged glances with Jiang Han before walking back. Why are you following me, little one? At the same time as he asked, Lin Tianming also squatted down and stroked the cute tiger head of the baby blue crystal water tiger. After the baby blue crystal water tiger caught up with Lin Tianming, it also revealed a humanized and happy smile, opening its teeth and claws and letting out a milky tiger roar, indicating that it had come to repay its kindness. This adorable scene also made Jiang Han, who was on the side, look happy. I didn't think much of it before, But this baby blue crystal water tiger is quite cute. It's just a pity that this little guy fell for this bad boy's evil plan and is going to become this bad boy's awakened beast. Thinking about it, Jiang Han sighed again and shook his head. When Lin Tianming heard Jiang Han's heartfelt words, he became a bit displeased. If he's the bad boy who uses treachery, what's Kong Han, who accompanies him in his act? Moreover, he had long thought that if the blue crystal water tiger family didn't want to repay the favor, he wouldn't force one of them to enter into a contract with him. The fact that their family of 3 would be injured and almost captured by that imperial beast master just now was mainly due to his plan of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Lin Tianming wouldn't feel sorry for the Green Moon Wolf King because the Green Moon Wolf King wanted to eat him. But this family of 3 was technically considered to have almost been captured by the imperial beastmaster because of him. So he saved them, and they didn't want to enter into a contract with him, and he, Lin Tianming, was able to accept that. Lazily ignoring Jiang Han who was bad-mouthing him in his heart, Lin Tianming also revealed a look of uncertainty. You mean you want to follow me, little one? The baby blue crystal water tiger immediately nodded its tiger head in affirmation. Subsequently, in order to make Lin Tianming truly understand what it meant, it was waving its tender tiger claws again, posing as if it wanted to conclude a contract with Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming also showed a look that he had only just read the meaning of the baby blue crystal water tiger and said, "You want to make a contract with me to follow me? Are you sure your mother agrees?" The baby blue crystal water tiger nodded affirmatively again, then turned back to beckon its tiger paw to its mother, the blue crystal water tiger, who was just a short distance away, as well as its fellow brothers. The blue crystal water tiger mother and the other blue crystal water tiger baby also responded by letting out tiger roars, indicating that they both supported this little baby following Lin Tianming. Seeing that all 3 of their family members had decided so, Lin Tianming took a deep breath. Since you've decided to follow me, then I definitely won't treat you poorly. I'll train you well and develop you into a blue crystal water tiger with superior fighting strength. Let's work hard together and fight side by side in the future. If you are ready, let us make the contract here, in the presence of your mother and brother. As he spoke, Lin Tianming unleashed the Imperial Beast Master skill he had copied, the Imperial Beast Pact. As soon as the Imperial Beast contract was activated, an imprint of the power to conclude the contract appeared in Lin Tianming's palm. The baby blue crystal water tiger also raised its fleshy pink tiger paw and took the initiative to touch Lin Tianming's right hand. The moment the tiger's claws touched his palm, the royal beast contract seal in Lin Tianming's palm erupted with a dazzling light, striking into the body of the baby blue crystal water tiger. At the same time, a blue water attribute mark emerged from Lin Tianming's palm. This was the Imperial Beast Seal that was specifically designed to provide living space for the blue crystal water tiger after the Imperial Beast Master had successfully taken in the water attribute blue crystal water tiger. Lin Tianming was trying to see if his copied Royal Beast Master skill could make a contract with the awakened beast, and he also revealed a look of delight when he succeeded. Jiang Han, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded because the original owner in his last life did not try to replicate the Imperial Beast Master skill to take in the awakened beasts. I can't believe this kid actually made it. When this baby blue crystal water tiger grows up a little, this silly boy's same level battle power will be raised by a large amount again. The future growth potential of him in this life really far exceeds that of him in his last life. The previous Imperial Beastmaster was also in no mood to continue staying in the Lost Forest after being violently beaten up by Lin Tianming. Leaving the Lost Forest, he returned to the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. The more he thought about his encounter in the Lost Forest, the more bad luck this Imperial Beastmaster felt. Exasperated, he thought of his genius SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster sister, and he also took out his cell phone to ask where his sister was right now, and then took the initiative to go over to look for someone. Soon enough, the sentinel found his own sister who was also a sentinel. At this time, his own sister had just experienced a battle in the wind chime arena of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy. The opponent was none other than Lei Dong, who had once been defeated by Lin Tianming. With so many people watching, Lei Dong, a second-year student who had once represented the entire Kyushu to participate in the Global Higher Awakened One Academy competition, lost to a first-year student again. Although this first-year student had defeated him this time at level 17, 2 levels higher than Lin Tianming's level 15 victory over him at the time, he still couldn't accept it. He was one of the top 10 strongest awakened amongst the second-year students of the Great Imperial Academy, and to lose in the hands of a first-year student like this would be doomed to become a laughingstock. Moreover, this first-year student was not a student of their Imperial Great Empress Academy, but a foreign student who had been invited by the Imperial Great Empress Academy to visit. His battle was equivalent to representing the entire imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, and losing would be even more humiliating than losing to Lin Tianming from the same academy at that time. The Imperial Beastmaster's sister didn't bother with Lei Dong. who had already lost to her and was there in a state of mind that had collapsed greatly, as she turned to look at her Imperial Beastmaster brother, Manhwa. Brother Howren, I've just finished the battle here and you're contacting me on my cell phone. Is there something urgent? As soon as Imperial Beastmaster Manhwa saw his sister, afraid of being embarrassed by telling about his beating in public, he too hurriedly pulled his sister to find a place where no one was, and told his sister, Mang Xie, all about what happened to him when he was brutally beaten up by Lin Tianming just now. That's just how things are. That person must still be in the Lost Forest right now. Sister Shiyu, if we rush back now, we might still be able to make it and get justice for me. After listening to Manhwa, Mang Xie but smiled. Brother Howren, don't be anxious, I'll avenge your death for you, but not now. And when will that be? I don't even know his name, and if he's gone we'll never find him. He'll naturally show up when I've beaten up all the strongest sophomores in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. As the words fell, Mang Xie's mind also flashed through Lin Tianming's figure that she hated. In this life, she had returned reborn and would definitely make Lin Tianming, who had victimized her in the secret realm in her last life, pay the price. Chapter 112, the 3rd and 4th ranked second-year students joining forces were no match for Mang Xie. Have you heard? Heard what? It's Mang Xie, the first-year student sent by North Shore Academy in North Shore City to visit our Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy, who has only been awakened for more than 2 months. And as soon as she came to our Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy, she defeated the 10th to 5th of the strongest 10 awakened students in the second year of our Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy one after the other. This North Shore Academy Mang Xiyu is so powerful? What kind of psychic ability does she have? Imperial Beast Master Ability Talent. An ability talent that specializes in harnessing awakened beasts for battle. And it's also SSS ranked. I have a feeling that this Mang Xie is the one sent by the North Shore Academy to smash the brand of the No. 1 Awakened Beasts Academy of the Kyushu in my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. Lin Tianming and Xu Yunfei came out from the cafeteria together after lunch today, and happened to bump into a few passers-by there talking about Mang Xie from North Shore Academy. He couldn't help but remember that yesterday when he was practicing in the Lost Forest, he also encountered a young male Imperial Beastmaster. That male Imperial Beastmaster, he wouldn't also be a student from North Shore Academy in North Shore City, would he? Xu Yunfei, who was beside Lin Tianming, also heard the group of passers-by talking, and he seemed to have remembered something and immediately hooked his shoulders up to Lin Tianming. Tianming, I also happen to want to talk to you about that SSS Imperial Beastmaster Mang Xie. She first challenged the 10th ranked sophomore among the strongest 10 awakened second-year students yesterday. That is, the Lei Dong that you defeated before, and then successively challenged the 9th to the 5th ranked ones in public. If it wasn't for the lack of time, I have a feeling that she would have beaten the strongest 10 of the sophomore students all over the place yesterday. You don't know. I was there and watched a few matches. This Mang Xie is really strong, almost winning in a one-sided brutal beating, even fiercer than you looked when you defeated Lei Dong before. Now the internet is all crazy rumors that the first-year student Mang Xie who violently beat up the second-year students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy is even stronger than you, and is the strongest first person among the freshly awakened freshmen in this session of the Kyushu. And because of her, many people are crazy rumors on the internet that the name of the first awakened academy of the Kyushu in my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy is not true to its name. Lin Tianming looked at Xu Yunfei's expression as he browbeatenly recounted how powerful Mang Xie was, and he said thoughtfully, how many levels is she now? 15 levels? 17th level? You only promoted to 16th level last time you defeated Lei Dong. She can be one level higher than you. This session's top first-year students of the Kyushu are more monsters than monsters one by one. Hearing Xu Yunfei say that Mang Xie was level 17, Lin Tianming was also a bit surprised. He had received all sorts of thunder and lightning baptized devilish special training from teacher Zhang Han, accumulating to the point where he was fast breaking through the bottleneck, and had only completed his 17th level promotion in the actual battle in the Lost Forest yesterday. This Mang Xie had stormed Lei Dong and the others yesterday with a rank of 17, indicating that she was advancing even faster than he was. Noticing Lin Tianming's surprised expression, Xu Yunfei teased him, our great genius Lin Tianming, is he feeling the pressure? That foreign student named Mang Xie is advancing faster than you in rank. The pressure is not there. Lin Tianming really didn't have much pressure. He was just surprised that the other party had promoted to level 17 one step faster than him. It seemed that the intensity of that Mang Xie's level-up cultivation was more than likely no less than the special training that teacher Zhang Han had customized for him. There's another cut in the Wind Chime Arena to watch. It's said to be that SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster Mang Xie from North Shore Academy from yesterday, and she's continuing her upward challenge today, and is now going to challenge Li Hao, who's ranked 4th amongst the top 10 strongest second years, and Zhang Zishi, who's ranked 3rd. What? it's that Meng Xie again. Wait for me. I have to go to the scene to see it too. I missed her challenge yesterday, so I have to witness it live today to see if she can continue her victory from yesterday. Continuing to walk on the way back to the boys' dormitory, another passerby nearby talked about the fact that Meng Xie had another challenge today. When Xu Yunfei heard those passersby talking, he also suggested to Lin Tianming, let's go to the scene as well, and see if this Meng Xie can actually defeat the 4th-ranked Li Hao and the 3rd-ranked Zhang Zishi. Lin Tianming was also interested in this Meng Xie who was rumored to be a god, and he nodded. Come on, it's good to get together. As the words fell, Lin Tianming also walked with Xu Yunfei in the direction of the Wind Chime Arena. At this moment, in the Wind Chime Arena, a cutthroat battle between students had just ended. Li Hao, the 4th-ranked second-year student, and Zhang Zishi, the 3rd-ranked, both ran out of power and collapsed in the arena. Understood. 2 seniors. After Meng Xie easily defeated Zhang Zishi and Li Hao by herself, she also politely smiled faintly at the two who had joined forces and still lost. Li Hao said with a bitter smile on his face, "School sister Meng is really strong. It's me, Li Hao, who is not as skilled as others." Zhang Zishi didn't care that much about winning or losing. He yawned sleepily. After the fight, I should go back to lie down and sleep. Meng Xie politely inquired as the two were preparing to leave. I wonder if you two seniors, do you know where senior sister Mo Jinghong and senior Yang Yu are? Or do you have any way to invite the two of them here now? Not realizing that Meng Xie was going to continue her upward challenge just after the fight, Li Hao and Zhang Zishi looked at each other. After a moment passed, Li Hao kindly reminded Meng Xie, we can't invite those two. Although you won us, I'll kindly remind you that none of us are SSS-ranked talents, and the two of them have far higher real battle strengths than us, cashing in on their SSS-rank alien talents. Unlike Lei Dong who wasted his SSS-ranked talents, you should still be careful if you want to challenge them. Thanks for the reminder, senior. Since you guys aren't good at inviting them, I'll figure it out on my own. After Meng Xie finished speaking, she took the lead and left the Wind Chime Arena. The battle ended, and Li Hao and Zhang Zishi left the place together. But their departure didn't make the nearby students who were hotly discussing the battle just now stop talking. Li Hao and Zhang Zishi are the 4th and 3rd ranked existences among the 10 strongest second-year students, both with awakened person ranks of 28, and the two of them teamed up. But they also lost miserably at the hands of Meng Xie from the North Shore Academy. Is she really only 17? Earlier when she named Li Hao and Zhang Zishi together, I thought she was being arrogant, but now it seems that people really do have this ability to fight one against two, and they don't rest after the fight. They still want to find Mo Shakong and Yang Yu to continue the challenge. I thought it was perverted enough when I saw first-year Lin Tianming violently beat up Lei Dong, who was ranked 10th among the second-year students, but I didn't expect that now there's another outsider who's even stronger than Lin Tianming. Is this going to break through my Imperial Great Imperial Academy? Listening to the comments of these onlookers passerby students, Wang Jian who happened to be there to witness this battle was also deeply sympathetic. How is it that this class of freshmen who have only been enrolled for a short while are all fiercer than one another? We have Lin Tianming from the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, and this North Coast Academy has also produced a Meng Xie. Just then, a voice that made his blood pressure soar came from behind Wang Jian who was talking to himself. Tianming, isn't this that brother-in-law of yours that you violently beat up before? What a coincidence. He's also here watching the battle. We shouldn't be late, right? How come we can't see a bit of cutthroat movement in the Wind Chime Arena? Chapter 113 Meng Xie is under pressure. Feng Lan Yiqingshu has secretly trained together in special training. You brat. Who said who's brother-in-law? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my cousin is? Speak out of turn, or I'll whip you. As soon as he heard that the person dared to say that he was his brother-in-law, Wang Jian turned around, itching to tear that person's mouth apart. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Tianming's roommate, Xu Yunfei. Discovering that the second-year Wang Jian was furious, he immediately accompanied a smile without Lin Tianming's strength. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, walked up and patted Wang Jian's shoulder. Senior Wang Jian, this roommate of mine just drank too much and said some nonsense. We only reconciled in front of your cousin before, so for my sake, you shouldn't be bothered with a schoolmate, right? Wang Jian couldn't beat Lin Tianming. Even if Lin Tianming didn't move out his cousin Wang Yanran, he didn't dare to make a scene at Lin Tianming. So, it turned out to be Tianming's school brother. Who did I say it was? It's alright, I don't care. Successfully placating Wang Jian, Lin Tianming looked at the Wind Chime Arena where no one was cutting, and then asked, Senior Wang Jian, I just heard someone say that Meng Xie from North Shore Academy was going to challenge the two seniors, Li Hao and Zhang Zishi, here, so how come we don't see any of them? Being asked this by Lin Tianming, Wang Jian also immediately replied, The fight is over. They've all left. When Xu Yunfei saw that Wang Jian was subdued by Lin Tianming, he also came up. So fast? That's 2 challenges. And Meng Xie solved them all in this one? Or did Meng Xie lose from the start? Meng Xie said she was in a hurry and still wanted to challenge Mo Jinghong and Yang Yu. So she let Li Hao and Zhang Zishi go on together. And it turned out that the 2 of them teamed up. But they still didn't last more than a few moves in her hands before they lost. With Wang Jian saying this, Xu Yunfei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That's the 4th and 3rd ranked existences amongst the strongest sophomores of our Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. Joining forces and still losing so quickly? If you don't believe me, you can brush up on the video. I guess someone has already videotaped the whole thing and uploaded it to all the major social media programs. Xu Yunfei sniffed, but also immediately took out his cell phone to search. And as soon as he did, he found the Meng Xie challenge video that had just been released not long ago. And the opponents were none other than Li Hao and Zhang Zishi. He played it directly live for viewing. And Lin Tianming also looked at it slightly. Seeing Meng Xie defeat the teamed-up Li Hao and Zhang Ziruoshi in a near-crushing manner, Xu Yunfei's face was filled with shock. Monster! Monster! Tianming! I feel like this guy might be even more of a monster than you. Wang Jian also looked at Lin Tianming, who was deep in thought at this time, and curiously said, Senior Tianming, you wouldn't want to find her to spar with this time, would you? Lin Tianming shook his head. I just came over to take a look. After watching the video Xu Yunfei sighed, it's a pity that I missed it. Watching the video always feels almost flavorful. Just as Lin Tianming and Xu Yunfei were preparing to leave, Wang Jian was the one who realized that the aura on Lin Tianming's body seemed to have gotten stronger again. He scrutinized the aura on Lin Tianming's body for a while and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He said incredulously, Senior Tianming, you've broken through level 17? When these words came out, Xu Yunfei was also stunned. Being seen by Wang Jian that he had been promoted to level 17, Lin Tianming revealed an undeniable smile. Senior Wang Jian really has a good eye. A bit of luck and another accidental breakthrough. Receiving Lin Tianming's affirmation, Xu Yunfei immediately revealed a look like he understood everything. Tianming, no wonder you came over as soon as you heard that Meng Xie from North Shore Academy had broken through level 17. So it turns out that you're also at level 17 and want to find her to compete with. Wang Jian was also a bit expectant. Senior Tianming, with your talent, also at level 17, if you win the battle with that Meng Xie, you can definitely redeem the golden sign of my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academies. No. One awakened one academy in Kyushu. Seeing as how they all felt that he had come to find Meng Xie to spar and was really just simply here to watch the battle, Lin Tianming was somewhat speechless, not bothering to explain anything to them who thought they knew everything. He waved his hand and turned away. Since the sparring session is over and there's nothing to see, I'll go back first. Senior Wang Jian, remember to greet senior sister Yanran for me. Xu Yunfei saw Lin Tianming leave just like that. A dormitory he also hurriedly chased after him. When he returned to his dorm room, Lin Tianming received a voice message from Yi Qingxue. Xu Yunfei was also very understanding and didn't disturb Lin Tianming when he had a girl looking for him. Brother Tianming, I'm sorry that I didn't wait for you to have lunch with me today. I don't think you're mad at me, right? Listening to Yi Qingxue's words with a hint of an apologetic tone, Lin Tianming smiled faintly and replied in seconds. No, it's not like we're Siamese twins. We don't have to be so glued together every day. On the other side of the cell phone, Yi Qingxue, who had already left the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, lightly stroked her trembling chest and let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Feng Lan, who had left the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy with her, before continuing to reply to Lin Tianming. It's good that there isn't. I might be a bit busy lately. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany Brother Tianming for dinner or a date these days, so I wanted to tell you in advance. Brother Tianming, a little busy? Was it another attempt to rely on her past life memories to find the chance that belonged to her? After spending so much time with Yi Qingxue, it was the first time Lin Tianming had seen her not clinging to him. To be honest, he was kind of uncomfortable with it. However, Lin Tianming still replied, it's fine. When you're not so busy, we'll make a date to go out together. Well, Brother Tianming, that's enough for now. I have to get busy. Go on. Lin Tianming had just finished chatting with Yi Qingxue on his side when he received another voice message from Feng Lan. I've had some things to take care of recently, so I won't be able to find you for a sparring session these days. If you want to look for me, wait for me to come back and take the initiative to contact you. How come Feng Lan is busy all of a sudden too? Yi Qingxue and Feng Lan wouldn't say yes, would they? Although he couldn't figure out how Feng Lan was the same as Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming was still happy to see her so busy. Every time Feng Lan sought him out he was either sparring or on his way to do so, and if he didn't have enough reasons, he would have to fight her at least once a day. It was good that Fong Lan was much better handled than Wang Yanran before. He just had to refuse and she wouldn't look for him that day. If Fong Lan was like Wang Yanran before her, blocking his door by all means, he would really have a headache until he exploded. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming replied, "Well, then we'll spar when you're not busy. I hope that when I ask you to spar next time, you don't find a bunch of reasons to turn me down again." Receiving Fong Lan's message back to him in seconds, Lin Tianming was also a bit embarrassed. "I'm sure I won't turn you down next time." After replying to such a sentence, Lin Tianming didn't receive any more news from Fong Lan. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue saw that Fong Lan had finished contacting Lin Tianming and said, "I really didn't expect that you would invite me to join you in the secret special training for breaking through the 17th level. It seems that Meng Xie from the North Shore Academy has brought quite a bit of pressure to our ruthless and short-talking Fong family's eldest miss." As she spoke, Yi Qingshue's body radiated a gust of cold extreme ice power around her. Berserk wind blades were also blowing around Fong Lan's body. Her eyes were sharp as a sword. "Even if it's special training, I won't show you any mercy, please." Chapter 114 Yangyu, the last ace of the second year. Will it be possible to keep the signboard of the Imperial Grade Imperial School? Lin Tianming would never have dreamed that Yi Qingshui and Fong Lan, who had looked at each other from the time they enrolled in school until now, would temporarily reconcile and carry out the secret special training for breaking through the 17th level together. The trigger that prompted them to secretly special train together was not him, but the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master Meng Xie from the North Shore Academy. Now that he saw Meng Xie so powerfully beating up almost all the second-year students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy, the only one who could be so calm was Lin Tianming. However, there was still someone in this Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy who could make Lin Tianming calm down. That's Mr. Kang Han, who likes to give him special training on the devil. "Goddamn Jiang Han," said, "what the second stage of the Thunder Pool Intensity special training can't help me. Afraid of the third stage of the intensity is still not enough. Directly skipped the third stage to enter the fourth stage of the Thunder Pool Baptism. Almost didn't get squeezed dry by this devil." Cursing as he walked out of the Thunder Awakening ground, Lin Tianming's entire body was on the verge of being deflated. He was just about to say that he would wait for his clingy little girlfriend, Qingshue's sister, to come and help him to rest before he remembered that Yi Qingxue had said yesterday that she had something to do recently that she couldn't accompany him. Pust. "Ha ha ha, I can't. I really didn't mean to. Po ha 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 ha. Senior Lin Tianming, I can't. You look like this is too funny. Senior sister, I just can't hold it in. What's wrong with you?" Laughter that mocked him suddenly came from nearby, and Lin Tianming, who had just finished his devil's special training, looked over without any good humor. Once he saw that it was Mo Jinghong who had helped him several times, Lin Tianming resisted the urge to punch someone. He blankly glanced at Mo Jinghong, who was still in the mood to laugh at him at this time. "Senior sister Dinghong, can you stop laughing?" "No, I don't want to. Pooh ha ha, I just happened to be passing by. I didn't expect to bump into you. You're not going to be beaten up like this by that out-of-school student, Meng Xie, are you?" Mo Jinghong swore to the heavens that she had never intentionally mocked Lin Tianming. It was mainly because Lin Tianming's appearance was really too funny, and she just couldn't hold it in. Lin Tianming also said, "I haven't even met that Meng Xie. How could I possibly be beaten by her? I just finished receiving the devilish special training from the goddamn teacher Jiang Han." Mo Shakong slowed her breath and slightly collected her mind that was on the verge of bursting into laughter. "God damn it, Senior Lin Tianming. It seems like your teacher Jiang Han is usually very strict with you. No wonder you broke through so fast and are also 17th level. Just like that Meng Xie from the outside school. Don't be sarcastic. Senior sister Shocking Rainbow, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. It's a rare encounter. It's lunchtime. You can't just slip away. Do you know it's really hard to get a date with you? We have to have lunch together this time." Mo Jinghong stopped Lin Tianming with a smile. She had been wanting to ask Lin Tianming out since the day she added him as a friend, to improve her understanding of Lin Tianming as a schoolmate and to satisfy her curiosity. Nah, every time she approached him, he seemed to be busy. This time, she finally let her catch him once. She wouldn't just let Lin Tianming go. Seeing that Mo Jinghong was so persistent, Lin Tianming hesitated and still agreed to her. "Okay then, Sister Shocking Rainbow, where are we going for lunch? The cafeteria? How boring is the cafeteria? Come on. I'll treat you to a new restaurant at the North Gate. It's very good. It's open for a week and has a special offer. And in order to attract people, the portion is also large. I'll take you to try it." After saying the words, Mo Jinghong pulled Lin Tianming and ran towards the North Gate, which could have tossed Lin Tianming, who had just finished his special training. "Hiss, senior sister, take it easy. My bones are about to be broken by you. Just like this." He pulled and tugged with Mo Jinghong to the store she said she was in, and Lin Tianming, who was already tired enough, almost collapsed from exhaustion. Mo Jinghong, on the other hand, smiled and said, "How is this store? Isn't it a nice environment, brother Tianming?" "Not bad is not bad, but senior sister Shocking Rainbow, next time can you not pull me all the way when I'm so tired? I'm really afraid that I'll suddenly run out of breath halfway." Good. Let your senior sister give you a good tonic, and order you a few more dishes for lunch today." Mo Jinghong smiled and picked up the menu and ordered a bunch of dishes. This new place wasn't very crowded, and their food was served up quickly one by one. The two of them just ate and talked to each other. They didn't leave immediately after they were full of wine and food, and continued to sit in this restaurant and chat. "Senior Lin Tianming, I brushed up on a message. In 10 minutes, Meng Shiyu from North Coast Academy is going to challenge Yongyu, the number 1 second-year student of our imperial capital Great Imperial Academy." Once he heard Mo Jinghong's words, Lin Tianming frowned. He remembered that Meng Xie didn't seem to have challenged the second-ranked Mo Jinghong yet, so how come she directly challenged the first-ranked Yongyu? Thinking of this, Lin Tianming asked Mo Jinghong, "Senior sister Dinghong, I remember that Meng Xie doesn't seem to have challenged you publicly yet, so how come she directly challenged senior Yongyu? Could it be that she has already won you privately?" Speaking of this, Mo Shakong also smiled to clear up Lin Tianming's confusion. "It's true that she hasn't fought me yet, but she has approached me, but I've turned her down." Refused? Lin Tianming was a bit surprised, not expecting Mo Shakong to reject Meng Xie's challenge. Right now, the entire Imperial Great Empress Academy was waiting for someone to defeat Meng Xie of North Shore Academy and preserve their Imperial Great Empress Academy's gold standard of being the number 1 Awakened One Academy. Isn't Mo Jinghong's refusal like this tantamount to surrendering without a fight? If this were to spread out, it would also tarnish the reputation of the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy. Seeing Lin Tianming's doubts, Mo Shakong also told Lin Tianming the reason for her refusal. "I don't really want to waste my energy on this kind of pointless fighting if it's not necessary lately. I've been bursting with inspiration lately, and I've been spending a lot of time upgrading my proprietary weapons every day, and that's a lot of soul power to lose, so that's why I'm refusing." When Mo Jinghong said this, Lin Tianming also remembered that her special ability was SSS-ranked Forging Hand, a special ability talent related to building weapons. "So it is. I'll tell you another little secret. This inspiration of mine happens to be inspired by your teacher Jiang Han's heroic deed of exterminating the God Realm Demon Fiend King of Raging Thunder a few years ago. And if it comes to fruition, my battle prowess will definitely undergo a qualitative metamorphosis." Lin Tianming's curiosity was piqued. Qualitative metamorphosis? "I have a very strong premonition that as long as I'm allowed to successfully breed this divine weapon, it's very likely that I'll have the potential to become a god in the future. Just like your teacher Jiang Han." Mo Shocking Rainbow's mysterious words were also what made Lin Tianming remember that Yi Qingshua's heart mentioned that Mo Shocking Rainbow was a goddess of forging in her last life. Could it be that whether or not Mo Jinghong could become a god in the future had something to do with the divine weapon she was trying to conceive this time? Without waiting for Lin Tianming to ponder, Mo Jinghong said, "How? Do you think your senior sister I'm bragging? It's impossible to be as accomplished as your teacher Jiang Han in the future?" Hearing Mo Jinghong's somewhat unhappy words, Lin Tianming hurriedly waved his hands. "How could that be? Senior sister Ginghong will definitely become a god in the future." Lin Tianming's bragging made Mo Shakong very flattered. She stood up and patted Lin Tianming's shoulder. "That's more like it. Let's go. Senior Lin Tianming, we're rushing to the Wind Chime Arena now. We should be just in time to catch the battle between Yongyu and Meng Xie. Let's see whether or not he can keep the signboard of my imperial capital Great Imperial Academy." Chapter 115, Divine Beast Off Fire Sparrow. Departing fire burns the heavens. Meng Xie, who was sitting on a divine beast in the opening game, Wind Chime Arena. Lin Tianming and Mo Shakong arrived at the scene just in time to see Yongyu and Meng Xie walk inside the arena. "It seems like we've come at the right time. I hope Yongyu can thwart this Meng Xie. If he loses, I guess it'll be your turn." Senior Lin Tianming. Me, Lin Tianming was here to watch the battle. He had no intention of trying to spar with Meng Xie. "Yeah, it's you. Think about it. If Yongyu loses, it's the same as the entire second-year students of my Empyrean Academy losing to a first-year outsider. It's a shame for the Empyrean Academy. It's impossible for the third-year students to continue to go down because even if they win, it's still a victory. And if they lose, my Empyrean Academy is going to be even more humiliated. In fact, the second-year student won and won, but she has challenged and Yongwu has accepted, so she has to win. And if he loses, and the probability is that the third-year student won't go down like I speculated, so you'll have to be the first-year student to come out." Lin Tianming listened to Mo Jinghong's analysis and said thoughtfully, That's the reason you refused the challenge, right? Thinking about what? I've just recently had to gestate that weapon that's especially important to me, and I can't afford to waste my energy. In response to Mo Jinghan's denial, Lin Tianming didn't continue to look deeper into the matter, but instead looked at Yang Yu and Meng Xie in the field. Yang Yu humbly conceded, "Sister Meng, you're a first-year student. You go first." As Meng Xiyu sniffed, sparks of fire surged around her body in the next instant. Since this is what the senior wants, then schoolmate will respectfully comply. As the words fell, Meng Xie raised her right hand, and the crimson imperial beast seal swept out a 17th ranked red plume, fanning its fiery feathers towards Yang Yu. That red plume was clearly only level 17, but in the hands of Meng Xie, an SSS ranked imperial beastmaster, the same skill was more powerful than the level 27 male imperial beastmaster that Lin Tianming had seen before. Akira? It seemed that this Meng Xie was definitely related to that 27 level male imperial beastmaster. While Lin Tianming was analyzing Meng Xie's relationship with that male imperial beastmaster from the Lost Forest, he was the one who heard the last thing he wanted to hear from his heart. If you let me make the first move, you'll only lose faster. What? Wait, is this Meng Xie's heart? So she's also a goddess reborn who's been screwed over by the original owner? If I defeat you and I don't challenge the third-year students, the Imperial Great Empress Academy will inevitably, in order to save face, have their number one freshman, Lin Tianming, come and spar with me before I leave. The vengeance for scrapping my Imperial Beastmaster alien talent in the secret realm in my last life and reducing me from an SSS-class Imperial Beastmaster genius to a wasted man. I'll definitely get it back from you in this life. Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming had originally fantasized that he might have encountered so many goddess reborns during this period of time that he had gotten goddess reborn phobia, and when he saw a woman, he thought that the other person was a reborn and was looking for him to seek revenge. However, when Lin Tianming heard Meng Xie's heartfelt words once again, he knew that he hadn't heard wrong. Original Lord, just how many people did you screw over in your last life before you died? It's not over, is it? The debt that the original owner had caused was all to be paid by him, the traveler whose soul had passed through. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Lin Tianming slowly clenched his iron fist. If it wasn't for the fact that the original owner's soul had already been extinguished by the soul passing through to him, he would definitely want to pull the original owner's soul out and give it a good thrashing. At this moment, Yang Yu within the arena was facing Meng Xiyu's red plume surprise attack, and a stream of water was also surging around him. The water flowed and converged in front of Yang Yu's body, condensing into a flute that emitted water attribute energy. The flames carried by the incoming red plume were also extinguished in an instant after touching that flute, and Qiling was also sent flying by the rippling waves generated by the flute. The nearby onlookers of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy students were all demoralized when they saw this scene. Meng Xiyu used this move to defeat Li Hao and Zhang Ziruoshi earlier, and I didn't expect that Yang Yu would easily shock Meng Xiyu's awakened beast. Red plume. Away. Don't even look at who Yang Yu is. That's the number one amongst the second-year students of our Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. SSS-Grade Tianyin Flute Alien Talent. Awakening level 29. Now that outsider student Meng Xie has kicked the bucket. Not bad. Senior Yang Yu is still the second-place winner of the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition, and it was the one who forced the strongest genius awakened in the North Ean domain into a desperate situation and lost by a single move. So one more time it might be that Senior Yang Yu is the first-place winner of this competition. If even he loses to this first-year student who has only been awakened for more than 2 months, doesn't it mean that the recent Global Higher Awakened Academy competition is quite devoid of gold, and that the second year's first genius of the Northern Ean domain is no match for this Meng Xie? Listening to the people nearby talking, Lin Tianming frowned and said, "Senior sister, what kind of supernormal ability is Senior Yang Yu's heavenly voice flute supernormal ability exactly? That flute doesn't look like a weapon that was built, but rather, it looks very much like it was coalesced by his own psychic ability." In the face of Lin Tianming's question, Mo Shakong was a little surprised that Lin Tianming could see the doorway the first time he saw the heavenly tone flute. You are quite accurate. That heavenly tone flute is indeed not made from various forging materials, but his alien energy itself. His heavenly tone flute's alien energy is actually a mutation of the SSS-Grade water attribute ability. That's why it's all water attribute energy. After receiving Mo Jinghan's explanation, Lin Tianming also continued to watch the battle with his eyes. Yang Yu, who had successfully shocked away Red Plume, also turned defense into offense and played his heavenly flute. The long flute sound transformed into materialized ripples that spread swiftly towards Meng Xie. Meng Xiyu was also not expecting Yang Yu to be much stronger than she had imagined, and her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Worthy of being the first of the second-year students of the Imperial Academy, this strength is indeed far beyond the ordinary.
Except that when you meet me, a reborn person, it's meaningless even if you're stronger. As soon as he heard this heartfelt voice from Meng Xiyu, Lin Tianming also focused mainly on her. The red plume was directly taken back by Meng Xie into the Imperial Beast Seal, and a brand new red-colored seal was then revealed in her palm. Unlike Red Plume's fire attribute Ruddy Seal, this Ruddy Seal was inscribed with other fire attribute awakened beast patterns. As the crimson seal flickered with light, an aura of flame that seemed to be able to burn down space began to shake the area. This aura seems to be like the aura that Ji Qingxue and Fomlan have only when they perform the Divine Dao domain skill. Not. Already 17 level Meng Cas Palmas Royal Beast Seal Divine Dao Field Breath is even stronger. Accompanied by a bird's cry that ran through the sky, a blazing firebird that swept through the flames that touched the Divine Dao realm flew out from the Imperial Beast Seal. This was an awakened beast that Lin Tianming had never seen before during his previous period of learning theoretical knowledge in Mingxi City. Not only had Lin Tianming never seen this bird with boiling flames burning all over its body, but all the onlookers at the scene couldn't recognize what kind of awakened beast this firebird actually was. With this divine beast leaving flame sparrows leaving flame, even if your Tianyin flute is water attributed, I can still defeat you against the attribute. Shinto Domain Fire Attribute Imperial Beast Technique Departing Fire Burns the Sky. Chapter 116 Yang Yu Lost. Lin Tianming had to get on the field. The burning sky's fire blazed, scorching the space and causing it to tremble, directly triggering the Wind Chime Arena's protective barrier. If it wasn't for the Wind Chime Arena's protective barrier for protection, that burning fire from the sky would have surely burned many of the nearby onlookers. This shocking scene also stunned everyone at the scene. Mo Jinghong beside Lin Tianming, on the other hand, her eyes sank. What kind of awakened beast is she? Why is it casting such a strong flame skill? Lin Tianming already knew through Meng Xia's heartfelt voice that the never-seen-before awakened beast wasn't an ordinary awakened beast, but rather, it was the divine beast leaving flame sparrow. However, this was something Lin Tianming definitely wouldn't tell Mo Jinghong, as it would involve his ability to eavesdrop on his heart. One could only wait for Meng Xie herself to speak up and explain her divine beast, the leaving fire sparrow. Under Lin Tianming's unblinking gaze, the departing fire sparrow's departing fire burning sky ignored attribute suppression, vaporizing Yongyu's ripple into water vapor in an instant, and burning towards Yongyu with unabated might. Seeing this, Yongyu also instantly played his heavenly voice flute. The lurid waves rose up and tried to extinguish the boiling and burning off fire. But under the fiery flames of the departing fire burning sky touching the Divine Dao realm, the waves were also vaporized in an instant. Feeling the pressure from Meng Xiyu, Yongyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even before, against the strongest second-year student of the North Yin domain, Yongyu had never experienced such immense pressure. He really couldn't understand how a first-year student, who had only started the school year, could possess such a powerful force. He was a second-year student, also the top SSS-ranked psychic talent, second place in the Global Higher Awakener Academy competition. Was he still inferior to a freshman after a year of hard training? Could it be that Lin Tianming's freshman class was better than all of them sophomores? So good that Lin Tianming and Meng Xie were a year behind in their cultivation and could crush everyone in their second year as well? Whether it was for his own sake or for the sake of the Empyrean Great Imperial Academy, Yongyu didn't want to lose. He was also playing the heavenly flute once again, exercising the new skill he had recently comprehended after returning to the Imperial Capital's Great Imperial Academy with a feeling. Skinnerd Water Jail. In the next instant, the sound of the heavenly flute's flute released an intense soundwave attack, ignoring the burning sky's departing flames and striking directly at Meng Xie herself. At the same moment, the water prison that seemed to be able to detain everything surrounded the departing fire that was about to invade Yongyu. This water attribute breath is so strong. Lin Tianming, who was watching the battle, saw Yongyu's counterattack when he was about to lose, and he too had been shocked by the might displayed by Yongyu's heavenly sound water prison. Tiannin's sound wave attack struck directly at Meng Xie herself, and the water dungeon encircled the rising flame, the power of which was already far beyond that of normal skills of the same level. But unfortunately, it still couldn't compare to skills that had already touched the realm of the divine path. Interesting, as a non-reborn, 27 levels can be able to understand the perception of water attribute power to such a degree. The future has the possibility of becoming a god. If I do not have a rebirth, certainly cannot cross the level of victory over you. It is only a pity. It's a pity there are no ifs. Collapse under the growing skills of the divine beast's Shinto domain. The leaving fire sparrow, accompanied by the chirping of the departing fire sparrow. Yongyu's heavenly voice soundwave attack that had attempted to attack Meng Xie's main body collapsed on the spot. The water prison that had surrounded the leaving fire also didn't last more than a few seconds before it was vaporized. In the gazes of the onlooker students at the scene who were all unwilling to believe it, Yongyu, whose strongest stance was already out, was defeated under the flames of the departing fire in the burning sky. The fiery flames that burned the heavens would have seriously injured Yongyu, but they were retrieved by Meng Xie's departing flame sparrow the first moment after Yongyu's defeat. Meng Xie also walked idly to Yongyu's body and smiled faintly at the fallen Yongyu. Senior Yongwu, a lucky win. I apologize. Yongyu sighed deeply. Sister Meng, it's me who lost. What kind of awakened beast do you have? Why have I never seen it before? The off-fire sparrow. I found it in a secret realm. So that's how it is. Senior Sister Meng, although I lost today's battle with you, I have benefited greatly. I will now go back and sharpen my battle power again, and strive to improve the next time I spar with you. Although he gave his all and still lost to Meng Xie, who was only a first year, Yongyu could afford to lose. With those words, he left the wind chime arena. At that moment, a boy who looked a lot like Meng Xie ran in from the wind chime arena. Awesome, Sister Shiyu. You were able to defeat even the number 1 second-year student of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy. You've done our North Shore Academy proud this time. Brother Haoran, let's go too. Meng Shiyu saw that her own brother, Meng Haoran, had arrived, and she left the wind chime arena with her brother. Looking at the departing backs of this pair of Imperial Beastmaster siblings, the questions in Lin Tianming's heart were answered. The male Imperial Beastmaster he encountered in the Lost Forest before was really related to Meng Xie, and the relationship was extraordinary, being a brother and sister. However, this wasn't what made Lin Tianming care the most right now. What he cared the most about right now was Meng Xie's goddess reborn identity. Although he had yet to obtain Meng Xie's specific past life information through the system, Lin Tianming, who could already hear Meng Xie's heart, now had a headache on how to rate her. From her heartfelt voice just now, it could be heard that this goddess reborn had also been screwed over by the original owner and wanted to seek revenge on him. At times like this, Lin Tianming kind of missed Mr. Tianxue. How wonderful it would be if all these goddess reborns were like teacher Tianxue and didn't seek revenge on him. Senior Lin Tianming, get ready. If the 3rd and 4th year students don't get off the field, the burden of maintaining the final face of the Imperial Great Imperial School will mostly be in your hands. Mo Shocking Rainbow's words rang in his ears, and Lin Tianming man went numb. He already had little interest in sparring with Meng Xie, and now that he learned that the other party was also a goddess reborn who hated him with a passion, he was even more reluctant to spar with Meng Xie. In a real fight, Meng Xie wouldn't deal with him the way she had just left her hand on Yongyu. She would definitely be like Fenglan, taking the opportunity of the sparring session to fight him to the death. Involving the original owner's feud with Meng Xie, Lin Tianming didn't bother to say anything more to Mo Jinghong on this issue. After spending not much more time with Mo Jinghong, Lin Tianming went back to his dormitory to rest. Who would have thought that just as he returned to his dorm room, Zhang Han sent him a message that was the same as Mo Shakong's speculation. I was contacted by the school leader of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy to convince you to have a fair sparring match with Meng Xie, a first-year student from the North Shore Academy, and I wanted to ask for your opinion again. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Han was ready. If Lin Tianming didn't want to spar with Meng Xie, she would personally explain it for Lin Tianming to the school leaders of the Imperial Great Empress Academy. With her status, the school leaders of the Imperial Great Empress Academy wouldn't dare to force her students to have to do anything. However, Lin Tianming wasn't with Zhang Han, so he couldn't understand her thoughts by eavesdropping on her heart. Lin Tianming didn't want to spar with Meng Xie, but he felt that his teacher Zhang Han had approached him, so he must have wanted him to represent the Imperial Great Imperial School. Instead of refusing and waiting for her to come in person to give him a piece of her mind, he'd just answer the call. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also gave Zhang Han his reply. Teacher Zhang Han has approached me, so I'm definitely obligated. Zhang Han on the other end of the phone received these words from Lin Tianming, and to be honest she was really surprised. With her understanding of this life's Lin Tianming's personality unlike his last life, he most likely had little interest in this kind of thing. She was all ready to let Lin Tianming rest assured that he didn't care about anything and just focus on following her cultivation. However, Lin Tianming had agreed to do so, and she had sent Lin Tianming the time for the cut. Since you've decided to fight, let me talk to you about the time and place set by the school. Tomorrow at 12 noon, Wind Chime Arena. Chapter 117. Even Zhang Han doesn't think highly of Lin Tianming. Meng Xie is so strong? Teacher Zhang Han, I have a cut today at noon, so don't you dare do any more devilish special training on me. Don't worry, I have my own measure, and I called you here because I also want to do some pre-match preparation for your cut at noon today, so that you can play at your best. A pre-match cut to prepare me to perform at my best? Mr. Kong Han, does that mean you want to give me a massage to relax? What are you thinking about? You want me to give you a massage? You're so beautiful. At the thunder awakening sight, Zhang Han glared at Lin Tianming who had dared to presume that she would give him a massage. At the same time,
she also snapped her fingers, converging into a thunder pool with the power of thunder.
Here, get yourself in. Receiving high-intensity thunder pool special training day after day, Lin Tianming's scalp was now numb at the sight of a thunder pool. He took a step back, the corner of his mouth twitching. Teacher Jiang Han, what about the agreement that there will be a cut at noon today and that we can't have the thunder pool special training?
This thunder pool is not a thunder pool used to specially train you. This is a warm thunder pool used to specifically nourish you.
Remember to cast your Fury Thunder Armor after you go in. The power of this thunder pool will recharge your Fury Thunder Armor with lightning.
And from the time you soak in now until the midday cut, your thunder attribute skill power can reach the maximum extent of your current level.
This silly boy.
I am not the devil. How can he be on the verge of cutting still special training for him? Specifically for him to prepare warm thunder pool still suspect me.
White-eyed wolf.
Only after hearing Jiang Han's heartfelt words did Lin Tianming let go of his heart towards that thunder pool. He also carefully felt the lightning power contained in that thunder pool, and it indeed exuded a very magical and gentle power,
as if it could nourish one's body.
This was the first time Lin Tianming had seen this kind of gentle lightning power, and had gained a lot more insight.
Taking a deep breath,
Lin Tianming also took the initiative to jump into this gentle thunder pool.
As soon as he jumped into it,
Lin Tianming was also able to more genuinely feel the gentle thunder power nourishing his body,
making it even more powerful than usual. Thinking of teacher Jiang Han's words just now,
Lin Tianming also instantly unleashed the Fury Thunder Armor.
Once the Fury Thunder Armor was activated,
the gentle lightning power in the thunder pool was continuously recharging the Fury Thunder Armor in addition to nourishing Lin Tianming's body. As the gentle thunder power continued to recharge, Lin Tianming could also clearly feel the defense of the Fury Thunder Armor skyrocket for a short period of time, and also provided him with a constant supply of thunder power to use.
It's even possible to be like this. What a marvelous gentle thunder power. Lin Tianming's exclamation also made Jiang Han very pleased. Of course it's magical, and it doesn't depend on who your teacher is.
This warm thunder can dramatically increase the defense of your Fury Thunder Armor for a short period of time, and it can also provide you with a large amount of thunder power to use,
further enhancing your battle power,
making it an excellent means of increasing your battle power for a short period of time in both offense and defense.
I also watched that Meng Xia's battle.
Her awakened beast even has divine Dao domain growth skills, and it's even stronger than that little girlfriend of yours,
Yi Qingxue. Just in case, I'll have to give you a boost in your battle power too.
Lin Tianming had also heard Jiang Han's heartfelt words, and he was still very touched by the fact that she was helping him so much. This Meng Xia had even advanced to level 17 before him, and even though both of them were now at level 17, Lin Tianming also felt that he must not be careless when facing Meng Xia. As the level increased, the powerful means of unblocking a goddess reborn like Meng Xia, relying on her godly understanding of her powers in her previous life,
must have gotten stronger and stronger as well. Thinking of this,
Lin Tianming also concentrated more on receiving the nourishment from the warm thunder pool,
adjusting his state to the best. After receiving the warm thunder pool nourishment for a morning like this, Lin Tianming's Fury Thunder Armor defense had far exceeded what it had been before, and the power of thunder he possessed was also far greater than before. Although it was only momentary, it was still necessary for Lin Tianming, who was about to have a vicious battle. Go on,
don't waste the thunder power of these. Listening to Jiang Han's words, Lin Tianming felt the surging thunder power that filled his entire body,
and he also inquired about Jiang Han. Teacher Jiang Han, aren't you going to be there to watch Meng Xia and I spar? Jiang Han shook his head. No, just do your best.
Seeing Jiang Han say this, Lin Tianming also took a deep breath and prepared to leave the Thunderbolt Awakening site. Who would have thought that Jiang Han seemed to have remembered something and called out to him again?
Wait, Lin Tianming turned around in confusion. Is there anything else to say? MS. Jiang Han? If you can't beat me, don't move to use the super bit forbidden spell you copied from me. That's the life-saving card I gave you.
Even though it's a purple thunder demon prison that locks on to a single target, it can easily destroy the protective barrier of the Wind Chime Arena. It just so happens that the size of the Wind Chime Arena isn't as big as the area sealed off by the purple thunder demon prison. So once the arena's protective barrier shatters, the purple thunder demon prison will inevitably seal off and exterminate a portion of the onlooking students as well.
What exactly is the situation with that Meng Xia?
I remember this kid from North Shore Academy shouldn't have been this strong in her last life.
As far as my secret observation of Meng Xia is concerned,
the battle power she has displayed seems to be even stronger than this foolish boy I have trained.
I have a premonition, not to use the super bit forbidden spell. Tianming, this child, this battle most likely to lose.
When Lin Tianming heard Jiang Han's heartfelt words, he was also understanding why she had specifically reminded him not to use the transcendental forbidden spell. It turned out that she thought he would lose to Meng Xia.
Lin Tianming didn't think he would lose. Isn't it just that there's a divine beast off fire sparrow that knows a divine Dao domain growth skill? It wasn't like he hadn't defeated Yi Qingxue, who possessed the divine Dao domain skill, head on. He, Lin Tianming, wasn't afraid of just multiple divine beasts that knew divine Dao domain skills. Don't worry, teacher Jiang Han, I won't let you lose face. In this battle, as the only student of you, the number one top awakened person in the Kyushu, I will win. Dropping such a confident sentence, Lin Tianming left under Jiang Han's somewhat stunned gaze. After a long time, Jiang Han slowed down. This brat is confident, and he has not yet disgraced me. Pretty words are quite good. Muttering to himself, Jiang Han also walked out of the Thunderbolt Awakening arena and headed towards the Wind Chime arena. Just now, she had clearly told Lin Tianming that she wasn't going, but as Lin Tianming's teacher, Jiang Han was still relieved that she was her most precious student. She hid her scent and quickly made her way to the Wind Chime arena, finding a secluded spot not too far away to look down on the Wind Chime arena. At this moment, Lin Tianming and Meng Xie had already walked inside the Wind Chime arena. Lin Tianming, I've been admiring your great name for a long time, and I'm really happy to have the honor of sparring with you today. You're finally here. I've been looking forward to this day of revenge on you every moment since I was reborn. Meng Xie didn't have any killing aura on the surface, but the killing intent within her still made Lin Tianming not dare to be the slightest bit careless with her. Senior Lin Tianming, I've personally come to cheer you on. You can't lose. Mo Jinghong's familiar voice came from outside the arena. Lin Tianming looked in the direction of the voice. Mo Dinghong was waving at him. With this sweep, Lin Tianming also noticed that his roommate Xu Yunfei was also here. Tianming, whether or not our Emperor and Great Imperial Academy can defend the gold standard of being number one in the 9 states depends on you. Not only Mo Jinghong and Xu Yunfei, even Wang Yanyan and Wang Jian had come to the scene to watch the battle. With this sweep, he just didn't see Feng Lan and Yi Qingxue. I also don't know what Qing Shui and Feng Lan are busy with these days, carrying the hopes of so many people. It's a pity that they're all blind and can't imagine what kind of vicious heart you have hidden underneath your dignified appearance. Your teacher will be killed by your own hand, and the father of that girlfriend of yours in your last life, Miss Feng, will also be killed by you, so let me strangle you here with my own hands and kill you for the sake of the people. Pulled back to his senses by Meng Xie's heartfelt voice, Lin Tianming also took a deep breath and entered the battle state. Meng Xie saw that Lin Tianming was looking at her. She also smiled and said, Lin Tianming, are you going to make the first move or am I going to make the first move? Being asked by Meng Xiyu, the corners of Lin Tianming's mouth rose slightly. Whoever goes first is fine. Let's get right to it. As he spoke, Lin Tianming took the lead in launching his attack under the gaze of Meng Xie's wide-eyed beauty. The sprinting Lin Tianming was surrounded by lurid thunder power as he quickly approached Meng Xie. Meng Xie's reaction was already fast enough to dodge at the first opportunity. But still, under the thunder surging around Lin Tianming's body, her left hand was electrified to the point of being numb. Looks like you're pretty bad at getting close. Meng Xie. Lin Tianming's teasing voice rang in her ears. Meng Xie wasn't irritated by Lin Tianming's provocation and quickly pulled away from Lin Tianming. How dare you stage a sneak attack? Sure enough, you're just as treacherous and cunning as you were in your last life. Pulling away, Meng Xie's beautiful eyes overflowed with a hint of anger, and the space around her trembled with her anger. Today I'm going to make you turn into ashes under the flames of the divine Dao realm of the departing flame sparrow. Off fire sparrow. Chapter 118, the 4 divine beasts appear. Lin Tianming could win against such Meng Xie? Lin Tianming had wanted to play with Meng Xie for a while longer, but he didn't expect her to directly summon a divine beast as soon as she came up, which also made his nerves instantly tense. This Meng Xie fought others and at least used other awakened beasts to test the waters. How much did he hate the original owner by hitting him directly on the divine beast? The chirping of the off-fire sparrow cut through the sky as it too flew out from the imperial beast seal in Meng Xie's palm, leaving fire to burn the sky. As Meng Xie let out a delicate cry, the departing flame sparrow also swept up burning departing flames and flew towards Lin Tianming, touching the divine Dao realm's understanding of the might of departing fire boiling and burning. It also triggered the Wind Chime Arena's protective barrier as soon as it came up, just like yesterday's battle against Yongyu. Even with the protective barrier blocking the might of the departing fire burning sky within the Wind Chime Arena, the nearby onlookers were so frightened that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yesterday Yongyu lost to this move. Lin Tianming is just a first-year student. Can he catch this move from Meng Xie? I feel hung. Lin Tianming defeated Lei Dong before, but the win wasn't as easy as Meng Xie's, and Meng Xie defeated the number 1 sophomore Yongyu, so Lin Tianming is more than likely not her opponent. Lin Tianming wasn't affected by the comments of those onlookers outside the arena. He didn't make any dodges in the face of the burning departing fire, and directly charged towards Meng Xie against the departing fire.
Meng Xie sneered at this crazy behavior of Lin Tianming. This is a skill that touches the realm of the divine path. Even if the power can't be fully revealed at level 17, it's still not something that can be compared to a normal skill. You want to break through my departing fire burning sky? It's simply a fool's dream. In her heart, she had just put down her big words, but Lin Tianming's sudden disappearance made Meng Xie's smile come to an abrupt end. In the next instant, she was acutely aware that someone had appeared behind her. Lin Tianming's body shimmered with the light of the power of spiritual ascension as he once again condensed his entity. He had just directly executed spiritual energy transformation and used his spiritual body to dodge the terrifying might of the divine Tao realm of the departing fire burning sky. Closing in on Meng Xie again, Lin Tianming also did a trample from close range. Thunder Rages. Thunder Trample. Under the Thunder Rages augmentation, the power of thunder trampling also shook the ground and attacked towards Meng Xie. Although Lin Tianming's sudden means of getting close had surprised Meng Xie, she hadn't been hit by Lin Tianming's thunderbolt this time like before. Just now you were a sneak attack. That's why I was electrocuted to the point where my left hand was numb. Now that I'm in combat mode, you still want to hurt me? As Meng Xie's heart rang out, a wall of fire rose up from the ground, stopping Lin Tianming's thunder trampling might horizontally. Seeing that he was surprisingly intercepted at such a close range, Lin Tianming was also trying to perform spiritual energy transformation again, ignoring the defense of the firewall to raid in front of Meng Xie. Who would have thought that the space around Lin Tianming was scorched by the flames and distorted, forcibly preventing him from performing the spiritual energy transformation. This move instantly reminded Lin Tianming of his previous sparring session with Fenglan, where Fenglan had performed a similar tactic. It wasn't a skill. It couldn't be duplicated, but a godly understanding of supernatural abilities from a goddess reborn who had once ascended to become a god, specifically used to break moves. By virtue of my previous life as the goddess of imperial beasts, with my god-level perception and understanding of thousands of alien abilities far beyond the realm of mortals, no matter how amazing your trick of transforming into a soul is, as long as it's blocked by me, you won't be able to use it to circumvent my damage. Sure enough, it's the same as Fenglan. Meng Xie's complacent heartbeat also confirmed Lin Tianming's suspicions. Lin Tianming, who had been blocked from spiritual energy transformation and was unable to perform evasion, was also once again welcomed by the departing fire sparrow's departing fire burning sky skill. I'll see how you can hide this time. You'll go up in smoke under the fire of the burning sky. Meng Xie forcibly prevented Lin Tianming from performing the spiritual energy transformation, and she also revealed a winning smile. In the face of this severe crisis, Lin Tianming also launched the raging thunder armor that teacher Jiang Han had nourished for him all morning for defense with all his might. Raging thunder armor. After charging up all morning, the defense of the fury thunder armor, which was fully activated, was also far beyond Lin Tianming's usual defense. It even touches the realm of the divine way. Feeling the raging thunder armor's sharply climbing defensive ability touching the divine Tao realm, Lin Tianming was also overjoyed in his heart. In the next instant, the flames of the burning sky's departing fire surrounded Lin Tianming. However, under the defensive power of the fury thunder armor touching the divine Tao realm, Lin Tianming did not suffer any damage. Isn't this the raging thunder armor of the Thunderbolt Rage Bear? How could it have a defensive ability that touches the Shinto realm? Meng Xie was also humanly stupid, not expecting Lin Tianming to be able to raise the defense of the Fury Thunder armor to the point where it touched the Divine Tao realm. The powerful attack of the departing fire burning sky and the absolute defense of the riotous thunder armor consumed each other, and almost the instant the riotous thunder armor couldn't hold up and shattered, the might of the departing fire burning sky was also consumed in an instant. Just as Lin Tianming was happy that the Fury Thunder armor that had been energized by Jiang Han had managed to block the might of the departing flame burning sky, Meng Xie's furious heartfelt voice also caused his mind to tighten up once again. Shinto Realm Imperial Beast Skill, Sparrow Feather Flowing Fire. Surprisingly, there was a second Divine Tao Domain Imperial Beast Skill. Under Lin Tianming's gaze as the pressure multiplied, the flapped feathers of the departing flame sparrow swept out like streams of fire, sweeping the might of flames that also had the might of the Divine Tao realm towards him. Raging Thunder Armor. Lin Tianming was also once again activating the Fury Thunder armor that had been recharged by Jiang Han, preparing to block the attack for the second time. Who would have thought that Meng Xie would continue to give a second command while driving the departing flame sparrow to execute the sparrow feather flowing fire? The fire burns the sky. The two Divine Tao Domain Mighty Fire Attribute Imperial Beast skills came towards Lin Tianming at the same time, and it was simply not something that Lin Tianming's Fury Thunder armor could withstand. Don't think you're the only one with two different Shinto domain skills. Lin Tianming's eyes also sank as his body burned with boiling phoenix flames. The Phoenix Yen that touched the Divine Tao realm transformed into the Phoenix Yen Divine Shield, adding protection to Lin Tianming along with the Fury Thunder armor. With the Thunder and Fire Dual Shield armor protecting his body, Lin Tianming also managed to defend himself against the dual Divine Dao domain skill attack of the departed Flame Sparrow in front of the dumbfounded gazes of all the onlooking passers-by at the scene. How is this possible? This scene also caused Meng Xiu to lose control of her emotions and lose her voice in shock. Outside the field, Wang Jian asked his cousin Wan Yanran in a low voice. Cousin, isn't that your Phoenix Yen Divine Shield? Did you copy it for that kid? Wang Yanyan calmly returned. That's not a copy. That's something he learned on his own. Self. Learned it by himself? Doesn't his God's hand only have the ability to copy? It can also learn skills that aren't its own attribute? Wang Jian's gaze was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend how Lin Tianming had learned his cousin's Phoenix Inferno Divine Shield. Wang Yanyan did not continue to answer Wang Jian's question, but continued to watch the entire battle with a calm expression. Compared to Wang Yanyan's calmness, Mo Jinghong was waving her hand outside the arena to cheer Lin Tianming on. Good job, Senior Lin Tianming. I knew you'd be able to do it. Go for it, beat her, and I'll treat you to a delicious meal when it's over. The surrounding people began to speak favorably of Lin Tianming, which also caused Meng Xiu's face to look bad. This guy clearly didn't know the Shinto domain skill in his last life. So why was he able to learn it ahead of time after I was reborn in this life? Could it be that the heavens are meant to be so targeted? I'm stronger in this life than the last by relying on the memories of my rebirth. And in order for me to not be able to get rid of the fate of my Imperial Beast talent being nullified, it purposely arranged to give this treacherous villain, Lin Tianming, an even stronger chance? I'm not convinced. Why is fate targeting me like this? If this is the so-called destiny arrangement, heaven's will is hard to disobey. Today, I'm Meng Xie biased to go against the sky, break this predestined cycle of reincarnation, control my own destiny. Influenced by the hateful memories of her previous life where the original owner had abolished her talent for the sentinel beasts, Meng Xie's body erupted with an even stronger aura around her. Jian Han, who had been watching the battle from the shadows, couldn't help but show a hint of worry when he saw this scene. The real test is coming. This is the real strength of this little Imperial Beast Master girl, little friend Tianming. Good luck. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Tianming felt Meng Xie's aura that was still climbing at an extremely high speed, and he too was startled. This Meng Xiu can even become stronger? Under Lin Tianming's gaze with a grave expression on his face, Meng Xie's raised right palm once again flickered with the water attribute awakening beast seal. A roar that tore through the heavens came out from the Imperial Beast seal, and immediately after that, the entire wind chime arena surged with one water tornado after another. Moreover, the might of this water dragon scroll was not the least bit weaker than the might of the Divine Dao domain on the departing Fire Sparrow. Come out, Cthulhu Beast! Shinto Realm Water Attribute Imperial Beast Skill, Sanhai Dragonstorm. In the next instant, a huge awakened beast that looked like a pale sea broke through the seal. As the Sanhai Beast appeared, the water tornado that touched the Divine Dao realm after another came directly towards Lin Tianming. Seeing this, Lin Tianming was also the first to cast the Fury Thunder Armor and Phoenix Flame Divine Shield. However, while the Divine Beast Sanhai Beast was casting its Divine Dao domain skills, the Off-Fire Sparrow was also not idle, casting 2 Divine Dao domain skills to attack Lin Tianming, encountering 3 Divine Dao domain skills pinned against him at once, and with Lin Tianming being blocked from his Spirit Energy Transformation Spirit Body form, he was also only able to further enhance his defense. Mechanical Transformation. I can't believe you have a backhand. It's also good. I'd like to see who has more backhands and cards. Seeing Lin Tianming further boost his defense through Mechanical Transformation, Meng Xie's eyes also blazed over after her brief shock. A rakish tiger. With a dainty cry, the water attribute seal in Meng Xie's palm once again changed into an earth attribute seal. In the next instant, an earth attribute tiger divine beast that exuded the aura of the Divine Dao realm also swooped out from it. This scene also caused Lin Tianming's pupils to shrink slightly. Three divine beasts? However, next, there was even more that shocked Lin Tianming, as well as everyone present. The earth attribute seal in Meng Xie's palm continued to change, transforming into an icy cold ice attribute seal. Moon Chill. Immediately afterward, a divine beast that also exuded the ice attribute aura of the Divine Dao realm flew out from the Imperial Beast seal. At this point, all 4 divine beasts that Meng Xie had taken under her wing had appeared. With these 4 divine beasts in hand, today I, Meng Xie, will change my destiny against the heavens. When the onlooker students at the scene saw this, they were also all shocked by Meng Xie's 4 divine beasts. Just now, just a single departing flame sparrow had Lin Tianming exhausted. And now Meng Xie had summoned 3 divine beasts in a row. Can Lin Tianming really win against Meng Xie who was sitting on the 4 divine beasts? Chapter 119 Absorbing the Power of Divine Beasts in Person. Meng Xie's last card. Outside the arena, Meng Hao ran, Meng Xie's brother,
saw this scene and was also shocked by Meng Xiye's means of harnessing the 4 divine beasts. After a short period of shock, unlike the demoralized students of the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy around him, the one who stood on Meng Xiye's side revealed a smug smile. Sister Shi, you didn't expect to hide so many powerful awakened beasts that I've never seen before. I'd like to see how that Lin Tianming can hold back Sister Shiyu. Sister Shiyu, I'm relying on you to avenge my brother's beating the other day. Wang Jian, who stayed with Wan Yanran, also looked dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that Lin Tianming should be able to securely defeat Meng Xiye after learning his cousin Wan Yanran's Phoenix Yin Divine Shield. However, this instantly changing battlefield situation was also causing him to be deeply shocked by Meng Xiye's power once again. Cousin, these 3 new awakened beasts that Meng Xiye released are just as strong as the previous departing Flame Sparrow. I have a feeling that brat Lin Tianming is afraid of losing this time. Wan Yanyan didn't say anything, but it could be seen from her gloomy face that she wasn't as calm as she was earlier either, and was somewhat worried about Lin Tianming. Mo Jinghong, who had been working as a cheerleader outside the arena, cheering on Lin Tianming, also became silent, even more nervous than Lin Tianming inside the arena. Lin Tianming's roommate, Xu Yunfei, was already prepared for Lin Tianming to be violently beaten to the ground by Meng Xiye later and personally send Lin Tianming to the infirmary to receive treatment. Even those who were somewhat related to Lin Tianming didn't think highly of him, and the nearby students of the Imperial Great Empress Academy naturally felt even more certain that he would lose. Desolation / Moon-Cold Lone Shadow. As Meng Xiye droned, the Earth Attribute Divine Beast Desolate Split Tiger and the Ice Attribute Divine Beast Mooncold also executed their respective Divine Dao Domain skills one after another. Facing the pressure of the 4 Attribute Divine Beasts' Divine Dao Domains, Lin Tianming's pressure also came to a peak. He didn't let that stop him, though. On the contrary, the wariness in his heart was also at an unprecedented height. Soaring and undying, wall of lightning, thunder like a waterfall descended from the sky, transforming into a wall of thunder that bisected the area of the wind chime arena. This was also Lin Tianming's last skill that could boost his defense. Seeing this, Meng Xiyu also ordered immediately. Tear through his wall of thunder and lightning. Desolate Rift Tiger. The Desolate Rift Tiger had just cast the Divine Dao Domain skill Desolate Rift Slash, when he arrived in front of the wall of lightning with a surprise attack. While the sharp claws that tore through the earth instantly shattered the wall of lightning, one Divine Dao Domain skill after another smashed into Lin Tianming without giving him any chance to re-erect the wall of lightning. Boom! Under the bombardment of the 4 Divine Beasts' Divine Dao Domain skills, Lin Tianming's defense still fell apart at the snap of a finger. Even if he had the Raging Thunder armor, Phoenix Yen Divine Shield, and Mechanical Body to add to it, the Raging Thunder armor and Phoenix Flame Divine Shield shattered, and the Mechanical Body retreated back to its physical body. Lin Tianming had just regrouped his Mechanical Body, Phoenix Yen Divine Shield, and Fury Thunder armor against the might of the 4 Great Divine Beasts' Divine Dao Domain skills, when the 3 defensive skills shattered in an instant under the terrifying offensive might that had not diminished in the slightest. With his physical body exposed to the might of the multiple attributes of the Divine Dao Domain skill attacks, Lin Tianming was still able to barely continue to regroup his defensive skills, just like when he received the Zhenghan Thunder Pool Baptism special training. But this isn't special training, it's a real fight. He continued to defend like this until his power was depleted, and with Meng Xiye's hatred for the original owner, she definitely wouldn't point blank. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming decided to abandon his defense while he still had a lot of strength left in counterattack against Meng Xiye's Divine Dao Domain attack. Spiritual Sparks. The invisible spirit energy soaring attack that struck directly at the soul was unleashed, and Meng Xiye, who had already felt that she was sure to win, was instantly stimulated by Lin Tianming's spiritual sparks to the point where her mind briefly lost its grip. It was this brief loss of defense that affected the might of that terrifying Divine Dao Domain skill. However, the most crucial thing was that Meng Xiye's blockade on Lin Tianming's spiritual energy transformation was lifted. Spiritual energy transformation. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianming directly got out of the trap and once again assaulted Meng Xiye's back. Meng Xiye also quickly slowed down from her state of mind loss. Noticing that Lin Tianming was once again close to her, she was also the first to try to pull away. This time, in order to prevent Meng Xiye from manipulating the departing Flame Sparrow to cast a wall of fire to block his attack, Lin Tianming landed on Meng Xiye's shoulder with one hand. Thunder Trample. Although he wasn't stomping the ground with his feet, Lin Tianming still managed to unleash the power of Thunder Trample. The power of this direct contact Thunder Trample forcibly interrupted Meng Xiye's attempt to pull away from her stance, and electrocuted her to the point where she screamed miserably. Seeing that their master, Meng Xiye, had been caught by Lin Tianming up close, the 4 divine beasts, even without Meng Xiye's orders, flew back to save the day. Facing the 4 divine beasts' sudden attack and siege, Lin Tianming's spiritual energy light shone around him, and a spiritual energy storm immediately rose up to block their rescue. Under the dual attack of the spiritual energy storm that both attacked the physical body and impacted the soul, the four divine beasts were also showing signs of losing their minds, and were successfully delayed by Lin Tianming. He was also continuing to cast Thunder Trample, relying on the power of thunder that Zhang Han had recharged for him all morning today to keep electrocuting Meng Xie. As long as he electrocuted Meng Xie and made her lose her fighting strength, this cut would be considered a win for him. Lin Tianming's thoughts were good, but Meng Xie, who had been approached, was just as unwilling to just admit defeat as he had been just now. The abominable Lin Tianming. I don't believe it. I'm still going to be pinned down and immobilized by you even though I've relived my life. Break it! Meng Xie wasn't willing to be so electrified by Lin Tianming that she lost her combat power, and the aura of the divine Dao domain that was exactly the same as the four divine beasts surged up around her. This scene made Lin Tianming's heart thump as he watched. In the next second, he was forcibly recoiled away by Meng Xie, who had the homogeneous aura of the four divine beasts surging up around her. Spiritual sparks. Psychic storm. Lin Tianming didn't want to miss this opportunity to get close to Meng Xie with great difficulty, and attempted to continue to make Meng Xie and her four divine beasts lose their minds through the spiritual energy soaring skill, and then defeat Meng Xie through close combat. Seeing Lin Tianming trying to pull the same old trick, Meng Xie was smiling coldly. With the aura of the divine Dao domains of the four different attribute divine beasts, Meng Xie and her four divine beasts simultaneously resisted Lin Tianming's soul attack. Moreover, under the gaze of Lin Tianming's eyes, the aura around Meng Xie began to climb extremely fast again. Since you like getting close to me so much, I'll do as you wish. Lin Tianming. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone on the scene, the off-fire sparrow, Songhai beast, desolate split tiger, and lunar cold were transformed into pure corresponding attribute power, and then swept towards Meng Xie, being absorbed by her as much as they could. Meng Xie is absorbing all four of her awakened beasts? What the hell kind of skill is this? How come I've never seen any other awakened of the Imperial Beastmaster ability have this skill of absorbing the power of an awakened beast before? The greatest fear of an Imperial Beastmaster is being close-quartered, and now that she's absorbed all of her awakened beasts, could it be that she's trying to fight close-quartered? As Meng Xie perfectly absorbed the attribute power of the four divine beasts, blazing fiery wings instantly bloomed behind her, and she herself was slowly flying high into the air, augmented by her flapping fiery wings, looking down on Lin Tianming on the ground. With an upward flip of her hands, Meng Xie's left palm coalesced into a spiral spike-like earth sword, while her right palm coalesced into a sickle moon coal ice sword. The beautiful pupils flowed with the water attribute energy fluctuations of the Songhai beast, and the entire wind chime arena swept up one water tornado after another under her will as well. Zhang Han in the shadows was also dumbfounded, completely not expecting Meng Xie to be able to absorb the power of four divine beasts for her own use. As a top-tier awakened person, Zhang Han had also seen many of the topmost Imperial Beast Master exotic awakened people. However, there had never been a person who could absorb the power of an awakened beast for their own use like Meng Xie. The biggest weakness of a Beast Master was that the principal combatant was not strong. Once they were in close proximity, even the strongest Imperial Beastmaster could have his life jeopardized by an enemy of many levels lower. Now that Meng Xie was able to turn the power of the awakened beast into her own, it was the same as overcoming the greatest weakness of the Imperial Beastmaster. You can drive the awakened beasts to fight at a distance, but you can also absorb the awakened beast's power without fear of close quarters. Such a Meng Xie is simply flawless. Thinking of this, Zhang Han took a deep breath and prepared to go down to protect Lin Tianming at any time, lest he suffers damage that affects the roots of his psychic talent because he lost this battle too badly. Later on, we also have to comfort little friend Tianming, since his debut, but he has never experienced such a fiasco. This loss to Meng Xie, I'm afraid that his mindset will be a big collapse. Chapter 120 Soul Regeneration reveals its might. Lin Tianming won with a punch that blasted away. Lin Tianming, you will lose today. Meng Xie, who had absorbed the power of the four divine beasts, droned out, and then she personally controlled the Songhai beast's divine Dao domain skill, Songhai Dragon Storm, to sweep towards Lin Tianming. At the same moment, she didn't stay where she was, but instead, she flapped her blazing wings that were transformed by the power of the departing fire sparrow and swooped down towards Lin Tianming. The earth sword transformed by the desolate cleft tiger was like a spiral spike, and a terrifying earth power lingered around the sword. The cold ice sword transformed by mooncold was also like a sickle moon, sweeping with a sword light of cold ice power that could freeze everything. Meng Xie, who had previously been hiding from Lin Tianming to remotely manipulate the four divine beasts into battle, changed her fighting style and actively chose to fight Lin Tianming in close quarters. Facing Meng Xie, who had overcome the weakness of the Imperial Beast Master's inability to fight in close combat. Lin Tianming was also under increased pressure. Just as he was preparing to meet the attack head-on, Meng Xia's body was suddenly wrapped in streams of fire, accelerating towards him like a meteor. What speed! Unexpectedly, Meng Xia was able to continue to increase her speed, and caught off guard. Lin Tianming was too late to make any attacks or defenses. Having no choice, Lin Tianming could only choose to dodge. Spiritual energy transformation. Gather me. Noticing that Lin Tianming was trying to perform spiritual energy transformation again to circumvent damage, Meng Xia was also the first to utilize her god-level understanding of supernatural abilities to once again blockade Lin Tianming, who could be spiritualized. Zira. Unable to use his spiritual energy transformation, Lin Tianming tried his best to dodge to the side, but in the face of the meteor-like accelerating impact of Meng Xia, his dodging speed was still a bit slower. The clothing on his arm was torn apart by the sword that the divine beast had transformed into, and along with it, his skin was also torn apart with a sword mark wound. Tick! Blood slid down to the ground from the wound. Lin Tianming checked the wound. Luckily his ability to improvise was strong enough. The sword marks were shallow and didn't go too deep. Outside the field, Lin Tianming's roommate Chu Yunfei saw that he was injured and couldn't help but say, "Tianming, why don't you admit defeat? It's just a sparring match. There's no need to fight so hard. I haven't lost yet." Although his arm was injured, Lin Tianming still refused to give up just like that. When Wang Yanran and Mo Jinghan outside the arena saw the scene, their heartstrings were also tense and they pinched a sweat for Lin Tianming. Jiang Han, who was in the shadows, noticed that Meng Xia had once again launched a melee attack on Lin Tianming, and she was also a bit unable to look away. Brat, are injured, but also show off. Really let a person not worry about. It seems that I have to go down, otherwise this stupid kid is sure to be Meng Xia crippled. The path of alien energy cultivation is very long. A failure does not mean that you will not be able to compare to Meng Xia in the future. There are times when you can only grow if you suffer a setback. Your teacher, I still believe that you will definitely go farther than Meng Xia in the future. Just when Jiang Han decided that Lin Tianming was about to lose and was about to go down to save him, she was stopping again. Under her unbelievable gaze, facing Meng Xia's divine beast dual sword attack, Lin Tianming unexpectedly blocked it this time. At the moment, Lin Tianming's right hand was holding a red flame flywheel battle blade, fronting Meng Xia's twin divine beast swords, in a stalemate with Meng Xia. That fiery flywheel has a powerful aura that is not inferior to the Wind family's inherited artifact Wind Sword in the hands of that girl from the Wind family. Where did this kid Tianming get this kind of artifact? Looking closely, although Jiang Han didn't know exactly what the weapon in Lin Tianming's hand was called, she was certain that it was a divine weapon. Meng Xia, who was already preparing to exterminate Lin Tianming, didn't expect that Lin Tianming would block her attack. Noticing Meng Xia's incredulous expression, Lin Tianming held the red flame flying wheel battle blade that was transformed by red flame, and fiercely exerted his strength to topple away from Meng Xia. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Surprise, surprise, dear little Meng Xia, the artifact is surprisingly an artifact. This guy didn't have a divine weapon at all in his last life at this level. So why is it that even if I manage to get a divine beast in this life by relying on the memories of my last life, this unforgivable villain can also get the chance to get a divine weapon in advance? Is it really God's will for me to be wasted in his hands? I am not willing. Not willing. Heart. Meng Xia was irritated by Lin Tianming's words, and she too came at Lin Tianming in a surprise attack once again. Bam! Lin Tianming was also holding a red flame flying wheel and once again faced Meng Xia's divine beast dual swords directly. This time, Lin Tianming was unexpectedly shaken back by the furious Meng Xia. Even if you hold a divine weapon in your hand, you're still no match for me. As the earth sword stabbed at Lin Tianming, it also tore through the ground, pulling up one earth spike after another. The sword of ice and cold also released frosty cold air, and although it didn't freeze Lin Tianming because of the red flame flywheel in his hand, it also severely slowed down Lin Tianming's speed. The flaming wings flapping behind Meng Xia's back also shot out densely packed flaming sparrow feathers in an instant. The water tornado of the Songhai Dragonstorm swept in from all directions at once, not giving Lin Tianming any chance to catch his breath. Combined with Meng Xia's close-up attack with the forceful chopping of the two swords in her hands, Lin Tianming's figure immediately flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. In the shadows, Jiang Han stared at Lin Tianming, who flew out backwards, and muttered, "Surely even with the help of a divine weapon, is it still too much of a stretch?" During the period when Jiang Han had to be ready to go down again to save Lin Tianming, who had flown halfway backwards, forcefully stabilized his form. Although he stabilized his stance,
A trace of bloodstain spilled from the corner of Lin Tianming's mouth, who had been hit by Meng Siye and had his qi and blood churning.
This Meng Siye is really strong. It looks like we have to use that skill that even Mr. Zhang Han would be hit by.
Conventional means to deal with Meng Siye has no effect. Lin Tianming and by Zhang Han urged not to perform his current strongest life preservation bottom card 100% power super bit forbidden spell. He does not yet want to show his more artifacts in this battle. Based on a number of factors, Lin Tianming had decided to cast that skill that had helped him succeed in screwing over Zhang Han. Radiant. As Lin Tianming unleashed his current strongest spiritual ascension skill, a strong spiritual ascension light also erupted around him. Seeing the soaring light of spiritual energy surging around Lin Tianming,
Meng Siye, who was attacking towards him,
continued to charge fiercely towards him,
preparing to deal him a crushing blow, while there was disdain in her eyes. Trying to attack my soul directly again to make me lose my mind? It's just a pity that by absorbing the power of the 4 divine beasts just now, I was already able to perfectly defend myself against your soul attack just now, and now you're trying to use the same move against me again. It's simply impossible to succeed. Let the 2 swords in my hands kill your sins here. However, Meng Siye had just finished letting out her big words in her heart when her delicate body, which was speeding and flying to attack Lin Tianming, jerked up as if it had been electrocuted. Good. Strong soul attack. Looking at the ball of soaring spiritual energy that gradually condensed and converged in front of Lin Tianming's body, Meng Siye also instantly understood that the soul attack skill that Lin Tianming had performed this time was different from the previous one. To be precise, it was more powerful than the previous soul attack. As soon as she thought of this, Meng Siye wanted to forcefully destroy the ball of light in front of Lin Tianming that was clearly smaller after condensing, but with stronger soul power, as a way to stop Lin Tianming's soul attack. But right at this moment, Lin Tianming's eyes blossomed with soul-capturing power, directly shattering the absolute defense of the soul that she had formed by relying on the power of the 4 divine beasts. Brain stirring, soul trembling, Meng Siye felt an unprecedented soul shock. The power of this soul attack isn't trying to make me lose my mind for a short while. It's trying to make me completely tingled to the point of unconsciousness. Meng Siye, as a goddess reborn, had already realized this, but even teacher Zhang Han had lost her mind under Lin Tianming's move for quite a while, and even though she was a goddess reborn, with only a dozen levels, her eyes were still gradually graying and losing focus. When Zhang Han in the dark saw this, she also recalled the memories of Lin Tianming's previous whole prank on her when he had just learned the soul regeneration skill. However, she didn't get angry. She, who was originally quite worried about Lin Tianming, instead showed a hint of a smile that was relieved to be down. I had forgotten that this stupid kid would still have this move. If I had remembered at first that he would still have this move, I wouldn't have been so worried about him. Even I would have had to lose my mind for a long time under this move. Meng Siye is stunning again, but her defeat is already assured. Just as Zhang Han predicted, Meng Siye was as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes were gray, and she lowered her feeble head in disorientation. The power of the 4 divine beasts dissipated from her body, and her figure staggered around in place, showing signs of falling at any moment. The 4 divine beasts reappeared, and the departing flame sparrow was the first to hold up its disoriented master. Meng Siye, the desolate split tiger, moon cold, and Songhai beasts, on the other hand, angrily attacked towards Lin Tianming when they saw their master become like this. Originally, Lin Tianming, who also had very little stamina left, was quite worried. But after seeing that they couldn't perform skills that touched the divine Dao realm without Meng Siye driving them, the corners of his mouth also rose slightly. Without Meng Siye and the skills you can only perform by adding to each other, you are nothing in my eyes. The red flame flying will flew out from Lin Tianming's hand, hitting the moon cold and Songhai beasts in quick succession, sending their bodies flying on the spot, collapsing on the ground. They who had lent too much strength to Meng Siye just now were also no longer able to stand up. The high-speed rotating red flame flying wheel was flying back into Lin Tianming's hands again and transformed into a sharp claw form in his hands. The red flame sharp claws clashed with the tiger claws of the desolate cleft tiger, and Lin Tianming also easily defused the desolate cleft tiger's attack and completely emptied the desolate cleft tiger of the few remaining divine beast powers, causing it to fall to the ground. After the departing fire sparrow had placed the unconscious and staggering Meng Siye safely on the ground, it also launched a final attack towards Lin Tianming for its master. Looking at the departed flame sparrow that was coming towards him, which didn't even have the strength to fly up, Lin Tianming didn't dodge in any way. The red flame in the form of a sharp claw in his hand once again changed into the form of a glove, and Lin Tianming blasted a fist head-on at the head of the departing flame sparrow. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of all the onlooker students at the scene, the departing flame sparrow, which once had the power of departing flame burning the heavens, was just blown away on the spot by Lin Tianming's red flame fist, flying backwards in midair for some distance and falling to the ground.
The off-fire sparrow also fainted completely, as did its master. Outside the arena, Meng Hao ran. Meng Xiye's brother was somewhat unable to accept that Meng Xiye had lost to Lin Tianming just like that for a moment. Hey you, sister, hey, you actually lost? How is this possible? Wasn't she still pressing Lin Tianming to fight just now? How? Why did she suddenly lose consciousness and fall to the ground? Chapter 121, Meng Xiye's Dao heart crumbled. Why couldn't he win against Lin Tianming even after reliving his life? Wang Jian, who was with Yin Ran Wang, was also confused as to how Lin Tianming had suddenly turned the tables on him, because judging from the situation at the time, Lin Tianming was at the end of his rope as he was unable to defeat Meng Xiye's previous move. In the face of Meng Xiye's unreserved final killing attack, the one to lose should be Lin Tianming. But it was at this most unlikely time to turn the tide that Lin Tianming crushed Meng Xiye in one fell swoop. Cousin, how did Lin Tianming win? Do you see anything? In the face of Wang Jian's question, Wan Yanyan, who had once fought side by side with Lin Tianming to kill the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, still knew how Lin Tianming had won against Meng Xiye. It's a soul attack. The ball of light in front of him just now, elementary brother Tianming, was soul power materialized. He executed a stronger soul attack, breaking through Meng Xiye's soul defense that was protected by the 4 types of awakened beasts, and hitting Meng Xiye's soul directly, seemingly calm. In reality, at that time, Meng Xiye's soul was suffering from an unprecedented onslaught, and unable to withstand it, she also lost consciousness on the spot, completely losing her fighting ability. Without the power of Meng Xiye, the master of the Imperial Beast Master, her 4 awakened beasts, no matter how rare and powerful they are, will not be able to utilize the great power that they only had when she was around. Not to mention that they had just lent their power to Meng Xiye, and with very little of their power left, they naturally won't be a match for elementary school brother Tianming either. With Wang Yanran analyzing the situation in this way, Wang Jian and the other onlooker students around her also revealed a look of dawning realization one by one. So that's how it is. I told you that Meng Xiye was about to win. Why did she suddenly fall to the ground and pass out for good reason? So it was Lin Tianming's soul attack. Ha ha. With this win by first-year student Lin Tianming, the gold standard of our Imperial Great Empress Academy has been preserved. Yeah, Lin Tianming and Meng Xiye from North Coast Academy are the same first-year students. North Coast Academy has a monster Meng Xiye in this freshman class, but our Imperial Great Empress Academy, as the #1 awakened academy in the 9th state, also has a Lin Tianming who's even stronger than Meng Xiye, so no one would dare to say that our name as the #1 academy in the 9th state doesn't live up to its name. The nearby students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy who were watching chatted and got excited, happy for Lin Tianming's victory over Meng Xiye. The only one who was lost was Meng Shiyu's older brother, Meng Haoran, who was also rushing into the wind chime arena where the battle had ended to pick up his sister who had fallen to the ground and was unconscious. The 4 divine beasts also turned into a ray of light at this time and were retrieved into the Imperial Beast Seal in Meng Xiye's palm. Lin Tianming looked at Meng Haoran, who was very worried about Meng Xiye's state, and smiled. Don't worry, I stayed my hand. She's only unconscious right now. There's no major problem. I guess she'll wake up on her own after a while. In the shadows, Jian Han, who almost couldn't help but show herself several times, stared at Lin Tianming's winning figure, and she too revealed a look of relief. It doesn't seem as if I need to show up and help him. Muttering to herself, Jian Han, who was no longer worried about Lin Tianming, also quietly left alone without anyone noticing. On the scene, Chu Yunfei and Mo Shakong also rushed into the wind chime arena to congratulate Lin Tianming on his victory over Meng Xiye. Tianming, it's possible. I thought you were bound to lose just now, and was thinking about whether or not to carry you to the infirmary. But I didn't think you'd turn around and win at the last minute. Hearing Chu Yunfei's comment about carrying him to the infirmary, Lin Tianming also said, I'm not that fragile. Mo Jinghong also winked at Lin Tianming. Senior Lin Tianming, I knew you could do it. What a wonderful battle. Before I said I'd treat you to a delicious meal if you won. What do you want to eat now? Just talk directly to senior sister me. This, shocking rainbow senior sister. It's better to buy dinner next time. Although I won, I'm also extremely depleted. And now I just want to go back to my dorm room and lie down. When Lin Tianming said this, Mo Jinghong took a closer look at Lin Tianming's face. It was indeed as Lin Tianming had said. Don't look at him standing now. But his complexion was very poor, obviously too consumed by the battle just now. If he hadn't been able to crush Meng Xiye in one fell swoop just now, the one on the ground right now would be himself, who also didn't have much strength left. Alright then, we'll make another appointment next time. Senior Lin Tianming, if you want to rest, go back to your dormitory early and rest. When Chu Yunfei saw that Mo Jinghong and Lin Tianming had almost finished chatting,
he also spoke at the right time. Tian-ming, since you want to go back to your dormitory, then I'll accompany you back. Well, Yunfei, let's go. Go back to sleep. Lin Tianming also nodded slightly. Dragging his almost physically exhausted body, he left the wind chime arena with Chu Yunfei. Looking at Lin Tianming's departing back, Wang Jian, who was with Wang Yanran, whispered an inquiry to his cousin. Cousin, aren't you going to say a few words of congratulations to that Lin Tianming kid? No, let's go too. Wang Yanyan had only been warm and fiery to Lin Tianming alone just before in order to let him let his guard down. Now that so many people were watching nearby, in order to maintain her image as a former student council president, Wang Yanyan calmly finished her words and also turned to leave. Seeing Wang Yanyan leave just like that, Wang Jian also immediately chased after her. Cousin, wait for me. Meng Haoran, who was inside the wind chime arena, was carrying his unconscious sister to the infirmary. After arriving at the infirmary of the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, the school medical teacher inside also examined the unconscious Meng Xie, confirming that Meng Xie had only exhausted her power, as well as her soul being stimulated into a short coma. The school nurse teacher directly arranged a hospital bed for Meng Xie to lie down and rest. Just after lying down for a few minutes, Meng Xie slowly awoke from the effects of the dementia, just like Lin Tianming had said earlier. Seeing Meng Xie wake up, Meng Haoran also told her the fact that Meng Xie had lost to Lin Tianming. Through Meng Haoran's words, Meng Xie also quickly sorted out everything that had happened before she fell unconscious. After clearing her head, although Meng Xie didn't suffer from the effects of the soul attack anymore, her beautiful eyes were still dimmed from her defeat at the hands of Lin Tianming, and she looked at the ceiling of the infirmary room in dismay. Living a new life, she had thought that she could rewrite her destiny by relying on her memories of becoming a god in her previous life and finding a divine beast at a low level in advance, and cut down Lin Tianming, the demon that had ruined her talent for beast robbing and tormented her all her life. But in the end, she, who had obtained the 4 divine beasts' chances in advance, still lost to Lin Tianming. Meng Xie firmly believed that she would be able to sweep away all her enemies from her previous life if she were to live again. However, the brutal fact of losing to Lin Tianming had completely shattered her resolute Dao heart. Why was she still no match for Lin Tianming even though she had relived her life and obtained the divine beast chance in advance? Could it be that she was going to experience the nightmare of being stepped on by Lin Tianming once in her life? Having her dignity trampled to pieces and her royal beast talent nullified? Thief god. Since she, Meng Xie, was allowed to relive her life to obtain more chances, why did she also arrange so many chances for Lin Tianming as well? So that he would always be able to overpower her? Was it so hard for her to change her fate against the odds? The more you think about it, the more despair. The heart of the Dao crumbled. Meng Xie cannot see any trace of hope to defeat Lin Tianming. Revenge, lying in the hospital bed, cannot stop slipping tears of grief and indignation at the unfair arrangement of fate. Chapter 122, Future Hidden Secrets. The mechanical god's kingdom collectively transformed into a body 2/5 defection and surrender. After defeating Meng Xie yesterday, Lin Tianming went back to his dorm room and fell asleep. This sleep went straight into the next morning, without even eating last night's dinner. This was the first time since Lin Tianming had awakened his supernatural abilities that he was so tired. He got up and looked. Chu Yunfei had already left, and he was left alone in the dormitory, caressing his starving stomach. Lin Tianming took out the cloud cake he had bought at the snack street outside the West Gate with Yi Qingshui earlier and nibbled on it as a filling breakfast. This Meng Xie is really fierce. I almost really lost in her hands yesterday. Murmuring, Lin Tianming also checked the information provided by the system on Meng Xie's previous life. In fact, yesterday, during his sparring session with Meng Xie, Lin Tianming had received a prompt to bind Meng Xie's goddess Qi. It was only that the battle with Meng Xie was so intense that he didn't even have time to check it out specifically. After the battle, physically and mentally exhausted, he hurried back to his dormitory to sleep, and forgot to check Meng Xie's past life information. Now that he had time, Lin Tianming naturally wanted to take a good look at how the original owner had punked Meng Xie in her last life. Meng Xie, the youngest daughter of the Meng family, head of the Imperial Beastmaster alien family in the North Shore city of Kyushu, a guaranteed student of the North Shore Academy, with SSS-Grade Imperial Beastmaster alien talent. Not long after the end of the Higher Awakener Academy competition before her rebirth, North Shore City opened a secret realm that shocked the whole of Kyushu, and as the most outstanding student of North Shore Academy, Meng Xie was also given the qualification to enter the secret realm to explore the secrets. The imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, where the original owner Lin Tianming was from, had also secured this newly discovered secret realm entry qualification for Lin Tianming. Meng Xie had also admired Lin Tianming for a long time because of his strong victory over Alice, the strongest genius of the Northern Yin domain. in the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition. Learning that Lin Tianming had also come, she, who had been devoted to Lin Tianming for a long time, as a local of North Shore City, also took the initiative to receive Lin Tianming and entered the secret realm with Lin Tianming as her companion. Who would have thought that the outwardly glamorous Lin Tianming lurked a malicious heart that Meng Xie could not imagine? Although Meng Xie had performed mediocrely in the previous Global Higher Awakened Academy competition, the large number of Imperial Beastmaster opportunities in the secret realm this time had all recognized her. As long as she could get out of the secret realm and digest these chances exclusive to Imperial Beastmasters, she would inevitably undergo a metamorphosis and her strength would skyrocket. In order to prevent Meng Xie from rising to the top later on, Lin Tianming took advantage of Meng Xie's devotion to him being defenseless, and personally nullified the royal beastmaster talent of Meng Xie, who had romantic fantasies about him, and pushed Meng Xie into a 10,000 fathom abyss in the secret realm. After Lin Tianming came out, he lied that there was a lot of crisis within the secret territory, and Meng Xie did not quite fall. Plus this time, the secret territory did kill and injure half of the people. No one suspected that Lin Tianming killed Meng Xie. In reality, Meng Xie didn't die, but Meng Xie, who had survived the catastrophe, didn't get any chances either. She struggled to survive in the secret realm for a long time and found another exit of the secret realm. And from the secret realm Meng Xie wanted to expose Lin Tianming's evil deeds, but she got the news that Lin Tianming had mutilated her benefactor, the head of the Feng family, and had died tragically long ago several months ago. Unable to seek revenge on Lin Tianming, Meng Xie, whose royal beastmaster talent was useless, was also trying to find the possibility of recovering her royal beastmaster talent. However, with the arrival of the Age of the Descent of the Gods, and even the arrival of the Age of the Descent of the three great ascended divine realms behind it, Meng Xie had not been able to find a way to restore the Imperial Beastmaster's supernatural talent. Around her peers, one by one, they either became gods or performed great feats for the guardianship of mankind, while she, who was once an SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, could only live on, listening to one legend after another. Her Meng family was also wiped out in a crisis because the only one with SSS-ranked Sentinel Beast talent didn't rise to power, and only she, as an invalid, survived once again. This also made her hate Lin Tianming, who had nullified her talent for beast royalty, even more. From the Age of the Descent of the Gods simmering to the Age of the Descent of the three great ascended divine kingdoms, to the descent of a terrifying existence so powerful that the three great ascended divine kingdoms were powerless to resist it. After surviving for so long as an invalid, witnessing the rise of one legend after another, and then falling like a comet, Meng Xie was also finally ushering in the opportunity that belonged to her. With this chance, Meng Xie recovered her royal beast master talent and soared all the way to become a royal beast goddess. But becoming a god has also left her with indelible demons from her once grey experiences. In the end, after witnessing the scene of all the gods of the mechanical god kingdom facing that descending supreme terrifying existence, not putting up any resistance, unconditionally and collectively mutinying and swearing allegiance, betraying the two ascending god kingdoms as well as the human race, they triggered their hearts to die a horrible death in the midst of endless horrors. After carefully reading the previous life profile of the imperial beast goddess Meng Xie, Lin Tianming also once again experienced the viciousness of the original master's natural villainous character. Simply because he was worried that Meng Xie's future accomplishments might overtake him. The original master had killed this girl who had admired him, abolishing her beast royalist talent and pushing her down a 10,000-foot abyss with his own hands. No wonder Meng Xie hated him so much. It was all because of the original owner's last life. After reading Meng Xie's information, Lin Tianming obtained another piece of information that he didn't know before. That is, after the three great ascended divine kingdoms descended, it seemed that an even more terrifying existence would descend. Even all the gods of the mechanical ascension divine kingdom who pursued the mechanical ascension Tao unconditionally swore allegiance to the terrifying existence that descended after that. What kind of scene was that would cause Meng Xie, who was the goddess of imperial beasts, to trigger her heart to die a horrible death in terror after witnessing it? Lin Tianming thought for a moment. Unable to think of anything, he didn't want to think more about this matter for the time being. Now he had another confusion. That is, the mechanical god kingdom because of the existence of the mechanical mastermind. A supercomputer that crystallized the wisdom of the mechanical god kingdom for endless years. Their gods should be absolutely rational beings that would not be affected by emotions. Why would the absolutely rational, unaffected by any emotion, mechanical god country gods pursuing mechanical ascension not even fight and collectively become 2/5 defecting and surrendering? Lin Tianming pondered for a while. He who still didn't know enough about the mechanical god kingdom couldn't imagine the truth of the mechanical god kingdom's collective incarnation of the second five's defection either. It seems that some of the hidden secrets of the future will have to be experienced in person in the future to gain insight into the truth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianming no longer thought much about these big future events that were still far away from him. Thinking of Meng Xie's status as an invalid, witnessing the deaths of her friends and family one after another, and struggling to make it through to the era following the descent of the three great ascended divine powers, Lin Tianming also sympathized more or less with her miserable previous life. Another goddess reborn who needed to be raided in order to dissolve the other party's hatred. Lin Tianming was having a headache on how to raid Meng Xie when his cell phone rang at this time. Taking a closer look, Lin Tianming realized that it was a video call request from teacher Zhang Han. This was the first time Lin Tianming had seen Zhang Han request a video call on her own initiative since he had known her. Lin Tianming, who hadn't yet sensed what was wrong, accepted Zhang Han's request for a video call while nibbling on a cloud cake. As soon as he accepted it, he saw Zhang Han standing at the Thunder Awakening site with a frosty face, and Lin Tianming, who was nibbling on a cloud cake with relish, remembered that it seemed like it was class time. Oops, it was already too late when he secretly said something bad in his heart, and Zhang Han was also angry looking at him through the cell phone who still had the leisure to eat cloud cake. Good boy, you're still in your dorm room here? Hey, Mr. Kong Han, that. Without waiting for Lin Tianming to finish his sentence, the frosty-faced Zhang Han interrupted him. You're half an hour late. I don't care what your reason is. Come over here quickly and give me a lesson. Chapter 123, Little Friend Tianming. I'll give you a chance to train me. After answering Zhang Han's video call, Lin Tianming remembered that he had class today. He also rushed to the Thunder Awakening site at fire speed, not forgetting to bring some cloud cake in his hand to nibble on the way. The students of the Thunder and Lightning attribute-related talent of the Imperial Grade Imperial School, from first-year students to fourth-year students, spent most of their time practicing at the Thunder and Lightning Awakening ground. The Lightning Awakening site where Lin Tianming and his teacher Zhang Han specialized in classes every day was merely one of the many Lightning Awakening sites that were gathered in one area. Yesterday's battle Lin Tianming had boosted the morale of the entire Imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, and as soon as he entered the Lightning Attribute Supernormal Ability Cultivation area where the Thunder Awakening ground was assembled, there were quite a few Lightning Attribute Supernormal Ability students who recognized him. Isn't that Lin Tianming, who has one class and one Lightning Awakening site, and only receives individual guidance from teacher Zhang Han? And really, why is he here at this hour today? Maybe there's no class. It's not like there's a class every morning in the Imperial Great Imperial Academy. It's very free. Either in the morning or in the afternoon there's a cultivation class. There's even vacations. They're all arranged differently according to the specifics of the students in a class. And he more than likely doesn't have a class to hang out today. Hey, that first-year student Lin Tianming. Good morning. I'm your second-year senior. That battle you had yesterday where you violently beat up that foreign student Meng Xie. So cool. On the way, he heard someone greet him, and Lin Tianming waved hello to the gang of Lightning Attribute Alien Ability students, skillfully finding the arena where he had his separate cultivation class. Lin Tianming had already prepared himself to be lectured by Zhang Han later, and just walked in. After waiting for half a day at the Thunderbolt Awakening site, finally waiting for the late Lin Tianming, Zhang Han was in a bad mood at the moment, especially when she saw that Lin Tianming was still carrying a lot of cloud cake in his hand and eating something in his mouth. This brat, am I too good to him? He's really getting reckless in my class, late again and eating in front of me. Lin Tianming also heard Zhang Han's heartfelt voice with anger, and he immediately opened his mouth to greet her. Good morning, Ms. Zhang Han. I didn't tell you that you could be so laid back in my class that you could just eat anything. In the face of Zhang Han's harsh lecture that he didn't shy away from at all, Lin Tianming also explained. This, teacher Zhang Han, I went back after sparring with Meng Xie yesterday, and slept straight through until just now, and I didn't even eat last night's dinner. So, I'm a little hungry. He. After Zhang Han heard Lin Tianming's explanation, the anger in her beautiful eyes soothed away and was replaced by a hint of worry. Under Lin Tianming's dismayed gaze, Zhang Han, who had been frosty just a moment ago, began to circle around him, and even made a move on him. I went back yesterday and slept for so long? Could it be that there was some after effects from that battle yesterday? No, I have to have a good checkup. I can't really fall into any disease roots that will affect the growth ceiling of this child Tianming in the future. It wasn't until Lin Tianming heard Zhang Han's heartfelt voice filled with concern and worry that he realized that she was worried about what after effects his sparring session with Meng Xie had left behind. For Zhang Han to be so concerned about his body, Lin Tianming was still very happy. At least it proved that his ruse against Mr. Kong Han had begun to pay off. Zhang Han was fond of playing nurturing cultivation games, so he would play nicely with her and let her immerse herself in the cultivation of him. After circling around Lin Tianming for several times and confirming that Lin Tianming's body was not in any serious trouble, the stone hanging in Zhang Han's heart only fell. It seems that yesterday's battle was too intense, and the weakness caused having to sleep for so long, and there is nothing physically wrong with him. I had a meal at lunch yesterday. How can I eat this cake in the morning? Why don't you take him out for something nice to eat? Zhang Han's change of heart was all overheard by Lin Tianming. He was also touched. Mr. Kong Han is so good at thinking about him, but he had eaten so much cloudy cake in the dorm and on the road that he was almost full now, and he really couldn't eat anything else. It's also almost full after eating these few pieces in your hand. But Zhang Han will not eavesdrop on his heart. Naturally, he also proposed. Just ate a meal at lunch yesterday. This can't work. Go. I'll take you to the cafeteria to order some food. Lin Tianming, who was already almost full, waved his hand. It's better to forget about it. Mr. Zhang Han, I ate a lot of cloud cake in the dormitory, and I ate quite a bit on the way here. I'm already almost full, so I won't bother you. Seeing Lin Tianming say this, Zhang Han was also remembering that she had seen Lin Tianming on a video call earlier that he was indeed nibbling on a cloud cake in the dormitory to fill up his hunger. Next time if you encounter something like this, don't eat this kind of stuff to fill up your hunger. This kind of stuff is just a small snack. It's okay to eat casually in normal times, but if you're really hungry you have to go to the cafeteria to eat something good. Do you hear me? Okay, hey. Successfully resolving Zhang Han's anger and also getting her concern, Lin Tianming was still a little bit proud in his heart. Right in front of Zhang Han, he finished nibbling the remaining few pieces of cloud cake, and Lin Tianming, who was full, patted his chest. Alright, Ms. Kong Han, I'm ready for your special training. Who would have thought that Zhang Han said, you don't need special training today? Lin Tianming froze. Wasn't she the one who called him here? What happened to special training? Why? Facing Lin Tianming's question, Zhang Han didn't reply on the surface, but her heart told Lin Tianming the answer. It's not because you experienced a big battle yesterday and consumed too much, and you haven't eaten anything for a day. So this morning you temporarily nibbled on some small snacks that didn't have any nutrients to fill you up. So where did you get the strength to carry out the special training? I'm afraid you'll be weak before you get a few hits. Muttering so in her heart, Zhang Han also flashed up lightning with her jade hand and unexpectedly slapped at Lin Tianming's chest. When this palm went down, the thunder that didn't have the intensity of the usual thunder pool special training shocked Lin Tianming back and caused him to be electrified to the point of panting like a cow. Zhang Han also said, do you understand why now? Lin Tianming laughed bitterly. I know. I didn't think I'd be so weak now. I'm obviously full. Zhang Han's beautiful eyes blankly glanced at Lin Tianming who didn't even know how to take care of himself. That's why I want to take you to eat something nutritious and replenish you, so you can have the strength. A body as weak as yours won't have the strength even if it's full of snacks. I was thinking of optimizing your special training program for you this morning, but now I can only forget about it. You'd better get well today. Even though Lin Tianming had heard Zhang Han's heartfelt message that she wasn't going to give him special training today, he still had to pretend that he didn't know. So what do we do now? In the face of Lin Tianming's question, Zhang Han also got thoughtful. Although there is no special training, we can't let this stupid kid who doesn't know how to take care of his body go back, lest he's so weak and nibbles on snacks to fill up his hunger. And then the next day he gives me a wobbly body so weak that he can't do his alien cultivation at all. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on him today. Why don't you take him to my place? Prepare some body tonic food especially for him today, so that he can take care of himself, so that he'll have the strength to come and give me a proper lesson tomorrow. Speaking of which, in my last life, because I developed the God's hand powers for him for the first time, in order to tap into his potential as much as possible, I brought him by my side almost every day in the beginning, ate my food, slept my sleep, and only then was I able to figure out what powers his God's hand had. This life because of the experience of the previous life, but did not take him to my place. Although he had thought about personally controlling Lin Tianming's diet today to help him recover as soon as possible, Zhang Han did not intend to take Lin Tianming away now. The corners of Zhang Han's mouth rose slightly as his mind flashed through Lin Tianming's soul regeneration skill. Little friend Tianming, I'll give you a chance to train me. Chapter 124, What's going away? Go to my place. I'll cook you something good. A chance to train Mr. Kong Han? Although Lin Tianming had heard her mind think about his soul regeneration skill, he could only open his mouth to ask questions without hearing more details. Ms. Kong Han, what does it mean to give me the opportunity to train you? Speaking of which, Zhang Han also cleared up his confusion. It means literally, you are so weak today, you can't accept the high-intensity special training at all, so I don't intend to specially train you today. I intend to let you be my teacher for once, and use your soul regeneration skills to specially train me. Train you in dementia skills? Not bad. You should remember that last time even I lost my mind for a long time because of your soul regeneration skill, right? Although there were reasons why I didn't take it seriously at first and didn't put up any defense. It's still scary as a soul attack skill that you comprehend at a dozen levels. That's why I want to use your soul regeneration skill to help me exercise my soul power as well. After hearing Jiang Han's explanation, Lin Tianming also understood what the so-called training her meant. However, Lin Tianming felt that if teacher Jiang Han was really serious about her defense, it was very likely that even if his soul regeneration skill was powerful, it wouldn't be able to injure her in the slightest. Okay, we can try, but I think that if you take the initiative to defend yourself, teacher Jiang Han, I'm afraid that my soul regeneration skill won't be able to shake your soul defense in the slightest. You don't need to worry about that. Just use your Dementor skill at full power. Come on. I'm ready. Seeing Jiang Han say this, Lin Tianming also did not say anything more. The power of spiritual energy soaring surrounded his body and gathered in front of him to form a ball of spiritual energy light. And then Lin Tianming's eyes blossomed with soul-stealing power. Dementia. Once soul regeneration was unleashed, Jiang Han, who had taken the initiative to defend herself, found her soul defense tactics useless and instantly shattered under soul regeneration's powerful attack. And her soul, too, tingled under the regal attack. My soul defenses are useless? Is it true that it's still because I didn't awaken my soul power ability like this child Tianming? And my soul power is far from enough to withstand his soul attack? Only a moment later, Jiang Han was just like the last time he didn't put up any defense. His eyes grayed out and lost focus as he stared blankly ahead. Compared to Meng Xie, who was directly unconscious, Jiang Han was obviously much stronger as a top-tier awakened. She remained standing, though her eyes were dull and her pupils were devoid of any color. Through Jiang Han's heartfelt voice just now, Lin Tianming was also able to understand that she had gone all out in her defense, but she still instantly entered a state of mindlessness. MS. Kong Han? Tentatively reaching out his hand and waving it in front of Jiang Han's gray beauty eyes, seeing that she didn't have any reaction just like the last time. Lin Tianming was also experiencing how overbearing his soul regeneration skill was. This was teacher Jiang Han who was fully engaged in soul defense and couldn't even block his soul regeneration attack. It was feared that apart from soul ability related awakened who majored in soul, it would be hard for anyone to resist his soul regeneration attack. Nope. There was also that group of spiritual energy ascendants from the spiritual energy divine kingdom, and they were afraid that each of them would have a strong means of preventing this move of his. However, it was still a long way from the spiritual energy ascension God's kingdom descent, and his move of regaining souls was still very appetizing against the awakened of the current era. Lin Tianming re-looked at Jiang Han who was still in a state of mindlessness. He was also remembering that he had last time but the funny story of treating her as a randomly posed doll and making all kinds of facial expressions to take pictures. Playfulness came up again. Just as waiting for Jiang Han to wake up was a bit boring, Lin Tianming was also using his imagination once again, fiddling with Jiang Han to make expressions and movements that she couldn't possibly do normally for his artistic creations. It's just a shame that Lin Tianming, like last time, didn't take many pictures, and there were still a lot of extremely imaginative ideas that hadn't been put into practice before Jiang Han woke up. Brat, is it really that much fun to pinch the flesh of my face and make faces? Lin Tianming hurriedly pulled away and said sloppily. Still, okay, hey. Although Jiang Han had lost her mind just now, she could still feel what Lin Tianming was doing to her. In order to be less screwed by this unlucky kid in the future, I have to do intensive special training on my own soul today. At least the cultivation effect of shortening the time of mind loss must be achieved, or else in the future, when he gets his wings, he'll surely use this trick to ride on my head and bully me a lot. Determined to achieve the special training effect of effectively shortening the time of mind loss today, Jiang Han put up a fight in order to be less bullied by Lin Tianming in the future. Again, better not. Don't what? Come when you're told. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Jiang Han was on a collision course with his soul regeneration skill today, Lin Tianming shook his head helplessly. Radiant. Next, Lin Tianming also acted as Jiang Han wished, acting as her teacher for a time, swapping identities to specially train her. In the first few times, Jiang Han's mind lapsed for the same length of time, without any special training effect. However, as the number of times continued to increase, Jiang Han, as the youngest top awakened in this era and the genius with the most hope of becoming a god, still showed her overwhelming talent. Each time, the time given to Lin Tianming to make art on her became shorter and shorter, and in the back it was directly shortened to about 5 minutes of mind loss. With this look on her face, it caused Lin Tianming to be a little less daring to perform his soul regeneration skill on her. If she's really immune, he won't be able to play later. It was so hard to have a skill that could effectively suppress Jiang Han at a low level. Lin Tianming didn't want this skill to be useless against her so soon. Ms. John Han, why don't we stop here for today? No, go on.
John Han was so intense in special training herself that Lin Tianming was not in a position to refuse. This also made Lin Tianming understand why Jiang Han usually demanded so much intensity from his special training, because she holds herself to such high standards. Continuing to conduct special training for Jiang Han on soul power defense, Lin Tianming thus became Jiang Han's teacher for the morning. However, after the time of mind loss was shortened to about 5 minutes, Jiang Han's next special training had little effect. How could it continue to shorten the time? It also had to do with the fact that she had worked herself up to the point where her soul power was nearly deflated. In this state, her soul defense was already weak, so naturally any further training wouldn't have much effect. Coupled with the fact that she wasn't originally a soul power-related ability awakened person, soul power exercises were too consuming for her and the results weren't as significant as Lin Tianming's. Lin Tianming was baptized by the spiritual energy ascension pool and took the path of spiritual energy ascension. His soul power was different from normal people, and he received special training in soul power to grow by leaps and bounds. Ending the special training, Jiang Han was also genuinely thankful. That's all for today. Thank you, little friend Tianming. After playing all morning today, Lin Tianming didn't really care and said, "It's fine, Mr. Jiang Han, since it's over, I'll leave first." As soon as he heard Lin Tianming say he wanted to leave, Jiang Han, who was still thinking of giving Lin Tianming a good body tonic, naturally wouldn't just let him go. Go what? Tianming kid, you have to eat properly today. Go to my place, I'll make you a delicious meal. Chapter 125, Subway Station encounters demon-possessed demons again. Ms. Jiang Han, I'm full. It's a period of high energy at your age. You need to eat more. Come on, have another chicken leg. Ms. Kong Han, I can't eat anymore. Let's have another piece of pig's feet and sauce. You haven't eaten all day. You need to make up for it. I really can't eat anymore. Mr. Kong Han, I made this chicken fillet especially for you. There are 2 small pieces left. Not many. Eat them all. Hang in there already. Mr. Ginger Han, let's have a few more pieces of duck's blood. Little Tianming, it's a great tonic. You're raising me like a pig. Mr. Kong Han. Under Jiang Han's soft words, Lin Tianming finished the entire meal that Jiang Han had made for him at noon today. Hiccup. Being propped up and burping, Lin Tianming had never felt that eating was actually such a painful thing. At noon today, Jiang Han took him to the supermarket to purchase a bunch of ingredients in order to replenish his body, and then went back to the place where she lived to make him a sumptuous and overdone lunch. Although her intention of wanting to replenish his body touched Lin Tianming, and her cooking skills were absolutely top-notch, Lin Tianming was still a little hard-pressed by her feeding method of raising him like a pig. Unlike Lin Tianming, Jiang Han was overjoyed to see Lin Tianming finish all the dishes she had made. Seeing Lin Tianming say that she was propped up, she smiled and served Lin Tianming another bowl of soup. Propped up? Don't drink water. Drink some duck blood soup. It's thirst-quenching, nutritious and tonic. When Lin Tianming finished his soup, Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction. While she was satisfied, Lin Tianming laughed bitterly. Teacher Jiang Han, you burn too much for this meal. Next time you can burn less. It's not because you haven't eaten for a day. I want to give you more meat to make up for it. Don't worry. I won't even cook so much for you if you want to eat such a sumptuous dinner tonight. I'll just make you shrimp, corn rib soup, and a few random vegetarian dishes. Ginger Han happily cleared the table while planning what to eat tonight. Listening to her words, Lin Tianming, who had wanted to leave after eating at noon, was dumbfounded. There's more at night? Teacher Jiang Han, don't I have to go straight back to the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy? No, eat dinner with me. I also have empty rooms here, and the accommodations are better than those in the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy, so you'll be staying with me today as well. In your previous life, when you first enrolled in school, you slept at my place almost every day, so it's okay if you just sleep for a day now. With me taking care of you, your body will recover fast even if you haven't eaten anything for a day. Stay with me, and I'll even make you a nutritious, hearty breakfast tomorrow morning. When Lin Tianming saw that Jiang Han was holding him back so much, he didn't say anything more about leaving. Unlike the original owner who wouldn't be thankful to Jiang Han, Lin Tianming had taken serious note of how good she was to him. When he grew up in the future, whoever dared to bully his teacher Jiang Han, he would definitely make the other party pay a painful price. After spending a day at Jiang Han's place yesterday, Lin Tianming was also refreshed today. Ending this morning's devilish special training, Lin Tianming didn't go back to Jiang Han's place, but went back to his dormitory to sleep. And in the evening, he and Xu Yunfei went to Tianhui Plaza to play all night. Today this barbecue restaurant I see online fame quite hot.
but also deliberately queued up squatting for a long time to grab the coupon to eat. The results of the taste is also too general. This kind of Netflix restaurant is like this. Most of them have empty fame and don't taste good. Or that shrimp dry pot you ordered last time tasted good. I also thought the flavor of the dried shrimp pot we ordered last time was really top notch. We'll try it again when we have the chance. But this Tianhui Plaza is so big. We can come back some days when we're free to try other stores. There's always a good value for money store. Now it's just a matter of taking the subway back the same way and going back to the dormitory early to rest. At the subway station, Lin Tianming and his roommate Chu Yunfei chatted while waiting for the last subway back to the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy. While waiting for the subway, Chu Yunfei noticed that second-year Yang Yu happened to come down from the previous floor on the escalator. Hey, isn't that the number one sophomore, Yanghua-senpai? Hearing Chu Yunfei's words, Lin Tianming also looked in the direction of the hand elevator, just in time to see Yang Yu coming down. Yang Yu was also quick to spot Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei. He was more or less surprised to run into the two of them here. Two schoolmates. What a coincidence. You're also waiting for the last subway to return to the Imperial Grade Imperial Academy? Lin Tianming said non-committally. Well, my roommate and I came to play at Tianhui Plaza, and accidentally played until now, thinking to catch the last subway back. What about you, Senior Yang Yu? I'm not here to play. I'm working part-time at a milk tea store in Tianhui Plaza and I just got off work. Learning that Yang Yu was actually working part-time at a milk tea store in Tianhui Plaza, Lin Tianming was more or less surprised, but he didn't say anything more. Chu Yunfei, who had a lot of words, couldn't help himself. Senior Yang Yu, you're the number one second-year student, second place in this Global Higher Awakened Academy competition. You're so powerful that you still have to come out to work part-time? Chu Yunfei's comments didn't make Yang Yu angry. He smiled and said, no matter how powerful your powers are, you still have to eat, don't you? Lacking money to use it. I came out to do a part-time job. It seems to be the reasoning I've been taught. Senpai. Chu Yunfei thought about it and also felt that Yang Yu had a point. Lin Tianming listened calmly to Chu Yunfei and Yang Yu's conversation the entire time. And when he noticed that the last subway was coming, he did remind the two of them. Here comes the last subway. Finally, Tianming and Senior Yang Yu have come, and together they've returned to the Imperial Great Imperial Academy to sleep. Chu Yunfei greeted and took the lead to run into the subway. Lin Tianming also walked into the last subway with Yang Yu that didn't have many people sitting down close by. Yang Yu also took the initiative to climb into conversation with Lin Tianming. Senior Tianming, I was not here for that battle the day before yesterday, but I did watch the video afterward. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even I, as a senior, am ashamed of myself. Lin Tianming was just about to reply when he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Yang Yu was also the first to keenly notice the abnormality, and he and Lin Tianming looked at each other, making eye contact, confirming that Lin Tianming had also sensed the danger. Yang Yu and Lin Tianming looked in the direction of that dangerous aura unannounced. Three men dressed in black, wearing hats and unable to see their faces, were also on this last subway. Only Chu Yunfei didn't perceive the danger, and even took this opportunity to take the initiative to add Yang Yu, the number one second-year friend. Senior Yang Wu, can I add you as a friend? Of course, Senior Tianming. Let's add each other as friends too. While Yang Yu promised Chu Yunfei, he also continued to interact with Lin Tianming's eyes. Lin Tianming added Yang Yu's friend without moving, and his cell phone was receiving a text message from Yang Yu to him. You sense it? Lin Tianming was also very knowledgeable, pretending to play with his phone, but actually exchanging text messages with Yang Yu. Well, there's something wrong with those three black men in hats. Senior Tianming, do you know about demons? It's not peaceful in the imperial capital lately. Seeing Yang Yu directly mentioning demons, Lin Tianming curved the corner of his mouth and continued typing to communicate. Well, the corpses of humans possessed by demons. Those three are all demons. When Yang Yu saw that Lin Tianming also knew about the devils, he also revealed a smile and began to discuss with Lin Tianming how to solve those three devils. Only Chu Yunfei was dumbfounded, still being kept in the dark and not knowing anything. Chapter 126, Killing Demons with Your Own Hands. The boiling and burning soul fire scared Chu Yunfei silly. Strange. Subway lights, this is broken? How come it's bright and dim? On the subway, Chu Yunfei, who was playing with his cell phone and swiping the video, removed his headphones in confusion and looked up at the lights that were suddenly unstable. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, was in a state of shut-eye. It looked like he didn't care about anything, but in reality, his spiritual ascension power had been locking onto the three demons possessed by the demons. He could clearly perceive that those three devils had been surreptitiously sizing up Chu Yunfei, Yang Yu, and him ever since they boarded the subway. Obviously, These 3 demons were mostly the same as the demons he encountered in the snack street outside the West Gate before, looking at their souls as abnormal awakened and wanting to kill them to devour their souls. Once these 3 demons made any movement, Lin Tianming would immediately counterattack. Yang Yu, who was sitting next to Lin Tianming, was also waiting for those 3 devils to get impatient and did not take the initiative. Those 3 demons were all only level 25, and no matter how strong the demons that possessed them were, the demons themselves were mostly far away in the Calamity Land, and they couldn't exert much battle power by relying on them. The level 29 Yang Yu was only one step away from entering level 30, and he also had the practical combat experience of having killed low-level demons, so he wasn't panicked at all. As the subway continued to move forward, passing through several platforms, the front and rear carriages where Lin Tianming's trio was located could no longer see anyone as far as the eye could see. All 3 demons were on a mission and didn't want to draw too much attention to themselves, lest their next movements in the imperial capital be limited. The 3 of them had already planned to devour the souls of Lin Tianming's trio, and leave from the subway when they met up with the person they were connecting with, and together they completed today's arrest. No one was around, and there was no one else on the subway at this stop. So the demons finally couldn't hide the color of their salivation and greed for the souls of the exalted awakened in their gazes. The weird and creepy demonic aura had already permeated the surrounding carriages a little bit when they first got on the subway. Just now, Xu Yunfei realized that the lights of the carriages were flickering on and off, and it was these few demons who manipulated the lights, exchanging vicious glances with each other. One of the demons instantly extinguished all the lighting in the surrounding carriages. The second demon used the erosion of his demonic chi to instantly destroy the surveillance cameras on the surrounding several carriages to ensure that their next kill of Lin Tianming's trio would not be recorded. The third demon was the first to attack. As one after another withered hand of demonic energy swept towards Lin Tian's trio, Xu Yunfei was startled by the sound of the lights bursting in the surrounding several carriages, and saw countless demonic hands coming towards them with only the faint light from the outside of the subway station. No good. We've been attacked. Senior Tianming and Yang Yu. While speaking, Xu Yunfei, a fire attribute awakener who was only at the 7th level, also threw out a fireball with very little power. His ridiculously powerful level 7 fireball was directly destroyed by the demonic hand in an instant. Seeing this scene, Xu Yunfei, who had never encountered a demonic creature before, had his heart cooled by half. What the hell is this? It's so weird. Yang Yu first condensed his heavenly flute with water attribute energy and blew the sound of the defensive water shield. In the next instant, a solid defensive water shield rose around the 3 of them. Yang Yu, Lin Tianming and Xu Yunfei. At the same time, those countless demonic hands also landed on top of the defensive water shield as much as they could. A normal water shield would definitely be infiltrated by the erosion of the demonic chi contained in the demonic hand, and would not be able to provide any effective defense at all. It was good that Yang Yu had practical experience in fighting demons, and this defensive water shield sound of his possessed the ability to deal with the corrosion of demonic chi. The demonic hands that landed on the defensive water shield were also stopped in their entirety. Lin Tianming was more than a little surprised to see that Yang Yu still had this trick up his sleeve. His raging thunder armor lacked the ability to deal with the demonic erosion of the demons, clearly possessing strong defense, but the only thing that didn't have the slightest effect was when facing the demons. Yang Yu's defensive water shield also had the ability to defend against erosion when dealing with demonic attacks, causing Lin Tianming to look at this senior in a different light. Senior Lin Tianming, there shouldn't be any problem leaving the job of exterminating the demons to you, right? At this time, hearing Yang Yu's words again, Lin Tianming also smiled. No problem. Don't worry and leave it to me. Although he didn't yet have an effective defense against demonic chi erosion, he was very good at attacking and exterminating demonic creatures. As he spoke, Lin Tianming's body surged with an appalling light of soaring spiritual energy around him. He also took the initiative to step out of the defensive water shield that Yang Yu had put up. Those 3 level 25 demons obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, and didn't take Lin Tianming, who was only level 17, seriously at all. That flute player has a special ability to defend against our demonic aura. All be careful. That alien awakened who was only level 17 dares to talk big about being able to exterminate us. How ridiculous. For your information, human, we're all level 25 demons. You're only level 17, and out of the protection of that senior of yours, you'll only be the first to fall prey to us. As the 3 devils mocked Lin Tianming, they also launched an attack together, combining their efforts to coalesce a devilish hand that was several times more gigantic than the previous one, grabbing towards Lin Tianming. Facing the combined attack of the 325 level demons, the light of spiritual energy soaring around Lin Tianming's body also erupted with a power that was a great deal stronger than usual. Spiritual sparks. Even the weakest of the 3 spiritual energy ascension skills in terms of power, spiritual sparks, when encountering a demon-possessed demon, was materialized from an invisible soul attack into a boiling and burning spiritual energy blaze. Upon seeing the boiling and burning soul flames, the three demons instantly turned pale. Only then did they realize that the human in front of them, who appeared to be only level 17, had a strength that was even more terrifying than the three of them, level 25 devils, combined. Moreover, Lin Tianming's soul-destroying attacks were the nemesis of demons like them who were possessed by demons. Under their fearful gaze, the demonic hand they had coalesced together didn't even have the qualifications to last a second under the boiling and burning soul flames, and was reduced to nothing in an instant. They just wanted to find some random low-grade human awakened souls to quench their thirst before continuing their secret mission in the imperial capital, and they had succeeded many times and hadn't been caught by the higher awakened, who thought that it was this act of quenching their cravings, which in their opinion would not be dangerous, that had brought them into great trouble today. No, I can't die yet. I still have an important mission ahead of me. I can't just die here. Run, this kid's special soul power just restrains us. We mustn't all die out here. We're all burdened with a mission. It's all your fault, thinking that this kid is only level 17, and the kid next to him is only level 7, and that their souls are good to devour, only to still cause us to have to scrap the body that was so hard to possess without even completing our mission. Lin Tianming didn't hold back anything as he crushed with absolute power, exterminating these three demons who wanted to devour his soul on the spot. Chu Yunfei looked directly dumbfounded, not expecting Lin Tianming to have such terrifying battle power even when facing those three extremely bizarre demons. Although Yang Yu believed that Lin Tianming would definitely be able to decimate those three demons, how could he not expect Lin Tianming to win so easily? Especially when he saw the boiling and burning soul flames, Yang Yu felt that even if it was him, he would be powerless in the face of the boiling and burning soul flames. Chapter 127, The Girl in the Yellow Dress and the Connector. Tianming, what was that skill you had just now? How come you didn't use it before when I watched you fight Meng Xie? Spirit Body Spark, just a very common soul attack skill. You call that skill that just boiled and burned as if it could annihilate one's soul ordinary? What a joke. I'm not lying. This is my weakest soul attack skill. It's just that because it restrains demons, it will explode with more power than usual when facing them. This is even your weakest soul attack skill? It's really human to human. When will I be as strong as you? The more Chu Yunfei listened to Lin Tianming's explanation, the more he felt that Lin Tianming's supernatural talent was outrageously perverted. Yang Yu, who was also an SSS-ranked alien talent on the side, even felt that his SSS-ranked alien talent was not worthy of the name SSS rank before Lin Tianming's SSS-ranked alien talent. Lin Tianming smiled and said to Chu Yunfei, Yunfei, if you want to be like me, then you'll have to work harder. We're now 10 levels short. If we don't work harder, I'm afraid that if I'm all level 20, you'll still be at this level. Speaking about the grade difference, Chu Yunfei revealed a look of helplessness. You think I don't want to work hard? It's your promotion speed that's just too fast. At the beginning of the school year, I was only at level 7, but you were already at level 15, and it hasn't been long since the beginning of the school year, and you've consecutively broken through 2 more levels, so who can catch up with you? Among the first-year students as far as I know, only Feng Lan, Yi Qingxue, and that Meng Xie from the North Shore Academy are of a similar level to you, and I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a few fellow students in the whole of the 9 regions who can match you. Regarding Chu Yunfei's statement, even Yang Yu, who had SSS-ranked alien talent, deeply shared his feelings. School brother Chu Yunfei is right. School brother Lin Tianming, the speed of your cultivation at this rank is indeed too fast. Even if I were also an SSS rank, I wouldn't be able to compare to you. You have to know that the qualifying standard for first-year students of the Empyrean Grade Imperial Academy to be promoted to the second year without repeating a grade in the coming year is 20 levels, and you have only been enrolled in the cultivation for not long before you are 17 levels. Even if level cultivation gets harder the further you go and the rate of advancement slows down, but from my analysis, you'll most likely be level 20 by the end of this semester, reaching the minimum qualifying standard for second-year students. Lin Tianming didn't really think he was that fast. Perhaps the object he often used for comparison was Yi Qingxue and the others, Goddesses Reborn, to feel that the promotion speed was average. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also asked Yang Yu, Senior Yang Yu, what rank were you when you enrolled last year? Yang Yu also replied, 9th level, which is much lower than your level when you entered school. Learning that Yang Yu was only in the 9th grade when he enrolled last year, Lin Tianming was also reminded of something. That was the day he enrolled in school, and had heard teacher Zhang Han say that his last enrollment was also at the 9th grade. Feng Lan's last enrollment was also at level 9, only because he was a reborn person. Feng Lan had only enrolled at level 15 in this life. Yi Qingxue was even more so. In her last life she was still struggling with her F-rank talent at this time. looking for a way to recover her SSS rank psychic talent. Meng Xie didn't meet the original owner at the very beginning of her last life, so she who hadn't wasted her talent should have started out at about the same level as the original owner in her last life. Only at the back was the talent abolished, almost died, mixing worse than the F-class alien talent Yi Qingxue. Thinking this way, Lin Tianming was also realizing that if he didn't have the ability to eavesdrop on his heart and failed to rip off Yi Qingxue, he wouldn't have been able to enroll at level 15 in the first place, but would have only been at level 9 like Yongyu. If Feng Lan and the others, the goddess reborns, did not have the memories of their rebirth, they would actually be just like Yongyu, enrolling in the 9th level at most. In other words, Yongwu was the normal level that a top genius without memories of rebirth should be. No wonder teacher Zheng Han mentally mentioned before that as soon as school started in the original owner's last life, he, who was only in the 9th grade, was also brutally beaten by Lei Dong. Thinking about all this, Lin Tianming was also paying more attention to Yongyu, the SSS rank alien genius without the identity of a reborn person. This Yongyu developed properly. Even if he didn't have the memories of rebirth, he might be able to become a god in the future. Yongyu had also helped him out before when Lei Dong provoked him, and like Mo Jinghong, he had spoken in his defense, and Lin Tianming was happy to befriend this promising senior. One more friend who could become a god in the future was not a bad thing for him. There are still 5 more stops to go before we get to the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, and the lights on this subway are broken and keep going dark. So disturbing. Chu Yunfei's complaint pulled Lin Tianming back from his contemplation, and he too looked around at the pitch-black environment. At this time the carriage door opened just in time. The dark carriages threw in the faint light of the subway station. The left side of the carriage door is also walked into a delicate yellow dress girl. Lin Tianming just looked at the yellow-skirted girl who didn't have any awakened one aura on her, and then withdrew his gaze. His main focus was on the carriage door to his right, where a man and a woman also happened to walk up. This man and woman had an aura that only an alien awakened person could have. Not a demon-possessed demon or an ordinary person. But for some reason, they gave Lin Tianming a very strange and eerie feeling. Nothing less than that weird feeling of demonic aura on a demonic creature. Although it was dark in the carriage, Lin Tianming could still see through the movements of the man and woman that they seemed to be searching for something. Were these two looking for the 3 demons he had already killed not long ago? After a moment of slight contemplation, Lin Tianming remembered what Hua Yufei of the Awakening Battle Group had once said to him. She guessed that the imperial capital would be frequented by demon-possessed demons lately, probably because someone within the imperial capital was colluding with the demons from the Calamity Land. As soon as he thought of this speculation from senior sister Hua Yufei, Lin Tianming, who couldn't see through those two's rank for the moment, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Hua Yufei, who had been pursuing this matter. After the message was sent, Lin Tianming put away his cell phone. This time, it was only Lin Tianming who sensed the oddness of that man and woman. Neither Yongyu nor Chu Yunfei felt that there was anything wrong with that man and woman. A man and a woman searched for a while and didn't find the person they wanted to find. They then pulled away from Lin Tianming's trio. See those 3 alien awakenings over there? There are 5 more stops to go before the end station, the Imperial Great Imperial Academy station. And I suspect that they are all students of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy, and that the 3 guys who met with us were killed by that level 29 student among them. I didn't expect to let a few brats spoil our big plan. What an abomination. Those 3 guys were a bit lower ranked, but they were all carrying important missions, yet they died like this. What do we do now? The demonic aura of the demons remains here, so of course we killed them, and when the people from the Awakening Battle Group trace them, they won't be able to trace them back to us. When I think of them spoiling our good deed, I get angry. I must not let them leave alive. Chapter 128, Tattered Yellow Clothes. Disillusioned Sacred Gold Butterfly. Lin Tianming's eyes bled for the first time. While a man and a woman negotiated to kill Lin Tianming for those 3 devils, they were a little afraid to make a move again after they swept over the yellow-skirted young girl who was sitting right across from the 3 Lin Tianming. If we make a move here, won't we startle her? Originally, our main task today is to cooperate with what those 3 demons have prepared and capture her, but we can't act rashly at this time. If we scare her and she runs away and we try to find her again, we'll have to waste a lot of manpower and time again. But we can't catch her without what those 3 devils prepared. Why don't we first kill these 3 students of the Imperial Great Imperial Academy who have spoiled us? Noticing a man and a woman whispering away from them there, although he didn't know what they were discussing, Lin Tianming was still on high alert at all times. At the same time, he also noticed that the man and the woman seemed to be observing the yellow-skirted girl who didn't have any Awaken's aura on her. It's a regular guy. What's worth their attention? Lin Tianming was confused, but he felt that the fact that the man and woman would pay attention to the yellow-skirted girl from time to time meant that this yellow-skirted girl would never be as simple as what he saw on the surface. After a few moments passed, Lin Tianming quietly unleashed his spiritual ascension power to peer deeper into the yellow-skirted girl's senses while making sure that he wasn't detected by anyone. With this peek, Lin Tianming was instantly as if he was deeply trapped in an infinite number of frightening visions. All the scenery around them began to constantly twist and change, and a morose black fog that was very similar to the demonic aura, but even more bizarre and frightening than the demonic aura of the demonic creatures, quietly filled the air. And the yellow-skirted girl sitting across from him, her delicate body and pretty face that was always hung with anxiety gradually turned into a dark void of nothingness, and nothing could be seen. That beautiful pale yellow dress was also gradually twisting into a tattered yellow dress that kept shaking. The maddening thoughts invaded Lin Tianming's brain, allowing him to experience for the first time what it meant to be twisted and crazy. This breath is very similar to that Lord of Winter before. Could it be that this yellow-skirted girl is a trickster god? However, even the last time he faced the guile god Lord of Winter, Lin Tianming hadn't fallen into a seizure. At that time, it was mentioned in the hearts of the Tianshui women that they should not look directly at the trickster god, should not listen to the whispering of the trickster god, and should not call out the trickster god's name, or else there would be great terror. But he's done all these forbidden things, all fine and well, and is alive and well compared to the Tianshui girls who are already doing their best to avoid it. Why this time? He actually fell into madness because of peeping into the secrets of the girl in the yellow dress? Unable to understand the reason for this, for the first time experiencing how painful it was to fall into madness, Lin Tianming wanted to withdraw his spiritual ascension power and stop prying into the identity of the yellow-skirted girl. However, he realized that he, who was deep in the weird and frightening visions of fear, could not withdraw his power of spiritual ascension. It was as if he had been targeted by the tattered yellow clothes to inflict divine punishment on him, a mortal who dared to pry into the guile god's honorable face, so that he would be erased from this world forever. At this moment, Lin Tianming's original body was sitting in its seat with a dull gaze, shedding tears of blood. Noticing that Lin Tianming suddenly looked like he had lost his soul, his eyes still dripping with blood and tears, Yang Yu and Xu Yunfei also looked at him nervously. Tianming, what's wrong with you? Don't scare people. Senior Lin Tianming, wake up. The yellow-skirted girl sitting opposite Lin Tianming also noticed Lin Tianming's situation at the moment because of Xu Yunfei and Yang Yu's shouts. Her already anxious and uneasy mood also had an extra hint of fear because of Lin Tianming's abnormality. I'm not a monster. Not a monster. Not a monster. As her emotions became unstable, an aura even weirder than demonic aura began to leak out from her body. Noticing that the yellow-skirted girl's emotions had become unstable, the man and woman who had originally been contemplating killing Lin Tianming and the others suddenly also revealed a look of panic. Oops, why has her mood suddenly become unstable? We'll all die at this rate. Run! It's all because of these three brats who spoiled our good deed. If they hadn't killed those three devils, we would have definitely been able to capture her this time with the help of the means prepared by the devils. And now we can only escape first. With no intention of staying here, a man and a woman turned their heads and tried to break the doors of the subway car to jump out and escape. However, they had still far underestimated the terrifying ability of the yellow-skirted girl after she became emotionally unstable. That weird black fog had already spread to their rear, intercepting the path they wanted to jump out of the car and escape. The black fog continued to spread and envelop them, and the next moment they were letting out hoarse screams in the black fog. As for Xu Yunfei and Yang Yu, who were with Lin Tianming, although they were also surrounded by the black mist, they were also protected by the spiritual ascension light that Lin Tianming had unconsciously released, and weren't swallowed up by the black mist. Still, they fell into a deep slumber under the influence of the black mist. At this moment, Lin Tianming's consciousness was still deep in that weird and frightening vision of horror. Unable to take his sight away from the tattered yellow clothes where he couldn't see any body at all, Lin Tianming felt like his spirit was about to collapse. Just when he was about to be unable to hold on and was about to die a horrible death in a seizure, Lin Tianming's strong desire for survival once again triggered the highest state of mind of the spiritual ascension path. Mind over matter. For him at this most dangerous moment, protected by the supreme state of mind over matter, Lin Tianming's increasingly frantic thinking gradually calmed down, and his consciousness returned to his own body from the frightening illusion created by the tattered yellow clothes. Lin Tianming, who had come to his senses, realized that the entire subway car was now densely covered in a terrifying black mist that was even more bizarre than demonic chi, and it was the yellow-skirted girl sitting directly across from him that had caused all of this. I'm not a monster. I'm really not a monster. Don't arrest me. The yellow-skirted girl's words with a frightened face were also heard by Lin Tianming. He glanced at the unconscious Yang Yu and Xu Yunfei beside him, as well as a man and a woman not far away who were shrouded by the black mist and constantly letting out miserable screams, and then once again looked at that yellow-skirted girl. In order to get out of the current predicament, regardless of who the yellow-skirted girl really was, whether it was intentional or unintentional.
Lin Tianming had to stop her from continuing to spread this black mist.
Thinking of this,
Lin Tianming stood up and walked towards the yellow-skirted girl.
Seeing that Lin Tianming had actually woken up,
the yellow-skirted girl who had thought that Lin Tianming had been killed by her froze.
You're not dead? Lin Tianming didn't answer, but instead asked her back with a wary expression. What exactly are you? Or, are you not human at all? Being asked this by Lin Tianming, the pretty face of the yellow-skirted girl once again became emotionally unstable. I'm a human. I'm a human. I'm a human. I'm not a monster. I didn't mean to harm anyone. You don't want to catch me.
Madly muttering to herself, fearing that she would be caught by Lin Tianming, she also stood up and fled in a hasty manner in the other direction.
Seeing this,
Lin Tianming also chased after him in order to dissolve this black mist that was trapping him. Who thought that the body exudes a horrible bizarre atmosphere of the yellow dress girl around the space around the violent tremor, followed by the source of filth that should be scattered black fog. She gradually flashed like holy light in the process of escaping the holy golden light. Just a moment after Lin Tianming grabbed her arm, the panicked her transformed into countless beautiful golden butterflies under the brilliant golden light and dissipated into thin air. As she disappeared, the black mist that enveloped the entire subway car dispersed. Chapter 129. Trust me. Electric shocks like this help with healing. Looking at the yellow-skirted girl who was suspected to be a trickster god dissolve into countless beautiful golden butterflies and dissipate in the same place,
Lin Tianming,
whose crisis had been lifted, felt incredulous.
Is she really a trickster god? Why would she, who had been spreading an ominous and eerie black mist in the last second, emanate such a divine and peaceful aura? After thinking for a moment, Lin Tianming, who knew very little about the mysterious yellow-skirted maiden, shook his head and no longer thought much about the identity of the yellow-skirted maiden. He quickly returned to Yongyu and Shu Yunfei's side,
confirming that they were not seriously injured just now under the protection of his spiritual energy soaring light,
and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief.
Confirming that Yongyu and Shu Yunfei were now safe, Lin Tianming walked towards the man and woman who had also been saved by the sudden departure of the yellow-skirted girl.
However, they didn't have the protection of Lin Tianming's spiritual ascension light, and at the moment, they weren't in a good state at all. Seeing Lin Tianming walking towards them,
they who thought they were well hidden even greeted Lin Tianming. You should be a student of the Imperial Great Empress Academy, right?
Thank you for saving us.
Yeah, we are now very weak. Can you help us to sit on the chair? When Lin Tianming heard their words, he also curved the corners of his mouth and extended his hand to the two of them.
We're all abnormal awakened,
and when we encounter this bizarre incident of a suspected demonic invasion in the land of calamity, we naturally have to support each other. Seeing that Lin Tianming believed them so easily, the man and woman sneered in their hearts.
As expected of a student of the Great Imperial Academy, he really had a sense of justice, but it's also stupid, and far underestimates how dangerous the human heart is.
When they recovered a little, they would kill Lin Tianming, who had caused them to lose the yellow-skirted girl. If they succeeded in connecting with those three devils who hadn't been killed by Lin Tianming's trio tonight and teamed up to capture the yellow-skirted girl, the grand plan they were plotting would be realized. So Lin Tianming and his two companions had to be buried with the failure of the plan that had caused them to plot for so long. A man and a woman on the surface naturally wouldn't voice their inner thoughts, dropping their hands onto Lin Tianming's. However, it was the moment their hands landed on Lin Tianming's hands that an electric shock-like sensation instantly spread throughout their bodies from their palms. They subconsciously raised their heads, just in time to bump into Lin Tianming's seemingly kind smile. What was clearly a very friendly smile was at the moment surging with the power of thunder surging around Lin Tianming, making the man and woman feel that it was the smile of the devil. Crackling electricity flashed, and the terrifying power of thunder electrified a man and a woman with screams. They were all high-level abnormal ability awakened, but because of the erosion of the black mist from the girl in the yellow dress just now, they were now so weak that they couldn't withstand Lin Tianming's electric shock. What are you doing? Stop it. Come on. Stop it. Are you crazy? We're all good people. Listening to the agonizing cries of a man and a woman, Lin Tianming always maintained a friendly smile. Soon, these two high-level awakened people were electrocuted by Lin Tianming and fainted to death. Zilla Zilla. Looking at the electric current still lingering on the man and woman, Lin Tianming was still satisfied with his masterpiece. Dragging the bodies of the two high-level awakened back to their original seats and sitting down, Lin Tianming also raised his head to see where the subway had arrived. The next stop is the final destination, the Imperial Capital Great Imperial School. So soon? I don't know if Hua Yufei will be able to arrive in time. Muttering something to himself, Lin Tianming patiently sat in his seat and waited for the last subway to arrive at the end of the line. At the same time, Lin Tianming was keeping a constant eye on the two high-level awakened by his feet.
If they showed any signs of awakening, he'd give them another supplementary shock to get more sleep. At this time, Chu Yunfei and Yangyu, who had just received his protection, finally awoke. What's wrong with me? Falling asleep? Schoolboy, what's going on here? Facing Chu Yunfei and Yangyu's questions, Lin Tianming still decided to conceal the matter of that yellow-skirted girl. I'm not sure. My eyes suddenly watered with tears of blood and I could vaguely hear you guys yelling for me. When I woke up, you guys were unconscious and these two fell to the ground, so I dragged them to me by the way. So we'll get off the subway together later and send them to receive medical attention. Lin Tianming's half-truthful answer was also what made Chu Yunfei and Yanyu recall the events before their coma. At that time, Lin Tianming did shed tears of blood for no reason, and then they also inexplicably fell into a coma while checking on Lin Tianming's condition. Seeing that Lin Tianming didn't understand the specifics either, even though they still had many doubts in their hearts, they didn't ask any more questions. Immediately arriving at the final destination, the imperial capital Great Imperial Academy, Chu Yunfei noticed that a man and a woman lying on the ground moved a little, showing signs of awakening, and he also immediately reminded Lin Tianming. They seem to be waking up. Tianming, maybe when they wake up, we'll ask them and find out what the hell just happened. After Chu Yunfei reminded him of this, Lin Tianming also noticed that this man and woman high-level awakenings were about to wake up. Worthy of being a high-level awakened person, he could awaken so quickly even with such an electric shock. After mentally sighing at the speed at which the two had awakened, Lin Tianming in the next second cast a thunder trample to electrocute the two on the ground under the incredulous gazes of Yongyu and Chu Yunfei. With Lin Tianming so electrified, the man and woman once again fell into a fainting state, their bodies still constantly flickering with residual electricity. Zilla Zilla. Not understanding why Lin Tianming did this, Chu Yunfei asked, Tianming, what are you doing? They're about to wake up. Why did you electrocute them? Yongyu also nodded, agreeing with Chu Yunfei and waiting for Lin Tianming's reply. I'm doing this for their own good. They're in such a weak body right now. They'll definitely wake up with double the pain. It'll be troublesome if they're in too much pain to last until we send them to receive treatment. So it's better to let them remain in a state of unconsciousness. And my electric shocks are purposely controlled in strength. Believe me, such electric shocks are even beneficial to the healing of their injuries. This is the electric shock therapy method I learned from Mr. Jian Han. Lin Tianming's crooked answer naturally wouldn't convince Chu Yunfei and Yangyu. And just as they were about to open their mouths to ask further questions, the subway car resounded with the sound of arriving at the terminal station. When we arrived at the terminal, Lin Tianming also immediately said, we're at the station. Let's get off the subway soon too. After saying his words, without giving Chu Yunfei and Yangyu any chance to pursue the matter, Lin Tianming dragged that man and woman's bodies out of the subway car. Once he was out of the carriage, Lin Tianming also heard a voice that surprised him. Tianming Jr. brother, I've come to help you. Are you okay? This person who spoke was naturally Hua Yufei, who had sent a message to inform Lin Tianming in advance when he saw a man and a woman high-level awakened person earlier. He looked in the direction where Hua Yufei was, and she was also running towards him at a fast pace. Under Yongyu and Chu Yunfei's bewildered gaze, Lin Tianming began to cryptically communicate with Hua Yufei. I'm fine, Hana-senpai. Those are the two people I was telling you about. Hua Yufei looked at the man and woman who were being dragged on the ground by Lin Tianming, and when she felt the 75-level aura of these two people, her face became grave. You used that trick? Lin Tianming of course knew that the move Hua Yufei was referring to was the transcendental forbidden spell, and he too immediately shook his head. No, there was just an accident that rendered them unconscious. I understand. You come with me. There are some things I still want to confirm with you personally. As for both of them, while deciding to take Lin Tianming away to talk in detail, Hua Yufei was also thinking about how to deal with Chu Yunfei and Yongyu. Lin Tianming immediately said, they don't know anything, senior sister Hua. Just I'll go with you. Seeing Lin Tianming say this, Hua Yufei, who had a lot of trust in Lin Tianming, nodded. Alright then, Tianming Jr. brother. Don't worry, go to my place. I'll cover you. There will definitely be no cases of not letting go. After communicating with Lin Tianming, Hua Yufei also waved to Chu Yunfei and Yangyu who were confused and completely unable to understand her encrypted call with Lin Tianming. Two elementary school brothers. My name is Hua Yufei. I'm your senior sister who has already graduated for a year. I still have some things to talk about with Tianming's elementary school brother, so I'll leave first. As the words fell, Hua Yufei left with Lin Tianming. Before Lin Tianming left, he also signaled that Chu Yunfei and Yangyu didn't need to worry about him. I have some things to discuss in detail with senior sister Hua, so you don't need to worry about me. And after hearing Hua Yufei's self-introduction, Yangyu instantly remembered something about Hua Yufei. I remember. So it's her. Chapter 130, The Yellow Dress Church That Believes in the Trickster God. The yellow-skirted girl was the key to opening the seal of the demon tomb. Chu Yunfei looked at Yang Yu, who also seemed to recognize Hua Yufei. He also said, "Her." Seeing that Chu Yunfei did not know who exactly Hua Yufei was, Yang Yu also cleared up Chu Yunfei's confusion. Sister Hua Yufei was once a celebrity in the Grade Imperial Academy as well, and even though she just happened to graduate when I enrolled last year, there are still some rumors about her that I know. After a pause, Yang Yu also continued to introduce Hua Yufei to Chu Yunfei. Sister Flower Yufei. SSS rank Flourishing Flower Language Ability Talent. Once the number one among the students of the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy in her term. When she was still a student, she crossed the level several times to kill the high-level demons in the Calamity Land. After graduation, she was also selected by the Imperial Capital Awakening Battle Corps out of the blue, and in less than half a year, she relied on her exceptional ability to personally enter the Calamity Land and eliminate all the demons in a recognized dangerous high-level demonic lair. At that time, Sister Fa Yufei was also invited back by the school leaders to give a speech to us, who were still first graders at that time, to inspire us. I also heard news of her some time ago, and it's rumored that she's now the captain of the 5th Detachment of the Awakening Battle Corps, which happens to govern this precinct where my Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy is located. When Yang Yu talked about Hua Yufei's deeds, there was still a little bit of yearning in his eyes. It was evident that he still admired the schoolmate who had already graduated for a year. To be able to make the number one among the second-year students respect him so much, Chu Yunfei believed that Hua Yufei must have real skills. Just how did this senior sister Hua Yufei, who had a glorious deed and had graduated for a year, also know Lin Tianming? And the relationship looks like it's still going well. This also couldn't help but make Chu Yunfei think of the fact that Lin Tianming also had a close relationship with the former student council president, senior sister Wan Yanran. Damn, how come he doesn't have such good peach blossom luck as Lin Tianming? Could it be that big sister type girls like all preferred guys of Lin Tianming's style? During the time Chu Yunfei was sighing about Lin Tianming's good luck with women, Lin Tianming had already gotten into Hua Yufei's car and personally followed her to the Awakening Warrior Regiment's 5th Detachment base. On the way, Lin Tianming also told Hua Yufei all about the yellow-skirted girl that he couldn't tell Yang Yu and Chu Yunfei about just now. He notified Hua Yufei also because Hua Yufei had previously said that she had been investigating the truth about the recent frequent activities of demons in the Imperial Capital, and also told him to contact her if he found anything. Hua Yufei had also helped him get out of the 7th Detachment base of the Imperial Capital Awakening Warrior Corps before, and this favor Lin Tianming also remembered. So today, after realizing that these two people were most likely the ones colluding with the demons of the Calamity Land, as Hua Yufei had guessed, he also contacted her at the first opportunity. However, regarding how he had gotten out of the yellow-skirted girls' crisis, Lin Tianming was still hiding something. After Hua Yufei listened carefully to Lin Tianming's account, she too quickly drove Lin Tianming back to the 5th Detachment's base. After greeting everyone in the base, Hua Yufei led the man and woman into a separate interrogation room with Lin Tianming. Tianming Jr. Brother, the information you provided this time is very important. I'm very glad that you could think of contacting me at the first time when you encountered this kind of thing. When I'm not busy one day, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal. First, she thanked Lin Tianming for the information he had provided her with before Hua Yufei continued on with the business. The next step is to interrogate these two again and see if we can get more useful information out of them. Upon hearing that Hua Yufei wanted to interrogate these two people, Lin Tianming hesitated and said, "Do I need to recuse myself for a moment? School sister Hua? No need. You're the one who got the credit for me catching them, and you have a right to know." Hua Yufei didn't avoid Lin Tianming. Her slender fingertips flowed with beautiful flower petals, which she then cast to fly towards those 275-level awakened people who were electrocuted by Lin Tianming. Under the influence of the petals that had the effect of awakening the mind, a man and a woman soon came to their senses. As soon as they woke up they saw that they were trapped in an interrogation room, and they too understood immediately that they had been captured. The eyes looked viciously at Lin Tianming, who was right next to Hua Yufei. If eyes could kill, they would have already killed Lin Tianming at least 10,000 times with their eyes. In the face of their impotent and furious rage, Lin Tianming was not angry and even felt a bit amused. When Hua Yufei saw that these two people suspected of colluding with the demons of the Calamity Land had fallen into her hands, and still dared to scare her elementary school disciple Lin Tianming with their eyes, her naturally soft and pretty face couldn't help but float with a cold frost. "Don't scare my schoolmate there. Obediently tell me your identities and whether or not the recent frequent activities of the demons of the Calamity Land in the Imperial Capital have anything to do with you, as well as whether or not you have any other accomplices, so that I can deal with you leniently for the sake of your confession." As soon as they heard Hua Yufei's words, The eyes of this man and woman looked at Lin Tianming with even more ferocity. So it was you. You killed those 3 demon-possessed demons tonight. It's all because of you that our long plan tonight failed. Even if you catch us, so what? You'll never get any useful information out of us. As they speak, a man and a woman bite the poison hidden in their mouths, trying to keep their secret plan alive with their deaths. Lin Tianming keenly sensed their intentions and immediately reminded Hua Yufei, senior sister Hua, there's poison in their mouths. Hearing Lin Tianming's reminder, they who had already bitten the poison and had their mouths overflowing with it laughed out loud and taunted Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei, who still wanted to know the truth. Too late, ha ha, this is a special poison that can poison even a top-awakened person to death by using the demonic creatures of the Calamity Land as a guide. Once you take it you will surely die. You won't be able to get any information. Hua Yufei sniffed, but she smiled. Want to die? It's not that easy. As she spoke, the petals that flowed from her fingertips cast a floral scent that could heal 100 poisons. Immediately after, the poison in the mouths of the man and woman seeking death was purified by Hua Yufei, along with the toxins that had invaded their bodies. They were purified. How is this possible? This is a poison that can kill even a top-awakened person. How did you dissolve it? A man and a woman were all dumbfounded, completely not expecting Hua Yufei to be able to purify the poison in their mouths. There is no poison in this world that I, Fa Yufei, can't cure. Smiling confidently, Hua Yufei then continued, I'll give you one last chance to come clean on your own. Speak. Humph. Want to get information from us? Dream on. Even if you know how to cure poison, you'll never try to get information out of us. Seeing that these two were so obstinate, Hua Yufei also lost her patience. Pink petals streaked about, instantly enveloping these two. Soon, they were letting out demented laughter. So beautiful. Am I in heaven on earth? I'm meeting the flower goddess? It's so beautiful. Lord Flower Fairy, Lin Tianming, who was on the side, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this move of Hua Yufei's that could cause dementia. He wouldn't turn into a demented cutie if that trick was used on him, right? Noticing the change in Lin Tianming's expression, Hua Yufei smiled sweetly at Lin Tianming. Don't worry, Tianming junior brother. I won't use this trick on you unless you fall in the future and commit at my hands. Although she hadn't exerted her supernatural powers on Lin Tianming, her naturally soft and charming knitted brows and smile were still like a flower fairy, making it hard for people not to be attracted to her. Hearing her words, Lin Tianming also snorted with a numbscalp. I definitely won't fall. Please don't worry. Senior flower sister. Hua Yufei also believed that Lin Tianming would definitely not fall. She still liked her elementary school brother whose personality was very much to her taste. Looking back at the two level 75 awakened who had already become demented under her skills, Hua Yufei began her interrogation. Under her interrogation, the two of them, who had been hit by her skills, knew what they were talking about. As these two people recounted their stories, Hua Yufei and Lin Tianming were also informed of the specific identities of these two people, as well as what the organization behind these two people were trying to do by colluding with the demons of the Calamity Land. The man and the woman belonged to the Church of the Yellow Clothes, an organization that believed in a trickster god. Recently the demons possessed by the demons of the Calamity Land have been frequently operating in the imperial capital, and it is this yellow-clothed church organization that is secretly helping out. The demons of the Plague Lands and the people of the Yellow Clothes Church both wanted to open the seal of the demon tomb and release the suppressed god realm demons in the demon tomb before they would cooperate with each other. And the key to trying to open the devil's tomb ahead of time lay in the yellow-skirted girl that Lin Tianming had met today. The Church of the Yellow Coat helps the demonically possessed demon to enter the imperial capital, and the demon is responsible for providing the means to capture the girl in the yellow dress. Both sides joined forces to capture the yellow-skirted maiden, and then they could utilize the power of the yellow-skirted maiden to open the devil's tomb. After learning about this information, Hua Yufei's soft and pretty face couldn't help but reveal a look of gravity. I haven't even heard of this Yellow Clothes Church before. I didn't realize that the recent frequent demonic activities in the imperial capital were related to this never-heard-of Yellow Clothes Church. Lin Tianming heard this and also said, even school sister Hua doesn't know about this Yellow Clothes Church organization? Then does school sister Hua know what the Guile God is? I still know a little about the trickster god, but I don't know much. As far as some messages I have learned from the records of some ancient stone tablets in the Calamity Land a few times, the trickster god is most likely the true source of the power of the demons in the Calamity Land. Chapter 131. The yellow-skirted girl was definitely the trickster god. But what to call her? The Lord of the Yellow Dress? The trickster god is the source of power for these demons? Lin Tianming couldn't help but stare in disbelief as he listened to the message Hua Yufei provided him with. No wonder he always felt that the aura of the eerie god Cold Winter Lord that he encountered last time in the Ice Secret Realm was actually very similar to the demonic aura of a demonic creature. However, compared to the devil's demonic aura, It is less like a miscellaneous aura and is more pure. It turns out that the trickster god is the source of power for these demons. Hua Yufei also continued. I haven't encountered the Guatian so far. And what I know about the Guatian is only what I learned through some ancient stone tablets in the Calamity Land after having been there a few times before to carry out missions in the Calamity Land. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. Lin Tianming wasn't surprised that Hua Yufei hadn't come into contact with the trickster god. As far as he knew through his heartfelt understanding of Yi Qingxue and the others, the goddesses reborn, none of them had encountered the trickster god in their previous lives during this period, and some of them even didn't know about the trickster god during this period. It was only when they became gods later on that they gradually realized that there were also trickster gods that were even more terrifying than the god realm demons. However, Lin Tianming did not agree with the idea that the fact that they had not encountered the trickster god in their last life before the age of the descent of the gods meant that there would not be a trickster god coming out before the seal of the demon tomb was unsealed, because that would only prove that the last devil's tomb seal didn't show signs of unsealing in advance like it did in this life, and the trickster god might have descended long ago in their last life. It's just that they didn't encounter the already descended trickster god early in their fateful trajectory in their last life. As for the early revival of the suppressed Lord of Winter in the ice and snow mystic realm, it must have been caused by the butterfly effect produced by their rebirth, coupled with him, a traveler, crossing over and superimposed together, regardless of which analysis was more likely. For Lin Tianming, who had traveled across, the successive encounters with the trickster god required him to be careful. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming, who was extremely concerned about that yellow-skirted girl, looked towards Hua Yufei. Hana-senpai, do you have the ability to access all the security camera footage along the last subway tonight? Hua Yufei sniffed. Although Lin Tianming hadn't explicitly told her exactly what he was bringing it for, the smart her had already guessed what Lin Tianming meant. Junior brother Tianming, could it be that you want to investigate that yellow-skirted girl you mentioned? Nice. After receiving Lin Tianming's affirmation, Hua Yufei also responded immediately. No problem. Give me about 10 minutes and I'll be able to call up the information of that yellow-skirted girl you mentioned. After waiting patiently for almost 10 minutes, Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei waited for the video they wanted. Starting from Lin Tianming's 3 people, as well as those 3 devils getting on the subway, and then the yellow-skirted girl and the 2 yellow-clothed church members getting on the subway. Lastly, there was the subway station footage of Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei leaving together with someone, all of which accurately recorded the exact time. At the same time Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei were studying the video, Hua Yufei was again notifying someone special to specifically access the information of this yellow-skirted girl in the video. Soon after, Hua Yufei was again receiving messages from the person responsible for providing her with information. Only when she saw the message, Hua Yufei's willow brows frowned slightly. Lin Tianming noticed the change in her expression, and he, who was focusing on the video of the clip related to the girl in the yellow dress, stopped. What's wrong, Hana-senpai? Hua Yufei didn't respond at first, but took a moment before saying, can't find out anything about her. Lin Tianming heard this and immediately thought of a possibility. Can't check. Is it because the authority is not enough? Hua Yufei, however, shook her head to negate his conjecture. If it's not enough permissions, the person who accessed the relevant information for me would have reminded me not to ask more questions. And the fact that he didn't say anything means that it's not enough permissions. This statement from Hua Yufei also caused Lin Tianming to tighten his brows. The security cameras at the subway station clearly recorded her face. How could they not be traced? There isn't any information on this yellow-skirted girl, but the man sent me quite a few pictures he found that relate to this yellow-skirted girl, so maybe you should take a look at this. As Hua Yufei spoke, she also uploaded the information on her phone to her computer and watched it with Lin Tianming. The first picture at the beginning is of the yellow-skirted girl at Tianhui Plaza, a pedestrian street in the DC district of the Imperial City. The protagonists, however, were not a young girl in a yellow dress, but a young couple. The yellow-skirted girl was just a passing backdrop that just happened to capture the anxious and disturbed expression that she made Lin Tianming extremely familiar with. This is a pair of young couples in the Imperial DC district Tianhui Plaza to play. Photographed and sent to the social media platform Sun Couples Photo. This yellow dress girl happened to be present. The time is just a month ago. Hua Yufei also told Lin Tianming all the other information mentioned by the person who had provided her with this photo. Lin Tianming also seriously looked at the photo while listening to Hua Yufei's account of its origin. Next up is this one. In Mordor, Kyushu, the penultimate closest photo that person could trace from the internet. From a year ago, and she's still in the background of the photo, eating ice cream. The photo jumped from the imperial capital to the magic capital all of a sudden. And although Lin Tianming felt it was a bit strange, he couldn't associate it with any more useful messages for the time being and continued to watch it silently. But this photo, whose location is in Mordor? has a contented smile on the face of the yellow-skirted girl who serves as the backdrop. This was the first time Lin Tianming had seen a smile on her anxious and troubled pretty face. This one is from 5 years ago. The location is in Donghai City, and it was also taken during the period of the biggest invasion of demons in the Land of Calamity in Donghai City in the last 10 years, when it coincided with the demonic ravages, and a bold filmmaker snapped a picture on the way of escaping. And this yellow-skirted maiden was also escaping from demonic hunts along with the other passers-by. As time went from 1 month to 1 year, and then from 1 year to 5 years, Lin Tianming sensed a hint of something wrong. Flower School sister, don't rush to scroll back yet. Let me take a closer look. After staring at the panicked face of the yellow-skirted girl in this photo for a long while, Lin Tianming again said, Senior Flower sister, look further back at the photos from a month ago and a year ago. Hua Yufei did the same, allowing Lin Tianming to watch carefully. After this repeated viewing, Lin Tianming discovered a shocking fact. That would be this yellow-skirted girl who looked exactly the same 5 years ago as she does now. There was no change in appearance. Even the clothes were a pale yellow dress, taking in all of Lin Tianming's rapidly changing expression for a short period of time. Hua Yufei said meaningfully, It seems like junior brother Tianming, you found out as well. Do you want to continue to look back? Well, look at the back. Lin Tianming nodded. At the same time, the conjecture in his heart that the yellow-skirted girl was the guile god gradually became firm. This one is 10 years old, and the location is in Mingxi City, which just happens to be the city where you were born. Tianming Elementary School brother. This one is from 30 years ago, at the southern border of Kyushu. This one is from 50 years ago. The location is in the northern Yin Domain Skyghost Pass. The photo was uploaded to the internet by later people in order to record the people and events of some times in the past. This one was taken in Eiffel, N.L. 80 years ago for publication in the newspaper. And this time she's finally out of the background. Captured by the photographer with a caption taking the name of the girl from Kyushu. This one is from 110 years ago, the era before the demon tomb was sealed. The location was in Shishu in Kyushu, and it's also the last photo. She's still the backdrop in other people's photos. From this one on it's not a photo, but a portrait. 150 years ago, also in the imperial capital of Kyushu. This portrait is 170 years ago. It is said to be from Sakura Island. It is hard to say whether the girl in the dress in the portrait is her or not. But the portrait depicts a girl in a yellow dress who is accepting the kneeling of a group of fanatic worshippers, while the one who accepts the kneeling of her is full of trepidation. And the one who provided me with the portrait felt that the expression and the dress were very similar, so he sent it to me together. After carefully looking at the photos and portraits related to the yellow-skirted girl, Lin Tianming felt that his brain was a little lacking in oxygen at the moment, and needed to properly digest the huge and bizarre amount of information. As time moved forward a little bit, the photo went from color to gray and aged more and more, but the yellow-skirted girl's face didn't change one iota. In this world, it is indeed possible to have two people who are not your biological brothers and still look very much alike, but you can't just happen to wear a yellow dress every time, can you? Yellow-skirted girl, yellow-robed church, black mist weirder than magic, tattered yellow clothes, holy gold butterflies, a similar aura to the creepy god Lord of Winter. Correlating all this information he knew, Lin Tianming could be sure that these yellow-skirted girls in the photos, who were in different eras, were either similarly different people or the same person. No, is the same trickster god. If the yellow-skirted girl was a trickster god, what would she be called? The name of the Lord of Winter flashed through his mind, and Lin Tianming had his thoughts. The Lord of the Yellow Dress? For some reason, Lin Tianming always felt that this calling was a bit strange. Chapter 132, The Blue Crystal Water Tiger Baby's Fatal Allure to Meng Xie. Last night, he had wanted to directly find out the specific identity and hiding place of the yellow-skirted girl through the Imperial Awakening Battle Corps behind Hua Yufei and pull her out. This would prevent the Church in Yellow and the demons of the Calamity Lands from catching her and using her power to break the seal of the demon tomb. Unfortunately, last night we only found old-time photos and portraits related to the girl in the yellow dress, but no other useful information. Trying to find the yellow-skirted girl just like that was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Walking out of the Thunder Awakening ground, Lin Tianming shook his head, no longer thinking about last night's events. He looked outside the Thunder Awakening grounds. Yi Qingxue still hadn't come to him today. I don't know what Qingxue has been up to these days. Alas, without the clingy Yi Qingxue by his side for some days, Lin Tianming was still a bit uncomfortable. One person went to the cafeteria and casually ordered some food to pack back to the dormitory. Lin Tianming on the way back to the dormitory but bumped into Meng Xie. Since the progress of Wang Yanyan's raid had progressed nicely, this newly appeared Meng Xie was the goddess reborn that Lin Tianmian now least wanted to see. Why isn't she back in North Shore City yet? Feeling like he had the bad luck to bump into Meng Xie here, Lin Tianming wanted to pretend he didn't see her and go around. But who would have thought that she had spotted him as well? It's you! What bad luck to run into this moralistic villain. Listening to Meng Shiyu's heartfelt words, Lin Tianming was not happy. He was going to say he was unlucky. However, Lin Tianming still didn't move on the surface and greeted Meng Xie. Meng Xie, good morning. Morning, but it's noon. Listening to Meng Xie's correction, Lin Tianming said again, Student Meng, how long do you intend to stay at my Imperial Grade Imperial Academy? Meng Xie sniffed and asked back with some displeasure. How long do I need to stay and still need to report to you? This Lin Tianming, it's too much. Is this driving me away? The Imperial Great Empress Academy is run by him? Meng Xie was furious in her heart, but she was still trying her best to restrain her emotions on the surface now. Lin Tianming also said, That's not true. I'm not concerned about you. During the conversation between Lin Tianming and Meng Xie, the baby blue crystal water tiger that had been staying in Lin Tianming's Imperial Beast seal ran out on its own. As soon as it came out, the baby blue crystal water tiger wobbled and crawled to Meng Xie's feet, rubbing against her affectionately. Although he didn't know why the baby blue crystal water tiger had run out at this time, Lin Tianming took this opportunity and planned to try slightly to improve his relationship with Meng Xie. Student Meng, the baby blue crystal water tiger seems to like you a lot. Who would have thought that Meng Xiyu was remembering something else? Is this the real reason why you beat up my brother in the Lost Forest that day and prevented my brother from capturing the blue crystal water tiger? Seeing Meng Xiyu suddenly bring up this matter, Lin Tianming was also a bit embarrassed. Ahem, would you believe me if I said no? Meng Xie didn't reply, but instead lowered her body and gently caressed the adorable blue crystal water tiger baby. The baby blue crystal water tiger also let out a milky tiger roar. Enjoying Meng Xie's touch, Lin Tianming began to calculate. Perhaps this baby blue crystal water tiger could be a link to improve his relationship with Meng Xie. After accompanying the baby blue crystal water tiger to play for a while, Meng Xie raised her pretty face and asked Lin Tianming, What do you usually feed it? Speaking of this, Lin Tianming also truthfully replied, I don't know much about it. It's all the food that teacher Jianghan procured for me that some water attribute awakened beasts like to eat, so I'll just randomly pick some and feed it. Meng Xie sniffed and took out the special imperial beast snacks she had brought along with her and fed them to the baby blue crystal water tiger. Here, little one, eat this. As soon as the blue crystal water tiger saw the glittering round water attribute sugar pill in Meng Xie's palm, it instantly revealed a covetous gaze and licked it with relish. Seeing this scene, Lin Tianming asked curiously, What is this? This wasn't in the food that teacher Jiang Han bought me for those imperial beast masters to cultivate awakened beasts. If you don't have it, you're right. This is a water attribute sugar pill made only by my Meng family, containing the water attribute energy needed for the growth of water attribute awakened beasts. You can't buy it outside. Talking about this, Meng Xie, who came from a family of imperial beast masters, was still a little proud in her heart. On the surface, she also said, This is a special imperial beast water attribute sugar pill made only by my Meng family. It's very suitable for baby water attribute awakened beasts that have only been born for a short while, possessing a large amount of the water attribute energy needed for growth while still being very tasty. Knowing all of this, Lin Tianming couldn't help but feel that Meng Xie was worthy of being from a royal beastmaster family. After feeding the baby blue crystal water tiger water attribute sugar pill, Meng Xie accompanied the baby blue crystal water tiger to play with it for a while. She really liked this milky and adorable little tiger awakening beast. The blue crystal water tiger baby is really cute. Accidentally accompanied this little guy to play for so long. Lin Tianming had overheard all of Meng Xie's special fondness for the baby blue crystal water tiger, and he was also feeling that having the baby blue crystal water tiger as a link to improve the relationship between him and Meng Xie was very effective. Little one, I'll play with you again sometime. I have something to do, I have to go. After accompanying the baby blue crystal water tiger to play enough, Meng Xie stood up as soon as she saw Lin Tianming. Her mood that was healed by the baby blue crystal water tiger was bad again. It's just a pity that the owner of the baby blue crystal water tiger is this annoying guy, but seeing as this little guy is so cute, I won't bother with this annoying guy today about what happened between us. Thinking of this, Meng Xie again took out a bag of their Meng family's special water attribute sugar pills and gave it to Lin Tianming. Take it, one a day for your baby blue crystal water tiger to grow stronger. You just be more thankful that that blue crystal water tiger baby of yours is good at pleasing me. Otherwise I wouldn't have sent you this to nurture it. In fact, Lin Tianming was a bit afraid to accept it, fearing that Meng Xie would purposely trap him because of her hatred for the original owner in her previous life. However, it was good that Lin Tianming was able to overhear Meng Xie's heart and confirmed that she didn't mean to trap him, so he was relieved to accept the imperial beast snacks that Meng Xie had given him to nurture his blue crystal water tiger baby. After receiving it, Lin Tianming also thanked Meng Xie. Thank you, Meng, add a friend. And I can ask you for advice on how to nurture my blue crystal water tiger baby when I have time. You've really got your nose in the air. You still want to add me as a friend to get close to me. Do you think I'll trust you as much as I did in my last life? Meng Xie just wanted to refuse. But after seeing the milky and adorable baby blue crystal water tiger hugging her leg again, she was captured by the baby's adorable appearance again. Never mind. For the sake of this little guy, I'd better add him as a friend, lest he doesn't know how to raise awakened beasts and kill such a cute blue crystal water tiger baby. Just like that, Meng Xie and Lin Tianming added each other as friends. Although Meng Xie still hated Lin Tianming, in Lin Tianming's opinion, this was a very good start. Smiling as he watched Meng Xie go far away, Lin Tianming also lowered his body and placed the baby blue crystal water tiger on his shoulder. Under the confused gaze of the baby blue crystal water tiger's tiger head, Lin Tianming also spoke in a serious manner and entrusted the baby blue crystal water tiger with a heavy responsibility. Little fellow, whether or not Meng Xie and I can have a good relationship depends on you in the future. You have to work hard. Chapter 133, Calm down. Listen to me if you don't want to be treated like a monster. Successfully relying on the baby blue crystal water tiger to add to Meng Xie's friends, Lin Tianming also did not take the baby blue crystal water tiger back to the royal beast seal, and just let the little itty bitty one sit on his shoulder. Returning to the dormitory room with the baby blue crystal water tiger. The baby blue crystal water tiger on Lin Tianming's shoulder also attracted Chu Yunfei's attention. Tianming, this little dot on your shoulder is a baby blue crystal water tiger? How did it follow you? Because I'm its owner. Sitting down to eat the lunch he had packed from the cafeteria, Lin Tianming calmly replied back to Chu Yunfei. Chu Yunfei was even more confused when he heard Lin Tianming's reply. You're its master? You're not a beast master. How did you become its master? Who says I'm not an Imperial Beastmaster? Lin Tianming smiled faintly as the water attribute Imperial Beast Seal manifested in the palm of his right hand, then continued to enjoy his lunch. As soon as he saw the Imperial Beast Seal that had just manifested in Lin Tianming's palm, Chu Yunfei thought of Lin Tianming's supernormal ability, Hand of God, and he immediately revealed a look of epiphany. I see. You couldn't have copied Meng Xie's Imperial Beast Master skill the last time you sparred with her and then purposely went and caught an awakened beast? Chu Yunfei's guess was not far off, and Lin Tianming didn't bother to explain that he had copied Meng Xie's brother's royal beast skill. Well, almost. Casually replying back to Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming continued to enjoy his lunch. After Chu Yunfei received his affirmation, he then looked at him with the eyes of a monster. This god's hand of yours is too perverted. I didn't expect that even the skill of a beast master to take in an awakened beast could be copied by you. Sighing, Chu Yunfei also approached Lin Tianming, wanting to touch Lin Tianming's blue crystal water tiger baby. Who would have thought that just as he stretched out his hand, he was met with a milky roar from the baby blue crystal water tiger, warning him not to touch it. Chu Yunfei didn't take it too much to heart. Instead, he was amused by the milky ferocious blue crystal water tiger baby. This baby blue crystal water tiger is so fierce even before it's an adult? It's really interesting. While saying that, Chu Yunfei continued to bring his hand closer to the little dot sitting on Lin Tianming's shoulder. Seeing that its milky ferocious roar did not work on Chu Yunfei, the baby blue crystal water tiger opened its tiger's mouth and sprayed Chu Yunfei's face in order not to be petted by Chu Yunfei. After spraying water, the baby blue crystal water tiger even slapped a paw on Chu Yunfei's face. I'll go. This blue crystal water tiger baby of yours is too fierce, isn't it? It's not even if it doesn't let you touch it, but it even hits people. Lin Tianming was also surprised that his baby blue crystal water tiger was so fierce when facing Chu Yunfei. Obviously, when facing Meng Xie before, the baby blue crystal water tiger even took the initiative to show up and interact intimately with Meng Xie. Does baby blue crystal water tigers like to look at faces too? Looking at the claw marks on Chu Yunfei's face, Lin Tianming didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Chu Yunfei was depressed. You're still laughing, Lin Tianming, on the other hand, said. The fact that it's roaring at you shows that it doesn't like being touched by you, so won't it be fine if you don't touch it? Besides, it's only been born for a short while. Spraying you with water won't hurt it. Okay, mine. The baby blue crystal water tiger hit Chu Yunfei without any pain, so he just spat out a sentence and didn't really bother with a baby blue crystal water tiger that had only been born for a short while. The baby blue crystal water tiger, on the other hand, held its proud tiger head high as it sat on Lin Tianming's shoulder and stared at Chu Yunfei vigilantly. Chu Yunfei was sprayed with water by the baby blue crystal water tiger and slapped with a claw. He had also learned to be smart and no longer messed with this milky ferocious little dot. Remembering that he saw another very hot store online today, Chu Yunfei said to Lin Tianming, Tianming, I saw another good restaurant online today. Do you want to go and take a look together tonight? Lin Tianming sniffed. There wasn't much to do at night either, he asked. Where is it this time? Tianhui Plaza again? Nice. There are so many restaurants in Tianhui Plaza. We haven't even tried them all. Chu Yunfei nodded. The store he was looking for tonight was still in Tianhui Plaza. After Lin Tianming confirmed that he was going to play at Tianhui Plaza again tonight, he was also somewhat looking forward to it. Not in anticipation of food, though, but in anticipation of whether or not I'll bump into that yellow-skirted girl again on the subway on the way back. At night, on the pedestrian street of Tianhui Plaza, Lin Tianming walked out from the store that Chu Yunfei had booked online with satisfaction. The flavor of the chopped fish at this restaurant is really good, much better than the one you ordered last time. Chu Yunfei listened to Lin Tianming's evaluation. He also deeply agreed with a burp. I did not say last time. So many online fire store. There are always a few must-have real skills. Not necessarily are more famous than the culinary skills of the store. This chopped pepper fish is good value for money. The portion is also sufficient. In the future there is time for us to come back a few more times. Lin Tianming glanced at the overcrowded Tianhui Square street scene and said, now we're going straight back to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Academy? What's the hurry? Come out early tonight. Play some more Let's go. There's a milk tea store across the street. Go order a cup of milk tea as dessert. Learn to enjoy life while you're young. Tianming. Listening to Chu Yunfei's remarks, Lin Tianming glanced at Chu Yunfei's body that was as thin as a bamboo pole, and he was somewhat amused. While accompanying Chu Yunfei to order milk tea, Lin Tianming flirted. I see you eat and drink spicy food every day. How come you're still as skinny as a bamboo pole? Chu Yunfei sniffed, revealing a proud expression. I'm a naturally thin physique. Eating more won't make me fat. Others are still envious of not being able to come. You're also too skinny, like a bamboo pole. It feels like you're not digesting even after eating. A normal body should be like mine. Lin Tianming couldn't dare to agree with Chu Yunfei's point of view. While he and Chu Yunfei were chatting idly waiting for the milk tea, he however noticed that there was a person not far away that he particularly wanted to find right now. That person was the yellow-skirted girl suspected of being a trickster god that he had met on the subway last night. The yellow-skirted girl was handing out flyers there, looking like she was doing a part-time job. After Lin Tianming discovered the yellow-skirted girl, he swept his eyes around the yellow-skirted girl again, confirming that there were no suspicious people from the yellow-clothes church in the vicinity, as well as demons possessed by the demon in the land of calamity staring at the yellow-skirted maiden. Lin Tianming also had an idea. Yunfei, I think I remember I have some things I have to go first. Help me drink my share of milk tea together. I don't want you to pay me back. Something's up again. It's not another girl asking you out, is it? Are you going back to the dormitory tonight? Hey! Without waiting for Chu Yunfei to finish his question, Lin Tianming disappeared into the crowded stream of people. Coincidentally, at this time, the two milk teas ordered by Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei were packed. The milk tea you wanted to pack away is ready. Thanks. There was no way that Chu Yunfei, who had wanted to wave with Lin Tianming for a while longer in Tianhui Square, saw that Lin Tianming had run out of sight, and being alone and uninterested, he could only carry 2 cups of milk tea on his own to return to the Imperial Capital Great Imperial Schoolhouse in advance. Only after witnessing Chu Yunfei enter the nearest nearby subway entrance did Lin Tianming reassuringly reappear, locking onto the yellow-skirted girl who was still there handing out flyers. Lin Tianming quickly walked towards her. The yellow-skirted girl hadn't realized Lin Tianming yet. She just saw that someone was about to pass by her, and she even took the initiative to approach Lin Tianming. This gentleman, read the flyer. Lin Tianming took the flyer and looked at it. It was the opening discount flyer of a new eyeglass store in Tianhui Plaza. The yellow-skirted girl was handing out flyers tonight, but she had hit a lot of walls, and when she finally saw someone picking up the flyers she was handing out, she happily raised her head to see Lin Tianming's face. When she saw that the person who picked up her flyers was Lin Tianming, she was so frightened that she dropped the large number of flyers in her hand and turned her head to escape. In order to avoid the yellow-skirted girl from being found by the yellow-clothed church and the demons first, Lin Tianming also immediately grabbed her arm. This grab also caused the yellow-skirted girl's panicked emotions to become even more unstable. A trace of black mist that was even more bizarre than demonic chi emanated from her body, and seeing that she was about to replicate last night's maneuver to escape, Lin Tianming also chided her in time. If you don't want everyone in this neighborhood to die because of you and then be treated like a monster, calm down. As Lin Tianming rebuked him like this, the bizarre aura that was leaking out from the yellow-skirted girl's body gradually converged. Still, she apologized to Lin Tianming in a terrified whisper. I didn't mean to make you bleed from both eyes last night. Really, please believe me and don't arrest me. Chapter 134. Crying also triggers the weird black mist. This yellow-skirted girl was too difficult to control. successfully stopping the yellow-skirted girl from releasing the bizarre black mist that was enough to put all of the people in the vicinity under the threat of death. Lin Tianming's heart was also relieved. He admitted that he initially took the initiative to approach the yellow-skirted maiden with a gambling component. Once the yellow-skirted maiden was emotionally unstable and released a large amount of black mist, everyone in this periphery would surely die. But it's a good thing he made the right bet. Listening to the yellow-skirted girl's words that she was afraid that he would blame her for causing harm, Lin Tianming also spoke in time to calm her down in order to avoid her emotions from rioting again. I know you didn't mean it, and I don't blame you for the fact that I would bleed from both eyes last night. When the yellow-skirted girl heard Lin Tianming's words, her somewhat terrified and uneasy emotions stabilized quite a bit more. Really? Really? You? Not mad at me for making you bleed from both eyes last night? Lin Tianming also assured her. Of course it's true. When the yellow-skirted girl saw Lin Tianming say that it was true, she still had an uneasy little expression on her face. So, that doesn't scare you? I am an unknown person. Anyone who comes close to me may be killed by me. What's there to be afraid of? You just have to listen to me and be emotionally stable. And surely you won't hurt anyone. Lin Tianming calmed the yellow-skirted girl while making an appointment with Hua Yufei for a time and place to meet. However, he did not mention that he had found the yellow-skirted maiden for the time being, and he planned to wait for Hua Yufei to arrive alone and have a good talk with her about what to do with the yellow-skirted maiden. Lin Tianming's reassurance brought a trace of warmth to the heart of the yellow-skirted girl who always had an anxious look on her face, as if she had found someone to talk to about her constant upheaval. The yellow-skirted girl couldn't help but say a few more words to Lin Tianming. I'd like to be emotionally stable all the time. I don't want to harm anyone either. But there's always something happening that irritates me, and there's always scary monsters chasing me, and some weird people that are always trying to get me. Saying that, the yellow dress girl's eyes floated out of the water fog, almost crying out of her body, once again unconsciously surging around the bizarre black fog. Can crying also release that weird black mist? That's too hard to get. When Lin Tianming saw this, while he spat in his heart, he also hurriedly reminded her. Don't cry. You'll release that black mist that kills people even if you cry. Calm down and stabilize your emotions. Who would have thought that the mist in the yellow-skirted girl's eyes became even thicker when he reminded her of this? And the weird black mist that surged around her body also became more numerous. I don't want to cry, but I just feel aggrieved and heartbroken. Seeing that the emotionally out-of-control yellow-skirted girl was about to create a new death disaster, Lin Tianming's mind flashed to the picture of the yellow-skirted girl eating ice cream. In his haste, he also immediately suggested, don't cry, I'll take you to eat ice cream. The yellow-skirted girl sniffed, and a hint of expectant light surfaced in her watery, misty eyes. But after a moment passed, she was again not quite convinced. Really? Of course it's true. You come with me and I'll buy you as much ice cream as you want as long as you don't cry. After Lin Tianming finished speaking, he pulled the yellow-skirted girl to look for an ice cream parlor in the neighborhood. Getting his promise, or perhaps the ice cream worked. The yellow-skirted girl rubbed the watery mist from her eyes and her emotions stabilized for the time being. Soon, Lin Tianming found an ice cream parlor and directly ordered the simplest cone for the yellow-skirted girl first. Here, promised you ice cream. I didn't lie, did I? Well, thank you. The yellow-skirted girl was overjoyed. She'll be moonlighting tonight handing out flyers just to get ice cream to eat. Watching the yellow-skirted girl not think about those past events that would make her unhappy for the time being because of the ice cream, Lin Tianming was also relieved. He felt like he was carrying a time bomb that could go off at any moment, and had to be constantly overhauled to make sure she didn't blow up on her own out of control. Lin Tianming reluctantly came to some conclusions after the brief contact he had made over the past 2 days. Once negative emotions such as fear and sadness build up to a certain level, it causes her to lose control of herself and release the black mist that would jeopardize those around her. As Lin Tianming was contemplating, he felt as if someone was pulling on his sleeve, and he too stopped contemplating for the moment. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was the yellow-skirted girl who was pulling his sleeve. What's wrong? Facing Lin Tianming's question, the yellow-skirted girl was a little embarrassed. I still have to. What else? Ice cream. You just said. I want as much as I can eat. You'll buy me. Upon hearing that the yellow-skirted girl still wanted to eat ice cream, Lin Tianming also readily agreed, even exceeding the yellow-skirted girl's expectations. Order whatever other flavors you want. I'll pay for it tonight. Just don't eat the cheapest original cone. At this moment, Lin Tianming was shining up in the eyes of the yellow-skirted girl. She picked up the menu sitting on the window counter, ready to try her ice cream tonight that she wouldn't even think of. I want to try this, is just a little expensive. Is that okay? Order whatever you want. I told you. Lin Tianming's bold reply was also what won the yellow-skirted girl more favor, and she got her wish to taste the ice cream that she normally wouldn't be able to eat at all. staring at the yellow-skirted girl's happy smile that was only briefly revealed when she was eating ice cream. Lin Tianming also got thoughtful. After a moment passed, he asked her casually, "What's your name?" Talking about her name, the yellow-skirted girl who was eating ice cream had gray eyes. I don't have a name. Now. Although the yellow-skirted girl was a bit depressed due to the mention of some unhappy past events, she was not to the extent that she would lose control. Noticing this, Lin Tianming was also carefully weighing what he was going to say next, lest he irritate her and set her off. "So do you have any friends?" "No." Lin Tianming's questions were little by little causing the yellow-skirted girl to become more and more depressed, but it was all something he had to ask in order to understand her. As long as she doesn't get overstimulated all at once. The little change in the yellow-skirted girl's expression was also what caused Lin Tianming's mind to flash back to those old photos related to the yellow-skirted girl. She was always alone, with an anxious face, only a hint of a smile when eating ice cream. In order to make the yellow-skirted girl trust him more and not lose control of her emotions and disappear from his presence, then fall into the hands of the yellow-clothed church and the demons, and end up passively becoming an accomplice in the early opening of the demonic tomb seals, Lin Tianming also racked his brain to think about how to build up a relationship with her. "So can I be your friend?" Lin Tianming's comment about wanting to be her friend also caused the yellow-skirted girl to widen her beautiful eyes, a look of disbelief in her eyes. You want to be my friend? Are you not afraid that suddenly one day, you will be killed by me, the one who only brings the unseen? Chapter 135, Naming the Yellow-Skirted Girl. From today you'll be called Huang Yi. In the face of the yellow-skirted girl's rhetorical question, Lin Tianming also gave him an affirmative answer in order to stabilize her emotions that could blow up at any moment. "What's there to be afraid of? As long as you nod your head. From now on, you're my friend." Meeting Lin Tianming's sincere eyes, the incredulous look on the yellow-skirted girl's face gradually faded away, replaced by the joy of making a new friend. But just as she was about to nod her head, her mind flashed back to the one person who had died in front of her. I don't want to harm anyone. Being my friend will only make you die faster than anyone else." Panic was spreading, and the yellow-skirted girl was showing signs of wanting to release the eerie black mist again. Seeing this, Lin Tianming immediately grabbed her arm. "I've said I'm not afraid, and you calm down. There are quite a few passers-by in this neighborhood." With this reminder from him, the yellow-skirted girl tried her best not to think about those past events that would bring her fear, and her emotions gradually stabilized. "Thank you. There's actually one thing I didn't tell you." Upon hearing that the yellow-skirted girl had something else she hadn't told him, Lin Tianming also asked, "What is it?" The yellow-skirted girl pursed her lips and slowly said what she wanted to tell Lin Tianming. I really don't have any friends now. But a long time ago. So long that I don't even remember when it was. I did have friends back then. But they're all dead. A long time ago, so long that I can't remember when?" Lin Tianming believed that the yellow-skirted girl was definitely not lying, because he had seen the photo of her that had never changed over the years. He had a feeling that what she said about having friends was more than likely older than one of her oldest photos, so long ago that he couldn't even imagine it. After all, she was most likely the trickster god after his inferential analysis. Lin Tianming had gone to great lengths to put the yellow-skirted girl at ease. "It's fine. I'm not like your friends in the past. I'm pretty sure that I'll never be killed by you." Not expecting Lin Tianming to say such words, the yellow-skirted girl tilted up her pretty face, which was still childish and astringent as the years changed, and stared blankly at Lin Tianming. After locking eyes with Lin Tianming for a while, the yellow-skirted girl lowered her head again and looked at the ice cream in her hands. I know you're good. Someone with special powers. But compared to some of my former friends, you, as the words came out, the yellow-skirted girl was a bit unsure of how to proceed. Curiosity aroused by her words of desire, Lin Tianming pursued. "I what? Just say it straight." Seeing that Lin Tianming had to tell her, the yellow-skirted girl whispered, You're too weak." "Ha?" Lin Tianming froze. He was too weak compared to the yellow-skirted girl's former friends who were already dead? He was truly surprised that the yellow-skirted maiden would say that. However, the yellow-skirted girl's words were also telling Lin Tianming's an important piece of information. It seemed that amongst those friends of hers from before, there were also awakened ones. It was just that even an awakened could not withstand the bizarre black mist released by the yellow-skirted girl. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming also pulled the yellow-skirted girl out of the ice cream parlor in order to avoid any unnecessary attention being drawn to their ensuing conversation. "Certain friends, you say, are also awakened?" Who would have thought that the yellow-skirted girl shook her head. "Awakened, I know that. Is the name of your era for those who have transcendent powers? Me, those who have similar powers as you do. Called. Let me think. It's too long ago. I can barely remember." Seeing the yellow-skirted maiden say this, Lin Tianming also waited patiently on the side. He was also eager to learn some of the secrets of the ancient times from her mouth. Soon, the yellow-skirted girl remembered. It seems like they're called transcendents. Yes, that's right. People with transcendent powers are called transcendents, but they can be a lot more dangerous than you guys to get transcendent powers. More dangerous than us? Well, a long time ago, the only way to become a transcendent was to take the initiative to contact those demonic creatures with a tainted aura, or even to become a believer of the trickster god and become a monster in the eyes of the common people. In order to gain transcendent power, the risk was extremely high, and once one fails, the would-be, seemingly thinking of some tragic memories, the yellow-skirted girl was a little afraid to speak down again. Lin Tianming's curiosity was aroused, so naturally he wouldn't want her to stop here on hold. Just what? Under Lin Tianming's questioning, the yellow-skirted girl still told the truth. It will just turn into a monster twisted by the bizarre and filthy gas. This is still light. The serious ones don't even have the qualifications to be monsters for evil, and will directly die a horrible death in twisted fear. Hearing what the yellow-skirted girl said about the cost of becoming a transcendent, Lin Tianming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In that comparison, he lived in a relatively fortunate time. Now all you need to do is perform the awakening ceremony to become an awakened person who awakens their powers, seemingly opening up the conversation box. Without Lin Tianming's questions, the yellow-skirted girl told Lin Tianming some more secret stories from a distant era. Because this kind of active contact with the trickster god to awaken the transcendent is too costly. Later on, people did research quite a few ways to become transcendent in order to fight the trickster god. Strange and weird ways, such as modifying their genes, or attaching prosthetic limbs to broken arms, or researching the power of the self-soul. With the yellow-skirted girl saying this, Lin Tianming immediately associated it with the three great ascended divine kingdoms. The one that modifies genes should be the genetic kingdom of God that pursues genetic ascension. The one who receives a prosthetic arm for a broken arm is supposed to be the mechanical kingdom of God, which seeks mechanical ascension. The study of soul power should be pursued by the spiritual energy divine kingdom, which pursues spiritual energy ascension. The yellow-skirted girl even knows this. So does that not mean that she existed in an era far older than the three great ascended divine kingdoms? The three great ascended divine kingdoms had to seal themselves 10,000 years ago because they were unable to defeat the trickster god, abandoning a very small portion of the land that they couldn't take care of, forming a deserted land that was cut off from the inheritance of the three great ascended divine kingdoms. It was also this global awakening alien world that Lin Tianming was now traveling through. The yellow-skirted girl was even older than the three great ascended divine kingdoms 10,000 years ago. So how old was she now? It was really impossible to imagine the true age of the yellow-skirted young girl suspected of being a guile god. So Lin Tianming simply stopped thinking about the matter. To reveal the true origin of the yellow-skirted girl, I'm afraid I have to wait until the later era of the descent of the gods, or even the era of the return of the three great divine kingdoms. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianming looked at the yellow-skirted girl who was emotionally downcast at the memory of the past, and he also stopped asking more about her previous events. Let's not talk about that. Come on, eat your ice cream, don't melt it. If you want more afterward, I'll take you to buy more. Being distracted by Lin Tianming like this, the yellow-skirted girl also started eating the ice cream in her hand again. Staring at the pretty face of the yellow-skirted girl who was emotionally stable once she ate the ice cream, Lin Tianming thought of the fact that she didn't have a name yet, and he had a sudden thought. Have you never had a name? Or was it too long ago to remember? There is no name. A long time ago, a friend did give me a nickname, because I like to wear yellow clothes, so I called me Yellow Clothes. The yellow-skirted girl shook her little head. She hadn't had a name since she could remember. Seeing that the yellow-skirted girl really didn't have a name, Lin Tianming also decided to practice his whims, to make it easier to address you in the future. Do you mind if I give you an official name? No, don't mind. With the yellow-skirted maiden's permission, Lin Tianming also immediately gave the yellow-skirted maiden a name that he liked better. You like to wear yellow dresses, so from now on you'll have Yellow as your last name and Yi as your first name. How about your full name? Yi Huang? In order to make it easier for the yellow-skirted girl to understand her name, Lin Tianming also typed out the words Huang Yi on his cell phone and showed her her own name. Yellow. In fact, the yellow-skirted girl didn't recognize the words written by Lin Tianming, but for her first name, she still had the seriousness to stare at the three words on the screen of her phone, hoping to firmly imprint them in her mind. After carefully memorizing her first name, Huang Yi raised her head to look at Lin Tianming. I barely memorized it, but I don't know your name yet. Lin Tianming. Yi Huang. From now on we'll be considered friends. Chapter 136, The Yellowclothes Church is looking for them again. How did they confirm Yui Huang's location? Lin Tian Ming. I remember. New friend. Huang Yi couldn't remember when she had made her last friend, but she was still happy that Lin Tian Ming wasn't afraid of the weird black mist on her and was willing to be her friend. Like her youthful, pretty face that doesn't change with the years, her mind is still the same young girl it was after all this time. To be able to become friends with this young girl who was suspected to be a trickster god, Lin Tianming still admired himself a little. Lin Tianming, ice cream is finished again. I still want it. Listening to Huang Yi's statement of wanting to eat ice cream again, Lin Tianming also directly satisfied her. No problem. Since we're friends, I'll just call you by your nickname E. You can just call me Tianming too. Come on, E. I'll take you back to the previous store to buy ice cream. Well, Timmy. Perhaps it had been too long since she had made a friend. Huang Yi was also acting close to Lin Tianming, who was willing to be her friend. After accompanying Huang Yi, who he had managed to pacify for some time, Lin Tianming received a message from Hua Yufei saying that she was almost there. Confirming that Hua Yufei was almost there, Lin Tianming also immediately replied to her that he would go to the agreed location and wait for her. After replying to Hua Yufei's message, Lin Tianming looked at Huang Yi, who ate ice cream without stopping, and ordered one last ice cream of a different flavor for Huang Yi. We should get going. Let's eat as we go. Aha! Huang Yi didn't think too much about it. Having already been cheated by Lin Tianming's ice cream, she directly followed Lin Tianming away. Lin Tianming had set the location of his meeting with Hua Yufei on a remote street where there weren't many people. This way, even if Huang Yi finally chose to escape, the black mist released by her emotional outburst wouldn't spread too far to hurt innocent people in a short time. This was because once she escaped by transforming into a sacred gold butterfly, the black mist she released would dissipate with her. However, on the way to the location where he met up with Hua Yufei, Lin Tianming was aware that they seemed to be followed. He pretended not to notice anything and carefully sensed the sense around him. Soon, Lin Tianming discovered 5 awakened with extremely eerie and bizarre auras. It wasn't the demonic aura of a demonic creature. Being an awakened person, the aura was so bizarre. It also made Lin Tianming think of those 2 75-level Yellowclothes church members last night. These 5 people, most of them, were also members of the Yellowclothes church. As Lin Tianming and Huang Yi moved away from the crowd a little bit, the 5 Yellowclothes church members were also dumbfounded. Lin Tianming couldn't sense the exact level of those 5 people at all, which meant that the level of the other party had far exceeded the range in which he could perform sensing. Unsurprisingly, these 5 people should be about the same level as the 2 yellow-clad church members from last night. He was able to tackle those 2 so easily last night solely because he picked up the slack while they were crippled by Huang Yi's bizarre black mist. In a real hard fight, his conventional means would definitely not be able to help those 2 level 75 Yellowclothes church members. There was still a ways to go before they arrived at the location they had agreed to with Hua Yufei, and Hua Yufei was definitely going to arrive at the agreed location later than them. If he could hold out until Hua Yufei arrived, and conventional means couldn't deal with these Yellowclothes church members, Lin Tianming wasn't that worried. What if it doesn't last? Thinking about this, Lin Tianming, who only had a single super bit forbidden spell, slightly narrowed his eyes. Hand of God, copy. Silently unleashing the copying ability of the Hand of God, Lin Tianming pretended not to notice anything while quietly checking the skills of those 5 Yellowclothes church members, finding the key skills that could help him break the game in the shortest amount of time possible. At times like this, the 2 abilities of the Hand of God, copying and looting, were clearly more reliable than copying, which could additionally increase the power of skills below the superlative forbidden spell. These 5 people, respectively, were awakened with the 4 elemental attributes of fire, wood, earth, and darkness, 2 fire attribute alien awakenings, and 1 of each of the other 3 attributes. This was the first time Lin Tianming had encountered a dark attribute ability awakened. The reason why they didn't count the earth attribute was because the Meng Xie that Lin Tianming had encountered before possessed the earth attribute divine beast, the desolate cleft tiger. After carefully studying the skills of these 5 people, Lin Tianming carefully chose 3 skills to copy. After copying it, he also continued to move without moving towards his destination where there were fewer and fewer people. At the same time, Lin Tianming was thinking about a problem. That is, how did the people of the church in yellow find Yui Huang so quickly after they lost her? It can't be like him, coincidentally meeting on the road, can it? Lin Tianming seriously suspected that they definitely had some sort of special means of tracking down Huang Yi. Last night, Hua Yufei used her psychic ability to make those 2 Yellowclothes church members reveal all the information they knew, but not the means of tracking down Huang Yi and where the Yellowclothes church's base camp was hiding. It was evident that those 2 were not the members of the church in yellow that really touched the core 75 levels, which was considered a very high level. yet he couldn't touch the core. It seemed that this yellow-clothed church wasn't as simple as he thought. When Lin Tianming and Huang Yi finally walked into the remote street that no one had passed by for the time being, the 5 yellow-clothed church members who had been stupid enough to stop them before couldn't help themselves. Suddenly stopped by someone, Yui Huang, who was eating ice cream. Freaked out. And please come back with us. Your devout followers need your strength. Making a respectful, bent-over bow. One of them flashed a creepy grin. Huang Yi held back the fear in her heart and refused to leave with them. I don't even know you. You don't come back to me. Please don't be afraid. My lord, we are your most devout followers, the least likely to do you harm. The fact that you don't remember anything right now is because you're not used to this earthly body of yours right now. If you just come back with us, we'll help you remember what a great being you are. As the person in the lead spoke, he revealed a maniacal expression that frightened normal people, and his body also surged with the same demonic aura as a demonic creature from time to time due to overexcitement. The remaining 4, too, revealed an almost morbid expression after the leader mentioned Huang Yi's identity, and a trace of demonic aura continued to overflow from their bodies. However, Lin Tianming was certain that they were by no means demons possessed by demons. Perhaps this is how an awakened who believes in a trickster god should behave? The strange airy aura on those 2 yellow-clothed church members last night was picked up and electrocuted by him before they could release it, so he thought that the hidden aura on those 2 guys was also demonic. Thinking about this, Lin Tianming was also more wary of these 5 people. Seeing the group of yellow-clothed church members with maniacal expressions, each with a creepy demonic aura emanating from their bodies, Huang Yi was reminded again of memories that made her uneasy. The uneasiness spread, and a trace of a weird aura similar to, but even more terrifying than, the demonic aura overflowed from Huang Yi's body. The uneaten ice cream in her hand fell to the ground, and Huang Yi's emotions gradually broke down. I'm not a monster. I'm not. Noticing Huang Yi's change in mood, in order to prevent her from playing disappear like this, Lin Tianming immediately clutched her arm. With me protecting you, they can't take you away. Calm down. Don't let that black mist continue to spread and hurt innocent people. You wouldn't be a monster. I know you don't want to hurt anyone. Under Lin Tianming's words of reassurance, Huang Yi's eyes gradually regained their clarity again, and the bizarre black mist that surged around her dissipated once more. After pacifying Huang Yi, Lin Tianming also looked at the 5 yellow-clothed church members with cold eyes. Leave now and I can pretend I didn't see you this time, or it'll be too late later. In the face of Lin Tianming's warning, the 5 yellow-clothed church members all let out mocking laughter, not putting Lin Tianming in their eyes at all. Foolish brat, you have no idea what you're up against. Today I'll let you know just how bad the consequences of going against my yellow-clothed church are. As he spoke, the yellow-clothed church member in the lead unleashed a shadowy attack like a malevolent ghost on Lin Tianming. Chapter 137, You Lied to Me. Huang Yi's anger. If he could, Lin Tianming didn't want to clash with these 5 yellow-clothed church members here. But if the other party really dared to take on his opponent, Lin Tianming wouldn't sit around and wait for him to die. Looking at the dark shadow attack coming towards him like an evil ghost, Lin Tianming also surged thunder power around him. Thunder Rages. With Thunder Rage's speed bonus, Lin Tianming quickly brought Huang Yi to dodge the shadowy attacks. Just stay here for now. No matter what happens later, control your emotions, never lose control and release the black mist. I said I will protect you, so I can definitely protect you. Worried that Huang Yi would see half of her emotions get out of control and release the black mist, and then turn into a holy gold butterfly to escape, Lin Tianming also gave her one last admonition before making his move. As for whether or not Huang Yi could listen to it, it was out of the realm of consideration of Lin Tianming who had to make a move. If she did run away again like last night, there was nothing he could do. As the words fell, Lin Tianming also turned defense into offense and took the initiative. Spiritual energy transformation. As Lin Tianming transformed into a spirit body of nothingness, those 5 yellow-clothed church members, even though they were of a higher rank than Lin Tianming, who had never encountered this kind of opponent before, didn't know where Lin Tianming was for a moment. While they were busy searching for Lin Tianming's location, Lin Tianming had already quietly raided behind them. Thunder Trample. Gathering entities and trampling the ground with 1 foot, Lin Tianming's thunder trampling might then tore through the ground, launching an attack on the 5 yellow-clothed church members at close range. Only then did they realize that Lin Tianming had appeared behind them, and they were already too late to block Lin Tianming's thunder trample. However, they didn't have time for any defense, and Lin Tianming's thunder trample that had gone through the thunder berserker boosted attack still didn't cause any substantial damage to them. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just bluffing. How could you possibly hurt us at level 17? The leading dark attribute alien yellow-clothes church member let out a reckless mockery. and just as he was about to take down the lowly ranked Lin Tianming with his own hands, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently. Enough earth power to threaten his life and the lives of the other four surged, instantly pulling up several earth spikes and directly knocking the 5 yellow-clothed church members into the sky. Isn't this my earth spike skill? How? Why does it feel like it's a cut above the power of me personally performing it? One of the yellow-clothed church members with earth attribute powers let out an incredulous cry. Without waiting for him and the other yellow-clothed church members to figure out the exact reason, Lin Tianming, who had successfully executed the replicated earth spike, was also not giving the yellow-clothed church members any chance to catch their breath, because Lin Tianming knew that once he gave them a chance to catch their breath, they would absolutely launch a crazy counterattack when they slowed down. Right now he had the advantage that the other side didn't know about his God's hand replication yet. While these 5 yellow-clothed church members were still slowing down, he was going to crush all 5 of them. Highly poisonous vines. With the extra bonus that God's hand replication had on skills of power below the superlative forbidden spell, the poisonous vines that Lin Tianming had cast were also more terrifying than the ones cast by the wood attribute yellow-robed church members themselves. The 5 yellow-clothed church members had just been hit by the earth spikes and their blood was churning, and they didn't even have time to stabilize their bodies as they crashed and flew in mid-air, when a thick, highly poisonous vine flew out from underneath the shattered ground once again, frightening each of them to the point where they turned pale. This isn't my highly poisonous vine. It hurts too much. How is the poison of this highly poisonous vine stronger than the toxicity I personally apply? I get it. It's that kid's alien ability that's odd. But if a 17th level brat's special ability is even more eccentric, how can he cast our skills one after another and still be more powerful than us personally? Under the entanglement of the highly poisonous vines, the 5 yellow-clothed church members who were eroded by the poison and firmly bound by the vines let out agonizing screams. Those 2 fire attribute psychic yellow-clothed church members strongly endured the erosion of the poison and tried to get out of the trap by burning off the poisonous vines through the blazing fire. If they were really allowed to cast it, Lin Tianming really wouldn't be able to deal with them. Radiant. The soul regeneration skill that could cause even a top awakened like teacher Jiang Han to lose their minds was unleashed, and Lin Tianming caused the 5 yellow-clothed church members to fall into a state of losing their minds in the first place. However, Lin Tianming wasn't assured that once they slowed down from their state of mind loss, he still wouldn't be able to deal with them. In order to make them powerless to resist even after they came to their senses, Lin Tianming unleashed the last dark attribute skill he had copied, Shadow Streaming Fire. This was the strongest power skill of that leading dark attribute abnormal yellow-clothed church member, and with the extra power added by the hand of God's replication, the streaming fire-like shadow energy also erupted with an even more terrifying power. 5 shadow streams of fire struck at each of the 5 yellow-clothed church members, instantly draining the already heavily injured 5 of their strength. If it wasn't for Lin Tianming intentionally staying his hand, wanting to wait for Hua Yufei to come and torture out more valuable information about the yellow-clothed church organization, the 5 of them would have actually died under the shadow streaming flame just now, confirming that these 5 yellow-clothed church members had their power dissipated by his beating, and that even if they woke up, they wouldn't have any fighting ability. Lin Tianming then felt relieved to drag the 5 of them back to Huang Yi's side. Now you should trust me to protect you, right? Huang Yi's gaze was dull as she looked at the 5 fainting yellow-clothed church members, and she subconsciously nodded her head. Lin Tianming also continued, so if you follow me in the future, if you encounter any more demons, or these kind of strange people come to get you, you mustn't be afraid. With me protecting you, they can't hurt you. If you're not afraid you won't lose control of your emotions. If you don't lose control of your emotions you won't release the black mist to hurt innocent people. Gradually getting over the shock of Lin Tianming easily suppressing the 5 yellow-clothed church members, Huang Yi also nodded her little head earnestly, her eyes filled with gratitude towards Lin Tianming. Well, thank you for protecting me, Tianming. At this moment, Huang Yi truly saw Lin Tianming as someone who could be worthy of her trust. Taking advantage of these 5 yellow-clothed church members to further boost Yi Huang's trust in him, Lin Tianming also said, let's keep going. Where are we going with this? You'll find out later. When it came to this question, Lin Tianming didn't know how to answer Huang Yi. After all, he approached her to take her as well, but he was doing all this to prevent her from falling into the demonic creatures of the Calamity Land, and the tools of the Church in Yellow to open the seal of the Demon Tomb. Now that there was not a single human awakened who had become a god on the globe, the early opening of the seal on the Devil's Tomb would advance the globe into the crisis of the God Realm Demon Rampage, for the consideration of the future of the entire human race, and for Yi Qingxue and the others, the goddess reborns. To gain enough time to develop into gods, he had to do this. Let's hope that if Ivy Huan learns the truth later, she'll be able to understand him, bringing Huang Yi and the 5 fainting yellow-clothed church members to the agreed-upon location. Lin Tianming also sent a message to Hua Yufei, asking when she would arrive. Now, wearing one headset and listening to the voice message sent by Hua Yufei, Lin Tianming didn't wait for a few seconds before he saw that Hua Yufei, who was like a flower fairy whenever he was there, appear in his line of sight. Realizing that another person had walked in on this remote street with no one around. Even if Hua Yufei was good looking, Huang Yi's emotions became tense. Senior Flower, you finally come. Tianming Jr. Brother, why did you ask me to come to such a place? If it wasn't for the fact that you were the one who asked me out, I would have suspected that someone was harboring ill intentions towards me. Hua Yufei approached Lin Tianming half-jokingly. Lin Tianming also signaled Hua Yufei to look at Huang Yi, who was hiding behind him. Senior Sister Hua, do you see who this is? When Hua Yufei heard this, she also looked at Huang Yi who was hiding behind Lin Tianming. At this look, Hua Yufei immediately revealed an incredulous expression. It's her, the yellow-skirted girl you met last night. Our Awakening battle group has also been trying to search for her today, with no clues at all. How did you find her? Lin Tianming also said truthfully, I came to Tianhui Plaza tonight with my roommate to play a chance encounter, and in order to avoid her being caught by the Yellow Clothes Church and the demons from the Calamity Land, I stabilized her at the first opportunity and informed you to come over. You've done a great job, Tianming Jr. Brother. We must not let her fall into the hands of the Yellow Clothes Church and the demons, and become an accomplice to their evil deeds. And for the sake of her no longer endangering more innocent people, she must be captured and effectively controlled. And even some necessary measures must be taken. Hua Yufei also recognized and appreciated Lin Tianming's handling of the situation. This yellow-skirted girl was an extremely unstable and dangerous person even if she wasn't captured by the Yellow Clothes Church and the demons and used as a key to unlock the seal of the demon tomb. If it was possible, it was for sure to catch it as soon as possible, or even kill it. Lin Tianming also understood very well that the necessary measures Hua Yufei was referring to was killing Huang Yi. But since he had promised to protect Huang Yi, then he definitely wouldn't let Huang Yi die, as long as she wasn't genuinely evil. He called Hua Yufei to come this time without informing Hua Yufei in advance that he had found Huang Yi because of this. He didn't want her to bring over a large number of people from the Awakening battle group because once she did, even if Hua Yufei trusted him, the rest of the Awakening battle group wouldn't trust him and allow Huang Yi, an unstable factor, to live. By then, they would really have broken with Huang Yi, and it can't really kill Yui Huang. With Huang Yi's tricky divine means of escape that could transform into a holy gold butterfly, no one could leave her behind if she was really irritated. Once she ran, because of the shadow of this time, she was bound to be more easily stimulated, and then she was afraid that more innocent people would have to die again. He was so protective of Yi Huang, both to honor his promise to her and to avoid the deaths of more innocent people. No one could threaten Huang Yi during this period, and she could never be irritated. This program of his is definitely the most prudent for this period. Just as Lin Tianming was planning to communicate with Hua Yufei and expound on his views on how to dispose of Huang Yi in the most appropriate manner, Huang Yi was also once again losing control of her emotions because of Hua Yufei's remarks. Catch me, take me under control, or even necessary to take some necessary measures against me? The eerie black mist of catharsis filled the air. This was Lin Tianming's encounter with Huang Yi today, the worst of her emotional outbursts, straight out of last night. When Hua Yufei saw this scene, her beautiful eyes sank. Elementary brother Tianming, be careful. Retreat behind me. I'll protect you. Hold your horses for a moment. Hana-senpai, let me communicate with her first. I can calm her down. Lin Tianming had already expected this to happen when he shouted for Hua Yufei to come, and he also immediately grabbed Huang Yi's arm. Calm down. Yui, you don't want your black mist to continue hurting innocent people, do you? You lied to me. Huang Yi had completely lost control of her emotions, and she felt cheated. She had thought that Lin Tianming was being friends with her, that he really accepted her and didn't see her as a monster. In the end, he still thinks of her as a monster that brings bad luck. Doing all that to her just now was just to stabilize her so that they could wait for Hua Yufei to come and capture and lock her up together. It might even kill her. Lin Tianming did lie, but that was to keep her emotionally stable from hurting innocent people. But his promises to Huang Yi were all true. I'm sorry. I admit that I approached you in the beginning to stabilize you, but it's for your own good, and I assure you that School Sister Flower and I will never lock you up. We just want to make sure that you won't be caught by the Church of the Yellow Clothes and those demons in the situation, to ensure that you're safe and free. However, Lin Tianming's explanation was also what made Huang Yi believe him even less. Big liar. I'll never trust you again. As she spoke, the black mist that surged around Huang Yi also enveloped the entire street as her emotions collapsed. Hua Yufei coughed up blood on the spot as her chi and blood churned under the erosion of the black mist that was even more bizarre than the demonic chi. Seeing this, Lin Tianming was also the first to cast the spiritual energy soaring light to protect Hua Yufei first. Just stop. Yui, trust me. I'll help you. I really don't think of you as a monster. You, stay away. You're all the same. Just wanna grab me and force me to do what I don't want to do. Emotionally out of control. Huang Yi screamed in shock, then turned her head and ran. At the same moment, the same divine golden glow as last night emerged around her. Seeing this, Lin Tianming's eyes also sank. Once he let Huang Yi just disappear into a beautiful holy gold butterfly like last night, it would be almost impossible for him without the means to track her to stumble upon her again like he did tonight. By then, the church in yellow and the demon had gotten to her before they did, and used the means provided by the demon to capture her alive. Then the devil's tomb seal would in all likelihood be opened early. With the seal of the demon tomb opening and the god realm demons coming out in advance, it would definitely be an extinction disaster if there were no divine awakened to guard humanity during this period. Now what else could he do to gain her trust again and make her stay? Chapter 138, The Bitter Meat Trick. Almost played with his life in order to gain the trust of the trickster god maiden. When planning to let Huang Yi know the truth, Lin Tianming had prepared in advance that Huang Yi might choose to escape. But really seeing her about to dissipate into a holy gold butterfly, even though Lin Tianming had mentally prepared himself to face defeat in advance, he still couldn't accept such a reality. Calm down. If you leave like this, if the Yellow-Clothes Church and the Calamity Land demons find you first, I won't be able to help you even if I wanted to. They have a method in their hands to make it impossible for you to use this means to escape. At that time, you will be controlled by them and reduced to a tool to open the seal of the demon tomb. And the humans of the entire world will be hunted by the god realm demon creatures. Do you want to see a world like this? If Huang Yi still believed in Lin Tianming, with her kind character, she would definitely be convinced by Lin Tianming. But because Lin Tianming admitted that he approached her in the beginning with the intention of capturing her as well, she now had no trust in Lin Tianming whatsoever. Big liar. This is all your wording to stabilize me, treating me to ice cream, saying you want to be my friend, giving me a name, is also all your plot to wait for this companion of yours to come along and arrest me. Thanks for trusting you so much. Huang Yi wiped tears from her eyes as she ran wildly to escape, while denouncing Lin Tianming for deceiving her. The key, Huang Yi, hadn't been wrong. Lin Tianming had indeed done that before in order to wait for Hua Yufei to arrive and discuss how to dispose of Huang Yi together. But it was true that he waited for Hua Yufei, and his promise to Huang Yi was also true. He really didn't want to lock her up or even kill her. Lin Tianming chased after Huang Yi, yet seeing his approach, her body that was glowing with holy gold gradually began to turn into a void. As long as Lin Tianming's hand caught her again, she would immediately be stimulated to escape in the form of a holy gold butterfly just like last night. Faced with such a dilemma, Lin Tianming, whose brain was racing to think of a countermeasure, had to stop and decide to make one last bet. As for whether or not this bet could keep Huang Yi, he didn't have a number in his heart, but whether it worked or not, it was all he could do. Slowly dispersing the light of spiritual ascension that was conducting protection around his body, Lin Tianming's true form was instantly exposed to the bizarre black mist generated by Huang Yi's emotional loss of control. At the back, Hua Yufei was still under the protection of Lin Tianming's spiritual energy soaring light, and seeing this scene she thought that Lin Tianming was trying to protect her from the bizarre black mist, and his power had been depleted to the point where he couldn't defend himself. That's why Hua Yufei also immediately cried out with emotional anxiety. Tianming, you don't need to protect me. If I can't hold on in this black mist, you prioritize protecting yourself, and I'll find a way to hold on my own. This shout from Hua Yufei was also heard by Huang Yi, who was at the forefront of the escape. The kind-hearted her didn't want to hurt anyone with her black mist even if she felt that Lin Tianming had cheated her. Huang Yi now wanted to escape in the form of a sacred gold butterfly like she did last night, but just like she couldn't control the black mist, she couldn't control her ability to escape in the form of a sacred gold butterfly. Every time she escaped, it was only when she lost control of her emotions to the extreme that she was moved to dissipate into a holy gold butterfly. Now that she heard that Lin Tianming was in danger, she couldn't help but stop her escape and nervously looked back at Lin Tianming. When she saw Lin Tianming, who was exposed to the black mist and was eroded by the bizarre black mist to the point where his expression was agonizing, Huang Yi was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. I didn't want to hurt you. Really, I didn't want to kill anyone. Even if you lied to me, I didn't want to get back at you. Really, because the emotion of worrying about Lin Tianming being killed by her prevailed, the holy gold light around Huang Yi's body that wanted to escape gradually faded. But with that, the bizarre black mist that leaked out of her body became even more frantic. Surely her ability to cast is related to her emotions? As long as she didn't go after her and try to stabilize her first, she wouldn't turn into a holy gold butterfly and escape.
Although the erosion of the bizarre black mist had become even more terrifying than it was just a moment ago,
in order to keep Hwang Yi, Lin Tianming had to take the risk. Ahem.
Being eroded by the weird black mist and coughing up blood,
Lin Tianming took a deep breath and said, I believe that you don't want to hurt me. I know that you're a very kind person, not a monster.
Now as long as you restrain your out-of-control emotions, this black mist will dissipate,
and I'll be able to turn my life around.
Lin Tianming's words made Hwang Yi's out-of-control emotions stabilize a little bit. She also rubbed her crying red eyes.
Do you really believe that I didn't mean to hurt you?
That's for sure. As long as you calm down now and restrain the loss of control as much as possible,
I'll survive. Ahem.
The cost of this bitter trick was just too great. While Lin Tianming's body was suffering from the erosion of the bizarre black mist, his spirit was also being invaded by a kind of mind that made him insane, and his sanity was being disintegrated little by little.
Just after saying the words, Lin Tianming, who hadn't put up any defense, coughed up blood again.
Seeing that Lin Tianming was coughing up blood again and his expression was becoming more and more painful, Hwang Yi was doing her best to restrain her collapsing emotions in order not to hurt him. The eerie black mist that haunted this remote and uninhabited street was also becoming fainter and fainter as Hwang Yi tried to restrain her emotions.
Good. That's it. I'm feeling much better.
And when you're completely stabilized,
I'll be able to turn it around. Lin Tianming also didn't forget to give this guile god maiden his encouragement. Under Lin Tianming's encouragement, Hwang Yi, who didn't want to hurt anyone,
gradually stabilized her negative emotions to the point where she wouldn't produce the bizarre black mist. Although Hwang Yi still had an anxious and uneasy expression on her face, the eerie black mist that had haunted this street also dissipated.
Seeing this,
Hua Yufei from the back also ran up quickly, nervously assisting Lin Tianming who was half kneeling on the ground.
Tianming junior brother, are you alright? It's fine, just a little tired.
Lin Tianming smiled slightly. It was good that he had made the right bet. If he gambled wrongly, his little life would be devoured by the weird black fog.
The maddening thought left with the black fog as it dissipated,
and the corrosion on his body was gone.
I'll heal you, bear with me, soon you'll recover.
As Hua Yufei spoke, she cast her flourishing flower language ability to surround Lin Tianming with colorful petals,
providing him with continuous healing. Hwang Yi,
who was just watching from the side, hung her little head down guiltily, feeling like she was a calamity that only brought disaster.
Emotions are getting lower and lower.
Eyes filled with watery fog, Hwang Yi surrounded by a faint weird black fog surging again. Lin Tianming knew that her crying would also release the bizarre black mist.
He also immediately said, let me just say this. As long as you control your emotions, you won't hurt anyone. Be strong. Don't move and cry. Well,
Hwang Yi rubbed her watery eyes, the faint black mist around her body dispersing again with Lin Tianming's timely inspiration.
When it came to the unavoidable question again, Lin Tianming was also in a mood of apprehension, but he still showed a sunny and sincere smile on the surface. Just now I still believe that you wouldn't hurt me even though I was about to die. Can you also believe me for once that I didn't get Flower School sister to come here just to lock you up?
If he couldn't get Hwang Yi to believe him even after staging a bitter trick like this, then Lin Tianming could only send her away and wouldn't think of any more strange tricks to retain her. Although Lin Tianming hoped that he could impress Hwang Yi, he still maintained a rather pessimistic attitude about whether or not this matter would come to fruition.
Hwang Yi hung her little head in silence.
Lin Tianming knew that she needed time to think about it, and he also gave Hua Yufei a look as the two of them waited patiently together. After struggling internally for a long time,
Hwang Yi finally broke the silence and gave a response that surprised Lin Tianming.
I don't trust her,
but I trust you. Chapter 139 Arguing with School Sister Hua Yufei
must honor his promise to protect Hwang Yi.
Finally,
Hwang Yi believed that he had called Hua Yufei not to harm her, and the stone hanging in Lin Tianming's heart fell. Under Hua Yufei's flourishing flower language supernatural healing, Lin Tianming quickly regained his spirit. Thanks to Hua Yufei,
if it was someone else,
Lin Tianming felt that even if he gained Hwang Yi's trust today, he would still have to fall to the ground with serious injuries. As for the subsequent matters of gaining trust, they could only be dealt with when he woke up.
This delay will make it easy for another change to occur. In order to completely solve Hwang Yi's problem, Lin Tianming,
who had recovered under Hua Yufei's treatment,
also thanked her. Hana-senpai, thank you, I'm much better now.
Seeing Lin Tianming regaining his spirit, Hua Yufei was also relieved.
It's good that you're fine.
You almost put your own life on the line just now to protect me.
You really scared me.
After Lin Tianming thanked Hua Yufei,
he looked at Hwang Yi again and said, in order to show you my sincerity,
I will communicate properly with school sister Hua in front of you on how to place you in the program. There may be arguments during this time,
but don't be nervous. Believe me, I'll definitely persuade her to adopt my program. Huang Yi nodded timidly, but she still glanced at Hua Yufei with some fear, followed by a quick retraction of her gaze. The way she released the black mist just now was so scary. She was sure Lin Tianming wouldn't treat her as a monster, but this Hua Yufei, Huang Yi still couldn't fully trust, especially when she thought about what Hua Yufei had said earlier about arresting her. She distrusted Hua Yufei even more. Lin Tianming of course knew that Huang Yi didn't trust Hua Yufei, but Lin Tianming, who was clear about Hua Yufei's character, believed that as long as he explained his feelings and reasoned with him, Hua Yufei would definitely adopt his disposal plan. This side of Huang Yi's thought process was done first, and Lin Tianming also looked at Hua Yufei once again. Senior Flower, let's talk about how to place Yi Huang. Hua Yufei similarly didn't trust Huang Yi. In her opinion, Huang Yi was too dangerous, especially since she had just witnessed the terror of Huang Yi releasing the bizarre black mist. Her distrust of Huang Yi had intensified. Such a dangerous person. Just letting her wander around the human world, even if the probability was low, there would always be a time when she would blow up. At that time, there are bound to be numerous deaths and injuries. With the experience she had just had, she felt that locking up wasn't even a secure enough treatment plan anymore, and that only making Huang Yi disappear forever would be the most secure. Hua Yufei had already thought it over. The next thing she and Lin Tianming talked about was how to dispose of Huang Yi, and she definitely wouldn't give in because of her personal feelings with Lin Tianming. In order to prevent more innocent people from being spared from Huang Yi, she must deal with Huang Yi in the most just manner. After thinking about it, Hua Yufei took a deep breath. Well, junior brother Tianming, tell us what you think. Let's have a good talk between us siblings. Seeing that Hua Yufei was willing to talk, Lin Tianming also prepared his wording and told Hua Yufei what he felt to be the most secure disposal plan. As Lin Tianming elaborated on his disposal plan, Hua Yufei's eyebrows tightened. It could be said that Lin Tianming's efforts to protect Huang Yi, and also to give Huang Yi enough free programs, was simply gambling with the lives of innocent people. Once Huang Yi blew up, a group of people would die because of Lin Tianming's gambling behavior. In order to make Lin Tianming understand how many people's lives would be potentially in danger from his choices like this, Hua Yufei was also relentless in dissecting Lin Tianming's disposition plan that was full of mistakes and omissions in her opinion a little bit. Watching this pair of schoolmates who were on good terms just now and had rescued each other in times of distress get into an argument because of her, Huang Yi felt a little guilty. She wanted to leave now so that Lin Tianming wouldn't have to argue with Hua Yufei for her. But thinking that she had just promised Lin Tianming to trust him and not to have excessive mood swings, Huang Yi still tried to restrain her emotions. Lin Tianming had also anticipated that Hua Yufei would oppose his disposal plan, but he did have a way to convince her. He directly asked Hua Yufei in return, "Senior sister Hua, Huang Yi, her means of escape, do you think anyone can stop it?" Being asked this by Lin Tianming, thinking of the terrifying black mist that Huang Yi had unleashed as soon as she lost control of her emotions, as well as the means of escaping by transforming into a sacred gold butterfly that Lin Tianming had mentioned, Hua Yufei fell into a brief silence. After a moment passed, she shook her head. No, but didn't they say that the demons in the Calamity Lands have a means of stopping her from escaping? If we learn. Halfway through her words, Hua Yufei looked at the somewhat frightened Huang Yi and didn't continue on, but she was sure Lin Tianming understood what she wanted to say. Lin Tianming didn't avoid the fact that Huang Yi was also present and directly said, if the method of the devil of the Calamity Land really worked, she would have been captured a long time ago. Why wait until now? I think the method that the demons in the Land of Calamity said can only control her for a while at most. She still has to get out of the trap in the end. You and I have seen those old photos. She has also been hunted by the demons, but she is still fine now. Not to mention whether or not the method of the demon of the Calamity Land works. We're like looking for a needle in a haystack right now if we want to find a demon that knows the method. That specific method, if it's some kind of evil sacrifice that goes against your idea of stopping more people from dying, then we won't use it even if we find it. Being said so by Lin Tianming, Hua Yufei was also once again silenced by the dryness. There was another moment of silence before she said, "What should we do? Senior Flower, you have to understand that if you really want to capture and lock up Huang Yi, or take the necessary measures as you said, then it will inevitably irritate her. In the present period when there is no effective means to stop her from escaping, if you still want to forcefully capture her, you are bound to stimulate her to be more sensitive, making it easier for her to release the bizarre black mist, and when that happens, only more people will die. Since there is no effective means, then why don't we adopt my plan to pacify her? Even if there is still a very small probability that she will be stimulated to release the black mist to hurt people, this is already the best plan to minimize the impact of this current situation where there is no effective means to capture her." After Lin Tianming had finished speaking like this, Even though Hua Yufei still didn't want to let go of such a dangerous person, she had to admit that Lin Tianming was right. Even if they tried their best to kill Yi Huang, they couldn't kill her in this present period, but instead, they would cause more casualties by stimulating her to release the black mist. Even if they were no longer willing to do so, they had to adopt the means of pacification that Lin Tianming had mentioned, thus minimizing the potential casualties. This was also the same as stabilizing Huang Yi, so that she wouldn't be running around all over the world again, and it would be impossible to guess where she would appear next time. After some deep thought, Hua Yufei was still convinced by Lin Tianming's not-so-successful approach. You've succeeded, Tianming junior brother. I'm willing to adopt your program, and I'll keep it a secret for you about her, and won't report it to the top. Chapter 140, Pretending to Faint Scared Jian Han. Give the boy a vacation to recuperate his body. After half a day's effort to convince Hua Yufei, Lin Tianming also looked happily at Huang Yi. I didn't lie to you, did I? I did what I said I would do, and now school sister Hua has adopted my proposal. Well, Timmy, thank you. Huang Yi also nodded her little head happily. At the moment, Lin Tianming was a shining existence in her eyes. But, Tianming junior brother, have you thought about where to place her? At this time, Hua Yufei's sudden question also caused Lin Tianming to fall into deep thought. Seeing that Lin Tianming had only thought of not irritating Huang Yi, but hadn't thought of where to place Huang Yi, a dangerous person, Hua Yufei also gave her a proposal. Let her follow me. I'll keep an eye on her so I can feel a little more comfortable. As soon as she heard Hua Yufei's words, Huang Yi directly hid behind Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming, on the other hand, felt that Hua Yufei's proposal was still reliable, since Hua Yufei had promised him. Then with her character, she definitely wouldn't irritate Huang Yi. He turned to look at Yi Huang, who was hiding behind him, and dropped his hands on her shoulders in a serious tone. Don't be afraid. Since school sister Hua promised me, then she will definitely take good care of you, and definitely won't force you to be locked up. You can still come out for a break whenever you want, just as you are now. Huang Yi pursed her lips. But I want to follow you. I live in the Great Imperial Academy. It's not really good to place you. You now follow school sister Hua. Now is the best choice. Lin Tianming would like to bring Huang Yi with him, but he was living in the boys' dormitory and wouldn't really be able to place her well. Hua Yufei could see that Huang Yi only trusted Lin Tianming right now. She also said, how about this? You follow me at ease. I'll try to take you to see Tianming junior brother as soon as I have time. Or let Tianming junior brother come to see you? Hearing Hua Yufei's words, Lin Tianming also immediately chimed in with her. You're following school sister Hua now, so that she can better protect you from those yellow-clothed church members and magical creatures. Don't worry, I'll come to visit you often as well. Huang Yi was eventually convinced by the combined efforts of Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei, but she stared at Lin Tianming seriously. You said that you would come to see me, Lin Tianming affirmed. That's for sure. Getting Lin Tianming's promise, Huang Yi also continued seriously. Then I'll wait for you. If I never see you and you don't keep your promise, I'll leave myself. When Huang Yi said this, Lin Tianming and Hua Yufei both thumped in their hearts. It was hard to pacify Huang Yi. They didn't want her to sneak away on her own because of a little thing. Don't worry, even if Tianming junior brother has something too busy to come see you, I'll still take you to him every once in a while. Don't worry, I'll definitely come to see you more often. I'll never break my promise. Hua Yufei and Lin Tianming's successive statements were also reassuring to Huang Yi. Then I'll go with her. Finally, having temporarily solved Huang Yi's problem, Lin Tianming walked back to his previous position to drag those 5 yellow-clad church members to Hua Yufei's side. He was also telling Hua Yufei again about what happened between him and Huang Yi before she arrived. After understanding the specific situation, Hua Yufei, who drove here, also proposed, elementary brother Tianming, let me send you back to the Great Imperial Academy first, and I'll bring her back to where I live after I send you. Lin Tianming nodded and got into Hua Yufei's car with Huang Yi to go back to the Great Imperial School. When they arrived at the Great Imperial School, they would soon be parting ways, and Huang Yi was also somewhat reluctant to tug on Lin Tianming's hand as he tried to get off the bus. Lin Tianming turned back and calmed her down. I'll come to see you when I have time, and you should control your emotions when you're following school sister Hua. I believe in you. Huang Yi also nodded. Well, I'll control my emotions and try not to harm anyone. Before Lin Tianming left, he said to Hua Yufei, Senior sister Hua, I'll leave Yi to you. Don't worry, since I promised you, I'll definitely take care of her. With Hua Yufei's words, Lin Tianming was also relieved to go back to sleep. When he thought about how he relied on his own ingenuity last night to take care of Huang Yi, the trickster god maiden, Lin Tianming couldn't help but admire himself a little. Snap. Brat. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought? How dare you walk out of my class? Is it because the intensity of the current Thunder Pool special training can't keep up again? Being pulled back to his senses by Jiang Han's words and heartfelt voice, especially Jiang Han's heartfelt voice that wanted to increase the strength of the Thunder Pool for him, shocked him into a weak sweat. In order to avoid Jiang Han, the crazy female teacher, from raising the intensity of the Thunder Pool special training for him again, he also pretended to be dizzy. No, not, Mr. Jiang Han, it's just that the intensity of this Thunder Pool special training has been raised to the 5th stage today, and I'm a bit uncomfortable and dizzy. Don't say it. He pretended to be quite decent, and directly scared Jiang Han. It turns out that the transition from stage 4 to stage 5 is not enough to raise the intensity too quickly to adapt, but he looks really hard. Maybe it's really me who's being too hasty. Forget it, that's enough for today. I'll just continue tomorrow. Lin Tianming just wanted to pretend to be dizzy to fool him about wandering off in class thinking about Huang Yi, so that he wouldn't be chastised by Jiang Han. I didn't really think she'd just cancel his special training today. Who thought that he seemed to be pretending too much? Mr. Jiang Han was worried about his physical condition and was ready to give him an early vacation today for the special training that had been of high intensity. Little friend Tianming, let's stop here for today. This 5th stage has a far greater increase in intensity than the span from the 3rd to the 4th. It is indeed, teacher, I have not thought this through. We will continue tomorrow. Speaking apologetically, Jiang Han took the initiative to withdraw the 5th stage intensity of the Thunder Pool. Although it wasn't Lin Tianming's intention to end the special training early, Lin Tianming definitely wouldn't say that he had just faked the dizziness, and then he wouldn't be electrocuted by Jiang Han. Jiang Han's heart is still a little over the top. She thought about it, and then proposed, want the teacher I send you back to the dormitory? Or, like this, you live with me back to my place for a day today. I'll give you some good food to make up? Lin Tianming wouldn't dare to go back to her place with Jiang Han. It would be too easy for her to find out that he had just faked a faint. The best thing to do now is to get out of there as soon as possible. Words are not enough. Thinking of this, Lin Tianming immediately spread his legs and ran. That, teacher Jiang Han, it's just dizziness. I'll be able to rest well after I go back to my dormitory and sleep on my own. So I won't bother your old man to make food especially for me. Looking at Lin Tianming's back as he escaped alive and well, Jiang Han's expression was a bit dismayed. This kid doesn't look as dizzy as he should either. Muttering a sentence, Jiang Han then realized that she had been fooled by Lin Tianming. He had just pretended to be dizzy, just because he didn't want to be chastised by her for wandering off. Brat, you set me up. Even your teacher dared to fool you. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow.